Chapter 1. He calls you eldest sister-in-law. What are you thinking about? Come in quickly, eldest sister-in-law. I'm coming in then, a bit further in. Yes, right there. The graceful and beautiful woman was delightedly arranging the flower pots. Bond stood to one side and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even now, he could scarcely believe that he had really transmigrated into this world, the urban novel that he had read before. What's worse, he had become an underling of the villain in the story with a low social standing and a bad end, only appearing for a few chapters before being killed by the main protagonist. Bond thought that as the son of fate, he should be able to activate the system, but after waiting for several days, there was still no sign of it. He became disheartened. Without the system, his tragic ending was already set in stone. Death is not frightening. However, at the thought of dying without making a splash, Bond felt indignant. It was an urban novel after all. The author seemed to have lost his mind. The heroine list numbered in the dozens with each one exuding charm and allure. The thought of them all falling for the loser, main character made Bond clench his teeth in frustration. Thanks for your hard work, Bond. You're too kind, eldest sister-in-law. The elegant and beautiful woman facing him was named Mitzi, the wife of Jonah, the patriarch of the Qin family. Although she was in her 30s, she had taken excellent care of herself. Her skin was flawless, her face smooth, and her appearance was similar to that of a girl in her 20s. Yet, as a married woman, she exuded a level of charm that far exceeded that of young girls. Bond watched her ardently, feeling a strange itch in his heart. His elder brother by marriage was already over 70 years old, his body frail, even walking required a cane, let alone having a nightlife. As his underling, Bond sometimes sincerely wanted to lend a hand to his eldest sister-in-law, but thinking of his current status made him feel helpless. Ding! Activating big villain system. At that moment, a robotic voice suddenly rang out in Bond's head. He shuddered in excitement. System, you've finally arrived. Overjoyed, Bond hurriedly checked the system he had received. Ding! Binding successful. Congratulations on obtaining the beginner package. Beginner package? Open it up quickly. Bond urged impatiently. Congratulations on opening the beginner package. You have received 1 marrow cleansing pill and proficiency in Bak Mei Kung Fu. Bak Mei Kung Fu. Bond was ecstatic. Although this was an urban novel, the protagonist wielded formidable martial arts skills. In the original plot, Bond had traded punches with the protagonist and ended up in the ICU after the single blow nearly cost him his life. A truly terrifying feat. However, with Bak Mei Kung Fu now at its peak proficiency, Bond was confident he could withstand the protagonist. After all, it was Bak Mei Kung Fu, just as the saying goes. In literature, Tai Chi can pacify the world, while in martial arts, Bak Mei stabilizes it. This saying aptly describes the might of Bak Mei Kung Fu. Feeling invigorated, Bond checked the effects of the marrow cleansing pill. Marrow cleansing pill cleanses the entire body's meridians, allowing the user to undergo a complete transformation. Without hesitation, Bond swallowed the pill whole. Huh? What's that foul smell? Mitzi wrinkled her nose and turned to look at Bond. It's leaking out. Next moment, Mitzi pointed at Bond in shock. Startled, Bond looked down to find a stench emanating from his body, along with a mysterious black liquid seeping through his skin. I'll go wash up first. Realizing what was happening, Bond hurriedly went into the shower room, turned on the water, stripped off, and began washing himself. Simultaneously, Bond fully understood the workings of the system in his mind. If he were to hunt down sons of fate and intercept their opportunities, women, or wealth, he would earn rewards. Furthermore, if he acted villainously, the system would award him evil points which could be used in the system shop for various prizes. Bond checked the shop, which was vast and had anything one could desire. He envied it deeply but currently had 0 evil points and thus couldn't redeem any rewards. Nevertheless, as the number 1 lackey under the villain, he had ample chances to carry out evil deeds. After a 20-minute shower, Bond finally washed himself clean. He also felt changes in his physique, an intense warmth in his abdomen and an inexhaustible strength throughout his body. Have I grown taller? Or longer? Looking in the mirror, Bond noticed that he had undergone both internal and external transformations. With this new look, the protagonist would probably be jealous enough to pee his pants next to me. Bond smirked devilishly, dried himself off, and prepared to put on clothes. However, he faced a dilemma. His clothes were soaked with unknown black liquid and thus unusable. Yet, he couldn't go out naked either. Eldest sister-in-law. Having no other option, Bond had to seek help from Mitzi. Yes? Mitzi responded from downstairs. Can you get me some clothes? Mine got dirty and I can't wear them. Wait there. Hearing Mitzi's reply, Bond sighed in relief. His sister-in-law was understanding and considerate, completely lacking the airs one would expect from such a perfect supporting role. Ding, detecting host performing villainous actions, awarding 1,000 evil points. Bond froze for a moment, then understood. Was asking his eldest sister-in-law to fetch clothes considered an evil act? Delighted, Bond thought, sorry, big brother, villains have no morals. Thinking of Mitzi's voluptuous figure, Bond felt a renewed vigor. Open the door slightly, I'll pass you the clothes, Mitzi said from outside. All right. Bond quickly complied, cracking open the door just enough to see Mitzi turning away, extending her delicate hands holding the clothes. Who would have thought my eldest sister-in-law would be so reserved? Taking advantage of this moment, Bond touched Mitzi's soft, slender hands. You, what are you doing? Touched by Bond's warm hands, Mitzi shivered involuntarily, blushing furiously before hurrying downstairs. Just as Bond dressed and descended the stairs, he heard Mitzi scream in pain. What happened, eldest sister-in-law? Bond asked urgently. Mitzi held her waist, pained. I tried to move the flower pot and twisted my back. Why didn't you let me do it? Bond rushed over. Can you walk? No, it hurts terribly. Trying to move brought another wave of pain. I'll carry you upstairs for rest. But that's inappropriate. Seeing Mitzi's difficulty, Bond lifted her without delay, bridal style. Ah! Mitzi gasped, finding herself in Bond's arms and inadvertently looking at his face. Only then did she realize how handsome he'd become. Feeling the strong masculine aura radiating from Bond, Mitzi blushed profusely. She hadn't felt the warmth of a man's embrace in years. While usually not craving male companionship, at that moment, the sensation stirred improper thoughts. Bah, how shameless of you, Mitzi. He calls you eldest sister-in-law. Chapter 2. The body is always honest. Mitzi's face was flushed with embarrassment, her entire being feeling dizzy and disoriented. Her mind kept telling her not to think lewd thoughts, but her body was very honest. With her cheek resting on Bond's chest, she had no desire to move. Big sister-in-law, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling better? Bond asked, concerned, as he carried Mitzi to her room. Mitzi's mind was still foggy when Bond's words brought her back to reality. She realized she had been placed on the bed. She felt a sudden emptiness in her heart and quickly said, I'm feeling better, but it still hurts a bit. Would you like me to massage you? Bond asked tentatively. Do you know massage techniques? Mitzi was somewhat surprised. Well, to be honest, I used to work at xiuxian. The female masseuses there watched my technique and praised me, saying I was a genius. Bond smiled and bluffed confidently. It wasn't that hard. He might not do a perfect job, but he certainly wouldn't hurt anyone. As for what the female masseuses said, it was true, although it might have been about different skills. However, Bond assured himself that his skills were definitely better now thanks to the marrow washing pill. Why don't you give it a try? Mitzi hesitated, her face turning even redder after she spoke. Sure, just lie down nicely, big sister-in-law. Mitzi responded, then lay down on the bed. Bond placed his hands on her waist. At the moment of contact, Mitzi stiffened. She hadn't been touched by a man for over 10 years. A strange sensation filled her whole body, a mix of tension, shyness, and other emotions. She didn't dare move an inch. Relax, big sister-in-law. Don't be so nervous, Bond chuckled, noticing her earlobes turn red, even her snow-white swan-like neck tinged with a blush. I'm starting the massage. If it hurts, let me know. Mitzi replied almost inaudibly. Bond gave a mischievous smile, slipping his hand under Mitzi's clothes to touch her soft waist. Ah! Mitzi felt like she had been electrocuted, her whole body trembling. How did you get your hand in there? Mitzi complained. In here, it'll work better, Bond whispered close to her ear. Just keep your hands still. Mitzi buried her head in the bed. Bond laughed, rubbing her smooth, slender waist with both hands. How does that feel, big sister-in-law? My technique is pretty good, right? He asked after a few strokes. Mitzi responded, her voice soft and sultry. By the way, where did you get this essential oil? Bond spotted rose essential oil on the bedside table. Left over from a spa treatment, haven't used it since, Mitzi replied. Want an essential oil massage? Ah, you can do that? Well, as I mentioned, I worked at xiuxian before. Oh. Mitzi's cheeks were bright red. She had indeed experienced an essential oil massage before and knew the procedure. All one wore was underwear. She shook her head. Maybe not. I think it's fine like this. Mitzi was quite conservative. Normally, she had female masseuses take care of these things. The thought of a man touching her made her tremble. Just imagining it made her excited yet ashamed. Don't be formal with me, big sister-in-law. You shouldn't feel awkward. Think of me as your therapist, Bond. Male therapists are common, right? Besides, I'm confident I can help your back. Sister-in-law, you wouldn't want any issues with your back later, would you? Bond spoke seriously. That makes sense, Mitzi finally agreed, unable to resist Bond's persuasions. Wearing only her underwear, Mitzi felt too shy to even open her eyes. The shame made her whole body hot. Feeling his hands roam her back made her feel weightless. The front too. Forget it. Before Mitzi could protest, Bond had already flipped her over. As Bond drew closer, Mitzi involuntarily swallowed hard. Bond, what are you doing? She sensed the heat in his eyes, feeling an indescribable mix of tension, excitement, anticipation, and shyness. Her instinctive rationality tried to hold her ground. Bond, we can't, ugh. Without further ado, Bond kissed her firmly. Beep, detecting villainous behavior. Villain points plus 2,000. Mitzi's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. How could he do this? Realizing what had happened, she pushed him away. How can you do this? I'm your sister-in-law. Mitzi exclaimed coldly. Sorry, big sister-in-law, you're too beautiful. I couldn't resist, Bond embraced her. Big sister-in-law, I really want to help you. As brother's subordinate, it's my duty to ease your troubles. What are you talking about? Fine, I won't say more. Sister-in-law, I'm coming in. Villainous behavior detected. Villain points plus 10,000. 2 hours later. Mitzi dressed, covering up bruises. Despite her earlier trance, she was now fully awake. You're a scumbag, a beast. How can you treat me like this? Mitzi's voice rasped in anger. Bond chuckled, lighting a cigarette. Big sister-in-law, you sure change your tune when clothed. Think about how you acted earlier. Mitzi's face turned red again. The intense moments they shared had been heaven on earth. She felt like she had lived half her life in vain. How could a man be so strong? You're a beast. Mitzi couldn't find the right words, resorting to insults again. Fine, I'm a beast. Bond didn't bother arguing, hugging her again. Don't touch me. Mitzi squirmed, but without much strength. Bond smiled. Ha, women. Bond. After spending more time with Mitzi and cleaning up, a voice suddenly called from downstairs. Chapter 3. Generational Respect? Bond and Mitzi walked downstairs. A young man sat listlessly on the sofa. Damien. The only son of Stefan, spoiled with infinite love and attention. He is also the first antagonist in this book. Following the standard plot of a brainless indulgent story, Damien is a love-stricken stalker who relentlessly pursues the heroine, only to be repeatedly humiliated by the protagonist, ultimately losing his life. Mitzi frowned and scolded. What are you shouting for? No respect at all. From now on, call him Uncle Lin. Damien was dumbfounded. Just this morning, he hadn't seen Bond. But why had the generation gap suddenly grown so wide? Especially since Bond was just a subordinate under his father. Was it necessary to show such respect? He mumbled, he isn't that much older than me. Mitzi's frown deepened. Older is older, no matter by how much. From now on, you will only call him Uncle Lin, or else there will be no more pocket money for you. At the mention of losing his pocket money if he didn't call Bond Uncle, Damien quickly conceded. He called out sullenly, Uncle Lin? Good. Bond nodded with a smile. What do you want from your Uncle Lin? Bond asked. At this, anger surged within Damien. Just moments ago, he had bought a bouquet of flowers intending to confess his feelings to his goddess, Opal. But before he could even reach her office, a little security guard at the company entrance stopped him. As the only son of billionaire Stefan, Damien naturally didn't take a mere security guard seriously. Yet, this particular guard acted recklessly, not only humiliating him at Opal's company entrance, but also kicking him. Although Damien was a spoilt brat, he wasn't a fool. Realizing he couldn't beat the security guard and having no lackeys around, he returned home asking Bond to teach the guard a lesson. Uncle Lin, you must help me get revenge, Damien said angrily. Recalling the guard made his teeth grind. That guard sure had guts to hit my son. Hearing her son was beaten, Mitzi also got furious. Opal, you were hit by their company's security guard. What did she say about it? Mitzi interrogated. She. Damien shrunk his neck. This revision maintains the natural flow in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. The phrase "thola is best translated as shrunk his neck to keep the imagery and action clear in English. Is she taking the guard's side? Bond asked, and Damien nodded. This Opal really doesn't give us Qin family any respect. Mitzi raged. Mom, don't blame Xiao. Damien hurriedly interjected. It was that guard. He hit me. Just punish him. Don't involve Xiao. Bond clicked his tongue. Indeed, as the book's first love-struck stalker, he was still defending his goddess. Uncle Lin, let's go right now. Today, I want to break that guard's leg. Damien angrily tried to drag Bond out. Have you thought this through? Do you really want to break that kid's leg? Bond asked. Do I need to think about it? Damien was taken aback. Bond continued. Breaking his leg is easy, but have you thought about the consequences? That guard works for Opal. If something happens, Opal would definitely be responsible. Moreover, if she finds out you did it, she might never talk to you again. Listening to Bond, Damien understood. His desire for revenge vanished instantly. He didn't want Opal to hate him because of some minor guard. Sighing deeply, Damien opened his mouth. Uncle Lin, why is it so hard to win over a woman? I bought her flowers, gave her gifts, yet now she won't even see me. Why is this happening? Naive child. Because you're a love-stricken stalker. Thinking this, Bond didn't say it aloud but instead suggested, you should consider whether it's your own doing. You sent her flowers and bags, but the problem is she doesn't lack these things. Damien pondered and seemed to grasp something. You're right, Uncle Lin. She doesn't need money, so sending these things won't make her like me. So how can I make her like me? Damien scratched his head, sitting on the sofa deep in thought. Moments later, he snapped his fingers. Got it. If I play the hero and save her, surely I'll win Opal's heart. She said she likes men who can provide her security. Excited about his plan, Damien felt triumphant. It turned out it wasn't that women were too hard to pursue. It was his methods that were wrong. The question is, do you even have an opportunity to play the hero? Xiao, it's not that Uncle Lin doubts you. But even if you get the chance, can you fight off the villains? Bond pointed out. Damien smiled slightly, unperturbed by Bond's words. True, his body had always been weak, and he couldn't beat anyone, not even ordinary people. However, he never intended to actually be a hero saving her. I can hire someone to act. Bond was taken aback. Are you truly clever or foolish? Uncle Lin, I've already planned it out. You'll be the big villain. Bond. Damien didn't give Bond a chance to object. Besides, even if Bond objected, Damien would still go through with it. After all, Bond was merely a subordinate under his father. But Bond didn't intend to argue. Being the kidnapper of the heroine qualified as an antagonist action and earned villain points. Together, they left the house. Uncle Lin, that's Opal. Soon, you'll kidnap her and wait for me in the prepared room. In the underground garage of Opal's company, Damien pointed towards a woman not far away. Bond followed his gaze. She wore an elegant suit jacket paired with a black pencil skirt, showing off long, slender legs encased in stockings with logos. On her feet were expensive Valentino shoes. Indeed, the first female lead of the book. Even her silhouette was flawless. Uncle Lin, let's begin. On Damien's command, Bond exited the car holding a urea bag. Meanwhile, Opal was about to open her car door when darkness suddenly enveloped her vision. Before she could scream for help, Opal felt a force press against her buttocks. This diameter. A gun? Shaken, Opal dared not move or cry out for help. Note, the ending sentence describes a very tense and potentially dangerous situation. Proceed with caution. Chapter 4. Hit me? Do you have what it takes? Maxine woke up again to find herself in a room. Ugh. She was bound with ropes artistically placed all over her body. Even her mouth was gagged, preventing any cries from escaping. She could only struggle desperately. Bond heard the sounds and walked into the room. Upon entering, he saw Maxine struggling fiercely. Maxine was in a terrible state now. Strands of hair lay disheveled on her forehead. Her stockings were torn. As she struggled, her perfect figure was fully exposed. providing Bond an unobstructed view. A pair of perfectly straight legs thrashed about, their graceful lines quite alluring. Shout, let you shout. Bond, wearing a Batman mask, slapped Maxine's bottom fiercely several times. A sense of shame welled up within Maxine. It was her bottom after all. Apart from her father, no other man had ever touched it since childhood. Even if she wanted to scream, her mouth was gagged. She didn't even cry out. She suspected this man in front of her harbored lustful intentions towards her. Calm down, Maxine. You need to stay calm. Maxine told herself mentally to stay calm. She stared at Bond with beautiful, wide eyes. Bond felt slightly embarrassed under her gaze, especially since she hadn't screamed. He just couldn't resist wanting to hit her. I'll take off your gag, but will you promise not to scream? Bond asked. Maxine nodded. Bond tore off the tape from her mouth. Panting. Maxine breathed heavily, but she didn't forget her current situation. She immediately asked, why did you kidnap me? For money or something else? As long as you let me go, I'll agree to anything. Anything? Bond smiled gently and leaned closer to Maxine. I want you. He really made her cry. Up until now, Bond never forgot his role. He aimed to play the audacious villain to give Damien a chance to save the damsel in distress. Sure enough, upon hearing this masked man's intentions, Maxine felt her heart sink. As the first beauty of Xiuxian, she knew her allure. Men were easily tempted by her. She had never lacked admirers since childhood. However, Bond's forceful behavior was unprecedented. You can't do this, you can't. Maxine curled up, trying to retreat. But before she could move, a large hand grabbed her ankle. Bond pulled her close. They were face to face. He looked at the sexy lips of the woman in front of him and swallowed hard. Maxine listened clearly. Her heart raced wildly. She seemed to know what was coming. She also swallowed involuntarily. The next moment, Bond leaned in closely. In an instant, Maxine felt like she was suffocating. With wide eyes, she stared blankly like a marionette. Her mind went blank. Unbelievable. Was she losing her 20-year-old maiden kiss today? Ding. Detected host's villainous behavior, earned 1,000 villain points. The system's voice sounded in Bond's mind, making him release his hold. You? How can you do this? You're nothing but a brute. Maxine gasped for breath. Her small face flushed red. Insult me? Insult again. Before Maxine could speak, Bond covered her mouth once more. Ding. Detected host's villainous behavior, earned 1,000 villain points. You. Compared to the first time, Maxine experienced something unparalleled this second time. She almost became somewhat entranced. When they finally parted, a strange sense of loss lingered in her heart. What are you thinking, Maxine? Could you actually be looking forward to it? Maxine was internally conflicted. She grew up exemplary, being the model student everyone admired. At 23, she had never had a boyfriend. Of course, she never lacked suitors. Those men always fawned over her like dogs, but Maxine secretly despised them. Better direct and bold. Thinking about those cliched novels where love blossoms after a forced marriage, Maxine began to feel a twinge of anticipation. You beast. Maxine cursed again, gazing eagerly at Bond. Oh, still dare to curse? Bond hadn't expected such audacity and advanced once more. However, the system notification didn't sound this time. It seems this can't go on forever. Disappointed, Bond released Maxine. You bastard, not human scumbag. This time it lasted only a few seconds. Not even enough to save her, Maxine felt disappointed. She hurled every vile insult that came to mind, but the man in front of her remained unmoved. Are you going to do something worse next? Maxine asked nervously, biting her lip. Bond was taken aback. But, thinking of his role, he smirked darkly. Heh, guess. Hearing the reply, Maxine involuntarily trembled. Without guessing, she knew what would happen next. Though unwilling to lose her purity she had preserved for 20 years, given the circumstances, she had no choice. This is my first time. Finishing her sentence, Maxine closed her eyes and lay down on the bed. Bond was momentarily stunned. Events unfolded beyond his expectations. Why wasn't this woman struggling? Why was she submitting so passively? Where was Damien, the savior? Bond became increasingly uneasy. Still, waiting for what? Seeing Bond hesitating, Maxine opened her eyes and asked. Embarrassed, Bond didn't know what to say. Bang. Suddenly, the door flew open. A young man in a security uniform stormed in angrily. Xiaoya, are you okay? Don't be afraid. This kidnapper is working with Damien to stage a hero-saving damsel scenario for you. Dash blurted out the truth. The room fell silent. Maxine looked at Bond, disbelief in her eyes. He was Damien's accomplice? All this was fake? Impossible. He kissed her. Maxine refused to believe it. She preferred thinking Bond was a real villain obsessed with her, always coveting her beauty, desiring her. Bond didn't expect the chosen one's luck to be so terrifying. Even impromptu plots worked. Undoubtedly, after this melodramatic twist, Maxine would trust this young security guard more. As for Damien, she would probably feel only disdain. Where is Damien? Bond suddenly thought of Damien. Although indifferent toward Damien, due to his mother's relationship, Bond hoped nothing happened to him. Uncle Lin, it's this small security guard ruining things for me again. Today you must help me get back at him. Beat him ruthlessly. Just then, the bruised and swollen-faced Damien rushed upstairs. Hit me? Can you even do that? Before Bond could respond, Dash spoke disdainfully. Saying this, he loosened up. Then, punched towards Bond. Hashtag chapter 5. The script isn't right. Dash didn't take Bond seriously at all. Someone who could hang around with an idiot like Damien. How smart could he be? So when the punch came, it was fast but lacked any technical finesse. But soon, something unexpected happened. Bond didn't dodge. At that moment, Dash realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Bond charged straight in. With a powerful opening strike, he deflected Dash's fist. Simultaneously, his twin elbows collided with Dash's unprotected chest. Had Dash ever seen such a move? It felt as if he had been hit by a train. Bang! As he crashed to the ground, stars danced before his eyes. He couldn't believe he had been sent flying like that. This was Ba Ji Quan, 8 Extremes Fist. An extremely aggressive martial art style, where you advance when your opponent advances, retreat when they do, and continue to press forward even when they back off. Just as Dash struggled to stand up, Bond rushed forward again, his figure moving like the wind, appearing in front of him in an instant. He turned and delivered an upward elbow strike, slamming into Dash's chin like a powerful uppercut. Smack! Blood flowed from the corner of Dash's mouth, and one of his front teeth was knocked out. Damn, I'll kill you. After retreating a few steps, Dash finally snapped out of it and started fighting back without holding back. Meanwhile, Bond continued advancing, countering every move. In less than 10 exchanges, Dash was once again sent flying. This time, his luck ran out as he slammed into a pillar and passed out cold. After finishing this, Bond stood up, dusting off his clothes. Damien, standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded. Is this still my father's little brother? This is way too intense. Though Damien herself was weak and had no special skills, she could tell from what she saw just now that Bond wasn't your average person. Who was Dash? Christine's newly hired personal bodyguard, rumored to have taken down 24 people single-handedly on the day of his application, finishing the job in just 10 minutes. And yet, this fearsome fighter didn't last more than 10 minutes against Uncle Lin? Damn security guard, let's see how arrogant you can be now. Today, I'm going to cripple one of your legs. Damien picked up a baseball bat and moved forward. But then Bond said, enough. If you really cripple him, things will get much worse. Let's go. Bond said curtly, not even glancing at Christine. Christine hadn't yet recovered from the shock. She knew Dash's capabilities and had thought he could rescue her. But never in her wildest dreams did she imagine he would be taken down so easily by someone else's combination strikes. Damien stood there, puzzled. Uncle Lin, just leave like this? Bond sighed, exasperated. What else? You want Miss Cole to invite you for dinner? Damien finally understood the situation, giving Christine an awkward glance before turning and running away. Just as Bond was about to follow suit, Christine suddenly called out to him. Even Christine didn't understand why she did it. This man had nearly taken everything from her moments ago. But seeing Bond effortlessly overpower Dash made him seem incredibly handsome, especially with that domineering aura. It stirred something within her that she couldn't quite put her finger on. Most importantly, Bond had a kind of bewitching charm that naturally drew Christine closer. She had always had no shortage of admirers and protectors around her, but none of them combined equaled even one Bond. When this man looked at her, she sensed a flicker of admiration. But she could also feel that he didn't intend to get too close to her. What did that mean? Was she really that unattractive to him? Then why had he kissed her earlier? Cold miss, is there something you need? Bond asked, watching Christine who was still standing in place, dazed. Only then did she snap out of it, looking at him with evasive eyes. Are you with Damien? Bond shrugged indifferently. Was there a problem with that? Christine continued. You've seen what kind of person Damien is. Following him won't lead to anything good. If you're willing, come work for me. I can make you my head of security. Indeed, Dash was only a personal bodyguard, but someone like Bond probably wouldn't settle for anything less than head of security. Just as Christine finished speaking, Dash, who had gradually regained consciousness, immediately protested. Miss, absolutely not. This guy and Damien are two peas in a pod. Christine glared at Dash angrily. Shut up. What does this have to do with you? Dash fell silent, glaring fiercely at Bond. But Bond just smiled. Cold miss, I'm sorry about today. Young Master Qin did all this because he likes you, and that's all. As for me, I don't plan on leaving the Qin family anytime soon. Goodbye. With that, he walked away without a second glance. Even Dash was stunned. Was this kid just giving up like that? But before this thought fully formed, he let out an agonizing cry. Unintentionally or not, Bond had stepped on Dash's hand. Christine watched Bond's departing figure, her expression growing increasingly complex. She hadn't expected this man to actually turn her down. In all these years, Bond was the first. The thought of it stoked her competitive spirit. Himph, you don't want to, huh? I'll see what you've got. So far, everything I've set out to do has succeeded. Dash tried to protest. Miss, this guy. Before he could finish, Christine slapped him across the face. Bastard, even protecting me is too much for you. You lose your bonus this month. With that, she stormed off, leaving Dash bewildered and disheveled. Wasn't he capable of protecting her? Of course he was. He knew this was Damien's doing, and he had planned to seize this opportunity to show off in front of Christine. His original plan was to be the hero saving the damsel in distress and win Christine's heart. But what Dash hadn't anticipated was the sheer combat prowess of Bond, which was astonishing. This completely threw off Dash's plans and embarrassed him in front of Christine. Absolutely humiliating. To be continued. Chapter 6. A new way to earn rewards. Damien was extremely distressed. He had originally imagined today's scenario would be a hero saving a beauty, but things did not go as planned. Not only did he fail to become the hero, but he ended up looking like a clown. Worse still, in front of the one he loved, he came off as nothing more than a villain. What should he do now? It seemed all his efforts were for naught, and Bond emerged the victor. Damien must have been incredibly panicked. All his plans had been thrown into disarray. Now, even if he wanted to make amends, it was too late. Upon returning home, Damien paced anxiously. Anyone in this situation would be unable to stay calm, especially someone with his temperament. With his lack of acumen, Damien couldn't come up with any solutions anytime soon. So once again, he turned to Bond for help. Uncle Lin, you're the only one who can help me now. What should I do next? Bond looked at Damien, unsure of how to respond. This kid's brain just didn't seem to work properly. Even in this predicament, he still expected help at the last minute. But considering Bond's current position, he definitely wouldn't offer any solutions. These matters sound simple, but they're far from easy. I don't know what to say either. You've thoroughly offended Claire this time. Upon hearing this, Damien's face clouded with worry. How could he not know? However, since it had come to this, he had no choice but to try everything he could. How about if I humble myself and apologize? Would that work? No. Given her personality, she'd never forgive me. She might even humiliate me publicly. I don't want to lose more face. Damien became increasingly conflicted the more he thought about it. Even Bond was at a loss for words. Why so many complications? In reality, Damien was already out of the game. Tinsley was an exceptionally proud person. After such a humiliating event, how could she easily forgive him? He should count himself lucky for not being completely destroyed. Yet he still harbored hopes of redemption. Wasn't this just wishful thinking? Even Bond found it disgraceful. However, on the surface, Bond remained calm. Don't panic. It's just a matter of handling Claire. I believe your skills can easily deal with her. While Bond spoke lightly, Damien lacked confidence. Initially, Damien had hoped for some useful advice from Bond, but in the end, he received nothing. Uncle Lin, you should focus on your own business. Clearly, I won't get any helpful advice from you anyway. He sighed in disappointment. However, Bond frowned and said, speaking of which, there is something that might help. I heard that tomorrow night, Claire will visit xiuxian Tower to discuss a business deal. What if? Before Bond finished, Damien interrupted him. I could arrive early, slip a drug into her drink, and then rush in to save her when it takes effect. That way, all our past conflicts would be resolved. Bond stared at Damien, speechless. No wonder he was doomed to die first. From head to toe, he was utterly despicable, just as expected. Muttering quietly, Bond wasn't sure how to express his feelings towards this guy. Again, Damien didn't give Bond a chance to refuse. To him, it was the perfect plan. And Bond was too lazy to argue further. That's a plan, but who will put the drug in? Damien looked directly at Bond. Uncle Lin, only you can do it. Bond was taken aback. Me? Why me? For Bond, this wasn't necessarily bad news. With his awakened system for villains, doing nefarious deeds was the key. Seeing Bond's hesitation, Damien whispered, Uncle Lin, after this is done, I'll give you $500,000. Is that fair enough? But you must ensure it goes undetected. Damien had no one close enough to trust besides Bond, who reluctantly agreed. Rest assured, I'll handle it. Damien patted Bond's shoulder heavily. To be honest, I wouldn't trust anyone else with this task. Bond smirked coldly. Trust? You probably have no one else to rely on, but pointing that out wouldn't serve any purpose. After Damien left, Bond returned to taking care of Mitzi. Mitzi welcomed him eagerly. Ever since being with Bond, their intimacy grew uncontrollably. Bond locked the door and headed upstairs. As soon as he opened the bedroom door, a soft body embraced him, whispering, My dear Lin, I missed you. The seductive tone made him weak in the knees. Hee sister-in-law, here I come. Ding. Detected villainous behavior. Awarded 10,000 villain points. The system's rewards rarely repeated, so this time Bond got something new. Unexpectedly, Elder Amberley was very cooperative. After a passionate encounter, Mitzi lay in Bond's arms, gently drawing circles on his chest. Why hadn't she noticed before how manly this boy was? Especially today, their mutual consent brought her unexpected pleasure. My dear Lin, you're incredible. You almost exhausted me. Bond smiled proudly. Sister-in-law, I have many more tricks up my sleeve. We have plenty of time to explore. Mitzi lay sweetly in his arms, her eyes revealing a hidden shadow. Meanwhile, Bond laid in bed, gazing at the system mall interface, which offered various categories, abilities, tools, real estate, and herbs. For his current level, only these 4 options were visible. Abilities allowed him to acquire special skills using villain points. For example, the 8 Extreme Fist was among them. However, the available skills were basic. Tools included functional items like the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms experience card, usable for 10 minutes but costing a staggering 1 million villain points. Hashtag Chapter 7, the Jade Spring Tower. Damn, if I could get that 18 Dragon Subduing Palm experience card, wouldn't I be unbeatable in the world? Truly a reincarnated Xiao Zhou. Bond thought to himself, unable to help feeling envious. Unfortunately, he had no idea how long it would take for him to reach such a level. As for real estate and herbs, these 2 projects were extensive. However, most of the items within these categories were currently of little use to Bond. For the real estate industry, although some properties could be directly transferred to him, the amount of villain points required was quite substantial. After much deliberation, Bond decided to try another feature of the system, the gacha machine. It was divided into 4 tiers, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. The treasures drawn from the gacha machine could be purchased at a 30% discount later on. After checking, he realized that drawing from the silver tier was the most suitable for his current status. A 10 draw set cost 10,000 villain points. With 25,000 villain points now, he could do 1 bronze draw and then go all in on the silver tier. After setting his goal, he began the draws. Ding. You successfully drew 10 times from the bronze gacha machine and received an indestructible iron shed, premium men's socks. Damn, premium fashion garbage? Bond almost flipped his middle finger. But since this was just padding, he didn't worry and immediately went all in on the silver tier. Ding. You successfully drew 10 times from the silver gacha machine and received 1 5-star hotel room key, 1 box of Baishao instant noodles, 1 box of Lao Tan pickled vegetable noodles. Well, mostly garbage again. but better than bronze. Determined not to give up, he tried another round. Ding! You successfully drew 10 times from the silver gacha machine and received 1 long hu pill, 1 X-ray card, 1 invisibility card, and the 2 instrumental saber technique. These were all things he could use at his current stage. The long hu pill was an ancient single formula that reportedly allowed even an 80-year-old man to perform 16 times in a night, enhancing both physical strength and yin-yang harmony. The 2 instrumental saber technique, Volume 1, was a lost ancient saber technique with immense power. Storing these items away, Bond felt much better. Try the long hu pill's effects? Swallowing a pill, as Mitzi was lost in thought, she suddenly noticed Bond's body burning hot, followed by a wave of heat rushing past her ear. Sister-in-law, let's do it again? Without waiting for Mitzi's resistance, Bond pounced. After a night of passionate entanglement, Bond walked out of the room looking refreshed the next morning. Normally, Mitzi would have been up cooking and doing housework, but today, she was still in bed. Bond clenched his fists. Indeed, the ancients were right. This long hu pill was potent. He could feel a slight increase in his strength. Though small, it accumulated over time. Rome wasn't built in a day. When he took more beauties. After bidding farewell to Mitzi, Bond headed to the Jade Spring Tower. The Jade Spring Tower was the most famous tavern in Jiangxing, even renowned throughout the province, highlighting its exceptional quality. It was also a popular place for influential figures to conduct business talks. Dressed differently and with Damien's support, Bond smoothly entered the Jade Spring Tower. Soon, a young woman approached him. Mr. Lin, please follow me. Your private room is upstairs. Though the Qin family wasn't one of Jiangxing's 4 great clans, their power was no less formidable. Their capabilities were mostly hidden in the dark, hence little known. But this did not mean they were easy to handle. Few dared to completely ignore them in Jiangxing. Damien's methods were impressive. He successfully booked Bond's room next to Opal's. Everything was arranged. All Bond needed to do was slip the drug into Opal's room unnoticed when the corridor staff served dishes. This drug, xuanhuan powder, only affected women, causing significant effects. Bond agreed, focusing on avoiding Dash. As long as he wasn't detected, the plan should work. On the other side, Opal arrived early at the Jade Spring Tower. She brought only her assistant and 2 bodyguards, leaving Dash behind. Since seeing him beaten up yesterday, she lost faith in him. Men were liars indeed. Despite boasting of being invincible, he was easily defeated and fainted without even knowing how. Besides, she was here to negotiate with a man. She wondered why Dash looked unhappy whenever he saw her with another man. He was just her bodyguard, not her boyfriend. What drama? Feeling uncomfortable thinking about this, Opal sighed. Not bringing Dash today was partly due to this consideration. Miss, everything is fine, her assistant whispered. But there's someone in the adjacent room. It's okay, Char, Opal smiled. Don't worry about it. Meanwhile, Bond prepared the X-ray card and invisibility card, each lasting 10 minutes. Post-transformation, his senses were extraordinary, and he already knew Opal hadn't brought Dash. This was excellent news. Soon, Damien joined him in the private room. Do you have the confidence, Uncle Lin? Damien asked earnestly. Don't worry, it's nearly certain, Bond smiled. Damien nodded, eyes full of anticipation. After today, Opal will belong to me. Then, the Long family will fall into our hands. My father will definitely see me in a new light. Seeing Damien daydreaming, Bond doubted the simplicity of it all. If it were that easy, things wouldn't end well for Damien quickly. Chapter 8. The tiger falls and is bullied by dogs. However, Bond felt a bit of sympathy for Damien. This guy had grown up under the shadow of his father from an early age, always hoping to be a man as outstanding and strong as him. Unfortunately, while Damien had the idea, he lacked the capability. As a result, things often went wrong in ways he never expected. Consequently, Damien suffered a lot. Yet, even now, he remained optimistic about his future, still aspiring to become a man like his father one day. The move against Tinsley was part of this plan. While listening to Damien's confident chatter, Bond merely smiled and did not take these matters to heart. Soon, discussions began in the adjacent room, and both Bond and Damien watched silently. Even Bond hadn't anticipated that Damien had pre-installed cameras in the private room, with sound and video transmitted live. He had to admit, if it came to underhanded tricks, no one could match Damien. This guy indeed inherited some excellent traits from his old man. Claire, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Tinsley and her assistant finally saw their negotiation partner arrive. A dapper man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. After taking in the sight of Tinsley and her assistant, he smiled and sat down beside them. You know, recently the company has been busy, so I needed extra time to sort out everything before coming here, he explained. I hope Claire doesn't mind. Tinsley managed to smile but kept her emotions hidden. Mr. Jean, I've invited you here today to discuss our contract renewal, she said. Her company specialized in new energy research projects, particularly the development of a new energy battery, which was at a critical stage. According to Bond's memory, this project was almost complete. They just needed that final push. The problem was, the Cold family had invested heavily in this project, causing many within the family to doubt Tinsley's judgment. If the project succeeded, it would redeem her. But before then, all investments might seem wasted. The family saw only expenses with no returns, which threatened to bankrupt them despite being one of Jiangxing's 4 major clans. Therefore, Tinsley had to find external funding to stabilize and increase investment in the project, ensuring its success. Hernan looked at Tinsley, knowing fully well why she'd invited him. To him, everything was under control. They were closely monitoring Tinsley's new energy battery project, aware it was at a crucial juncture and couldn't afford a lack of funds. With support from within the Cold family, Tinsley could handle it, and investors wouldn't worry. Cold miss, Hernan said. No need to rush into serious business right after sitting down. He smiled, catching Tinsley off guard. Used to polite exchanges, she found his behavior hard to accept. Knowing it was a critical moment for her project, she decided to swallow her pride. Her assistant immediately poured a drink and handed it to Hernan. Mr. Jean, please forgive us. Claire rarely entertains socially. She is genuinely sincere in inviting you here. Bond sighed upon seeing this. Truly, the tiger falling and being bullied by dogs. Had the Cold family been united, Tinsley wouldn't have ended up negotiating with Ernan. This also gave Dash a chance to meddle. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ernan didn't come for fair negotiations. His simple goal was to obtain shares from Tinsley and humiliate her. Imagine the renowned and haughty CEO of the prestigious Cold family reduced to groveling. Beside Bond, Damien stared wide-eyed, realizing how desperately they needed money. Uncle Lin, do you think investing 1 million yuan would work? 1 million yuan was Damien's 3 months' allowance. Bond sneered inwardly. 1 million? The project needed millions. His money wouldn't make a difference. That depends on how you negotiate with Miss Cold. If Damien pursued this seriously, Bond wouldn't object to helping. 1 million could turn into 10 after the project's success, but they must wait patiently. As Damien and Bond conversed, Ernan received a drink from the assistant. Looking at this attractive woman, instead of accepting the drink, he pinched Annalise's hand. Oh my, Miss Cold is beautiful, and so is her assistant. What's your name, young lady? How old are you? Despite her frequent business dealings, Annalise was taken aback by such behavior. Before she could react, Tinsley stood up, grabbed the drink, and threw it in Hernan's face. ####Chapter 9. Still has to be me, Damien. Ernan was dumbstruck. He knew that Tinsley had come this time to negotiate, basically to ask for his help, but he never imagined that she would be so arrogant. You're asking me for a favor, and you dare treat me like this? Tinsley, what are you doing? Tinsley glared coldly at Ernan. Mr. Jean, I invited you here today to discuss the project, not to play games. At least you're a distinguished figure. Don't you care about your reputation at all? Seeing Tinsley's angry face, Ernan sneered. Reputation? Who in Xiuxian didn't know that he, Ernan, enjoyed conquering these high and mighty beauties? Tinsley wouldn't dare do anything herself, and with only a mere assistant, what did he have to fear? To be frank, Claire, if you truly wish to cooperate with us, it's not impossible. But you must meet one of our conditions. Looking at Hernan's smug expression, Tinsley felt an ominous premonition rising. Sure enough, dogs can't give birth to elephants. I remember your assistant is named Annalise, right? She has been working for you for several years and handles most of your business affairs. Since you've invited me here today, I will temporarily overlook your earlier misconduct and give you some face. But if you want to discuss renewing the contract, it's simple. Tonight by 10 o'clock, I'll wait here for your assistant. As he spoke, he pulled out a room key and placed it on the table. Clearly, he had planned everything from the start. Just remember, only tonight by 10 o'clock. If she comes, we will continue cooperation, and even the increased investment you mentioned earlier won't be a problem. With that said, Ernan stood up, showing no interest in staying any longer. Claire, please consider carefully. After those words, he left without looking back. Tinsley sat motionless. She really wanted to attack him but was restrained by Annalise, who prevented her from ripping that man's mouth apart. Miss, we are at a critical moment now. If you give in at this point, there will be no way to resist. Annalise understood well that Tinsley also had her own hardships. Though she seemed to be in charge of the Long family, many people at home hoped for her downfall. They had done considerable research to achieve this goal. If Tinsley's project halted now, she would immediately be removed from the board of directors. Then power would shift hands. From then on, there would be no Claire in Xiuxian anymore, only a Tinsley locked into an arranged marriage by the family. Thinking of this, Tinsley felt a wave of despair. At this moment, Damien smiled and said, Uncle Lin, just stay here. Remember to act according to the plan later. I need to ensure they eat this meal. Without waiting for Bond's response, he left. Clearly, he was taking over the situation. Bond saw no point in interfering and simply observed from the sidelines. According to the original storyline, Damien wasn't supposed to be here. Ernan and Tinsley weren't supposed to break down so quickly either. It was uncertain why their discussion collapsed so fast today, but it didn't matter. Such scenes couldn't do without Dash. Damien, you should take the lead. One silent move. Bond was focused on adapting to the changing situation. Just as Tinsley was lost in thought, Damien entered. Yaoyue, you're here too. I saw your people outside, ha ha ha. I'm in the next room. Damien laughed, as if yesterday's events were none of his concern. Annalise, knowing what happened yesterday, blocked Tinsley, saying, Damien, don't think your family's power in Xiuxian allows you to do whatever you want. I advise you to leave now, or we will call the police. Damien waved his hand. Oh, don't call the police. I'm here to offer you an opportunity. He shamelessly sat down, picked up the room key, and muttered, What's this? Gone. Annalise's face changed, and just as she was about to snatch it, the key fell into the trash can. Tinsley looked at Damien darkly, unsure of what he was up to. Master Qin, we aren't close, are we? If you have nothing else, I'm leaving. Seeing Tinsley about to leave, Damien hurriedly stopped her. Wait. Yaoyue. Tinsley frowned. Damien, I suggest you stop calling me so intimately, or I won't hesitate to rip your mouth apart. We're not that familiar. Damien nodded. All right, Claire, I know you need investment. I came here to represent the Qin family for negotiations. Because of Damien's appearance, the situation stabilized. When the food arrived, Bond stood in the corridor unnoticed, discreetly adding xiuxian, a sedative, to the dishes. This drug was odorless and tasteless, highly soluble, and undetectable once heated. Inside, the conversation continued. Initially, Tinsley had no interest in Damien, especially after yesterday's incident, which irked her. However, upon seeing him, she glanced toward the door, hoping to see Bond, but only Damien arrived alone. She even considered inviting Dash to possibly see Bond. For that man, she couldn't explain her deep fascination. Annalise had braced herself to make sacrifices, but Damien's arrival successfully stabilized the situation, leading to relatively smooth negotiations. But Bond knew this was just a show. Damien, could he really negotiate anything? Did he even have the authority? Meanwhile, our protagonist Dash was still en route. However, neither Tinsley nor Annalise knew they had ingested drugged food, and the effects were gradually setting in. As for Damien, he eagerly awaited the moment when both women showed discomfort, ready to take them away. The rest would follow naturally. Ding. Detected host exhibiting antagonist behavior, earning 2,000 villain points. 2,000 for drugging someone? Suddenly, Bond's expression changed at the notification, while Tinsley and Annalise flushed red and started removing their outer clothing. Note: the original chapter contains inappropriate content. Adjustments were made for tone and style while ensuring natural fluency and coherence. Chapter 10. Azura Powder. Damien could barely contain himself as he watched Annalise and Tinsley, but at this moment, he still tried his best to maintain his composure. Claire, you can rest assured. Once we agree, we will be able to start cooperation very soon. With the strength of our Qin family, combined with your new energy technology, we're sure to make a huge profit. Annalise let out a sigh of relief at this point. Although the Qin family was not highly visible, they had quite a few businesses under their belt. And most frighteningly, their liquid capital was an astounding amount. If the Qin family really signed the cooperation agreement with them, it would certainly help Tinsley get through this urgent situation. Even many subsequent problems could be solved along with it. But from the current situation, the problem was still no less difficult than they had originally thought. Damien spoke eloquently, getting more and more confident as he went on. On this side, Tinsley was able to hold up at first, but as time passed, the drug took effect, making her feel drowsy. At this moment, Damien asked, Claire, are you feeling unwell? Tinsley shook her head. No, I just have a bit of a headache. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Damien immediately responded, perfect, I've opened a room nearby. Claire, why don't you rest first? After you recover, we can continue discussing the remaining matters. How about that? Tinsley glanced at Annalise beside her. At this point, even Annalise's condition was deteriorating, leading Tinsley to consider taking a rest. However, Dash had not yet arrived, causing her some anxiety. Mademoiselle, perhaps you should take a rest, Annalise whispered. Right then, the door burst open forcefully, with Dash barging in, his face flushed. Damien, you audacious rascal. I never thought you'd dare do such a thing at this point. Upon entering, Dash just needed one glance at Tinsley to realize something was amiss. Without further ado, he confronted Damien directly. Damien hadn't expected Dash to show up here. His expression changed slightly. Bond, who was nearby, stood up leisurely. It was time to wrap things up. By the looks of it, Damien would receive a severe beating from Dash today. Thinking of this, Bond couldn't help but chuckle. Just as Dash prepared to attack Damien, Bond suddenly appeared at a critical moment. Dash, what are you doing? The Qin family is discussing business with the Long family. Do you think there's no one left in the Qin family because you came barging in? Bond blocked Damien, whispering to him, hurry up and run. I'll stall this guy. Damien almost wet himself when he saw Dash. How could he dare stay any longer? Without thinking, he turned around and fled. On the other side, although Dash wanted to chase after him, he was stopped by Bond. Though Bond had worn a mask last time, Dash recognized him instantly. It's you? Dash gritted his teeth. Bond smiled arrogantly. Haha, seems like you haven't forgotten me. Dash, right? I heard you were pretty impressive, but based on our last encounter, you seem nothing special. Dash couldn't tolerate this, so he didn't say anything else. Kid, today, I'll teach you why roses are red. Dash had specifically prepared before coming here, knowing that Damien would definitely have Bond with him. As soon as they started fighting, the atmosphere became intense. Annalise helped Tinsley hide nearby, while the several bodyguards outside were quickly taken down. Mademoiselle, what should we do now? Annalise asked cautiously, surprised by the turn of events. More frighteningly, their physical conditions seemed to be worsening. Tinsley shook her head, staring at Bond's back without knowing what she was thinking. Her eyes glazed over. Meanwhile, before coming here, Dash had taken Mighty Powder, which was one of his secret formulas that could greatly increase his strength within a short period. Especially for someone skilled in internal martial arts like him, it had an immensely significant effect. Thus, with the power of Mighty Powder, he was completely overpowering Bond now. Last time it was just my carelessness that gave you an opportunity. But today, today is your end. Dash sneered, having taken control of the situation. Dealing with Bond was going to be effortless. Bond wasn't bothered to argue. Unable to fight? What nonsense. Even with Mighty Powder, Dash was no match for Bond. But his purpose in coming here wasn't to defeat Dash. Dash, even if you win, so what? To tell you the truth, Claire and her assistant have been poisoned by Damien. Without the antidote, even the Heavenly King cannot save them. Do you know about Azura Powder? The once arrogant Dash froze upon hearing these two words. Oh, come on. Azura Powder? Damien, you bastard. Didn't you previously love Tinsley? This is impossible. That idiot Damien couldn't possibly have Azura Powder. Azura Powder, one of the world's deadliest poisons, was extremely rare. Even with Dash's medical skills, he couldn't handle it. He became increasingly panicked, especially as Bond was still holding on. In a fit of rage, Dash attacked recklessly. After a dozen minutes of combat, Dash landed a powerful punch directly on Bond's chest. Bond spewed blood and fell unconscious, unable to wake up. Dash glanced at Tinsley, remembering how he had lost face in front of her earlier. This time, he finally got to redeem himself. Claire, bind this guy and let the investigators put him away. As for Damien, leave him to me. After saying this, he turned around and left without looking back. How could he notice Tinsley's abnormal state, consumed as he was with salvaging his pride? Damien, you won't escape from my hands this time, no matter where you run. Tinsley wanted to say something, but Dash had already left. What a fool. Tinsley silently cursed. Chapter 11. Meeting again, Claire. Tinsley never thought that Dash, the fool, would abandon her and Annalise at such a critical moment. He even told them to tie up Bond and hand him over to the investigation bureau. What kind of international joke was this? Didn't he see that they were both in no condition to move? Just then, Tinsley's eyes widened. Bond, who had just collapsed, stood up again. Annalise hurriedly stepped in front of Tinsley, staring warily at Bond as if expecting an imminent battle. No one expected Bond to stand up at this crucial moment, as if he hadn't been injured at all. Bond wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a smile. Why so surprised? Why are you staring at me like that? He walked closer, crouching down in front of Tinsley and looking at Annalise. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. But here's the problem. You two have been poisoned, and I only have one antidote. What do you think I should do? A smirk appeared on his lips. Claire, we meet again. Why don't you choose this time? Bond wasn't lying. There really was only one antidote, originally intended for Annalise. At this moment, Tinsley seemed to understand something and said coldly, You're not going to help Damien? If Dash catches him, he'll be dead. Shouldn't you hurry to save him? Bond nodded. I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said what I did earlier. Tinsley was surprised. She thought Bond cared about Damien's life, but it didn't seem so now. Could this guy have some other plan? Over time, Tinsley had made a name for herself in Xiuxian, thanks to her abilities and intelligence. She could often guess the consequences by merely glancing at a situation. But with Bond, she found herself repeatedly outmaneuvered. This guy never played by the rules. You're Damien's bodyguard, yet you aren't helping him? This is quite amusing. At this point, Bond pinched Annalise's chin, smiling while sizing her up. I have to admit, Hernan, that fool does have some taste. If you can't get Claire, your assistant is indeed a beauty too. Annalise was prepared to sacrifice herself, biting her lower lip. Let my lady go, and I'll follow you. Give her the antidote. Her breathing became unstable as she spoke. Ding. Detecting hostile behavior, plus 500 villain points. Bond wasn't in a hurry and toyed with her. Finally, Tinsley couldn't hold back. Give her the antidote, and I'll leave with you. I don't know who you are, but whatever your goal is, a Long family's young miss is far more valuable than an assistant, isn't she? Bond was satisfied. Without hesitation, he forced the pill into Annalise's mouth. The pill melted instantly, and before she could resist, she passed out. Bond checked the time. Okay, people should be coming soon. Follow me, Claire. He picked Tinsley up from the ground, and they left. At this moment, Tinsley still tried to control her last thread of reason, feeling complex emotions towards the man in front of her. She knew this wasn't poison, not the fake demon drug. Clearly, it was Bond deceiving Dash, and the fool actually believed it. Compared to Damien, you're far more cunning. I don't understand why someone like you would serve under Damien. Are you being blackmailed? Bond didn't answer, remembering to take Hernan's room card before leaving. Soon, he brought Tinsley to the hotel and used the room card to open the door. Inside, they heard the sound of someone showering. Hernan was clearly well prepared. Bond sat down calmly, while Tinsley's face turned pale, biting her lips hard. What do you want? Don't worry, Claire. I won't hand you over to that fool Hernan. However, Damien must take responsibility for today's events, don't you think? Bond leaned closer to Tinsley. They were so close that he could hear her rapid heartbeat. It was almost impossible for anyone to remain calm, including Tinsley. This man was truly a devil. What was he planning? Countless thoughts raced through Tinsley's mind. Bond's actions were unpredictable. She had braced herself for him to take advantage of her. Who would have thought he would bring her here instead? The drug was already taking effect, and she didn't know how much longer she could control herself. Just then, Hernan noticed the commotion outside. Well, my pretty. You've finally arrived. You've learned quite a bit from staying with that devil woman, Tinsley. Before he could finish speaking, Bond punched him out cold. He tied Hernan up, gagged him, and blindfolded him. Then, using the room card provided by the system, he threw Hernan into another room and called for a passionate service. After doing all this, Bond looked at Tinsley with malicious intent. Now, Claire, we're alone in this room. Even if you speak out later, no one will believe it's me who took advantage of you. After all, this room was booked by Hernan. Tinsley realized this. Had he planned all this from the beginning? He surely didn't call a decent person to deal with Hernan. Given Hernan's pride, he would never dare reveal what happened. As long as Tinsley kept quiet, no one would ever trace it back to Bond. You're so cunning. Bond laughed. What else? How could I be a villain without being cunning? He lunged forward and pushed Tinsley onto the bed. Ding. Detecting hostile behavior, plus 1000 villain points. Hashtag chapter 12. The sly little girl. At first, Opal intended to resist. Bond merely wanted to take the opportunity to boost his villain points. As for taking control of Opal, it wasn't time yet. Forcing her at this moment would only make things more complicated. Opal was a completely different woman from Mitzi. Listening to the system's prompt, Bond was very satisfied. But he forgot one thing. Opal had been restraining herself all along. However, with Bond starting to force her, Opal began to lose control over her mind. She was naturally attracted to dominant men. Unfortunately, in such a long time, Opal had never met a man who dared to be disrespectful towards her. Even everyone in the company treated her like a demoness, admiring her beauty but fearing her coldness. But Bond was different. Opal could feel that in Bond's eyes, she was just an ordinary woman, and he never thought much of her status. For some reason, she liked this feeling. Gradually, as the effects of the drug took hold, Opal started to respond more actively. Ding. Detecting host's villain behavior, gaining 500 villain points. Ding. Detecting host's villain behavior, gaining 1000 villain points. The system's voice kept ringing, with the numbers growing larger. Finally, Bond felt a chill in his heart, then laughed and pushed Opal away. Ha, I really didn't expect this, Miss Cold Family's pride. You can end up like this. What do you think people will say if they found out? Opal glared at Bond. Would you let anyone know? Bond shook his head. Who knows? Maybe I recorded everything here on video. Claire, I'm not a good person, and I act according to my desires. Isn't that what you'd agree? Looking at Bond, Opal panted heavily. She had lost complete control and charged at Bond again. Bond frowned. It was just a bit of fun to rack up villain points. But if this continued, it would become troublesome. He wasn't ready to face so many people yet. He had no choice but to restrain Opal. Isn't it about time? Please don't be so oblivious. Do I need to help you? Thinking this, Bond used Opal's phone to send a message to Annalise. Then he made a bowl of instant noodles and sat beside her, scrolling through his phone. Opal was furious. Initially, she thought something serious might happen, but Bond merely gained a little advantage, stopping just there. Did she have no attraction to him? Bond, are you even a man? Opal scolded angrily. Whether I am or not, you might find out someday, Bond replied. But right now, haha Claire, remember that I saved you. Otherwise, if someone caught you in this state, you should know how tomorrow's newspapers would report it. Opal remained silent. Bond, eating his noodles, said, of course, if you want to prove yourself, I don't mind waiting until you're back to normal. As for your current state, I'd rather not. I'm not a saint, but I've never taken advantage of others. After speaking, Bond ignored Opal. Annalise's efficiency was excellent. Half an hour later, she arrived with another woman. Wow, what are you doing here? The woman stood around 170 centimeters tall, wearing a very cute dress, with pigtails and sucking on a lollipop. Her figure was perfect, curvy, and impressive, making even Opal envious. Moreover, she had a childlike appearance. Bridget, one of the heiresses from the Ning family, one of the 4 major families in Xiuxian, known for her innocent and charming demeanor. But only Bond knew that this woman's devious schemes surpassed even his own. Behind closed doors, her antics were beyond imagination. Of course, she was also one of Dash's concubines. By then, Opal had been tied up by Bond in a specialized manner, even impressing Bridget. Bridget circled Opal once without rushing. Tisk, TSK. If we took a photo of Miss Cold like this, it would be tomorrow's headline in Xiuxian. Annalise looked worried. Miss Ning, now isn't the time to joke. Please help Mississippi. Only then did Bridget notice Bond, eating noodles with his legs crossed. Who is this guy? Your family's bodyguard? Ignoring Opal's pleas, Bridget focused on Bond. Annalise didn't know how to answer. Bond calmly said, just an unremarkable passerby, Miss Ning. I know you two don't get along well. But in Xiuxian, if anyone can save Claire, it would only be you, the miracle doctor. I beg you to lend a hand. Bridget huffed. Who are you to command me? And besides, since you know her condition, why not handle it yourself? Just sacrifice a bit of charm to bring her back to normal. And it comes with many benefits, right? From your appearance, marrying into the Cold family would be a step up for you, wouldn't it? She eyed Bond skeptically. Was there really a man who could remain unaffected? Especially since Opal was now completely out of control, capable of creating numerous scenarios on her own. Was he truly able to withstand it? Bond glanced at Bridget. Do as you wish. I've handed her over to you. From now on, it's none of my business. I'll leave now. Bond left the room, leaving Annalise stunned. Upon waking, she genuinely believed Miss must have been in danger. But the situation turned out completely unexpected. Not only was Opal fine, but she had even been saved? What kind of mysterious figure was this man? Chapter 13 really got me angry. Waverly hadn't expected Bond to leave. She glanced at Annalise. Do you know this person? Annalise thought for a moment and replied, I remember Miss mentioning him once or twice, so I have some impression, but I didn't expect him to be such a peculiar person. He was the one who contacted us to save Miss just now. After regaining consciousness, Annalise had been searching for Tinsley but found no clues. Just when she was at a loss, Bond's text message made her breathe a sigh of relief. Under his reminder, she managed to contact Waverly, and both women arrived here, leading to what happened afterward. Originally, they thought that Tinsley had already been taken advantage of, and their coming here was merely to deal with the aftermath, while ensuring this incident wouldn't have a severe impact. But despite all calculations, none of them anticipated Tinsley could still remain untouched in such a critical situation. Waverly curled her lips. I really doubt if this guy has any issues in that department. If I were a man, your Mrs. Kidd would already be old enough to run errands. She grumbled unhappily. Fortunately, Annalise could still describe the previous symptoms, allowing Waverly to understand the situation partially through her explanation. Otherwise, helping Tinsley wouldn't have been an easy task. On the other side, after leaving, Bond immediately went to Hernan's room. As soon as he opened the door, a big sister weighing over 200 Jean greeted him. Hey brother, everything is arranged as you said? Bond, already masked, nodded and gave her extra money before sending her off. On the bed, Hernan lay sprawled out like a dead pig, his limbs tied to the head and foot of the bed in a spread eagle position. 2 streams of tears ran down his face, leaving no doubt about what had just transpired. Even though Bond was in another room, his villain points kept increasing. It seemed that as long as he did something unrelated to people, his villain points would rise, even if it was done for justice. Sitting down, Bond lit a cigarette and looked at Hernan on the bed. Mr. Jean, are you satisfied? This heavyweight guest took me quite a while to find online. Hernan almost cried out, roaring, who are you? Bond snorted and took out a vacuum-sealed camera. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that everything that happened here was recorded. Of course, I'd be very happy to keep this secret with Mr. Jean, but on the condition that Mr. Jean listens and doesn't spread today's events, understand? Hernan glared at Bond, but seeing the camera in Bond's hand, he cowered. Are you really being so kind? Bond nodded. Of course. Your cooperation with the Long family should continue. Believe me, when the new energy project is completed, you'll thank me. With that, he stood up and left, leaving Hernan alone, bewildered in the wind. Damn it, say it directly. At least untie me. Ugh, just covered with a small towel. It's cold. An hour later, under Waverly's care, Tinsley finally returned to normal. The first thing she did upon waking was check her body. She couldn't clearly recall what had happened before. Don't worry, you're fine. At least you met someone who couldn't do it. Otherwise, your icy beauty might lose its charm. Seeing Waverly, Tinsley relaxed a bit. Shawnee, why are you here? What about that man? Waverly smiled. He left. He asked me to come save you, and once I got here, this guy disappeared. Tinsley was instantly stunned. No. He disappeared? That guy brought her here just to do these things? What does he want? What exactly am I to him? Tinsley couldn't understand. She thought Bond wanted to possess her, but it turned out he never had such intentions. Despite all this time, he maintained the same attitude. He only flirted without doing anything serious. Waverly looked at Tinsley, surprised. Hey, what's wrong? Shouldn't you be happy? Are you really thinking of giving yourself to that man? Tinsley remained silent. This made Waverly even more puzzled. Where was her pride? You used to be that haughty ice queen. How can you think of giving yourself away so easily now? What magic does that man have? Xuanhuan, I hope you can keep today's events, including the man, confidential. Waverly snorted. All right, I understand. But let me tell you, that man is not simple. He either can't do it in that area or isn't interested in your body. He likely intends to string you along, probably targeting the Long family. Tinsley nodded, looking unconcerned. Xuanhuan, don't worry, I know how to handle this. I will deal with it properly. Waverly sighed. Better. The other day you bragged about finding a bodyguard named Dash with incredible martial prowess. Come on, look at you now. You're caught here. Where's your bodyguard? Tinsley blushed in embarrassment, now filled with anger toward Dash. Idiot. Can't even prioritize. Bond met Damien at Jiangxing First People's Hospital. With both legs shattered, even the best medical technology might not help him recover unless Dash or Waverly personally intervened. But was that possible? Unlikely. Elsewhere, Damien didn't fare well either. Rumor had it that Dash initially beat Damien until he was bruised. Back then, Damien could still move. But something happened later, and Dash came back. This time, Damien nearly died. When Bond arrived at the hospital, Damien was still in ICU, reportedly with no undamaged part on his body. Bond found it funny. Clearly, Dash was furious. Poor Damien. This ordeal meant he might never stand again. Chapter 14. Am I that familiar with you? Who on earth is Dash, and why did he act so mercilessly? Doesn't he know how to show mercy? Mitzi, standing beside Bond, watched Damien in the ICU, her voice trembling. Bond only smiled faintly at this moment. If it were that simple, it would be better. Based on my observations, this man has a narrow mind and cannot tolerate any specks of sand. Damien will definitely face more trouble in the future. Upon hearing Bond's words, Mitzi didn't know what to do for a moment. Old Sheen is on his way back. He didn't expect things to escalate this much this time. Humph, this old fox. Who knows what punishments he'll have in store for those people. Isaiah is coming back? Bond was a bit surprised. In the original story, Isaiah and Mitzi had a relationship in name only long ago. The reason Mitzi stayed with Isaiah was that she was coerced, and also hoped to take care of Damien when Isaiah was away. At heart, the old man was just thinking about his son. As for Damien, he wasn't Mitzi's biological child. Over the years, Mitzi had taken great care of Damien, to the point where Damien himself didn't dislike his stepmother. The old man had so many women outside. Who knew which one was Damien's real mother? It was just that Mitzi was suitable, so she was chosen. Only, it made Mitzi suffer these many years. If Big Brother comes back, this matter will be much simpler. Bond laughed. He was actually worried about how to deal with it, but now this was a good opportunity. Through Mitzi, he could use Isaiah's power to help him do some things and deal with some people. Don't think that Isaiah trusts him. Behind the scenes, he has always been gathering evidence against Bond. The old man was quite deep in thought and had an extremely strong control over the people under him, giving them no chance to breathe. I can't manage this kid anymore. Let them do whatever they want. I'm tired of it. Mitzi shook her head, her eyes flickering, unsure of what she was thinking at that moment. Seeing Mitzi's strange expression, Bond was also pondering. In the novel, there was almost nothing mentioned about Mitzi, as she was a minor character. This time, due to his reasons, Mitzi's character had gradually become more developed. But who knew what Mitzi's past was like? However, Bond was also curious. Mitzi must have been a very capable woman before. Why did she agree to be with Isaiah? And why did she raise Isaiah's son for all these years? There must be another story behind it. It didn't seem easy to get clear answers right now. It looks like I can only investigate this slowly by myself. Bond muttered softly. Now that Mitzi was his woman, he needed to pay more attention. No one expected Damien to end up like this. What Bond didn't expect even more was that Opal actually brought Dash personally. When she saw the unconscious Damien in the ICU, she was also startled. How did this happen? Bond smiled. You should ask your bodyguard. My brother is on his way back. You'd better come up with a unified story by then. If you slip up, given how my brother is. He chuckled and shook his head. Opal glanced at Bond, unsure what he was thinking, while Dash sneered from the side. Isaiah? Before coming to Jiangxing, Dash had already investigated the matter. For this old fox, Dash wasn't afraid. Bond also knew that Dash wasn't backing down. After all, he was the returning war god. At this point, Dash hadn't yet revealed his true strength. Once Isaiah returned, the first thing that would happen was his downfall at Dash's hands. Bond was only reminding Dash now, so he would know Isaiah was back and wouldn't be caught off guard. Dash thought Bond was showing off, saying immediately, last time I could kick your ass and I can do it again. So what if Isaiah comes? Damien got what he deserved. If I find out there's a next time, even if Isaiah comes himself, I won't hesitate to hit him. Opal glared at Dash. Shut up. This isn't your place to speak. Dash didn't understand but wisely kept quiet. This scene amused Bond greatly. This fool really thinks having a main character aura makes him invincible? Opal asked, you're in charge here, right? Can we talk privately? Mitzi had already gone back to prepare clothes, as she would need to stay at the hospital to take care of Damien for a while. With Isaiah absent, Bond indeed had a lot of say in the Qin family matters. He nodded. Dash wasn't pleased. Miss, no way. This guy behaves improperly, just like Damien. I can't let you leave with him. Opal looked at Dash. What's it got to do with you? Dash, aren't you afraid others will think you're mute if you don't speak up? Maybe we should hire someone to chat with you constantly? Dash's face turned red. Mooney, I'm doing this for your own good. Opal's face darkened. You call me Mooney? Dash, please remember this clearly. I'm not that familiar with you. You're just my bodyguard. Call me Miss in public. With that, she gave Dash a proud back view and walked away with Bond. Dash was furious. When he first met Opal, they were quite polite to each other, and he had saved her once. Now, their positions were vastly different, and even her way of addressing him felt distant. Following behind Opal, Bond couldn't help but laugh and even glanced back to smile at Dash. Dash almost fainted from rage. He could only watch the two disappear from his sight, clenching his fists tightly, growling, "Bond, wait and see. One day, I'll make you beg for mercy on your knees." He glanced at the sick room where Damien lay. Next, it would be Bond's turn. After all, this guy completely changed his relationship with Opal upon appearing, derailing what was supposed to go smoothly according to his plan. Thinking of this, Dash made a phone call. "Hey, it's me, yeah. I've run into some issues here. Call A long over." Note: names are translated into Pinyin for English readers, ensuring the style remains consistent and natural. ##### Chapter 15. An agreement. Opal led Bond to the staircase area, which was completely empty and quiet. Bond hummed a tune, looking carefree and indifferent. "When others see me, they act like mice encountering a cat. Aren't you afraid of me?" Bond grinned at Opal, stepping closer so he could almost smell the alluring fragrance emanating from her. Jiangqing's top young entrepreneur, CEO of Long Family Stars Group, also known as the Ice Queen. "Yes, these titles scare others all right, but I've seen many unflattering sides of you. Do you really think I can still be frightened by you?" His nonchalant demeanor left Opal at a loss for words. A blush appeared on her cheeks, but she quickly regained composure. "Forget it. How do we plan to handle Isaiah? After all, Damien ended up like this because Dash, who was trying to save me. So this matter ultimately has something to do with me. What compensation does he require?" Isaiah had been enraged by this incident. The old man supposedly had a comfortable life in the provincial capital, rarely involving himself in matters of Jiangqing since it had already stabilized. This time, due to Damien, he actually returned personally, indicating that it wouldn't be long before the underground forces in Jiangqing would experience an upheaval. The day before, Opal had also thoroughly investigated Bond, knowing he was Isaiah's right-hand man. Despite Isaiah's absence in Jiangqing for years, Bond had been managing part of the Qin family's resources. Yet previously, he seemed rather ordinary, good at maintaining stability but lacking an offensive strategy. But after meeting Bond again, Opal had one feeling. She had underestimated him. This man in front of her was far from simple. Bond smiled. "Claire, your sincerity is appreciated. But this matter isn't as straightforward as we might think. You think you can resolve this with just a few words? That won't be easy. I don't know what my elder brother plans upon his return, but I suggest you find a way to restore Damien. If it works, there's room for negotiation. Otherwise..." He shook his head. Even if Damien stood up, it wouldn't make a difference. The next move would be for Dash to showcase his strength. Meanwhile, Opal was deep in thought. Although Ernan had assured her of continued investment, even increasing the amount, it wasn't enough to turn things around completely for her. As the critical moment approached, research funds became increasingly substantial. She had genuinely considered Damien's proposal for cooperation with the Qin family. Resolving Damien's issue and partnering with the Qin family was crucial to ensure she wouldn't be undermined by her own family. Bond understood Opal's predicament. She had it tough. With her exceptional talent, she could have become the most formidable entrepreneur in Jiangqing given the right platform. But the Long family often questioned her capabilities, and if she didn't achieve something soon, she might be used as a tool for political marriage to secure the family's status. Unquestionably, Opal's father harbored such thoughts. "As this matter originated from me, I won't stand idly by. Rest assured, I'll do my best. I hope you can speak well of me to the patriarch of the Qin family." Just as Opal finished speaking, Bond turned around. They were now very close, and Bond pinched her chin, causing the proud Ice Queen to look up at him. "Claire, are you overestimating your abilities? Just because you say so, I should help you?" Ring, detected host engaging in villainous behavior, gained 500 villain points. Opal was completely taken aback by Bond's action. Facing this man who resembled a devil, she didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, Bond did nothing outrageous. "Isaiah is naturally suspicious. I advise you to think carefully about how to deal with him. If you fail to explain clearly, this won't be easy to handle. Of course, I can help you, but only if you do something for me first. After that, I'll consider helping you further." Without hesitation, Opal agreed. "What do you need me to do?" "Really, that easily?" Bond was surprised. "Isn't Claire worried I might harm you?" Opal scoffed. "If you were truly that kind of person, I wouldn't be standing here today. I know, despite your outward appearance, you're not really that bad. You can fool others, but not me." Bond continued. "It's simple. I want you to investigate the relationship between Mitzi and Isaiah. If you find out, I may consider helping you." Mitzi? Opal knew this woman's name, even quite well. Many years ago, she had been a famous figure, but later for some unknown reason, she aligned with Isaiah and faded into obscurity. She never expected Bond to ask her to investigate Mitzi. It was indeed unexpected. "Deal. I'll get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. I hope you'll keep your promise." In the hospital, Bond eventually left the hospital, supporting his waist. He hadn't expected Lon's sister to go so wild. Perhaps to avoid Isaiah overstaying his welcome, she seized the opportunity to indulge herself, boosting Bond's villain points to 20,000. However, Bond didn't plan to draw more rewards immediately. Instead, he pondered how to mediate among the three parties. Dash came to Jiangqing intending to take over the four major families for his use. War God. After a lifetime of military exploits, he aimed to dominate the business world in his later years. Purely for play, Dash's current target was Opal. But with Damien's issue, Isaiah would likely confront Dash next. At this juncture, Bond could dismantle the relationship between Opal and Dash. Wouldn't this lead to a successful preemption? ##### Chapter 16. The eldest brother is back. Tinsley was very efficient. The next morning, Bond met with this Claire of the Long family at a restaurant for a private meeting. A file was handed over to Bond. Upon seeing its contents, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Mitzi, the campus beauty of Rongmao University in Jiangqing, she was quite the remarkable figure when young. However, Mitzi had no powerful background. Her parents passed away early, leaving her with a younger brother and a considerable fortune. With her extraordinary intellect, Mitzi not only got herself into university but also raised her younger brother. Originally, everything was going smoothly, but then her brother got involved in gambling and borrowed high-interest loans from Isaiah. In despair, Mitzi had no choice but to marry Isaiah to save him. Thus began a series of subsequent events. Over the years, she stayed with the Qin family because her brother, who vanished after that incident, was known only to Isaiah. For this reason, Mitzi could do nothing but wait. As for Damien, this boy grew up without a mother, and Mitzi had indeed devoted much effort to raising him. She developed some affection for him as well. When Bond learned of these details, he was very angry, as none of these events were mentioned in the original story. It turns out Mitzi had such a tragic past. Tinsley had also read through the document and felt sympathetic towards Mitzi while completely changing her view of the Qin family. The Qin family did not deserve to have any place in Jiangxing. What are you planning to do next? Tinsley stared intently at Bond, trying to see something from his expression. The first thing Isaiah will do upon his return is deal with your bodyguard, Dash. I just need to watch the show from the sidelines. Huh. Tinsley thought Bond must already have a concrete plan, but he meant to just watch? Are you not going to do anything? Bond shook his head. It's unnecessary, and I advise you, Claire, not to be too anxious. Your bodyguard, Dash, is far more capable than you think. His background is not something Isaiah can compare to. Dealing with the Qin family would take just a few days and might even help you get through this crisis. Bond sat there confidently, leaving Tinsley speechless. Initially, she believed Bond was merely Isaiah's subordinate who knew some details about the Qin family, but it turned out she had clearly misjudged him. For some reason, she trusted what Bond said. It didn't seem like he was joking around. But still, could Dash really be that formidable? Bond, are you kidding me? How could Dash be so impressive? If he truly has that capability, why would he be a bodyguard? Tinsley shook her head. Moreover, he seemed quite trouble-prone, narrow-minded, self-important, and overly familiar once I got to know him. I detest people like him the most. Bond's eyes widened. Sister, you didn't say that in the original storyline. So now, because Dash wasn't a match for me, his image is completely ruined? Claire, don't you see? Dash's abilities surpass those of bodyguards serving major figures. He agreed to serve beside you to get close to you. He aims for your control over Starlight Group and the entire Long family. Proximity gives one advantage. Upon hearing this, Tinsley's expression changed drastically. Are you joking? Bond tapped the table and laughed. In this matter, I'm not joking. As I said, think about it. Before the incident, didn't Dash make a good first impression on you? If the Long family tries to push you off your CEO position, what if Dash offered you $100 million in startup funds? Bombshell after bombshell left Tinsley bewildered. Dash invests $100 million? What kind of joke is this? A bodyguard with that much money? Why would he be a bodyguard? However, upon reflection, Bond's scenario wasn't entirely implausible. If all played out as described, Tinsley might indeed look up to Dash, maybe even develop feelings for him. Bond knew he'd made his point and continued. Of course, this might not happen. In any case, I'll try my best to prevent conflict between the two families. That would be ideal. Damn Long family, that bastard bodyguard dared to treat my precious son this way. Clattering sounds echoed in the living room of the villa, with various art pieces shattered on the floor. Isaiah was genuinely furious. He never imagined a mere Long family and a lowly bodyguard would dare to disrespect the Qin family so openly. Bond stood by quietly watching Isaiah. Little Lin, is Dash really as formidable as you say? Even I can't touch him? Looking at Isaiah steadily, Bond said, Eldest brother, I suggest we settle this peacefully. Have Dash arrange medical treatment for Damien, and let's put all past grievances aside to avoid unnecessary trouble. Isaiah snorted angrily. A joke? Who doesn't know what kind of person I used to be? Now my son has been beaten like this. If I don't do something as his father, wouldn't it be a laughingstock? Isaiah definitely wouldn't back down. His conflict with Dash was irreconcilable. One of them had to die. This was exactly the situation Bond wanted to see. But before that, he needed to find Hyman, Mitzi's younger brother. Go prepare with the brothers. Since the Long family acts so ignorantly, I want to see what Claire plans. True enough, Isaiah's first move upon returning was to kidnap Tinsley, leading to a clash with Dash. During the first round, Dash didn't succeed. Although he returned as a war god, he was currently injured. Otherwise, with Dash's strength, he could easily conquer the major families using brute force alone. But things were about to get interesting. Eldest brother, I'll make the arrangements right away. Isaiah's late-arriving child had been bullied this way. If he didn't exact revenge, he wouldn't rest until justice was served. Bond never intended to stop him. Note asterisk this translation maintains the paragraph structure and style of the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 17. Ghost-Faced Yama. The news of Isaiah's return couldn't be kept secret for long. Soon enough, everyone in Jiangxing knew about it. However, by the time people realized the significance of this event, it was already a little too late. Just as Bond had mentioned earlier, the Qin family had been trying to maintain a low profile over the years, but that didn't mean they lacked capability. As a result, Opal would soon face her first crisis, being captured by Isaiah. Following this incident, events would escalate further regarding Dash. Yet, there was an unexpected twist along the way. Opal was indeed captured and was now in Bond's car. What surprised her was the rapid response from Dash, who followed closely behind in a xuanhuan minivan. Initially, they had planned to avoid Dash, but somehow, he knew about the plan and waited on the road Bond was traveling. If Bond hadn't been quick-witted, they might have been caught by Dash already. I told you before, didn't I? Dash isn't an ordinary person. My brother asked me to kidnap you, and sure enough, Dash discovered it ahead of time, Bond said irritably. Isaiah thought it was a simple task, but if anyone else were in this situation, things would have gone south. Opal, although tied up tightly, showed no sign of fear on her face. Is that so? She replied nonchalantly. I don't think this guy is all that impressive. If he were really that strong, you wouldn't have succeeded. Bond coughed awkwardly. That's because I'm smart. Once we meet Isaiah, try to say something nice. It's better to resolve conflicts rather than let them fester. Leave the rest to Dash. Opal originally intended to do something, but after hearing Bond's advice, she decided to let things take their course. Was Dash really that formidable? She doubted it. But Opal trusted Bond, believing his words weren't just jokes. Since he spoke with such certainty, there must have been a reason. In fact, Dash had warned her earlier in the morning. He had noticed that someone had been monitoring Opal's movements, suspecting a potential kidnapping attempt. However, Opal ignored the warnings. Consequently, despite Dash's efforts, she cooperated with Bond and allowed herself to be kidnapped. Now, Dash was left trailing behind. Damn it. Cold inviting moon. Are you missing a few screws in your head? I told you the villa belonged to someone else, yet you still went inside on purpose. Dash shouted while driving the van, accompanied by a square-faced man named Carmine, who remained expressionless. Carmine, when we meet them, don't hold back. Take them all out. Damn, these Cheen brats. They think they can mess with me? Carmine nodded. Don't worry, young master. I'll handle it. Dash glanced at Carmine, suddenly feeling uneasy. The boy seemed reckless. Better give him a reminder. When you act, be careful not to hurt innocent people. Carmine looked puzzled. Young master, who is innocent here? Dash took great effort to explain clearly. Meanwhile, Bond's car had already gained a considerable distance ahead. Whoever says the xuanhuan is a miracle car is asking for a broken leg. Half an hour later, Bond successfully brought Opal to an abandoned warehouse. No one had followed them. After all, his modified off-road vehicle drove on muddy dirt roads. There was no way Dash could catch up. After being brought down, Opal met Isaiah shortly afterward. Miss Cold, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Opal smiled. Mr. Cheen, we did go too far with your son, but you know what Damien did to me. This matter could have been resolved through discussion, but now. Isaiah snorted. The issues between our families can be discussed and resolved. We've both been rooted in Xiuxian for so long. We shouldn't make things too ugly. But today, Dash must die. Do you have any objections, Miss Cold? Opal pursed her lips. Objections? What objections could she have now that she was tied up? She nodded. If you can handle it, I have no objections. If you're truly capable, I can agree. Isaiah laughed. You seem reasonable. There's no need to cause so much trouble over a bodyguard. They expected Dash to arrive soon. Instead, they waited over half an hour before Dash finally showed up. Get out here, Cheen dogs. Dash stormed into the factory, shouting angrily. Bond squinted, slowly retreating to the back. Standing on the second floor, Isaiah looked down at Dash and demanded, You're Dash? Though surrounded, Dash remained confident. Yes, Grandpa here is Dash. You bastards dared to use such despicable means. I will kill every last one of you today. Eyeing Isaiah, Dash added, You're their boss, right? Listen carefully. In 5 minutes, I want your head. Isaiah had seen many scenes but was slightly intimidated by Dash's glare. Dash, your Miss Cold is still in my hands. I advise you not to move rashly, or I won't hesitate to harm her. Seeing Dash's bravado, Isaiah wasn't surprised. With Opal in his grasp, what was there to fear? Hearing this, Dash hesitated. Where was Carmine? How could he demonstrate his invincibility with Opal in enemy hands? At this moment, Bond, hiding among the crowd, spotted a familiar deadpan face sneaking closer. He recognized it immediately. It was Osiris, known as Ghost-Faced Yama. Chapter 18. No experts here? Oh no, everything's in chaos now. When Bond saw Osiris, he was a bit at a loss. Originally, this guy wasn't supposed to appear in Xiuxian for some time, but it was clearly earlier now. Could it be because of the butterfly effect caused by his previous actions? Of course, that was quite possible. But currently, with so many people present, it would be difficult for anyone to handle Osiris. As the male protagonist of this novel, Dash actually has countless experts under him, and this Osiris is one of them. As the war god, Dash has 4 hall masters under him. The person in front of him, Ghost-Faced Yama, is the master of the Xuanhuan Hall. His appearance here means that the power of the Xuanhuan Hall has started to take root in Xiuxian. This is not good news. Osiris's target at this moment is obviously Opal. As long as he rescues this young miss of the Long family, without any worries, they could certainly cause havoc here. But no one noticed Bond on the scene at this moment. Even Bond's elder brother Isaiah didn't notice. Isaiah was solely focused on avenging his son. If he couldn't get rid of Dash today, he'd truly feel unworthy of the title father. No way, although this old man Isaiah isn't a good person, it's no good if he dies so quickly, Bond muttered to himself. Isaiah still had an important role to play. Although he would eventually meet his end, he must not die this quickly. Otherwise, it would affect Bond's overall plan. With this thought, Bond came beside Isaiah. Big brother, we can handle it here. You should hurry back and look after Damien. Damien's condition isn't good. He needs someone to take care of him. Bond made sense. But Isaiah said, No. Humph, doesn't this kid think he's invincible in his little territory? You let him show me how he plans to be invincible under these circumstances. Seeing Isaiah's non-cooperation, Bond was speechless. You guys really didn't pick a good reincarnation last time? Why are you all so eager to die? Feeling helpless, Bond had no choice but to step forward and block Osiris at just the right moment. Hey, what do you think you're doing? He squinted his eyes at Osiris. At this point, the latter looked up at Bond, then smirked. Just a lackey. Do you know who I am? The Ghost-Faced Yama, one of the 4 hall masters under the Borderland war god. Dealing with you would be a piece of cake. So, Osiris didn't even bother with lines, immediately rushing to Bond. His movements were fast. Osiris remembered some things Dash told him when they met. In our line of work, actions must be quick, and postures must be cool. Thus, as he flew out, he performed a flamboyant 360-degree flip in midair before landing with a 45-degree angle kneeling posture. A mouthful of blood spewed out directly, Osiris looking at Bond with surprise. Damn, unverified intelligence is indeed a joke. Dash had previously said that everyone under Isaiah was useless trash, and Osiris believed it. They were partners who had fought together for years. How could he doubt? resulting in his attempt to kill Bond in one move, considering him merely a nobody. However, Osiris never expected that killing Bond wouldn't be so easy. Instead, Bond's punch sent him spitting blood. Brother, this is what you call having no experts. All garbage? I'm at least a second-rate expert. Breathing heavily, Osiris couldn't believe his eyes. Neither did Isaiah expect that Bond, who had always been low-key, was this powerful. He roared at Dash, "Dash, if you make a single move, I'll kill the Long family's young miss now. A big man like you can't possibly watch a delicate woman die, can you?" Admittedly, Isaiah knew how to threaten people. Dash was prepared to fight fiercely, but now he was forced to stay put. "Isaiah, you old bastard, if you have issues, come at me. Attacking a girl is no skill." For such verbal confrontations, Isaiah had no interest in responding. At this point, Bond came next to Isaiah. "Big brother, I suggest we leave as soon as possible. Dash might not be alone this time. Staying late will be troublesome." Isaiah's eyes widened. Of course, he's not alone. He saw Osiris being subdued by Bond with his own eyes. Given this, what more should he worry about? "Xiao Lin, this boy and I have an irreconcilable hatred. How can I let such a chance slip by? Besides, even if they send more people, who has more men? And with you protecting me, there's nothing to worry about." Isaiah might have been concerned before, but seeing Bond's formidable fighting strength gave him newfound confidence. Now, Bond was genuinely angry. "Big brother, this isn't simple. Think about how much time passed between our arrival and Dash's. During this time, he likely placed his people here. Staying here further wasn't suitable." Bond needed to use Isaiah in many places, so he spoke very seriously. Isaiah remained unconvinced. On the other side, Osiris slowly opened his eyes. Expert. He saw Bond in the crowd. Though Bond's fighting style was somewhat inexperienced and not as unstoppable as he imagined, his physical strength was undeniably formidable. If Osiris hadn't dodged in time just now, Bond might have inflicted severe injuries. Of course, part of the reason for his current state was due to his reserved force during the encounter. If he had gone all out, the situation might have been different. Dash roared, "Along, don't waste time with these guys. End this quickly." Prolonging the battle would be detrimental to their side. Translation ends here while maintaining the original tone, structure, and logic from the Chinese text provided. Chapter 19. With me, there are no surprises. As Alfonso stood up once again, Bond sighed. It seemed that he would have to intervene this time. Indeed, it was clear now that he couldn't remain a mere spectator. Alfonso had been caught off guard by Bond's sneak attack earlier, so this time he directly targeted him. Just before the confrontation began, he evaluated everyone present. Apart from a select few who required attention, the rest were, as Dash said, nothing but a bunch of insignificant nuisances, not particularly formidable. But Bond was different. Among these people, he stood out as exceptionally peculiar. "I didn't expect to encounter someone as interesting as you in this backwater town," Alfonso remarked as he slowly rose to his feet. By then, Bond had already approached Isaiah. "Brother, I'm not joking around. The people you've gathered won't be able to handle them. In a bit, I'll arrange for someone to escort you to safety. As for the other matters, we can discuss them later." Initially, Isaiah hadn't taken this seriously. Leave? What leaving? After all, it was just a young punk. What was there to fear? However, seeing Bond's grave demeanor left Isaiah rather surprised. He had known Bond for some time, and the guy never showed such concern. Could Alfonso really be that formidable? Meanwhile, Isaiah's men had overwhelmed Dash and were mercilessly beating him. Dash had to prioritize Opal's safety, but Alfonso had no such constraints. Thus, Dash planned to wait until Alfonso rescued Opal, then overpower the reckless thugs himself. Initially, the plan was smooth sailing. However, none of them expected Alfonso to be detained by Bond. Dash hadn't anticipated this either. His previous defeat at Bond's hands stemmed from underestimating him, but after recovering somewhat and enhancing his abilities, he believed Alfonso could easily defeat Bond. Watching the two engage, he realized things weren't as simple as he'd imagined. Bond might not be as powerful as he thought, but his Bak Mei, 8 extremities fist, was incredibly authentic. Lethal techniques that didn't allow for any compromise with the opponent. Even Alfonso sensed this the moment they clashed. It was going to be a tough fight. Per his original plan, he should have already saved Opal, but now he was still entangled with Bond. Finally, Dash, being brutally beaten, released a signal flare. As expected, Dash wouldn't come without thorough preparation. They had their reinforcements hidden here for precisely this moment. The battle was imminent. Bond fought defensively, retreating step by step. He didn't need to defeat Alfonso. He merely aimed to buy time for Isaiah to escape. Understanding this, Alfonso commented, "You seem quite skilled. Why would you work for someone like this? You're wasting your talent. If you wish, you can follow our young master, and he'll ensure you enjoy every luxury." Loyal to Dash, Alfonso persisted, while Bond chuckled and shook his head. "Afraid not. I won't let you pass now." Narrowing his eyes at Bond, Alfonso had initially hoped for a smooth resolution, but unexpected complications arose. Annoyed, he addressed Bond. "Younger man, although you ambushed me earlier, trying to detain me is beyond your capabilities. Let me show you the true difference between us." With those words, Alfonso moved. Bond, being cautious, knew how formidable a Hall Lord could be. Instantly, Alfonso was upon him, and fierce combat ensued. This time, Bond gave it his all. Surprisingly, even in his current state, Alfonso found Bond more than a match for several exchanges. That was troubling. Glancing at Dash, Alfonso noted Bond's skill level now indicated a third-rate or second-rate expert, an impressive feat among martial artists. Even seasoned street thugs often didn't reach this level. The situation was chaotic, and Dash joined the fray. As Bond mentioned, they had never intended to negotiate with Isaiah. Knowing the Qin family wouldn't dare harm Opal outright, such an act would unite the 4 major families of Jiangqing against them. They proceeded accordingly. Isaiah might be formidable, but the collective power of the 4 families was nothing to underestimate. Opal watched Bond, noting his unwavering composure even against the formidable hired expert. "Tish, you were right," she murmured softly, realizing Dash indeed had substantial backing. After clashing briefly with Alfonso, Bond pretended to be overpowered, flying back from a blow before slipping away gracefully. Even Alfonso was momentarily stunned. They had appeared evenly matched moments ago, yet Bond suddenly feigned injury and escaped. Alfonso wondered if his eyes deceived him, but focused on rescuing Opal. On the other side, Isaiah and his men broke through the encirclement. He hadn't expected Dash to have such strong support. Numerous experts lurking outside almost prevented their escape. Chapter 20. He is not ordinary. Isaiah and a few underlings fled to an uninhabited area. There was no one around, and he didn't know where else to run. Initially, victory seemed assured, but it turned out that Dash wasn't buying any of his tricks. Damn it. I should have brought some weapons if I had known this would happen. As he was speaking, SUV appeared on the distant road. Initially, Isaiah looked dispirited, but as soon as he saw the SUV, his eyes lit up. Bond jumped off the car and approached the group. "Boss, are you okay?" Isaiah was delighted. He went forward and hugged Bond directly. "Xiaolin, you've saved me again. If you hadn't warned me earlier, I wouldn't have known these guys were planning so many schemes behind my back." Isaiah felt a chill. They were sure of victory, planning to take down Dash and blackmail the Long family. But things took an unexpected turn, spiraling completely out of their control. Bond sighed, "Boss, I told you capturing Tinsley wouldn't work. This Dash isn't simple either. The mysterious person he sent today is very powerful, probably one of the legendary martial artists." Upon hearing this, Isaiah immediately looked at Bond. Martial artist? Didn't they say martial artists should follow the rules of the martial world? Why get involved in ordinary people's matters? Bond just smiled. "Boss, do you really believe what those people say now? It's only because their interests aren't at stake. When it comes to their own interests, who cares about the rules? Just like what happened today. Fortunately, I still know a bit of basic kung fu." As he spoke, Bond couldn't help but sigh deeply, making Isaiah think he was injured. Isaiah indeed fell for it. "Are you injured?" Bond avoided his gaze. "Boss, I'm fine. Just a few minor injuries, nothing serious. I'll be better after resting for a few days." Isaiah's expression darkened. He never expected such a big fuss from his decision. "The problem this time is indeed mine. I should have found another way to deal with them if I knew they were so troublesome. But don't worry, I'll arrange someone to handle them right away." Over the years, I've still met quite a few high-level people. Hearing Isaiah's response, Bond breathed a sigh of relief. Isaiah seemed to understand that this wasn't a fight among ordinary people. Since ordinary methods wouldn't solve the issue, he could only focus on the martial artists. Bond knew Isaiah had some resources in this area. Even if he couldn't deal with Dash, he could at least weaken him, which would give Bond precious opportunities. As long as Dash kept getting beaten, Bond could seize the chance to strengthen himself. Still, he remained cautious about today's battle. Although he escaped, Bond knew if the confrontation lasted longer, that guy might have really caught him. The ghost-faced Yama indeed has skills. The people surrounding Dash each possessed unique abilities. However, this ghost-faced Yama was actually the weakest among them. Others couldn't leave due to their duties. Otherwise, Dash would have swept through all of Xiuxian long ago. Unbeknownst to Isaiah, Bond seemed to be handling many issues for him. But in reality, almost all who died in today's battle were Isaiah's direct subordinates. These were people Isaiah had nurtured over the years. Even Bond sometimes couldn't command them, so he had always disliked them. This time was a perfect opportunity to get rid of them. Today, Dash likely used this incident to clean house. It remains to be seen how Isaiah will react when he realizes this, probably angry enough to die. Soon, Bond followed Isaiah to the hospital. Mitzi, seeing Isaiah, asked casually, "Old Sheen, how did it go? Did they agree to save your son?" Isaiah leaned on his cane and took a deep breath. "Not yet, but it's okay. I've already contacted some friends. In 2 days, I'll make sure someone checks on Damien." Negotiation could have resolved the issue smoothly, but Isaiah's hot temper led to this situation. Dash couldn't take down the Long family quickly, and now might choose to attack the Qin family first. At the Jiangqing Long family villa security room, Dash lay on a large sofa, looking extremely relaxed. "I didn't plan to do this. But Qin family's old man dared to try to kill me, which simplifies things. We'll have no regrets now. Next, let's use every means to bring down the Qin family. As long as they fall, we can take everything from them." Alfonso sat nearby. "I encountered a strong opponent today. That guy is strange, with fluctuating strength. I feel he's hiding something." Dash paused, knowing who Alfonso was talking about. "Don't worry. That kid is nothing to fear. I could easily beat him even while injured. Just be cautious next time you meet him. He's got some tricky ideas but not much true skill." Dash thought he had figured out all of Bond's tricks and didn't take him seriously. But Alfonso disagreed. "Garbage? If that kid wasn't skilled, how could he have used his strength to escape?" In Alfonso's view, Bond was very strong and devious. "Young master, you should be cautious and keep a low profile during your training journey here. If you attract unwanted attention, it could become problematic." Dash's face changed slightly, but after some thought, he nodded. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Nothing big will happen in Jiangqing. Solving the Qin family will be enough." He was confident about the situation in Jiangqing. With Alfonso by his side, who could stand against him? Chapter 21. Secret Investigation. The calm before the storm. For a while, everything seemed unusually peaceful. Those unaware might think the previous conflicts had been resolved, but those in the know understood that an arduous battle was about to unfold. Both the Qin family and Dash were preparing for it. During this period, the Long family visited several times, hoping to ease tensions between them. But Isaiah had no intention of letting bygones be bygones. His mind was solely focused on how to turn the tables. If he didn't eliminate the trouble that was Dash, he would continue to feel uneasy. Bond understood this and wasn't surprised. However, he used this opportunity to secretly investigate. Since he knew why Mitzi was with Isaiah, Bond wouldn't let these matters go unexamined. One day, he called Yanko, Isaiah's most loyal subordinate, to a bar. "Hey old Lin," Yanko said, Don't you think the boss has been too high profile lately? He previously told us we were under close surveillance, and those investigators could strike at any moment. Shouldn't we be more cautious instead of pushing everyone into danger over Damien? Over the years, Yanko had participated in countless battles alongside Isaiah. Thanks to his alertness, Isaiah had a slim chance of escape, but they lost many men this time, leaving Yanko to reflect on the heavy toll. Old Zhang, Bond said with a smile, let's keep this between us. If others hear you, I can't protect you from the boss. You know how our boss dotes on his only son after having him so late in life. Now, being bullied by the Longs, even their security guards dare to act arrogant around our young master. How could he allow it? Yanko nodded. Bond made sense. Still, doubts lingered in his heart. There were plenty of ways to resolve issues. They could negotiate compensation from the Longs. Directly targeting Dash seemed unusual. Yet what else could they do as subordinates but follow orders? As they chatted casually, Bond abruptly changed the subject. Speaking of which, boss's wife hasn't had children all these years. Do you know why? Yanko laughed awkwardly. Old Lin, you're joking with me. How would I know something like that? Though Yanko answered smoothly, Bond detected a flicker of unease. Old Zhang, you're actually quite sharp. You should know you can't fool me. Bond looked at Yanko, aware that despite their familiarity, the latter remained loyal to Isaiah. Bond had tried persuading him to join forces before, but Yanko's loyalty was unwavering. Over the years, he had taken out numerous rivals for Isaiah, with many lives on his hands. Peng Zhouwei watched Bond closely. He felt increasingly distant from this man, who once seemed so transparent. Young brother Lin, these aren't things people like us should know. Stop thinking too much, he warned seriously. Thinking this would deter Bond, Yanko was shocked when Bond leaned back, smiling. What if I must know? Yanko stood up abruptly. Bond, have you lost your mind? We've been brothers for so long. I don't want to see you go down a dark path. Let's drink and eat as usual, pretend nothing happened, okay? He was startled by Bond's sudden interest. He knew Isaiah abhorred discussing this matter. If revealed, the consequences would be dire. I brought you here knowing I wouldn't give up. You have evidence against me, don't you? Bond smiled grimly. Seemingly my brother, but always plotting against me. In the original story, Yanko had betrayed Bond, driving a wedge between him and Isaiah, leading to Bond's death at Dash's hands. This time, history wouldn't repeat itself. Bond intended to expose Yanko's treachery before it unfolded. Yanko thought his schemes were flawless. Hearing Bond's words, he prepared to flee but quickly realized it was futile. Give up. My people are outside. From the moment I decided to act, your fate was sealed. Yanko glared. Bond, you dare betray the boss? Bond sneered. Betrayal? What have I gained from serving the Qin family faithfully for years? Standing up, he approached Yanko. Isaiah calls me brother, but to him, I'm just a loyal dog. But this dog bites when not fed bones. A deadly look flashed across Bond's face. After discovering Mitzi's involvement, he'd made up his mind to eliminate Isaiah, not through his own means, but by using Dash. Ding, detecting significant villainous behavior from the host. Villainy points plus 10,000. With that, Bond officially began his betrayal of Isaiah. Chapter 22, Perry's Fate. Yanko stared at Bond. Suddenly, this man in front of him felt very unfamiliar. He took a few steps back, his hand already resting on his waist. It was clear that Yanko felt extremely insecure at this moment. Despite the smile on Bond's face, who knew what this guy would do next? Yanko considered himself well-versed in various situations after following Isaiah for so long. He had seen all kinds of experts, but facing Bond still made him feel powerless. Just by standing there, this man left him feeling lost. Who could have guessed that the seemingly ordinary teenager from before would transform into this person now? Bond, you really seem to have gone mad. Do you know what happens when you betray the boss? We were brothers once. I don't want things to get ugly. If you give up now, I can't pretend nothing happened today. Yanko was genuinely afraid, but Bond had no intention of listening. Old Zhang, we've been friends for years. Don't tell me you still don't know my character? Since I'm here today, it means I have no other choice. Where is Perry? It's best if you tell me the truth. Otherwise, I don't mind using my own methods to deal with you. You should understand what that means. Seeing Bond's nonchalant demeanor, Yanko was truly frightened. Were they ruthless enough? To the common people, yes, they could often terrify others into silence. But Bond was the most terrifying under Isaiah, not because of anything else, but because he had many ways to pry open mouths. They generally avoided dealing with such people. Thinking he'd never encounter something like this, Yanko hadn't expected to end up here today. At this moment, Yanko had only one thought. No matter what the cost, he had to leave this place. Otherwise, dying at Bond's hands would be too unjust. On the other side, Bond remained calm, as if this situation didn't surprise him. Bond, I've never wronged you before, and I hope we don't have to make things difficult between us. Certain matters are known only to us two, and that's enough. More people getting involved would only complicate things. Bond grew impatient. I've said so much, yet you haven't listened to a single word. Stop rambling. It's simple. If you don't cooperate, I don't mind showing you the consequences of opposing me. Yanko sat down in front of Bond, visibly shaken. Heh, we've been friends for years. Let's talk things through over dinner without making it worse. This time, Yanko knew he had stumbled into real trouble. What he feared most was Bond deciding to eliminate him. Now, tell me, how much do you really know about Perry? Don't lie to me, or don't blame me for being unfriendly. Bond didn't care much about Yanko's thoughts. All he cared about was getting answers. Realizing there was no way out, Yanko finally gave in. With a weak smile, he looked at Bond and continued. Perry's situation has always been a huge secret. Even the madam knows nothing about it. For a long time, I was responsible for Perry's daily life. Everything was normal until one day, unable to bear the dark, hopeless days, Perry committed suicide. Though Bond had anticipated this outcome, hearing it made his expression turn grim. He sighed helplessly, unsure of what to say to this man in front of him. After Perry died, What did the boss think? Caught off guard by the question, Yanko hesitated. Isaiah originally planned to use this opportunity to fully control Mitzi, but Perry's death disrupted his plans. After careful consideration, Isaiah decided to keep the matter a secret. Although he understood that the truth would eventually come out, he intended to conceal it for as long as possible. So Perry had been dead for quite some time. During this period, Mitzi still naively believed she would see her brother again someday. Even Bond harbored that hope, but upon confirming it, his expression turned grim. What about the body? Bond asked coldly, hoping to at least bring back the remains. Unfortunately, Yanko shook his head. After the incident, the boss sent people to erase all traces. Bond sighed deeply, realizing he had no choice left. I've recorded everything you said. Now, state your name and confirm whether these statements are true. Holding the recorder in Bond's hand, Yanko froze. He hadn't expected Bond to record everything he said. Bond, do you have to be so thorough? Yanko's voice trembled, feeling powerless against Bond. Self-preservation is necessary, Bond replied with a sneer. Since I've taken action today, I won't allow any issues to affect me. Bond slowly stood up and walked out of the room. Two large men waited outside. Finish this cleanly and thoroughly. Leave no trace. You know what to do. Chapter 23, The Setup. Isaiah was unaware that when he had previously engaged Dash in battle, Bond had already taken care of all the loyal subordinates around him. The remaining people were no longer the ones who had been faithfully devoted to Isaiah. They now followed Bond's lead without question. After integrating the system, Bond immediately began his actions to gradually exclude all of Isaiah's men. The entire process was carried out so discreetly that even if Isaiah was vigilant, he would never have thought that his painstakingly built organization would be dismantled so quickly by Bond. On the other side, Dash also seized the opportunity and took action. Although Jordan had been kidnapped before, Dash ultimately rescued her, which could be considered a commendable feat. However, what surprised Jordan was that after this incident, Dash seemed like an entirely different person, domineering and self-assured, far from his previously low-key demeanor. Claire, you should now believe what I told you earlier, Dash said seriously. In this world, every cause has its effect. Bond has risen to where he is today not without reason. There are many secrets about him that you don't know. Dash looked at Jordan earnestly, almost wishing he could pry open her head and pour all his thoughts into it. Seeing his overly serious expression, Jordan responded calmly. So how should I address you now? Seeing Jordan's seriousness, Dash turned away with exaggerated flair. Claire, you're too kind. I'm just an ordinary person who happened to come across this matter and decided to help out. I know you must be very grateful, but please don't worry about it. When I do good deeds, I never leave a name. Jordan almost burst out cursing at him. Is this guy really all right in the head? However, she restrained herself and did not lose her composure. All right, thank you for your help this time, but I need some rest now. Using some tactics, Jordan successfully convinced Dash. After he left, she immediately took out her phone and dialed the number expertly. On the other end was a man's voice. Claire, you should now believe what I told you earlier. If you still think that Dash can be trusted, then perhaps our cooperation can end here. The voice on the other end was Bond. This setup had been planned long ago. He knew Isaiah would immediately target Yi Liao upon returning, so the best way to control Dash was to kidnap Jordan first. With Jordan in hand, Dash would be at their mercy. Bond, however, intended to intervene at a crucial moment, exacerbating the conflict between the Long family and the Qin family. While he could have easily rescued Jordan, he deliberately refrained from doing so to escalate the tension. For Bond, things were finally starting to fall into place. How did you know all these things about that guy? Jordan asked, still finding it hard to believe everything Bond had told her. From the details alone, it was clear that Bond knew a lot of critical information. I apologize, but these are my secrets and I cannot tell you easily. If my guess is correct, Dash will soon try to collaborate with the Long family and might even propose that your father marry you off to him. Initially, Jordan wasn't particularly concerned about Dash's power. But when she heard about a potential marriage alliance with the Long family, her reaction changed. No matter what, this was something she couldn't fathom happening. Are you sure? Jordan replied firmly. A mere Dash, no matter how noble his status, would never meet my father's standards. Despite her reluctance to believe it, Jordan had to admit that several things Bond predicted had indeed come true. She could choose to continue disbelieving him, but if everything was true, how would she deal with it? Bond's timing was impeccable as he pointed out the issue at this crucial juncture. Clearly, he knew what she needed to do next. Do you already have a plan? She asked. Bond had been waiting for this response. Actually, for both of us, this could be an opportunity. Dash will approach your father differently now. What you need to do is stoke the conflict between Dash and Isaiah. You help me deal with Isaiah, and I'll take care of Dash for you. Even if Bond hadn't mentioned this, Jordan wouldn't have let Isaiah go. His recent actions were intolerably provocative. However, lacking sufficient support within her family, she had to handle this situation carefully. If Dash was as powerful as Bond suggested, leveraging his strength to eliminate Isaiah was indeed a strategic move. But how could they make Dash follow their plans? Bond discussed many more points with Jordan, essentially resolving the entire issue. Unaware of the countdown against him, Dash might not die, but Bond ensured he would suffer significant losses. Only after this did Bond breathe a sigh of relief. The crux of the plan depended on Jordan trusting him and forming a cooperative relationship. Otherwise, Bond alone couldn't control the situation. Chapter 24, Come with me. After reaching an agreement with Opal, Bond immediately hung up the phone. Isaiah was still trying every possible means to trace any clues related to Dash. That old man had indeed left many schemes over the years, making dealing with Dash seem not so difficult. Of course, they had no idea how powerful Dash really was. If they knew just a little bit more, they wouldn't be acting so relaxed. For Bond, everything was still under control for now, and he wasn't too concerned about any potential ramifications. When Bond arrived at the villa, Isaiah was on the phone downstairs. He let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Bond. You've been busy lately, haven't you? We haven't seen you around, Isaiah remarked. At this moment, He was in dire straits and couldn't help but vent a little frustration when he saw Bond. He had spared no effort to avenge his son. Unfortunately, it still didn't resolve anything. Dash was too powerful, and his people might not be enough to handle him. While Isaiah was deeply absorbed in thinking about how to deal with Dash, Bond dropped the bombshell. Boss, I just got the news. Yanko is dead. When he was found, he was covered in injuries, probably from a fight. Isaiah's mind was entirely on handling Dash, so he didn't have any doubt about what Bond said. The first person he thought of was naturally Dash. That damn Dash. I knew that guy wouldn't let it go easily. Looks like he's still causing us trouble. A cold glint flashed in Isaiah's eyes. He hadn't expected things would turn out this way. Boss, it seems Dash has decided to oppose us. We need to come up with a perfect plan to deal with him, Bond said earnestly, even stirring Isaiah slightly. I originally wanted to wait and see if the Lung family would drop the matter, Isaiah replied. He hadn't lost his head completely. He understood he needed to deal with Dash, not the entire Lung family. So he intended to discuss matters with the Lung family first before dealing with Dash. But now, one of his men had already died at Dash's hands. If he did nothing now, it would mean his subordinates had died in vain. So Isaiah resolved to act decisively. Since Dash didn't give him a choice, Isaiah decided to eliminate the audacious troublemakers. Bond sighed with relief at Isaiah's indignant expression. If Isaiah hesitated at all, Bond's plan would be harder to execute. Go and give this to Mitzi. Isaiah handed Bond an envelope and continued his call. Bond went upstairs. He knew very well what this letter meant. Over the years, Isaiah would send letters to Mitzi periodically to make her believe her brother was still alive. Now, Bond felt conflicted. Should he tell Mitzi the truth? Cornelius was dead, and many people were keeping it hidden. Isaiah didn't want Mitzi to know because he knew only by doing so could he control her. Initially, it was because he liked her a bit, but now it was more due to Mitzi knowing many of his secrets and her good relationship with Damien. Isaiah couldn't afford to fall out with Mitzi, so the secrecy had to continue. But Bond held all the critical evidence, and if he told Mitzi, she would definitely believe him. What should he do? Even Bond didn't know. Worried, Bond went upstairs. When he entered, he saw Mitzi sitting by the window, holding a glass of red wine, her eyes red-rimmed. Bond walked forward and embraced her from behind. Cece, what happened? Mitzi smiled. Nothing much, just argued with that old man again. She tried to break free, saying nervously, be careful, don't let him find out. Bond chuckled. Yanko is dead. He's too busy dealing with that now to pay attention to us. He handed the letter to Mitzi. Nay, there's something I want to tell you. When Mitzi heard Yanko was dead, she seemed to ponder something. Seeing Bond's serious face, she quickly focused. Did you find Cornelius? Over the years, though Bond treated her respectfully, who didn't know his little schemes. That's why he agreed to help Mitzi look for Cornelius, although no results came after all these years. Mitzi became solemn. Tell me, good or bad news? Bond's expression was complex. Mitzi laughed bitterly. I've been fooling myself all these years. Do you think I don't know what that old man is like? But people always lie to themselves to believe certain things, she sighed. My brother. Bond interrupted. He died a few years ago. It was Yanko's negligence that I found the clue today, so I killed him. Nay, come with me. He looked at Mitzi affectionately. Bond didn't know why he suddenly said that, but learning the truth made him very concerned for Mitzi. Her life shouldn't have taken such a course. Because of Isaiah, Mitzi's life was ruined. With new hope, Bond wished Mitzi could be happy, ideally moving on from the past. But he knew how hard that would be. Mitzi's face grew paler as time passed. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring the narrative flows naturally while preserving the tone and style of the original text. Chapter 25, Revenge. The air was thick with sorrow as Mitzi, her cheeks flushed, gazed calmly into the distance. She didn't know what to say. Even though she had often relived this nightmare over the years, when it finally became reality, it still filled her heart with uncontrollable grief. How desperately she wished it were all a lie, but Bond's words rang in her ears like thunder. Bond helped Mitzi sit down nearby. Since this has happened, we need to move on from our grief. Nan, I know you. Bond stopped mid-sentence, surprised by Mitzi's sudden change. Her eyes were now icy cold and red-rimmed. The greatest sorrow is the death of the heart. To Mitzi, everything she had done over the years had been in vain. Raising an enemy's son? How laughable. She stumbled to her feet, and Bond quickly steadied her. It's all fake. Everything is fake. For years, I thought he at least had some humanity, that he could treat my brother decently. But I really never expected him to be a beast, Mitzi muttered, her eyes turning even colder. I will take revenge. Yes, I will make that old devil pay. She turned to Bond, then suddenly leaned forward, pressing her lips against his. Bond was completely taken aback. What was happening? Mitzi seemed utterly unhinged, uncaring. Her eyes were dazed, and she breathed softly. Don't talk, possess me. He doesn't want me to see other men, right? He doesn't want me out in public, does he? You are his most trusted aide. Let's give him a huge surprise. Bond was numbed by her actions. Mitzi clearly wasn't in her right mind. He tried to calm himself, but Mitzi was irresistibly alluring. Initially, he resisted with sheer willpower. But gradually, Bond realized he couldn't hold back. Everything cascaded like a flood. Isaiah was downstairs, but they showed no signs of stopping. Instead, they felt more excited, more frenzied. Especially Mitzi, in her dazed state, became uninhibited. Ring. Detecting the host engaging in villainous behavior. Villain points plus 1,000. Ring. Detecting significant villainous behavior. Villain points plus 20,000. This wild play brought crazy rewards. Isaiah, unaware of what was transpiring upstairs, glanced up after finishing some calls. Bond, what are you doing up there? Bond responded hastily, Boss, I'm helping Big Sister. Isaiah hummed. What now? Before Bond could answer, Mitzi said, I twisted my ankle today. I'm having little Lynn massage it for me. Isaiah frowned slightly but didn't suspect much. Meanwhile, Mitzi looked at Bond with reddened cheeks, hinting at something. Bond understood her meaning. Ring. Detecting the host engaging in villainous behavior. Villain points plus 1,000. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bond and Mitzi came downstairs. Isaiah glanced at Mitzi and asked, "Feeling better?" Mitzi nodded. Apart from her flushed face, she walked awkwardly and now looked at Bond differently. That guy had really gone all out earlier, like a small engine revving up. They sat quietly, lost in their own thoughts, while Isaiah, oblivious, instructed Bond. "Little Lin, we're going after Dash again, and you need to help us. You know this guy well. With you, we have a better chance." Bond smiled and nodded, understanding that Isaiah was starting to doubt him. After all, the original Bond wasn't so skilled in martial arts. Indeed, the old man's words didn't match his actions. On the surface, he acted like a good brother, but in reality, he was always wary. Then Isaiah looked at Mitzi. "Your face seems especially red today." Bond's heart skipped a beat. Was he catching on? Compared to Bond, Mitzi appeared unusually relaxed, almost carefree. "What, isn't it pretty? My complexion hasn't been great recently, so I put on a bit of blush, with little Lin's help," she said, smiling brightly, showing no sign of her earlier sorrow. Isaiah eyed Mitzi, frowning, then turned to Bond. "I assigned you to protect Mitzi. Remember to keep your boundaries clear, okay?" He chuckled teasingly. If anyone else had done this, they would have been dead already. Bond stood up fearfully, forcing a smile and nodding. Inside, he understood the warning. This old devil still wouldn't allow anyone to covet Mitzi, even if he was weakening. It only strengthened Bond's resolve to eliminate Isaiah. How could he be Chow Chow otherwise? Seeing Bond's fearful expression, Isaiah waved a hand. "Enough, enough. We've been brothers for years. But let's discuss how to deal with Dash next. He has quite a few experts around him." They talked for a long while, ostensibly discussing various issues, but Isaiah was actually testing Bond's abilities. Bond handled the old fox skillfully, and seeing no faults, Isaiah said nothing more. Inwardly, he probably decided to use Dash to get rid of Bond. Both harbored secret plans. If not for Yanko, Bond wouldn't have known Isaiah suspected him. But it made sense. He had been closest to Mitzi. Previous guys followed strict rules, barely daring to look at Mitzi before disappearing silently. Indeed, Isaiah was untrustworthy, every word like flatulence, none true. Bond was already prepared. Now, let's see who prevails. Chapter 26. You're really bold in making claims. Though Isaiah saw Bond as nothing more than a worthless trash, Bond had never taken such disdain to heart. He was more aware of his current situation than anyone else. As long as Isaiah did not consider him an opponent, Bond would have plenty of time to gradually fight against him. Isaiah initially intended to say a few more words, but left hastily after taking a phone call. Meanwhile, Mitzi looked at Bond and asked, "How confident are you?" Bond pondered for a moment and replied, "If everything goes according to my plan, I am about 80% confident." That probability was already very high. For Bond, achieving this level of assurance was no small feat. Issues that might arise afterward were beyond his current scope of consideration. Mitzi nodded upon hearing Bond's reply. "Tell me if you need any assistance. I will try my best to help you." Over the years, the old man Isaiah still had a certain degree of trust in Mitzi. Thus, having Mitzi's support would indeed simplify matters. Calculating the timeline, since Aldo had already arrived in Xiuxian, it naturally meant Dash was no longer hiding his true identity. Once this guy exposed his intentions, Opal would understand that Bond's previous statements were accurate. Hence, Bond could logically move forward with his plans. Of course, the real target Dash didn't know was not Isaiah but the behind-the-scenes manipulator, Bond. Isaiah has really gone too far. All these years we've been peaceful with him, and I didn't think he would dare attack our Long family. Azrael felt immensely shocked after receiving the news. Everything had always been under his control until now, but he hadn't anticipated Isaiah causing such a disturbance upon his return. Didn't this guy know his arrangements could result in fatalities? However, Azrael knew he must immediately suppress the Qin family. Only by doing so could they demonstrate that despite their diminished power over the years, the Long family wasn't one Isaiah could bully easily. Opal calmly observed Azrael. Such incidents weren't unprecedented, yet Azrael often only made loud threats without significant action. His anger today would likely fade by tomorrow. If Isaiah chose to cooperate with Azrael now, he might even laugh along. Initially, Opal hadn't planned to inform Azrael about this matter, but she hadn't expected him to already be informed. After learning about it, Azrael naturally became furious and acted swiftly to retaliate against the Qin family. Father, though the Qin family made the first move, Dash also went too far, leading to this situation. Damien is still in intensive care in the hospital. Opal stated neutrally, recognizing Dash's excessive actions bore responsibility. Just as she finished speaking, the butler hurriedly approached. "Sir, a young master wants to meet you outside." Coldly snorting, Azrael waved impatiently. "No meeting. I've got a lot on my plate. Who has the time for some unknown upstart?" Yet just as he spoke, Dash entered smiling, showing no regard for private property. Opal stood up addressing those around her. "What's going on? How could you let an outsider enter like this?" Dash ignored her, greeting Azrael casually. "Young Claire, even if they tried to stop me, they couldn't. You should know my strength. Your guards are just like wooden posts to me." Dash undoubtedly knew how to boast. Even Azrael was stunned momentarily, frowning as he looked at Dash. "Who are you?" Turning respectful when facing Azrael, Dash bowed. "Uncle Long, my name is Dash. Perhaps you don't know Dash, but you're certainly familiar with my other identity." Azrael frowned, uncomfortable with Dash's bravado. "Brother, who are you trying to impress here? How do you know all this?" Unabashed, Dash raised his hands and laughed loudly. "Border Dragon King, National War God." The 8 words instantly caused a slight change in Azrael's expression. He recognized the title. The person was formidable at the border. However, it was surprising to meet the real deal here. After thinking, Azrael scoffed. "Stop making nonsense. The border war god I heard about years ago was famous overseas when he was in his 20s. Given your age, how could you be him? Did he sweep through the world in his teens?" His expression showed disdain. Expecting Dash to back down, he was surprised when Dash confidently lifted his head. My battle record may seem unbelievable, but Uncle Long, what you said earlier was correct. I started training at 12 and could complete missions independently at 14. Therefore, everything I said is true. Azrael remained skeptical, while Opal gently patted his shoulder. Father, since we're about to confront the Qin family, having someone like him isn't bad. Indeed, accepting Dash's help seemed practical, considering his offer. Dash was thrilled upon hearing Opal's words. Shar, finally, you see my sincerity. Chapter 27. Dogs biting dogs. Zoran was actually somewhat hesitant at this moment. If Dash truly had some capabilities, it would be one thing. But as things stood, Zoran couldn't be sure whether this guy had any skills. All he knew was that he definitely had issues. Running up and showing off in front of him like that. Really thinking he was something special? Even if he were the border war god. Did that mean he could look down on everyone else? Not to mention, this person seemed nowhere near the caliber of the border war god. However, Zoran was also cunning. Hearing Tinsley's words made him think there was some truth to them. If it were before, he wouldn't have cared much about such matters. But recently, he'd heard that the Qin family had been recruiting forces and even arranged for several experts to come over. Given their current strength, the Cold family would find it hard to handle this situation. So, naturally, they had to consider if there were any other ways to deal with it. Dash, right? You've just praised yourself highly, saying how powerful you are, but now you know that the Qin family is recruiting forces and sending quite a few warriors here. That poses a challenge for us. I wonder what you plan to do about the Qin family? Dash waved his hand confidently, acting as if everything was under control. If it were before, perhaps it would indeed be difficult, but under these circumstances, I don't think it's as complicated as you imagine. It's just a minor Qin family. I know they rose to prominence long ago, but after so many years, do they still possess that level of strength? As Dash spoke, he grew more confident. The current Qin family was nothing but a paper tiger. They looked strong, but with proper preparation, it would be easy to handle them. Zoran wasn't interested in listening to Dash's boasts. Stop talking nonsense. If you have a good plan, just say it. If it works, we'll cooperate with you. But if you dare deceive me, I won't let you off easily. At this, Dash turned to Tinsley. Lady Cold, I'm here because of you. No matter what, this situation has occurred due to me, and I won't let you bear the responsibility alone. Since the Qin family insists on being foolish, let me deal with them this time. Seeing Dash's affectionate expression, even Zoran frowned. However, he didn't say much. If Dash really had the skills and was indeed the mysterious border war god, having him with Tinsley wouldn't be bad. But if this guy deceived him, Zoran would ensure Dash vanished from the world effortlessly. With Dash joining, things became simpler. His capable subordinates could leverage their strengths in the battle. What Dash needed to do now was gain the Cold family's trust and work closely with them. Ever since his conversation with Isaiah, Bond had been waiting for news. Finally, he received a call from Tinsley. Who would have thought things would turn out exactly as you said? This time, Dash claims to be the border war god. He was pretty secretive about this identity, never mentioning it to me before, Tinsley remarked dismissively. Despite Dash's boastful talk, Tinsley didn't believe he was as great as he claimed. Just a border war god, that's only part of his identity. There are more surprises ahead. Bond smiled faintly, unsurprised by Dash's actions. After all, Dash had only revealed part of his true self. Apart from the border war god persona, Dash hadn't shown his other identities yet. But Bond didn't rush to clarify things, wanting to keep Tinsley guessing. Tinsley didn't fully understand what Bond meant, but noted that Dash had other identities. What's your next move? How can we make them pay? Tinsley couldn't stand Dash for a day longer. She wondered why she had allowed him to become her bodyguard in the first place. I know you're anxious, Miss Cold, but we need to think carefully. This matter involves too many people. One misstep could put you in grave danger. Bond hadn't expected Tinsley to despise Dash so much. Clearly, Dash didn't realize the problem's core, still thinking he was the main character who could overlook others. Without Bond, Dash might have won Tinsley's favor with others' help. But Bond's involvement was pushing the situation in an uncontrollable direction. When all supporting characters no longer act stupid, the protagonist loses their edge. Up until now, Dash hadn't realized the issue's crux. If my guess is correct, Dash must have volunteered to take on Isaiah for the Cold family. Tinsley replied, he approached us when we were preparing to handle it. He believes we can't solve these problems alone, and that it would be easier for him to step in. Bond nodded. On this point, Dash isn't wrong. The Cold family may be a commercial empire, but you lack formidable power. Moreover, Isaiah called in people who aren't easy to deal with. And from the start, Isaiah targeted Dash. You just need to let Dash handle it, and reap the benefits. Chapter 28. Luring the tiger into the trap. Bond didn't care whether there would be any other twists in this matter. After all, everything was still under his control as he saw it. He had only spoken briefly with Opal before hanging up. There were more pressing matters to attend to, and both sides needed to remain calm and rational. Though Isaiah had prepared for battle, he still harbored some worries lately. After all, the enemy remained completely unknown. No matter how strong Isaiah was, he still felt apprehensive. It would be disastrous if he made a mistake at this critical juncture. But whenever things got tense, Mitzi always managed to reassure Isaiah. Regardless of anything else, Damien is your son. You can't just stand by and do nothing, Mitzi said, watching Isaiah's indecision with a slight change in her expression. This time, the Long family dared to harm our Qin family like this. If we don't give them a lesson now, can you imagine what they'll do next? She continued. The four major families in Xiuxian have never taken us seriously. If we continue to follow their plans, you should understand what awaits us. Mitzi spoke earnestly. Initially, Isaiah had doubted whether the arrangement was necessary, but hearing Mitzi's words strengthened his resolve. Perhaps, as Mitzi suggested, not everything could be controlled by them. I indeed worried a lot before. But as you say, the enemy has already made their move. They must be well prepared. We have no choice left. Isaiah's gaze became resolute. Don't worry. I'll immediately arrange for people to prepare for action. Within these few days, if I catch Dash, I'll make sure to torture him to death. He knew this mission was dangerous, but once things had reached this point, giving up was out of the question. Dash might be formidable, but Isaiah had gathered many experts. He couldn't believe Dash's subordinates could handle all of them so easily. As long as Dash failed, Isaiah would make him pay. Meanwhile, Dash had successfully collaborated with Azrael. He knew that confronting Isaiah would cost a lot. However, given Dash's current resources, he had no concerns. Isaiah was undoubtedly powerful, but Dash had assembled numerous experts to deal with him easily. Both sides began preparing intensively, causing anxiety among the other families in Xiuxian. A storm was brewing. No one wanted to get involved in this conflict between the Long and Qin families, as both were very formidable, and this issue wouldn't be resolved quickly. Isaiah assigned Bond to investigate Dash's whereabouts. Although the Long family was also involved, the actual actions came from Dash's circle. Recently, Isaiah seemed to find Bond increasingly intolerable. Dash was elusive, making it hard to find clues or leverage against him. But since Isaiah had set the expectation, Bond wasn't about to disappoint. After investigating, he did uncover some leads on Dash. Unbeknownst to Dash, all the intelligence came from Bond's meticulous planning. Just like a cicada lured by a mantis, unaware of the sparrow behind it, Bond knew that the situation was already under his control. Without disappointing Isaiah, Bond soon reported his findings. I just heard that Dash seems to know we've brought many martial arts experts. Now, he's also worried about his safety, Bond said sincerely. His current cultivation level isn't what it used to be, so he lacks confidence in fighting these experts. Sitting on the sofa, Isaiah looked profound. Little Lin, I know you've been working very hard recently, he acknowledged. But for dealing with Dash, you still need to come along. This guy is cautious. If anything goes wrong, he'll be difficult to handle. Looking at Bond, Isaiah put on a brotherly smile. Bond, familiar with Isaiah's hypocrisy, wasn't surprised. Even if you hadn't asked, I wouldn't back out. Dash has tried to kill me multiple times, so I'm determined to settle the score. Bond's tone was passionate, reflecting his readiness. Internally, he braced himself for the worst. Dash might be powerful, but facing so many opponents at once, even he would struggle. However, Bond understood that Isaiah was the one truly doomed this time. Whatever happens, be careful, Isaiah advised. I know your capabilities. Handling Dash shouldn't be too difficult. Bond smiled without responding. If dealing with Dash were easy, he wouldn't have spent so much time planning. It wasn't just a matter of individual strength. Dash had a protagonist aura, making it incredibly challenging for Bond alone. Nevertheless, Bond wouldn't refuse. He agreed to everything, knowing Isaiah wouldn't fall for it otherwise. Boss, leave it to me. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly. No matter what tricks they have, I'll ensure they pay. Hearing this, Isaiah smiled contentedly. I knew I could trust you with anything. Bond inwardly scoffed at Isaiah's pretense. Chapter 29. Eldest sister-in-law, I don't want to try anymore. Isaiah may not know that his little schemes had long been anticipated by Bond. The reason why it wasn't mentioned was simply because there was no need. For Bond, the current overall situation was still within his control. As for what would happen after this, few people could foresee it. To Isaiah, he didn't care whether Bond understood all of this. His goal was singular and simple: eliminate Dash, even at great cost. Bond saw through everything clearly. This matter might not be so easily resolved, but now that it had come to this point, only full effort remained. Fortunately, Dash was unaware of the true nature of his adversaries. Time passed quickly, arriving 2 days later. Isaiah had enlisted many formidable fighters to deal with Dash. These individuals were all top-notch in their abilities. However, Isaiah did not realize that these people had various connections to Dash. When it came down to action, Dash's command might lead to a betrayal from these so-called Qin family experts. This is why Bond was confident he could use this event to turn the tables on Isaiah and completely resolve him. Mitzi also took advantage of this opportunity to intensify the upcoming battle, ensuring everyone's attention was focused on it. By capitalizing on this chance to dismantle the Long family, the entire Qin family would unite for revenge on Isaiah's behalf. Bond could use this to leverage Mitzi and Damien to gain control over the entire Qin family. This was Bond's original plan. Though complex when explained, executing it required merely letting events unfold. Inside a stretched business vehicle, Isaiah looked coldly at several people beside him. Gentlemen, it's up to you this time. Dash has hurt my son so deeply. If we don't teach him a lesson today, Isaiah, will have failed as a person. The old men sitting beside him assumed a stern posture. Please rest assured, Mr. Qin, you've chosen the right ones for this task. Regardless of Dash's background, anyone who opposes our Qin family will suffer greatly. Bond, meanwhile, closed his eyes and remained emotionless. To others, this might be an opportunity, but for Bond, it posed some danger. Yet, the current situation seemed more complex than he had initially thought. Hearing their responses, Isaiah felt confident and optimistic about future victory. According to their intelligence, Dash had mobilized his forces to leave Jiangxing as soon as possible. They planned to launch a final attack on the Qin family before leaving. Isaiah intended to seize this moment of unity to destroy them once and for all. Alongside these martial arts masters, he brought many skilled bodyguards and all available Qin family members, forming an unprecedentedly powerful force. No matter how formidable Dash might be, facing such overwhelming opposition would likely cause him to retreat. Isaiah was brimming with confidence, while Bond saw just how complicated the situation could become. Isaiah couldn't foresee the impact of his actions. For him, this was only the beginning. Bond, Isaiah said, noticing Bond's unusual calmness. You haven't spoken much during the trip? Facing Isaiah's question, Bond responded calmly. Boss, this matter isn't ordinary. Since we're targeting Dash, I must conserve my energy. I never underestimate my opponents. Any misstep could lead to trouble. Hearing this, Isaiah grew even more confident. Very good, very good. With your mindset, I believe this operation will be successful. The others glanced at Bond but said nothing. Their expressions showed some disagreement, or perhaps disdain for Bond. Understandably, since Bond didn't seem like a formidable figure, questioning him was inevitable. However, Bond wasn't as weak as they imagined. Time moved forward, and soon they arrived at an estate rumored to be Long family territory. Despite this, no Long family members were visible. The entire place was heavily fortified. This is the correct place. According to our intel, Dash has gathered his forces here. If we strike now, we can eliminate them completely. Bond clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming. Years of pent-up frustration would finally find release today. Regardless of what happened next with Isaiah, the present situation was enough to challenge him. Sadly, Isaiah hadn't realized the severity. As they prepared to attack, the team disembarked swiftly. Bond readied himself, observing everyone's eager faces. They were all hoping to achieve their goals. Only Bond remained composed, knowing this wouldn't be easy. Everything needed to be done perfectly to seize the best opportunity. Glancing into the distance, Bond confirmed that the signal Maxine setup was complete. All plans had succeeded. Now, Isaiah would die here. After resolving this, Bond would immediately take control of the Qin family. Confronting Dash, the protagonist-type character, required money and power. Using Isaiah as a stepping stone was necessary for success. Chapter 30. Lurking. Hmph, that kid probably hasn't even thought that we're already here yet, right? After getting off the car, Isaiah was more agitated than Bond had anticipated. He'd been holding in his anger for so long, and now he finally found a reason to vent it. We've kept everything confidential up until this point. Even if Dash has all kinds of connections, he definitely can't know that we have already located him. When Bond spoke, he glanced at the few people beside him. The faces of these martial arts experts betrayed no signs of tension whatsoever. Clearly, they hadn't realized who their opponents were going to be. The group quickly arrived at the outskirts of the mansion complex. At this point, Isaiah wasn't eager to act immediately and held back at the rear. Bond, looking at the well-defended compound before him, said to Isaiah, "Boss, it's here, all right? Dash has concentrated all his forces here." Isaiah nodded satisfactorily when he heard Bond's words. "Great, then let's start. This time, there's no need to hold back. Since this guy is asking for it, we might as well go all the way." At Isaiah's command, the battle commenced. Bond knew what kind of battle this would turn into. Of course, what Isaiah expected wouldn't happen. Bond was at the forefront. The others were protecting him on either side. Throughout the whole process, Isaiah was closely watching from behind, flanked by two trusted subordinates whom Bond recognized. Always Isaiah's most trusted aides, far surpassing Bond's standing. But don't think Isaiah genuinely cared for them. He trusted these two solely because he had dirt on them. On the other hand, Bond was alone. Many of Chen Songfeng's tactics were meaningless against him. Hence, despite Bond's efforts, he could never earn Isaiah's trust. "Brother Lin, it seems your relationship with Boss Qin isn't as perfect as you make it out to be," a middle-aged man next to Bond remarked with a smile. Bond cast a cool glance at the square-faced man. "Boss's matters are my matters. There's nothing wrong with throwing myself heart and soul into it. Let's focus on taking down Dash now." The defenses around the villa were incredibly tight, making it hard for regulars to intrude. But this time, Bond's numbers were overwhelming. The outer guards barely had time to react before they were taken down one after another. Then, the entire group surged inside. Many of the villa's guards lost the ability to fight back even before realizing what hit them. These invaders weren't holding back either. Although this was a joint operation between Bond and Opal, these guards were all Dash's men, so Bond had no mercy either. Benedict had been confident, even mocking Bond just moments ago. Even though Bond appeared close to Isaiah, Benedict sensed that Isaiah always watched Bond warily. Putting Bond at the front seemed like a calculated move, a strategy Benedict understood clearly, but did Bond? He expected Bond to get injured soon, but Bond showed surprising combat prowess. The guards here were no slouches. Every person responsible for guarding the villa was a top-tier fighter. Ordinarily, dealing with these individuals required some serious consideration. When the martial arts experts began their assault, they instantly realized something was amiss. These guards were too strong. The defenders were all close guards of Dash, here with Osiris hoping to prove themselves. Thus, when they saw someone daring enough to challenge them, they responded with heightened aggression. Isaiah's men had never encountered such resistance. Even these martial artists didn't expect an estate to be this difficult. However, while the external guards were skilled, there was still a difference in strength. Soon enough, they overcame the outer defenses and advanced deeper inside. At this moment, they failed to realize the severity of the situation. It was only when they cleared the outer defenses and entered further that they noticed something was off. This isn't right. This isn't the level of strength a family like the Longs could mobilize. You're right. All these guards are extremely powerful. They don't look like ordinary bodyguards. They seem more like martial artists. Are we being deceived? The martial artists felt a touch of doubt about their mission. They came here to deal with Dash. Isaiah mentioned only a few martial artists, but just outside the villa, they had already faced over a dozen, though not very strong, which raised a question. How could any martial artist be willing to work under such circumstances? This indicated the person behind the scenes must be someone formidable. Now, they had no choice but to continue despite feeling apprehensive. "Gentlemen, I understand your concerns, but you've already taken out the outer guards. Do you really think leaving will be easy? Since we have no other choice, we might as well see this through." Seeing signs of hesitation, Bond hastily added his thoughts. Sure enough, upon hearing Bond's words, everyone's eyes sharpened. Yes, they took payoffs. They couldn't simply walk away now. Besides, even if there were martial artists defending the outer area, so what? At most, this meant Dash was rich. Maybe it would be easier to win. Brother Lin is right. Let's do this. Bond successfully quelled the doubts, and the group pressed forward once more. What they didn't notice was Bond retreating silently to the back of the crowd at that moment. Going further and meant facing Dash directly. Bond knew Osiris's strength and didn't want to tangle with them unnecessarily. As for the martial artists, they had no time to think about that anymore. Chapter 31. Damn, this is a trap. Originally, Benedict wasn't too concerned about the current situation. Though there were many martial artists guarding the perimeter, they had invited experts from all over for this mission. If so many people combined couldn't handle just one Dash, it would be laughable. So everyone around him was as excited as if they'd been injected with adrenaline, no longer weighing the pros and cons like before. However, after taking just a few steps, Benedict suddenly noticed Bond, who had been by his side, inexplicably retreated to the back of the crowd. Initially, he didn't pay much attention to this, but then recalling the unusual occurrences earlier and considering Bond's sudden change, Benedict wasn't stupid. He immediately realized something might not be right. Consequently, he slowed down his pace. Could our plan have any other unforeseen issues? Otherwise, why would this kid suddenly stop moving for no reason? This thought flashed through Benedict's mind, making cold sweat break out on his back instantly. However, he didn't tell the others since they were still buzzing with confidence. How could they think of such complications? At that moment, Bond also noticed Benedict's change in demeanor. How's the situation outside? Dash glanced at Osiris beside him. Master, rest assured, everything is under our control. If these guys dare to come, we'll annihilate them completely. Osiris spoke with unwavering confidence, even though the situation remained complex. His expression suggested this matter wasn't worth worrying about. Dash nodded satisfactorily. Indeed, only trusted allies could be fully relied upon. The old fox Isaiah thinks he can kill us here, but he doesn't know we've been waiting for him for a long time. We'll crush all his forces this time. Dash had received intelligence that Isaiah planned to ambush them during this opportunity, so he prepared thoroughly to dismantle Isaiah's offensive when it came, severely weakening him. Afterward, he could easily hold the Qin family in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside. Master, things are bad. Suddenly, many martial artists broke in, each extremely powerful. We told them to stop fighting and disarm, but these guys have no intention of talking. They're here to kill. Hearing this, Dash's face darkened. I didn't expect Isaiah to have such tricks. So be it. If they're martial artists, it's time for us to act. Dash and Osiris quickly rushed out, along with several other experts. The impact they created was formidable. Unfortunately, no one foresaw what was about to happen next. Meanwhile, Benedict and Bond had already fallen behind. Initially, Benedict wanted to figure out what Bond was doing, but instead, he found himself at Bond's mercy. When Bond made his move, Benedict prepared to resist, but Bond proved far stronger, subduing him effortlessly. Benedict felt utterly blessed. He thought Bond must have been tricked by Isaiah and decided to flee. Thus, he didn't need to follow others to their deaths. Yet, realizing Bond's overwhelming strength left him unable to resist. Wasn't it clear? Your target is inside the manor. What do you want now? Bond narrowed his eyes at Benedict, who knelt half down, now devoid of any resistance. In their fight, Bond subdued him in one move, leaving Benedict unable to gauge Bond's true strength, which was quite shocking. Brother Lin, I know your situation is different now, so whatever you decide, I will follow you, Benedict pleaded pitifully, almost bowing to Bond. Frowning, Bond replied, I said your task is to charge into the manor, fight those guys, and ideally eliminate Dash to complete your mission. Why are you staring at me? Benedict chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, shouts of battle erupted from within the manor. Indeed, the conflict escalated. Initially, everyone felt confident, never imagining they'd be in danger. Even this mission seemed effortless to them. But once the fighting began, they realized how naive they were. Had it been as easy as they thought, it wouldn't have taken so long. They failed to see the severity of their predicament until it was too late. Now, even knowing the truth didn't help. With Dash having discovered them, he wouldn't let them go. Listening to the battle cries, Benedict looked at Bond, feeling awkward. Clearly, returning was impossible now. Then, a voice roared from the battlefield. Damn, we've been trapped. Benedict knew he couldn't return either. Bond sneered. What should I do with you now? Everyone else is battling on the front lines while you've retreated. How do I explain this to them? Benedict felt incredibly conflicted. He never imagined things would get so complicated. Thinking they held the upper hand, it turned out they were the ones to be dealt with. Chapter 32. Do you even qualify to say that? Just as Benedict was in a daze, unsure of what to do, Bond lunged forward and struck the back of his neck. After doing this, Bond didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately left. He didn't want to waste his time on such a guy. Right after that, Bond hurried to the location where Isaiah had been. By then, the two bodyguards beside Isaiah were already taken care of, and he himself had been moved to an unknown place. This was exactly as agreed between Bond and Opal earlier. Isaiah was not supposed to be involved, but Bond made it sound so simple that Isaiah, eager to see his enemies fall into a death trap, followed without much thought. He assumed there wouldn't be any unexpected changes. But barely a few moments later, Isaiah was abducted. Looks like the plan was quite successful, Bond said with a slight smile, looking rather pleased with himself. Isaiah was now in a state of panic. According to the original plan, he should have been safe by now. However, even Isaiah didn't know what happened. He initially believed there was nothing to worry about. Just when he completely relaxed, he was bound by several mysterious people who suddenly appeared, blindfolded, and taken to an unknown place. Likely a villa, but he couldn't pinpoint its exact location. In his current predicament, Isaiah could only beg desperately. Guys, I know you're here for money. You probably don't know who I am. I'm Isaiah from the Qin family. If you let me go, I'll give you lots and lots of money. Isaiah's voice trembled with emotion. A normally cautious person like him would never have ended up in this situation if not for a critical mistake he made at the crucial moment. Now, he would have to pay the price for his rashness. At this moment, the cloth over his head was removed. Isaiah thought it might be someone from the Long family or another clan, considering how many enemies he had. Even he wasn't entirely sure who could be behind this. But upon seeing the men in front of him, he froze in astonishment, unsure of what to say. These were his own subordinates. You fools, what are you doing? Untie me! Isaiah shouted once he confirmed it was his men. Initially, he was furious, but slowly, he seemed to realize something and his tone softened. What's going on with you two? Untie me. I know you might have other thoughts now, but don't do anything foolish. If Isaiah had been confident earlier, now, faced with their calm demeanor, he realized the gravity of the situation. They weren't joking around. Sure enough, one of them laughed and asked, Boss Chin, you still don't know what trouble you're about to face, do you? Isaiah looked baffled, unsure of what these people intended. He felt a looming sense of disaster. You followed me for years and know my character. If you release me today, I can assure you that I will overlook everything that has happened before. Hampton smirked. Oh, just as expected from Boss Chin. Threats and bribes, all sorts of tricks. Someone with weaker nerves might actually be swayed by you. The square-faced man said sarcastically, Boss Chin, stop dreaming. We won't be convinced no matter what you do. Isaiah fell into a long silence. Things were supposed to be under his control, but now, he had no idea how to proceed. These two men, however, wouldn't give him much time to think. Who told you to do this? Conscience-wise, I've treated you fairly. What could make you decide to do this? Isaiah looked at them seriously, while they laughed. Just as I predicted, said the square-faced man. Even in this final moment, Boss Chin doesn't know where he went wrong. Squareface was visibly upset, but tried to suppress his anger. Hampton added, Isaiah, you ungrateful old man. Do you really have the nerve to say you haven't wronged us? Tell us with your conscience, how have you treated those who fought alongside you all these years? If it hadn't been for us, how could you have achieved what you have today? But you, once you gained power, abandoned all of us who helped you rise. You expect us to clean up your son's messes and even make my younger brother a scapegoat? When Isaiah heard this, he realized he indeed acted unjustly, but he felt no regret. If given the chance again, he'd likely make the same choice, because it was for his son. The square-faced man saw through Isaiah's thoughts. He glanced at his companion and remarked coolly, talking to this guy is pointless. Look at his expression. Does he show even a hint of remorse? He shook his head, looking at Isaiah with disdain. Bond won't let you off. Just wait. He'll come here soon with his men. When that happens, you'll all die. Seeing that he couldn't sway these men, Isaiah growled ferociously. Unfortunately, they paid no attention. Isaiah hadn't grasped the severity of his situation, but they understood it all too well. Chapter 33. It's time to settle accounts. Isaiah was left imprisoned here, neglected for some time. During this period, he even questioned himself, wondering if there was something he had done wrong that led to his current plight. But Isaiah quickly changed his mind. These people had betrayed him, not because he had made any mistakes. He had never been wrong in any of his decisions. As someone in a position of power, he had always had to make concessions in many situations. Yet these people were insatiable, attempting to threaten him in this manner. Could Isaiah yield? Absolutely not. In fact, he was thinking that once he could safely leave here, he would eliminate all these rebellious fools. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared before him. When Isaiah saw Bond, his entire expression changed. Haha, Shaolin. I knew you would come to save me. Quickly, untie me. Those bastards didn't kill them all, right? They dared to betray me. I won't let them off easily. I will flay and disembowel them. I will exact my revenge. Isaiah said this with a smug look on his face. But Bond showed no intention of helping him, instead sitting down opposite him. This left Isaiah somewhat bewildered. I understand. Do you want money? Don't worry. You followed me for so long. I can give you a lot. Just ask for whatever you want. Bond, with his legs crossed, smiled at Isaiah. Boss Chin, how long have I followed you? Isaiah paused, unsure why Bond asked this question suddenly. After a brief moment, he answered, 4 years? Bond chuckled. He had started mixing in the streets at a young age due to poor academic performance. At that time, he was often bullied until Mitzi saved him. If not for Mitzi, would Isaiah have cared about him? However, Isaiah soon realized that Bond was easy to control. So, he took charge of cultivating Bond into a loyal subordinate. Though it seemed like protection for Mitzi, it was more about controlling her through him. The methods Isaiah used on Bond involved deep psychological manipulation. This is why, in the original story, Bond had died so easily. Even till the end, he dared not harm Mitzi and considered Isaiah as an absolute authority. He would have given his life for Isaiah without hesitation. Had Bond not taken control of his body and begun resisting, he might have already been dead just now. Seeing Bond remain unmoved, Isaiah grew anxious. Bond, I don't know what you're doing. While those guys aren't back, untie me immediately. I'll naturally reward you afterward. You've followed me for so many years, you should know the kind of person I am. Isaiah still believed Bond was the obedient child he had manipulated for so long. But Bond stood motionless, watching him, then shook his head. I've followed you for 8 years. You're really losing it. Bond sighed and slowly rose. The original host was a complete tragedy, perhaps never realizing that in Isaiah's eyes, he was merely a useful tool. What's the meaning of this, you brat? Are you trying to betray me? You're an orphan. If not for me, how would you have your status today? Look at the clothes you wear. Every single one was bought by my money. Suddenly, Bond lunged forward, grabbing Isaiah by the collar and lifting him up. Old man, do you have the nerve to tell me this? Do you think everything we did was owed to you? Yes, I did gain much from you. But don't forget the sacrifices I made over the years, risking my life countless times. Without me, there would be no Isaiah today. Bond's face grew increasingly sinister. Although he was only a substitute, since he replaced the original Bond, he had to help resolve these matters effectively. His stance toward Isaiah was straightforward. It was crucial to eliminate him regardless of what he intended. Isaiah was genuinely scared. Did you really think I wouldn't know about all the methods you used on me? Through psychological manipulation, making me your loyal dog, unable to resist. Even then, based on minor changes, you suspected me and planned to use dash to ensure I would die in battle. So, this is what you wanted? Isaiah's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Bond to change so much, becoming someone entirely different from the boy he knew. His actions now left Isaiah with no options. I never thought to harm you, Bond. You should know I trusted you absolutely. Why do we need to talk like this? Isaiah tried to find excuses, but Bond remained resolute, unwilling to listen to this nonsense. Gradually, Isaiah noticed the difference. How did you know all this? Suddenly, his eyes widened, Yanko didn't die at Dash's hands. It was you? You killed him? He couldn't believe that this trusted boy had transformed so quickly. He knew too much, Bond said, narrowing his eyes at Isaiah, and he planned to finish me off along with you. No matter the reason, I couldn't allow that to happen. Isaiah's face turned gray. Now he understood. Bond wasn't here to save him. He had come to settle accounts. Thinking of this, Isaiah's face twisted in rage. You ungrateful wolf. I nurtured you for years, and this is how you repay me. Chapter 34. Isaiah, farewell. If Isaiah had previously thought he was in a secure position, he now realized just how perilous his situation truly was. Bond wasn't playing games. Previously, Isaiah naively believed that once he saw Bond, he would be safe. He even thought Bond was still the easily deceived young man from before. But to his surprise, after their conversation, Bond remained steadfast in his resolve. Isaiah hadn't taken Bond seriously earlier because he believed he could control Bond's thoughts. But now, he knew he no longer had that chance. You killing me now will only raise suspicion. How will you explain this? Regardless of any misunderstandings between us, if you let me go now, I can overlook what happened before. Bond, you know my character. Isaiah looked at Bond pitifully. When he saw no reaction from the man, fear filled his heart. Boss Chin, we've known each other for quite some time. Surely, you don't really think I'm a fool? Watching Isaiah try so desperately to justify himself, Bond didn't get angry but instead gave a cold laugh. The once lofty boss Chin no longer existed. Now, he was just an old criminal nearing the end of his life. Isaiah understood that his past actions had made him a target. At that moment, Mitzi emerged from the side. Initially, Isaiah didn't understand what was happening. Upon seeing Mitzi, a flicker of excitement appeared on his face. She, I knew it. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. This is your surprise for me, right? Seeing Isaiah's manic expression, Mitzi felt nothing but revulsion. Don't talk nonsense to me. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Mitzi couldn't hide his disgust as he stared at Isaiah, making the latter instantly sober up. So all of this was planned in advance by both of you. Isaiah's tone became icy. For a brief moment, he regained the aura of the formidable boss Chin. He must have realized that with Mitzi present, there was no room for negotiation. Mitzi walked over to Bond and sat down, facing Isaiah. Reflect on yourself. Have I ever wronged you in these years? Damien has caused much trouble, but I have always helped solve those problems. Tears welled up in Mitzi's eyes. My brother is my only family, my hope for living these years. But I never imagined you would cruelly murder him. Mitzi's voice trembled as he spoke. Bond approached, placing a hand on Mitzi's shoulder. Feeling Bond's support, Mitzi calmed slightly. Isaiah, however, looked enraged. Damn it, you two traitors. You've already collaborated with my underlings. Are you telling me you haven't betrayed me? Hearing this, Mitzi chuckled mockingly. Old man, do you really think you can get away with this? No man can endure being belittled by a woman, not even at Isaiah's age. He struggled to stand, but Bond quickly struck him hard in the face. Blood dripped from his lips. Notification. Host has performed antagonist behavior. Villain points increased by 50. Bond stared coldly at Isaiah. You've had a great time these past few years, haven't you? You abandoned your unlucky son to Amberley while you lived freely outside, relying on connections whenever issues arose. You old fool, who are you to talk about loyalty? Bond had seen shameless people before, but this one took the cake. Despair etched on Isaiah's face. He probably never expected such a downfall despite being smart throughout his life. He turned to Mitzi, his tone softening. Mitzi, trust me, your brother is alive. Don't believe Bond's lies. I admit I've done many despicable things, but you know I've never lied to you. He hoped Mitzi would waver, but her resolve was stronger than ever. Isaiah, I no longer believe a word you say, so forget about convincing me. Mitzi shook her head, looking at him coldly. I came here today to avenge my brother. Bond had already found Cornelius's body. Their purpose was simple. Isaiah had initially hoped for a different outcome, but hearing Mitzi's words made him tense up. He knew she was serious. No, you can't kill me. You know I am essential to the entire Chin family. Isaiah still believed he held sway within the Chin family. It was understandable for him to think so, but Bond and Mitzi had already prepared countermeasures. His confidence was misplaced. Bond laughed mockingly. True to form, Boss Chin always finds a reason to stay alive. But we anticipated this. Bond stepped closer to Isaiah. I've been preparing for this day for a long time. Remember, even though you die, your son still lives. Oh, I forgot. That guy has committed countless crimes and now, although alive, will likely spend his life in bed. Upon hearing this, Isaiah realized what they were planning. He yelled furiously, Bond, if you hurt me, my people won't forgive you. They'll hunt you down no matter where you go. His threats only revealed his desperation. Chapter 35. The Path to Power. From the very beginning, they believed that ousting Isaiah might come with complications. But so far, Bond had gradually eliminated everyone close to Isaiah. With Mitzi still in their corner, they were fully capable of taking control of the entire Chin family. Therefore, whether Isaiah lived or died no longer mattered. Bond didn't even consider what Isaiah was saying now. Isaiah's face was filled with despair. He felt death closer than ever before. Since you're ready to kill me, why did you bring me here and tie me up? Bond replied, I just wanted you to know, before you die, that every action you've taken has only brought you closer to this end. Bond glanced at Mitzi, who calmly nodded in agreement. At this point, Mitzi had accomplished all her goals and held no other thoughts. Although Isaiah still felt fear, he could do nothing as he watched Bond and Mitzi leave. He vented his anger wildly, trying to intimidate them, but the well-prepared Bond wasn't easily scared. Ding! Detected significant villainous behavior from host. Villainy points increased by 30,000. Not long after Bond and Mitzi left, the system's notification sounded, signaling that Isaiah had been thoroughly dealt with. No matter how arrogant he had been before, he would now merely be a forgotten wretch. After everything was done, Mitzi seemed utterly drained of her soul. On the ride back, she leaned against Bond, saying, "Even now, I can't believe this is happening. Freedom, something I never dared to imagine." With Isaiah gone, Mitzi no longer feared being controlled by him. Bond remained silent. Though they had resolved Isaiah, much more work lay ahead. The Qin family couldn't fall into chaos. Otherwise, they would quickly be dismantled by other families. Upon returning to the villa, Bond sent Mitzi to rest early while summoning all his trusted confidants. According to the original Bond's character, these people would not have betrayed Isaiah because he had been completely mind-controlled. They owed their current status to Bond, thus feeling more gratitude towards him than towards Isaiah. If Bond ordered them to kill Isaiah, they wouldn't hesitate. This explained why the operation went so smoothly. Unbeknownst to even Bond, he had amassed considerable influence within the Qin family. Bond gathered these people for one reason: to further escalate the conflict between Dash and the Qin family, thus uniting the Qin family sooner. By the next morning, news of Isaiah's death had spread throughout xiuxian. The four major families were shocked. Was there now no hope for a ceasefire? Preparations to dismantle the Qin family began. Meanwhile, Bond accompanied Mitzi to the Qin Corporation headquarters, meeting several key figures under Isaiah: Braden, Riggs, and Francisco. These three were once close allies of Isaiah, each wielding power within the Qin family. To take over, Mitzi needed their cooperation. They sat in the conference room with mixed thoughts, while Bond stood behind Mitzi. Many had always seen Mitzi as merely a trophy wife with no capabilities, unaware that Isaiah's control had stifled her true potential. Now, with Isaiah dead, she was free to act. Mitzi looked at them. "You should know what happened yesterday. Boss Qin engaged in a fierce conflict with Dash and was eventually taken away by his own men. We found his body today." Her tone carried a hint of anger, leaving Braden, Riggs, and Francisco puzzled. Everything had happened too fast for them to react. Braden asked, "Boss Qin has always been meticulous. How could he lose this time?" Riggs nodded. They trusted Isaiah's abilities. Without a sure plan, he wouldn't have moved against Dash at this critical moment. Mitzi expected this question. Boss Qin hired some highly skilled individuals. With them, there shouldn't have been any issues. However, none of us knew that Dash had connections with these martial artists, strong enough to make them abandon their alliance with Boss Qin. Everyone looked stunned. Martial artists valued honor most. To be betrayed by them was unexpected. Francisco, the most temperamental, slammed the table and rose to retaliate. Damn it, they talk about honor, yet they turned on Boss Qin first. Others quickly restrained him, and Mitzi shouted, "Sit down." Her sternness quieted everyone immediately. Francisco sat back down hastily. Thus began the new chapter of the Qin family under Mitzi's leadership. Chapter 36, Mitzi's True Abilities. Honestly, if Isaiah were still alive, the Qin family would have no issues. And these people here wouldn't be making such expressions. Once they confirmed that Isaiah was really dead, their facial expressions became vastly different. Before, because Isaiah had been holding them down, these people couldn't get control of the Qin family in their own hands. But now that Isaiah was dead, things were different. They could take back what originally belonged to them. Only Francisco, with his straightforward personality, was thinking about how to avenge Isaiah. Seeing Mitzi speak eloquently and even exude the air of a matriarch, Bond couldn't help but feel admiration. Honestly, he hadn't expected Mitzi to perform so well at this crucial moment. Braden and Riggs also looked at Mitzi in astonishment. They initially thought Mitzi would be just a figurehead after Isaiah's death. As a woman, could she possibly manage the entire Qin family? Even if Mitzi harbored such intentions, the numerous members of the Qin family had the same thoughts. However, seeing Mitzi in this state made them incredulous, sensing that the situation might escalate further. Mitzi stared coldly at the three of them. "I know you must want to avenge Boss Qin, but it can't be accomplished by sheer enthusiasm. Dash has always been formidable. And now, he has all those martial arts experts around him. If you go now, are you planning on completely destroying the Qin family?" Her piercing gaze swept over each of them. Besides Riggs and Braden, who still felt slightly irked, Francisco lowered his head obediently. "Big sister, I just can't bear it. If we don't avenge him, how will we face Boss Qin in the netherworld?" His voice was filled with sorrow. Riggs and Braden glanced at Francisco briefly. While they were angry, they weren't as intense. Sometimes Isaiah would make ridiculous decisions, so his death wasn't entirely terrible. "Big sister, since you're not letting us seek revenge now, what should we do next? We can't act like nothing happened, right?" Braden asked curiously. "Remember, besides our Qin family, Jiangqing still has 4 major families. On the surface, our Qin family is unaffiliated with them. But now with Boss Qin dead and many subordinates lost, won't they swallow us up?" This made Braden and Riggs snap out of it. Even Bond beside them looked surprised. He hadn't expected Mitzi to say this much, especially since she hadn't mentioned anything about it before. Everyone underestimated Mitzi's capabilities. What Bond didn't know was that after Mitzi returned yesterday, she immediately started preparing to consolidate the Qin family. Isaiah was dead, but Damien was still alive. Though he had done evil, ending up paralyzed was a form of karmic retribution. Mitzi certainly wouldn't abandon him easily. To stabilize and control the Qin family, controlling him was necessary. Originally, Braden and Riggs wanted to seize the opportunity to reclaim the Qin family. Hearing Mitzi, they realized they must unite against external threats first. Seeing their expressions, Mitzi knew what they were thinking. "I understand everyone here doubts my abilities and whether I can shoulder the responsibility of the Qin family. Let me prove myself through this opportunity. If I make mistakes leading the Qin family into greater crisis, any one of you can point it out, and I'll hand all authority back." The few people watched Mitzi, not expecting her to be so resolute. Francisco interjected, "Big sister, we were all promoted by Boss Qin. These years, we've faced life and death together. Francisco wouldn't dare scheme for Qin family affairs." The others glared at him, wishing to punch him. With his statement, it was hard to continue arguing. "Since then, we have no objections. Now, the Qin family should unite." Thus, Mitzi successfully intimidated the Qin elders. After they left, she collapsed onto her chair. Francisco was easy to deal with. His straightforward nature remained. You could tell what he thought with one look. But Braden and Riggs were different. They seemed harmless yet unpredictable. This is why Mitzi was nervous. Fortunately, they dared not openly oppose her this time. Xiuxian, you've truly surprised me. Convincing them with just a few words. Bond rubbed her shoulders. Braden and Riggs still harbor thoughts, but they know we must handle the 4 major families of Jiangqing first. So, they won't move against us for now. But given a chance, they won't let us off, Mitzi explained. Bond nodded, trusting that they would investigate Isaiah's death and use it against them. Don't worry, Xiuxian. I have plans for these two. Next, we need to help Damien recover. Chapter 36. Mitzi's True Abilities. To be honest, if Isaiah were still alive, the Qin family would face no issues. And these people present wouldn't have this expression on their faces. Once they confirmed Isaiah was truly dead, their expressions turned variously. Previously, Isaiah had been a heavy presence over them, preventing any of them from controlling the Qin family as they wished. But now that Isaiah was dead, the situation had changed. They could seize this opportunity to reclaim what they believed was originally theirs. Only Francisco, with his straightforward personality, was still thinking about how to take revenge for Isaiah. Watching Mitzi speak so convincingly and even display some of the demeanor expected of the head matriarch, Bond couldn't help but feel admiration. Honestly, he hadn't expected Mitzi to perform so well in critical moments. Braden and Riggs also looked at Mitzi with surprise. They had initially thought Mitzi would just be a figurehead after Isaiah's death. As a woman, could she possibly control the entire Qin family? Even if Mitzi harbored such intentions, many in the Qin family had similar thoughts. They had originally believed this, but seeing Mitzi now, they felt something unprecedented, a premonition that things might get out of hand. Mitzi then looked coldly at the three of them. I know you want to avenge Boss Qin, but it can't be achieved merely by enthusiasm. Dash is already very powerful. And now with all these martial arts experts around him, are you planning to destroy the entire Qin family? Her sharp gaze swept over them one by one. While Braden and Riggs felt slightly irked, Francisco lowered his head submissively. Elder sister-in-law, I can't let go of my anger. If we don't avenge him, how will we face Boss Qin in the afterlife? Francisco's voice was filled with sorrow. Braden and Riggs merely glanced at Francisco. Though they were also angry, it wasn't nearly as intense. Sometimes Isaiah made rash decisions, and his death, in a way, wasn't entirely a bad thing. Elder sister-in-law, if you won't allow us to avenge him now, what should we do next? We can't act as if nothing happened. Braden looked curiously at Mitzi, asking, don't forget, Jiangqing has 4 major families besides our Qin family. Officially, we and they have no connection. But now with Qin family having lost its leader and so many subordinates, don't you think they'll try to absorb our power? After hearing this, Braden and Riggs finally snapped back to reality. Even Bond beside them stared at Mitzi in astonishment. He hadn't expected her to say these things, since they hadn't discussed this yesterday. Everyone underestimated Mitzi's capabilities. What Bond didn't know was that after returning home yesterday, Mitzi immediately began preparing to consolidate the entire Qin family. Isaiah was dead, but Damien was still alive. Although the boy was notorious for his misdeeds, his current paralyzed state was part of his karma. Mitzi certainly wouldn't abandon him. Controlling Damien would be crucial to stabilizing the Qin family. Initially, Braden and Riggs had planned to take advantage of this opportunity to seize control of the Qin family. But hearing Mitzi's words, they quickly realized her point. She was right. They were everyone's target now. It was more important to unite against external enemies, rather than fight amongst themselves. Mitzi saw through their thoughts instantly. I understand everyone here questions my ability to shoulder the responsibility of the Qin family. This is an opportunity for me to prove myself. If my decisions lead to greater crises for the Qin family, you can point them out, and I'll relinquish all authority back to you. The few men stared at Mitzi, not expecting her to come across so decisively. Francisco interjected. Elder sister-in-law, all of us were promoted by Boss Qin. Over the years, we've followed him through thick and thin. No one can say I dare harbor any ill intentions toward the Qin family. The other two glared at Francisco, wanting to punch him hard. However, his statement boxed them into a corner, making it difficult for them to argue further. Since that's the case, we have no objections. The Qin family must indeed unite now. Thus, Mitzi managed to successfully intimidate the key members of the Qin family. After they left, Mitzi slumped into the chair, utterly exhausted. Francisco was easy to deal with. He had always been straightforward, like when he was with Isaiah. Any ideas he had were easily discernible. Braden and Riggs, however, were different, devious and unpredictable despite appearing harmless. Precisely because of this, Mitzi had been tense. Thankfully, they didn't rebel this time. Otherwise, who knew what might have happened? Mitzi, you really impressed me this time. I never thought you'd persuade them with just a few words. Bond came behind Mitzi, gently massaging her shoulders. Braden and Riggs probably still have their own agendas, but they realize they need to address the threat from the 4 major families of Jiangqing first. So they won't make a move yet, but if we give them a chance, they definitely won't spare us. Mitzi glanced at Bond. Bond nodded. He believed Braden and Riggs would investigate Isaiah's death and use that to retaliate against both him and Mitzi. These two were classic hypocrites and shouldn't be underestimated. Don't worry, Mitzi. I have plans for dealing with these two. Next, we need to focus on getting Damien back on his feet. By editing the translation, the meaning of the original text is accurately conveyed while ensuring fluency and consistency in terminology and style. The translation now reads more naturally in English. Chapter 37. Things get interesting. Upon hearing Bond's words, Mitzi glanced at him, rather surprised. Damien is in such a state. There's really a way to cure him? Bond thought for a moment and didn't hide the truth. If it were anyone else, it might indeed be impossible. But this time, I plan to ask Bridget to personally handle it. Hearing that Bond intended to seek out Bridget, Mitzi nodded. Indeed, if there was anyone in Jiangqing who could help Damien, it would likely only be Bridget. As for Dash, it wasn't even worth considering. It was already commendable that he hadn't killed Damien. Asking him to help with treatment was out of the question. Moreover, after Isaiah's death, the entire Qin family was in disarray. They naturally wouldn't prioritize their safety now. I'll leave this matter to you. As we discussed before, Damien remains important. But this guy has committed too many wrongs, so even if he recovers, he must be strictly monitored to prevent further trouble. Previously, due to Isaiah's indulgence, Mitzi couldn't interfere with many things. But now, without Isaiah, Mitzi had an entirely different perspective on many issues. After chatting with Mitzi for some time, Bond left the villa and called Opal. How's the situation on your side? Has Dash suspected anything? The moment Bond connected the call, he immediately asked anxiously. This whole incident involved many secrets. If Dash had any suspicions, it would certainly affect their future plans. Don't worry. Dash never thought it was a trap we set intentionally. He even believes he made a brilliant move, Opal replied. Indeed, without the dumbing aura, the protagonist's actions often appeared foolish to others. I've temporarily stabilized the Qin family situation, and with our cooperation, handling many things will become much easier. But there's one issue that needs your help. Opal asked. With the Qin family's cooperation, I'm confident in launching actions on many fronts. What do you need help with now? Bond explained Qin's current predicament. To resolve this issue, Damien must be brought back to life. Getting Bridget to intervene wasn't easy. Even Opal didn't have complete confidence, especially since she could potentially use underhanded methods. Is it really necessary? Bond sighed, knowing he preferred not to involve Bridget if possible. You know very well that in Xiuxian, if anyone has the highest medical skills, it's Bridget. Of course, I understand she might make some demands, but don't worry, just arrange a meeting for me first. Opal agreed, and after all these arrangements, Bond finally relaxed. With everything proceeding as planned, success seemed within reach. Meanwhile, Braden and Riggs met privately, unaware that Bond had already detected their secret meeting. They were inside a secluded tea house. There's definitely something amiss with Isaiah's death. Considering his cautious nature, how could he fail in such a straightforward task? Perhaps Mitzi orchestrated it secretly, Riggs whispered intently. Braden frowned, agreeing that Isaiah shouldn't have been easily taken down. Clearly, there were secrets they hadn't uncovered yet, but they lacked sufficient evidence. Our big sister did impress everyone today, so what you say isn't implausible. Without evidence, however, we're helpless. Their expressions turned resolute. Your suspicion about this woman aligns with mine. She had grievances against Isaiah, and plotting his demise makes sense. I suspect Bond also played a part. Riggs looked at Braden in disbelief, finding it hard to accept, given Bond's long-standing loyalty and Isaiah's mind control. Yanko is dead. He was Isaiah's tool against Bond. Do you know whom he met before dying? Curious, Riggs listened intently. Thankfully, I had someone inside who knew the truth. Otherwise, we would have been deceived. He met Bond and was then eliminated. Might it be because he knew Bond's secrets? They smiled, feeling they had grasped something crucial. Elsewhere, Bond learned from his subordinates about their private meeting, confirming his suspicions. He knew these two wouldn't trust him easily and would investigate. Catching Bond off guard would be difficult. Keep surveilling them closely. I'm curious what other tricks they have up their sleeves. Despite the new leads, Bond remained calm, almost amused. These guys were too self-assured. Soon, they'd realize they'd been misled. Now, it's time to tighten the net. Hope you don't disappoint. Bond murmured, eyes narrowing. He still had opportunities ahead. Chapter 38. You've been deceived. I don't think you're crazy, do you? Knowing very well this guy isn't good news, yet now you ask for my help. Just based on his usual conduct in Xiuxian, not becoming a vegetable is already quite lenient. Waverly loudly said, genuinely puzzled. She only realized after being summoned to the hospital by Opal that her patient was Damien. Waverly naturally disliked Damien. He behaved as if he ruled Xiuxian, tyrannical and arrogant, which had led him to offend many people. His current state seemed like karma catching up. It was reasonable that someone who did so much wrong should be dealt with like this. Waverly didn't feel any sympathy, but she never expected Opal would ask her for assistance. I know it's hard to accept, but whether you believe it or not, you must recognize one thing. If Damien continues like this, it will be disadvantageous for me. Initially, Opal still harbored doubts about Bond's words, but after experiencing these events, she understood better where she stood. She also knew things might not be as severe as Bond described. After all, Dash's current status was still below their Long family. Moreover, her father sought a son-in-law who could completely change the Long family situation. Even if Dash had immense strength, it meant nothing to them. Yet despite this, Opal hoped no unexpected situations arose, and achieving cooperation with the Qin family would boost their future combat strength. Though the four great families of Xiuxian appeared harmonious, once this balance broke, the consequences would be unimaginable. Waverly coldly huffed after hearing Opal's words. Speaking of which, you are indeed amusing. Having been deceived to such an extent, don't you understand? Waverly stared wide-eyed at Opal, clearly still baffled. I don't know what kind of character Bond is, but since this guy got along with Damien, we can't trust him no matter what. Everything he said is probably fake, she insisted. Opal felt helpless. I know you doubt him, which is normal, but I hope, for our long friendship, you'll help me. Opal knew explanations wouldn't convince Waverly, so she could only appeal through their friendship. Although Waverly still felt uneasy, it seemed she had no choice. Forget it, this is your own business, I won't say more. If you're clear-headed enough, that's enough. But if anything goes wrong, I hope you can remain rational. After saying this, Waverly started negotiating with the hospital. Meanwhile, Bond finally arrived. Opal explained the situation to Bond. I've already detailed everything. The outcome of further treatment depends on his luck. If Waverly treats him properly, he might recover, though it seems unlikely. Bond had no objections. Damien's ability to stand wasn't important. What mattered was that he remained alive and could speak. Beyond that, other matters didn't need attention. To me, Damien just needs to be able to talk. The rest is up to us to handle. Bond spoke calmly. Unbeknownst to Bond and Opal during their conversation, they were secretly observed. As expected, you have a problem, whispered Waverly to herself. Officially, Waverly claimed to start treatment, but she continued watching Opal, sensing something was amiss. Indeed, she eventually pieced together the story. Bond wanted Damien confined to a wheelchair, thus preventing interference in Qin family affairs. This way, Bond and Mitzi could control the Qin family and continue cooperating with the Long family. Under the Qin family support, Opal's influence in the Long family would rise. While beneficial to several parties, this was a headache for Waverly. Even before this, Waverly detested Bond. Even without personal grievances, she didn't want Bond controlling the Qin family. Intuition told her if Bond controlled Qin family, it wouldn't bode well for the four great families of Jiangqing. Isaiah no longer cared about the Qin family's current standing in Jiangqing, merely preserving and enduring. But Bond wouldn't be content with the status quo. Understanding this, Waverly feared Bond would drastically change the Qin family. They would undoubtedly suffer, so thwarting Bond's plans was crucial. Thus, a series of actions began planning. Meanwhile, Bond remained unaware Waverly had witnessed their entire conversation. He only thought Damien staying alive was sufficient. The rest would unfold gradually. Since Dash believed he had won, he wouldn't trouble the Qin family immediately. The four great families would surely test Qin family's current strength. Without Braden and Riggs, Bond couldn't manage them. But bringing them back, plus the unpredictable Francisco, temporarily suppressed potential adversaries. This was Bond's carefully considered decision. While unclear who would win, having a chance was significant. I didn't expect everything you mentioned would come true, Opal commented curiously. Even now, I wonder how you knew these specific details. Bond met her gaze calmly. Chapter 39, Who asked you to treat his legs? Christine had always believed that many things in this world were far more complex than they seemed. Yet, most of them still fell within the realm of her understanding. But with Bond's situation, she truly realized there was always someone more capable out there. Bond was merely a subordinate to Isaiah, yet he seemed to have a perfect grasp of the current situation. Since Christine met Bond, every decision he made seemed to maximize his own benefits. Several times, Bond operated behind the scenes, driving events forward while reaping the rewards. Even Dash's actions were within Bond's control, which was terrifying for Christine. In the past, Bond wouldn't have easily answered such a question, but now that they had established a cooperative relationship, ensuring smooth cooperation was essential to tackle future troubles. Trust between both parties was crucial. These past years, many people believe Isaiah assigned me the task of protecting Damien and ensuring his worry-free growth, Bond said firmly. But in reality, my mission was far more daunting. Privately, I've built an extensive intelligence network capable of gathering all sorts of information, allowing me to understand the current global situation. Christine, having never ventured into such areas, found no reason to doubt him. So you know so much because you've gathered a lot of information about Dash, thus anticipating his moves? It sounded simple, but it required significant effort. Standing beside Bond, she watched his back as he lit a cigarette and looked out the window. If only it were that easy, he thought. Actually, it's just a huge gamble. Everything is based on speculation. If Dash had made even a slight change during this process, I might have failed. He smiled as he spoke, trying to comfort Christine. As someone who understood the background of this world, Bond remained at ease. Christine, on the other hand, fully trusted him. While they were talking, Bridget in the intensive care unit had already begun treatment. Mitzi did not accompany them, needing time to consolidate her power after seizing the Qin family. Therefore, she couldn't afford to do anything else. Initially, Bond didn't take this seriously. Considering Damien's state and prolonged lack of treatment, he might end up paralyzed. What a pity for Master Qin to be brought to this, some bodyguards remarked, feeling sorrowful for Damien, whose former glory was replaced by his current, pitiful state. Upon Bond's arrival, everyone lowered their heads, seemingly afraid to meet his gaze. Only Bond remained calm. What others found incredible was just his method, using presence alone to intimidate these men. But when Bond saw Bridget's treatment plan, he was stunned. Initially, he hoped Damien would simply recover, even if it meant being paralyzed. However, the treatment plan before him suggested complete recovery using the legendary 32 ghost needles. Neither Mitzi nor Bond wanted Damien dead, but they didn't need a fully active Damien either. A barely alive Damien would cause fewer problems. Seeing Bridget's intention to completely rehabilitate Damien left Bond speechless. As Bond grew angry, he suddenly calmed down, realizing Bridget was not undermining Christine but himself. Is my plan exposed, so Bridget is deliberately sabotaging? Or is it because I'm close to Christine, and she's worried about Christine's safety, retaliating against me? Bond mumbled, puzzled by Bridget's actions. After the treatment, Bridget walked out. When Bond greeted her with a smile, she merely glanced at him coldly, showing disdain. Christine stood nearby, intending to introduce them properly but felt awkward seeing the hostility. Xuanhuan, this is the person I've been telling you about. Christine started but faltered, realizing she never knew Bond's name. Bond, I'm Miss Cold's friend, Bond said calmly. Bridget scoffed, you know I dislike making friends. Not just anyone qualifies to be my friend. The words stung, but they reflected Bridget's true feelings. Bond seemed harmless, but to her, he was cunning and deceitful. Associating with someone like Damien surely didn't bode well. Besides, he had assisted Damien in countless atrocities. Bond was surprised by Bridget's directness. This isn't your style, Lady Ning. You're manipulative, not outspoken. Chapter 40, Confrontation. Standing beside Bond, Opal was feeling quite awkward. At this moment, Bond just gave a faint smile. It seems Miss Ning has never really experienced setbacks before, which is why you can still do such trivial things now. I know you've always looked down on people like Damien, but I have no past grievances with you. Why must you act as if we are mortal enemies in front of me? Bond understood Bridget's intentions, but he knew that dealing with this girl required going against the grain. The more displeased she became, the more she would be drawn to him. Brat, it's already very difficult for me to offer help today. You should feel fortunate that Damien could stand up again. Yet, you dare to speak such nonsense in front of me. Seeing her haughty demeanor, Bond only smiled lightly. I certainly thank you for making Damien stand up, but that doesn't prevent me from questioning Miss Ning's character. Bond directly confronted Bridget without any intention of backing down. He knew Bridget's personality well. If he showed weakness or remained silent, she wouldn't let him off easily. She would become even more aggressive. So he had to challenge her until she couldn't retort at all. Clearly, Bond's plan worked. Bridget became agitated. At least I helped you, yet your attitude is too rude now. She glared at Bond, a bit annoyed. After all, he was just a small fry from the Qin family. Without Opal, Bond wouldn't have a chance to interact with her, a nobody, putting on such an act? Of course, I am delighted that Miss Ning was willing to help. Our Qin family can cooperate with Miss Ning in various ways. Whatever you need, we will try our best to meet your requests. But please, Miss Ning, don't forget that while the Qin family isn't one of the 4 major families, it's not because we lack the strength. We simply don't desire it. I don't wish for the relationship between the Ning family and the Qin family to deteriorate. Facing this young lady, Bond remained calm and dignified. Initially, Bridget had an air of superiority, but after Bond's rebuttal, she was left speechless. Indeed, her previous triumphant attitude didn't resemble what a righteous person should look like. Beside them, Opal watched in awe. Bond was incredibly skilled. It was the first time she saw someone confront Bridget so effectively. Bridget, looking flustered, seemed genuinely infuriated into silence. Bridget provocatively looked at Bond. Fine. You're Damien's bodyguard, Bond, right? This young lady remembers you. Helping Damien was just my first gift to you. You've crossed this young lady today. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Himph. Bridget stormed off angrily. Bond remained unruffled. Dealing with such women required being even more assertive than them. Don't underestimate Bridget despite her cute appearance. This cunning girl wasn't easy to handle. Letting her know his power now could save trouble in the future. Opal was puzzled. You know she's part of the Ning family. If we could establish a stable partnership with her, we might be invincible in Xiuxian. We could have negotiated today, but now that you offended her, what should we do? Opal had long wanted to collaborate with Bridget, but lacked opportunities and funds. But now, because of Bond, they had a chance to salvage it. She expected Bond to apologize immediately after the incident. Instead, he cleverly left Bridget speechless. Just an investment matter. Cold young lady, don't worry. If I acted this way, there must be a reason. Bond realized Dash's heroines were quite complex, making it hard to remember their individual traits. Previously influenced by Dash's charm, they easily succumbed to him. But Bond finally got to see their true capabilities. Fortunately, he intervened at the crucial moment. Otherwise, who knows what these women would turn out to be. Because Bond slightly understood Bridget's rebellious nature, he chose to act this way. Despite growing mature, she retained this trait. The more you forbade her from doing something, the more she insisted on it, proving her uniqueness. Even Opal was tense about the cooperation with Bridget, involving many critical factors. She had no absolute confidence either. Looking at Opal, Bond chuckled and stood by the door, observing the situation in the Xuanhuan monitoring room/observation room. Note, the term Xuanhuan is typically translated as monitoring room or observation room in a medical context. I've provided both options for clarity. Depending on the context of the story, you may choose one that fits better. To ensure the translation reads more naturally, Bond looked at Opal and smiled. Standing by the door, he observed the situation inside the monitoring room. Unconsciously, he and Opal were tied together. To achieve freedom and his goals, he had to collaborate with her passively. Having this young lady's assistance certainly made things easier for Bond. However, it also meant potential complications. Could Opal actually have feelings for him? Shaking his head, Bond dismissed those thoughts. Now wasn't the time to ponder such matters. Bridget helped Damien recover, but would likely use Damien to retaliate for today's events. This girl could be very patient. Damien, despite recovering, wasn't strong enough to control the Qin family. His intelligence was still subpar, even without Dash's influence. He wouldn't stand a chance against Bridget. So, Bond needed a foolproof plan. If Damien was swayed by Bridget, Bond would have to face both Bridget and Damien. The thought was headache-inducing. The sole consolation was Mitzi would never betray him, but everyone else around him posed potential threats. This was truly challenging. Chapter 41. The Traitor. Bond now had many questions in his mind, but he also understood that these wouldn't be resolved anytime soon. The immediate priority was to check on Damien's condition. After some time, the hospital confirmed there were no issues with Damien and transferred him to a ward. Bond and Opal came to visit him in the ward. To Bond's surprise, Damien's first words upon waking were directed at Opal. Char, I knew you would never give up on me. This time, if not for you, I truly don't know if I could have woken up to talk to you again. Bond sighed inwardly, not surprising that Damien, still a puppy love, ignored asking about his father and focused only on the girl. Opal felt nauseous seeing Damien like this, but maintained her composure and replied, It's good you're awake. Dash went too far this time. It was our fault. After all, Isaiah was dead, and Opal felt a little sympathy. Many things happened while you were unconscious. I hope you can maintain a good state of mind. Facing Damien's direct gaze, Opal couldn't meet his eyes. She greeted Bond and left without lingering, showing she had no intention of staying. Damien was furious, wishing he could get out of bed immediately to find Dash. Bond found this quite helpless, knowing from Damien's eyes that he hadn't learned anything from what happened. If it were earlier, Bond wouldn't care much. But now, with Mitzi and him controlling Qin family matters, they couldn't afford to let this kid cause more trouble. Uncle Lin, what exactly happened recently? Why do you all look so exhausted? Bond patted Damien's shoulder, unable to tell him the full story of the family's recent happenings. I know you are very curious about the family situation and want to help, but there's much to handle right now. Since you've just recovered, you should rest in the hospital. What Bond said made sense. Damien wasn't in any condition to offer help yet. Being out of the hospital was already an achievement. Instead of rushing into potential disaster, Damien should stay here, confined within these walls, pondering alternative strategies. Realizing Bond wasn't joking, Damien calmed down. I occasionally heard you talking during my coma. A few days ago, I heard my father bless me, but sadly, I can't remember anything else. Seeing Damien's serious face, Bond smiled dryly. Ning family's misacted this time. Without her, you'd be crippled. I know you feel upset and want revenge, but listen to me. You did well surviving that close call. Bond looked earnestly at Damien, who was taken aback. He thought Bond would support taking revenge on Dash, but instead, Bond seemed different, no longer just a Qin family subordinate. Though looking unchanged, his aura was different, more like a strategist with everyone merely pawns under him. This motivated Damien even more to recover fully. It was unknown how Damien managed to recover faster than expected, possibly due to Bridget's involvement. Speaking of her, Bond grew increasingly annoyed, feeling the matter needn't have become so complicated, but it was all because of Bridget. Upon awakening, Damien received support openly or subtly from various people, encouraging him to retaliate. Only after learning of his father's death did Damien become dispirited, averting worse consequences. Initially, many supported Mitzi and Bond, as they couldn't find a better person to handle the situation. But after seeing Damien, they reconsidered, thinking it wiser to prop up a puppet leader. Following behind Damien, Bond asked, Damien, do you really plan to take over the entire group's business? Frankly, Bond was surprised by Damien's next move. His expression changed, appearing more reverent toward Bond. Uncle Lin, my father's death is definitely linked to Dash. I have no choice but to rely on you. Please help me investigate everything and make those people pay dearly. As for company matters, I'll assist you. Looking at Damien's serious face, Bond frowned. Help? More likely Damien had a mentor advising him secretly, planning to seize control. Investigating Isaiah's death? No need for that. Still, Bond didn't say more, choosing to observe the scenery outside for a while. Dash successfully struck the Qin family. I believe their next target will be us. So I must dampen their spirits while they're riding high. We must secure control over the Qin family first. Bond knew Braden and Riggs were involved, which annoyed him further. These two acted friendly, but engaged in dishonorable deeds. But Bond wouldn't dwell on it for now. Once he dealt with them later, they'd regret opposing him. For now, they still held some value, and could be useful temporarily. Chapter 42, Time to Spin. Bond and Mitzi had known for a long time that they would definitely become the targets of opposition from many people. However, for them, it had never crossed their minds to take this seriously. Bond initially thought that Damien's first action after regaining his senses would be to unite the Qin family and then collectively resist the four major families of Xiuxian. Yet reality deviated from what he anticipated. When Damien initially woke up, he was compliant. But after listening to some idle chatter from others, he now had started to oppose Bond. Bond was fully aware of Damien's intentions. At present, however, Damien clearly lacked the ability to deal with him effectively. Although this step could have been skipped, since Damien had come knocking on his own, Bond couldn't ignore it. This was an opportunity to properly teach this arrogant youth a lesson. Others might genuinely be concerned about this situation, but Bond did not doubt himself in the slightest. While others might worry, concerning Damien specifically, there was absolutely no need. The skills Bond displayed alone were enough to make Damien understand the vast gap between him and this man. So, how are you thinking? Initially, Braden and Riggs were quite cooperative, but because of this boy, these two are now causing trouble for me at every turn. You can't just keep pretending nothing happened, right? Looking at Bond, Mitzi felt increasingly nervous. Though she understood the complex situation they were in, Bond seemed utterly calm, leaving her uncertain of his true thoughts. Despite gaining some understanding of the Qin family's companies over these days, as a woman, she felt overwhelmed when Damien appeared, escalating the problems dramatically. She rushed over to see how Bond was faring. Well, what else can we do? I know what Braden and Riggs are up to. They simply want to bolster Damien, who lacks sense. You also know that this boy has always been good at causing trouble, but if he were to manage all of Qin family's business, Bond couldn't even imagine what state the Qin family would end up in. It was a scenario neither of them wanted to see, yet Bond wouldn't take any extra steps. He could only ensure that everything remained under control. If you know what they're planning, you should stop them, Mitzi urged. Do you really want to watch them take complete control of the Qin family? Mitzi knew Damien wasn't capable of shouldering such responsibility. Letting him cause chaos was manageable, but managing the company was out of the question. If Damien took control of the Qin family, it would be nothing short of a nightmare. Both Braden and Riggs were actively pushing Damien to succeed his father. Even because of them, several people who once supported Bond changed sides. Under these circumstances, everyone closely watched how Bond would handle the situation. They won't gain control of the Qin family without me doing something. The skills of Braden and Riggs may look impressive, but to me, they're just a joke. This scene was unsurprising to Bond, even expected. His assessment of Braden and Riggs proved accurate. Though initially concerned about the Qin family's future, Mitzi relaxed seeing Bond's composed demeanor. While unsure of where his confidence stemmed from, the typically cautious Bond wouldn't act baselessly. Amberly, don't worry. As long as I'm here, they won't be able to mess up the Qin family. As they chatted, Damien walked in from outside. However, upon seeing Bond, he behaved differently than before. Once calling him Uncle Lin, Damien now merely nodded and went upstairs. Watching Damien disappear from sight, Bond well understood the youth's mind. Yet his focus was elsewhere. Lately, Bond had accumulated tens of thousands of villain points through his actions. Preparing for today, he entered a secluded room, rested briefly, and checked them all. With few spins on the gacha machine, Bond didn't have much accumulated. Now, with over 80,000 villain points. Yes, enough for a diamond gacha, and I'll still have 30,000 left. A diamond and a gold gacha. What if I get something good? Bond dared not think further. The items in the gacha machine each had unique uses. Previous draws like the Dragon Tiger Pill had excellent effects, surpassing expectations. Let's hope for useful items this time. Muttering to himself, Bond opened the mall interface and began spinning. Ding. You successfully spun the gold gacha 10 times, receiving 1 6 Realms Demon Slayer warrant and 1,000 pounds of Fallen Cloud Iron. 6 Realms Demon Slayer warrant. This warrant commands the 6 Realms Hall to issue a Demon Slayer order and grants VIP status within the hall. In essence, it symbolized high status, which was certainly valuable. Fallen cloud iron. An ancient celestial iron that fell millennia ago. Impossible to forge with existing methods, yet weapons crafted from it possess exceptional strength. Alas, it's a pity. Bond sighed. The Six Realms Demon Slayer warrant provided a life-saving option. When needed, he could issue the warrant to cause headaches for anyone targeting him. Sadly, the fallen cloud iron held limited immediate use. Chapter 43. Have you ever seen 1,000 gene weight? After confirming there were no issues, Bond looked at the diamond gacha machine with excitement. Although the materials from the gold gacha machine were not abundant, both the Six Paths Azura Pursuit Order and the Heaven Fallen Cloud Iron were impressive. Heaven above, earth below, Grandmaster Lousy, please bless me. Show yourself. Ding, you have successfully drawn the diamond gacha machine 10 times. You have received 1 legendary attribute card, 1 smithing stone, 1 advancement card, and the invincible killer aura. Legendary attribute card. Using this card will increase all the user's attributes by 5 times. Smithing stone. Upon usage, it can directly forge a weapon based on your imagination. Advancement card. It enhances anyone's martial arts realm when used. When used on a normal person, it can instantly elevate them to intermediate martial artist level. Invincible killer aura. People you kill or those who die due to you will boost your killing intent. The higher your killing intent, the better your physical strength becomes. Released killer aura weakens your enemies and strengthens yourself. Well, this is clearly a classic villain power-up. Without a doubt, accumulating such high villain points and activating the diamond gacha was indeed the most rewarding choice. Bond immediately closed his eyes to try out the forging technique, and sure enough, he could forge the Heaven Fallen Cloud Iron. Once Bond activated it, a wave of light flashed before him. Next, a large mass of molten Heaven Fallen Cloud Iron appeared in front of Bond. All he needed to do was imagine the shape of his desired weapon in his mind, and the liquid would transform into various forms accordingly. With his eyes closed, Bond quickly forged an ordinary-looking Ring Pommeltang Dynasty Saber. Ding! Forging successful. Ring Pommeltang Saber, ancient legendary, weighs 1,000 gene, can be bound by dripping blood. Effects unknown. Bond took the Ring Pommeltang Saber out of his system space. A loud boom echoed as the blade created a large pit on the ground, cracking the floor. Even the entire villa seemed to shake for a moment. Damn it, you're actually serious? One can imagine that no one could withstand this heavy strike. 1,000 gene blade slashing down, even if unsharpened, would still leave its target half dead. Bond dripped a few drops of blood onto it, and indeed, the Ring Pommeltang Saber emitted a soft hum, signifying complete binding. However, no matter how much effort he exerted, Bond couldn't lift it. It felt like lifting a tank. Bond muttered quietly, then used the advancement card and legendary attribute card. With the system prompt, Bond felt a warm current surge through his body, spreading throughout his limbs. Instantly, he felt his strength greatly enhanced. This must be the power of an intermediate martial artist? Simultaneously, new information filled his mind. Martial artists are divided into 5 levels: lower, intermediate, upper, lesser peak, and great celestial, each with 3 substages. Bond was now an early-stage intermediate martial artist, which was already commendable, but he still couldn't lift the saber. Truly tormenting. Originally, during the forging, Bond could have chosen a lighter weight, but he thought a 1,000 gene blade could crush someone to death easily. So, he went ahead with it. Surprisingly, the 1,000 gene weight was compressed into a regular Ring Pommeltang saber size. However, merely changing its dimensions didn't help. The weight remained the same, and despite all his efforts, Bond couldn't lift the weapon. Even after using the legendary attribute card, doubling his overall stats, strength, speed, and senses, he still couldn't handle the saber properly, only barely managing to swing it with both hands. To use it skillfully, he would need more power. Ultimately, Bond had to give up, feeling quite helpless. At this moment, Damien and Mitzi rushed downstairs. They had obviously heard what happened, but were unclear about the situation. Seeing the chaos in the room, especially the massive hole in the ground, they were stunned. Anyone unfamiliar might think a meteor had fallen. Noticing their arrival, Bond awkwardly laughed. Just now, something seemed to flash past me, and then everything became like this. Damien glanced at Bond, but remained skeptical. After confirming no problems, Damien turned and left. Seizing the opportunity, Bond asked, "What did this guy come here for today?" Mitzi looked up at Bond and replied irritably, "It's all because of Braden and Riggs, those idiots. Thanks to them, Damien really believes he can control everyone now." She sighed. Today, Damien ostensibly came to consult her about company matters, but was essentially informing Mitzi that he planned to take over the company gradually. He also hoped Mitzi wouldn't interfere further. Mitzi understood Damien's intentions, but knew under the current circumstances, they might not resolve everything smoothly. You know, both Braden and Riggs lack foresight. If the entire Qin family develops under their leadership, it will become more dangerous, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Bond had already put away the Tang saber. Suddenly, Mitzi noticed Bond looked significantly more handsome than before, a strange yet genuine observation. Are you planning to let these guys mess things up? With their methods, they can't solve these issues. Looking at Bond's calm demeanor, Mitzi felt a slight pressure. Some matters were simple to address, but others were more severe than imagined. No one knew the ultimate outcome. The Qin family will pay a price for all the chaos. Through this experience, you should understand that this kid isn't as capable as we initially thought, Bond remarked coolly. Given the current state, many unforeseen challenges lay ahead. Chapter 44. Who gave you permission? Mitzi had expected Bond to be extremely nervous under such circumstances, but unexpectedly, Bond remained much calmer than she had anticipated. It seems you already have a plan against them, which is why you can remain so calm, Mitzi mused. She knew Bond's character well enough to understand that his calm demeanor indicated he was confident in how to deal with the situation. Braden and Riggs could not truly control the Qin family. Their short-sightedness also prevented them from maximizing their family's interests. Bond approached Mitzi and said, "Amberly, rest assured, aren't you still in charge? But right now, I'm more interested in you." After an intimate moment, Mitzi lay in Bond's arms. After Isaiah's death, they felt more relaxed, no longer needing to hide their feelings. Little devil, why are you so powerful today? I almost couldn't take it. Bond smiled proudly. Indeed, his enhanced strength and attributes had transformed him. Even in this aspect, everything felt different from before. Isaiah, over these years, since you couldn't achieve it, let me help you. The two spent a tender night together. The next morning, Bond and Mitzi arrived at Qin Company early. These days, whenever Mitzi had time, she would come to the company. Her main goals were auditing and gradually placing her own people in key positions. This was originally Isaiah's company. So many within the organization doubted her capabilities. However, through her efforts, she had successfully changed their opinions. But upon arriving this time, they found the company unusually chaotic. Many employees had been replaced by new faces, clearly affecting the company's normal operations as they struggled with even basic tasks. Such employees were wasting space. Mitzi immediately suspected Damien's involvement and headed straight for his office. What's going on outside? Mitzi asked, narrowing her eyes at Damien. After a few days of rest, Damien had recovered faster than expected. Initially afraid when confronted by Mitzi, he gained courage from Braden's supportive pat on his shoulder. Big sister. Since Damien is Brother Qin's son, he will inherit this company. So we're trying to prepare him by letting him gradually understand the business. Of course, it starts with training our own people, Braden explained, flashing a radiant smile. Unbeknownst to others, those large, burly men weren't ordinary employees, but Braden's own operatives. Ultimately, Braden aimed to sideline the Qin family. Mitzi was thoroughly displeased with his shameless actions. Braden, I don't know what you're planning, but making decisions here isn't your place. Without disciplining these individuals, they might become more brazen. She had carefully selected promising young talents to nurture, hoping they would bring significant changes to the Qin family. Yet, these newcomers were quickly ousted by Damien's group. This directly impacted the Qin family's future and Mitzi's aspirations. Seeing Mitzi's anger, Braden merely chuckled. Why is Big Sister so upset? He asked. Teaching Damien to control the Qin companies is fine if he has the capability. But can he really handle it? Is that your true intention? Mitzi turned to Damien. Your daily antics aside, this involves the company. Do you think this is a simple matter to explain away? You dismissed all my carefully chosen staff without realizing their crucial roles within Qin. Damien fell silent at Mitzi's words, recognizing the gravity of his actions. Previously, Mitzi's frustrations went unvoiced due to Isaiah's presence. Now, without Isaiah's constraints, Mitzi viewed matters differently. Mom, I apologize. I didn't consider it fully. Zhou uncle suggested removing unruly elements to establish order, Damien defended. Mitzi glared menacingly at Braden. Despite his earlier bravado, seeing Mitzi's wrath sent shivers down his spine. For some reason, he feared her, as if she could erase him from existence. Braden managed an awkward laugh. Big sister. Everything I did was for Damien's betterment. Our current situation is perilous. Seeing Bond, Braden's expression shifted. Matters involving Bond were never simple. Old Zhou, do as you wish, but remember, this is Qin territory. Regardless of your past ties with the leader, you cannot command here. Note, the translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring coherence and natural English flow. ##### Chapter 45. People with weaknesses will die. Braden was now almost drenched in sweat. He never thought he would encounter two such difficult people here. Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but feel that his luck had run out today. These two were not easy to deal with. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I assure you that this incident today was purely accidental, and I guarantee it won't happen again. Despite Braden's tough exterior, he was currently at a loss for what to do. No matter how capable he was, he still fell short in the presence of Bond and Mitzi. Moreover, Bond had many ways to make Braden disappear from this world. But without concrete evidence, Braden dared not make a move. On the other side, Waverly was actively investigating all clues related to Bond. For some reason, she felt there was something bigger about this young man that he hadn't revealed. She was completely unaware of everything. Unfortunately, after several days of investigation, Waverly found no leads. Either Bond had been clever enough to erase all traces, or the guy really wasn't worth noting. How is the situation with the Qin family? Waverly asked softly, looking at the young man in front of her. The young man was taken aback for a moment, probably not expecting her to ask this question, but he quickly responded. Previously, Mitzi and Bond successfully stabilized the Qin family's condition. Currently, Mitzi handles all the family's affairs on behalf of everyone. Waverly's face showed a hint of disdain upon hearing this. As expected, these two have problems. No matter how well they hide, they always leave some clues behind. I believe Braden and Riggs also know this, so we can take advantage of this angle and meddle in their affairs. If we can break their internal alliance, it will be a great opportunity for us. Everyone looked at Waverly with surprise. Even though the Qin family had weakened compared to before, they weren't someone just anyone could provoke. The four major families in Jiangxing hadn't acted yet because they lacked the confidence and dared not easily step into this minefield. After all, if they truly provoked the Qin family, the consequences could be far worse than imagined. Who would have thought that what they considered dangerous was nothing to Waverly? Braden and Riggs are indeed plotting secretly, seemingly planning something. But unfortunately, their strength is limited. No matter how much trouble they cause, it won't amount to much. Waverly frowned, thinking deeply for a moment. This might not be easy for others, but for me, it's simple. I should reach out to them. If we can collaborate, it would be best. Waverly had already made up her mind. Since these guys were now suffering unfair treatment, it was necessary for her to stand by them. The man's expression changed. He knew what this meant. Once the Ning family joined forces with Braden and others, it would essentially declare war on the Qin family. No one knew what kind of troubles they would face then. Currently, everyone hoped this wouldn't happen. Miss, is it really worth going to such lengths over the Qin family? Waverly raised her head slowly. You are short-sighted, but I am not. I have my own considerations. Just follow my instructions. From now on, focus on getting these things done. Bond was very clear about what would happen next. With Waverly's personality, she would definitely try to contact either Braden or Riggs. Therefore, he concentrated most of his attention on these two. Any slight movement, and Bond would know immediately. When Waverly thought her plan was foolproof and Bond had no way to find out, he already knew everything. However, he didn't rush into action. Both Braden and Riggs were elder figures. Killing Isaiah was serious enough. Dealing with these elder figures simultaneously could affect the future direction of the Qin family. To avoid the Qin family's downfall, Bond chose to look the other way for now. But these guys turned out to be more ambitious than he thought. They could have chosen another path but opted for a bloody one, aiming to seize control of the Qin family from Bond and Mitzi. When Mitzi received this news, she was somewhat anxious. This meant they had officially chosen to stand against the Ning family. No matter how cautiously we acted before, it wouldn't change the outcome. Waverly never intended to let us off. To her, since Isaiah is dead, she aims to dismantle the Qin family. Unlike Mitzi, Bond had known Waverly's nature long ago and had prepared in advance. Now we need to think about how to solve this problem better, Mitzi asked Bond cautiously. Their current situation was much worse than before. We need Braden and Riggs to interact with the Qin family, so we can use that as an excuse to deal with them. Could Bond not solve this? Of course not. He just needed enough leverage to eliminate them without bearing responsibility. Now, he had found this leverage. These two would have to pay for their actions. For Bond, this was a great opportunity. Chapter 46, The End of the Qin Family. The state of affairs within the Qin family was undeniably more complicated than anyone had anticipated. To thoroughly resolve these troubles, Bond needed to make an example of someone. But after Isaiah's downfall, the Qin family was left in disarray, with any move potentially leading to chaos within the clan. So even Bond, when dealing with these issues, proceeded cautiously. He certainly had many ways to deal with them, but to avoid unnecessary complications, he held back. In fact, it had to be acknowledged that Bond's actions were the smartest choice. By making them enemies of the entire Qin family through such means, Bond could easily eliminate them without expending much effort. Meanwhile, Braden and Riggs remained oblivious to this. As for Mitzi, he initially believed that even if Damien grew up, he could still teach him a lesson and make him understand his place. However, the situation turned out very different from what Mitzi expected. He had already taken control of the Qin family and was gradually reversing their current predicament. But Mitzi never imagined that Damien would dare defy him. A series of actions put the Qin family in a precarious and awkward position. Dealing with these problems alone was no easy task for Mitzi, especially considering the additional trouble far exceeded expectations. Moreover, Mitzi hadn't anticipated that Braden and Riggs were supporting Damien as a puppet while secretly collaborating with the Ning family. Many in the Qin family now believe that not only the Long family but also the Ning family was responsible for these series of events. Collaborating with the Ning family was akin to slapping everyone in the face, which no one could accept. This would only cause more severe repercussions. But these two seemed unaware of this, acting quite naively. Bond didn't fully understand their motives but knew that regardless of their choices, it wasn't bad for him. Once we have evidence, we'll deal with these two fools quickly. Damien is easily swayed by others' words. If he believes these idiots, he will definitely find ways to create trouble for us, which wouldn't be good. Mitzi looked at Bond more seriously, realizing how precarious their situation had become. Braden and Riggs were indeed fools, but Damien wasn't much smarter. With insufficient evidence, if these two were betrayed by the Ning family, the Qin family would suffer as well. Don't worry, these two can't do much to us. If the Qin family were so weak, it wouldn't have established itself in Xiuxian. Unlike Mitzi, Bond appeared calm, not taking the situation too seriously. Others might view these matters differently, but Bond saw them differently. He understood his current predicament and what actions he should take under such circumstances. What others perceived as a complex situation was a different story for Bond. After reassuring Mitzi, Bond immediately called Tinsley. Has Dash made any unusual moves recently? Tinsley thought for a moment before replying. Although several martial arts experts arrived last time, they quickly chose to cooperate once they learned Dash's identity. Now, these people are Dash's loyal subordinates, and many owe him favors. He's preparing for a final reckoning with the Qin family. Indeed, the protagonist acts decisively. Leaving the roots intact means they'll sprout again. Since Dash resolved to destroy the Qin family, he wouldn't leave any room for them. Such behavior was predictable to Bond. You don't need to do anything right now. Dash's attention is on us, giving you some breathing room. Once he proves his strength, he will propose to the Long family. Your task is to strengthen your control over the Long family. If you need financial support, just let me know. I'll do everything possible to help. Bond and Tinsley were now on the same boat. Regardless of past conflicts, they had to work together. They knew little about Dash's true intentions, but they understood their perilous situation left no room for choice. I know. I've been trying to consolidate control over various projects, but things are more complicated than I thought, and there are many who want to replace me, Tinsley said, her mood heavy. Years of hard work had finally brought the Long family its current status, yet it felt like she was merely paving the way for others. In her father's eyes, she was nothing more than a pawn. Reflecting on this always chilled Tinsley. But resisting now required significant effort, and collaborating with Bond might be her only chance. Don't worry. With your family's current situation, I have plenty of ways to solve these problems. If Claire trusts me, we'll come out on top. Bond then asked more about Dash. Undoubtedly, Dash trusted Tinsley greatly. Perhaps to demonstrate his strength, he revealed much about recent events, allowing Bond to understand Dash's next moves. The Qin family's internal power struggles made facing enemies challenging. With countless capable people under Dash, Bond faced a seemingly insurmountable challenge. Chapter 47. I am the most loyal. At this moment, in another small courtyard, Dash slightly squinted his eyes and looked at Aldo beside him. What do you think our chances of winning are this time? Last time we planned to completely annihilate them, but Isaiah managed to escape at the most critical moment. Pity we didn't eliminate this guy personally. Instead, someone made us take the blame. Speaking to this point, Dash felt unhappy. In fact, he didn't mind that Isaiah was still alive. What annoyed Dash was that he had taken the blame for others without getting any benefits. Anyone would have the same feeling about such an issue. Master, your actions last time were perfect. These guys naively thought they could still compete with us. But they will never understand that no matter how hard they try, they are all trash in your eyes. Aldo lowered his head and tried very hard to flatter Dash. Such clumsy flattery made Dash somewhat embarrassed. But I'm quite surprised by the current situation at Qin's family. From what I see, these people don't seem as powerful as we imagined. We haven't even moved a finger, yet they are already in disarray. So, it's time for us to use some means to teach these overconfident guys a lesson. Dash stood up. I currently have many identities which I can't reveal. However, if we can take down the Qin family, they will also become part of my strength. In this way, we can better negotiate and cooperate with the Long family. As long as I capture Tinsley, the other 3 major families will also fall into my hands. Listening to Dash's words, Aldo immediately knelt on the ground. Master, you're invincible. Dash looked at Aldo awkwardly but said nothing, just casually waving his hand. On the other side, after knowing Dash intended to attack the Qin family, Bond called Francisco over. Francisco was now the easiest person Bond could deceive. Or rather, Francisco was utterly loyal to the Qin family. While Braden and Riggs were planning to stab Qin in the back, Francisco never thought about it. Even now, he wanted to avenge Isaiah deeply. However, Bond knew that if Francisco found out that he himself was the one who harmed Isaiah, the man probably wouldn't follow his arrangements. So, while utilizing Francisco, Bond had to be cautious. Otherwise, it might get complicated if Francisco discovered the truth. But since Francisco is quite straightforward, he may not believe anyone else easily either. Brother Lin, I'm sure you called me here because you have a secret mission to give me. After all, I didn't see old Joe or old Xiu around. Seeing Bond, Francisco immediately saw himself as a warrior ready for a special mission. Bond looked at Francisco, unsure of what to say. He only shook his head with a smile and continued, the situation is indeed worrying. The reason I called you here today is to tell you something. Qin leader died at the hands of Dash. I thought this kid would lay low after killing Qin leader, but I didn't expect he has already started plotting to completely solve the Qin family. He aims to wipe out all the top echelons of the Qin family and then replace them with himself. Upon hearing this, Francisco was instantly enraged and smashed the table with a punch. A crack appeared on the blue stone table, showing how furious Francisco was. That damn Dash. Does he really think our Qin family is a toy ball for him to play with? Brother Lin, please tell me. What do you want me to do? Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will tear Dash apart. Bond patted Francisco's shoulder with a smile. The situation is much smoother than we thought, so it won't be as troublesome as you say. Though Dash has considerable power, he must pay a price if he wants to deal with us. Smiling, Bond continued, I asked you here today because I hope you can bring some people to help me deal with Dash. And compared to Braden and Riggs, you have better connections in the martial world. Perhaps you can invite some experts to join us. This wasn't Bond exaggerating. It was true. Francisco was very loyal, hence had a good reputation among many skilled martial experts in the martial world. If Francisco stepped forward, Bond could gather a formidable team without worrying about their loyalty. As a frontier war god, Dash was indeed well known. However, this didn't mean he was unbeatable. There were still many enemies he couldn't ignore. And coincidentally, Francisco knew a few of them. Don't worry, Brother Lin. It's just Dash. Previously, Qin leader didn't take him seriously and didn't tell us much about him. Otherwise, with the combined strength we could muster, dealing with Dash would be effortless. Francisco said confidently, fully aware of the power he held and the high chances of victory against such challenges. Though Dash was powerful, he couldn't threaten Francisco in these matters. Seeing Francisco like this, Bond finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Francisco was unaware of what happened earlier and still had his heart set on the Qin family. But Brother Lin, shouldn't we talk to old Joe and old Xiu about this? After Francisco spoke, Bond's expression changed immediately, looking increasingly tense. This alarmed Francisco, who quickly followed up, Brother Lin, what happened? Just tell me. If you're saying those two. Seeing Francisco so anxious, Bond sighed and shook his head. We are all brothers. Normally, I wouldn't want to alienate each other. But sometimes what these two have done is too much. You know the 4 major families are eyeing us. Now the Ning family is reaching out to them. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Chapter 48. Strike at the vital point. The moment those words were spoken, Francisco's face visibly changed. He knew all too well that the 4 major families had long been eyeing their clan for annexation. Over the years, the Qin family had merely coexisted peacefully with the 4 major families, none of them wanting to stir up trouble over such matters. After all, should it come to that point, the consequences would be unimaginable. But who could have thought it would end up like this? This guy has finally become muddled. At a time like this, one should hold firm and do everything possible to maintain the Qin family. How can they choose to collaborate with those people? Hearing Dash's words, Francisco stomped his foot in frustration. He felt despair, not knowing what Riggs and Braden were truly after. If their actions were indeed confirmed, the entire Qin family might suffer alongside them. Bond watched Francisco's anxious expression and could only pat him on the shoulder. So it's not that I don't want to tell them. Our focus is entirely on Dash right now, leaving no room to guard against the Ning family. If these two don't know about this matter, we still have the means to deal with Dash. But if they find out, they might stab us in the back, which would be fatal for us. Bond sighed deeply as he spoke, looking as though this was an extremely unfortunate outcome. Francisco's expression grew even more serious upon hearing this. He had assumed the Qin family was united and ready to face any challenges together, but it turned out otherwise. It seemed he had underestimated the situation before. Thinking about this, Francisco looked at Bond with renewed seriousness. Brother Lin, I thought our current situation was nothing to worry about, and everything could be resolved smoothly. But I never imagined these people would secretly pull so many strings behind our backs. It seems we must be extra cautious today. It was clear from his tone that Francisco had made up his mind. Bond knew Francisco was a fierce and courageous fighter. With this resolve, he would surely cause Dash considerable trouble. Despite appearing strong, Dash wasn't invincible. In the Qin family, apart from Isaiah, Francisco also wielded significant influence in the martial world. Over the years, the Qin family had gradually moved away from underground business operations into legitimate enterprises. The Qin Corporation primarily operated pharmaceuticals and several factories. One crucial asset was a vital medicinal warehouse Dash aimed to strike. Qin family's medicinal products sold nationwide and were of exceptional quality. They received a large number of orders each year, which was why both Dash and the Ning family sought to disrupt the Qin family. Given Dash's current status, he might choose to expand into the pharmaceutical industry, especially considering his reputation as a peerless divine doctor alongside his identity as a border war god. The Qin family undoubtedly became an obstacle in front of Dash, and he couldn't let them continue to exist. His nature dictated that he eliminate Qin from the world by any means necessary. During this process, Dash contacted Tinsley, having her document everything for future needs. However, he hadn't anticipated that this woman, usually by his side, had secretly allied with the Qin family. Nor did he expect Tinsley to have secretly recorded much of his activities, evidence that could later expose him. Meanwhile, Bond instructed Francisco to mobilize many renowned experts to the Xiuxian suburb warehouse. These weren't just ordinary fighters, but named warriors. Despite Dash's vast array of skilled subordinates, an outright confrontation might result in a 50-50 outcome. If Dash chose to fight to the death, no one could predict the final result. Brother Lin, Dash is usually cautious. Will he really come? At that moment, Francisco and Bond were in the warehouse, accompanied by only a dozen or so people. Francisco had wanted to bring more, but Bond knew it wasn't quantity but quality that mattered. They didn't need to worry about Dash's underlings, as they had plans to handle them. What truly required caution were the martial experts around Dash. These experts came to repay favors and wouldn't kill indiscriminately, but Bond's side only needed to incapacitate them sufficiently for them to stand down. Don't worry, Dash has prepared for so long. He won't let his efforts go to waste. So, he will definitely come, and soon, Bond smiled calmly. Just as if to confirm Bond's words, shortly after, footsteps echoed outside. An underling reported, "We've detected a large group approaching, including some very powerful martial artists." As Bond had predicted, Dash's first move was to destroy the warehouse. Once destroyed, Qin family's business would halt, breaching contracts, and without enough liquidity to compensate for lost orders, the Qin family would eventually collapse. Dash's plan seemed flawless, but unluckily for him, he faced a tenacious opponent in Bond. The current Qin family wasn't easy prey either. To avoid exposure, Bond specifically instructed Tinsley not to inform Bridget under any circumstances, as she would certainly intervene given her character. Having waited so long, these guys are finally here. Everyone should be prepared. Since they didn't take us seriously this time, let's give them a rude awakening. Bond smiled, slowly standing up. He genuinely wanted to gauge his own strength. Note: this chapter retains the original tone and style while ensuring natural English fluency. Paragraph structures and line breaks mirror the original text. Chapter 49. As long as I'm here, you can't succeed. Ever since Bond's strength had increased, there was no way to verify it. Now, Bond finally saw a glimmer of hope that could make these people realize what they were doing. As long as everything could be resolved smoothly this time, it would not be a bad thing for Bond. Francisco, upon learning that Dash really brought people to attack this place, completely believed the things Bond said earlier. He thought that Bond had no reason to deceive them. Soon after, shouts of battle erupted from outside. Apparently, both sides had engaged successfully. And indeed, Dash brought quite a few experts here, making the outcome seem predetermined from the start. Dash stared at the distant medicinal storage, lost in thought. He originally thought this task would be simpler than he imagined. No matter the cost, as long as he could successfully resolve these issues, all his previous efforts would seem reasonable. But Dash did not anticipate that the warehouse was guarded by so many martial arts experts. Fortunately, Dash had prepared more thoroughly this time. Otherwise, they might have been in serious trouble. Fortunately, I anticipated these guys wouldn't be easy to handle and brought a lot of experts along for support. Otherwise, with just our own people, we'd probably suffer a lot. Dash glanced at Aldo beside him and humphed. Aldo looked gravely towards the distance where their opponents were fighting. Most of the martial arts experts we invited are people we know, and we can still talk to them. But now you can see, most of those who oppose us are our sworn enemies. Even if we try to speak to them, they may not choose to cooperate. Aldo felt nervous. While they had a qualitative advantage, the numbers against them were overwhelming. The situation seemed suddenly uncertain. They had intended to ambush, but now openly attacked instead. Aldo didn't know why the Qin family learned about this in advance. Was there a traitor among them? Now, don't think too much. These matters may not be as complicated as we imagine. Since it has come to this, we should teach them a lesson. After all, even if the Qin family increases manpower here, it's nothing but a joke to us, Dash said, appearing more relaxed compared to Aldo. No matter how many reinforcements the Qin family arranged, Dash believed he could handle it. His current strength recovery was rapid. Even if the Qin family was formidable, could they be his match? It was precisely because of this that Dash felt confident. Speaking, he rushed forward, with Aldo following immediately behind. Despite the Qin family's strength, facing someone like Dash put them at a clear disadvantage. The outcome was predetermined from the beginning. Even if the Qin family worked hard to prevent it, Dash believed it impossible. True enough, under their fierce assault, they quickly breached the warehouse interior. Inside, there was hardly any defensive force left. Clearly, despite their preparations, the Qin family's remaining forces were too few to stop Dash. However, just then, Dash suddenly halted. In front of him stood a man. "You fool, Isaiah is already dead. Yet you remain willing to serve him loyally," Dash said, clenching his fists. If there was anyone in the Qin family to fear, it was probably this Francisco. If Dash were at his peak, defeating Francisco would be effortless. However, he couldn't fully exert his true abilities right now. Among the Qin family leaders, Francisco was the strongest. All the martial arts experts outside must have been summoned by Francisco, a surprise to Dash. Normally, Francisco would be considered a brute who wouldn't do such things. Dash, it's not too late to leave now with your people. If you insist on fighting to the bitter end, we won't hesitate, but you will bear the consequences yourself, Francisco coldly declared. These words mirrored what Bond told him to say. Dash merely sneered. The Qin family is already on its last legs. Soon you will be wiped out from this world. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Are you insane? Francisco paused, surprised at Dash's response, but soon shook his head and smiled. Looks like you're just like that guy described. I came here today to offer you an easy way out, but it seems unnecessary. Let's settle this with our skills then. Francisco remained unfazed, even laughing. Though aware of Dash's power, Francisco knew he wasn't easy prey either. When Dash thought Francisco was his opponent, Francisco shifted his gaze to Aldo. I've heard Dash has some formidable subordinates. Why don't you try to fight me? Aldo was startled. He thought he'd only need to watch from the sidelines, but now realized Francisco's target was him. Who would face Dash then? As this crossed Aldo's mind, a cold voice sounded from within. Dash, as long as I'm here, you can't remain arrogant for long. Do you think these people outside can truly take control of this place? Bond emerged, hands in his pockets. That year, I walked with my hands in my pockets, without knowing what opposition was. The translation maintains the original structure and style of the Chinese text, ensuring it remains engaging and fluent in English. Chapter 50. Border War God? You're no good either. Fisher saw Bond, and his anger immediately flared up. Because of Bond, he had endured no shortage of hardships before. Seeing Bond appear here now, he was not at all afraid. Instead, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. I've been looking for you for days, thought you were hiding like a coward. Never imagined you'd dare show your face to me. Looks like you really don't know what situation you're in. Today, I'll give you a good lesson. Fisher stretched his body, glaring coldly at Bond. He had expected fear on Bond's face, but Fisher soon felt disappointed because there wasn't the slightest trace of fear on Bond's face. All your underhanded schemes, you thought they were foolproof? But everything has already fallen into my plan. Fisher, I won't kill you today, but I will let you know what happens when you cross me. After Bond finished speaking, he immediately moved. Fisher had been full of confidence initially, but he hadn't expected that Bond's strength was far greater than he had imagined. In an instant, their battle became fiercely contested. Arlen watched beside them, completely stunned. According to his plan, even if Bond were powerful, he would definitely not be Fisher's match. After all, as the war god of the border for so many years, Fisher, in terms of both strength and combat experience, was incomparable to ordinary people. However, seeing Bond fight Fisher to this extent clearly proved he was extraordinary. Even more alarming was that if Fisher had been subdued by Bond previously due to a surprise attack and improper recovery, then after several days of rest, his own strength having recovered significantly, he should have been invincible in Xiuxian. Instead, Bond had suppressed him forcefully. Fisher was utterly shocked. How could it be possible? This kid's strength is already at the mid-level? He muttered to himself, still finding it hard to believe despite knowing Bond's previous displays of power. Now, this situation left him uncertain of how to react. In contrast, Bond appeared quite at ease. Although he knew his strength had significantly improved through enhancement, he hadn't anticipated Fisher to be so weak. It seemed Fisher must have suffered serious injuries on the border battlefield, otherwise, he wouldn't have stepped down. Initially, Fisher had intended to gather strength in Xiuxian while resting and recuperating to return to his peak. But Fisher never expected to encounter Bond, this troublesome opponent, who turned out to be much stronger than he imagined. As a result, every aspect of Fisher's original plan failed because of Bond, and he himself would gradually slip into more dangerous situations. Seeing Fisher and Bond's battle drag on, Arlen knew things weren't going well. At this rate, with young Master's current condition, he might lose if the battle lasts too long. His injuries aren't enough to sustain him in this fight for long. Arlen murmured worriedly. He wanted to help but couldn't do so with Francisco standing in front of him. You little brat, I didn't expect you guys to have some real skills. But you're just pretentious, daring to space out during a battle with me. Just as Arlen's mind flashed with thoughts, Francisco delivered a punch straight to his chest. Blood spewed out. Arlen staggered back a few steps, steadying himself against the wall. Looking at Francisco, his expression darkened. Indeed, today would be a tough battle, and anyone who wished to win would have to pay a price, Francisco included. So, you set a trap here waiting for us to fall into it, Arlen said, staring hatefully at Francisco. Initially, he may have doubted these matters, but now he was certain it was just a scheme by these people to ensure their victory. The blame lies with your incompetence, trusting enemy intelligence so naively. If you truly had skills, you wouldn't end up like this. Francisco sneered, feeling no shame about his actions. Arlen didn't argue further. Indeed, this matter wasn't easily resolved. On the other side, Bond and Fisher had already exchanged dozens of blows. By the end of those rounds, Fisher was panting heavily. Looking at Bond again, even his gaze changed. To Fisher, Bond was practically a monster. His strength wasn't overpowering. At most, they were evenly matched. Yet, for unknown reasons, Bond grew stronger as the fight went on, almost making Fisher feel that Bond would surpass him in no time. Thus, Fisher exerted all his advantages in the battle. But even then, Fisher found Bond impenetrable, unyielding from any angle of attack, while Bond remained calm. Fisher, if that's all you've got, you might as well give up. I thought you were impressive to attack this warehouse. Turns out you're only this good. Bond mocked Fisher continuously as he suppressed him, infuriating Fisher. Unable to unleash his full strength due to injuries, Fisher now wanted, despite potential costs, to kill Bond today. Bastard, do you really think I won't kill you? Fisher's expression grew increasingly grim, sensing he was on the brink of explosion. Chapter 51. Win tight, pull back. On this side, Bond relentlessly pounded the down dog. Francisco fiercely suppressed Cannon on the other side. The two were extraordinarily coordinated. Meanwhile, Cannon was worried about Dash's situation. Every time he thought of anything else, Francisco's combo would bring him back to focus on defense. In this scene, one could say Cannon was the most pitiful among these people, and Dash was like a volcano ready to erupt. His strength wasn't bad, but he couldn't withstand Bond's continuous provocation and was starting to lose control of his emotions. Although Bond seemed to have been suppressing Dash all along, he knew that this guy must have some explosive skills left. Come on, let me see what tricks you've got left. Today I want to see if this border war god is really as powerful as they say. Bond mocked inwardly. Dash's expression grew increasingly ugly. He could clearly feel that if this battle continued, losing was just a matter of time. And this kid didn't even need to pay a significant price for it. No way, absolutely can't let this happen. He had struggled so hard to get to this point. If he lost now, wouldn't everyone laugh at him? In an instant, Dash swiftly retreated 2 steps, moving away from Bond almost instantly. At the same time, he swallowed a pill. Bond, right? You were pretty cocky earlier. Today, I'll show you my true strength. Seeing this, Cannon shouted, "Young master, no?" But it was too late. Thinking about how he, Dash, had never lost in battles across the border, yet now was pinned down by an unknown brat. No one could bear this, especially not the border war god, Dash. So, at this critical moment, he chose to burst out with energy. As soon as Dash swallowed the pill, an unparalleled aura erupted from his body. Cannon shoved Francisco aside and rushed toward Dash. Dash roared loudly, incredibly exhilarated. "Come on, let's fight until we're satisfied." After the previous chaos, Dash decided to put everything aside and make Bond understand the consequences of offending him today. Seeing Dash unleash his full potential, Bond smiled. "Dash, you're impressive. Let's go." With that, Francisco, who had been prepared, immediately bolted out without looking back. Outside, the crowd scattered like birds and beasts, leaving only Dash standing alone in the wind. He had considered many possibilities, willing to be severely injured as long as he killed this kid and felt content. But he never expected this guy would push him to such a desperate state. He watched helplessly as Bond slipped out of his sight. But because he was still bursting with energy, Dash couldn't move. By the time he fully recovered his peak strength, Bond had already disappeared from view. This setting was personally added by Bond to avoid having Dash be overwhelmingly strong at the start, easily crushing all antagonists. So Bond had planned this operation with Francisco beforehand. If Dash didn't use this move, they'd keep fighting. Everything in the warehouse had already been moved out early, allowing Bond to pressure Braden and Riggs through this incident. But if Dash used this move, they'd retreat immediately. Sure enough, under Bond's constant threats and mockery, Dash took the bait. Being a proud border war god, he couldn't tolerate being laughed at by Bond. However, he never imagined this was all part of Bond's plan. Just when he thought he could solve everything smoothly, Bond had already escaped to the other side. "Young master," Cannon steadied Dash. Seeing everyone flee from the warehouse, Dash stood there speechless, lips trembling and turning blue. After a while, he finally said, "Quickly check the items inside." A few subordinates rushed in and saw the empty warehouse, falling silent. "Everything has been moved away." Puff! Dash spat out a mouthful of blood. Trying to profit from someone else's downfall only resulted in his own loss. This was a classic case. Dash thought everything was within his control, but he didn't realize he was also in Bond's scheme. Looking at the empty warehouse, Dash knew he had been thoroughly tricked. Then, his eyes rolled up, and he fainted. Elsewhere, after escaping, Francisco and Bond boasted, "That Cannon isn't much. I could handle him in an hour." Bond glanced at Francisco calmly. "There's no need to waste so much time. Our goal has been achieved. The warehouse has been destroyed by Dash, and he's heavily injured." Despite not catching Bond, the side effects remained, ensuring Dash would find it challenging to perform at his best for the next month. Not to mention, dealing with even low-level thugs might become difficult for him. However, Dash still had some bodyguards, so there was no need to worry too much. Bond returned and immediately informed Mitzi, then called over Riggs and Braden. With the plan successful, he wanted to seize this opportunity to challenge Braden and Riggs, who mistakenly believed they had leverage over him and had become arrogant lately. Bond intended to give them a shocking realization of his capabilities. Chapter 52. I am the main villain. Recently, Damien had been somewhat carried away. For a long time, he relied on Bond for everything. With Braden and Riggs' support, Damien truly realized what comfort felt like. Although he didn't understand many of the company's affairs, as long as he followed Braden and Riggs, everything seemed easy. However, just when Damien naively believed everything would proceed smoothly, the situation changed. Bond arrived at the company with his people and brought Damien along too. Besides Braden and Riggs, there were also other senior members of the Qian family present. At first, Braden and Riggs did not take this seriously. They even acted defiantly. They knew that Bond was likely displeased by their recent actions, but were convinced he wouldn't dare retaliate, especially since they held crucial evidence against him, giving them leverage. "Brother Lin, what's going on? Everyone has been busy lately. Why are you suddenly gathering us here? Is there something else?" Braden asked curiously, his tone laced with disdain. Damien sat in the chairman's seat, while Mitzi sat beside him. Bond scanned everyone and lightly tapped the table. "I believe everyone understands our most pressing business now. Yet last night, our warehouse was attacked, and everything inside was burned to ashes." His icy gaze fell upon everyone as he delivered the news. The room turned pale. This incident could not be easily overlooked. Qian family's herbal medicines were a significant part of the market. Any setback, even just a 1-month delay, could be disastrous for them, as they might be replaced by new products. Therefore, their unease was understandable. Everyone was tense except for Braden and Riggs. Surprised, they looked at Bond, realizing the matter had been exposed sooner than expected. "Bond, no matter what happens, we need evidence," Riggs interrupted. Both Braden and Riggs aimed to undermine Bond and Mitzi's authority to control Damien, knowing Damien was clueless about the family business operations. Things seemed to be going well until Bond stepped up unexpectedly. "The reason neither of you received the information is that I sealed the news starting from yesterday. I know many of you wish the Qian family to decline, but I will never allow it. Anyone who wants to harm the Qin family must step over my dead body. Bond slowly stood up, his cold eyes focused on Braden and Riggs. If you have anything to confess, you can say it now. If I take action, it won't be so simple. His tone was calm, while Braden and Riggs looked frantic. They rose instantly, glaring at Bond. Bond, what do you mean? Are you accusing us? Bond smirked. You should know that the Qin family has always been a strong competitor to the Ning family. If someone within the Qin family leaked our warehouse location to the Ning family, what do you think they would do? Some elders stood up. Are you saying this attack on our warehouse is related to the Ning family? Bond nodded. It's more complicated than we thought. This attack not only involved the Ning family but also Dash, the culprit who killed Old Qin. Due to this man leading an attack, the situation has escalated. Even with skilled guards, we couldn't stop Dash. Bond sighed. He could tell everyone that he had moved the herbs, but that wouldn't serve his purpose. Braden and Riggs held considerable influence, and taking direct action against them would face much opposition. To deal with this logically, Bond needed to make them seem utterly detestable. Braden and Riggs hadn't anticipated this development. Braden shouted, "Stop making senseless claims. Do you really think everyone here is a fool?" Riggs stood up, pointing at Bond, yelling, "You conspired with outsiders to kill Old Qin. We haven't settled accounts yet." Braden chimed in, "He may seem to act in the Qin family's interest, but he has long plotted to seize everything. Old Qin died because he discovered this. People should know we wouldn't lie. We have evidence," Braden loudly proclaimed, hoping to convince the others. What puzzled him was that despite the situation, Bond didn't seem afraid at all. He couldn't understand where this confidence came from. Chapter 53. Hegemony in hand. Even Damien said at this moment, "Bond, you'd better explain this clearly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing the threatening look on Damien's face, Bond sneered. "Sure, I'd like to hear what kind of evidence you two have. You'd better provide a reason that can convince me. Otherwise today, I will settle accounts with both of you." Bond didn't care about what these two were saying. He spoke very coldly, showing no regard for them. Braden harumphed and then clapped his hands outward. "I didn't want things to get to this point today, but since you've spoken, we won't be polite anymore. Come in. There are some matters we need to clarify." Before long, a man came in from outside. Bond immediately recognized him. This guy had fled together during the battle with Dash. Benedict hadn't expected he would ever see Bond again. "Do you think your actions are flawless, leaving no traces for anyone to find? If that's what you think, you're making a huge mistake. People do as they please, but heaven has eyes. There is nothing in this world that leaves no cracks." Braden narrowed his eyes and looked at Bond disdainfully. To him, the overall situation was now under his control. If this kid wanted to resolve the problem, he had to follow his arrangements. Meanwhile, others focused their attention on Benedict. "Braden, who is this kid? You owe us an explanation." At this moment, someone nearby loudly asked. Braden pointed at Benedict and said, "Not long ago, Bond moved with Boss Qin. Logically speaking, Bond should have attacked alongside Benedict, but halfway through, Benedict fled out of fear and encountered Bond. I'm very curious why Bond did not lead the charge against Dash and instead fled at a critical moment. What could be the reason?" As Braden spoke pompously, it seemed Bond should have been leading the charge. Facing his accusation, Bond could even laugh. "So according to your logic, even if I am in a dire situation, I still cannot flee but must fight to death on the battlefield? I want to ask everyone here what they've done." Bond looked coldly at everyone present and then sneered. "I was indeed overwhelmed by numbers, so I chose to retreat. Dying there would have been worse than protecting Boss Qin's escape. But when I retreated, I never saw Benedict. If you don't believe me, just ask him openly in front of everyone if we met." As Bond spoke, he glared coldly at Benedict. At the same time, Braden and Riggs's gazes also focused on Benedict. "Benedict, tell everyone exactly what happened back then. So let everyone hear how Bond deserted and abandoned everything." Under the sharp gaze of Braden and Riggs, Benedict felt somewhat embarrassed. He lowered his head and looked at the two men before saying, "I didn't see clearly. The person there wasn't Bond." These words instantly stunned Braden and Riggs. They thought Benedict would accuse Bond and take the opportunity to eliminate him. But unexpectedly, not only did this kid not accuse Bond, but he was also betrayed. Now, neither knew how to explain this situation. Mitzi, who had been silent, looked curiously at Braden. "Just now, you made the situation sound very serious. So now I want to know what evidence you have." Mitzi narrowed her eyes, looking at Braden and Riggs. Though her tone didn't change, they felt as if needles were piercing their flesh. Within moments, both rushed to stand up, facing Mitzi without knowing how to explain the matter. Ultimately, they had no clue about this unexpected turn of events and hadn't anticipated Benedict changing his testimony at such a crucial moment. "Big sister, we don't know what's going on, but I can guarantee everything we said before was true." Just as Braden and Riggs tried to continue explaining, Bond interrupted them. "I'm sorry, but I don't have much time, so I don't want to keep nagging over this issue. Since you claim to have evidence, I'll show you my evidence." Only then did Braden and Riggs realize why Bond had remained calm all along. He had been preparing to handle this trouble using various means since quite early on. His expression turned solemn as he stared at Bond. Bond placed the evidence on the table and handed it to everyone. "Everyone can take a look. This is the evidence I gathered, including proof of their contact with the Ning family and their secret collusion to plot against Big Sister and weaken the Qin family." If Braden and Riggs thought their evidence could convict Bond, Bond's evidence now dropped like a bombshell. Unlike theirs, Bond's evidence was clear and conclusively proved their collusion with the Ning family. Both men stared in shock at Bond, never imagining he would know about all their secret activities. Seeing their stunned faces, Bond smiled, came over to them, and lightly patted their shoulders. "You thought your actions were flawless, unaware that everything was within my control. You have no right to challenge me." Many people present, after seeing this evidence, also glared coldly at Braden and Riggs. Even if the two were fools, they should understand their current predicament. Clearly, Bond's move left them defenseless. The situation would only become more terrifying than they imagined. Only Damien remained in a daze, completely unaware of what was happening. Chapter 54. I am with your mother. This is all fake. Every piece of evidence you provided is fabricated by you. There's no way we could do such things. Brayden angrily retorted. At this moment, someone nearby murmured, Brayden and Riggs have been longtime elders in the Qin family. They wouldn't. Bond seemed to have anticipated these words and immediately released more video and audio evidence. After Boss Qin had his issues, I recalled you and began monitoring you right away because I knew you would try to usurp power within the Qin family and harm my sister-in-law. So I stationed my people around you early on to see what you were really planning. It turns out my suspicions were right. Brayden turned pale as Bond explained everything. In the next moment, he knelt down in front of Bond. Brother Lin, I didn't have any choice. At this point, wouldn't you fight for your future too? Riggs also nodded beside him. Brother Lin, we fought together before. If you let us off, we promise to relinquish all our power. They both knew the severity of their actions and that they might be erased from this world by Bond at any moment, which was why they were panicking. Bond wasn't like others. When he decided to act, he was fully prepared. No matter what means one had, it was impossible to escape his control. Upon realizing they were exposed, they kneeled without hesitation, begging Bond for mercy. However, Bond remained unchanged in the face of their pleas. He had already made preparations before this happened. You should have known that once you made this decision, there would come a day like today, whether you liked it or not. This situation won't change regardless of your wishes. To Bond, watching them plead was just a trivial matter. Showing mercy would only make their predicament more dangerous later. Therefore, dealing with these individuals required a stern heart. Only then could all problems be resolved smoothly. Bring them away. We'll decide how to handle them later. Soon, Brayden and Riggs were forcibly dragged out, still cursing loudly even at the last moment. Their fate was sealed. No effort could change it. After dealing with everything, Bond squinted at Damien, who had earlier been arrogant. Now you understand why they wanted you to sit in this position, right? Because you're weak and incapable, nothing but a bully outside with no real substance. To them, you're the easiest puppet to control. Hearing Bond speak about him this way, Damien stood up angrily. Who do you think you are, Bond? You were merely a dog under my father. Why do you dare lecture me? In response, Bond slapped him hard. Ladies and gentlemen, today's meeting is over. You've all seen what Brayden and Riggs did. I hope you all understand your place. If you wish to stay in the Qin family, don't betray us. Everyone can coexist peacefully if you don't. But if anyone dares to act against the Qin family, I won't hesitate to deal with you my way, very different from how the former boss Qin handled things. Everyone sighed as they watched Bond, but no one dared to say more. They filed out silently. Damien, covering his bruised cheek, watched as everyone bowed their heads and left. He had been hit, and not a word was spoken in protest. Clearly, Bond had gradually taken control of the entire Qin family, leaving him with no chance of turning the tide. Don't you think they should stand up for you, perhaps help you resist me? After all, they consider you the true ruler of the Qin family. Bond sat in front of Damien, crossing his legs and coldly observing him. Damien, clutching his face, glared fiercely. Who do you think you are to hit me here? You'd better kill me now. Otherwise, when I regain everything that belongs to me, I won't let you off. Looking at Damien's serious expression, Bond sneered. Seems you still think highly of yourself, Qin Xiao. Do you think I'll agree to be your imagined enemy? Bond smirked again, standing up. And what about your mother? Do you think she would agree? Damien suddenly understood something. He stared at Mitzi in disbelief. Damien, you don't need to call Uncle Lin anymore. Call him Dad. After your father left, I have been with Bond. Mitzi's expression was tinged with excitement. She had always wanted to see this outcome. Damien looked at Bond, who wore a faint smile. Do you understand now? If not, it's fine. Let me put it bluntly. If you acknowledge me, you remain the heir of the Qin family, maintaining your dignity outside. Of course, you can choose to refuse, and thus I will take everything you have, expel you from the Qin family, or even confine you. I have many ways. Now, you face a choice. Do you want to give up and live freely? Or seek revenge for your dead father, sacrificing everything? Or perhaps, like Gojian, endure hardship and maybe one day you'll have a chance to kill me. Bond smiled smugly, explaining the whole situation openly. Even if Damien was foolish, he should now realize he was at a critical juncture with no room to maneuver against Bond. His breathing quickened, unsure how to handle this. The original tone, style, and paragraph structure have been maintained while ensuring the English translation is fluent and natural. #### Chapter 55. The Long Family Crisis. All of this happened too suddenly, leaving Damien utterly unprepared. He stared at Bond, unable to respond for a long time. Bond then stood up and patted him on the shoulder. I know this might be an extremely difficult decision for you, so I'm willing to give you some time to prepare properly. I believe you'll soon realize what the right choice is. But don't make me wait too long. I'm not known for my patience. At that moment, Damien suddenly asked, how long have you been planning all of this? Or rather, were you waiting for this day from the very beginning? Looking at Bond, Damien seemed to have grown up in an instant. What Brayden and Riggs had thought earlier, he hadn't fully understood. But after Bond's explanation, he got the gist of it. However, what Bond was doing now wasn't much different from what Brayden and Riggs had been doing. The only difference was that Brayden and Riggs would still pretend and hide their true intentions, whereas Bond was being straightforward. No matter whether Damien agreed or not, there was no other choice at this point. If Damien refused, the only path left for him was death. He didn't doubt Bond's courage for a moment. You should know how many enemies your damned father has made over the years. If he had shown me a little kindness, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Unfortunately, even at the last minute, he still wanted me to take the fall for him. By the way, I originally intended to keep you bedridden forever, but in the end, I had a change of heart and cured your crippled body. So your family should thank me. Without me, you would have all died long ago. Damien watched as Bond's bright eyes gradually dimmed. Isaiah had lost, and he had no right to challenge anymore. Thinking about it, almost everyone in the Qin family had been under the control of Bond and Mitzi. Before, he might have still counted on Mitzi, but when he learned that Mitzi and Bond were together, he knew he had no options left. Despair filled Damien's heart as time passed. After a while, he finally gave a bitter smile. I agree to your terms. As long as you can ensure my safety and allow me to continue living as before, I won't interfere with anything else. Though Isaiah had pampered him greatly over the years, he hadn't actually put much effort into raising Damien, not nearly as much as Bond had taken care of him. Thus, after facing reality, Damien abandoned his stance far quicker than Bond expected. Bond looked at Damien and nodded with a smile. Ding. Detected villainous behavior from the host. Awarded 50,000 villain points. As long as I, Bond, am alive, no one will dare touch you. But currently, the 4 major families of Jiangxing are not easy to deal with, so you need to stay low for a while. It's best not to provoke them. After this issue is resolved, all of Jiangxing will be yours to roam freely. Damien left satisfied, while Mitzi sat there with a cold laugh. How ruthless, considering he's your father. You could let go so easily. I even wonder if I've been grooming a wolf all these years. Bond glanced at Mitzi and said indifferently, for him, this is the best outcome. If he refused me, do you think he'd survive? Mitzi asked, aren't you worried that he'll build up strength and try to kill you someday? Bond laughed heartily, as if it were no big deal. If this kid truly has that ability, I'd consider myself content. Let him try and see if he has what it takes, but if caught by me, death will be the least of his worries. As he spoke, a glint of killing intent flashed across Bond's eyes. For him, getting rid of Damien was no difficult task, and he had more tricks up his sleeve than Damien could imagine. Under the current circumstances, however, Bond didn't need to worry further. Perhaps before, there were doubts about Bond's current abilities. But after experiencing all this, even Mitzi was amazed at Damien's rapid decline and complete control falling into Bond's hands. Bond's subtle methods were truly commendable. The Qin family was now firmly under his control, and he knew that next came the Long family's trouble. Normally, such matters would take some time, but these people had pushed him too hard, whether it was the Ning family or Dash. So Bond had to resolve the issues as quickly as possible. And indeed, his efforts weren't in vain. Through his maneuvering, he successfully changed his fate. Now that the Qin family was under his control, he could immediately support the Long family if they faced any problems. This was Bond's greatest confidence. Just as the Qin family was still entangled in internal strife, something significant happened within the Long family. The shareholders of Starlight Group transferred their shares, and massive investments failed to materialize. The original new energy project was about to be completed, but due to a lack of funds at a critical juncture, various aspects faced significant issues. Although Bond had helped Tinsley resolve the situation with Ernan earlier, the subsequent funding shortfall was a severe blow to Tinsley. Just as Tinsley was about to contact Bond, she was called home by Azrael. In the study, Azrael looked coldly at his daughter. I've told you many times, this plan simply won't work. The cycle is too long, and we don't have enough funds to sustain it. You should understand the situation. We cannot continue like this indefinitely. Tinsley raised her head and looked at Azrael. What if I can find someone to invest in US? Azrael laughed. In all of Jiangxing, I can't think of anyone willing to participate in this project. None of the 4 major families want to get involved. Who among the remaining people can achieve this? Azrael knew who Tinsley had in mind, but he didn't believe it would succeed. Hashtag chapter 56. It's my turn to make a move. Ever since Dash had fought with Bond the last time, he watched helplessly as Bond escaped while he could not accomplish anything despite unleashing his full potential. Dash was so infuriated that he fainted on the spot. Yet, despite this, Dash's rebellious spirit remained undiminished. He believed that there would come a day when he would be able to settle the score. As for Bond, once captured, Dash swore to extract vengeance by flaying and disintegrating him. But now, he needed to gradually take control of the Long family through other means. Young master, as you instructed, we have taken control of all the other investors. They have withdrawn all their funds, an underling reported. Should we make our move now? Asked another. Dash brushed off the dust from his clothes and slowly stood up. After several days of rest, he had finally recovered somewhat. Although he still couldn't engage in combat, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. The Long family is in desperate need of support at this moment, and this project is crucial for them. If we can help them get through this crisis, the Long family will rise to new heights, Dash remarked. While others didn't know how significant this project was to Maxine, Dash was well aware. None of the 4 major families in Jiangxing were weak. It was just that the Long family faced numerous crises, making it the perfect time for him to act. Osiris, prepare everything. Then I will pay a visit to old Mr. Long to see if we can obtain some useful information from them. While Dash was preparing to make contact with the Long family, Bond also received the news. Unlike Dash, Bond wasn't worried at all. In his previous collaboration with Maxine, Bond had been somewhat passive. To achieve his goals faster, the best strategy was to put Maxine in a difficult position. So, Bond intended to rally her awareness of the current perilous situation. Moreover, currently in all of Jiangxing, only Bond and Dash were capable of intervening. However, Bond was confident that Maxine would choose him over Dash, given the latter's recent actions which had significantly lowered her opinion of him. You keep waiting like this. Aren't you afraid someone else might seize this opportunity? By then, it might be too late, Mitzi said, squatting on the floor and looking up at Bond. Hey, Lanji, you're getting better at this, Bond replied with a squinted smile. The Long family's project is indeed important, but the key lies in controlling Maxine. Given Zorn's nature, he'll surely use this opportunity to undermine Maxine and eventually hand everything over to the male heirs of the Long family. If Maxine truly wants to change this situation, she should come to me. Unless she'd really go to old Manyi instead. Bond gently stroked Mitzi's long hair. I'm not worried. Let things develop a bit more. The best timing will be when Maxine comes to me for help. He smiled pleasantly as he spoke. Brother Lin, are you here? Francisco called out from the first floor of the villa. Soon, he saw Mitzi and Bond coming down together. Francisco noticed some milk around Mitzi's mouth and thought to himself, no wonder she's always so healthy. Bond supported his lower back and sat down on the sofa. What's going on? Brother Lin, what happened to you? Bond waved his hand. Big sister has been into fitness lately and insisted I join her. You know, even though my physical condition is usually good, it's hard to withstand a whole day of intense workouts. Francisco looked puzzled, but quickly came to the point. Brother Lin, haven't you been asking me to keep an eye on the Long family's situation? I just received word that Dash met privately with Zoran, and they seem to have struck a deal. Upon hearing this, Bond slapped the table. He knew Dash wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. Moreover, the crisis the Long family faced might well have been orchestrated by Dash. We must expedite our plans. Get rid of unnecessary assets to raise much-needed funds. Once we overcome this crisis, it will be a great opportunity for us. The Long family's issue wasn't just an opportunity for Bond, but also for the Qin family. Participating in the new energy project would secure their future standing. Many people, however, still failed to recognize its importance. Meanwhile, Maxine was also conflicted. She had planned to contact Bond a few days ago but reconsidered. Finding other solutions would be better. She didn't want to show her vulnerable side to Bond. However, circumstances rapidly worsened within days. Not only did some investors renege, but many within her family strongly opposed her projects, deeming her efforts futile. Maxine knew very well whether her projects were worthwhile. She persevered because she saw hope just ahead. She couldn't bear to give up easily. Yet, before she acted, her family already seemed to be conceding, a reality anyone would find hard to accept. Just then, Zoran told her about a surprising development. Someone willing to invest in her project and insisted on negotiating directly with her. To maximize benefits for the company, Zoran agreed despite having previously considered replacing her. They decided to meet this investor first. Maxine prepared to go with Zoran to meet this person. I've heard this Mr. Yi has quite a distinguished background and substantial resources, Zoran advised. When you meet him, be polite and respectful. Don't upset him, or your project will be doomed. As a father, I can only help you this one time. If you don't cherish this opportunity, don't blame me for being unkind. This translation aims to retain the original tone, style, and structure of the Chinese text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Chapter 57. Shar, it's me. Originally, Opal still had some thoughts, but when she heard that the other party actually surnamed Yi, for some reason, she had a very bad premonition. And in fact, everything was just as Opal had thought. This time, the person meeting her was Giacomo. When the three met at the hotel, not only was Opal stunned, but even Atli was taken aback. Although Opal had already mentioned that Giacomo was no simple character and had complex backgrounds, Atli didn't take it seriously. Only after seeing the transformed Giacomo today, did he begin to doubt if he was mistaken. The Giacomo in front of him seemed like a completely different person from before, down to his attire and aura, which were markedly different. Sir, are you Mr. Yi? Atli stepped forward with a smile and asked. Uncle Long, we've met before, haven't we? I used to be Shar's bodyguard. Giacomo did not hide his identity, but as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Opal angrily rebuke from the side. Giacomo, we're not that familiar, so stop spouting nonsense in front of me. Despite being scolded by Opal, Giacomo wasn't angry. He knew this woman was just putting on an act for now. With the Long family on the brink of collapse, if she didn't humble herself, he had plenty of ways to make her beg him. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, Atli humphed beside her. If it weren't for Mr. Ye's support, all your power would have been stripped away. You should thank him for stepping in at a critical moment. Frankly, who would want to deal with your mess? This so-called new energy project is utterly ridiculous. After finishing his words, Atli seemed to recall something and hurriedly apologized to Giacomo. Mr. Yi, what I said earlier wasn't directed at you. Giacomo casually waved his hand. Uncle Long, I only stepped in for Shar's sake. To be honest, I agree with you. This new energy project is likely a losing proposition. But since it's Shar's project, I'm willing to invest regardless of the loss. I currently have 20 billion ready. As soon as Shar gives the go-ahead, the money will be transferred immediately. When Atli heard this figure, he almost fainted on the spot. He truly had run into a powerhouse. Just moments ago, he was still doubting whether Giacomo's identity was genuine. Upon hearing these words, all his doubts vanished. It was clear Giacomo had more than a passing interest in Opal. Atli began contemplating other matters. After this, he could let Opal step back, and their family could seize this opportunity to form a partnership with Giacomo. With Giacomo's resources, it would elevate their Long family even higher. Atli made up his mind. No matter what, he had to get Opal and Giacomo together. He couldn't let such a golden match slip away. However, while Giacomo spoke confidently, Opal coldly rebutted. The company indeed faces problems, but it's not anyone's privilege to invest as they please. Giacomo, I don't know your true intentions for investing, but I can clearly tell you, I won't accept it. Giacomo was taken aback. He knew this was a crucial moment for the Starlight Group. Although the funds wouldn't solve all their problems instantly, it would at least help them through this crisis. If Giacomo kept providing steady funding, it wouldn't be long before he won Opal's heart. After all, few people could reach his level of investment. Shar, don't you understand my feelings? Stop being stubborn. You can't handle these issues alone. Working with me would be much easier for you. Opal sneered. Giacomo, don't daydream. I, Opal, have climbed to where I am through sheer capability, not by relying on others. Besides, your nice talk is just an attempt to put the entire group in your hands. Starlight Group belongs to the Long family, and you'll never get it. Had Bond not warned Opal beforehand, she might have fallen for Giacomo's sweet talk. Once they collaborated, the Long family would inevitably fall under Giacomo's control. His next targets would undoubtedly be the other three families. Thinking about it now is terrifying. Giacomo's strategies were impressive, and he seemed to have a firm grasp on everyone's mindset. What he hadn't calculated, however, was Bond's interference at critical moments. On the side, Atli looked baffled by Opal's determination. Such a favorable opportunity was hard to come by. Even if Giacomo aimed to control the Starlight Group, controlling their entire family would be fine as long as Giacomo had the means. Partnering with someone like him would rocket them sky high. Opal, how dare you speak to your benefactor like that? Do you really plan to give up your position as CEO of Starlight Group? Seeing Opal's refusal to change her stance, Atli was visibly annoyed. Giacomo smiled. Uncle Long, please calm down. I believe Shar doesn't mean it that way. We need to discuss this further. I'm sure we can find a solution. Opal stood up without further ado. Giacomo, let me make myself clear. No matter what you do, I will never agree to your demands. The Starlight Group will never cooperate with you. She then turned to Atli. Father, I'll never consider this man. Please drop your schemes. Even if Starlight Group needs substantial investments, we won't beg you for help. Without hesitation, Opal turned and left, leaving the two men dumbfounded. What's going on? I never said I wanted to be with you. How did you see through me so quickly? Giacomo felt depressed once again. Even he couldn't figure out what went wrong. Everything seemed to be proceeding as planned. Yet the outcome was unsatisfactory. Chapter 58. I know that. After Tinsley left, both Azriel and Dash were at a loss as to what to do. They had originally believed that everything was under their control. Who would have thought that after all their scheming, they still weren't a match for Tinsley? Now, with Tinsley gone, they were helpless against this girl. Mr. Yi, let me handle this. I will definitely convince Tinsley. At this point, Dash still maintained his airs so Azriel would continue to believe him. Uncle Long, I hope you understand one thing. I agreed to cooperate this time entirely because of Tinsley. If he doesn't agree, our cooperation becomes unnecessary. I trust you are well aware of my financial power. In Jiangxing, there is no one who can compete with me, Dash said confidently, believing that Azriel would think differently upon hearing this. Indeed, he already knew Azriel's character. A complete money lover, especially in his old age. Knowing Dash's wealth and influence, Azriel would likely try every means to offer up his precious daughter. By then, Dash could take full control of the Long family using this opportunity. The billions of dollars he mentioned came from local organizations, just a facade to show his strength. Upon hearing this, Azriel nodded and left. Osiris asked, Master, should we keep an eye on them? After all, we're not sure what Tinsley intends to do. If she teams up with Bond, it will be troublesome. Speaking of Bond, a glint of hatred flashed in Dash's eyes. That bastard, I knew he wasn't any good before. It seems even more evident now. Pity I couldn't kill him earlier. Now I can only think of other ways, Dash said with a hint of helplessness. He despised Bond, but also knew it would be difficult to deal with him soon. He's much smarter than we thought. There's no need to rush. I don't believe he can come up with that much money either. These billions invested in the Starlight Group will return tenfold, allowing us to firmly grasp both the Starlight Group and the Long family. What a profitable deal. Dash's eyes gleamed evilly, particularly thinking about Tinsley. Who wouldn't want to conquer such a woman? Only a master like you could make such a decision. Others wouldn't stand a chance, Osiris flattered, which Dash relished. Meanwhile, after Azriel left, he immediately called Tinsley. You're getting too out of hand. You know many oppose within the family. Such a great opportunity, and yet you still want to resist? I see Mr. Yi genuinely wants to collaborate with you. This is a rare chance for you. Tinsley, however, ignored her father's words. She knew exactly what he was thinking. On the surface, it was collaboration, but in reality, he wanted to tie her and Dash together so she'd be forced to marry him. Father, I've made it clear before. Regardless of his status, I won't agree to work with him or be with him. Tinsley hung up and immediately called Bond. Bond had been waiting. Mitzi had been somewhat worried if Tinsley refused to cooperate, complicating matters. However, things unfolded as expected by Bond. He answered the call leisurely. Why would Claire call me? He asked with a smile. Tinsley didn't want to waste time. With your cunning skills, you must already know recent events, she huffed. With such a significant event involving the Long family, how could the other clans not be aware? Even if they didn't care, Bond certainly did. Waiting until today showed remarkable patience. I do know, Bond admitted. I knew from the first day it happened. It's just not the right moment for me to act yet. Only when you truly realize your situation can we negotiate more smoothly. Bond smiled, and Tinsley fell silent, realizing his insight into the matter and knowing how to restrain her. Despite her initial arrogance, she recognized Bond's superior capabilities. Not bad for someone who managed to control the Qin family, she remarked sincerely. She had met many brilliant minds, but none compared to Bond's achievements. To me, the Qin family issue is minor. The urgent task is figuring out our next move. How does Claire plan to collaborate with me? Tinsley responded, let's meet privately to discuss details. After arranging a time with Bond, Tinsley instructed her assistant to ensure absolute secrecy. Standing by the window in her office, gazing outside, she reflected solemnly. I am myself. No one will control me. ####Chapter 59. Is this a date? Mitzi learned from Bond that he was going to meet with Opal. Honestly, it was quite a surprise. Originally, both parties might have been completely incompatible. But now, because of Bond's reasons, everything seemed to have turned harmonious. Are you saying they genuinely want to cooperate with you? Or are they just forced into making a temporary compromise due to the current situation? Mitzi asked curiously. And what will happen once you really help them through this crisis? Bond chuckled and embraced her from behind. Is Amberly jealous? Mitzi blushed. Nonsense. Why would I have such an immature thought? I also know you're destined not to have only me as your woman. After all, I'm still nominally Iana. As Damien's mother, if I were to publicly announce being with you, it would probably be difficult. Bond snorted. With my current power in Jiangxing, if anyone dares to gossip behind my back, I don't mind teaching them why roses are red. Mitzi quickly intervened. Absolutely not. The Qin family has already experienced turmoil. It took much effort to achieve stability. If this continues, there will be no redemption. This matter is trivial for me. You needn't worry. What's more urgent is confirming our negotiation and cooperation with Claire. This concerns many future matters between our two families. To say Mitzi had this quality was indeed true. Even Bond wondered if Isaiah had lost his mind, hiding such a trump card in seclusion. Mitzi truly loved Bond deeply. Over the years, Bond had taken meticulous care of her daily life. Compared to Isaiah, Bond felt more like her man. And now they were husband and wife in every sense, so naturally their relationship had changed. Mitzi viewed many things from the perspective of the entire family and Bond. Lon, I won't let you suffer. Mitzi smiled, stroking the man's face behind her. Silly, how could I feel wronged? Given my background and age, having a man like you who loves me is already more than enough. How could I ask for more? I only hope that when you have more women, you won't forget me. Bond laughed awkwardly. How can that be? You know I'm a pure love warrior. How could I like any other woman? Mitzi smiled. Men's words are deceptive spirits. Even Bond wasn't exempt. However, she didn't mind these things. At her age, she had long come to terms with many things. Besides, as a faded flower, what right did she have to attempt to tie down this man's heart? Master, we've received news. Claire privately contacted Bond. It seems they plan to meet, and I suspect they intend to discuss cooperation. Dash, who was recuperating, opened his eyes abruptly. Bond, I spared you several times, yet you dare to provoke me again. It seems it's time to get serious with you. Bond soon arrived at the previously agreed upon location with Opal. By then, Opal was already prepared. They were direct in their meeting. My father has already had me meet Dash. As you suspected, Dash indeed has a special identity. Officially, he wants to cooperate with our Long family, but actually, he's targeting me. Opal looked at Bond. She knew her current predicament. If someone could save her now, it was likely only Bond standing before her. However, she wasn't sure if Bond truly intended to help. That's very reasonable. Dash's true aim is not just the Long family among Jiangqing's 4 major clans. Opal's expression was grim. The development of Jiangqing's 4 major clans over the years finally reached its current state. But according to Bond's words, it seemed these families were worthless in others' eyes. Mr. Lin doesn't seem to place much value on Jiangqing's 4 major clans. But that makes sense. Even a giant like the Qin family was dissolved by you effortlessly. I've heard no one in the Qin family dares oppose you anymore. At this point, Opal admired him greatly. Anyone else would have paid a heavy price to achieve what Bond did. Yet Bond appeared very relaxed throughout. It looks simple, but few know how much hardship I've endured over the years, Bond said with a smile. This wasn't a joke. It was the truth. Opal continued, the Starlight Group's project is at a critical juncture, and we desperately need substantial funding. If the Qin family can continue to assist us now, we can ensure joint progress and resolve problems together. Looking at Bond intently, she spoke earnestly. For others, these tasks wouldn't be easy to accomplish. But for her, everything was under control. Investing is not a problem, but you know, the Starlight Group's current new energy project is considered insignificant by many evaluators. So, I must consider my company's long-term interests. What tangible benefits do we see? Bond wouldn't support her unconditionally just because of their good relationship. He knew acting otherwise would make Opal suspicious. Treating her courteously was exactly what she expected. Sure enough, hearing Bond's words, Opal breathed a sigh of relief. The hardest thing to repay was a debt of gratitude. Thankfully, Bond always dealt fairly with her. Rest assured, I can double your profits within 6 months. If I fail, I'll bear any cost, Opal confidently asserted, producing a pre-prepared contract as a show of sincerity. Chapter 60. Here we go again? It had to be said, Tinsley's efficiency was truly remarkable. Bond had anticipated that this negotiation might take some time. However, she didn't expect that Tinsley had already made all the arrangements beforehand. She was also clear about what the results would entail. I haven't thought of how you could compensate me yet. So we can talk about this part later, Bond said with a smile as she leaned back on the sofa. I'm curious, what are we doing now? Going on a date? Tinsley did not rush to reply but chuckled. In truth, he didn't dislike Bond and even admired this man in many aspects. Climbing from a very humble background to where he was today, the amount of effort Bond had put in was unimaginable to most people. Shortly after, dishes were served. The whole process took no more than 10 minutes. Since business matters have been discussed, let's chat about other things, Tinsley said to Bond with a smile. Unbeknownst to the two, someone was observing them from a distance. Osiris held a pair of binoculars, frequently glancing at the private room's direction. But strangely, the curtains of the room were drawn shut this time. Then the phone rang. How's the situation? Dash asked. Master, they've only been inside for 10 minutes, probably still negotiating fiercely. I imagine Claire wants to maximize her benefits, so it will definitely drag out for some time, Osiris replied. Dash responded. Today's situation is very complicated. Be cautious. I'll be a few minutes late. My stomach isn't feeling well. Hold out for me first. Osiris exclaimed. Master, can this be held out? What if Claire? After hearing Osiris rambling, Dash impatiently said, what nonsense are you spouting? Why didn't you tie her up? Osiris nodded bewilderedly, realizing what Dash meant. Master, I'll go check. Something was wrong. Inside the private room, Bond and Tinsley had been talking just fine, but while eating, Bond noticed Tinsley's face looking unnaturally flushed. Moreover, there was an unusual scent around him. If this were earlier, Bond wouldn't have given it much thought. But now, with the system and knowing Dash's tactics, Bond had an uneasy premonition. Drugged. This wasn't the first time such an incident occurred, but Bond didn't expect it to happen again so soon. Tinsley noticed the abnormality in his body and looked up at Bond blankly. What's happening to me? Bond approached, placing one hand on Tinsley's wrist. He had learned some traditional Chinese medicine, though he was just an amateur. Still, it was enough to tell that Tinsley's condition was critical. Your pulse is racing. The qi and blood in your body are surging. Someone must have drugged the food. This hotel was booked by Tinsley, and it was under his control. Therefore, who else could do this? Why would they do this? Tinsley asked Bond, confused. They previously hoped for a union with Dash, so why drug him during negotiations with Bond? At this moment, Bond activated his true qi. I can temporarily suppress the toxins in your system, but ultimately, they will erupt more intensely. You have two choices. Either confront them and demand an antidote, or wait until the time passes and find someone to neutralize the effects. Bond smiled as he continued. If my guess is correct, this is undoubtedly Dash's idea. If he wanted this, I believe your father would agree and hope for its success. The only reason Dash hasn't shown up yet is because our discussion was too brief, and we ate quickly. He miscalculated the timing, but he should be here soon. Everything was within Bond's calculations, and myriad thoughts flashed through Tinsley's mind. Despite feeling unwell, she knew Bond's suggestions were viable. She hadn't intended to cooperate with Dash in the first place. Given his infatuation with her and his desire to control the star group, it made sense. Moreover, Tinsley's personality meant that even if she despised him, she might show leniency if he succeeded. So indeed, Dash was the most likely culprit. I never thought it would only take a few days for him to collude with my family, Tinsley said shakily. She believed she had everything under control but found herself the biggest joke, betrayed by everyone. Meanwhile, Bond sat silently, waiting for Tinsley to make a decision. Although I feel sorry for you, I advise you to make a quick decision on how to handle this. Bond used his true chi to suppress the surge of chi and blood in Tinsley. In that instant, Tinsley seemed to make a decision. He picked up the contract, scribbled something, and handed it to Bond. Do you agree? If you do, then our negotiation today is concluded. Tinsley looked intently at Bond. His liking for Bond had grown stronger today, perhaps due to the drug, combined with his impulsive nature after everything that happened. But Tinsley was sure he wouldn't regret this decision. Bond felt a mix of emotions, unsure of what to say. After some thought, he nodded. Chapter 61. It's not that the villain is too smart, just that the protagonist is too tempting. When Aaron received news from Dash, he was indeed a little afraid. However, after receiving numerous assurances from Dash, Aaron felt much more at ease. He hadn't expected that Opal would choose his hotel as the meeting place this time. Generally speaking, Aaron always tried to avoid conflict and did his job cautiously without any entanglements with others. As such, he had become someone whom Opal trusted very much. But what Opal didn't realize was that Aaron wasn't uninterested in power, he just lacked the ability to compete. Compared to others, Aaron had no background whatsoever, and even if he had the ambition, he would not be their match. But now, with Dash's support, Aaron naturally started to plan for more power. Thus, today's events unfolded. Originally, Aaron planned to inform Dash immediately after delivering the food, then have people control the situation, accusing Bond of poisoning Opal. Being on their turf, they could make up any reason they wanted. Since Opal usually trusted Aaron completely, she would never suspect that he had anything to do with it. By the time everything became too late, it would be obvious what had happened. But who could have predicted so many unexpected situations would occur at this critical moment? The food had been delivered, but Bond was still nowhere to be seen. Aaron went to communicate with Osiris. Boss, what should we do now? If my sister gets hurt because of these drugs, what will I do then? Suddenly remembering Dash's earlier words, he responded. What are you panicking about? Bring a few men in first and tie her up. Aaron, somewhat dim-witted, agreed without thinking twice. Meanwhile, Bond and Opal were waiting calmly inside. Before long, Aaron barged in with a few people. Initially confident, Aaron thought his sister would already be affected by the drug. They might even have been in an intimate state. But when he entered, he saw Opal and Bond negotiating calmly instead. Stunned, he stood there along with the bewildered men behind him. Opal shot Aaron an icy glare. Didn't I tell you I'm discussing something important today? If it's not necessary, don't come in. You should knock before entering. What are you doing now? Noticing the ropes in the hands of his subordinates, Aaron chuckled awkwardly and quickly instructed them to leave. Cough, sister, sorry, I took a wrong turn. He turned and ran away. After watching them leave, Opal sighed with relief. Now what? Opal looked at Bond, unsure of how to proceed. She hadn't realized how dangerous her surroundings were. So many people had been bought off by Dash. You must see now that things aren't much different from what I said before. If you make this decision, hope you don't regret it. Opal laughed coldly. For years, I've always had my own thoughts on matters and have never regretted anything. Now, do you have the courage? Don't worry about anything else. Seeing Opal's serious expression, Bond also sneered. Well, what a coincidence. This might be troublesome for others, but it's not a big deal for me. Others may hesitate, but I won't. Bond hadn't expected that Dash's impulsive move would inadvertently give him a windfall. He took out the X-ray card. After using it, he immediately saw through all the layouts surrounding them. Sure enough, I spotted several of Dash's men around here. It won't be easy to get out. If I try to walk you out boldly, they will definitely apprehend me first thing and even claim that I was trying to harm you. Cold inviting Moon's breathing became somewhat rapid. So what do we do? You can't just leave me behind in this situation. Bond smiled but didn't answer. Then he took out the invisibility card. He had been saving this card, and now was the perfect time to let Cold inviting Moon use it. Anyone who held this card could turn invisible. And with its duration, Bond was confident that his agility would allow him to lead her away safely. What do we do next? Cold inviting Moon asked again. Bond explained the effect of the card to her, and then staged a loud argument in the room. Once Cold inviting Moon used the invisibility card, Bond carried her out of the room directly. Outside, Steven had been keeping a close watch on their every move, wary of any mishaps. Seeing Bond emerge alone from the room, cursing under his breath, nobody noticed that he was carrying Cold inviting Moon. Cold inviting Moon herself was quite tense. She had never imagined anyone could truly become invisible like this. Just as she feared being discovered at any moment, she realized no one seemed to notice her presence. Bond walked out of the hotel with her in full view. Truly a strange and unbelievable scene. Cold inviting Moon had seen many unusual things, but this was her first experience with such an odd situation. On the other side, Steven was also surprised when he saw Bond leave. He had expected some trouble during their negotiation, but not this outcome. After Bond left, Steven immediately called Osiris to confirm that Cold inviting Moon was still in the room before ordering him to lock down the room completely. They didn't realize that Bond had already brought Cold Inviting Moon to another hotel nearby. By this time, Cold Inviting Moon was in a poor state, clinging to Bond tightly. Bond felt quite helpless. It wasn't that his skills were particularly brilliant, but it seemed once the leading lady lost her main character aura, she was practically helpless, even giving up her own advantages. Using it, he instantly saw all the layout around them. As expected, I found several of Dash's men here. It's not easy to leave. If I boldly take you out, they'll definitely capture me immediately, claiming I intended to harm you. Opal's breathing became rapid. What do we do now? You can't abandon me in this situation. Bond smiled mysteriously and took out the invisibility card. Previously unused, it could now be given to Opal. Anyone who held this card could use it, and during its duration, Bond could easily escape with her. So, what's next? Opal asked. Bond explained the effects of the card, and pretended to argue loudly in the room. Once Opal used the invisibility card, he carried her out directly. Outside, Aaron and his people closely watched the room, fearing any mishap. They saw Bond storm out alone, none noticing he was carrying Opal. Even Opal felt tense. She had never imagined anyone could achieve invisibility. As Opal feared exposure, she realized no one noticed her presence. Bond brazenly walked out of the hotel with her. It was indeed a bizarre scene. Opal had seen many strange things, but this was her first encounter with such an odd situation. Surprised by Bond's departure, Aaron called Osiris immediately, confirming that Opal was still in the room. Only Bond left. Aaron was then ordered to lock down the room by all means. They had no idea that Bond had already brought Opal to another nearby hotel. Opal's condition worsened, clinging to him like an octopus. Bond felt quite helpless. It wasn't his skills that were exceptional. It seemed the female protagonist lost all her prowess once deprived of her leading role's charm. Even her harem fell into his lap. Chapter 61. It's not that the villain is too smart, but the protagonist is too tempting. When Steven received the message from Dash, he was indeed a little afraid. However, after receiving numerous assurances from Dash, Steven felt much more reassured. He hadn't anticipated that this time, Maxine would choose his hotel as the meeting place. But it made sense. Steven usually kept to himself, carefully and cautiously minding his own business without entangling with others. This attitude earned him Maxine's considerable trust. However, what Maxine couldn't imagine was that Steven didn't lack ambition but simply lacked the strength to compete. Compared to others, Steven had no background or support, making any competition futile. But now, with Dash backing him, Steven could finally start planning for power. This led to the events unfolding today. According to Steven's original plan, once the food was delivered inside, he would notify Dash immediately. Then, they would control the situation by accusing Bond of poisoning Maxine. Being on their turf, they had every reason to believe them. Since Maxine trusted Steven completely, she wouldn't suspect his involvement until it was too late. However, unforeseen circumstances unfolded just when everything seemed set. The food had been delivered, but Dash's team was still nowhere to be seen. Steven went to discuss with Osiris. What should we do now, boss? If my sister gets hurt because of those drugs, then what? Suddenly remembering what Dash said earlier, Osiris replied, What are you worrying about? Just take a few people in there and tie up your sister first. Without much thought, Steven agreed. On the other side, Bond and Maxine were waiting quietly. Before long, Steven burst in with a few men. Confident that the drug had already taken effect, he expected to see his sister under its influence. Instead, he found her calmly negotiating with Bond. Stunned, Steven froze along with his men. Maxine glared at him coldly. Didn't I tell you I was discussing important matters today? If it wasn't necessary, don't come in. Even if you must enter, knock first. What are you doing now? As he spoke, he noticed the ropes in the hands of Steven's men. Steven awkwardly laughed and quickly dismissed his men. Cough, sister, sorry, I walked in by mistake. He turned and ran away. Maxine sighed with relief once they left. Now what? Maxine asked Bond, realizing how dangerous her situation had become, with so many already bought off by Dash. You should understand now that things aren't much different from what I said before, Bond replied. If you make this decision, I hope you won't regret it. Maxine sneered. For years, I've always made my own choices and never regretted them. Right now, I just want to know if you have the courage for this. Nothing else matters. Seeing Maxine's seriousness, Bond also sneered. Well, what a coincidence. This might be a big deal for others, but not for me. What others fear, I face. Bond hadn't expected Dash's impulsiveness to lead to such an unexpected turn of events. He then pulled out the X-ray card, a special tool allowing him to see through walls. After using it, he instantly saw all the surrounding layout. As expected, there are plenty of Dash's people here. Getting out won't be easy. If I leave openly with you, they'll likely catch us, even accusing me of trying to harm you. Maxine's breathing quickened. So what do we do? You can't just abandon me now. Bond smiled but remained silent. He then pulled out the invisibility card, which had been unused until now. Anyone who held it could become invisible for a period. With Bond's agility, he could easily carry Maxine away during this time. Maxine asked again, what now? Bond explained the card's function and pretended to argue loudly with Maxine in the room. Once she used the invisibility card, he carried her out unnoticed. Outside, Steven and his men watched the room closely. Seeing Bond emerge alone and cursing, none noticed he was carrying Maxine. She herself felt tense, never imagining someone could become truly invisible. As Bond left the hotel unchallenged, Maxine marveled at this strange, yet fascinating experience. Steven was equally surprised, expecting issues during their negotiation. After Bond left, Steven called Osiris, who confirmed Maxine was still in the room. He instructed Steven to seal the room. Unbeknownst to them, Bond had already brought Maxine to another nearby hotel. Maxine was now in a dire state, clinging to Bond. Bond found this situation quite helpless, not due to his cunning, but because the protagonist, once stripped of their aura, seemed helpless, even offering their harem willingly. Hashtag chapter 62, home run. Although Bond had anticipated many issues beforehand, the moment of truth was still overwhelming. Bond finally managed to get a room in the hotel. Before he could even think about putting Christine down, the door locked behind him. Ahem, Miss Cold. Should we wait for a moment? Even with multiple real-life experiences under his belt, Bond was blushing furiously now. Think about it. The lady from the Cold family in Xiuxian, the notorious ice-faced demoness. Now, she was clinging to him like this, looking as alluring as ever. Christine leaned against Bond, her breath warm and close to his ear. Wait, what are you waiting for? After having me, you will own the Starlight Group. As long as you don't interfere with my business decisions, everything will be yours. Both I and the Starlight Group, or even everything related to the Cold family. Don't you want that? You're already the actual controller of the Qin family. Add the Cold family into the mix, wouldn't that excite you? Bond swallowed hard. Admittedly, these prospects were thrilling just to think about. The Qin family alone wasn't enough for Bond to challenge Dash. But if they followed Bond and Christine's previous agreement, the situation would change drastically. Even though he still wouldn't match Dash's power, it would give Bond a fighting chance. Honestly, everything that happened today felt like a dream to Bond. Everything went so smoothly without much effort on his part. Christine's negotiation with Bond went very well. Once this negotiation succeeded, the Starlight Group and the Qin family would start deep cooperation. Dash wouldn't be able to interfere in Starlight's business or gain control over the Cold family. Unfortunately for Dash, he didn't foresee that Bond could suppress the drug's effects on Christine. Nor did he expect that instead of succumbing to his charming and dominant aura, Christine would fall for someone less famous like Bond. With Steven assisting successfully, events unfolded in their favor. Initially, Christine had hoped her efforts would earn support from her family. But now, everyone wanted a piece of her success and wished to push her out. No matter how hard she tried, they refused to recognize her abilities or understand her vision. After careful consideration, Christine made her decision. There was only one way to neutralize the drug's effect. Instead of choosing anyone else, she decided to choose Bond, whom she secretly admired. But apart from this, Christine also used this opportunity to set her terms for Bond. After resolving this issue, Bond had to unconditionally support her research in the new energy sector and help her become a business empress. This had always been Christine's goal, to prove that women could also achieve great things. Although she was forced into this, it ultimately showcased her capability. If not for internal family troubles, Christine could have handled these matters on her own. Bond, of course, couldn't refuse. To him, Christine's actions were perfectly understandable. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Christine pressed against him again. Why has it been so long with no movement? Is the powerful mastermind of the Qin family actually useless? I always thought you were tough. Or maybe, I'm not worthy of you? Christine stared at Bond, her gaze intense. If he could resist her now, he might as well go compete with Gustavo. Humph, let me show you my strength, Bond declared, thoroughly riled up. Locking the windows and doors, he threw Christine onto the bed. Clothes flew around. Ding. Detected host's villainous behavior. Gained 1,000 villain points. Ding. Detected major villainous behavior. Gained 20,000 villain points. A moment worth its weight in gold. Due to either physical reasons or other factors, even Bond hadn't expected Christine to be so energetic. It was already 3 a.m. Christine lay in his arms, her face flushed red. The high and mighty career woman was now tender and submissive, the stark contrast making Bond feel incredibly satisfied. So, convinced yet? If not, shall we continue? Christine quickly shook her head. No. I'm convinced. This guy seemed crazy. A virgin girl couldn't handle such treatment. Bond wore a smug expression. Himph. Ice-faced demoness? I'll show you my strength too. Ding. Congratulations on intercepting the protagonist. Rewarded. Legal funds of 2 billion, 12% shares of Xuanhuan Group, Nanjiang secret techniques, physical enhancement, misfortune card X1. Looking at the various rewards, Bond fell silent. Despite preparing mentally, achieving this still felt unbelievable. He could feel his physique strengthening significantly from these rewards. Was this the reward for intercepting the predestined protagonist? This was an incredible surprise, enough to keep Bond worry-free for some time. The new Citigroup needed substantial funds, and Bond could invest the 2 billion he received here. Now I'm yours, but remember our deal. I can share some of the Starlight Group's profits, but you mustn't interfere with my company decisions. As a major shareholder, you must fully support my appointment as CEO. For Christine, what she needed most was a supporter. And now, Bond could take that role, becoming her greatest supporter. Consequently, even if someone within the Cold family wanted to cause trouble, they would have to consider whether they could pass Bond's threshold. Chapter 63. Really disappeared? Don't worry, as long as I'm around, even if they have those intentions, they'll have to consider if they're qualified to negotiate with me. Bond didn't give any thought to the concerns that A-Li had. He didn't care about the internal affairs of the Ling family. To Bond, now everything was firmly under his control, and that was enough. He then took out a bank card holding 2 billion from the system space directly. This contains 2 billion, which should be enough to address many of your upcoming issues. Though A-Li came here for this very reason, she hadn't expected Bond to be so straightforward, resolving her most pressing concern in the blink of an eye. Seeing A-Li stand there in shock, Bond placed the card directly into her hand. What? Do you think these things are too bizarre and can't believe it? Watching A-Li's expression, Bond could roughly guess what was going through her mind. If he were in her shoes, he would probably react similarly. However, Bond genuinely didn't have any ulterior motives. He just hoped to stabilize A-Li's current situation this way. He knew these people hadn't planned a better response for A-Li. So, this action would help secure her position at Star Group. Even though we've agreed on everything, it's still happening too fast. Do you mean you already knew all this would happen today and prepared beforehand? Seeing A-Li's incredulous wide eyes, Bond laughed. In my view, regardless of whether or not these things happened today, cooperation between the Qin family and the Ling family was inevitable. I know you must believe Isaiah's death would definitely be attributed to the Ling family, but with my guidance, everyone now hates Dash more. We also know that everything was orchestrated by Damien and Dash. The Qin family and the Ling family are merely victims of this event. These words made sense. Bond always knew what choices to make better than anyone else. While the current situation might be more complex than he imagined, as long as this plan worked smoothly, it could disrupt all of Dash's previous arrangements. I thought I'd have to pay some price to negotiate with you, but I didn't expect you to have everything ready. Ellie couldn't understand him anymore. She had initially believed everything she did was mere trade-offs. However, Bond's behavior showed that this was something he had meticulously prepared in advance. This man was never like what she thought. In a certain sense, this can be seen as a trade-off of interests. But to me, I feel what I am doing is perfectly fine. This move allows me to gain a very solid partner, which is a great thing. When Dash thought he could corner Ailey and hurriedly arrived at Steven Hotel, he froze upon opening the door. The room was completely empty, not a soul in sight. He immediately called for Kramer. You told me she was here all along? Look around. Is there anyone left in this room? Kramer then beckoned Steven over. Didn't I tell you clearly? Did you confirm that only Bond left without anyone else? Steven was equally shocked. He quickly summoned his subordinates. Mr. Yi, there were many of us watching. At the time, Bond and Ailey had a huge argument, seemingly due to disagreements over distribution. Afterwards, I personally saw Bond storm out angrily, but he was alone. Dash frowned, looking at Steven, still disbelieving. How could a person just disappear like that? He knew there were indeed some special means in the world, but it shouldn't be as ridiculous as this. Steven felt quite serious too. He had thought everything would go smoothly, but unexpectedly turned out this way. You're telling me a person could vanish right in front of you? And this is on the 3rd floor. We've been watching outside and never saw anyone leave. Give me a reasonable explanation, or I'll twist off your head today. Dash was short-tempered. Everything had seemed well planned until it ended up this way. Oddly enough, he got a stomachache at this critical moment. Seeing Dash's furious face, Steven looked innocent. If he knew what was going on, he wouldn't be standing here. At this moment, a young man nearby pulled at Dash, explaining, there's surveillance footage throughout. If Mr. Yi doesn't believe it, check the footage. They went to the surveillance room. Indeed, the footage only showed Bond acting strangely, but not Ailey. Now, Dash was at a loss. Could it be Ailey really vanished? Thinking about this, Dash told Steven immediately, contact her now. I don't believe a person can just disappear. Fuming, he waited impatiently. But Steven's call was soon answered by Ailey. Steven looked even more innocent, realizing all this fuss was unnecessary. And Dash was silent, thinking maybe he misunderstood everything. On the other side, Ailey hung up the phone. Just as you said, they called to ask where I was. Chapter 64. The Mysterious Investor. This day was a headache not only for Dash, but also for Azrael. He had thought he could easily manage his daughter, but to his surprise, it was him who ended up clueless after all the maneuvers. Now, Azrael did not know what to say. He felt increasingly unable to understand his daughter. Indeed, he regretted allowing her to sit in the president's seat. Her defiance of his orders proved how much she had grown beyond his control. However, while everyone was fixated on this matter, Starlight Group unleashed a surprising announcement. A mysterious investor had increased their investment, aiding Starlight Group to complete the final stages of their new energy project. Everyone knew that the last phase of research required substantial funding, essentially acting as an inexhaustible money pit. Initially, no company in xiuxian was willing to get involved. After careful consideration, they concluded that only entities on par with the 4 great families or other external forces would have the necessary scale and qualifications. However, there had been no word of any major powers from the capital paying attention to them recently. Thus, the focus naturally shifted back to the 4 great families. Yet, who could be certain that things unfolded as they imagined? Initially, many within the Long family hoped for Opal's ousting. But now that she had achieved this, it meant they had lost their opportunity. At the very least, they needed to let Opal complete the project before proving her unsuitability. This urgency made even Azrael restless. I've told you clearly many times, don't engage too deeply with outsiders, he said. This time, Mr. Yi offered a significant investment, yet you refused our conditions. Now you collaborate with someone else? Do you know what those people's true intentions are? Let's put aside whether your new energy project will succeed. Even if it does, can you handle those people? Azrael lectured in the living room, expecting Opal to listen. However, since taking her position, Opal had learned to ignore such advice effortlessly. To her, many things didn't need excessive concern. Do you see what state you're in now? He continued, frustrated. I'm discussing serious matters with you, but you seem unconcerned. Have you really become so confident that you look down on me too? Don't think you're impressive just because you're controlling Starlight Group. If you can't develop the group further, everything will revert. Don't embarrass us all. Opal scoffed. In the end, you doubt my capability. Though she expected this result, the truth still stung. However, this did not break her spirit, but strengthened her resolve. I have confidence that this investment will complete Starlight Group's final new energy project. Once completed, it will turn the tide entirely. I know you always look down on me, thinking I waste time. But let's wait and see what happens when everything is done. Then I'll see what tricks you have left. With that, Opal left. Azrael watched her go, seething inside but powerless to act. Humph, let's see how long your happiness lasts. When you come crawling back begging for help, I won't lift a finger, he muttered. Recently, Starlight Group received a sudden, mysterious investor who helped fund their final project. This person's identity remains unknown. Could it possibly be you? Mitzi asked, smiling at Bond by her side. She had noticed a shift in Bond's demeanor. Where once he was reserved, now he exuded dominance. This matter is still a secret and not suitable for sharing. For me, it isn't particularly significant. Regardless of others' thoughts, for us, this issue is easily manageable, Bond replied with a faint smile, devoid of fear despite becoming a subject of gossip. These details are for you to handle. I just worry about your judgment in these matters. It's best we keep our strength hidden. Otherwise, complications will arise. Mitzi remained cautious. While their Qin family had little to fear at this stage, maintaining low profiles was essential to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. So far, no one has uncovered the source of this investment. Fame invites trouble. With Bond currently in the spotlight, he would inevitably attract attention, even from Dash. Yet Bond believed he already grasped the essence of the situation, making it unnecessary to fear Dash's interference. I trust you fully, Mitzi replied confidently, having faith in Bond's capabilities developed over years. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. I'll do everything I can. Chapter 65, Miss Ning. Although the Qin family had always been at odds with Dash in various aspects, after the previous conflicts, both sides could only temporarily set aside their grievances. After all, the sudden appearance of this mysterious investor in the Starlight Group made many people feel very puzzled. Countless people wanted to uncover the secrets behind it, and they tried every possible means to get close to Opal in hopes of obtaining some clues from him. Unfortunately, regarding this mysterious person, Opal remained completely tight-lipped. In the meantime, xiuxian Group, which had originally faced a shortage of funds, now accelerated its pace, eager to complete its final research project as soon as possible. If this project succeeded, it would be the time to completely change their destiny. On the other hand, Dash was doing everything he could to figure out what had happened initially. I don't believe this matter can't be traced at all, Dash said. Since it's related to Bond, Bond must have been involved in it secretly. You arrange for our people to track Bond thoroughly to ensure his every move is under your control. Dash directly dispatched Osiris and prepared to send more formidable experts here. He initially thought that just a few people would suffice to resolve everything. However, he never expected the situation to become so complicated, and he had to admit that because of Bond, he faced considerable trouble. What Dash didn't know was that his every move was under Bond's watchful eye. Now that the troubles facing the Long family were over, even more challenging matters lay ahead. Bond knew Dash couldn't take action against the Long family now, so the next target would naturally be Bridget. Bridget had been relatively quiet recently, likely due to the backlash from her actions against Bond. She decided to handle things coldly, but she didn't realize that everything was under Bond's control, and he was preparing to deal with Bridget. Just as Bridget was pondering how to counter Bond, he called her. Miss Ning, Bond asked with a smile. Have you forgotten about me completely since we haven't been in touch lately? You still dare to call me? It seems you've forgotten who you are? Bridget retorted irritably. Bond countered. You incited the Qin family to act against me, hoping to solve me through them. Now you should understand that I've known about your little schemes long ago, and now everything is within my grasp. Aren't you planning to have a proper conversation with me on how to resolve this? Bridget, knowing deep down that Bond would eventually come after her, responded. Funny, are you trying to intimidate me with these words now? Bond had thought Bridget might show some fear. Unexpectedly, the cunning young miss remained calm, displaying not a hint of emotion. If you think this will scare me, then you're gravely mistaken. When I decided to deal with you, I was prepared for anything, and I don't regret it now. I don't know how you got the Qin family under your control, but I will investigate this thoroughly. Let's see if the Qin family can spare you when the time comes. Clearly, Bridget wasn't going to settle things easily, and even seemed prepared to escalate the matter. Initially, Bond might have overlooked this, but his attitude changed. Initially, I came here to talk it out with you, but it seems you're stubborn. Since that's the case, let's see what happens. The Qin family will soon introduce various medicinal herbs into the market. I wonder if Miss Ning can withstand this pressure, or if your father can still compete at his age. Without waiting for Bridget's reply, Bond hung up. Over the years, although the Qin family wasn't as competitive as the Ning family, Bond spoke with confidence. Sure enough, shortly after hanging up, Bridget called back. You better explain yourself clearly about what happened, Bridget demanded. I was clear enough. We couldn't suppress you before, but that won't last long. The war between the Qin and Ning families is about to begin. I hope you're prepared. If you lose, don't cry. Bridget remained silent for a while before speaking again. Though I don't know where you get your confidence, we can meet before taking further actions. Honestly, I'm also curious about the investor in Starlight Group. But thinking about it, you probably don't have that capability. Despite having evidence, Bridget was being stubborn. Bond silently laughed but didn't point it out. Bridget had long hoped to revive the Ning family's reputation in traditional Chinese medicine. But achieving this was no easy feat. Collaborating with Dash might have offered an opportunity, but on her own, it was much harder. This was why Bond's confident words frightened her. The four major families were already on shaky ground, living off past reputations. If someone surpassed them now, they would quickly lose their former glory. For this reason, Bridget sought to negotiate with Bond, unsure if he had any trump cards. So, Bond, understanding Bridget's predicament, used this knowledge to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, once she reached out to Dash, things would get more complicated. Chapter 66, Private Meeting. Waverly actually did not have complete confidence in the matters Bond had mentioned. Back then, she had made those arrangements impulsively without considering the consequences. In Waverly's eyes, under the current circumstances, they definitely couldn't find any leverage against her. However, she underestimated her opponent this time. How could Bond be easily fooled? This guy was determined to deal with Waverly and wouldn't give up easily. Now, countless thoughts raced through Waverly's mind after hanging up the phone. What does this guy really want? Although Waverly had some understanding of Bond before, it clearly wasn't enough for her to change her perception or expectations of him now, nor could it predict how he would approach her next. This truly troubled Waverly. The man had many ways to act, while she knew virtually nothing about him at present. If everything went smoothly, that would be best. However, Waverly's maneuvers were already under Bond's control, putting her in a more awkward position. One mustn't think the Ning family still held considerable power. In reality, the four major families in Xiuxian weren't as powerful as they used to be. Most were merely living off past glories to maintain their status. Returning to their peak state would require significant effort and enhanced strength, but most lacked the qualifications now, rendering the clans mere appearances of their former glory. The meeting place this time was a rather secluded restaurant. When Bond arrived at the private room, he found Waverly waiting for quite some time already. It seems Miss Ning and I thought alike. You must know your situation isn't good now, so you're here to negotiate, Bond said, squinting his eyes at Waverly standing before him and extending his right hand. Waverly gave Bond an intense glare. To be honest, she still detested this man despite knowing him only a few times, mainly through Tinsley. I came here today just to see what tricks you can play. You talk big, but I'm curious if you're really that capable, Waverly sneered while scrutinizing Bond. Facing such contempt, Bond calmly replied, you'll soon know if I can achieve this. But I came here today hoping we could mutually benefit. If we can't reach an agreement, I think both sides will quickly become business rivals. This was blatant intimidation. Waverly's face turned cold, glaring at Bond and letting out a scoff. Do you really think I'm scared of what you say? Bond shook his head calmly, showing no trace of arrogance. Miss Ning, you're really looking at me through the crack of a door, judging people too harshly. I've never looked down on the Ning family. After all, you gained fame across Jiangxing, which shows your abilities. At the peak, your Ning family was even well known in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Bond said this with a smile. Though praising them, his words felt like thorns to Waverly's heart now. The past is the past. We won't remain stuck in our old successes. Tell me, why did you bring me here this time? Waverly grew weary of dancing around with Bond and spoke bluntly. Miss Ning, indeed, get straight to the point. Then I'll cut to the chase. I invited you here today hoping we could reach a consensus. I believe you should already know about the previous Long family incident. Waverly looked at Bond but didn't answer immediately. Bond continued, Tinsley once hoped to prove her life's worth and make the Starlight Group greater. However, the Long family's internal situation was very complicated. Many didn't support her, but instead wished to bring her down. Even her father hoped she would complete a marriage alliance for the family. The groom was Dash. Upon hearing Dash's name, Waverly was taken aback. Wasn't he just Tinsley's bodyguard? Though somewhat skilled, he wouldn't be chosen by Azrael. Waverly initially refused to believe this news, finding it unbelievable. Yet seeing Bond's serious demeanor, it seemed he wasn't joking. Could something this explosive really happen? That would indeed be a huge revelation. I know Ningmis likely finds this hard to believe, but you can use your means to investigate the details, and you'll see I'm not lying. After thinking for a moment, Waverly asked again, regardless of whether this is true or not, none of this concerns me or my Ning family. At this, Bond shook his head, interrupting Waverly. Miss Ning, you're being short-sighted. Admittedly, from the current perspective, this matter has little connection to your Ning family. But I know Dash's goal is not just the Long family. He aims to control all 4 major Jiangxing families. Having dealt with him for so long and investigating him extensively, no one understands Dash better than I do. Bond spoke earnestly, but Waverly still wasn't fully convinced. It was hard to believe such a story, especially for someone with Waverly's skeptical nature. Chapter 67. Exposing the truth. So you think I would know Dash, or even marry him? Bridget asked in return. After saying this, she found it laughable even to herself. If it were Opal, there was a real possibility. After all, her influence within the family wasn't very high and had little support, often having to make compromising concessions. But Bridget was different. She was a spoilt princess who could never be stopped when she wanted something. Who in her family now had the right to force her to be with Dash if she didn't want to? I know Miss Ning is not willing to believe it now, but who can predict these things? What if Dash could present an extraordinary medical classic to Miss Ning? As the saying goes, hit the snake where it hurts. Since Dash was so smart, he must know how to make Bridget compromise. So dealing with Bridget was not difficult. Bond knew Dash would use this method to establish a relationship with her. Then everything could go smoothly. Initially, Bridget refused to believe it. She considered herself independent. How could she easily remind someone of something? Even if Dash did have some intentions towards her, Bridget would not back down one step. She couldn't believe she would change her mind about marriage. However, hearing Bond's words, Bridget began to doubt if there might be some truth to it. Over the years, Bridget loved researching traditional Chinese medicine techniques. Unfortunately, much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, only found in some very ancient prescriptions. Bridget was certain that if Dash could indeed present such items, she would be delighted and might even change her impression of him. No wonder Bond spoke so confidently just now. He knew what she liked. Since you know so much, you should know how to win my favor. With your skills, you should be able to achieve these goals, right? Looking at Bridget's serious expression, Bond laughed. Miss is truly amusing. As for the current state of the Qin family, shouldn't Miss know better? You've been very attentive these past few days. And whether I can present anything like this, you understand better. If the Qin family had ancient prescriptions, they would have already surpassed your Ning family long ago. Bridget realized her speech sounded self-important. Though the Qin and Ning families were always in competition, the Ning family generally held the upper hand. The Qin family's strength wasn't formidable, resulting in an imbalanced power play. But Bond had clearly explained that if Bridget didn't meet him, the Qin family would completely turn the tables, leaving Bridget helpless. Hence, Bridget came here to see what tricks Bond had up his sleeve. Yet, she still didn't believe Bond was powerful enough to leave her powerless. Bond remained calm. Regardless of their initial perceptions, the situation had changed. Therefore, the problem-solving approach also needed adjustment. If it were the previous Qin family, they indeed wouldn't threaten the Ning family. But we are not static. To tell you the truth, I recently acquired a manual. And this manual is enough to change the Qin family's current situation. Bridget didn't believe strange events happen spontaneously in this world. But looking into Bond's eyes, she had to admit, she had her doubts. Maybe Bond had no reason to deceive her. If everything was true, it would take time for the Ning family to process this information. I believe Miss now understands I'm not joking. Dash's next target is you, and he will stop at nothing to get close to you. If your Ning family wishes to remain independent, I advise you to be cautious. Of course, Bond's warning seemed superfluous. Although Dash had evil intentions, he picked the wrong opponent. If it were anyone else, it would matter less. But Bridget wasn't just anyone. Given her cunning and Bond's timely warning, she might set everything up quickly. When Dash thought he controlled Bridget, he'd realize he was the one being fooled. Regardless of the truth of this matter, I will prepare in advance. If this fellow has such intentions, I'll make him regret it. Smiling at Bond, Bridget continued, Of course, you will prove yourself through this. If everything is true, I will cease causing trouble for the Qin family. Though Bridget still doubted, given Bond's behavior, he might be the mysterious investor backing Opal. It felt like a dream. Previously, Bond was just an ordinary underling. Now, he was the head of the Qin family. Bond smiled at Bridget. Collaborating with Miss Ning is the best option. I couldn't wish for more. But some matters are far more complicated than we imagine. No one knows what the future holds. Working with the Ning family suited Bond as it saved him much trouble. But this issue clearly extended beyond this. Chapter 68. Nanjianggu Doctor. Following that, Bridget asked many more questions about Dash. After all, she didn't know much about him before and could obtain plenty of information about Dash from Bond. As they chatted, Bridget became increasingly interested in Dash. She also believed that what Bond said earlier was likely true. This guy knew Dash too well, able to predict his decisions on various matters ahead of time. Due to this reason, Bridget had a different view of Dash, as well as of Bond, despite not knowing how he obtained this knowledge. Since he dared to talk about it to such an extent, it meant Bond had a deeper understanding of these matters. Don't worry. I will seriously handle the situation with Dash. If this guy tries to control me through such means, I'll make all his hopes fall flat. Although she couldn't be sure what Dash would do next, knowing so much in advance was absolutely advantageous for Bridget. After getting Bridget's assurance, Bond let out a sigh of relief. Just like they had guessed, things were bound to be more complicated than expected. Few people could predict the ultimate outcome. Not many knew about Bond's private meeting with Bridget. He understood that Dash would monitor his every move, so he disguised himself. Thus, even if Dash tried, he probably wouldn't realize that his plans were already known to Bridget. So when Dash tried to show off in front of Bridget, it would turn into a huge joke. Though it was a bit devious, this was the only choice Bond had in the current situation. To avoid trouble, one must be prepared for unexpected situations. Just as Bond said, things weren't that complicated. Carefully investigating would uncover the threads connecting them. After parting ways with Bond, Bridget immediately investigated Dash's recent actions. The results indeed startled her. Just as Bond had said, Dash's intentions became clear through these actions. It confirmed her belief that Dash was no good person. From the moment he arrived in Xiuxian, Dash had been causing trouble. It seemed, just as Bond said, his targets weren't limited to just the Long family. On the other side, Bond lay on Mitzi's lap while she massaged his head and fed him peeled grapes. I heard you met Bridget. Ning family's miss isn't easy to deal with. She looks simple but can do anything behind the scenes. You've experienced her methods before? Bond chuckled. Of course I know. Miss Ning's tactics are more numerous than we imagine. However, since Dash failed to gain anything from the Long family this time and can't easily attack Tinsley again in the short term, he will definitely change his target. Among the four major families, Bridget is the most suitable. If Bond remembered correctly, the Ning family was about to face a big problem soon. Though unsure if it was related to Dash, this issue might bring Bridget and Dash closer together. Unless Bond interfered in time, then the outcome would be unknown. Seeing Bond's confident demeanor, Mitzi nodded. It seems you have everything figured out and know how to solve problems better. Mitzi reminded Bond to ensure he didn't act emotionally. But now, it seemed Bond wasn't as she thought. Don't worry, just a Ning family can't do much to me. Besides, they are dealing with Dash now. I think Bridget won't just fight Dash, but may even try to get more from him. Bond coldly snorted, not taking it seriously. He had also researched the Nanjiang secret techniques granted by the system. Initially clueless about it, Bond found himself pleasantly surprised at the richness of its content. Nanjiang secrets covered various aspects, including the famous Nanjiang-gu techniques and its numerous branches. People familiar with these should have heard of another profession, gu doctor. Different from traditional Chinese medicine, their treatment methods appeared somewhat unconventional, but were sometimes even more powerful. Moreover, gu doctors were highly skilled in poisoning and assassination, which was crucial for Bond. He needed to strengthen himself to genuinely tackle Dash. Otherwise, under unequal strength, he would end up dead. With Dash's current capability, any slight opportunity would mean immediate death for Bond. The only reason this hadn't happened yet was because the probability was too low. I have an idea, Bond continued. Amberly, although we have taken over most of the Qin family's businesses, without some changes, it's hard to completely control them. Despite overcoming most obstacles, the path ahead remained challenging. Chapter 69. Does Azrael know now? Actually, these things Bond had mentioned were something Mitzi had already thought about long ago. She understood her current situation better than anyone. Though it might seem glorious on the surface, once someone uncovers the truth, trouble would inevitably follow. To avoid this, Mitzi knew she needed to prepare in advance. Regardless of what happened next, she would need to suppress everything with all her strength from the first moment. However, while it was easy to contemplate, implementing it proved rather challenging. Nonetheless, one thing that truly comforted Mitzi was that she still had Bond by her side. He could assist her in planning and provide very important support. I know this as well, so I've been preparing to disperse everyone inside the company, Mitzi replied thoughtfully after pondering a moment. There were indeed many of Isaiah's confidants within the entire Qin family. Right now, I can't entirely remove them, but by dispersing them, I can ensure they won't unite against me. Even if they were close brothers before, splitting them up would create gaps between them. Then she could defeat them one by one. This was Mitzi's true intention. Indeed, this plan works. People will never truly be loyal and trust each other completely. No matter how brotherly they may seem, once suspicion arises, everything changes. Bond wasn't overly concerned about the potential issues that could arise in the short term. With Mitzi's arrangements, he believed the outcome would align with his predictions. So, what new project do you have in mind? How do you want me to proceed? Bond expressed his thoughts. He currently possessed a unique prescription that wasn't difficult to source. After adjustment, Bond could produce a beauty skincare medication. He hoped the Qin family would heavily promote this direction. You're planning to completely exit the traditional Chinese medicine market? Mitzi was genuinely shocked when she heard Bond's idea. They were quite capable at present, and such a change seemed unnecessary, yet Bond's decision didn't seem like a joke. I know you don't believe it, but it's a fact. We must cooperate with the Ning family to achieve mutual benefits and a long-term future. However, we can't clash with their interests. The traditional Chinese medicine market can be reconsidered later. Right now, I see a better opportunity to develop. Through this, we can gradually hollow out the Qin family and ensure it transforms into a controlled entity under our influence. Subsequently, Bond explained the pros and cons in detail to Mitzi. Transitioning the Qin family from traditional Chinese medicine to cosmetics would prevent conflicts with the Ning family. Simultaneously, it would allow them to weed out unsuitable members. Once the Qin family was filled with people they could trust, the next steps could be taken. After some contemplation, Mitzi realized this was indeed the wisest choice for the current situation. Only through such means could they gradually alter the scenario. Though it sounds risky, I have to admit your idea is good. Alright, let's do as you say. Mitzi nodded in agreement after some thought. Meanwhile, Bond received an unexpected call from none other than Azrael. Ever since Opal went against his wishes last time, Azrael had been troubled. He always thought his daughter was obedient, and everything could be smoothly arranged according to plan. But unexpectedly, at a crucial moment, she outright refused him. Azrael felt heavy-hearted and began to view his daughter differently, leading to a series of problems. Although Azrael didn't understand why Opal had changed so much, he decided to investigate. And what he discovered startled him. He found out Opal had been secretly contacting Bond all along. Though he didn't know what they were doing, this close connection raised his suspicions. He even felt that Opal's recent changes were related to Bond. Determined to regain control over his daughter, Azrael decided to meet Bond. But Azrael didn't take Bond seriously at all. Has Azrael discovered your relationship with Opal? Mitzi glanced at Bond, who showed indifference. These Lungs are people I've never liked. Even if they discovered us, so what? This call is probably meant to threaten me. If it were someone else, they might be scared. But not me. It's a big mistake. Bond was clear about their intentions, but also knew his capabilities. If Azrael thought a few words could scare him off, he was gravely mistaken. Bond stood firm and wouldn't betray Opal. But it's also good to make Azrael realize what he's up against. I've never had a chance to meet him. Let's see what the patriarch of the Lung family has to offer. Bond's expression was intriguing, and Mitzi could tell he was confident and calm. Zoran's methods would be useless against Bond. Chapter 70. Speak. How much for you to leave? Bond knew that Azrael's visit was solely about his relationship with Opal. There was no room for compromise on this matter. Not only had they already formed a partnership, but Opal was now Bond's woman, leaving him with no choice but to fight or back down entirely. Perhaps in Azrael's view, Bond wasn't too difficult to deal with. He just needed the right tactics. But he didn't understand that Bond was fully prepared, far beyond what Azrael could manipulate. Bond arrived at an out-of-the-way restaurant, according to the address given. It seemed this future father-in-law still wanted to keep their relationship under wraps and be cautious. The restaurant wasn't crowded, but it was of decent quality. Azrael always liked to put on airs, as usual. When Bond entered the private room, he saw Azrael already there, sipping tea, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing footsteps, Azrael cast a faint glance toward the door before pointing to the seat opposite him. You're here? Sit. Bond didn't hesitate and sat directly across from Azrael. Mr. Long, why did you ask me here today? I believe we don't have much to do with each other, do we? Bond smiled, not wanting to waste time on pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Both sides were clear on the matter, and Azrael also narrowed his eyes at Bond. Why I asked you here is something you very well know. No need to play dumb. I may not be young, but I'm not foolish. What are you planning with Opal? But let me give you some advice. You're just a mere bodyguard. Azrael's eyes turned sharp, intending to intimidate Bond with his presence. However, Bond remained calm despite the intense atmosphere. Mr. Long, your intention today is to ask me to keep my distance from Claire. Or perhaps you think she might like me and want me gone to prevent any complications. He laughed, understanding Azrael's concerns, but not taking them seriously. Other people might worry about such matters, but Bond wouldn't overthink them. Azrael was surprised. Typically, one would leave some face-saving room when discussing such issues. But Bond went straight to the point without hesitation. Since Bond had laid everything out, Azrael no longer felt the need to maintain appearances. I was willing to spare you some dignity, but since you've come this far, it shows you don't care, so I won't hold back either. Azrael continued, I know you have some influence with the Qin family, but deep down, you should realize that it's merely out of their pity that they gave you this opportunity. You should be well aware of your current standing. To me, you are nothing more than a servant under Mitzi. They might give you a little power now, but if they lose patience with you, they can kick you out anytime. What right do you have to become our Lung family's son-in-law? Even if you were a son-in-law living in our family, I would still look down on you. Note, the term doi shuer, son-in-law who moves into the wife's family, is replaced with son-in-law living in our family for better context and fluency in English. Bond looked at Azrael seriously and laughed. You're right, Mr. Long, but love is mutual. If Opal consents, what reason do I have to refuse? Or do you think anything else can surpass this? Azrael had anticipated this response and sneered. I expected this answer. It's fine. Tell me, how much will it take for you to sever ties with Opal? As long as it's within my means, I won't hesitate for a second. For Azrael, getting rid of Bond quickly was worth it. With Bond gone, Dash could step in more easily. Bond, however, shook his head seriously. Though it sounds tempting, unfortunately, I won't agree easily. Bond stared at Azrael with narrowed eyes. Azrael suddenly stood up. Brat, don't push your luck. I've been respectful, even offering you money to leave. But if you remain stubborn, don't blame me for being unfriendly. His gaze turned icy, as if ready to kill Bond. But Bond remained composed. My bond with Opal isn't something money can fix. Besides, do you think I don't know what you're up to? Just selling your daughter off to Dash, aren't you? Aren't you ashamed as a father? Azrael's expression darkened slightly before he huffed. So letting her marry a scoundrel like you is better? When she regrets this, who will she turn to? Brat, stop twisting things around. Either leave Opal early or prepare for trouble. Don't say I didn't warn you. Azrael remained confident, believing Bond wouldn't dare confront him head-on. The tone and style have been maintained, ensuring the story remains coherent, while translating the text naturally into English. Chapter 71. Do you think I dare not kill you? Would you be willing to sever ties with Bridget as father and son if the price is right? At this moment, Bond was sitting back in the sofa, legs crossed, eyes half closed as he looked at Azrael. Azrael was taken aback for a moment before he loudly reprimanded him. You damned brat, I have already shown you great respect. Don't push your luck. Seeing how displeased Azrael was, Bond continued to laugh. He always seemed so composed, as though everything was under his control. It seems that Mr. Long also has moments of anger. Is it wrong for me to say these things? But when you were talking about these matters, you never considered your daughter's opinion, did you? Looking at the furious expression on the man before him, Bond paid no mind to him. Azrael tried to intimidate him through various means, but he forgot one crucial fact. Bond wasn't easily intimidated. Have you thought that Dash isn't focusing on your daughter anymore? To tell you the truth, Dash is now trying hard to win favor with the Ning family. This was completely unknown to Azrael, who, hearing this, changed color immediately. That's impossible. Mr. Yi only talked with me yesterday. How could he change his mind so soon? Azrael shook his head, outright denying it. Just think carefully. If Dash continues to pursue Bridget, it would be like rubbing warm cheeks against cold buttocks. But what about the Ning family's little girl? TSK. She is cuter than Bridget and much easier to pursue, isn't she? If we talk about looks, it seems she's more impressive as well. The more Azrael heard, the worse he felt. Was his potential son-in-law going to slip away? No way, absolutely not. He stared coldly at Bond. You damned brat, I've been very clear today. I advise you to hold back. If you dare to continue seeing Bridget, then don't blame me for being unfriendly. Our Long family has plenty of ways to make you disappear from this world. As Azrael finished speaking, Bond suddenly vanished from his sight. Ding! Detected hostile behavior from host. Hostile points increased by 1,000. Azrael stared at where Bond had been, disbelieving that the guy really dared to attack him. A knife was pressed against his neck, and Bond's gaze was cold and unyielding. Honestly, I really hate your arrogant demeanor. Do you think the Long family makes you so special? So what? Even if I'm here, do you really dare touch a hair on my body? Bond didn't give Azrael any face, striking out without caring about the consequences. Azrael, feeling a chill run down his spine despite his initial confidence, faced the near presence of Bond. Treat us nicely, and you forget your own name? Do you think your family can handle me? You know Dash. What can he do to me? Ultimately, he still has to dance around me. Bond gently slapped Azrael's face while speaking, laughing triumphantly at his pale father-in-law-to-be. The previously murderous Bond instantly returned to his nonchalant self, wiping the dagger clean before slowly putting it away. Mr. Long should go home and think about your daughter's dowry instead. Other thoughts, I advise you to drop. If you believe your people can kill me, go ahead and try, but if I catch you, don't blame me for being too harsh. Bond smiled like a villain. Azrael trembled in rage, but could do nothing. Indeed, the boy was formidable, making him nothing but a joke. Good kid. You dare threaten me like this? He clenched his fists tightly. Fine, let's see who comes out on top. Fuming, Azrael left. It was likely the first time in his life someone had lectured him this way. The knife had been right against his throat, ready to send him to the next world at any moment. Even after leaving the room, he still felt the coldness on his back. Truly terrifying, almost dead there. And looking into Bond's eyes just now, Azrael wouldn't doubt for a second that this young man might actually do it. After all, his life was in others' hands. What if he was a lunatic and really killed him? From now on, Azrael resolved that whenever he met Bond, he'd bring strong bodyguards or risk serious trouble. Meanwhile, Bond sat back down calmly, eating as if nothing happened. Soon, a young man entered. Brother Lin, our people confirmed that Dash is indeed engaging with the Ning family. But oddly enough, Miss Ning didn't resist. Instead, she's somewhat cooperative. Bond wasn't surprised. If Bridget had resisted, it would be unexpected. Clearly, her decision was well considered. By slowly lowering Dash's guard and then cutting ties after obtaining the secrets, it made perfect sense. I understand. This matter isn't trivial. Keep watching them closely. Report any developments to me immediately, got it? The young man nodded. After Isaiah's death, all major and minor affairs fell into Bond's hands. He built an intelligence network entirely under his command. Although the 4 prominent families in Jiangxing haven't stirred much recently, due to Dash's arrival, Bond must counteract each move. Now is the time to focus on another matter, Bond muttered, finishing his meal unhurriedly. Bridget's situation was largely as Bond expected, so there was no need for excessive worry. Waiting to confront Dash later wouldn't be too late. Chapter 72. Indirect Approach. Opal had known about Ebenezer's meeting with Bond for quite some time. However, she was busy dealing with Aaron at that time, so she didn't interfere immediately. Otherwise, given her character, she would have rushed over to quarrel fiercely with Ebenezer. After the incident, Opal immediately called Bond to inquire what happened. My father must have told you to leave me and promised you a lot of money, right? After all, from Ebenezer's perspective, Bond was just a dog for the Qin family. He did tell me to name my price if I were to leave you, Bond replied. Opal asked with a smile. In that case, how much did you ask for? Bond answered, I said our feelings are priceless. But to make your father drop the idea, I almost killed him. Yeah, the knife was just 0.001 meters away from his artery. Opal paused in shock. Though she knew Bond was an unpredictable madman, she never expected him to go this far. Are you kidding me? Do I sound like I'm joking? Speaking of which, I might leave Jiangxing recently. Upon hearing this, Leng Yaoyi suddenly felt nervous. Dash is now with Bridget. But as you previously suspected, his ultimate goal is still the 4 major families in Jiangxing. Shouldn't you stay in Jiangxing to counteract Dash? Why choose to leave now? At this point, Opal became somewhat anxious. If Bond gives up on countering Dash, the 4 major families in Xiuxian will become his easy target. When he eventually rises to power, it will be hard for them to deal with him. Don't worry, there are many ways to counter Dash, and it doesn't necessarily mean staying in Xiuxian. Besides, Bridget is much smarter than you think. I've already told her about Dash's true intentions, so I believe she can handle it well. These things would indeed be difficult for others, but Bond trusted Bridget could take care of it effortlessly. Though Dash is powerful, to surpass Bridget requires an extremely heavy price, which Bond has long understood thoroughly. Alright, but if you need any help, let me know. Despite still worrying about Xiuxian, Bond seemed confident that he found the best way to counter Dash. Now, the new energy project of Starlight Group is on track. I believe it won't take long before we see results. Bond believed that handing this matter over to Opal was definitely the right decision. I believe your new energy project will earn us a fortune. So, you don't need to worry about Dash for now. He probably won't bother you for a while. Focus fully on this mission. Once it's done, I'll congratulate you properly. With that, Bond hung up. Although the situation was complex, Bond now felt differently after making the call. He then returned to the Qin residence, greeted Mitzi, packed up, and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Can I come with you? Mitzi asked pitifully. Amberly, don't worry, Bond reassured. Years of loneliness had left Mitzi desperate for affection. Now, with Bond, she had found solace. His departure made her feel a bit reluctant, wishing she could follow him. This trip is very important. I'll need to stay there for some time, but rest assured, I'll be back soon. Mitzi nodded. Is this related to Dash? Why is he such a thorn in the flesh? Bond smiled, knowing that as a fated protagonist, even if Dash's mind wasn't sharp, being easily defeated wouldn't make sense. Half a day later, Bond boarded a flight to Dongdu. Unlike Jiangxing, Dongdu was larger and full of tycoons. Bond's purpose was straightforward. Dash wasn't truly alone. He had a master in Dongdu, and Bond planned to start from here. Originally, Dash's master, xiuxian, faced trouble. Her strength greatly diminished due to enemies' persecution. Xiuxian was Dash's first benefactor when he was young. Without her rescue, Dash wouldn't exist today. Unfortunately, Xiuxian isn't as strong as before, thus facing severe challenges. Without Dash, she would never stand out. Bond's plan was to deal with Xiuxian first, ensuring previous plans succeeded. Confronting Dash directly required strategic thinking, not brute force. Bond was already in Dongdu, where everything was livelier than expected. Yet, finding Xiuxian was tricky. Maybe I should check the Xiao family first, Bond muttered, unsure of Xiuxian's exact whereabouts since the original story didn't clarify this. He hoped to find clues at the Xiao residence and proceed from there. Hashtag chapter 73. This man is quite interesting. Hashtag East Capital, Xiao family compound. Get out. You have no place here anymore. You're right. A waste like her has no reason to stay in the Xiao family. A few people shouted loudly, forcibly driving a woman out without any explanation. The woman looked haggard and worn out, with an ugly, horrifying scar on her face. Her hair was disheveled as she pleaded, "Please, let me in. I don't need to stay here. I only want to take what belongs to me." She addressed 2 servants standing before her. They placed their hands on their hips and burst into laughter. See that? That's what happened to the former Miss Xia. When your father was powerful, he never took us seriously. Now that your family has fallen from grace, you come crawling back? Let me give you some advice. Beat it while you still can. There's no place for you here. As they spoke, they pushed her away again. At this moment, Bond arrived at the scene. The Xia family was quite renowned in the East capital, but their claim to fame wasn't due to commercial success. From the start, they were a martial arts lineage, famous across several provinces nearby. Imelda's father had been the patriarch of the Xia family, but he died unexpectedly a few years ago due to an unknown accident. Up to now, the circumstances of his death remain unclear. After that incident, those who had once followed him all mysteriously died, and Imelda herself faced numerous assassination attempts. Ultimately, she lost her martial prowess and even had her beautiful face marred by a terrifying scar. Bond knew these series of events were orchestrated because of Imelda's connection to Dash. Dash's enemies, unable to kill him directly, resorted to targeting his friends and relatives. Since Imelda was close to Dash, she naturally became a prime target. Coupled with internal problems within the Xia family, her situation worsened. Poor woman. Imelda got up from the ground. I merely want to take what is mine, yet you obstruct me at every turn. Do you truly believe there is no justice left in this world? At this moment, a man who appeared to be a steward came forward. Justice? Imelda, your family is dead, and this is no longer your home. If you don't want trouble, disappear from our sight now, or else don't blame me if I'm not gentle. Imelda looked at the man, her fury building. Burke, how did you repay my father's kindness before he passed? How could you forget such a great debt? You will suffer for this. Burke chuckled. Suffer? Go ahead and try. I feel just fine right now. Seeing Burke's arrogant attitude, Imelda was momentarily speechless with anger. She lunged forward, trying to forcefully retrieve her belongings. However, Burke and his men were prepared, intercepting her. Just as they were about to physically assault her, a figure darted forward swiftly. One of the men, just about to strike, found himself flying through the air before he could even react. Burke stared in disbelief. Who dares cause trouble in the Xia family compound? Do you wish to die? Bond stood in front of Imelda with his hands in his pockets, glaring coldly at the group. Kid, do you really want to test me? Your grandpa is feeling itchy today. The Xia family, being a martial lineage, was certainly formidable. But Bond had reached the intermediate level and was not someone anyone could easily challenge. Besides, he still had some trump cards up his sleeve. Burke barked, attack. Servants rushed forward, surrounding them. Imelda thought Bond would be overwhelmed, but to her surprise, the man vanished in an instant. In moments, he decimated all the assailants effortlessly. Then he stretched leisurely, saying, they're all taken care of. You can go in and retrieve your belongings. Without waiting for Imelda's response, Bond strode towards the gate, pulling her along. He turned and slapped anyone who tried to intervene. I'm going in. Who dares stop me? Step 1 foot closer, and I'll cripple you. With Bond's help, Imelda successfully retrieved her father's legacy. Bond assisted her partly to gain favor, and partly because the legacy contained an important cultivation manual. The loss of this manual was why the Xia family declined, leading to the extermination of the main branch, while the collateral branches remained unaware. Without it, the Xia family's downfall was inevitable. By obtaining this manual, Imelda could rapidly grow stronger and assist Bond in the future. As for the state of the Xia family, Bond was unconcerned. After leaving the compound, Bond arranged accommodation for her in a hotel. I've booked you a room here for 3 months. It should be enough time for you to adjust to your new life. Focus on becoming self-reliant. Revenge can wait until later, Bond said calmly. Imelda looked at him, bewildered. Why are you helping me? We don't even know each other. Bond smiled. No reason. I just couldn't stand that idiot. I do things based on mood, not right or wrong. If something irritates me, anything goes. Imelda stared at Bond, unsure how to respond. He seemed younger than her, yet spoke and acted with a seasoned, unburdened demeanor. After speaking, Bond left immediately without sparing another glance. It felt surreal to Imelda. She had been saved by a strange yet intriguing man. Most importantly, this man was quite interesting. Chapter 74. Superficial Sisters. In handling the matter concerning Imelda, Bond had demonstrated perfect discretion. He couldn't remain by her side for long. Doing so might cause her to feel annoyed or suspicious, thinking he had ulterior motives. So it was enough for him to just make his presence known, letting her know that there once was someone who had helped her. Moreover, Imelda would soon be faced with other incidents. Being closely related to the main protagonist of Fate, Truman, her life being full of disasters was practically standard. Anyone associated with Dash would never live an easy life. Thus, Bond found a spot to secretly observe Imelda. She hadn't expected anyone to save her. After being disfigured, most people treated her with respect mixed with fear, wishing to stay as far away as possible, let alone come forward to assist her. Yet, Bond was different. Even in this condition, he wasn't scared off. This changed Imelda's view of Bond. Perhaps not everyone feared her. Gradually, her perception of Bond began to shift. She even thought about finding a way to meet him again. I will find you eventually, just wait until I get better, Imelda muttered to herself, unwilling to give up on recovery despite the odds. The next morning, Imelda prepared to leave and look for a job. To avoid attracting attention, she wore a mask over her scarred face. Once masked, her appearance contrasted starkly with others. Originally, Imelda had been stunningly beautiful. Without the scar, her beauty would draw plenty of admiration. Bond, although unfamiliar with her past looks, could imagine what a beauty she must have been. Regrettably, due to her circumstances, she now looked very different. Despite no longer being the young miss of the Xia family, she still had friends in Dongdu. Her destination today was a small company owned by Callie, her close friend. They used to be extremely close, especially before Imelda was cast out. Their relationship then was akin to sisters. However, Bond knew their previous closeness was because Callie still needed Imelda's influence. The current Imelda was no longer high and mighty. Meeting Callie would likely be tough for her. Bond had prepared mentally and devised a plan to help her solve any problems that might arise. As predicted, when Imelda arrived, she was immediately stopped by the security guards. What are you here for? This place isn't open to just anyone. Imelda didn't rush to anger but asked calmly, is this Fan Natali Group? Knowing her current predicament, Imelda understood she must fend for herself and find a job if she wished to survive. Coming to Fan Natali Group was her only option. Yes, this is the right place. But who are you? We don't recall having anyone like you. The guard scrutinized her suspiciously. Imelda's appearance had drastically changed from before. I want to see Callie. You hand this note to Callie. She'll know who I am and definitely let me in. Imelda still harbored hope. Bond, however, knew she wouldn't meet Callie. Fortunately, Qin family had ties with Callie, giving Bond a chance to step in. Indeed, just as Imelda believed she'd meet Callie, the guards turned hostile after understanding her intentions. Imelda was bewildered, staring at them in shock. Why doesn't Callie want to see me? She couldn't believe her best friend was trying to drive her away. The guards showed no sympathy. Leave our premises now, crazy woman, or else we won't be gentle. This is Fan Natali Group territory. You staying here will disrupt business. They moved toward her threateningly. Previously, she would have easily handled them. Now, she felt nervous. Please, just let me see Callie. My situation is urgent. If I can see her, everything can be sorted. Tears welled up in her eyes. She realized Callie had reasons for avoiding her. At that moment, one guard laughed coldly. Stop dreaming. Our boss clearly said she doesn't recognize you. She only knows the Xia family young miss. Are you the Xia family young miss? Hearing this, Imelda froze, unable to respond. She had thought they were truly close, able to rely on each other during hard times. When Callie wasn't so powerful, Imelda's support had been instrumental in her success. Imelda had always been helpful and held a good reputation. But within these few years, everything had changed. The once prestigious Xia family young miss had become ordinary, and her former sister refused any interaction with her. Heartbroken, Imelda just wanted to speak to her one more time, even if it meant hearing such cruel words directly from her. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Chapter 75. Meeting again. Bond appeared at the right moment, just as he always did. Dressed in a formal suit, he looked like a successful businessman. As he approached, one of the security guards immediately stepped forward. Sir, do you have an appointment? Bond nodded. I was invited by President Jiang. I'm Bond from the Qin family. This was Imelda's first time learning Bond's name. Given his demeanor, it was evident that he held a significant status. Even those working under Callie treated him with caution. Dongdu differed from Jiangsheng. There were no so-called four major families here. The competition was fierce, and thus, none of the power players could match the influence of the four major families. Though the Qin family wasn't officially ranked among them, they were rumored to be second only to the top families in Jiangxi. Even Callie wouldn't dare offend the Qin family, for fear of attracting unwanted trouble herself. The two guards, after hearing Bond's explanation, led him inside without hesitation. Just then, Imelda suddenly appeared in front of Bond. Mr. Lin. Bond pretended to think hard upon seeing her. It's you? Why are you here? Hearing this, Imelda's eyes darkened. She had originally hoped to earn a living and survive on her own, but she never imagined things would turn out like this. If even her best friend betrayed her, what would happen next? I may come from a martial arts family, but I'm not bad at business either. Unfortunately, even if I have the intention now, I don't have the means anymore. Imelda sighed and mustered up some courage. Mr. Lin, I know this might seem presumptuous, but I need to see Callie. Even if it costs me my life, I'll die with peace knowing why she did this to me. I just want to understand why she treated me like this. Seeing Imelda's resolve, Bond considered it and then nodded. I can take you in to see Callie, but what happens afterward is not my concern. You should prepare yourself mentally. Imelda hadn't expected Bond to be so cooperative and was instantly overjoyed. Thank you so much, really. She thought Bond would refuse, but to her surprise, he didn't pay too much attention to it. The guards wanted to intervene but couldn't challenge someone of Bond's stature. Thus, Bond led Imelda to the top floor where Callie's office was located. The decoration was luxurious, showcasing her success and love for extravagance. I won't go in. I'll wait outside for you, Bond said calmly. He preferred to stay out of such confrontations, hoping to let them settle their issues and cut ties completely later. Also, he aimed to demonstrate his personal charm later. Imelda nodded and entered the office. Callie had been expecting Bond's arrival all day. She stood up, ready to embrace him when she entered. However, seeing Imelda instead, her expression changed drastically. Imelda thought Callie's reaction meant everything was still fine between them, but before she could react, Callie's face turned grim and she instinctively took a few steps back. Who are you? Why are you here? Callie asked loudly, staring at Imelda. Before Callie could do anything else, Imelda removed her mask. Don't you recognize me? Callie felt awkward upon recognizing Imelda. She didn't expect her to come on her own. Why are you here? Didn't I make myself clear just now? Imelda nodded. Yes, you were very clear. But all these years, I find it hard to believe you could do this. We've been friends for so long. In my heart, you're not supposed to be this person. Imelda stared at Callie, still finding it hard to believe what was happening. How could her best friend betray her at such a critical moment? Callie paused, also surprised by Imelda's reluctance to accept the truth. Indeed, the Xia family's heir, well protected all these years. But it seems they went too far. If you had faced hardship earlier, you wouldn't be in this position now. Callie was upset. She expected Imelda to react violently or attack her. For her, Imelda had always been a tool to achieve her goals. Yet, Imelda still remembered their friendship deeply, even after such a serious betrayal. Inside, Callie felt disdain. This situation was incomprehensible to her. In Callie's view, what right did Imelda have to meet her after becoming this way? I know everything you say, I know. So I came here today hoping to meet you and sort this out. Can we still be friends afterward? Unable to hold back any longer, Callie burst into laughter, her emotions finally erupting. Translation ends. Chapter 76. The deepest sorrow is a dead heart. Callie had never encountered anyone more ridiculous in this world. You have already fallen to this state and still wish to make friends with others? Do you really think they will care about you? Thinking of this, Callie's face grew increasingly gloomy. Was I not clear enough before? Now, let me tell you plainly. Imelda, I know you can't let go of our friendship, but today I must tell you that from the beginning until now, everything I did was just to take advantage of you. If it weren't for the Xia family's young mistress back then, there would be no fan natally group today. Although Imelda had expected such an outcome, learning the truth still left her feeling as if all energy had been drained from her body. She stood like a puppet. At this moment, she reached out and held Callie's arm. Fine, even if what you said was all your tactics, I am currently in dire need of help. Offering me a position wouldn't be hard for you. You should know that I was excellent in both academics and character in school. These things are easy for me. Callie sneered. I didn't expect that one day the illustrious Xia family's young mistress would beg me. Unfortunately, if it were earlier, I might have agreed, but it's different now. Having fallen to this state, do you still think you can rise again? Don't be foolish. I advise you to wander the streets. It's simpler and won't get you into trouble. Saying this, Callie didn't care at all about Imelda's feelings. Her heartlessness was evident. She even pushed Imelda disdainfully. Already injured, Imelda staggered and fell to her knees, her mood becoming incredibly complex. She had never imagined that one day she would end up like this with her best friend. Imelda looked at Callie, unable to utter a word for a long time. Callie sneered. You don't think you're still that young mistress, do you? If you were still the young mistress, people might give you some respect. But now... Callie sighed disappointedly and shook her head. She squatted down and grabbed Imelda's chin, making her look up. Look at how miserable you look. How are you any different from those beggars on the street? You used to be so beautiful, yet you've become this ghastly mess. You actually dare to come here. Are you trying to scare my employees to death? Callie seemed ready to vent all her pent-up anger, primarily because Imelda had once been too radiant, overshadowing Callie, making her feel insignificant. Over time, Callie's jealousy toward Imelda had accumulated. All the negative emotions burst forth at once. That's why she treated Imelda this way. Imelda hadn't anticipated hearing all of Callie's thoughts under such circumstances. With your current wretched appearance, where else could you go? You are no longer the Xia family's young mistress, and I have no friend like you. Get out of my sight immediately, or don't blame me for being unfriendly. Callie spoke viciously. Without the halo of the Xia family's young mistress, Imelda seemed insignificant in her eyes. Despair filled Imelda's heart. She rose, preparing to leave. But at this critical moment, Bond suddenly appeared behind her. When Bond appeared, Callie was stunned. Mr. Lin, how long have you been here? Bond replied, not long. Miss Jiang, what's going on? He pointed at Imelda, who was crying on the floor. Hearing this, Callie's expression turned severe. A debtor I previously knew. She came here today intending to ruin my business. Mr. Lin, rest assured, I'll have her removed right away. Bond sat down, crossing his legs and narrowing his eyes as he looked at Callie. Sure enough, Callie called the security team downstairs to forcibly remove Imelda. It was heartless indeed. Even if Callie wasn't going to offer Imelda work, she shouldn't have spoken so maliciously. But her actions were like stabbing a knife into Imelda's heart. Even Bond found the situation intolerable, let alone Imelda herself. As Imelda cried, her tears slowly stopped. Once, she had been the revered young mistress of the Xiao family, and now it was the same. She didn't know what awaited her next, but today she didn't want others to look down on her. We used to be best friends, but I didn't expect that your perception of me was like this. I was clearly mistaken to think we were good friends. Imelda slowly raised her head and looked at Callie. In that moment, her heart had completely died. Friends? You aren't even qualified to be my friend. Look around here. We handle millions of dollars in deals each year. I'm already among the elites of Dongdu. And you? The once renowned young mistress of the Xiao family is now just garbage. Get out, you're so ugly. As she spoke, security rushed in from the door. Just as they were about to forcefully take Imelda away, Bond intervened remotely. Before the security guard could touch Imelda, he screamed and fell to the ground. What's happening? Callie shouted. Bond slowly stood up. I thought Miss Jiang was a person with principles. To not abandon a friend easily, but I was wrong. Imelda looked at Bond. Even she was somewhat surprised. Bond represented the Qin family and was here for a project. If it failed, he would also be punished. Yet unexpectedly, Bond seemed unconcerned and still helped her despite the situation, enhancing Imelda's admiration for him. How many men in the world could reach this level? Meanwhile, Bond remained calm. And Callie was completely shocked. Chapter 77. Come with me. Imelda actually knew Bond. And from the look of it, their relationship seemed far from simple. At this thought, Callie was even more drenched in cold sweat. Yes, she had specifically instructed the security guards beforehand. No matter what, they would not dare let Imelda come up so easily. But now that things have turned out like this, it could only mean one thing. Someone brought Imelda up here, and this person was someone no other guard dared to stop. As such, this person's identity was clear. It could only be Bond in front of her. Bond walked forward and gently helped Imelda to her feet. It seems you misjudged people before. None of your friends can be relied upon. Imelda smiled wryly, offering no further explanation. Indeed, despite her past cheerfulness and how she had helped many people in the end, who would be willing to lend a hand? Even her former apprentice didn't consider how wronged her master felt at this moment. Justice delayed is justice denied. But still, justice delayed. For the party involved, it's irreplaceable. Callie hurriedly came forward to explain. Mr. Lin, there was some misunderstanding regarding this matter. Please listen to me. Bond raised his hand to cut off Callie. I'm sorry, I don't have the time to listen to your ramblings. My purpose for coming here today was indeed to negotiate with you, but judging by the current situation, it seems there's no need anymore. The Qin family needs a stable partner who can cooperate with us consistently. Someone like you, who changes sides at will, isn't what we're looking for. I detest opportunists. After saying that, Bond ignored Callie's continuous explanations and led Imelda out of the office step by step. The security guards who originally blocked them also moved aside. They hadn't expected this man to be so chivalrous and to completely disregard Callie. Callie never thought that her decision would offend such a person. However, she wasn't panicking yet, as Bond merely represented the Qin family. Though Bond was formidable within the Qin family, in the worst case, Callie could personally explain to the Qin family, perhaps creating a turnaround. Imelda, I never thought you'd fall so low, yet still managed to find someone to help you. But I want to see just how long your good luck can last. Can this man really keep helping you indefinitely? Bond took Imelda away from the Fan Natala group. During this journey, Imelda remained silent all along. Whatever she did before, the series of events had completely shattered Imelda's original values. She never imagined she'd ever be in this situation. She also realized that her fate seemed to have been predetermined long ago. Thinking about this, Imelda laughed bitterly. What are you going through now? There are plenty of people who have it harder than you, but choose not to give up and work tirelessly instead. So, why do you have any reason to give up on your life? Bond said coldly. At this moment, Imelda's feelings toward the man in front of her grew more complex. Mr. Lin, thank you very much this time. Though nothing has changed, at least it showed me how others view me, which is already a great favor. Imelda no longer aimed to change other people's opinions. She only wished to handle her own affairs well. In life, one always encounters problems, but the key lies in solving those problems and gradually reviving oneself. Bond said, if you don't mind, you can work for our Qin family. Of course, it means you would leave Dongdu. Originally feeling indebted for all Bond's kindness, Imelda was quite guilty. But unexpectedly, Bond invited her to Jiangcheng. Yet, Imelda had no intention of going right now. I appreciate your offer, Mr. Lin. But this is my hometown. I don't wish to leave easily before sorting everything out here. Bond continued. I understand your thoughts and feelings very well. However, staying here probably won't change anything. Moreover, don't you want to make yourself better looking? This instantly caught Imelda's attention. Even her voice trembled when she looked at Bond. Mr. Lin, is it really possible? One could say this was Imelda's only goal now. She would do anything to achieve it. Bond smiled. While it's indeed not easy to do this, it's not entirely impossible. If you're willing to cooperate, I believe I can try to repair the scars on your face. Beauty is a desire everyone shares, especially Imelda, who was once a stunning beauty. Turning into her current state was all due to others' harm. If she could recover her appearance, it would greatly assist her. I'm willing. This time, Imelda didn't refuse. Very few people dared to promise they could cure her facial scars. But Imelda chose to trust Bond, given how he had repeatedly helped her. So she believed Bond was good-hearted and wouldn't lie recklessly. Since he said it, there must be a reason and method. Since you've agreed, come back to Jiangcheng with me. As for Dongdu, set it aside for now. Don't worry. You will return someday, making these people regard you differently. But before that, You need to survive and thrive. Bond smiled contentedly. Thus, he achieved his goal. After all, Imelda was Dash's master. He wanted to see what it would be like when Imelda's strength fully recovered and faced Dash again. Dash likely never imagined Bond's schemes were so devious. Bond couldn't imagine Dash's expression when seeing his master beside him. That day would definitely be interesting. Chapter 78. This is the woman you kept outside? At the airport. Even though Imelda was now sitting here, she still felt as if everything that had just happened was a dream. The impact of everything this man in front of her brought about was beyond belief. She found it hard to trust that it was all real. I know you might have a bit of doubt about what happened just now, but there's no need to worry. Everything that has happened to you will soon be resolved one by one. Bond knew that Imelda must be feeling insecure right now. Anyone in such a situation would probably feel the same. Leaving the place where she has always lived, a little tension for Imelda was actually quite normal, but Bond seemed very relaxed. He believed that Imelda would soon overcome these difficulties. I know that these things might be a little challenging for you, but believe in yourself. Soon, you'll be able to adapt to all of this. Compared to Dongdu, Jiangcheng was easier for Imelda to accept. With Bond around, Imelda didn't have to worry about anyone else's opinions. This way, Imelda could focus entirely on what she needed to do. From Waverly's perspective, she never thought Bond would trust her so completely, given how much more complicated everything was than she had imagined. From Bond's angle, he really didn't seem afraid of anything. So much so that Waverly didn't know what to say anymore. Mr. Lin, I will do everything I can to compensate for the trouble I've caused you this time. Bond shrugged and smiled. There's no need. Many people see me as a bad guy, so just consider it my good mood today, doing some good deeds. Seeing Bond's magnanimous attitude, Imelda didn't say anything further but firmly remembered this day in her heart. Not everyone could act as Bond did. Even Imelda didn't know what the future held for her. But one thing was certain. Dongdu was a place she couldn't return to. What? This guy is leaving Jiangcheng at such a crucial moment and daring to run outside? He doesn't even worry about Dash tearing him apart alive? Waverly looked at Isla, who wore an astonished expression. She had met Dash several times before. At first, Waverly suspected whether Bond was telling the truth. Given Dash's sincere appearance, it didn't seem like he was joking. If he could feign sincerity to this degree, then Dash must be a born actor. So Waverly came to Isla for advice, only to find out that Bond had already left Jiangcheng. Now was the critical moment when Bond should be cautious against Dash. Yet, instead of being careful, he had left this mess behind and ran away. Anyone in his shoes would find it difficult to resolve these problems. Dash is deeply hidden, making it impossible for you to easily discover his true intentions. So, be extremely cautious when dealing with this person. Don't give him any leverage. Isla stressed repeatedly. She herself was a perfect example of what could go wrong. Fortunately, Bond had been there to help her at a critical moment. Otherwise, relying on Isla alone, she would have lost long ago. Even Azrael had aligned with Dash. Don't worry, his methods don't seem that sophisticated, Waverly replied. If I didn't know what was happening, perhaps I would have fallen for his tricks. But now, there's nothing to worry about. With Waverly's intelligence, even Dash's protagonist halo couldn't faze her. Moreover, Bond had warned her beforehand, allowing her to be prepared. The more Dash tried to present himself as a pure love warrior, the funnier he looked to Waverly. However, Waverly was genuinely curious about what Bond was planning. It was urgent to settle the score with Dash, yet Bond chose to leave at this moment. Anyone else would have been surprised. Whatever it is, I believe Bond definitely has something up his sleeve. I can't believe I wouldn't be able to figure it out, Waverly muttered softly. Isla smiled faintly nearby. That guy is much stronger than you think. Besides, he likes to play unconventional cards. I advise you not to plan too much around him. If Bond's strategies were simple, it wouldn't matter. However, previous events had shown that Bond wasn't easy to handle. The more you say that, the more curious I get about what he's capable of. To earn your respect means he must have genuine talent. Waverly smiled at Isla. At this point, Isla didn't explain further. Meanwhile, Bond brought Imelda back to the Qin family residence. Mitzi didn't appear particularly surprised when she saw Imelda. Perhaps she had already anticipated this. Initially, Mitzi assumed Imelda belonged to Bond. However, Bond's attitude toward Imelda suggested something different. Well, isn't this the woman you brought back? Before Mitzi finished, Bond rolled his eyes. Lanji, do I look like that kind of person? Mitzi looked at Bond's serious face and huffed. How doesn't it seem like it? I tell you, if you're not a lecher, the word lecher should be removed from the dictionary. Bond chuckled and shook his head. She'll be staying here for a while. Please take care of her, Lanji. Mitzi was momentarily stunned. So you found a woman outside, and now I have to cater to her? But seeing Bond, she sighed and tapped his head with her slender fingers. Truly a little scoundrel. Knowing you is probably Auntie's karmic retribution from a past life. However, when Mitzi saw Imelda's appearance, she fell silent. Initially, she expected Bond to bring back someone stunningly beautiful. Instead, she saw a woman with a rather unremarkable appearance. Yet, seeing Imelda, Mitzi wasn't repulsed but sympathetic. Chapter 79. Just like that, they were together? Especially when Mitzi saw the look in Imelda's eyes. For that moment, it was as if she saw her former self. If not for Bond, she had no idea what state she would be in now. Ear, did I scare you? Imelda was once a figure of elegance and grace. However, seeing Mitzi's appearance now, she quickly covered her face with a mask and whispered softly, afraid that her current state might have startled Mitzi. Mitzi stepped forward, gently holding Imelda's small hand, and shook her head. You must have suffered a lot. Becoming like this wasn't your original intention, but rest assured, as long as we're here, as long as we're alive, no one will bully you anymore. Mitzi's tone was firm as she turned to glare seriously at Bond. Did you hear what I just said? Bond looked puzzled. Women sure made friends without any particular reason. Moments ago, they were at loggerheads as if they were enemies, but now they seemed close like sisters? Yet, he still had no objections to what Mitzi said. Right, Amberly is completely correct. Starting today, you are one of us. You can rest assured. Though the Qin family isn't a prestigious lineage or a powerful force, I can assure you that no one here will look down on you or bully you. If anyone dares think otherwise, you come directly to me. Bond's words were definite. He knew there would likely be people who would harbor different thoughts, but if anyone dared to act on those thoughts, they'd be crossing his line. Even dragging them out to suffer would be justified. Seeing Bond so serious, Imelda laughed softly and shook her head. I believe no one here would do such things. Initially, Imelda had doubts. She thought Bond's decision might bring her trouble, but now the situation left her somewhat puzzled. The developments unfolding before her were far from her expectations, making Bond appear much higher in status than she initially imagined. Moreover, this Qin family matriarch seemed very polite towards Bond, hinting at a relationship that went deeper. Shaking away these thoughts, Imelda realized she shouldn't delve further into these speculations. In any case, consider this place as your home. If anyone causes you trouble in the future, let us know. There's nothing unsolvable, Mitzi said earnestly. Even knowing that potential issues might arise later, giving up on Imelda now was out of the question. What haven't they faced? Afraid over such a trivial matter, did they even deserve to stand here? Upon hearing this response, Imelda felt deeply moved. She hadn't expected them to be so genuine and honest with her. I want to make it clear. I can indeed treat your facial scars, but the treatment process might be quite different from what you've previously known. Therefore, I need to clarify this beforehand. If you can't bear the pain, I advise you to abandon it. Bond looked at Imelda solemnly, knowing well what the treatment entailed and its significant impact on her. If Imelda could endure the pressure, that would be ideal. Bond was only concerned that she might not hold up during the process. Nanjiang Gusu differed from other treatments. Once initiated, it couldn't be stopped, requiring unwavering resolve and endurance. Otherwise, giving up would mean all previous efforts were in vain and could create hurdles for Bond's research into Nanjiang Gusu. To improve the translation, Nanjiang Gu techniques differed from other treatments. Once started, the process couldn't be halted, demanding unyielding determination and resilience. If one were to quit midway, all previous efforts would be wasted, and it could create obstacles for Bond's research into Nanjiang Gu techniques. Note, Gusu has been corrected to Gu techniques for accuracy. Expecting Imelda to ponder, he was surprised when she responded resolutely after he finished speaking. I understand what this means. But for me, enduring whatever hardship comes my way doesn't matter. Her eyes were unwavering, having considered numerous possibilities before making this decision. Bond nodded. Having this resolve is indeed best, saving us much trouble. Next, Bond sought materials to help Imelda concoct medicine for healing her scars, all recorded in Nanjiang Gusu texts. Many details had been lost over time, leaving Bond unsure of his success rate. Still, since Imelda was ready, further worries seemed unnecessary. Luckily, the Qin family villa had many rooms, so Mitzi temporarily arranged for Imelda to stay nearby for care and support. Though Imelda didn't openly express it, Mitzi, being astute, knew she wasn't feeling well. Despite Bond's assistance, the events were a great humiliation, something not easily tolerated. Yet, there was little Mitzi could do now. Handing Imelda to Mitzi, Bond returned to his room to study Nanjiang Gusu. As he had guessed, while simple in theory, using Nanjiang Gusu was exceedingly complex. Much remained unknown to him, prompting the need to discuss with Bridget. Realizing he wouldn't fully understand many aspects in the short term, Bond contacted Francisco. First, he needed people familiar with Nanjiang Gusu. This was manageable given the Qin family's connections. Additionally, he wanted updates on Dash and Bridget. Just as you suspected, Dash aggressively pursued Bridget, and she seemingly didn't hesitate before agreeing. Sure enough, the girl planned to take advantage of Dash. Unfortunately, Dash remained clueless, naively believing he'd been truly favored. It remained to be seen how he'd feel once reality set in. Chapter 80, Dividing the Cake? Will you have some? Bond didn't take long to contact Bridget after he returned. Miss Ning is indeed as daring as I thought. It seems you don't fear Dash's ulterior motives. Bridget merely sneered in response. If Dash truly thinks he can manipulate me, let him try. But don't blame me for not warning him. If he has such ideas, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Though Bridget seemed harmless on the surface, she had a lot more depth to her thoughts than appeared. Given Dash's current lack of understanding, he would only end up suffering greatly. However, this clearly had nothing to do with Bond. If Miss Ning doesn't mind, perhaps we can meet privately. There are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Bond's approach took Bridget by surprise. Plus, she had been curious about Bond recently. After all, he had abruptly left Jiangqing where he had been staying, and for quite a few days. No one knew what Bond had done, but it was certain that his actions were shrouded in mystery. So they agreed to meet that night. Bond sought out Bridget for two reasons. Firstly, concerning matters related to the Nanzhong witchcraft. Secondly, because Dash's next target wasn't just the four major families. It involved a significant project bid in Jiangcheng. If successful, the original plan for the area, a modern urban economic development zone centered around new energy projects, would immediately transform into a massive entertainment complex. It was initially an excellent project with many families paying in advance for the properties. Now those houses had become half-finished buildings, destined to cause immense trouble. Bond certainly did not want to see this happen. But if everything fell into Dash's hands, given his nature, an entertainment city would be built, leaving the people's hopes dashed. And due to the lack of local funding, the project couldn't proceed further. However, Bond knew that if this could be achieved successfully, it would mean a significant project for the entire Jiangqing, along with enormous wealth once completed, which he couldn't afford to miss. Late at night, Bond met Bridget at a roadside barbecue stall. Really? Now you're one of the big shots in the Qin family? And you plan to treat me here? Bridget widened her eyes, finding it hard to believe. He brought her to such a humble place. Clearly, there was no sincerity in this invitation. I know this place looks humble, but you have to admit it's pretty good under the current circumstances. Seeing Bridget's expression, Bond shrugged helplessly. As people of our standing meeting privately, if we chose a big hotel, the news would spread by tomorrow. Bridget snorted. Speak your mind. Why did you bring me here specifically? Bond placed a list on the table. There are things on this list I don't understand. Since Miss Ning is a renowned traditional Chinese medicine expert, perhaps you can explain them to me. Initially, Bridget hadn't taken it seriously, not believing Bond could ask anything too difficult. But when she saw the contents of the list, her expression changed instantly. You're not joking, right? Under normal circumstances, Bridget wouldn't be so tense, but the unexpected events made her curious about every move Bond made. Especially when she saw the items on the list, she couldn't hold back her reaction. Many of these herbs are highly toxic. If misused, they could easily cause fatalities. You're not planning to kill anyone, are you? I know you despise Dash, but using this method is unacceptable. If discovered, it would be a huge problem. Bridget emphasized this to Bond, who shook his head with a smile. I know exactly what I'm doing and understand that these matters aren't easy to resolve. It's just that some of these are specialized herbs I can't find right away. Bridget looked at Bond skeptically. You don't even know what these things are, yet you're asking for them. I suggest you spend some time learning. For example, goldfish eggs. You don't think they're just fish eggs, do you? This thing is called water goldfish, a creature that lives in water during its growth phase, feeding on plankton, and later transforms into a terrestrial insect. If continuously fed gold, it's called goldfish egg. It's dangerous. Moreover, nothing else on your list can be easily handled. I don't know what you're trying to do. Are you trying to risk your life? Bridget stared at Bond in disbelief. She couldn't fathom his intentions. Bond put on a serious face. Perhaps Miss Ning has forgotten what I told you before. Of course, these items might seem difficult to obtain for others, but to me, they are simple tasks. I just need to learn how to find them, that's all. Without verified information, it couldn't be relied upon. So Bond hoped to get some intel from Bridget. Even if I tell you, what's in it for me? Bridget crossed her arms, smirking. Since Bond was determined to get the items on the list, now was the moment to negotiate. She was eager to see what Bond intended to do. The Qin family will be transitioning. A large portion of the Jiangqing cake can be shared with you. Note, the Jiangqing cake is a metaphor for the potential benefits and profits in the Jiangqing project. Chapter 81. What's going on again? Although Waverly had already thought of many possibilities before this moment, she truly hadn't anticipated what Bond was saying. Over the years, the Qin family and the Ning family had been in a competitive relationship. Even so, the Ning family still maintained an absolute advantage. However, the continuous struggle between the two families prevented the Ning family from developing more rapidly. They had to spend considerable effort competing against the Qin family. Only by truly suppressing the Qin family could they focus on other issues. Bond's words clearly gave Waverly boundless room for speculation. If the Qin family chose to transform at this critical juncture, the Ning family could seize this opportunity for rapid development. By then, no matter who it was, Dash or the four major families of Jiangqing, they would not be able to stop them. This was why Waverly was thoroughly dumbfounded when she heard Bond's words. Such a scenario seemed virtually impossible unless the Qin family had gone mad. I know your means are quite extraordinary, being able to control part of the Qin family, but what you're suggesting is too crazy. It completely disrupts the Qin family's future plans. Do you really think your decision will get everyone's support? Waverly still wore a look of disbelief as she spoke. I've said before, the Qin family's next move isn't as simple as you think. Now is the critical moment for our cooperation. Bond knew Waverly wouldn't believe him, but these were indeed his true thoughts. For the Qin family to grow, merely fighting over this slice of the pie wasn't enough. They needed to expand their controlled interests. Waverly carefully observed Bond, trying to detect any flaw in his eyes. But after some time, she had to admit that Bond showed no obvious signs of lying, and his words seemed genuine. Realizing this, Waverly couldn't help feeling somewhat helpless. Perhaps she was overthinking things. I still can't fully trust you yet, unless you can provide some evidence that proves all this. Otherwise, our cooperation won't be easy. Though Bond now stood against Dash, Waverly certainly wouldn't blindly trust him. She definitely took precautions in case Bond turned on her unexpectedly. Bond was well aware of Waverly's concerns. Don't worry, I'll show you my sincerity. At that moment, Bond's expression changed. Waverly also stood up. What happened? For Bond to react like this, it must be something significant. Dash has had someone planted around you. He's been secretly observing us during this meeting. As he spoke, Bond slowly picked up the note on the table. But this might be better. Arriving earlier actually helps me provide better cover for you. Dash had long known that Waverly had met with Bond previously, but he didn't know what transpired. Based on Waverly's subsequent actions, Dash surmised that cooperation between Waverly and Bond was unlikely. Even in front of him, Waverly couldn't hide her true thoughts. Despite her usual cuteness, she could be exceptionally shrewd at times. No matter the strategy, she always managed to maintain control. This led Dash to firmly believe that no matter what method Bond used, he couldn't change Waverly's mind. He couldn't ignore their private meeting, especially given his current status differed from before. Are you sure they're in this place? Dash looked at the rather humble barbecue restaurant in front of him. He expected them to choose a luxurious hotel for such a meeting, not a casual spot. They are confirmed to be inside, and no one has come out. Master, Bond returned without managing Qin family affairs, and rushed here to meet Miss Ning. Booker whispered beside him. Dash sneered, looks like this kid can't wait to confront me. If so, it's time I teach him a lesson. A cold glint flashed in Dash's eyes as he approached the barbecue restaurant with his subordinates. The owner, seeing the crowd, greeted them warmly. However, Dash got straight to the point. Where are the two people who just came in? Take me to them now. The owner was at a loss for words. Those two are also customers. Their identities? Before the owner could refuse, Dash placed his knife against his neck. No more nonsense. Either take me to them, or I'll send you to meet Buddha. The owner raised his hands and led them to a private room. Bursting in, they heard a ruckus inside. Plates and utensils were flying. Damn, do you think I'm afraid of you? Humph. The Qin family has never been a match for the Ning family. Dash, puzzled, realized Bond and Waverly were arguing. Yet, he couldn't figure out what exactly they were arguing about. He didn't have time to ponder further, quickly striding into the room. Bond, what do you think you're doing? Approaching Waverly, Dash faced off with Bond. Surprised to see Dash there, Bond asked, what are you doing here? Still haven't learned your lesson? Bond replied with a mix of surprise and amusement. ##### Chapter 82. Deliberate confusion. Upon hearing Bond directly point out his previous mistake, Dash did not show the slightest hint of anger. He merely cast a cold glance at Bond. I know there's a grudge between us, but you don't need to involve other people in this. Moreover, Bridget is not really involved in these matters. If you want to take revenge on someone, come after me. Dash spoke confidently. He had brought quite a few people here this time. Although he wasn't sure where Bond's confidence came from, Dash believed that at least here, he had nothing to fear. Bridget stood beside Dash obediently, appearing as if she had been wronged. How late you've arrived. If you were any later, I would have been bullied by this guy. Seeing Bridget's pitiful expression, Dash's feelings grew even more complicated. Don't worry. As long as I'm here today, no one will dare to cause you trouble. Whatever abilities this boy has, I will make him understand the consequences of going against us. His gaze naturally fell on Bond as he said this. He may have felt a little uneasy before, but now he was completely confident. Bond remained calm while looking at Dash's angry face. Dash, you should know that with your current strength, you're no match for me. If I wanted to deal with you, there are many ways to do it. But I didn't come here today for other reasons. Bond glanced at Bridget. I hope Miss Ning can remember what she promised me earlier. Otherwise, we might have some minor troubles. With that, Bond turned and left without a care, leaving Dash standing there stunned. He knew that Bridget must have struck some kind of deal with Bond. What exactly is going on between you two? Why did this guy suddenly come after you? Dash was filled with questions, but hesitated to ask too directly for fear of upsetting Bridget. Do you still remember the Tianxin District project? Bridget asked after a pause. Dash nodded. Yes, the Tianxin District project. Bridget continued, Bond came here today because of the Tianxin District project. Dash's expression changed when he heard this. The Tianxin District was one of the most critical issues in Jiangxing, something that had never been resolved despite years of efforts. A large-scale investment was needed, but only a select few in the world could afford such an endeavor. Even Dash treaded carefully with this project. He could only consider moving forward if he had complete control over the Ning family and support from the Long family. Yet Bond was already eyeing the Tianxin District. This project has been delayed for so long, with yearly petitions. Our attention shouldn't be focused on this project. Is Bond losing his mind? Even if he just took over the Qin family, his priority should be stabilizing the internal situation, not getting entangled in this mess. Dash had many doubts about Bond's actions, but no one could answer them. Even Bridget could only shrug. So why did Bond come to you this time? Dash asked curiously. He warned me that the Qin family will soon increase its investments in the traditional Chinese medicine market, which will inevitably impact the Ning family significantly. Bond had already planned everything out with Bridget. His goal was to make Dash anxious. If Dash continued to develop things systematically, once he fully controlled the Ning family, it would all be over. So Bond's current task was simple, make Dash realize how serious the situation was. Only by making Dash feel urgency could Bond expose his vulnerabilities. But Bond believed Dash wouldn't fall for it easily. Based on his character, Dash would assume that Bond's intentions were a ruse, hiding another agenda. Once Dash thought this way, Bond could seize the opportunity. When Bond returned to the Qin family, Mitzi immediately approached him. How did it go? Bond smiled. Just as I suspected, Dash has someone monitoring Bridget's every move. Even though she agreed to him, Dash still can't trust her completely. Sure enough, Dash was cautious. Dealing with him wasn't easy. But it's dangerous to have this idea before the Starlight Group has any concrete plans. Bond laughed without responding. Over the next few days, Dash indeed sent many people to secretly investigate Bond's every move, trying to uncover his true intentions. Unbeknownst to Dash, all his moves were under Bond's control. Even though Dash's people investigated in secret, Bond easily caught them. And Dash, believing he had accurate information, was quite smug. I've said it before. There's no way this guy would throw himself into such a massive project like the Tianxin District unless he lost his mind. Even if he sold the entire Qin family, he wouldn't have enough funds. After receiving the intelligence, Dash laughed arrogantly at Aldo. Aldo remained silent, unsure of what was happening, only knowing that the current situation seemed different from their initial conjectures. Lord Yi, Aldo said cautiously, I also find this matter unusual. We should prepare more thoroughly. Why would Bond so easily reveal his most crucial secrets to us? Aldo, having spent a long time with Dash, finally learned a bit. However, Dash was clearly obstinate. Dash waved off all those concerns and continued planning, unaware of the trap being set around him. Chapter 83. The Witch Doctor. We need to make Dash believe that our idea of taking over Tianxin District is just a ploy to lure him into action. Our true intention is to seize Xiuxian District. At this moment, in the group meeting room, Bond squinted his eyes and looked at the few people in front of him. These were all the current core members of the Qin family. There was no doubt about their loyalty. Many had been working with Bond for quite some time. Mr. Lin, this operation isn't fraught with significant issues. One of them started. But will Dash really believe it? Compared to Tianxin District, Xiuxian District has far less influence now. Moreover, taking over this area would serve no real purpose. Bond shook his head with a smile. Indeed, but looking at our current situation, seizing Xiuxian District does seem pointless. But don't forget, many things in this world can't be judged by conventional logic. Seeing the earnest looks on the faces of the people in front of him, Bond shook his head seriously. In their eyes, Bond's plan seemed like it would hurt both sides equally. However, to Bond, the calculation wasn't so simple. Regarding this plan, I've only formed a preliminary outline right now. I'll explain the details later. For now, don't worry too much. Focus entirely on your tasks. We'll make our move when the time is right. However, the critical issue remains the planning for the Qin family's businesses. Within a month, I plan to establish a subsidiary of the Qin family. Let's start with Li Zhou Beauty Salon. then gradually expand its influence nationwide. The meeting didn't last long but left many people in awe. They once thought Bond was merely a thug following Isaiah. Without Isaiah, he was nothing. But now they finally understood. This young man appeared simple but had been quietly preparing for much more than anyone expected. In their eyes, Bond might not seem as formidable as they imagined, yet the strength this man could unleash was beyond their wildest imaginations, especially with Jiangqing's current turbulent undercurrents. Even they couldn't accurately predict the situation there, but Bond seemed different. He was bolder than they ever anticipated. His approach was bold and decisive, disregarding the potential fallout if things went wrong. After the meeting, Francisco stayed beside Bond. "Brother Lin, if we really go through with this, the entire Qin family will undergo massive changes. I'm worried this might cause unrest among others. What if they do something foolish?" Bond patted Francisco on the shoulder. "If these people choose to act out, then it's just my bad luck. I can't blame them for it. But I still hope such things don't happen. Keep a close eye on everyone in the Qin family. If anything seems off, inform me immediately without hesitation." Even though everything seemed normal on the surface, Bond remained wary of unexpected situations. "Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'll handle it. Nothing major will go wrong. I'll keep an eye on them closely. Also, most of the people you asked me to find have arrived." But this time, an old man came along too. Hearing this, Bond frowned but didn't say much, just instructing Francisco to take him to meet the old man. In the spacious factory, a bed, a table, and an oil lamp, all set up very simply. These people were temporarily transferred from various places and hadn't been properly settled yet. Plus, the Qin family couldn't be sure of their safety, so they dared not be too welcoming. When Bond saw the elderly man, he was quite surprised. He had assumed the elder would leave in anger given the conditions, but instead, he stayed. "Why did you follow us here, sir?" "I remember I told them we needed only newcomers in this field to understand the basics." Facing the old man, Bond didn't relax at all. Even though the old man didn't appear threatening, Bond didn't dare underestimate him. At this moment, the old man slowly raised his head and glanced at Bond. "So, you're the boss those fellows were talking about. I know what you were searching for. Suppose I tell you I can help you obtain it." The old man squinted slightly and smiled gently at Bond. Bond sat down opposite him. To be honest, when he asked Francisco to find these South China witch doctors, he was very cautious, trying to avoid drawing attention or raising suspicions. Yet despite his caution, it seemed he had missed a detail. "You guys were indeed careful, but to an old fellow like me, even the slightest clue reveals everything. It seems you've come across something extraordinary." Bond watched the old man. On the way, he learned more about this man from Francisco. This was the renowned witch doctor Pablo. The name Pablo, however, was rare in academic circles. Once a prominent figure in the medical community, he gradually faded into obscurity for unknown reasons. Few people today knew about him. Bond himself only learned of this remarkable individual after Francisco's explanation. Yet, the fact that such a person was willing to follow him back willingly was strange. "I did come across something. But this is crucial and cannot be shown to just anyone." Pablo, seemingly expecting this response, wasn't surprised. "I know this is important, and it's natural you wouldn't show it to just anyone. However, I have a proposition that might lead to cooperation." Pablo looked intently at Bond. Chapter 84, Future Directions. Bond indeed needed someone to help him understand all the content of the mysterious techniques from Southland. Although he knew a lot about the strange methods from this region, he lacked specific information on where to find the materials mentioned. This was precisely why Bond summoned this group of people. "With your reputation, taking the initiative to seek me out for cooperation is already an honor. Under normal circumstances, I have no reason to refuse you at this moment. I believe anyone would feel honored and thrilled at the prospect of collaborating with someone of your stature. But for me, this matter is not so simple. There must be a reason why you've chosen this arrangement." Bond's eyes gleamed as he looked intently at Pablo. He sensed there was another reason behind this move. Without a clear explanation, Bond could not fully trust what Pablo was up to. If Pablo were to betray him at a crucial moment, even Bond's strength wouldn't be enough to withstand such treachery. Pablo squinted as he regarded Bond. "Do you know that I was once a renowned medical expert? As a practitioner of the witchcraft medicine, my research has always been ahead of its time. However, because I advanced too quickly, I realized earlier than most the limitations of this path. Southland witchcraft techniques are numerous, but as a witchcraft doctor, I saw no future in it." At this point, Pablo felt despair. Initially, he had hoped to revolutionize the field and stand at the pinnacle of his profession, but he unexpectedly discovered that the end he had envisioned didn't exist. For someone who strived for excellence, this realization was unacceptable. Back then, Pablo couldn't accept this outcome and gradually fell into despair until he completely gave up. Until now, he never shared his past glory with others. It was only when he heard about the materials Bond was searching for that he felt rekindled hope. He remembered an ancient text mentioning similar materials, but provided little detail on their use. Over the years, Pablo pursued clues related to these materials, sensing that uncovering them might reveal the future of witchcraft medicine. Despite all his efforts over the years, Pablo found nothing substantial. Instead, he encountered Bond. This led him to decide to approach Bond directly. If Bond agreed to collaborate, everyone would be pleased, and Pablo would find what he sought. Otherwise, he'd need to persuade Bond through other means. Seeing Pablo's earnest expression, Bond nodded after some thought. Despite the complexity, agreeing might not be a bad thing. Things might turn out differently from what they expected. If you insist on seeing it, it's not impossible. However, you must ensure that no information from this book is leaked. You know how dangerous it is. While it can treat and heal, it can also kill or harm more effectively if misused. Pablo paused, then laughed heartily. Witchcraft techniques are indeed complex. Very well, I swear upon my life. Surprised by Bond's condition, Pablo immediately agreed without hesitation. Had it not been for Bond's urgency to cure Imelda, he might have hesitated longer. However, her critical condition left no time for delay. So, despite potential complications, Bond agreed, believing things might turn out simpler than anticipated. Thus, Pablo became Bond's deputy, while Bond delved into studying the book on Southland witchcraft. It involved many intricate elements, including the cultivation of special worms, which required rare materials. To aid this endeavor, Bond planned to involve Southland people due to their unique advantages. Pablo's contacts proved invaluable in sourcing these materials. Surprisingly, Pablo's network surpassed expectations, securing materials within a day. Meanwhile, Bond began developing the xiuxian pill. As its name suggests, it was formulated using Southland witchcraft secrets to rejuvenate skin. No matter the damage, it promised flawless restoration. Bond saw this as an opportunity to test his skills. Success here would validate his abilities. Failing could mean unexpected challenges. For over a month, Bond worked tirelessly, consulting Pablo on unfamiliar issues. After hundreds of failed attempts, he finally succeeded in creating a single pill, the xiuxian pill. Contrary to its name, it actually functioned as an ointment applied to the skin, with results accumulating over time. Chapter 85. The elixir is complete. Recently, Bond had been wholly focused on the study of the art of poison and charms. He did not interfere too much with the affairs of the company. Fortunately, there was Mitzi overseeing things for him. Otherwise, who knows what major unforeseen events might have occurred in this short period. With Mitzi watching over, everything remained relatively stable. During this time, Dash visited several times, but his intentions were merely to probe the current state of affairs within the Qin family. After successfully completing the salve research, Bond couldn't wait to find Imelda. Under Mitzi's careful care, Imelda had become much more cheerful during this period. Previously, she often wore a mask to cover her face, but now she no longer needed it in certain situations. This transformation brought enormous relief to Imelda. Bond felt deeply satisfied seeing her improve. Her progress was crucially important to him. I know that a lot has happened to me recently, but now I've finally managed to accept reality and grow stronger, Imelda explained with a smile as she looked at Bond. There was a time when Imelda detested herself because of the incidents that transpired. She even blamed herself for what happened. However, after being consoled by Mitzi, she regained her strength. Yet, she still held out hope for the promises Bond made. Lately, Bond had been busy, and they barely saw each other, so she put those matters on hold temporarily. It's best that you can think this way. Regardless of how others perceive you, it's essential to have a clear self-awareness, Bond said, relieved to see Imelda gradually relaxing. She was turning out just as Bond had anticipated. Imelda was always a person with an incredibly strong will. In such circumstances, she recognized reality clearly and knew what steps to take next. With Bond's help, she successfully transformed her situation. If Imelda wanted to lead a better life, she now needed to accept reality and make the right choice. I have successfully refined the elixir to treat you. Imelda felt overwhelming excitement. Although she expected Bond's visit was about this, she never thought it would actually succeed, especially given the seemingly insurmountable nature of her scars. I thought this was impossible. My facial scars are really scary, Imelda said to Bond. To avoid greater disappointment, she had convinced herself that Bond's promises were merely polite gestures. But she didn't expect Bond to be as good as his word. I know these things might be hard for you to believe, Bond replied with a smile. But since I promised, no matter the cost, I wouldn't flinch even if it meant going through hell. Moreover, this trial was also an examination of his own capabilities. Bond was curious whether he truly could achieve anything with the secret skills from the southern frontier, or if it was all just wishful thinking. When Bond produced the elixir, he warned, while this elixir will indeed help your scars, the process may be excruciatingly painful. You should mentally prepare yourself. Imelda hesitated but quickly took the elixir from Bond without a second thought. Over the years, what haven't I endured? For me, this level of pain is trivial. Physical suffering could hardly affect Imelda, showcasing one of her fine qualities, unlike other girls who might fear many things. Watching Imelda, Bond felt a complex mix of emotions. He wasn't sure if it would work this time. Imelda carefully applied the ointment to her scarred area. At first, there seemed to be no significant changes, but after about 10 minutes, the marks began to disappear. Bond knew this indicated the medicine was taking effect. Sure enough, Imelda soon let out a muffled groan. The agony of the treatment was unbearable, no matter who faced it. Imelda felt as if 10,000 ants were slowly gnawing away at her flesh. Sweat poured down her forehead. Despite the intense pain, she persevered. You must endure this pain throughout the process. If you faint, the effectiveness will diminish greatly. Bond emphasized this point to Imelda repeatedly, fearing she might collapse under the strain. However, her willpower proved far stronger than expected. She continued to bear the intense pain. Time passed slowly. Finally, the traces of the ointment on Imelda's face began to fade. Relieved, she turned to look at Bond with mixed feelings. If the effects come with such agony, it might be too difficult for others to endure. Imelda knew Bond planned to start a company specializing in selling this type of medication soon. Considering her resilience came from overcoming past humiliation, she felt compelled to persevere. Being a martial artist, endurance was part of her nature. But could ordinary people endure such pain? Indeed, the more severe the pain endured, the better the recovery. Of course, if they find it unbearable, we can opt for local anesthesia. While the results won't be as perfect, it will suffice for most people. Bond laughed. Imelda almost fainted at the suggestion of localized anesthesia for this procedure. How can something like this even be anesthetized? Chapter 86. Promotion of the complexion repair pill. When Bond spoke, Imelda couldn't help but be speechless. This guy could have helped her in a better way. Instead, he now forced her to go through this, and anyone would probably find it hard to be happy about that. But at this moment, when Imelda looked at herself in the mirror, she suddenly felt elated. Imelda had never expected that the effect of the medicine would be so perfect. Although the scars on her face still existed, she believed that after several treatments, they could be completely removed. For Imelda, this was undoubtedly great news. Is there really such a magical medicine in this world? Until now, Imelda still found everything unbelievable. Bond shook his head with a smile beside her. I knew this would be hard for you to understand, but that's the reality. Although many people can't accept it, dealing with it is actually simpler than we think. During this period, Bond made considerable efforts to help Imelda prepare the ointment. Meanwhile, he practiced the secret technique from Nanzhong, different from the two instruments saber technique, which mainly served to display moves in battle to better defeat opponents. The heart method of Nanzhong's secret technique was called Wanling Ming. At first, Bond faced significant difficulty learning it. It felt like not receiving enlightenment from a master as in novels. But gradually, Bond mastered the heart method through his unique understanding. After mastering the key points, everything became much easier. He could clearly feel a substantial chi ball forming inside his body, a necessary step for Bond to carry out subsequent actions. Whether controlling goo worms or using them to treat diseases or even to kill, all required the application of chi. Originally, Bond thought this process would be extremely challenging, but it turned out to be smoother than he imagined. The heart method has 8 levels, each divided into early, middle, and late stages, with the difficulty of breaking through not being simple. Initially, it was relatively easy, especially when Bond grasped the key points. He successfully controlled the first level in just one night. However, advancing from the first to the second level increased the difficulty exponentially. Even though Bond had prepared mentally, it still took considerable time. Now, he finally managed to reach the middle stage of the second level. Still, he felt the road ahead was more challenging than he had anticipated. The pills have been successfully refined, and after further adjustments, we can promote the medicine, said Bond. I just don't know if it will be popular in Xiuxian. This was Bond's only current concern. If I wasn't sure before, I certainly am now after personally experiencing its effects. I can guarantee this pill will become a sensation. The principle of the complexion repair pill is very simple. Inside the pill are microscopic goo worms invisible to the naked eye. These goo worms are generally harmless to the human body and can even be beneficial, similar to probiotics. They feed on scar tissue, so just a slight stimulation makes them start consuming scars. Other medications then assist, allowing the scars to dissipate quickly. Of course, this varies depending on individual constitution, but for Imelda, this hope of regaining her original appearance seemed real. Bond proved to be far more capable than she had imagined. Things others couldn't achieve, Bond could, and more effortlessly than she had thought. Originally, she feared she might never restore her appearance, yet now, there was hope. After Imelda's successful trial, Bond immediately refined another batch of pills with varying effects, leveraging the Qin family's reputation and status to recruit volunteers. Of course, he warned these people about any possible side effects beforehand. Most of these people were tormented by scars and didn't hesitate at the prospect of having a remedy. To them, as long as it kept them alive, there was nothing to fear. Bond admired their courage, but focused on perfectly researching the pill's effects rather than other matters. As time passed, Bond's plan progressed steadily. The experiment was very successful, confirming the pill's remarkable effectiveness for various constitutions. Bond promptly promoted the pills. During this time, he also exchanged lottery tickets in the system, hoping to obtain rewards to aid in actual implementation. Unexpectedly, perhaps due to previous good luck, the results this time were disappointing, all baseline rewards. The only thing Bond was truly pleased with was obtaining a deed to a property. Originally, Bond was contemplating where to open his shop, but now that he had the deed, he acted directly without further ado. Qin family has been quite active lately. I heard that Bond has developed a special pill that removes facial scars, which has received widespread popularity. Dash mentioned this while at Ning family. Waverly only smiled faintly at his words, but inwardly she was somewhat astonished. Even though Bond had warned her previously, she still found it unbelievable when the pill was officially promoted. This guy indeed had an incredible medical formula, no wonder he remained calm and collected. Few people could handle such confidence and audacity as Bond. I know about this, Waverly replied, understanding Dash's query. Ear, what do you think? Should we take action against them? Chapter 87, Xiuxian Beauty Salon. Dash also knew that Bond always had some unconventional methods up his sleeve, which was indeed not a good thing for them. However, from the very beginning until now, Dash hadn't taken this situation too seriously. He had to admit that Bond had brought him many surprises. But under the current circumstances, no matter how capable Bond was, he still couldn't pose a threat. However, they have only developed a drug, and their future direction is completely on a different level from ours, so there's absolutely no need to worry about this guy, Bridget said earnestly. Initially, she might have felt jealous or had other thoughts, but now Bridget seemed quite relaxed. Bond had honored his initial promise by not allowing the Qin family to further invest in the traditional Chinese medicine market recently, giving her family breathing room. If Bridget could seize this opportunity, the next plan would proceed smoothly. To be honest, Dash wasn't sure what the situation would be like next, but seeing Bridget's demeanor, he felt somewhat relieved. I was worried you didn't know what to do next, but it seems my concerns were unnecessary. But we still can't underestimate Bond. Who knows what these guys will do once they've accumulated enough power? Dash looked resolute, as if he truly believed Bond's next target would be them. Bridget, who already knew Dash's mindset, agreed, yes, people may appear trustworthy on the surface, but we can't be certain what's in their hearts. Even though Bond has promised me much before, I can't guarantee everything will go as smoothly as planned. I think you're right. We should monitor Bond's every move. If possible, find an opportunity to expose their weaknesses. Bond opened the beauty salon within just half a month. Although the previous lottery system didn't bring him anything significant, this deed of land solved his problem of establishing a new company. The deed was for a pre-existing beauty salon, so Bond only needed to make some style adjustments in the short term before opening. Therefore, when the Qin family's beauty salon was completed, everyone found it unbelievable. It happened so quickly. The Qin family, previously engaged in traditional Chinese medicine, suddenly shifted to the beauty industry. Combined with their reputation in Jiangxing, hardly anyone dared come for beauty treatments, fearing forced loans spanning 70 to 80 years after undergoing a project. Despite Qin family gradually improving their business practices over the years, nobody could be sure such incidents wouldn't happen again. Bond was helpless, but didn't overly concern himself. He decided to temporarily hand over the management of the beauty salon to Imelda. After all, each person had their specialty. Bond knew little about this field, while Imelda had long wanted to excel in this area. This was an excellent opportunity for her. By solving issues properly, she could become synonymous with the Qin family. Can you really trust me with something so important? A beauty salon involves dealing with the public. And look at my current appearance. Won't others be terrified? Imelda stared intently at Bond. She felt fortunate her face had recovered, never daring to hope for a job like this. With Mitzi's companionship, Imelda had become more outgoing. Unexpectedly, Bond entrusted her with the responsibility of managing the beauty salon at this crucial juncture. For Imelda, this was a great opportunity. Proving herself could mean a bright future. Yet, she hesitated, unsure if she was qualified. Her disfigured face might scare people. This scar has indeed caused you trouble, but if you don't confront and accept it, it will forever haunt your mind. You know you have the appearance enhancement pill and will eventually recover fully. It's better to embrace it openly and gain confidence. Bond knew Imelda hadn't fully accepted her transformation. It was too abrupt, even though Mitzi had helped her. Fully opening up remained difficult, but Bond needed Imelda to let go of past doubts to solve the issue. Seeing Bond, countless thoughts raced through Imelda's mind. Admitting it, Bond might be right. Imelda fell silent, pondering. I'll give you time to consider whether to accept. The decision is yours. But remember, I see great potential in you. I hope you can take on the challenge successfully. Bond smiled and left, confident Imelda wouldn't disappoint him. Before he reached the door, Imelda called out. You're right. Staying trapped in my current self will prevent me from moving forward. So this time, I'll prove myself my way. My appearance will best advertise the salon. Everyone will see me recovering day by day. Her tone grew passionate. Chapter 88. Who am I? I'm the damn villain. With Imelda's assistance, Bond believed that he wouldn't need to worry about the beauty salon any longer. But it had to be admitted that the current situation was far more complicated than he had initially imagined. The problems with the beauty salon were indeed resolved, but what Bond needed to do next required a more serious approach to finding solutions. Due to the Qin family's previous reputation, many people dared not visit their beauty salon. After all, in such places, prices could easily cause issues. Thus, Bond chose an appropriate partner to help change this situation. After some deliberation, he decided to start with Rachel, the third female protagonist from the original story. Unlike others, Rachel wielded absolute authority within the Xiao family. Therefore, Bond didn't have to worry about whether she could handle this problem. As long as she agreed, everything would go smoothly. That was her strength. However, getting her to agree wasn't easy. The only thing Bond felt reassured about was that Rachel hadn't met Dash yet. In the original story, Dash and Rachel fell in love at first sight, with Rachel actively pursuing him. Bond couldn't understand how someone like Dash, with his macho demeanor, could win over a beautiful woman like Rachel. While he had successfully won over Mitzi, she was completely different from Rachel. Among all the main female characters, Rachel was arguably the hardest to win over. Despite actively pursuing Dash, it was all based on her own willingness. Over the years, many people had wanted to be with her, but she never agreed to any of them, indicating her extremely high standards. Dealing with women like her is actually quite simple, Mitzi commented while massaging Bond's shoulders. If you can show yourself to be stronger than her, she'll inevitably change her views. If you can make her just a little bit curious, you can use that opportunity to win her heart, Mitzi added, offering her advice. She knew Bond had been truly busy with the beauty salon. If only things were that easy to solve. The Qin family already has a poor reputation, so I don't have many options here. Otherwise, finding anyone else might have easily solved the reputation issue, Bond sighed. Previously, they didn't have to worry about complex troubles with Chinese medicine. However, now that they were opening a beauty salon, they naturally needed the support of the general public. But given their past actions, how could they gain that support? It seemed almost impossible, and even Bond found it hard to believe. Mitzi couldn't provide much useful information. She could only share her experience as someone who'd been there. But often, that wasn't accurate enough. Thus, Bond turned to Waverly and Opal for help. Though these young ladies rarely interacted, they at least knew each other's preferences. Catering to their tastes might be a good choice. But surprisingly, after talking with them, Bond found out they hardly knew anything about Rachel, who was among the most mysterious among them, rarely communicating or showing up publicly. Having no other choice, Bond hung up and prepared to visit her personally. He thought, Rachel, huh? I won't believe it if I can't get through to you. Bond had seen all kinds of situations and believed that even if Rachel was hard to win over, he wouldn't fail. With this resolve, he arrived at one of the clothing stores owned by Rachel's company. The Xiao family specialized in underwear production, collaborating with major brands, making them quite renowned in Jiangqing. This fame was also why Rachel held significant power within the Xiao family. However, Bond was stopped right at the entrance. Sir, we're sorry, this is a women's lingerie store, so please wait outside. Embarrassed, Bond looked at the two salespeople blocking the door. Had he really been stopped? Hi, I'm choosing for my girlfriend, so I definitely need to go inside, he explained. The salespeople stared, surprised. While couples did come together sometimes, it was unusual for a man to come alone. Plus, there were many female customers inside. They feared Bond's presence would affect business. Sir, I know it may seem unfair, but those are our rules. To avoid disturbing other customers, we cannot let you in, they explained. Bond gasped. He understood the rule but had recently learned that Rachel was in the store. If he couldn't enter, how could he meet her? So, if I have a female companion, I can enter without issue, correct? Bond asked with a smile. The salesperson nodded uncertainly. Yes. Then why don't you accompany me, beautiful lady? Bond proposed. The salesperson blushed, shocked by his request. Though handsome, how could he propose such an unreasonable demand publicly? Her heart raced but couldn't agree, so she said, Sir, please don't put me in a difficult position. This is my job. Disappointed, Bond shook his head. It wouldn't be easy to find someone quickly. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. Chapter 89. Do you know why I came? Oh, young Master Qin. So many people are watching. Don't be unruly. The woman's coy reprimand left little to the imagination. Damien then chuckled familiarly. Heh, watch. Let's see who dares to take more than a glance at me. Note, the phrase this laozug is a colloquial and somewhat crude way of saying me in Chinese. It has been translated to me for a more natural English flow. He spoke brashly. Anyone with eyes on their forehead will find them removed. Lately, Damien had been as pampered as ever. When Isaiah was alive, he had subjected Damien to numerous restrictions. But now, things were different under Bond's leadership. Bond had minimal demands of Damien as long as he abided by his rules. Bond had set clear boundaries. Within these limits, Damien could avoid significant trouble. At that moment, Damien happened to be right behind Bond and cleared his throat. The Damien who had just been embracing a beauty shivered. Uncle Lin, why are you here? Bond glanced at Damien and pointed to the lingerie store beside him. I wanted to find someone but couldn't enter. Damien wiped his sleeve. These days, there are all sorts of people. Who would dare stop Uncle Lin? Wait here, let me ask. He hadn't taken 2 steps when he returned. Bond raised an eyebrow. What's going on? Damien looked defeated. Uncle Lin, I can't handle it. This shop belongs to that Rachel woman. I'm scared of her. Note, Xiaomer is a name and should be translated as Rachel or Xiao Mayer to maintain consistency in terminology. The 2 guides were also frightened by Damien's presence. As the eldest son of the Qin family, his reputation was well known. They knew very well about his notorious history from before. It was said that one time Rachel happened to be present and personally dealt with Damien's provocations. Nobody knew what happened that day, but afterward, Damien never dared to cause trouble here again. Unbelievably, Damien was back? Bond hadn't expected Damien to fear anyone. Yet, considering how Damien naturally seemed wary of Rachel in the original story, it made sense, though no one knew why. Uncle Lin, is it because you didn't bring a female companion you weren't allowed in? Alessia, go in with Uncle Lin. Alessia's face immediately changed as she hastily responded, Young Master Qin, I? Being asked to accompany another man suddenly was beyond her comfort zone. Before she finished speaking, Damien slapped her across the face. Damn it, do you know who you are? Being by Uncle Lin's side is your good fortune. Stop whining, or I'll beat you to death. Alessia was terrified. Just then, a woman's voice sounded from inside. Young Master Qin, have you forgotten how you apologized before me? Seems you really don't learn from your mistakes, huh? Are you here today for another lesson? Rachel appeared, her gaze momentarily resting on Bond before focusing on Damien. With so many people, causing a ruckus in my store, aren't you embarrassed? Seeing Rachel, Damien hid behind Bond like a rat meeting a cat. Uncle Lin, this is Rachel. Handle it for me. It's not convenient for me to deal with her. Seeing Damien's embarrassed state amused Bond. Indeed, Rachel commanded such respect. Rachel was surprised too, knowing that after Isaiah's death, everyone understood that the Qin family barely existed anymore. Especially since Bond's actions clearly showed that the real power holder wasn't Damien. This change caused many to reconsider their stance towards the Qin family. Unlike during Isaiah's time, these transformations aimed to strengthen the Qin family, a dangerous move. What's wrong, arrogant boy? Damien smiled awkwardly, but didn't dare to respond. Bond approached slowly, looking at Rachel. Miss Xiao, I'm Bond. I represent the Qin family in business matters today. Rachel was surprised by Damien's humble attitude. Only Isaiah could make Damien behave like this, she thought. After a pause, Rachel regained her composure and eyed Bond differently. Mr. Lin, heard a lot about you recently, quite famous around Jiangcheng. Bond was indeed talked about in Jiangcheng, gaining control over the Qin family in mere months. Under Bond, the Qin family had become formidable, especially with Mitzi. Powerhouse duo, even the 4 families felt threatened. Rachel never expected Bond to approach her. It's only a reputation. I prefer being low-key, Bond smiled. Looking at the trembling staff and Damien with bodyguards, Rachel found it hard to believe this was being low-key. Bond turned to Damien. That's enough. Go home and stay grounded for a day. If I hear you sneaking out, Damien didn't argue, quickly nodding. Uncle Lin, I'll leave. Glancing nervously at Rachel, he hurried away. The others exchanged glances but ultimately left, fearing they might interfere. Cough, Damien acts like that sometimes. Has nothing to do with me, Bond explained. Rachel nodded to her assistant, likely the store manager. Handle the rest. Make sure the guests feel comfortable. Turning to Bond, Mr. Lin, let's move. This isn't the place for business. If Mr. Lin hasn't a place in mind, shall we choose somewhere else? She suggested with a smile. A seductive smile, almost mesmerizing. But Rachel was not just a beautiful facade, deceptive and cunning too. Chapter 90. We team up, chaos ensues. That will be a bother for you, Miss Xiao. There was no way Bond could avoid being courteous with Rachel. After all, this woman was someone not to be trifled with. One misstep, and he'd be in deep trouble. During their interaction, Rachel carefully examined Bond. She had heard many things about him, and this made her even more curious about the man before her. How could someone who had taken full control of the Qin family in such a short time be like? The more she thought, the more intrigued she became. When they arrived downstairs, Bond got into Rachel's car, a striking red Ferrari. Mr. Lin, it seems like you have something on your mind? Bond laughed awkwardly. I thought I was doing a good job at hiding it, but Miss Xiao saw through me so quickly? Rachel let out a tinkling laugh. None of that Miss Xiao stuff. Am I really that cold? If you don't mind, Brother Lin, you can call me Meyer. She gave him a flirtatious look, her beautiful eyes captivating. Though Rachel was a few years younger, she was far more mature and capable than Bond. In her eyes, his attempts to hide anything were meaningless. All right, Meyer, he said awkwardly. His discomfort only made Rachel giggle more. It was truly amusing. Who would have thought the man who took over the entire Qin family could be so interesting? They soon arrived at a private tea house. Just by looking at the place, one could tell ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance of getting in here. Only those of influence and status were entertained. Rachel merely showed up and easily passed the guards, then led Bond inside. I come here often when I have nothing better to do, she murmured softly. This was consistent with what was recorded in the book. Bond seized the opportunity. Wulong Tea House, indeed a famous spot in Jiangxing. I heard its owner is very close friends with you, Meyer? Rachel was clearly surprised by this level of knowledge from Bond. She began to doubt her initial assessment of him as an unremarkable individual. After all, Bond's demeanor had been too average throughout, leaving no strong impression. But upon hearing his last comment, her gaze changed. She knew she had underestimated him. It was evident Bond had done his homework on her. Brother Lin, indeed you're more formidable than I thought. Others may not know these details, yet you always seem to hit the nail on the head. Rachel rolled her eyes playfully. They entered a private room upstairs and sat down. Bond wasted no time and spoke directly. Meyer, you should know why I'm here, right? Rachel shook her head. Not a clue. All I've heard is that you've gotten quite close to the Verity and the Eileen recently. 2 daughters from the 4 major families of Jiangxing are your friends. Are you hoping I can be one too? Bond countered. Aren't we already? This left Rachel speechless. Not knowing how to respond, she huffed coyly. I'm more curious about what exactly you want from me this time. Making such a fuss surely wasn't just to see me. She looked at him seriously, suspecting there must be another reason for his visit. I've opened a new beauty salon called Xuanhuan Beauty Spa, but because of the Qin family's past, no one dares to patronize it. So, I need a partner. Rachel smirked. So, Brother Lin thought of me? Why should I agree? Bond's words made sense. The Qin family's notorious reputation had indeed made it difficult for any venture associated with them to gain public trust. The negative impact on business was clear. Rachel doubted joining forces with him would help, or would instead drag her family into scrutiny. I understand you won't easily agree, but perhaps a site visit might change your mind. As he spoke, he placed a jar of ointment on the table. This is our new product, Flower Complexion Ointment. Its primary function is to remove scars, though the process may cause some discomfort. An oral pill is also needed as a complement. Flower Complexion Ointment was essentially a beauty elixir. Despite being based on alchemy principles, it was ground into powder and mixed with water to form an ointment. Renaming it as such prevented others from recognizing its true origin. He knew if word got out about such valuable items, trouble would inevitably follow. It was better to prevent that beforehand. Rachel scrutinized Bond, trying to find flaws but finding none. His proposal didn't sound like a joke. She believed in her judgment. You seem very confident in your product, she noted, Bond nodding with a smile. Of course. If I lacked confidence, how could I dare open a beauty salon? To be honest, Xuanhuan has great potential, and the manager was carefully selected. The only problem is the bad name associated with the Qin family, which affects Xuanhuan's operations. Chapter 91. The truth. This kid wants to mess with me. This is also the result of your own doing. If the Qin family had been more cautious over these years, things wouldn't have escalated to this point today. Even including Damien's behavior up until now, he's probably still acting arrogant and tyrannical out there. But I've heard that he has toned down a lot recently, not as tyrannical as before. Perhaps it has a lot to do with Brother Lin. Even Isaiah couldn't manage Damien well, but Bond now can control him. This demonstrates that Bond's methods are indeed far more formidable than they imagined. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that Rachel started to think about cooperating. Bond bringing his products directly demonstrated his confidence in them. He wasn't worried about potential quality issues causing Rachel to refuse. In such a case, Rachel felt less pressure. Although Damien did many bad things in the past, at his core, he isn't a bad person. With proper guidance, I believe he'll quickly realize what he should do. Bond wasn't joking. Damien's current situation is closely linked to his original family environment, even with Mitzi guiding him all along. However, Isaiah's management methods from early on were incorrect, not only failing to help him recognize his mistakes, but also exacerbating his behavior. Therefore, Bond doesn't find the current situation surprising. If you want me to cooperate, let's talk about how we will cooperate. Bond suddenly became serious. After xiuxian Beauty Salon opens multiple chain stores throughout the city, I hope these stores can collaborate with nearby lingerie shops. Bond believed that Rachel must possess extensive network resources. His task now was to turn her resources into part of his power. For every customer referred by you, I can give you a portion of the commission, and they can also enjoy discounts here. By attracting more people to xiuxian Beauty Salon, Bond was confident that once they came, they wouldn't leave dissatisfied. Xiuxian's new treatments far exceeded Western technology. Although Brother Lin's proposal is very tempting, this matter cannot be decided with just words. So, I'll find a time to visit the place you mentioned personally. If it really works, I'll naturally agree to help solve the problem. Upon hearing this, Bond breathed a sigh of relief. Rachel thought he would spend much longer discussing the issue, but Bond left hurriedly after receiving a call, leaving her stunned. She looked at herself in the mirror, pondering her appearance. Although she looked beautiful enough to captivate any man, what was this kid's deal? Rachel was baffled. On the other hand, Bond had just received Francisco's call right after leaving the tea shop. How's the situation? Francisco said, we've gathered intelligence. Bidding will start tomorrow. However, Lin, are we really going to bid on this project? If anything goes wrong, it could be troublesome. Bond smiled slightly. Don't worry, we have Dash. Huxin district was a diversionary tactic. Still, Bond knew that investing in Huxin would set everything on track. But securing Huxin now would come at a significant cost. They're prepared for the bidding, Drew reported to Dash. Master, the old master advised you to be cautious. Don't fall into the enemy's trap. While our organization is invincible on the battlefield, business ventures aren't our forte. Initially, Dash was sent here to win over the young ladies of the 4 major families. Once he succeeded, many issues would resolve themselves. Instead, Dash ended up starting businesses. Ridiculous. Though no one disputed his prowess as a war hero, turning to business seemed absurd, like an illiterate trying stock trading. The organization immediately instructed Drew to remind Dash to know his limits and avoid unnecessary trouble. Humph. Don't worry, this small project should be easy. Losing it would be laughable. Besides, I don't care how much Bond has prepared. If the Long family invested, Bond doesn't have enough funds to compete. I must secure this project. Before making a move, Dash thoroughly investigated the project. Bond appeared focused on the Tianjin district mess, but his true target was Xiuxian district. This realization strengthened Dash's resolve to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, Bond anticipated Dash's next steps. The Xiuxian project bid comes before Tianjin. Bond aimed to tie up Dash's funds using the Xiuxian project. Long-term, Xiuxian offers limited gains, while securing Tianjin, with Tinsley's ongoing support, ensured Bond's invincibility. Thus, participating in the Xiuxian project was crucial. To contend with someone like Dash required not only strength but substantial financial backing. No matter what, Bond intended to make Dash lose comprehensively. Chapter 92. This matter is surely in your hands. Regarding the bidding for the Lake New district, Bond did not easily come forward. After all, to outsiders, Bond was just an insignificant figure within the Qin family. Therefore, Bond entrusted this matter to Damien. For Bond, whether or not they won this project didn't really matter. Although he currently lacked substantial liquid capital, selling a portion of his shares would be enough to turn things around. Not to mention, even without these resources, he could still find other ways to make up for it. This was the strength and personal charisma that enabled Bond to walk a very long road. While the Qin family had indeed caused him considerable trouble with their arrogance in the past, this didn't mean that Bond would follow the same path. When Damien learned he was going to participate in the bidding, he was incredibly excited. Prior to this, he had never imagined having such a good opportunity. He originally thought that given Bond's character, he would have been excluded from this process. After all, Isaiah had always made excuses back then to sideline Damien. While it seemed like everything was arranged for Damien's benefit, in reality, it was because Isaiah didn't trust him. Damien wasn't a fool. He knew what was happening but didn't dwell on it. Now, he never expected to be trusted. Uncle Lin, with the scale of this bidding, I believe it must be a very important project. Looking at the funds available, Damien couldn't help but be startled. Even though he was prepared mentally, it was still unbelievable that something so significant could fall into his lap. Bond glanced at Damien, knowing exactly what he was thinking. I know what you're thinking. If we can secure this project, we will make at least 500 million in profits. Upon hearing this amount, Damien's eyes widened. Really? Bond nodded. Aren't you always looking for ways to get at Dash? This is a great opportunity, which is why I'm giving you a chance to prove yourself. At the prospect of facing Dash, Damien dismissed all suspicions. Before, he might have worried about any hidden agenda behind Bond's decision, but now he felt immense admiration for Bond's actions. Damien happily took on the project. Mitzi, curious, asked, given his character, can he really win this bid? You're letting him go, isn't that? Bond shook his head. No, quite the opposite. Bond was quite familiar with the original storyline. He knew how much capital Dash had. Therefore, this time, he gave Damien a budget of 10 billion. After securing this project, a series of complications would await them. Bond needed to ensure Dash would bid for it. Once Dash secured this project, he wouldn't be able to challenge him in the Tianjin district anymore. In the original story, after controlling Tianjin district, Dash dominated the 4 major families and earned the right to confront the provincial city. So, Bond aimed to cut off this opportunity from the start. Naturally, he knew that if he acted, Dash's backers would also emerge. This was the timing Bond had been waiting for. Although Mitzi didn't fully understand Bond's strategy, she unconditionally trusted his judgment. No one knew better than her what everything meant to Bond. I know these matters seem simple to you, but please be cautious. These opponents aren't easy to handle. Mitzi was a little worried about Bond. A wrong decision could lead to serious problems. Bond smiled and nodded. After leaving the villa, he went straight to Starlight Group. At the entrance, he saw a young man waiting as if for someone. Bond approached him. Brother, who are you waiting for? The man looked at Bond. Maxine, of course. I've been waiting here for days. I believe I'll see her today. Sure enough, Maxine descended from upstairs shortly after. The young man nudged Bond. See? I told you clearly, I'd definitely see her today. How about that? Are you impressed now? Bond smiled and nodded. Absolutely, very impressive. As Maxine approached, the young man was stunned. Originally, he thought meeting her would be a big achievement. But seeing her walk directly toward him was completely unexpected. Could my efforts earlier actually have worked? He moved toward Maxine. Miss Cold, let me introduce myself. I'm Jiang from Provincial City. Before he could finish, Maxine ignored him and turned to Bond. Why are you here? Standing in front of Bond, Maxine behaved like a shy bride. The young man was dumbfounded. What the hell? Bond said, just checking on the project's progress. There might be some tough times ahead. Bond and Maxine ignored the young man and walked away, chatting merrily. The young man stood there, his face darkening. Fine, fine. You dare mock me like this? Fortunes can change. Don't underestimate a poor youth. Bond glanced back while talking to Maxine. The young man had vanished, but he heard those words. Classic protagonist lines. Who else could say such dramatic things publicly? But Bond truly didn't recognize him. From Provincial City? Could he be some rich heir? This thought only flickered through his mind briefly. Bond had too many things to worry about now, and had no time to deal with some supposed heir. ####Chapter 93. Invitation into the fold. The research progress on Star Group's new energy project was moving much faster than Bond had anticipated. In the original storyline, it would take a long time for this issue to be fully resolved and operational. However, due to Bond's investment, significant acceleration has been achieved, and the success of the new energy project won't be far off. I hear you've been busy with investments in the Lake New district recently? Well, I can help you secure this project as I have some say in that matter. Perhaps I can help you get it done. Bond shook his head urgently. No, definitely not. Opal frowned. It seems like you've always been competing against Dash. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better if someone could help you? Bond sat directly on Opal's chair, patting his thigh. Opal smiled knowingly and lightly rested her hands on Bond's thighs, wrapping her arms around his neck and gazing at him with sparkling eyes. Explain yourself. The Lake New district project is indeed impressive, Bond said mischievously while smiling. But looking at it in the long term, it won't bring me substantial income and will consume a lot of my time. This kind of short-term investment is unnecessary. From my position, one must think further ahead. Opal knew her man was capable, but she wasn't sure how formidable he truly was. The Lake New District project was essentially a test. If Bond couldn't see beyond the immediate, it meant his vision was limited. While he might succeed, achieving immense success would be impossible. But what surprised Opal was that Bond saw even further ahead in this matter. Indeed, taking on this project would generate several hundred million in funds within a short period. However, in the long run, it wouldn't bring Bond greater profits and would consume a lot of human and material resources over the next few years. These factors needed to be accounted for in terms of time costs, which was a significant concern for Bond. Time was valuable to a businessman. Every second counted and was worth a lot of money. I understand. But your true aim isn't just Tianjin District, right? At this point, even Opal's expression turned serious. Who in Jiangxing didn't know about Tianjin District? Yet, most people didn't want to get involved in this trouble. While Tianjin District promised to create a new business district, achieving that goal required enormous effort. To quickly recover the investment, construction time would have to be drastically shortened, making it an incredibly difficult task. Even if the four major families of Jiangxing united, they might still have no impact on this project. Why? Do you also think this project is unfeasible? Bond watched Opal, smiling without a word. It's too hard. You need to understand that local authorities stopped developing this project because funding couldn't be secured. Jiangxing has many wealthy people, but very few are willing to invest their money as they know it's a bottomless pit. Moreover, the early stages involve covering existing financial holes. Once you fill these holes, there's a risk of someone reaping the rewards of your efforts, making it a thankless job. Opal was right, but Bond responded firmly, that is irresponsible, but don't forget that so many commoners in Jiangxing have already bought homes there. After all these years, they've lost hope. If I can complete this, how would the people view me? The Qin family had been subjected to too much negative public sentiment over the years. So, Jiangxing residents treated them with disdain. Bond's actions were aimed at rehabilitating his reputation and gaining control over the situation in Jiangxing. Securing this project would give him more leverage against Dash. Opal didn't grasp Bond's complex plans, so she didn't fully understand his considerations. However, she realized Bond wouldn't waste his efforts. Everything he did was planned for the future. Don't worry. After the project's successful research, I'll promote it to the market. If the response is good, we can receive substantial subsequent investments, supporting you. Opal understood Bond's visit was straightforward, because he needed money badly. Bond didn't need to say it out loud. She understood. This project is quite important for us. If we can secure it, we can rest easy for a long time. But we must handle it perfectly. Bond was eager to expedite matters, as he couldn't wait for Dash to court various influential women. He needed to preemptively communicate with them, showcasing his character through actions. This would alleviate their concerns and make future negotiations smoother. Rest assured, with me here, nothing will go wrong. Bond knew Opal was reliable, and through their conversation, he gained a sense of the current situation. Preliminary estimates suggested the project could be completed within half a year. Bond would have to manage until then. 6 months is enough. Unlike Isaiah, Bond wasn't just focused on his own territory, he sought greater returns. So he planned to leverage a larger scale. 6 months would suffice for xiuxian Beauty Salon to expand. With luck, they could branch out nationwide. Meanwhile, Dash was preparing to compete with Bond for the Lake New District project. Unbeknownst to Dash, his entire capital flow was under Bond's control. When Dash mobilized all his funds to secure Lake New District, Bond knew his plan had succeeded. Once Dash committed to this, he wouldn't recover his funds within a year. Bond would use this opportunity to directly secure the Tianjin District project. By then, all doubts would be settled, and Bond would have nothing left to worry about. Chapter 94. Another traitor? At this moment, Dash was completely unaware that he had been fooled. His attention was still focused on these projects. He believed that anything Bond targeted would definitely be good. Therefore, he certainly could not let it go easily. So even if it meant facing extreme difficulties, Dash would choose to compete to the end. Damien, on the other hand, wanted to prove himself too much. He hadn't had the opportunity to showcase his abilities before, but now that he finally had a stage, he must perform. The two had different intentions at the auction. As for the land's potential or its future role, Damien didn't care. His sole thought was that he must win the bid for this land no matter what. Bond had allocated a budget for Damien, but he never expected that in this critical moment, Damien would use his own money to increase the bid. Dash was initially confident, but he never imagined encountering such a setback, causing him significant distress. Having already disliked Damien and having beaten him up before, Dash found it hard to dispel his resentment. If not for Damien, how could he have been interrupted by Bond? Thus, in Dash's eyes, everything stemmed from Damien. Now, the two were in a battle fueled by personal grievances. The bidding had lost all rationality. Master, it's enough. If we continue bidding like this, all our funds will be depleted. Arlen, exercising some sense, knew these funds were hard-earned by the organization and needed to be used wisely. Bidding like Dash was unsustainable. What do you mean? Afraid I'll waste all the money? I tell you, I'm in charge here now, and no one can stop me. Dash ignored Arlen, already trapped in his own web and unable to accurately assess the situation. This Damien, daring to compete with me today? Humph, I'll make him see how formidable I am. Initially, the bid for the new district wasn't a big deal, but due to these two people, it escalated into an event that made the entire Jiangxing city buzz. Among them, Azrael was key. I've always said that cooperating with Dash is our best choice, ensuring our family's future greatness. Azrael looked at Opal sitting before him, feeling unsatisfied. Now you chose this so-called Bond, who has caused quite a stir. Do you see any changes? The Qin family has lost its reputation in Jiangxing. No matter what they do, it's impossible to recover. Azrael spoke with certainty. Father, I only came back for dinner. If you continue to speak of trivial matters, I'll leave. For me, whatever consequences my actions bring should be mine to bear. Even if it's bad, I'm willing to accept it. But your preaching now seems unnecessary. Seeing Azrael's serious demeanor, Opal didn't take it to heart. She knew Azrael's character. He likely hoped to make her regret following him. But Opal never felt regret. Without Bond, they wouldn't know their current situation. Because of Bond, she could realize her dreams. Are you saying I'm not considering your future? Do you understand the impact of your actions? Bond is not a Qin family member. Even if he controls some power now, eventually he'll be overthrown. Do you think everyone can stay at the top without worrying about others? As Azrael spoke, Opal countered. You never mentioned these things before. Why now? Did you hear something specific? Opal quickly picked up on details from Azrael's tone. Knowing his style, he wouldn't speculate without reason. Something was happening within the Qin family. Caught off guard, Azrael felt somewhat embarrassed. Regardless, you are the group leader now. I must monitor your actions and consider how they affect our family. Your involvement with Bond needs more consideration. After Opal partnered with Bond, Azrael immediately mobilized his connections to uncover Bond's background. Surprisingly, he found Bond had no influential backers. Everything was done for himself. Thus, Azrael began secretly contacting some Qin family members, claiming to help regain control, but in reality, hoping to undermine Bond when he fell, cutting off support for Opal. I never thought you'd exert so much effort to stop our cooperation. Perhaps I shouldn't have refused you earlier. Opal almost laughed at Azrael's pretense. She knew his methods were never straightforward, and this plan was worse than she expected. Such tactics might not bode well for Bond. What's that look for? Do you think I'm wrong? Seeing Azrael's expression, Opal sighed inwardly. I know you want me to partner with Dash, but it's impossible. Because I'm Bond's woman now. With that, Opal left without looking back. Chapter 95. Living up to her cunning nature. When Bond received a call from Inna, he could sense the fury in her voice. Inna had always believed that she did everything with integrity and never resorted to underhanded tactics. However, she couldn't fathom that her father held a different stance on this matter. I'm not sure who he contacted, but given his usual behavior, these people will definitely stab you in the back when you're most vulnerable, Inna warned urgently. So I advise you to be cautious and avoid getting entangled in bigger troubles recently. Hearing her anxiety, Bond chuckled. They always say you don't care about anything else, but it seems they are just spreading nonsense, he teased. Aren't you showing concern for me right now? On the other end of the line, Inna fell silent for a moment before responding irritably. Do you know what I'm trying to tell you? I just want you to be prepared for any betrayal rather than joking around here. We are in the same boat now. If you lose, I will also suffer the consequences. So you must stick to our agreement and under no circumstances let yourself fall. Inna reiterated this point multiple times, and Bond reluctantly agreed. In reality, this wasn't much of an issue to him. Zoran thought that by finding some insignificant figures, he could cause trouble for Bond. What he didn't realize was that everything he did was already within Bond's control. After finishing the call with Inna, Bond immediately received another call from Damien. Uncle Lin, I have let you down, Damien said apologetically. Rather than being angry, Bond laughed heartily. Although he anticipated such an outcome, its actual occurrence still brought him considerable joy, proving even Dash could miscalculate. What happened? Why are you crying like this? Bond scoffed. Today is supposed to be the bidding day. Did you fail the bid? Damien was sobbing uncontrollably, choking on his words. This was his rare chance to prove himself, and he messed it up. Anyone would feel broken. That damn Dash, he has too much money. For this project alone, he bid 12 billion yuan. 12 billion? Bond froze at this number. Didn't I tell you we can only afford up to 10 billion? Damien continued, I did reach that amount, but Dash followed through. Then I used my personal funds to raise it a bit more. But then Dash bid 12 billion and outbid me. He even mocked me, saying if I couldn't match his bid, I shouldn't add a million each time, calling it humiliating. At first, Bond looked puzzled, but as Damien recounted the details, he burst into laughter. He couldn't believe how comical the situation became. Dash, despite all the trouble Bond caused, knew he wasn't easy to defeat. Still, it seemed Dash dug his own grave. The more capital Dash tied up now, the less competition Bond would face in Tianjin district later. Naturally, Bond felt delighted. But Bond reassured Damien, you've done well this time. We cannot dominate the entire market after all. If Dash wants this land so badly, let him have it. I want to see if he has any remaining funds. However, Bond found Dash's actions peculiar. Though Dash obtained intelligence that led him to compete for Lake New District's project, he should know this venture isn't highly profitable. It was perplexing that he would spend so much at once. These 2 extra billion were quite a stretch. What made Dash invest so heavily? Bond doubted Dash acted merely on discovering a market opportunity. More likely, it involved Bridget. Sure enough, shortly after talking to Damien, Bridget called him, starting with a claim of her efforts. How did it go? I know you wanted to trap Dash with the Lake New District project. It was difficult because Dash isn't easily deceived. Indeed, it must have been Bridget's doing. Otherwise, Dash wouldn't act so rashly. Bond asked curiously, what did you tell Dash that made him so reckless? He genuinely wondered what Bridget did to make Dash think he could control everything that follows. I told you before, Dash really likes me, she replied. So I just put forth one condition. If he secures the Lake New District project and builds me a medical hall, I'll sleep with him once. Bond clenched his fists. Was this the price to pay? He reminded her sternly not to risk herself unnecessarily. Don't worry. I remember what you said, Bridget assured him. Although I agreed, I didn't specify a timeline. It could happen tomorrow or in 10 years. Ultimately, it's my decision. Bridget spoke confidently, clearly having anticipated all possibilities. Bond sighed in relief. There was no need to worry. This was Bridget, after all. She was known for outsmarting others, never the other way around. Hashtag chapter 96. Is this how you woo girls? After Dash secured the New Who District project, he felt incredibly triumphant. To him, this was no small feat. Most importantly, Phyllis had already promised that once he secured the project, they would consummate their relationship. This was something Dash had been waiting for a long time. Originally, Opal was to be his first conquest, but due to Bond's interference, it was postponed. However, Dash wasn't worried because ultimately, she would still be his woman. whether earlier or later didn't matter much. Now that he had secured Phyllis, he planned to pursue others. Dash arrived at the Ning residence, where Phyllis's father, Price, happened to be present. Price and Dash could be described as having hit it off immediately. Their acquaintance began under fortuitous circumstances. Much like in many novels, Price encountered difficulties while treating an important figure. At this critical moment, Dash stepped forward and showcased exceptional talent, thus earning Price's respect. Since then, Price became increasingly satisfied with Dash, even considering him a potential son-in-law. With Price's matchmaking, Dash and Phyllis got together. "Mr. Yi," Price said with a smile, "I'm in a good mood today. How about we have a few drinks?" Dash hesitated awkwardly, scratching his head. "Uncle, I'd love to, but today is special. I came here to find Xiaoying and talk to her about some matters." Price stood up and led the way. "Strange girl. She's been locked up in her room all day. I can't even go in." "Ah, truly, girls grow up too quickly." Dash knew very well what Phyllis was preparing. She was putting so much effort into it despite it being their first time, which deeply moved him. Soon, Dash met Phyllis. Seeing him, she blushed and shyly turned to run away. Dash greeted Price before rushing after her. Price watched them contentedly, knowing his plan was on track. It seemed Phyllis really had fallen for Dash. He soon caught up with Phyllis. "Xiaoying," Dash tried to hold her hand, but she swiftly evaded it. "Why are you running?" Phyllis looked at him coyly, cheeks flushed. "Naughty man, do you think I don't know what you want? You're so naughty." Seeing her like this, Dash's heart raced. Phyllis's coquettish nature was almost unbeatable. Even if Bond were here, he might not have fared better, let alone Dash. Today, Dash intended to secure Phyllis without worrying about any changes from the Ning family. But unexpectedly, when he proposed the idea, Phyllis lost her smile, looking at him seriously. "You rushed over just to possess me? Do you see our relationship solely as a means to have your way with my body? Do you love me, or my body?" Dash was flustered. She had agreed initially, yet now brought up such a bizarre argument. Even if Dash had all the talents, he couldn't handle this absurd situation. He didn't know how to respond. "Xiaoying, weren't we in agreement? I won the bid for the Hu district project for you." Despite his attempts to persuade her, Phyllis frowned. "So now you blame everything on me, as if I'm unreasonable." She glared at him angrily. "What benefit did I get from your project? Are you going to morally blackmail me now?" They say women's hearts are unpredictable. Dash had always thought this statement meaningless until now. Whatever he said, Phyllis stuck to her stance firmly. Gradually, Dash gave up. After all, he couldn't force her. Price watched Dash walk out with a smile, assuming nothing went wrong. But for Price, things were far from simple. He even exchanged pleasantries with Dash, confirming his seemingly positive mood. But just outside the Ning residence, Dash received a call. "Do you remember why I sent you to Jiangqing? Spending so much money on the Hu district project just to one-up someone." Dash was harshly reprimanded, yet he didn't show any anger, responding cheerfully after a pause. "Of course I know why I'm here. My plan is almost complete. Phyllis has agreed to give herself to me. Once that happens, the Ning family will be under my control. I'll gradually bring the 4 major Jiangqing clans under my thumb." Excitement crept into his voice. "Don't worry, father. I will definitely find that elixir recipe for you." The caller calmed down slightly but was still irate. "Remember, I sent you to think, not to use only your urges to woo girls. I'll arrange for our strategist to join you, so you don't make such mistakes again." Fortunately, the Hu district project promised some profit, tempering his anger. Chapter 97. Star Palace delegation arrives. Dash never expected that his actions would infuriate his godfather to such an extent. But when he heard that his godfather was preparing to send the strategist here, Dash's expression darkened. He had served him for so many years, surely that should count for something. Now, his godfather actually suspected that he had other intentions regarding this matter, which made Dash all the more enraged. However, he couldn't openly react now and could only wait quietly. Over the next month, everything in Jiangqing remained calm without any incidents. Meanwhile, Bond occasionally appeared to remind Dash of his presence. Before, he might have disregarded Bond, but after all these events, Dash could no longer ignore him. Now, Bond was considered Dash's primary adversary, even more so than Damien. Unfortunately, despite several attempts, Dash still couldn't deal with Bond effectively. As for the traitor Zoran had taken down secretly, Bond used them to spread misinformation. One day, Bond was exercising in Mitzi's room when the phone rang. He frowned, ignoring it initially, but the call came again. Annoyed, Bond picked up and shouted into the phone. "What happened that's worth getting you so worked up?" Lately, even Dash had been too busy to stir up trouble, as everyone in Jiangqing was occupied. Francisco's voice came from the other end of the line. "Brother Lin, if I had a choice, I wouldn't be calling you like this. But a significant event has occurred, and only you can decide what to do about it." Francisco took a deep breath before continuing. "I just received news. The Star Palace organization has acted. They've sent their strategist from the South Country branch along with 4 major protectors to support Dash." Bond was surprised by this news. In the original story, this event was supposed to happen later on, not so soon. At this moment, Bond remained calm, but Mitzi couldn't contain herself, fidgeting around, much to Bond's frustration. After quickly hanging up the phone and calming her down, Mitzi finally rested her head on Bond's chest, saying, "You're so mean." Bond smiled without responding. Mitzi then asked, "Is there some big issue happening?" Bond knew that Francisco wouldn't call him in a rush for trivial matters. It's about Dash. The forces behind him have finally moved. The Star Palace organization wasn't easy to handle. Even Bond didn't have full confidence in dealing with them, so he became very serious. Mitzi laughed. "I think they won't be much trouble for you. It's just a matter of time before you resolve them." Bond didn't respond. He knew the entire plot of the original story well, and according to his previous speculations, the strategist probably didn't know Dash personally. If Dash met the strategist, his power would greatly increase, which was not a good thing for Bond. It seems the Lake Heart District project has caused Dash trouble. Therefore, his organization has arranged for someone to directly descend to suppress Dash. If they really meet up, that would be a big problem for me. Mitzi also grew anxious. Shouldn't we try to stop their meeting? If there's anything I can help with, let me know. Or shall I arrange other warriors to assassinate them? Bond waved his hand. There's no need. I'll take care of this. Since they haven't met yet. The Star Palace organization was vast and hierarchical. As an assassin group, often lower-level members didn't even know what their superiors looked like and relied entirely on their superiors' instructions. This presented an opportunity for Bond. Whether or not it would succeed depended on his skills. Before Dash met the strategist, Bond planned to meet the strategist first. With a bit of luck, he could recruit the strategist to his side. Bond's plan was bold. Given the situation, it might be his only option. Facing a massive organization like the Star Palace wasn't easy. Dash himself was formidable enough as the protagonist. Adding a strategist and 4 major protectors would make things even worse. So, Bond was determined to disrupt their meeting. The key lay in Bridget and Tinsley. Thinking of this, Bond immediately called Bridget and Tinsley. Both were surprised to hear from him. Tinsley agreed to help right away, while Bridget hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. They were partners now, and any issues could lead to unimaginable consequences. Neither wanted that outcome. First, Bond met with Tinsley. My father hasn't started acting yet, but you've encountered this problem now. Will today's failure have serious repercussions? Tinsley worriedly asked. I've always said that the forces behind Dash are stronger than you can imagine. Be prepared to face challenges. But this is also within my expectations, Bond replied calmly, his eyes betraying no hint of panic. Tinsley snorted. You know I've never feared power. So what if Dash is strong? It doesn't concern me. I'll resist even if all his people come. Now, I'm your woman. Bond smiled. Don't worry. Just the Star Palace organization. I believe no one knows it better than I do. Anyone else would be overwhelmed at this point, but Bond had an advantage. Dash hadn't anticipated this turn of events. With this thought, Bond pulled out an old card he hadn't used in a long time. Chapter 98. The Strategist and the 4 Great Protectors. Misfortune card. For Bond, this was a treasure. If used properly, it could ensure his invincibility in this world. Bond was fully aware of this. Since the Star Palace organization had dispatched a strategist, they obviously took this matter very seriously. Thus, he had to stand out and convince the strategist beyond any doubt that he was Dash. The Star Palace did indeed have some knowledge about Xiuxian's 4 major families. After all, their primary targets were these 4 families. However, for the always low-key Qin family, they didn't know much. Bond intended to take advantage of this time lag, leaving them with no choice but to accept him. Ding, you successfully used the misfortune card on Dash, effect lasting for 48 hours. He hoped this card would assist his actions ahead. After all, Bond was planning to deceive the people from the Star Palace. Therefore, Dash absolutely couldn't show up. Otherwise, everything might fail. Soon, Bond arrived at the meeting place with the Star Palace organization. Opal was the first to arrive. Those guys aren't here yet? She glanced around. It was cold and quiet. Clearly, the Star Palace hadn't arrived yet. This is for the best. We can prepare thoroughly in advance to deal with these people. At this moment, Bond tried to calm himself down. After all, he would soon face some formidable experts from the Star Palace organization. As a strategist, this person must have considerable intelligence. On the other side, Bridget also arrived promptly. I'm not against helping you this time, but this will be counted as additional payment, Bridget said with a smile to Bond. The latter nodded. Of course. However, our top priority now is to resolve the current situation. The 3 of them sat down at the agreed location and waited silently. Time ticked by slowly. Bond gradually calmed down during this process. Although he doubted that the strategist would be easy to fool, Bond believed he could handle it based on his abilities. Just then, Bond saw a middle-aged man in a long robe appear at the entrance. It was definitely him. With such an attire, looking like a high-ranking master, this must be the strategist assigned to Dash by the Star Palace. Gary. Additionally, there were the 4 great protectors. At this point, Joe, one of the protectors, asked in a low voice, Strategist, will there be any issues with this meeting? After all, the master didn't provide us with a portrait of the young master, only saying that we'd recognize him at first sight. Gary was also at a loss, but since the master had said so, he presumed there was a reason behind it. Meanwhile, Dash was anxiously rushing on the road. Aldo, is it still not fixed? At that moment, their car broke down on the road, and Aldo was bent over trying to repair it. Don't worry, young master. Give me another half hour, and it will definitely be fixed. Looking at Aldo, Dash felt increasingly agitated. How could the car break down out of nowhere? Moreover, today was incredibly unlucky. Since leaving, nothing had gone smoothly, and troubles kept piling up. Dash felt his head would explode. You keep fixing it. My stomach hurts. Dash looked around urgently, searching for a restroom. My foster father really made things difficult for me this time. You arranged a strategist for me, but at least give me a phone number. Now I have to endure all this without knowing what will happen next. Dash never imagined the situation would escalate this much, but mainly, he felt incredibly unlucky today. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any more unforeseen changes. Gary started feeling somewhat confused initially. The 4 protectors were constantly chattering beside him, making him unsure of what to do. Just then, a figure appeared before Gary. When Gary looked at the person, his eyes widened in surprise. This man was too handsome. His dashing appearance carried a hint of devilish charm, and the 2 beautiful women beside him added to the awe. Gary instantly felt more admiration. No wonder the old master liked to let people guess riddles. But indeed, sometimes he showed great taste. Seeing Bond, Gary immediately thought the old master was right. This guy must be the young master. Shouldn't you be Gary, sent by my foster father? Now, Bond was sweating profusely. Although he knew the plot, he feared any change might put him in danger. Thankfully, he had guessed correctly this time. Hearing his name, Gary became even more convinced of his previous thoughts. This elegant and charming man must indeed be his young master. Who else in the world could have such skills? Subordinate Gary. Along with the 4 protectors, we greet the young master. Gary was about to kneel before Bond, but Bond reached out and stopped him. There's no need for such formalities. Come, sit down first. After confirming the identity, Opal and Bridget started acting. Brother Lin, who's this man? Bridget whispered, holding Bond's arm. He's the Southland branch strategist of the Star Palace organization. Not only is he very intelligent, but he's also quite powerful, a trusted general under my foster father. And those following him are the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning protectors. These four are also not to be underestimated. With them, I can easily dominate anything. Bond now acted like a master flatterer, showering praises on the four protectors. Even the strategist nearly burst into laughter. Christine watched all this unfold. Then she lifted her wine glass. I've heard of the strategist's name, but never thought I'd meet you here today. As expected, you're outstanding. You stand out in a crowd instantly. These words sounded slightly sarcastic, but the strategist didn't perceive it that way. Who might this lady be? The strategist turned to Bond, questioning. Miss Christine from the cold family of Xiuxian, also my woman, Bond replied proudly. By now, Gary had calmed down from the initial excitement. Ultimately, caution was necessary. Any mistake could cause significant trouble. Chapter 99. Successfully intercepting. Please do not be offended, young master. After all, there are still many things to be done on the street this time, so I had to be a little more cautious and serious. After all, we only heard about young master's past exploits. This time, our elder master left us a password for identification. I wonder if young master can match it? If Bond had been slightly worried before, now he was confident that the part of the story hadn't changed after confirming that he didn't say the wrong name for Maxwell. So intercepting these people was just a matter of time. He leaned back in his chair with his leg crossed over the other knee. This is understandable. Adoptive father must have given you an important mission this time. Confirming identities beforehand is perfectly reasonable. Maxwell was initially concerned that such a statement might be a bit disrespectful to Bond. After all, identifying young master should have been straightforward at first sight. Raising such questions seemed unreasonable. However, to avoid causing bigger trouble, he provided the password. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. My son truly is majestic. Bond spoke this awkward line with embarrassment. If toes could dig houses, 3 bedrooms and a living room would have been dug by now. If you still have doubts, I can even recount my past experiences. Then Bond began talking fluently. At first, Maxwell might have genuinely had some concerns. But as Bond went on, Maxwell began to dispel his doubts because they had also heard about the events surrounding Dash. However, Bond described the details very clearly. This made Maxwell start to believe that everything truly happened to Bond. But didn't young master say you failed with the Long family? You didn't get the Long families, miss, Maxwell asked. Admittedly, Maxwell was indeed a very difficult person to deal with. Even after Bond had gone to great lengths, he still managed to catch on to some details. He had to ensure there were no issues whatsoever. Originally, yes. But did you forget who I am? If you don't believe me, go check her identity. Is she the miss from the Long family? Think about it. In Jiangxing, apart from me, who else is worthy of the Long family's miss? Bond said proudly. Maxine chimed in obediently. Brother Lin. It's quite normal to suspect a bit when one comes to help. At this point, Bridget added, oh, right, Advisor Luo. There's something else I need to tell you. Our young master has changed his name here. Now you should call him Bond, Mr. Lin. Maxwell nodded after hearing this. While chatting, he had already checked online information about the 2 misses from Jiangxing's 4 major families. They matched Maxine and Bridget. With this, the identity was almost confirmed. This person before them was indeed the young master. Once the identity was verified, praises for Bond came pouring in non-stop. Who would have thought that a task unfinished a while ago was accomplished so quickly by Bond? After some chit-chat, Bond gradually calmed down. Tell me, what special mission has adoptive father entrusted to me this time by sending you 2 here? It couldn't be that you guys came here just to talk nonsense, right? Bond glanced at them indifferently and said calmly. Meanwhile, Maxwell hurriedly handed over a bank card. Young master, this card contains a small token of our gratitude. A total of 5 billion yuan, just collected from the South Country branch. Seeing the card, Bond felt quite moved. Deceiving someone and getting paid in return. This wasn't something everyone could achieve. Very good. With this fund, I can accomplish a lot. You've just arrived in Jiangxing and aren't fully familiar with the situation. Since that's the case, let me show you my business here. Bond then led them to inspect the Qin family's businesses. During this process, he instructed Bridget to monitor Dash. Maxine returned early due to other matters at the company. After their departure, Maxwell's praises for Bond became even more unrestrained and unembarrassed. Even Bond couldn't help but marvel at being the destined hero. Congratulations, host. Successfully intercepted and subdued Dash's protector Maxwell and the 4 protectors. Villain points increased by 50. Rewards, 5 billion yuan, invincible card X1, beginner 6 pulse sword experience cards X2. Not bad. The rewards this time weren't too shabby. This further strengthened Bond's resolve to keep seizing more. Meanwhile, Maxwell and his men had no idea they had already sold their lives to Bond. When they came, Maxwell thought Dash was at a disadvantage here. But after Bond turned the situation around, they completely changed their perception. Our elder master mentioned before, but we found it hard to believe. After all, how could young master personally dealing with some masters be impossible? Now it seems our elder master didn't fully understand the situation here and misunderstood young master. Maxwell bowed and scraped beside Bond, behaving like a lackey. At this moment, Bond led them to Imelda. Due to Bond and Rachel's collaboration improving xiuxian beauty salon's business, Imelda finally heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, she was worried that poor business was due to her. When Imelda saw Maxwell and the 4 protectors standing beside Bond, her expression turned solemn. Although her martial arts hadn't recovered yet, she had developed a natural sense for these strong people. The moment these people appeared, Imelda knew they were formidable experts and tough to handle. To see such powerful experts being cautious and respectful before Bond made her question whether Bond's strength was different from what she imagined. Imelda had doubted before if Bond was a world-class expert, but Bond concealed himself so well that even she couldn't discern it. Yet, if Bond lacked such ability, how did he manage to make these people bow to him? Mr. Lin, you're here, Imelda greeted with a smile. Note: the names of characters are kept as close as possible to the original pinyin. For better readability, please consider using established English names for the characters if available. Chapter 100. From now on, you are my people. Let me introduce you. These 5 people just joined our Qin family. From now on, we're one family. As they spoke, the group began to introduce themselves. Maxwell developed a special interest in Imelda standing before him. She was different from the people Bond had previously introduced to them. Maxwell could tell at first glance that Imelda was no ordinary fighter. But given her current state, it seemed highly unlikely she would ever fully recover. Of course, this was only under normal circumstances. Bond then asked her, "How's your scar healing?" Imelda thought for a moment and replied, "It has improved significantly compared to before. I owe this all to Mr. Lin who gave me this opportunity." Maxwell snorted coldly. "The young master's capabilities far exceed what you see now. In the future, he will surely bring you greater surprises. Miss Xia, you should be mentally prepared for that." Imelda glanced at Maxwell but didn't say much. However, she had a general understanding of the situation. Everything matched her earlier speculations. Then, Bond took the group to tour the Qin family's current assets and brought them back to the Qin residence. Facing the Grand Villa, the 5 were left speechless. To them, such luxury was unheard of. After all, their life in the Star Palace organization involved only hardships and nothing more. But things were very different with Bond. "I know how you were treated in the Star Palace organization, but things are entirely different here. We're brothers. If you need anything, feel free to ask me." After saying this, Bond handed out several bank cards received from Francisco. "These contain your funds for the next month. If you need any help, just let me know. As long as it's within my ability, I'll assist you immediately." Holding the card, Maxwell trembled. What kind of treatment was this? They never experienced such generosity when they were in the South Country branch of the Star Palace organization. While Maxwell had it somewhat better, the 4 great protectors fared far worse. Even during missions, they had to spend their own money because the organization provided nothing. This revision ensures that the text reads naturally and fluently in English while maintaining the meaning and context of the original passage. The term "dire" treatment is replaced with its appropriate English equivalent, and the sentences are structured for clarity and coherence. Compared to this, Bond was extremely generous. Though unsure about the exact amount, Maxwell guessed there wouldn't be less than 50,000 yuan in these cards, considering Bond's resources. But then Bond clarified, "There's 500,000 in each card, enough for you to live comfortably in Jiangxing for a month. The task I want you to do in Jiangxing is actually quite simple. Handle matters where my involvement isn't convenient. Additionally, you must cut off all ties with the outside world. You know I have a troublesome opponent here in Jiangxing, a cunning fellow who shares my name, Dash. So, if you encounter someone like that in the future, don't hesitate to give him a thorough beating. Even if you kill him, it's fine." With ease, Bond implanted false ideas into Maxwell and the 4 great protectors. They didn't realize they were being manipulated. Observing the situation, Mitzi couldn't help but admire Bond's boldness. He quickly turned Dash's strategists and protectors against him, making them willing to serve him loyally. Such skill wasn't easy to come by. The 5 were thoroughly convinced. Bond was indeed more generous than their previous leader. Almost tearing up, Maxwell half knelt down. "Sir, I never expected you to be so magnanimous. I thought following you would be full of hardship, but now I realize my thoughts were too narrow-minded. Please forgive me. From today onward, our lives belong to you. Even if you order us to climb mountains of knives or plunge into seas of fire, we won't flinch." Seeing Maxwell's moved expression, Bond gently pulled him up. "Get up, you are my brothers. Why would I ask you to do dangerous things? In the Star Palace organization, you never truly lived. So for the next 2 weeks, experience the life of the wealthy." Bond dismissed Maxwell and the 4 great protectors. Then Mitzi remarked, "Aren't you worried they might eventually figure out your true identity?" Bond shook his head. "I'm not sure what trouble Dash faced today, but he didn't arrive on time, so I met them first. Everything matched, the code words, the time, and location. Though some discrepancies existed, overall there were no major issues. Besides, Bond had already replaced their phones, cutting off all ties with the Star Palace organization. Even if they realized the truth later, it would be too late. This move of cutting off the roots was indeed brilliant. Using Star Palace's money to buy its people and make them work for him. It was a stroke of genius. Meanwhile, Dash struggled for hours before finally arriving at the restaurant. Arlen whispered, "Young master, are they gone since we arrived so late?" Dash sneered, "Even if I gave him 10 lives, he wouldn't dare leave. They can only wait here until we meet." Confident in his power and capability, Dash believed nothing unexpected could happen. However, upon entering the restaurant, he found it completely empty. A waiter glanced at Dash. "We're closing now. Please come another day if you need anything." Dash asked, "Did some strange people come here today?" The waiter shook his head. "We get so many people daily. I can't remember everyone." Leaving the restaurant, Dash and Arlen were stunned. Could father have made a mistake? Chapter 101. Self-anesthesia. After successfully intercepting the military advisor and enforcer, Bond was able to temporarily push back the threat from the Star Palace organization. Now, even if the Southern Branch dispatched experts, it would take them some time to get here. Seizing this opportunity, Bond could better control the entire situation in Jiangxing. Dash was likely still completely unaware of what had transpired. Given how naive he was, he probably thought that he had simply failed to meet with Gary and just needed to set another meeting time. He had no idea that after arriving yesterday, Gary and the others had already lost themselves in pleasure. Due to the strict rules within the Star Palace organization, they were unfamiliar with the real world. After Bond took them to a nightclub, these guys were completely won over. They were now only thinking about Bond, and their original loyalty to the Star Palace organization had faded. Through information from Bridget, Bond confirmed that Dash had indeed planned to meet Gary but had been cut off from all contact with him. At this point, Bond didn't have to worry about other issues. With the liquid funds in hand, it was time to consider taking over the Tianxin district project. If he could succeed, it would change the Qin family's influence in Jiangxing, possibly even altering the power dynamics among the four major families. Initially, Mitzi had been worried about Bond. Any mishap could lead to his downfall. But after a series of events, Bond always managed to arrange everything perfectly. Even she couldn't help but admire him. Damien had also grown more determined since the last incident, causing fewer problems. Everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. Unexpected situations might still arise, Mitzi said softly. Have you thought about how you'll handle them? She continued, I'm not optimistic about the Tianxin district project either. It requires an enormous amount of capital. What if someone steals your victory? Bond chuckled casually. So before I take on this project, I'll sign a contract with them. If they give me this project, for the next 20 years, it can't be transferred to anyone else. And I will ensure that Tianxin district is fully developed within 10 years. The infrastructure in Tianxin district was already built. The rest just needed time to refine. What Bond needed now was high-level support. If they agreed to his terms, everything would go smoothly, and Bond believed they had no reason to refuse. After all, Tianxin district was a hot potato that even the four major families hesitated to touch. You have a plan, which is good, Mitzi warned cautiously. But be careful. These people aren't easy to deal with. Even though she knew Bond had his reasons, who could predict future developments? Negotiations with the Tianxin district representative were surprisingly easy. No one wanted this project because it was a bottomless pit. The representative feared Bond might change his mind at the last moment, so they agreed immediately. This idea had never been proposed before. Soon, news of Bond taking over the Tianxin district project reached Dash. Unaware of Bond's agreement with higher-ups, Dash sneered. Looks like Bond is a fool, actually believing he can turn things around with the Qin family's strength. There's a reason no one has touched the Tianxin district project for years. Let him try. We'll let him. When he can't handle it, we'll step in. Dash glanced at Cannon. He had already contacted the Star Palace organization regarding Gary and the others. According to them, those people had vanished, prompting the dispatch of shadow guards to investigate. For Dash, whether or not Gary was found didn't matter much, as he hadn't supported the decision from the start. His adoptive father had sent Gary to monitor his actions, fearing any misstep affecting their plans in Jiangxing. However, not meeting Gary suited Dash, sparing him from revealing his true intentions. Currently, everything was under Dash's control. After making profits from the Wuxia district project, he could focus on Bond's Tianxin district. Once Bond faltered, injecting capital quickly would give him control. The development of this area is crucial. Success means a steady stream of funding for the Star Palace organization and success in future endeavors. If we handle Jiangxing well, my adoptive father will reward us heavily. So, concentrate on the task at hand and don't mess up. Dash patted Cannon on the shoulder, full of energy. Yet, Cannon felt something was off, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Chapter 102. Go and take care of Dash. Maxwell and the four great protectors have now become Bond's most loyal lackeys. Bond doesn't even need to doubt if they might betray him. However, just in case, Bond decided to get more assurance and thus called Francisco over. Since clearing out all the dissidents within the Qin family, Bond's relationship with Francisco had become as close as brothers. Francisco was straightforward and still believed that everything Bond did was for Isaiah. If it weren't for Bond, the entire Qin family would likely have been swallowed up by the four major families by now. Brother Lin, what do you need help with? At this moment, there was no one else in the living room of the villa. This was the first time Bond met Francisco in such a serious manner, so he felt a bit uneasy subconsciously. You've probably heard about what happened recently. Francisco nodded. I heard Brother Lin brought back several experts. But when I met these so-called experts before, they didn't look like experts at all, just like country bumpkins. Speaking of the four great protectors, Francisco still harbored anger whenever he thought of them. Although he couldn't tell if they were truly powerful, they certainly looked very rustic, which left a strong impression on everyone. Francisco couldn't understand why someone with Bond's abilities needed to cooperate with such people. Seeing Francisco's annoyed expression, Bond patted his shoulder with a smile. I know what you're thinking, but you'll have to bear with this. These fellows originally belonged to the Star Palace organization. They've lived tough lives and haven't enjoyed our privileges. Hearing this, Francisco's expression gradually improved. Indeed, their status far exceeded that of these people. So, it wasn't too difficult to accept their poor appearance. Brother Lin, just tell me what you need me to do. As long as it's your request, whether it's walking through fire or braving knives, I won't hesitate. Francisco naturally maintained his usual attitude. He didn't care what happened next. Whatever Bond wanted, Francisco wouldn't consider it twice, even if it meant death. Dash has been causing trouble for me quite a lot recently, as you know. Francisco nodded repeatedly. In fact, even without Bond mentioning it, he had already planned to go after Dash. That brat Dash has been opposing us everywhere, and even at the cost of loss. I've wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time. As he said this, Francisco expressed some resentment, clearly having deep-seated grievances against Dash. But because of Bond, they never found a proper opportunity. Brother Lin, looks like you're planning to deal with this guy. Bond nodded, his expression solemn. As they say, a favor must be returned. Since he caused us trouble multiple times, don't blame me for finding fault with him this time. As he spoke, Bond's lips curled into a scornful smile. While others might feel intimidated facing Dash, the situation would be different with Francisco and the team. Now, Bond needed Francisco to take Maxwell and the four great protectors to teach Dash a severe lesson, aiming to injure him seriously if not worse. In a few days, Dash will inevitably visit the new district of xiuxian, a remote area where there are few people. So you wait there, and as soon as Dash shows up, take Maxwell and the four great protectors to teach this ignorant fellow a harsh lesson. And this mission is not just about teaching him a lesson. Ideally, make sure he can't cause me any trouble for a long time. Bond was determined. If he didn't teach this guy a lesson, he might never learn. Through this, Bond could also turn Maxwell and the four great protectors into reliable subordinates. The Star Palace organization was strict and followed stringent rules. Anyone daring to act against their young master had no future. Their only choice was either to cooperate with Bond or return to the Star Palace. But what impact that would have, none could predict. Bond believed that if they hadn't lost their minds, they wouldn't choose something so reckless. Francisco accepted Bond's orders without hesitation. During this time, Maxwell and the 4 great protectors had been treated well by Bond. They felt somewhat guilty for loafing around without accomplishing much. When Bond gave them this task, it felt timely. Maxwell looked at the 4 great protectors. Gentlemen, our young master trusts us and has given us this great opportunity. We can't let him down this time. Dash, that despicable fellow, dared to oppose our young master. This time, we'll show him the young master's power. Giannis remarked, we've never had such treatment before. Now that our young master treats us so well, we can't disappoint him. Everyone, express your resolve. This time, we must give our all and can't fail. Dash had no clue what was happening in Xiuxian. Recently, he was busy with the xiuxian district project. To him, as long as this project was completed quickly, he wouldn't have to worry about Bond anymore. The only thing bothering him was that Maxwell and others had vanished without a trace. The Star Palace had thoroughly investigated and confirmed they arrived in Xiuxian, but why they disappeared remained a mystery. Dash had no intention of investigating it further as he was too busy with the project. Real fools, if I catch them, they'll regret it. Chapter 103. You dare to ambush me? Unfortunately, it was unknown where those guys had run off to. Otherwise, if this money were to reach Dash's hands, it could significantly help alleviate his current plight. After acquiring the project in Lake Heart District, Dash discovered that developing this area would be quite challenging. More importantly, once development began, it required a continuous flow of investment funds. Though he was confident that after the investments, the returns would be substantial. But unfortunately, this continuous investment meant he had no spare capital for anything else in the short term. Thus, this situation presented more of a challenge for Dash. However, after some careful thought, Dash knew he had no other choice. Be careful driving. Don't wreck the car like last time. Today's meeting is crucial. We cannot afford to be late. Dash glanced at Charles and said seriously. While driving, Charles asked, Young master, where do you think Maxwell and the others have gone? At such a critical juncture, why would they suddenly choose to leave? Hearing Charles's question, Dash cast an unimpressed glance. If only he knew what was going on, but there was still no intelligence revealing the true situation. Everything depended on conjectures, and nobody could predict the outcome yet. These guys probably got delayed for some reason and couldn't meet up with us in time. But since they're already in Xiuxian, meeting them is just a matter of time. Dash said with a hint of frustration. He had already mentioned this to his adoptive father, hoping he would take it seriously. The Star Palace organization's communication method had its pros and cons, but in Dash's view, the disadvantages far outweighed the benefits. Unfortunately, his adoptive father always held the same attitude and was unwilling to change the current contact methods of the Star Palace organization. This left Dash feeling rather speechless. But now, he seemed to have no authority to change anything and could only endure it silently. After all, the recent incident with Maxwell illustrated this issue perfectly. Luckily, Dash was familiar with Maxwell and others. Otherwise, if he encountered these people, they definitely wouldn't have been able to communicate. Charles didn't respond. Suddenly, halfway through the drive, the car screeched to a halt. Distracted, Dash wasn't prepared and crashed into the front seat backrest. God damn it. Didn't I tell you to be careful? What's happening now? Dash shouted irritably. Then he heard Charles respond very seriously. Master, we're in trouble. It looks like we've been ambushed. Dash laughed. He didn't believe anyone dared ambush him here. Wasn't this asking for death? I've been in Xiuxian for so many days, and not one person has shown the guts to do something like this. Coming here to ambush me must mean my previous display of power wasn't intimidating enough, Dash sneered. He guessed Bond was behind this. As he spoke, Dash stepped out of the car. Come out, everyone. We've known about your presence all along. Let's talk this out. Dash looked around coldly and then saw Francisco appear within his line of sight. Francisco lit a cigarette as he approached. I knew it would be Bond causing trouble at this critical moment, Dash said firmly. Francisco sneered. Dash, you keep provoking our brother Lin. Do you really think you can escape unscathed? Today, I'm here to teach you a lesson so you understand the consequences of opposing our brother Lin. No matter who comes to save you today, it won't make a difference. Francisco stared fiercely, holding a long spear. Dash wasn't concerned because he knew the level of experts Bond could hire. Moreover, previously, he had dealt with those martial artists with just a few words. If Bond was again short-sighted enough to hire mercenaries, Dash wouldn't hesitate. At this moment, Charles warned, Master, be careful. There are indeed some formidable experts hidden among them. Dash then noticed 5 masked figures beside Francisco, along with many other martial artists surrounding them. Clearly, it was a large-scale operation with thorough preparation to teach him a lesson. Dash's expression turned grim, surprised by how quickly they had acted. Bond stood on the balcony of the villa, gazing into the distance with satisfaction. Why not watch over the situation yourself if you're so worried? In case anything goes wrong, you'll be ready to act immediately. Bond shook his head. Not everything requires my direct involvement. I prefer this feeling of controlling the entire situation from afar, Bond said calmly. The current circumstances suited him well. His opponent was indeed smarter than he expected, but Bond was also more capable than they imagined. Mitzi knew Bond was also concerned. If Francisco's plan failed, they would face Maxwell and his team despite Bond's past favors. Success depended on whether Bond's plan worked flawlessly. I'll take this opportunity to visit Xuanhuan Beauty Salon first. If it fails, I'll seek help from that individual at a critical moment. Bond smiled, spent a brief moment with Mitzi, and then left. On the other side, Dash was initially confident, but being surrounded by so many caused him some concern. Francisco had specifically come to cause trouble for Dash. This remote location and pre-arranged ambush provided them ample space to operate. Taking care of Dash within half an hour should be manageable. That amount of time was enough to disable Dash. Chapter 104. The Star Palace Organization, are you afraid now? If Dash had a bit of confidence at the beginning, his attitude was completely different now. Because although the people standing around him were not very strong, each one of them held a unique mechanical device. It was clear they intended to launch a wave of ranged attacks. Admittedly, Francisco had learned from previous battles and devised this plan to first wear down Dash with ranged attacks, making Dash use most of his internal energy for defense. By the time it came to real combat, Dash would already be exhausted and unlikely to perform at his peak level. This way, defeat in battle would be inevitable. Dash, knowing what Francisco knew, remarked, "You guys have certainly put a lot of effort into trying to get rid of me. Looks like I need to teach you all a lesson today." Although Dash was a little concerned, he wasn't about to lose morale. He glanced at Charles beside him. "What do we do? Is there anyone we can call for help?" Dash realized that the shadow guards from the Star Palace organization should still be around here. They were originally here to find the missing Gary and others, and could be used in this battle. Dash wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. Charles nodded. "I've already sent out the message. I just hope they arrive on the battlefield as soon as possible. Otherwise, both of us might really be in danger." Even Charles could tell that this battle wouldn't be simple. He even took a step forward voluntarily. "Master, when the fight starts, I'll try to hold these guys off as long as I can. You must find a way to leave here first." Charles was confident that he could control the situation for a short period and temporarily send Dash away. If Dash fled, their efforts would be futile, completing Charles's task. Dash snorted angrily. "This is just a small Jiangxing city. These past years, what haven't I faced in my campaigns? If I flee over such a minor matter, it would invite ridicule." Dash grew increasingly displeased, feeling it undignified for someone of his stature to consider such a situation. He once was the undefeated war god on the border. Charles continued, "Master, your presence is crucial. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain to the old master. Moreover, the opponent is clearly prepared. Under this ambush, escaping will serve as retaliation against them." After Charles spoke, it was unclear if Dash had listened. Meanwhile, Francisco waved his hand. "There's nothing to discuss with these people. The boss said it clearly. Whoever severely wounds Dash today will be heavily rewarded. So don't hesitate, attack." Though aware of the hostility, both Charles and Dash still retained some confidence in their abilities, thinking they could at least escape if not eliminate these opponents. But once the fight started, they realized how naive they had been. Needles from crossbows shot by the masked men surrounding them began flying. If they were ordinary bolts, Dash wouldn't have needed to worry. Just channeling his internal energy would suffice to block them. But these needle arrows were bizarrely fast due to their small size, possessing extremely strong penetration power. Even Dash's energy barrier couldn't stop them. In no time, these needles struck him. Spurt. Dash, who was gathering his breath, suddenly spat blood. "Damn, using these methods against me. It seems they know me well and are fully prepared." Clutching his fist, Dash glared at the masked men. Despite his initial confidence, he finally understood they had been preparing for a long time to kill him. Charles's face darkened. He wanted to help Dash, but the masked men focused on him. At the same time, 5 people next to Francisco surrounded Dash. "Are you Dash?" Upon seeing these 5, Dash frowned. "Yes, I'm Dash. What do you want?" He took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent flow of blood in his body. Slowly raising his head, he looked at the 5 before him. "Don't think your numerical advantage guarantees victory." Gary, upon seeing Dash, was also surprised. No wonder this person could become a great enemy of the young master. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a skilled companion. Most frightening was his ability to imitate so accurately, resembling the young master perfectly. If not for meeting the young master earlier, Gary might have believed this one was the real deal. "Dash, no matter how capable you were in the past, we 5 are from the Star Palace organization. You should know about the Star Palace. So losing to us isn't disgraceful." Hearing that these 5 were from the Star Palace, Dash's eyes widened in disbelief. Could these be the same Gary and others he met earlier? Thinking of this, Dash felt a glimmer of hope. "You fools, I am the real Dash. You've surely been deceived by Bond. He was mimicking me." The electrical guardian nodded. "Brother, the young master was right. This guy tried to confuse us immediately upon seeing us." Gary smirked. "Ha, this guy underestimates me too much. Do you think I'd fall for such tricks? Attack, don't give him any chance." Dash tried to explain, but these few refused to give him the chance. Chapter 105, I surrender to you guys. Dash was now determined to explain the situation clearly to Gary. However, Francisco, who had not intervened urgently before, suddenly appeared behind Dash at this moment. Just as Dash was about to say more, Francisco stabbed backward with his spear. Bond knew that this battle would not be simple. Dealing with Dash might take some time. But to ensure their absolute success, Bond revealed Dash's weakness to Francisco. This way, in the fight, Dash could have his moves broken by Francisco. Dash was fully focused on convincing a few people to trust his identity and fight alongside him. But Francisco didn't follow the script. He directly attacked a sensitive spot. Damn it! Dash clamped his legs together and nearly fell to the ground. "You bastard! You don't respect martial virtues?" Gary and others shuddered when they saw this scene, as if they could feel the pain themselves. Francisco glanced at the blood on the tip of his spear. "This guy's weak point is broken. Hurry up, don't let down young master's expectations," Francisco urged. Gary and the 4 guardians certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. With a wave of Gary's hand, he said, "Brothers, our chance to earn glory has arrived. These past days, young master has treated us well. Now is the crucial moment for us to repay him." Following Gary's command, everyone rushed forward. Dash had never seen such a scene before. Both Gary and the 4 guardians were formidable opponents. Together, their combined fighting strength was terrifying, far beyond what Dash could handle. Not to mention, his techniques had been broken by Francisco, significantly reducing his power. In this situation, Dash was practically standing on the road to despair. Damn Bond. Dash clenched his teeth, never expecting things to unfold like this. What puzzled Dash the most was still Gary and his men. How could these people from the organization choose to cooperate with Bond? They should know that he and Bond were irreconcilable enemies. But now, Dash had no time to explain. He had no idea how Bond had swayed them, but they were attacking him fiercely as if injected with adrenaline, making Dash almost depressed. Meanwhile, Charles wasn't getting any advantage either. Although he wanted to help, he couldn't break away. At this rate, even if young master were here, he could only temporarily maintain control, Charles thought. But soon enough, these guys will find opportunities to strike. Charles was extremely anxious. He thought this situation didn't need too much attention, but unexpectedly ended up like this. Even though he was very anxious, he couldn't think of a better solution. Francisco's arrangements were indeed clever, making them lose all initiative. As for Dash, he repeatedly tried to break out but failed each time. On the other side, Bond found Imelda. Upon seeing Bond, Imelda immediately took out the recent account books. Mr. Lin, she said, Xiuxian Beauty Salon has done quite well recently, and we've established partnerships with many influential figures. Bond's plans had worked perfectly. Not only did the business improve, but they also built relationships with powerful individuals. This way, in the future, if the Qin family faced trouble, they could ask for help. You've been working hard lately, Bond replied with a guilty look. I didn't expect the beauty salon to be so busy recently, Imelda admitted. No one except Bond expected such an outcome, especially when the Qin family opposed Bond's decision, emphasizing their opposition multiple times. People always worry about things they don't understand, and the Qin family was no different. Because Bond's actions were too radical, they viewed him as an unstable factor that could lead to complete ruin if everything collapsed. Yet, the seemingly impossible goal was executed perfectly by Bond. That's fine, this is my duty anyway, Imelda smiled. For years, she had wanted to prove her worth but never found the right opportunity. Now, with such a great chance, how could she possibly miss it? As I see Xiuxian Beauty Salon grow day by day, I'm naturally happy, and you can rest assured about the future, Imelda blushed while looking at Bond. Bond nodded seriously. It's good that you're aware. If you encounter uncontrollable issues, please tell me immediately, and I will help you uphold justice. Bond knew such problems were unlikely, but Imelda nodded deeply, admiring him greatly. She had recovered well during this period, all thanks to Bond's continuous treatments. Without him, she didn't know what state she'd be in now. Do you want it today? Bond gently looked at Imelda. It's almost time for treatment. In the coming days, I might be very busy. Missing this chance won't be good. After resolving Dash, he needed to subdue Gary and his men. So Bond wanted to take care of Imelda while he was uninjured. Upon hearing Bond, Imelda felt touched. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I know you've been very busy lately, but taking time to see me is already quite impressive. Bond smiled and shook his head. No problem. I promised you. So anything I do now is part of that promise. Chapter 106. A disastrous day. Imelda's condition was much better than Bond had expected. It was estimated that with 3 more treatments, she would be completely cured. As the scars on her face gradually faded, the reputation of the clinic in Hunan grew even stronger. Consequently, the number of people visiting increased significantly. Bond no longer had to worry about the business development in Hunan. With their current influence in Jiangsheng, it wouldn't be long before they became a benchmark in the industry. Francisco also didn't disappoint Bond and soon brought good news. They indeed encountered Dash midway, and both parties engaged in a fierce fight. Dash showed utter disregard for them, confident in his own abilities. While most people would have been cautious in such a situation, Dash's overconfidence led him to underestimate them entirely. He never thought Bond had the guts to confront him, so he wasn't prepared at all. The outcome was predictable. Dash paid the price for his recklessness, suffering severe injuries that left him bedridden. Upon receiving this news, Bond immediately instructed Bridget to visit and treat Dash to assess his condition. However, the information from Bridget confirmed what Francisco had said. Dash would likely be bedridden for at least a month. After completing these tasks, Bond finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to the rules of the Star Palace organization, Barnaby and the 4 protectors would certainly be punished for their treatment of Dash, regardless of any misunderstandings. Brother Lin, I completed my mission excellently this time, right? If you have any other instructions, just tell me. Whenever I take charge, there won't be any problems, Francisco confidently assured over the phone. Bond smiled as he invited Barnaby and the 4 protectors to the villa courtyard. When the 5 arrived, they were still proud of themselves. Bond handed them 5 cards. You performed very well on your previous task. Dash is now severely injured and can't get out of bed for at least a month. So, I don't need to worry about him causing trouble in the short term. Smiling, Bond looked at Barnaby, who scratched his head while assuring, Young master, rest assured, if Dash dares to cause any trouble, we will climb through fire and water without hesitation. We aren't afraid of him. Barnaby didn't realize the severity of what he had done. Even when Dash tried to explain during the confrontation, Barnaby dismissed it as lies. Seeing their complacency, Bond sat down in a chair. Today, I need to talk about something important. From now on, whether you stay or leave, it's up to you. Hearing this, Barnaby immediately knelt down. What do you mean, young master? Did we upset you recently? You're actually asking us to leave? The 4 protectors also knelt, disbelief written all over their faces. They had just received orders to assist Bond, yet now he was dismissing them after only a short time. Bond shook his head. You haven't made any mistakes, or at least not against me, but I can't hide the truth from you. It would weigh heavily on my conscience. Bond's words confused them. They couldn't understand what he meant, but sensed something significant was about to happen. What do you wish from us, young master? Bond's gaze sharpened as he stared at Barnaby. I want you to know the truth. I am not Dash. The real Dash was beaten by you, and is now bedridden. Upon hearing this, Barnaby first froze, then laughed nervously, scratching his head. Young master, you enjoy teasing us too much. This joke isn't funny, it's too cold. Who else in this world could match your charm? Barnaby truly didn't believe it. He had tested Bond thoroughly when they first met, scrutinizing his intelligence and behavior. Bond hadn't shown any signs of being an imposter. Yet, seeing Bond's calm demeanor, even he began to doubt himself. The 4 protectors fell silent. I know the Star Palace sent you here to assist Dash. Given my strength, I wouldn't stand a chance if you met him. To control you, I misled you. But I can't do such a thing, so I'm telling you the truth. You can choose to stay or return and report back. Bond leaned back, smiling as if he had them fully in his grasp. Initially, they didn't take his words seriously, thinking it was just a joke. Now, they realized it was no jest. Barnaby looked up at Bond. Impossible. Both Opal and Bridget checked out. No one except the young master has the ability to command their loyalty. Despite everything, Barnaby remained loyal to Dash, earning Bond's admiration. You are indeed loyal to Dash. I thought you were just flattering me earlier. Whether you believe it or not, the truth remains the same. As for Opal and Bridget, Dash's methods simply weren't effective enough. This translation aims to maintain the original tone, structure, and style of the novel, ensuring coherence and fluency in English. Chapter 107. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm going all in. Bond sat in front of them completely unguarded, not showing the slightest sign of tension on his face. Barnaby nearly lost his composure when he heard Bond's reply. He originally thought that coming here would be a major contribution to Dash's plan. He anticipated being praised by the old master upon his return, but he never expected that his actions had inadvertently foiled Dash's plans and led him to change sides. Sweat poured down Barnaby's face as he stared at Bond, unsure of how to proceed. He didn't know who to blame now. After all, the events unfolded quite coincidentally. If Dash had been present, they might not have ended up in this mess. But under these circumstances, they needed to find a good solution quickly. Brat, you dared to deceive us for so long, really thinking we wouldn't dare take action against you? Barnaby looked up at Bond, clenching his fists tightly. He couldn't believe he was used as a pawn. Yet, under such circumstances, there seemed to be no particularly good options. I know it's hard for you to accept, but this is the reality in front of you. My name is Bond, once Isaiah's subordinate, now the spokesman of the Qin family. Consider this a formal meeting. Hearing Bond's response, Barnaby felt utterly defeated. It was all over. Everything was ruined. They thought they were helping their young master eliminate obstacles, but ended up capturing their own leader. Looking at Bond's eyes, it was clear he had known all along, waiting for this moment to reveal the truth. Barnaby felt furious, but anger alone wasn't going to solve anything. Brat, we are members of the Star Palace organization. We've gone on many missions before, but this is the first time anyone has deceived us. I don't care who backs you, but today, no one here can stop me from killing you. Barnaby glared at Bond through gritted teeth, thoroughly disgusted by him. But Bond simply smiled, as if he hadn't even heard what Barnaby said. I told you, if you feel this is unreasonable, you can choose to leave. I won't stop you. Afterward, even if you become my enemies, it doesn't matter. The reason I'm telling you this is because I think you guys are great, and I considered having you stay with me. But whether or not you want to serve me is your decision. Bond remained calm. His strength was evident. Even Dash would find it hard to kill him suddenly. As for these people in front of him, they lacked the skill. Barnaby was in turmoil. As the strategist of the Southern Division, he understood better than anyone else the gravity of his mistakes. He slowly stood up, staring straight at Bond, accepting his fate. You knew everything from the beginning. So, this was just part of your plan, and we were merely pawns in your game. At this point, Barnaby felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He thought he had found a wise master, but ended up in a deep pit. Bond smiled and patted the armrest. You can see it that way, but to me, getting you under my command was always part of the rules. But I'm magnanimous, so I give you a choice. If you want to leave, I won't chase after you. If you decide to stay, remember how I treated you before. That was what truly appealed to them. In the Star Palace organization, they worked harder than pigs and got up earlier than roosters. Tasks often resulted in financial losses, and they sold not only their lives but also their labor. This was why their status had remained stagnant for years. But recently, following Bond had opened new doors for them. No one expected him to treat them so generously, almost worshipping them. It was easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to return to a frugal life once you've tasted luxury. Knowing this, Bond calmly watched as they debated their decisions. The four protectors, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, whispered among themselves. Betraying Dash was a capital offense. Even if it was due to miscommunication, it wouldn't matter because they had brutally beaten Dash. They would need to redeem themselves by taking out Bond, but they knew it was easier said than done. Bond still smiled, feeling confident. He was sure nothing could change their minds. Of course, you can choose to kill me here. I'll wait. Barnaby hesitated. Strategist, why waste more words with this brat? Since he caused our current predicament, let's take his life first. If we kill him and then beg forgiveness from the young master, I believe the young master's magnanimity won't count our lives against us. Bond countered. I remember Dash once killed a soldier at the border for a fleeting moment of doubt during combat, and he labeled it as betrayal, correct? Dash didn't seem bad at times, but you couldn't stand in his way. These five were truly on their own now. Barnaby felt utterly defeated. Chapter 108. Only real benefits matter. The reason Bond still dared to sit there unperturbed was because he had supreme confidence in himself. Secondly, Maxwell and the others should now be able to recognize reality. Even if they really killed Bond, it wouldn't change the outcome of this situation and would only result in them being manipulated by Dash. If only the four great protectors were present, Bond certainly wouldn't dare take such risks with his life. However, with Maxwell also present, this matter became feasible. The four great protectors weren't very clever, but Maxwell thoroughly understood his young master. Of course, he could also understand what actions his young master would take under these circumstances. Even if they truly managed to get rid of Bond now, it would do nothing. They couldn't salvage their image in Dash's eyes at all. Therefore, Bond said it was entirely up to them to decide what to do, as he knew that Maxwell realized he had seen through this already. At this moment, Bond didn't say much, merely smiling and looking at Maxwell. Just as the four great protectors were about to make a move, Maxwell waved a hand. What nonsense are you all up to? The four great protectors froze, unsure of what they should do. Advisor, what do you mean? This boy isn't the young master. He's been deceiving us to achieve his own ends. If we don't act now, it will be too late, Aster said. Maxwell sneered. Even if you kill Mr. Lin and bring his head to the young master, does anyone think he'll forget what we've done? Don't forget how fiercely you attacked the young master's weakness. Aster was speechless. When he realized that Spot was Dash's vulnerability, he had spared no effort to attack it. Now Dash's grave injuries were largely due to him. Maxwell turned to Xavier Protector. And you, when Dash was injured, you even spat on him. Sean Protector, you complained that Dash was too handsome and kicked him twice. Have you forgotten all of this? So, one by one, Maxwell listed out their offenses, and those standing there broke out in cold sweat. They were sure that their actions alone were enough to have them die without any place to bury their bodies. For Dash not to have killed them directly already counted as mercy. Maxwell sighed. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't want it to come to this. But since we've reached this point, do you think we have any other choices? And let's not forget, look at the days we've lived in Star Palace. Following Mr. Lin, we enjoyed delicious food and drinks. Mr. Lin has never shortchanged us. Indeed, after the upheaval, Maxwell realized he had no other choice left. Before him now was only one path. Either cooperate with Bond to thwart all of Dash's plans, or bet their lives on Dash's mercy. It was like buying a lottery ticket, a risky gamble. After some contemplation, Maxwell decided to change his mind. Although he knew Star Palace was powerful, if they really clashed, they wouldn't stand a chance against it. But now, they had no other choice. Just betraying Star Palace organization means they won't spare us, Everett Protector murmured. Precisely because they understood Star Palace's methods, many knew living under Star Palace was tough but didn't dare rebel. After all, Star Palace's methods were inscrutable and unpredictable. I know Star Palace won't forgive us, but it doesn't change the fact that we're dead whether we follow Dash or not. At least Mr. Lin treats us well. Why not stay here and enjoy our final moments? Thus, Bond's plan had successfully concluded. Even if things were explained to Dash later, they wouldn't waver. Seeing the worried expressions on the five faces, Bond stood up with a smile. I know this is challenging for you, but given the current situation, you don't need to worry so much. Bond walked forward, gently patting each of their shoulders. Star Palace is indeed powerful, and Dash is formidable, but they aren't immune to my control either. So rest assured, following me ensures your invincibility. Both Dash and Star Palace have their weaknesses. When Maxwell heard this, he paused. Reflecting on his previous interactions with Bond, cold sweat trickled down his back. Bond was far from an ordinary person. His knowledge of Star Palace was extensive. Otherwise, he couldn't have been convinced so easily. So Bond's assertion that he can handle Star Palace is plausible. Mr. Lin, from this moment on, we are completely yours. We only ask that you remember us in whatever you do next, Maxwell declared, kneeling before Bond. Without hesitation, the four great protectors followed suit. Bond smiled and helped them up. Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I'll ensure none of you suffer. Star Palace organization, they will soon learn the consequences of opposing me. Now, Bond's plan was complete. Dash suffered a blow at the hands of these few, which likely meant he wouldn't rashly act for a while. This gave Bond a valuable reprieve. Moreover, gaining Maxwell and company significantly increased his chances of victory. Next, it was to see if Dash had any other tricks up his sleeve. But judging by the current situation, it seemed unlikely. Meanwhile, Dash was enduring considerable hardship. This turn of events wasn't part of his original plan. Hashtag chapter 109. Tianqin District, let's get started. What exactly did my adoptive father do? Why would these guys betray the organization? Have they all gone completely insane? Lying on the bed, Dash winced in pain. To say that his martial arts were difficult to find a flaw in would be an understatement. However, for some reason, those few individuals managed to precisely pinpoint his weaknesses and continuously launch attacks. No matter how strong Dash was, he couldn't withstand such relentless assault tactics, and the outcome was predictable. But Dash still found it unbelievable. What could have happened to make these people treat him like this? Young master, I believe there must be other reasons behind this. We don't need to overthink it, Osiris said, frowning at Dash's injuries. None of them had anticipated being ambushed halfway through their journey, let alone by the very group that was supposed to accompany Dash. Dash was boiling with anger, with no outlet for his frustration. Osiris, recall those people immediately. I thought everything would go smoothly once we reached Jiangxing, but now it seems that with Bond around, my plans are doomed to fail. By this point, Dash's face had turned grim. Bond thinks he can crush me with such tactics. Fine, let me see what else he has up his sleeve. With Dash injured, he couldn't possibly carry out any activities in Jiangxing for the foreseeable future. Meanwhile, Bond took advantage of this period to further advance the Tianqin District project, which progressed very smoothly. Initially, many people doubted the Qin family's capabilities, but as time went by, the Qin family gradually showcased its unique strengths. Under Bond's management, various aspects of the Qin family's operations made significant progress, making it a focal point of attention. When people learned that Bond intended to continue developing the Tianqin District project, they were incredulous. Even Mitzi was surprised when she heard about Bond's decision, given the significance of the Tianqin District project. However, despite her surprise, Mitzi supported Bond. Although I support all your decisions, we must be realistic in this situation, Mitzi said. Even if we pool together all the Qin family's resources, developing the Tianqin District project is still an enormous risk. Mitzi looked at Bond, knowing he had more cards up his sleeve, but also understanding that some things needed to be said beforehand. Sherry has done the calculations? Bond smiled as he walked up to Mitzi. After learning of your interest in this project, I immediately conducted a thorough analysis, building on the groundwork laid by predecessors. My estimate is that securing the entire Tianqin District project might require tens of billions. If they wanted to successfully complete the project, they would need to sell all the Qin family's assets and invest them into the Tianqin District project. This meant that the Qin family would effectively cease to exist in Jiangxing. I know it's difficult, which is why I want to put extra effort into this. How could Bond not be aware of his current predicament? If the Tianqin District project were easy, someone would have tackled it long ago. Ultimately, the massive costs involved in the project were too risky for anyone to bear. Bond knew what was coming, which is why he was determined in his actions. Even if we have to sell everything, we must secure the Tianxin district project. And we need to do it as soon as possible. Mitzi's eyes widened as she stared at Bond as if he were mad. Participating in the Tianxin district project is already risky, and you're talking about accelerating it? You know haste makes waste. To speed up the project, the required funds would multiply several times. Bond pondered for a moment. Currently, he could provide over 10 billion. But this would require selling shares in the Sanhe Group and leveraging the Qin family's existing assets. The amount of sponsorship they could get afterward depended on their capabilities. From this perspective, the difficulty was immense. I've said it before, no matter how challenging, we must secure this project. If the Qin family wants to rise again, this is our only chance. We've struggled against the four major families for so long without gaining an upper hand. But if we succeed this time, the four major families will be nothing compared to us. Bond had already planned his next steps. Whether he succeeded or failed, he had to see it through to the end. Mitzi indeed felt this was a bit rash. Based on her experience, even if they took on the Tianxin district project, they should proceed cautiously. Bond's hasty actions were far too reckless. However, since Bond had stated his intentions so clearly, she could only offer her full support. I don't understand your reasons, but I trust you have your own. If you need help with anything, just ask. I'll do my best to stabilize the company for you. Undoubtedly, Mitzi treated Bond exceptionally well, partly because his previous decisions proved wise, confirming that he wasn't incompetent. The decision to pursue the Tianxin district project might seem reckless now, but Mitzi believed that if Bond was serious, there must be other possibilities. Seeing Mitzi's earnest expression, Bond finally managed to smile. Next, he had to convince the other members of the Qin family. They currently held a portion of the Qin family's shares, and Bond needed to ensure they willingly handed over these shares or step down from key positions. Only by consolidating control could Bond ensure there were no issues with his future plans. These people have been idle and need to be dealt with. Otherwise, they could cause trouble for us later, Bond remarked. Mitzi agreed with Bond. Their presence was indeed detrimental to the Qin family. Removing them might strengthen the Qin family given its current situation. Chapter 110. Consolidating Strength. The reason the Qin family has yet to stand at the position it desires is due to significant issues within the entire clan. Bond understands this clearly, which is why he must take the initiative now to prevent further deterioration. Others may not understand what's happening, but Bond knows all too well. For him, dealing with this matter isn't particularly challenging. The Tianxin district project does require a substantial investment, but it's well within Bond's capability. With Mitzi's assistance, unexpected issues are unlikely to arise. With this confidence, Bond immediately began taking action. Mitzi lives in the villa Isaiah frequented the most. However, if Bond wants the Tianxin district project approved, he needs to confront the ancestral home of the Qin family. In essence, Isaiah rose from obscurity, benefiting the entire clan. Strictly speaking, the Qin family isn't as powerful as they imagine themselves to be. Isaiah gradually built up the family, constructing an ancestral home and giving several major shareholders stakes in Qin Corporation. He aimed to motivate everyone in the clan to progress together. Sadly, most Qin family members aren't reliable, making it difficult for his plans to materialize fully. Up until now, the Qin family still holds shares, but these individuals can barely influence major decisions. Of course, this was only while Isaiah was alive. Now that Mitzi controls everything, they will naturally try every possible way to obstruct her. Bond anticipated this and had prepared for the worst while planning the Tianxin district project. Others might not know how treacherous these people are, but Bond knows them all too well. Soon, Bond and Mitzi arrived at the Qin family's ancestral home. As soon as they reached the entrance, they saw Damien coming out. Damien was taken aback when he spotted Bond. Isaiah had a rule that none of his subordinates could come to the ancestral home, no matter their identity or rank. He knew the nature of his business and understood how to protect his family. Thus, over the years, many people didn't even know how Isaiah originally made his fortune. Bond's presence here was certainly unexpected. Uncle Lin, why are you here? Damien's voice trembled slightly as he spoke to Bond. Having spent time with him, Damien knew that Bond usually stays out of trouble. But if Bond starts handling something, it means the situation is serious. It seemed Bond was planning to make a move against the Qin family. Everyone inside? Bond asked indifferently. Damien nodded repeatedly. There's nothing for you here. You can leave if you want. If anything happens, I'll call you. Damien cautiously left, knowing better than to linger, avoiding any trouble with Bond. Mitzi glanced at Bond beside her. Before, Damien treated Bond differently because of her, but now Damien's fear stemmed from Bond's growing power. This puzzled Mitzi. What exactly had Bond done? Without dwelling on this question, they entered the Qin compound. As soon as they stepped in, a young man quickly approached them. Why are you here? The young man paused upon seeing Mitzi, then frowned. His gaze shifted to Bond, adding a touch of disdain. Uncle once said his subordinates cannot visit the Qin family randomly, implying Bond should leave. Before Mitzi could respond, Bond stepped forward. The entire Qin corporation depends on me and sister-in-law, while you parasites just cause problems. If this continues, the Qin family won't be necessary anymore. Facing this young man, Bond adopted a direct and firm stance. In Isaiah's time, he had to give these people some respect, but now, what remains of the Qin family? Despite holding shares in Qin Corporation, they would soon squander everything with their incompetence. Bond came here to reclaim control. You're nothing. Do you dare talk back to me? Believe me, I can have you thrown out right now. The young man, also arrogant, knew Bond was Isaiah's former subordinate and capable, but so what? He immediately called his guards. I order you to throw this guy out now. They hesitated, glancing awkwardly at Bond. These guards were responsible for protecting the Qin ancestral home, but Bond gave the original orders. Looking at the young man, they asked, Young Master Qin, did you say that again? This young man, Henri, son of Brian, the second elder, was quite arrogant initially. However, when he saw the guards hesitate, he looked at Bond with more caution. Bond's capability wasn't something they could easily handle. If it came to physical confrontation, Bond could probably defeat all of them single-handedly. Want to lay a hand on me, young Master Qin? Be my guest. I'll stand here without moving. Let's see how much courage you have. Bond narrowed his eyes at Henri, who felt extremely embarrassed. Indeed, Bond's imposing demeanor had silenced him. Chapter 111. The Qin Family Ancestral Residence. Bond had come here today for two reasons. One was the Tianqin District project, and the other was to stabilize the entire Qin family as soon as possible. Before this, he was busy with other matters and did not pay attention to the issues within the Qin family. However, during a discussion with Mitzi yesterday, Bond suddenly remembered an important matter. After Isaiah's death, the Qin family became leaderless and eventually fell into Dash's hands. Yet, it was truly Anthony, the second son of the Qin family, who hastened this downfall. Mentioning Anthony, one could only think of a short-sighted fool. If not for him, the Qin family would not have met such a tragic end. Bond came here today to prevent this from happening. For now, Bond remained relatively calm. Observing Bond standing there seemingly angry, Henri felt like he was on the verge of a volcano. Although he couldn't help but feel furious, what good would his anger do? Bond treated him as nothing more than a speck of dust. The gap between them was too great. Even if Henri risked everything today, he couldn't harm Bond. Looks like young Master Qin still lacks the courage to lay a hand on me. If so, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that are none of your business. If you disappear from my sight now, this can be considered never having happened. But if you insist on getting involved, don't blame me for not warning you. At this moment, Bond's expression darkened. As the saying goes, evil shall be punished by greater evil. Henri always thought he was impressive, relying on Isaiah's backing, no doubt committing numerous misdeeds. However, he never anticipated Bond to act so directly against him. Seeing Henri standing motionless for a long time, Bond strode over confidently and looked down at him. I've met many powerful people. They don't just talk without action like you. Henri was thoroughly intimidated by Bond and stood there speechless. Bond then proceeded with Mitzi to the deeper villa within the ancestral residence. Inside the villa, several people were already prepared. They knew Bond would come today but weren't sure of his intentions. Despite their preparations, a chill still ran down their spines upon seeing him. Some were familiar with Bond since he used to work closely with Isaiah, and thus many in the Qin family knew about him. Didn't Isaiah say that no one from his company should come here? Now you openly bring them here, disregarding what Isaiah said before? Anthony didn't acknowledge Bond but instead targeted Mitzi, as if she had brought everyone here against her will. Second brother, after elder brother's death, Bond has been assisting me in various matters. The company needs his help to handle many issues right now. Facing Anthony, Mitzi remained calm as ever. While he saw himself as capable, in Mitzi's eyes, he appeared incredibly immature. I know that after elder brother's death, the company has many matters needing attention. But isn't our family large enough? Can't someone else handle these tasks for you? Anthony's eyes sparkled with smugness. He had expected this argument and was well prepared. They had long desired the company's assets. Having it controlled by outsiders would make anyone suspicious. Given a proper opportunity, they would seize control at once. This was their golden chance. A few others nearby echoed his sentiments. Sister-in-law, second brother is right. Is it necessary to involve outsiders for such matters? We Qin family members have the capability to manage this. Hearing these words, Mitzi sneered. Do you think this is a game where mere words solve problems? Their nonchalance infuriated her. Qin family's current status owed much to their contributions over the years. The Qin group has provided generously for all of you, allowing extravagant lifestyles. This should suffice. My goal today is simple, to reclaim or dilute your shares in the company. You will still receive dividends annually, and I assure that the Qin family will never go hungry. But if you attempt to leverage this situation to claim Qin group shares, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Mitzi realized talking to them was futile. The solution was simple. Be firm and show them that she wouldn't be trifled with. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Those who spoke up dared not contradict her further. However, Anthony wouldn't give in. Sister-in-law, I don't understand what you mean. Even if elder brother died, Qin group should belong to us, not you, Mitzi. Mitzi was taken aback by Anthony's stance. She had expected cowardice from him but instead found defiance. This made her observe him more carefully. But regardless of what he said, the decision rested with her. Then Bond spoke. We're giving you a chance to relinquish voluntarily. If we take it by force, it won't be as easy. His gaze swept menacingly over the group, conveying his threat unmistakably. Chapter 112. So, your hemorrhoids are better now? Second brother, you're still hung up on the shares of Qin Corporation after all this talk, Mitzi said pointedly. Do you think that even if I handed over Qin Corporation to you, things would change? Anthony sneered. Of course. With the capable people under me, what can't be done? Big sister, if you don't trust me, why not let me try managing Qin Corporation for a few days? Just like this boy said earlier, we are indeed discussing matters with Big Sister. But if it really comes to an awkward situation, nobody will save face. Anthony looked smug as he spoke. He was confident Mitzi wouldn't dare escalate the conflict, making his plan straightforward. You claim you have capable people who can run the company? All right then, introduce me to whoever can achieve this. Anthony seemed prepared. Upon hearing Mitzi's words, he immediately beckoned someone from the side. Upon seeing this person, not only did Mitzi almost lose her temper, but Bond also wore a stunned look. The fool, Anthony, had actually called Dash to their ancestral home. Bond was surprised to see Dash. He had worried about Dash intervening at a critical moment, so he made Gary and the four protectors severely beat him. This way, everything could remain under control. But Bond never expected that despite being beaten to such an extent, Dash would still dare to get out of bed. Miss Sue. I am the assistant specially hired by Mr. Chen. If there's anything you need, Miss Sue, feel free to discuss it with me. Dash glanced at Mitzi, looking smug. It was clear he had done his homework. No matter what questions Mitzi might ask, he had answers ready. But Mitzi didn't bother with that. She just stared at Anthony. Do you know this guy beside you is the one who orchestrated your elder brother's death? You are brothers, after all. If it weren't for your elder brother, how could any of you enjoy good lives today? The scene before her was nearly shattering her worldview. Even if Mitzi believed everyone had the right to choose, she couldn't accept such an outcome. Over the years, Anthony had received countless favors from Isaiah. Yet, in the end, he stood with Isaiah's enemies, a stark irony. Only Bond remained calm. Because Isaiah was such a beast in his actions, those around him naturally followed suit. They knew the situation, but chose to ignore it. For Anthony, the most important thing now was securing the shares of Qin Corporation. He hadn't made a move until now because he had received guidance from an expert who informed him that internal conflicts within Qin Corporation were still ongoing. Only once everything settled could they make their move to seize the Chunghua. Note, the word fruit at the end seems out of context and may be a mistranslation of Chunghua, which means results or achievements. I have adjusted this in the edited translation. And indeed, Anthony did well. Bond had just resolved all the internal issues of Qin Corporation. If Anthony reclaimed the family shares now, it would be excellent for him. To gain a little benefit, you've forgotten the murder of your own brother. You truly are a fine second brother to your elder brother. But if you think you can take everything from me, you're dreaming. Today, I stand here, and regardless of what you say, I will never agree to any of your demands. Facing Anthony's unreasonable demands, Mitzi's stance was clear. No matter what they said, she wouldn't allow them to take what was hers. Running a company was already hard enough without having to deal with this kind of internal pressure. At that moment, Dash chuckled. Miss Sue's point is valid. But don't forget, these are Mr. Qin's inheritance. His will stated a significant amount of money or shares would go to his siblings. Now, you keeping it all for yourself doesn't seem fair, does it? Initially, Bond suppressed the Qin family because the cause of Isaiah's death wasn't clarified. However, a year has passed, and this matter needed resolution. Consequently, the Qin family began stirring up trouble, exacerbated by Dash's instigation. Today's situation wouldn't be easily resolved. Dash glanced at Bond, a clear challenge in his eyes. He didn't want to come, but failing to do so would disrupt plans, so he rushed here. Who knew the hardships Dash endured on his way to Qin family's residence? But to Dash, any suffering was worth it as long as he held onto Qin family's shares. Bond sighed. These matters don't concern you, and you needn't involve yourself. I didn't expect you to be so foolish. Do you think you can change the outcome with your limited capabilities? I suppose your hemorrhoids aren't fully healed, Dash? Feeling preempted by Dash, Bond was genuinely irked and instinctively mocked him. Hearing Bond's remark, Dash's expression turned embarrassed. It hit his sore spot. Humph, what business is it of yours if I'm sick? Bond, I'll see how you convince them today. Bond shook his head. No, I won't try to persuade them. That method is too inefficient. Hearing this, Dash's eyes widened. What did he mean? Was this kid going crazy? As Bond spoke, a group of people suddenly emerged, bodyguards he had arranged beforehand. Their initial task was to ensure everyone's safety within the Qin family, but now they were Bond's tools. Dash, do you think I didn't guard against you? With the boss away, you think you can snatch the family property? Dream on. As long as I'm here, you won't succeed. Bond stomped his foot, and the bodyguards followed suit. Hashtag chapter 113, choose one. The scene immediately became extremely intense. Anthony felt as if his head had split into two. What was going on? He had originally thought that both sides would only engage in friendly negotiations. As long as they could present reasonable arguments, he believed that Bond and Mitzi had no reason to reject them. But who could have thought that Bond was not playing by the rules at all? You can try to compete for the family assets, but first, you have to defeat Bond. Dash was filled with hatred as he looked at the people behind him. If he hadn't been injured, these people wouldn't stand a chance against him just by moving his fingers. But now, he was injured, and there was nothing he could do but watch helplessly without any solutions. Bond seemed to understand what Dash was thinking. Don't even think about helping. You might as well sit down properly, Bond said, stepping forward and grabbing Dash's shoulders, pushing him forcefully back into the chair. Ah! Dash's eyes turned white from pain, almost fainting on the spot. But Bond acted as if he hadn't noticed Dash's expression of agony. At the end of the day, this is a matter for the Qin family. It has nothing to do with you. You can just watch from here. Anthony glared at the bodyguards beside him, loudly questioning. What are you doing? Have I ever treated you poorly? Now, are you planning to rebel? Just then, Francisco came out smiling. What you're saying is a bit misleading. Even if we had 10 times more courage, we wouldn't dare do such a thing. But today, we're here to speak truthfully. Francisco laughed. Bond stood beside Mitzi. That's right. We're here to talk things out. Dash tried to get up. If it's about talking, let's talk. Why bring so many people here to scare us? We have. Before he finished speaking, Francisco forcibly pushed him back down. The intense pain made Dash's eyes go white again, almost causing him to pass out. Mitzi and Bond struggled to suppress their laughter. They couldn't believe how pathetic the situation had become. And yet, Bond still maintained a polite demeanor. Now everyone can see our attitude. So, I hope we can resolve matters within the Qin family amicably. The Qin Corporation is preparing to handle the Tianjin District project, which requires everyone's support. If you don't want to hand over your shares, you can keep them, but everyone must vote on this decision. His words immediately silenced everyone in the room. This project wasn't something that could be accomplished just by talking. Its complexity was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Even though Anthony wasn't very familiar with this area, he knew from the moment he heard Tianjin District that this was an unmanageable territory. Considering that none of the 4 major families in Jiangxing dared to touch it, how could Bond have the audacity to do so? Bond, if it were any other project, I might understand, but I truly don't get why you'd think of tackling Tianjin District. I admit that in terms of company management, we may indeed be lacking, but that doesn't mean we're fools. Do you really not know what the Tianjin District project means? Anthony questioned loudly, unable to comprehend where Bond's audacity came from. It was clear Bond didn't consider them worth much. At this point, Mitzi continued. This isn't Bond's decision but mine. The reasons for choosing the Tianjin district project aren't relevant to you. Your choice is simple. Either you continue holding onto your shares, voting on this decision, or you transfer your shares at market price. I will buy them at double the value. But after that, Qin Corporation's future development will have nothing to do with you. Mitzi spoke calmly, showing no signs of expecting any unexpected developments. She knew that once Bond took over, the future of the Qin family would take a different path than what they imagined. Anthony didn't want to give in so easily, but looking at those guarding him and then at Bond standing beside Mitzi, he was unsure how to proceed. He wanted to refuse, but he understood Bond's clear stance: obey and thrive, resist and perish. If they complied, a good outcome awaited. But if they didn't give Bond face, the consequences were predictable. Ultimately, we're still family. Regardless of how Isaiah viewed this, I still don't wish for internal strife. You may think I've taken everything from Isaiah, but remember, it will all eventually fall into Damien's hands. Anthony's hands trembled. He seemed ready to concede. But at that moment, Dash interjected. Lord Qin, think carefully. Once you give up on the entire Qin Corporation, it will have nothing to do with you. What can you do with just that money? Only controlling the entire Qin Corporation can truly change your fate. Anthony shot a cold look at Dash. Was this kid's brain broken? Didn't he see the current situation? If he really had this choice, how could he choose to give up at this time? But the problem was, the situation left them no room for choice. Not only did Francisco and his bodyguard stand guard, but even Bond alone was beyond their ability to deal with. Furthermore, they were clueless about the inner workings of the Qin Corporation, making it impossible to snatch everything away from Mitzi. At this moment, Bond's lips curled slightly upward. Indeed, as he had guessed, because he didn't intervene before, Mitzi ended up completely demoralized, giving Dash a chance. But now the situation was different. Dash wouldn't have another opportunity. Dash clearly realized this and was filled with anger. How could Anthony give up so easily like this? Hashtag chapter 114. The power of intimidation. Mr. Yi, I asked you to come here to help only out of my personal will. And the main party is me, not you. So I hope Mr. Yi can understand the reality and not overstep your boundaries. Anthony cast a cold glance at Dash, with a hint of threat in his words. If it weren't for Dash, they wouldn't have made such decisions. Much of their current predicament was due to him. Dash felt like crying. What kind of situation was this? He had been doing them favors, yet now he was despised by all of them. He was being treated as if he owed them something. Thinking this, his anger grew. Anthony, I came here to help because I know what I should do. But now, you are backing down just because of someone else's words, which is ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Even if Bond really orders his subordinates to attack you, would he dare to kill you? Dash grew more agitated. It was often said that one should fear incompetent teammates, not godlike opponents. Indeed, Anthony was an incompetent fool who might not even realize the gravity of the situation. Dash, stop spouting nonsense. I'm a good citizen. I wouldn't hurt anyone. Don't try to put me in an awkward position, Francisco, right? Francisco nodded seriously, almost making Dash believe him. Not hurting others? What about those henchmen standing around, doing nothing? After finishing, Bond came to Dash's side, took out a paddle from somewhere, and slapped it hard on Dash's buttocks. I heard you were injured and hospitalized yesterday. How could you recover so fast? Dash didn't respond. He knew Bond's visit today would bring trouble. So, he took some medicine to temporarily stabilize his injuries. The internal conflicts within the Qin family provided Dash a great opportunity. Everything should have gone smoothly. But no one expected that Anthony and his gang would be intimidated by Bond. Moreover, Bond's attitude this time was unusually tough. This wasn't right. After all, Bond was just a Qin family underling. Where did he get such courage? Worse, that slap reopened his wound. Standing was unbearable. Even sitting caused extreme pain. Seeing Dash suffering, Anthony didn't dare to resist. Bond was genuinely dangerous, ready to act on threats. Bond, I know things must be tough for you now. As Qin family members, we will stand with you. How about this? We'll give up our shares. What do you think? The wise adapt to circumstances. Bond might not dare to kill him, but he would definitely order a beating. Anthony feared death and pain. With Isaiah dead, various factions emerged in the Qin family, led by Anthony. But now, with Anthony surrendering, no one dared pursue the matter further. They weren't fools. If Anthony gave up, why should they argue? Dash was furious. What stupidity. You're giving up on a golden opportunity. No wonder Isaiah didn't let you manage the business. You're just a bunch of fools. Unable to hold back his anger, Dash vented. Seeing this, Francisco kicked him, sending him sprawling on the ground. Hiss. Dash drew in a sharp breath, his trembling finger pointing at Francisco. Great. You're truly great. I'll remember you, Francisco. Don't. Francisco's expression turned sinister. What? Are you going to touch me? Dash bit back his retort. He wouldn't stoop to quarrel with scum like Francisco. Mitzi placed a contract on the table. Gentlemen, review the terms. If there are no issues, sign your names. Like Isaiah promised you, I, Mitzi, will honor those terms. Although the shares won't be in your hands, as long as the company profits, you will receive your share. Anthony smiled. Brother-in-law, what are you saying? We're all family. Let's work together. He was smart enough to change tactics once he realized the situation. Surprisingly, the board meeting ended smoothly, largely thanks to Bond. Dash glared at Bond but couldn't do anything. Bond had cut off all possible escapes. Thus, Anthony and the Qin family signed the contract, ridding themselves of a troublesome issue. Dash left grudgingly, powerless against the outcome. All options have been exhausted, he thought. There's no way I can change the final decision. Brother, are you just going to let this slide? Natalia whispered. Are we really handing over the Qin Corporation like this? Anthony sighed. What choice do we have? Didn't you see how effective Bond was compared to brother-in-law? If it were only her, it would be easier. What can a woman do? But now it's Bond. They must be connected. Natalia asked. If that's the case, why? Anthony sneered. Do you know what they're doing? Investing in the Tianxin District Project. Chapter 114. The Power of Intimidation. Mr. Yi, I invited you here this time purely based on my personal wishes. And the main actor is myself, not you. So I hope Mr. Yi can recognize reality and not overstep your bounds. Anthony cast a cold glance at Dash, his words laced with a veiled threat. If it weren't for Dash, they wouldn't have made such a decision. Much of their current predicament was due to Dash. Dash felt like slapping his own face in frustration. How could he be treated this way? He had come here with good intentions to help them, only to be looked down upon by the entire family. He wasn't some charity case. Thinking about this, Dash's temper flared up. Anthony, I came here to help because I knew what needed to be done. But now, you're backing down just because someone said something. Isn't that laughable? What kind of people are you? Even if Bond really orders his men to attack, does he dare to kill any of you outright? As Dash spoke, he became more agitated. It was always easier to deal with a formidable opponent than incompetent teammates. To think, Anthony was indeed an incompetent fool who hadn't even realized the gravity of the situation. Hey Dash, stop talking nonsense. I'm a law-abiding citizen and would never do anything violent, Anthony retorted. Don't try to put me in a difficult position, Francisco, right? Francisco nodded earnestly, almost convincing Dash for a moment. But then he thought, if Anthony didn't do anything violent, why did he need so many thugs around? Were they just there to decorate? After saying this, Bond walked up to Dash, pulling out a board from somewhere and striking it against Dash's injured buttocks. I heard you were in the hospital with injuries all day yesterday. Better already? Dash remained silent. He suspected Bond was deliberately targeting him. Knowing Bond was coming today, he had anticipated trouble. So he took some medication to temporarily stabilize his wounds. The internal conflict within the Qin family was Dash's best opportunity to succeed. Initially, everything seemed smooth, but no one expected Anthony and his gang to be intimidated by Bond. Even more surprisingly, Bond showed an unusually strong attitude. This was very unusual. A mere underling of the Qin family shouldn't have this much courage. Moreover, that strike caused his wound to reopen. Now, standing was painful. Sitting would be unbearable. Beside Dash, Anthony dared not retaliate. They couldn't afford to provoke Bond, who wouldn't hesitate to use violence. Bond, we understand how tough things must be for you. As members of the Qin family, we should stand united. How about this? We'll hand over our shares. What do you think? Prudent people adapt to circumstances. Bond might not kill him, but he could certainly order his men to beat him senseless. Anthony feared death, but also pain. After Isaiah's death, the Qin family had different voices, mainly led by Anthony. But now that Anthony admitted defeat, others wouldn't pursue the matter further. No one wanted to challenge the new status quo. Dash fumed internally. Stupid. Absolutely stupid. A golden opportunity has been wasted. No wonder Isaiah didn't let you participate in managing Qin Group. You're all idiots. Dash vented all his frustrations. Francisco, seeing his rage, kicked Dash to the ground. PSK. Dash gasped, pointing trembling fingers at Francisco. Fine, you're excellent. I will remember you, Francisco. Don't let me catch you again. Francisco sneered, revealing a menacing expression. What? You dare touch me? Dash bit back his words, realizing arguing with such a person was futile. Mitzi placed a contract on the table. Everyone, review the content. If there's no problem, you can sign your names. The shares may no longer be in your hands, but as long as the company still distributes dividends, you won't be left out. Anthony smiled. Big Sister Sue, don't say that. We're all one family. Any issues can be resolved through discussion. Anthony understood he couldn't solve this alone and had to seek alternative ways. Mitzi hadn't expected the board meeting to resolve so smoothly, thanks largely to Bond's involvement. Dash glared at Bond, powerless to change the outcome. Bond had cut off all possible countermeasures. So, Anthony and the rest of the Qin family obediently signed the contract. The troublesome issue was finally settled. Dash could only slink away, acknowledging his failure. He had tried every method. Natalia asked quietly, Brother Guoyu, are we really giving up the Qin Group? Anthony sighed. What else can we do? You saw how easily Bond handled everyone. If it were only Big Sister Sue, we could manage her. What can a woman do? But now there's Bond. I suspect he's colluding with her. Natalia pressed on. Since that's the case, why? Anthony sneered. Do you know what they're doing now? Investing in the Tianxin District Project. Chapter 115. The City of Rivers was stunned. Natalia fell silent. You know, no one has truly wanted to participate in this project over the years. Everyone understands it's a bottomless pit. After investing, not only is there no return, but you might also get trapped and unable to extricate yourself. Now that they've gone looking for trouble, why should we follow them into danger? The returns from Bond and Mitzi have been enough. We can reclaim the group when they are in despair later. Wouldn't that be better? Anthony said smugly. He felt his plan was incredibly clever, letting the young man squirm as much as possible. He was eager to see if Bond had any more powerful moves up his sleeve. Hearing this, Natalia sighed in relief. So, second brother has been planning this all along? Indeed, this is the best solution for us, saving us the trouble of opposing them. I really didn't expect them to accept our proposal so easily. Even Mitzi found what just happened unbelievable. She thought they would face various obstacles at the Qin family ancestral home. But thanks to Bond's mediation, everything was resolved successfully. They simply recognized the disparity in strength between us and them. They know their means are insufficient to deal with us, so they chose to negotiate. Otherwise, these people wouldn't give up easily, Bond explained. Having seen through their tactics, he didn't bother commenting on their performance. Now that all obstacles are cleared, we can focus on the Tianxin District project. If we achieve this step, all subsequent issues won't be a concern anymore. For Bond, the key now lay in concentrating on the Tianxin District project. Other matters could wait, but the Tianxin District project needed immediate attention. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully intercepted the Plain Sun's opportunity, rewarded with 10 billion legitimate funds and a spirit back. 100 billion plus storage space? This system reward couldn't have come at a better time for Bond. Initially, he planned to immediately negotiate cooperation with the 4 major families after resolving the issue. And Granville had collected quite a few goo insects, which posed storage and taming challenges. With the spirit bag, it became different. It provided a miniature world that could house many goo insects while allowing Bond to alter its environment as he wished. Although not large, it could be expanded using antagonist points and store a large number of insects, simplifying things and enhancing their power. Thus, when treating patients, he wouldn't need to bring out terrifying insects. Mitzi, still contemplating the next steps, noticed Bond smiling beside her. What's up? Although the family matter is resolved, the startup capital for the Tianjin district project is still an issue. We need to consider continuous investment too. This requires serious handling now. Mitzi spoke seriously, clearly taking the matter to heart. However, Bond seemed unbothered. What are you doing? It's not yet time for us to make a move. Bond replied, don't worry about initial funding. I can put forward another 10 billion. Mitzi stared in disbelief. 10 billion? Who casually has that much money, especially someone who looked like an ordinary bodyguard earlier? Bond, don't joke around. This is a serious investment, not something to talk lightly about. If we're not fully prepared, it could lead to disaster. Her voice trembled, fearing this could fail due to some unknown factor. Rest assured, I'm confident this time. I don't care what others think, but they can't take advantage of me. The Tianjin district project preparation was restarting. It caused quite a stir in the city of Rivers. Many doubted it, given the project's history and the massive upfront costs. The Qin Corporation wasn't in the same league as the 4 major families, so few believed they could succeed. Despite rumors, the 4 families watched closely, initially suspecting the Qin Corporation's efforts were mere pretense. But over time, they began to believe there was more to it. You mean this boy was determined from the beginning, not joking? Ebenezer asked Opal, one of their rare meaningful conversations. Opal glanced up. I told you before, once he decides something, it doesn't change. The Tianjin district project was always part of his plans. Though Ebenezer still had doubts due to the enormous required investment, estimated at least 30 billion initially. Even if the Qin Corporation was doing well, meeting this requirement seemed unlikely. Despite initial activity in Tianjin district, nobody could fully trust Bond's success until the last moment. Opal smiled, seeing Bond's success so far. Regardless of Ebenezer's skepticism, she would invest first in Tianjin district because of love. Chapter 116. The gathering of the 4 major families. The same events were unfolding simultaneously in various locations. Bridget had just returned home and was also subjected to a barrage of questions. A while ago, you said the Qin family would undergo a transformation. And indeed they did. Now the Qin family is preparing to take over the Tianjin district project, claiming they've already negotiated with the responsible party. Is this really true or not? Casper stared at Bridget, seriously asking her. Dad, I don't have any special relationship with that guy. What good would asking me do? He proactively revealed information to me last time, but this time he clearly considered it very important and didn't tell me at all. Casper still found it unbelievable. This project requires an initial investment of billions. I admit the Qin family has the power, as it's not easy for them to maintain their position after all these years. But to say that the Qin family can now invest billions in the Tianjin district, I simply don't believe it. Bridget sat down next to him. We'll know soon enough if this is true or not. Anyway, from what we see now, most things are still within our acceptable range. Similar conversations took place all over Jiangqing. Once the original investors of the Tianjin district project heard that Bond was starting construction, they were extremely excited. However, they had become more cautious this time, not rushing to show their emotions so as not to alert Bond. Similar incidents had occurred many times before. Everyone believed that Bond would surely stumble on the Tianjin district project, unable to generate any income in the early stages. It was a bottomless pit, and they didn't believe the Qin family could pull it off. But who would have thought that as the date drew closer, the Qin family actually started construction? 300 billion yuan, taken out without hesitation. This made many people start to wonder if there was another force supporting the Qin family behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could they casually come up with such funds to invest in the Tianjin district project? Something others wouldn't even dare to think about. But even though everyone harbored these doubts, no one dared to ask directly. Now that many people are focusing on the Tianjin district project, which has already begun, there won't be significant problems within the next 6 months. But are you really going to expedite it? Bond nodded. Based on the timeline, in about half a year, the subsidies will come through. By then, we can use this support fund to become the largest commercial group in Jiangqing. These originally belonged to Dash. But now, after Bond's maneuvering, he had successfully seized them for himself. Mitzi didn't say anything more. After seeing Bond accomplish the previously unimaginable, turning the Tianjin district investment into reality, she now thought even if he couldn't continue at an accelerated pace, other opportunities might arise. Days passed by, and 3 months flew by in a blink. During this time, Bond became the focus of attention for everyone in Jiangqing. They all thought Bond wouldn't be able to complete the Tianjin district project, but who would have thought he not only managed it, but also expedited it? When everyone learned about this, they were astonished. It was hard to believe that Bond could achieve such feats. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, this was what happened. Bond was rapidly resolving the situation. Finally, the 4 major families couldn't remain indifferent any longer. They met for the first time ever. Gentlemen, I believe you are all aware of what has transpired. I called everyone here today to prepare for the upcoming challenge. The Qin family aims to capture the Tianjin district project and will soon become the dominant force. Casper smiled at the 3 men before him. So I suggest we also take some measures this time. Azrael laughed. Is that necessary? This boy does have some ability, but I think these actions aren't worth us going to such lengths. The Qin family had always coexisted peacefully with the 4 major families, rarely causing trouble. If mentioned, they only had minor connections with Casper's Ning family. But now, the Qin family's industrial transformation had nothing to do with the Ning family. Thus, they had no valid reason to target the Qin family. Jiangqing's 4 major families haven't changed for years. Do you want Jiangqing to become 5 families in the future? Our 4 families can demonstrate our strength, but adding a Qin family sounds absurd. A small city like Jiangxing having 5 families? Upon hearing this, the expressions on their faces turned awkward. Being the 4 major families sounded impressive, but becoming 5 would be shameful. Casper seized the moment. I know some of you have conflicts with Bond. Yes, I'm talking to you, Long. Azrael laughed awkwardly after being pointed out. Then Casper looked at the other 2. Gaston, Humphrey, what do you think? You don't think we should pay attention to the Qin family, or need to act against them? The 2 shook their heads upon hearing Casper's question. We aren't sure about the Qin family's current situation, but I know that if we want to deal with them, we will have to pay a heavy price. Gaston spoke. Unlike Humphrey, Xiao Meier held the voice of authority in the Xiao family. Gaston controlled the entire Lin family's affairs. However, compared to the other 3 major families, the Lin family was quite low-key, making no significant moves over the years. Yes, if you say you want to deal with the Qin family, then you must tell us how. How do you plan to handle the Qin family? Azrael seized the opportunity to interrogate Casper. Seeing the determination in their eyes, Casper smiled. It's simple. Since the Tianqin district project is progressing well, why don't we cut off his supply chain? This move was utterly devious, but if discovered, it would ruin their reputations. Translation ends. Chapter 117. Dash strikes again. Did you hear? Construction in the Tianqin district has resumed. It's been going on for 3 months already, they say. Really? I haven't heard much about such a significant development. I wonder what's going on. People were discussing this matter all over the streets. They were curious if property prices in Tianqin district would rise after this investment. But someone quickly poured cold water on their enthusiasm. If it were anyone else, it might not matter. But think about it. This time, it's the Qin family who's handling the project. Just what did the Qin family make their fortune from? I believe everyone knows. Even if they've shed their dark past over the years, their inherent ruthlessness can't be changed. You really think these guys will benefit the people? At best, they're just trying to gain momentum through this opportunity and clean up their image. The Tianqin district project will likely turn into entertainment venues under their hands. Benefiting the people is a dream. This statement was met with no objections from others. After all, they had more or less figured out that this was how things worked over the years. These days, while the project in Tianqin district has been steadily progressing, public opinion about you varies widely. Mitzi looked at Bond with concern. Initially, she thought that even if there weren't tangible benefits from this project, at least it could improve the Qin family's reputation. But who would have thought that despite Bond's earnest efforts to help them, many still criticized him. People who didn't know better might think the Qin family was irredeemable. Since we've decided to do this, we shouldn't care what others think. No matter what they say, my resolve won't change. From the start, Bond hadn't intended to change anything through this project. He simply aimed to achieve his goals step by step, ensuring the Tianqin district project was completed within the deadline. Even if it were a half-finished project, it would still be a tremendous help to him. So he never cared much about what people said. At that moment, Francisco hurried in. Brother Lin, I just got some news. The elders of the 4 major families have gathered, probably because they're unhappy with what we've been doing recently. They intend to target our Qin family. Previously, Isaiah had also tried to elevate the Qin family's power but ended up facing challenges from the 4 major families. No matter how strong Isaiah was, he dared not take such risks, so the matter was dropped. Who would have thought that after all these years, when Bond wanted to take over the entire Tianqin district project, these people would again come forward to target them? I was already infuriated last time, and now they dare to meddle again. Do they really think the Qin family is so easy to provoke? Francisco clenched his fists and looked at Bond, gritting his teeth. I think we need to give these guys a harsh lesson. Only then will they understand how to treat us properly. The 4 major families joining forces against him was something he had anticipated long ago. If it were only the current situation, it wouldn't be enough to unite the 4 major families. The real problem lies with Dash. Construction in Tianqin district was moving steadily. Now, Dash lacked sufficient funds. The few billion from that organization had all gone to Bond. Though Dash hated Bond, he couldn't do anything about it. Dash hadn't appeared in Jiangxing lately, and Bond had almost forgotten about this supposed destined hero. But now that the 4 major families were joining forces against the Qin family, Bond immediately realized that Dash must be behind the scenes stirring up trouble. However, even if Dash had plans, whether they would succeed depended on his ability. After all, actions speak louder than words. Dash had his methods, and Bond naturally had his own ways to counter them. Francisco leaned in closer. Brother Lin, I knew you'd have a plan to deal with those old folks. Why don't you tell me how you plan to arrange things? I'll support you wholeheartedly when the time comes. Bond glanced at Francisco. It's good enough if you guys don't cause any trouble. You don't need to get involved in this. But the alliance of the 4 major families can't be ignored. Spread the word, and let everyone know that the 4 major families are uniting against our Qin family. Bond needed to show weakness to draw sympathy, as he was working for the welfare of all citizens in Jiangxing. By presenting himself as a weaker party, he could win public support, which would put immense pressure on the 4 major families. Whether they could withstand this public backlash was up to them. Without a doubt, Bond's most potent weapon was psychological warfare. Regardless of the 4 major families' abilities, they struggled to handle him on this issue. But even so, we can't specifically counteract their moves. Considering the current state of the 4 major families, do they even fear us? Francisco was still somewhat worried. Mitzi felt the same way. Perhaps we should discuss cooperation with them, inviting them to invest in the Tianqin district project together. That might dispel their intention to target us. After all, completing the Tianqin district project required substantial investments, so Mitzi's suggestion wasn't entirely off base. Bond remained indifferent. Letting the 4 major families dictate terms to me? Impossible. Besides, we have nothing to worry about. You don't really think these 4 old men can work together, do you? If the 4 major families truly could act as one, Jiangxing wouldn't be like this. Bond chuckled sarcastically. He didn't take the unity of the 4 major families seriously. Such an alliance was easily broken. What genuinely concerned him was Dash. This guy had been holding back for so long. Surely, he was plotting something malicious. Chapter 118. Good news from Star Group. In the president's office of Star Group, Opal looked at Bond, feeling somewhat puzzled. Normally, if it were her in this situation, she would be extremely anxious. After all this effort, to still face ridicule and distrust, anyone would find that unbearable. Yet Bond's composure was nothing short of astonishing. Even now, as he sat calmly as if nothing pertained to him, it baffled everyone. Aren't you even a little bit worried? Who knows what these guys will concoct next? Opal said with wide eyes. Besides, I heard that the 4 major families in Xiuxian are deliberating how to deal with you. Bridget informed me that Dash is involved. Bond didn't need to actively investigate. Opal ensured he received every piece of information immediately upon thinking about it. Although Bond had anticipated this outcome, confirming it from Opal naturally pleased him. It seems the situation isn't much different from what we suspected, Bond said, his lips slightly curling upwards, betraying no trace of fear in his eyes. The 4 families wish to use this opportunity to crush me entirely, but they've underestimated things too much. Sitting beside Opal, Bond continued, the Tianxin district project has already begun and cannot be stopped. Even if the 4 families unite against me, it won't sway this endeavor in the slightest. He poured himself a cup of tea while speaking. Regardless of what others say, for me, completing each phase of the Tianxin district project methodically is paramount. But there is one thing I wish could get the 4 families to cooperate. Opal interjected, I heard that just the initial funding has left you, and the Qin family financially drained. With continuous acceleration and immense expenditures, you won't keep up at this rate. Bond still held shares in the Xuanhuan group, which could alleviate his immediate problems if sold. However, things weren't yet at such a dire point. If it comes to that, I'll have other solutions. But the key now is addressing the issue with the 4 families. While Bond didn't take them seriously, the 4 families were indeed a pressing matter. Though they couldn't threaten him in the short term, ignoring them long term could lead to catastrophic results. Moreover, Bond never intended to undertake the Tianxin district project alone. The required capital far exceeded what he could manage solo. Thus, cooperating with the 4 families was part of the plan. I thought you had everything prepared, but it seems you're not fully aware of the coming challenges, Opal observed, unsure what to say next. As for the Long family, rest assured, as long as I'm here, they won't harm you. Regarding the Ning family, though Morgan has some plans, he can't muster strength quickly. Interrupting her mid-sentence, Bond said, if the 4 families target me now, they won't expose their full strategies. The Tianxin district project benefits the public, so any move against me would attract considerable public attention. Cold Shaw believed the families would act covertly, but Bond had seen through their tactics. If they wanted to halt the project, they need to cut off Bond's business ties. That way, lacking materials and support, the project would indefinitely stall. Initially, the 4 families planned to jointly invest in the project but found out Bond had already signed agreements earlier, leaving them unable to interfere. Frustrated by this, they saw no immediate solution due to Bond's foresight. Cold Shaw, half understanding Bond's explanation, realized his predicament wasn't good. So, what's your plan? Turning to her, Bond explained, to force them into cooperation, the best approach is to expose their plots to the public. Only then will they face significant pressure. Though devious, this strategy seemed fitting. Cold Shaw, initially confused, soon understood. Honestly, few could fathom Bond's resolve. Do you need my help to obtain some critical information? With the entire Long family under her control, concealing anything was impossible for Azrael. He knew of Bond and Opal's partnership, but wouldn't imagine Opal targeting her own family. To proceed with the Tianxin district project, this arrangement is necessary. Sorry for the trouble, Bond said gently. Shaking her head firmly, Opal remained unwavering. Chapter 119. Do you dare touch me? This time, Ebenezer's actions were indeed unreliable. Prior to this, the entire Tianxin district project had been ignored by everyone. You all thought it was a hot potato that no one wanted to handle. Now Bond finally stepped up, taking on the Tianxin district project for the benefit of the people, and it can be said that he spared no effort. Opal knew very well that Bond had made tremendous sacrifices to come up with the initial investment funds. Now, in order to consolidate their own status, the 4 major families could directly besiege Bond. This sounded good in words, but in reality, the means they used were truly repulsive. At any time, I will always stand by your side. I still remember that when I was in my toughest times, you reached out to help me. Besides, I am your woman. If I don't think about my own man, who should I consider? Opal smiled, not feeling that her current arrangements were inappropriate at all. After going through so many events, they had already recognized the reality of the situation. Before coming here, Bond had already known that Opal would definitely help him on this matter. Therefore, even though Opal hadn't expressed her stance before, there wasn't a trace of panic on Bond's face. At this point, Opal shared another piece of good news with Bond. The research for the new energy project originally required at least half a year to succeed. However, our luck has indeed been good recently, and significant progress has been made during this period. According to our investigation, it may take only 1 or 2 more months to enter the practical testing phase. Clearly, this was an encouraging piece of good news. Although Bond had known early on that the project would eventually succeed, the duration of the process remained uncertain. He hadn't expected that the progress from Opal's team would be so perfect, achieving such results in such a short time. That's really great. Maybe you can help me solve my urgent problems. But the key is still to pay attention to the movements of the 4 major families. If they have any changes, let me know immediately. Bond didn't worry about any potential changes down the line. The methods the 4 major families would use next were basically confirmed. So now, Bond just needed to methodically complete his tasks, and other situations didn't need to weigh heavily on his mind. With Opal here to help him, many issues could be resolved promptly. So for the Tianxin district project, even if you face financial difficulties later on, we can quickly assist you with fundraising. After the new energy project succeeds, all parties will place great importance on this project. Opal spoke with a touch of pride. For ordinary people, this wasn't an easy task, but to get to where they were today, they had spent considerable effort. And this time, Without Bond's help, it wouldn't have been so easy. The state of Star Group was something Bond had already calculated. Now they were definitely a target for many people, all hoping to cooperate with Star Group. And because Bond understood this, his mood was quite pleasant. Funding from you guys is the worst-case scenario. But for now, let's drag the 4 major families into the mix. Bond intended to have the 4 major families prepare funds for the Tianxin District project, but not as investments, rather as donations. Achieving this wouldn't be easy, especially making the 4 major families willingly pay for their past mistakes, which required Bond to secretly plan for some time. Each of the 4 major families has their own agenda. When dealing with Isaiah earlier, they did have a fair chance. But dealing with you now isn't that simple, and they have their internal issues too. Opal didn't believe the 4 major families could genuinely unite to deal with Bond. After all, they had too many flaws, and cooperation under these circumstances was already challenging, let alone full unity. After leaving Star Group, Bond felt significantly better. Now, it was time to see how Dash would make his move. At this moment, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Picking up, he heard Dash's voice. Bond, since I haven't bothered you lately, you must think I'm scared, right? Maxwell betrayed the Star Palace organization, and they've already sent their teams to eliminate all traitors. You should understand what this means. What started as a personal conflict between us has escalated into a conflict between you and the Star Palace organization, and all of this is your choice. Of course, if you admit your mistake and apologize to me now, this might turn around. Dash spoke with a self-satisfied tone, as if he had completely grasped Bond's weakness. That's too bad. Thanks for your concern, but I don't intend to collaborate with you. Bond knew Dash would have other tactics against him. Reflecting on it, he probably called his guards around him. Undeniably, as the force surrounding the protagonist, they were numerous, and in Bond's shoes, he'd likely be invincible. Dash's failure despite spending so much time trying to succeed was pretty pathetic. Initially, Bond thought he might be a bit afraid since the Star Palace organization was extremely powerful. As the young master of the Star Palace organization, Dash also knew how terrifying this organization could be. So, he aimed to give Bond a taste of fear as a lesson. But unexpectedly, Bond didn't fall for it. Moreover, according to Bond, it seemed that the so-called Star Palace organization wasn't a big deal to him. Dash, if this is all you've got, save your breath. So what if the opponent is the Star Palace organization? What can they do to me? I'm in Xiuxian now. If I die, the Tianxin District project will have no one to take over. Also, we all signed agreements initially. Even if someone eliminates me now, they won't find anyone else within a short period. So do you think they'll let me die so easily? Bond spoke with certainty, while Dash's face turned grim upon hearing this. He had to admit that Bond was right. Even if they had plans, no one dared to make a real move against Bond now. Chapter 120. The 4 major families have made their move. Good boy. I've known so many people, but you're the first one who dares to be so dismissive of the Star Palace organization. Do you think we can't kill you? Since you're so stubborn, let's see how long it takes for you to pay the price for your recklessness. The call ended, and Bond was somewhat speechless. After all that, Dash had called him just to say some tough words. He had expected Dash to have something more creative up his sleeve. After hanging up, Bond sneered. It seemed Dash was extremely confident in himself. In the following days, nothing unusual happened in Jiangcheng. Until one day, Bond had just woken up when he received an urgent call from Francisco. The Tianxin District project had always been under Francisco's supervision. Bond answered the phone. What's so urgent that you need to contact me right away? On the other end, Francisco quickly said, just now, we received calls from several suppliers saying their goods won't be delivered for a while, and they told us to find alternatives ourselves. But the schedule has been tight recently, and if we don't have backup supplies, what should we do next? Francisco didn't know how to proceed. But judging by the current situation, things weren't looking good for them. Bond had already anticipated this move. He had been wondering when the 4 major families would make their move, but he hadn't expected these guys to lose their patience so soon. You, Brother Lin, shouldn't you be very worried right now? Your tone sounds like you're not concerned at all. Francisco thought Bond would be extremely anxious about the matter and would immediately seek solutions. But who knew that Bond would remain calm, as if everything was part of his plan? This made Francisco wonder if he was overreacting. Bond replied seriously, of course, I know what's going on. I knew long ago that the 4 major families were planning to gang up on us, so I made arrangements early. They think stopping these suppliers will leave us with no options? Bond laughed coldly. Francisco could hear his absolute confidence in his voice. Thinking back, Bond had always been certain in whatever he did. His current calmness meant he definitely had a well-thought-out plan for the upcoming situation. Relieved, Francisco sighed. It looks like Brother Lin already had specific plans for this. I overthought it. Bond smiled. Not exactly, but our difficulties must be known by all responsible parties. Only then will they understand the immense effort required to complete the Tianxin District project. Bond didn't rush into action yet. Instead, he believed it was better to inform others of their situation, allowing him to gradually gain the upper hand. Though unsure of Bond's intentions, Francisco understood that since Bond had decided, he only needed to follow orders without worry. After hanging up, Mitzi beside him asked, it seems the Tianxin District project has run into trouble. Bond nodded. The 4 major families had prepared to confront me. They've just found a suitable opportunity. But trying to pressure me this way is too simplistic. If such tactics could scare me, none of the subsequent events would have happened. Bond understood the situation better than anyone. Others might think he'd be scared or surrender, but for him, it was never an issue. The Tianxin District project has always been progressing rapidly, but this move against you means losing precious time. I think perhaps we should consider negotiating with them. Didn't Isaiah face similar issues before? Mitzi knew Bond wouldn't give in easily, but given the current situation, it might be time to consider alternative approaches. However, Bond was unexpectedly firm on this matter. If I yield this time, they'll use the same tactic every time there's an issue. This may not seem like much in a day or two, but it would be unbearable in the long run. Bond knew that if he gave them this leeway, he'd be the one suffering most from their troubles. He couldn't deal with their constant harassment. So instead of yielding, it was better to confront them openly. He needed to show the four major families that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Your point is valid, but figuring out how to counter the four major families is the most challenging task right now. Mitzi looked at Bond, still somewhat worried. Don't worry, Amberly. Bond gently patted her cheek. We've known each other for a long time, and you know I always have my reasons for doing things. If conceding could resolve this, why would I choose to oppose them? But now it's a contest of who has the better strategy. They think this will pressure me. Let them see what I'm capable of. Seeing Bond's confident expression, Mitzi was momentarily stunned. Managing the Qin Corporation, she understood better than anyone the immense pressure Bond had faced. Most people would have collapsed under such stress. But Bond found the best solutions despite the pressure, earning her admiration. Facing the coercion of the four major families, Bond remained calm, something ordinary people couldn't achieve. Chapter 121. Bravery prevails in a narrow encounter. The Tianjin District project came to an abrupt halt. Within half a day, this news was already splashed across the top headlines of Jiangxing's media. Some people remained calm, as they had anticipated this issue. However, others were now expressing extreme anger. This phase was not originally part of the plan, and nobody could easily accept the current situation. It was promised that the Tianjin District project would definitely be developed. They even allocated so many personnel this time, but who would have thought it would stop again? I heard someone pressured the Qin family behind the scenes, not wanting them to continue developing the Tianjin District project, hence this outcome. This rumor quickly became the dominant narrative. Gradually, more and more people became aware of just how perilous the Qin family's current position was. At this moment, inside the long residence, Azrael was smiling at a few people before him. I've just confirmed, the Tianjin District project has stopped because of a lack of supplies. Without material support, they can't proceed. Bond had guaranteed that the construction would be completed within the specified time frame. Now that he can't fulfill that promise, he will inevitably bring in others to co-develop the project. Ultimately, the four major families still ruled Jiangxing. Once the logistics companies collaborating with Bond learned they would be suppressed along with him, they immediately aligned with the four families. After all, while the Qin family was strong, they still fell short compared to the four families. The four families truly represented the pinnacle of Jiangxing, and rejecting them meant being forgotten. We'll just wait for Bond to call us for help. I'm sure this guy understands the situation. Several people laughed loudly, extremely confident about the present state of affairs. While Bond did have some capabilities, it was clearly insufficient against them. Price quietly said, "What if Bond refuses to compromise with us and insists on his previous stance? How will we respond?" Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned peculiar. If Bond did this, it would mean he was completely insane. Facing such a disadvantage, yet choosing to fight until the end? Bond is smart. He should know better than to do something so absurd. Azrael sneered, not believing things would unfold like that. After all, the logistics suppliers were under their control, and Bond would have to seek their help. Meanwhile, Bond played his part fully. He first called the logistics suppliers to inquire about the situation. These suppliers had long-term contracts giving the four families priority. Thus, any orders from the four families would be fulfilled immediately, robbing Bond of his resources. So, if the four families want to act, I have no way to resist. It seems there is no justice in this world, Bond said disdainfully. The other party was helpless. Mr. Lin, you know we are small-scale operators. If we could choose, we wouldn't want to align with anyone, but given the circumstances, we have no choice. They still needed to conduct business in Jiangxing, which was dominated by the four families. Even if they wanted to cooperate with the Qin family, they had to consider their own capabilities. Bond made several calls with similar results. It seemed the four families had thoroughly planned everything, making it impossible for Bond to proceed without supplies. A skilled housewife cannot cook without rice. With no materials, Bond had to pause the Tianjin District project. This news reached the ears of Edlin, the head of the Tianjin District project. He immediately called Bond to ask what happened. Bond explained everything straightforwardly. However, upon learning the four families were behind the scenes, Edlin fell silent. If it were just minor issues, they could handle them easily. But facing such a massive force was different. The power of the four families in Jiangxing was well known. They couldn't believe they could directly oppose the four families. So, everything involves the four families, and we're still unclear about their next move. Edlin took a deep breath. No matter his initial perspective, he now admitted he might have encountered trouble. Actually, it's quite simple. They just want a share of the Tianjin District project. It seems Mr. Autumn is at a loss to deal with them. Edlin smiled wryly. The four families had existed for so long in Jiangxing. Didn't that speak volumes? Mr. Lin, is there any other way to solve this? Bond directly negated that possibility. All surrounding logistics suppliers have been taken care of by them. Transporting materials from elsewhere means higher costs. The Qin family is already under immense pressure. Increasing costs further, no matter how capable they are, they can't sustain this. If the Tianjin District project stops, what do you plan to do, Mr. Autumn? The four families were pressuring him, and Bond aimed to pressure Edlin. Even knowing he might accomplish nothing, this stance was necessary. Otherwise, the four families would grow even more reckless, and Bond would struggle endlessly. To prevent this, he had to take preemptive action. Edlin fell silent. Taking action? It seemed difficult. But Bond was right. If the Tianjin District project halted, Edlin would also face dire consequences. They were tied together. Translation complete. Please provide the next section of text for translation or any other instructions. Chapter 122. In that case, I won't be polite. The Tianjin District project had always been a thorn in Edlin's side. If he could resolve this issue during his tenure, it would certainly be one of his major achievements and significantly impact his future prospects. This was why Edlin took the matter so seriously, initially thinking that collaborating with Bond would ensure everything proceeded smoothly. If it were the previous Isaiah, Edlin might have reconsidered the partnership. However, Bond's approach differed greatly from Isaiah's. It must be acknowledged that as a young man, Bond not only handled affairs sharply and decisively, but also offered forward-thinking perspectives on key issues. Bond did not disappoint after securing the Tianjin District project. The funds were quickly transferred, and everything was expedited. These actions impressed Edlin deeply and made him increasingly confident in Bond's abilities. However, no one anticipated that at this critical juncture, the four major families would emerge to thwart their plans. Edlin couldn't deny how crucial the Tianxin district project was, yet even he, as the responsible party, felt wary of the four major families. Now what? If this project cannot proceed, it will be a fatal blow for both of us. We must act quickly to find a solution. Otherwise, it will be too late. Even though Edlin usually maintained a calm demeanor, he was now growing anxious. Under no circumstances could they allow the situation to continue unchecked. Bond sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. The four major families are envious. They think we didn't involve them in profiting, so they're trying to coerce us through this means. Getting them to back off is simple. We can choose to give up some benefits to them. Though it sounded despicable, it was the method used by the four major families, forcing others to yield through coercion. This had happened many times before, and was one reason these families had remained dominant for years. Anyone doing business here had to share profits with the four major families to avoid difficulties. Even the Qin Group, being a local enterprise, faced such challenges, let alone the foreign enterprises. I understand how difficult it has been to bring the Tianxin district project to this point. I see the sacrifices you've made, said Edlin. If we concede now, what if they don't honor it, or demand more later? Can we keep retreating? From Bond's perspective, the four major families' actions amounted to robbery, which Edlin found irritating as well. Edlin, however, prioritized finishing the Tianxin district project swiftly over appeasing the four families. Their conversation, though seemingly calm, revealed each other's bottom lines. For Edlin, the Tianxin district project could not be halted under any circumstances, and completing it was essential for his accomplishments in office. If the four major families are insatiable, it would be devastating for the entire project. Even if I agree, the Qin Group cannot. Now, with so many employees dependent on the Qin Group, a halt in work would lead to layoffs, causing unimaginable disaster for Jiangqing. Edlin paused momentarily. Is there any other way? I believe Mr. Lin has thought of something cleverer than me. We can't let the four major families blackmail us so easily. Why don't you tell me your plan and how you intend to handle the four major families? Edlin trusted that Bond wouldn't be as unprepared as others he'd met. He believed this young man had more strategies at his disposal. Bond had been waiting for this moment. The four major families' greed is fueled by someone behind the scenes, orchestrating their alliance against the Qin family. I do have means to counter the four major families, but it may seem unreasonable. But since they started it, I hope Mr. Autumn understands my intentions. It's not what the Qin Group desires but necessary for the Tianxin district project's longevity. Edlin chuckled on the other end of the line. This smart young man. No wonder he could remain calm even now. He already had a solution but didn't want to play the bad guy, dragging Edlin into it. Mr. Lin, since you've got a plan, proceed without hesitation. As the project's supervisor, I'm supporting you fully. Given the contract terms, the four major families' sudden involvement is irrational. They lack any right to intervene. With Edlin's support confirmed, Bond felt no psychological pressure and immediately called Francisco over. Francisco was still coordinating with suppliers. Brother Lin, we're short on cement, sand, and gravel. We've stopped construction. If this continues, it will impact the schedule, affecting our goals. Seeing Francisco's concern, Bond smiled and patted his shoulder. I know, but it's not time for us to panic. Calm down. Bond appeared relaxed despite Francisco's anxiety. As I instructed, spread the word. Let people know who's secretly sabotaging us, preventing construction. Let them see who's the real troublemaker in Jiangqing. Chapter 123. Sometimes, it's just that fast. Bond had already prepared all his strategies and even communicated in advance with Rachel, Bridget, and Isla. Dash intended to use the four major families to pressure Bond so that he would have no choice but to submit quietly. But what Dash hadn't anticipated was that from the very beginning, Bond never planned to give up. With his strength, if the four major families decided to push him to the brink, Bond wouldn't back down. Francisco originally thought this matter would be difficult to resolve, but unexpectedly, Bond really did prepare for the final move. Rest assured, Brother Lin, I'll arrange everything immediately, ensuring it's handled perfectly, Francisco said before turning to leave. Bond wasn't entirely sure how things would develop next, but so far, everything seemed within the realm of what he could predict. Master is truly brilliant, successfully delaying their Tianxin district project by leveraging the four major families. At this rate, Qin Group will only be burning money. Alfonso was flattering Dash. All along, sometimes you need to think strategically. If we directly confronted Qin Group, even we wouldn't gain much advantage. But look at me now. With just a little effort, I can easily control the four major families and make them all go against Bond together. No matter how powerful Qin Group is, can they withstand the combined efforts of the four major families? Indeed, Azrael played a crucial role in this process. Since witnessing Dash's tactics, Azrael genuinely regarded Dash as his future son-in-law and tried every possible way to unite Dash and Isla. But who would have thought someone like Bond would intervene, disrupting everything and leading Azrael to secretly resent Bond? He even tried using his influence to destabilize Qin Group internally. However, his efforts failed because the people with disloyal intentions toward Qin Group that Azrael found were long gone, eliminated by Bond. Even so, the immediate halt in material supply to Qin Group's Tianxin district project by the four major families dealt a significant blow to the company. Dash believed Bond would soon yield, and when that happened, he'd make Bond kneel and beg for mercy. Only then would he restore his dignity. Satisfied with Dash's confidence, Alfonso nodded vigorously. I've noted everything you said, Master. But Master, when do we act? Dash smiled. Of course, when Qin Group can no longer hold on, we'll invest and take shares. Saying this, Dash couldn't help but stomp his foot. Had it not been for Maxwell and those idiots, Dash still would have considerable capital at his disposal, making it easier to deal with Bond. But it wasn't too late yet for Dash. Seeing Dash's serious demeanor, Alfonso nodded approvingly, inwardly praising him for his foresight. Like Dash and the four major families, everyone believed Bond had been pushed into a corner, and the eventual outcome was predictable. Given Bond's current predicament, there was no way he could clarify past events. Ultimately, he would be plunged into greater trouble. Yet, an unexpected change occurred when everyone thought Bond had no solutions left. First, the public opinion in Xiuxian shifted dramatically. Initially, everyone criticized Bond for abruptly halting the development of the Tianjin district project. Under this scrutiny, it seemed as if Bond was some incorrigible villain. But now, media outlets seemed to receive inside information and revealed the true situation openly, making it clear to everyone that Qin Group didn't want to abandon the project. It faced coercion from the local four major families. Without giving them any benefits, Qin Group couldn't continue developing Tianjin district. This revelation garnered widespread support. The Tianjin district project was inherently challenging, but Qin Group took on the challenge to improve the lives of the locals. The four major families had done nothing for Tianjin district for years, yet they opposed Qin Group's efforts and set obstacles behind the scenes. This was unacceptable, and once the truth emerged, online sentiment swiftly turned. Those previously attacking Qin Group now directed their anger at the four major families. The elders of the four major families were clearly out of touch, unaware that modern society didn't need such underhanded tactics to counteract them. Bond used open and strategic moves, leaving no room for denial. After the incident, the reputation of the four major families plummeted, impacting their enterprises as well. Thus, the elderly leaders of the four major families hastily convened. "Have you all heard about recent events?" Azrael asked viciously, looking at the three men seated before him. This outcome was beyond his expectations, forcing him into this desperate situation. Then Eden, sitting nearby, said, "Perhaps we should let this issue rest. If this continues, I fear our reputations won't survive." Eden had a bit more pride and understood the gravity of the current situation, which was spreading throughout Jiangcheng, translated to maintain paragraph structure, tone, and style of the original text. Chapter 124. Can this grudge go unavenged? Not only Eden, but also others, had started to waver in their resolve, especially Humphrey. Originally, he didn't have the entire Xiao family in his hands. He was just fooling around with these people. But now the impact caused by his actions had become extremely difficult for the Xiao family to handle. Rachel repeatedly emphasized that they must settle this matter appropriately. Otherwise, they would face even greater calamities. Realizing the severity of the situation, Humphrey was internally very remorseful. If not for him agreeing to Azrael's request impulsively, the Xiao family wouldn't be in such a mess now. They might have even benefited from the reputational downfall of the other three families. But regret was of no use here. Despite knowing his previous actions were inappropriate, it was too late to reverse the situation. Now, all he hoped was to minimize losses and prevent the situation from worsening further, or he would be unable to answer to Rachel. "I also think so. This kid is indeed capable. Perhaps we should consider a different approach to solve our problem," sighed Price beside him. Just like Humphrey, he valued his reputation highly, being part of a renowned medicinal family. Losing their good name would make them face public criticism. Bond had hit right at their most vulnerable spot. Even though they were fully aware of the situation, they could do nothing against Bond's methods. Azrael, listening to these replies, gritted his teeth in frustration. This damned Bond. It was because of him that his plans kept failing one after another. If he didn't teach this kid a lesson, wouldn't he just become even more arrogant? "When we were hustling in Jiangcheng, this kid wasn't even around," said Azrael angrily. "Now he uses a few tricks, and you're already ready to give up?" Price was furious. Given their capabilities, they did have a chance to deal with Bond. Bowing down now would mean they'd never hold their heads high again. Is it the four major families who are stronger, or is it Bond with his harsh tactics? "We'll see who lasts till the end," declared Azrael firmly. Eden sighed. "We are old men. These matters should be left to the younger generation. Moreover, we were in the wrong initially. Your insistence on taking over the project led to their resistance." Coldly smiling, Eden knew these people better than anyone. As long as everything went according to plan, things would proceed smoothly. "Do you really want to damage your reputations just when you're old?" asked Eden. The others nodded in agreement. However, Azrael remained resolute. "No matter what you think, I won't change my mind. Since Bond threatened me, I must retaliate. These young people think they've grown wings and can challenge us. Now is the perfect time to show that the world belongs to them," said Azrael. "But it doesn't mean we are powerless," he added. Bond wasn't sure what conclusions the patriarchs of the four families reached, but it wasn't the main concern for him. He knew Azrael wouldn't give up easily. Among the four families, Azrael despised him the most. After causing him numerous troubles before, Bond was sure Azrael harbored deep hatred towards him. But Azrael lacked the capability to pose any real threat to Bond, hence his attempt to leverage the power of the four families against him. "Now the online reviews about you are positive. Suppliers are reconsidering working with you," said Mitzi behind him, massaging his shoulders. Feeling the incredible elasticity, Bond was amazed. Lost in thought, Bond pulled Mitzi into his embrace. Feeling relieved, Amberly? Mitzi asked. "Though I know you had a plan for winning the Tianjin district project, it's been tough. Already there have been many problems, and the future is uncertain. Are you really confident you can handle them?" Looking at Bond seriously, she was worried he might encounter trouble. But Bond, as always, was confident. Despite the complex situation, Bond had never lost a battle. "Don't worry. The elders of the four families will try everything to investigate. But soon, they'll realize they can't cope," Bond said confidently. "Before that, I need to take care of something important. Have you ever tried anything in an office?" he said, lifting her chin and kissing her. Mitzi was completely entranced by Bond's magnetic charm. Indeed, confident men were the most attractive, seemingly unbeatable. Chapter 125. "Old Lin, do you want a wife?" "Himph, what a bunch of weaklings. To give in at this crucial moment means we have no leverage against the Qin Corporation anymore." With an angry roar, the ornaments on the coffee table fell to the ground. Azrael was extremely upset. He and Bond had never gotten along well, even planning numerous ways to deal with Bond. Although it did not succeed, their enmity was firmly established. Originally, Azrael planned to use the power of the four major families to quickly resolve Bond. Their earlier efforts were indeed quite effective, successfully cutting off Bond's supplies. If this situation continued, they could make Qin Corporation admit fault, and Bond would be forced to beg for his forgiveness. Everything seemed to be proceeding according to Azrael's plan, and he expected rapid results. But to his great dismay, some key figures backed down at the critical juncture. Their reasons were incredibly simple and almost incomprehensible to Azrael. They were willing to abandon imminent benefits just for a vague reputation. Was that possible? Was it realistic? In any case, from Azrael's perspective, he absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. At this point, Tinsley's mother India said, "Since things have come to this, you shouldn't force the issue. Acting impractically when action is impossible is foolish. You know very well that only the united power of the four major families in Jiangxing can solve this problem. By behaving like this now, aren't you pushing them into opposition with you?" Azrael scoffed. What else can be done? Should I really watch these people waste such a good opportunity? If it were the old Isaiah, it wouldn't matter much since he doesn't have the capabilities. There would be many chances to make him pay. But now, this kid is proving far more challenging than we anticipated. It was clear that Azrael held Bond in high regard. Qin Corporation was currently thriving, and all of this was closely tied to Bond. Azrael worried that Bond might make a significant move in the future, leaving the four major families powerless to react. This was why he agreed when Dash approached him. Forget it, there's no point explaining these matters to a woman. I'm out of here. Azrael left in a huff and reported everything to Dash. Though he knew the four major families couldn't unite fully, the current situation still surpassed Dash's expectations. He initially believed his methods would cause Bond considerable trouble. Unexpectedly, Bond turned things around using public opinion alone. However, Dash showed no signs of worry. Don't worry, Uncle Long. Since I promised you, I will ensure Bond pays for his rashness. I won't go back on my word. His tactics were indeed surprising this time, but I believe this young man isn't a real threat to us yet. Dash's eyes gleamed, rest assured. Leave it to me to handle this. Despite lingering concerns, given Dash's assurances, Azrael could only nod in agreement. After seeing Azrael off, Dash laughed. Luckily I foresaw that this wasn't going to be simple, so I had backup plans ready. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble it would have caused. The current head of Qin Corporation was Mitzi, though many decisions came from Bond, who detested being confined to an office. Thus, Bond sometimes lagged in understanding Qin Corporation's affairs. Following Mitzi's suggestion, Bond decided to hire an assistant to stay informed promptly about Qin Corporation's status, including finances and various other aspects, for better decision-making. When Bond met his new assistant, however, he frowned. Abby? Bond glanced at Francisco beside him, nearly laughing. Upon seeing Abby, Bond knew immediately what was happening. Francisco, are you kidding me? This is the new assistant you hired? Did you explain this to Amberly? Francisco coughed. Is there a problem, Brother Lin? Shouldn't assistants be chosen for exceptional skills, not just looks? I think she fits the role. Clearly, Francisco chose based on Abby's attractiveness, rather than her qualifications. Her beauty clearly impressed Francisco. Bond sighed. Not all tasks should be entrusted to Francisco. Unexpectedly, Abby was here. Bond realized Dash's intentions. Abby was special. She was one of Dash's most loyal female operatives, along with another, who specialized in assassination and remained behind the scenes. Abby was more versatile, excelling in many areas far beyond what foes anticipated. Bond was surprised Dash sent her to infiltrate, unaware that women tended to naturally favor him. Moreover, Abby was also destined for Dash's harem, less important than the main character but still significant if Bond could win her over, aiding in both personal influence and company management. Recalling this, Bond chuckled loudly. Abby looked bewildered, thinking he might be insane. Francisco saw Bond laugh heartily and felt proud. Others said you'd scold me once you knew. I didn't believe it. Brother Lin, with such a beautiful assistant, you must praise me. Chapter 126. This woman has extremely outstanding talent. Bond glanced at Francisco and, without hesitation, kicked him in the buttocks. All right, this time you did a decent job. Go back to your duties. I'll make sure you get your rewards later. After dismissing Francisco, Bond finally brought Abby to his office. He had an office within Qin Group, though it wasn't the CEO's office but merely a small workspace on the top floor, which served as a place for him to touch base. Should you know what the assistant I'm recruiting will be doing? Abby nodded. Mr. Lin, do you need me to show you my resume? Bond shook his head. I have great confidence in my hiring standards. Since you were allowed in, there must be a reason, so I don't need to doubt it much. As for your duties, they're quite simple. Follow my instructions every day to handle all issues effectively. Additionally, ask what should be asked, and don't pry into matters that aren't your business. You might come across very confidential information, but under no circumstances should you share anything that happens here without my permission. This is the most crucial point. Abby nodded seriously, though she sneered inwardly. Didn't expect it, huh? I'm here to spy on you. Bond also didn't anticipate Dash would willingly send Abby here. He was previously concerned about how to deal with the four major families. Now, it couldn't be more convenient. It's like wishing for a pillow while nodding off. For Bond, everything going forward was under his control. Whether it's the four major families or Dash, they'd pay the price for their arrogance. Bond first asked Mitzi to give Abby a brief overview of the current status of Qin Group. When Mitzi saw Abby, she clearly carried some emotions, yet understood that Bond had reached this position. As the de facto manager of Qin Group, it was necessary for her to understand the group's situation, even if Bond couldn't personally oversee everything. Although Mitzi could report to Bond, she was nominally still the head of the Qin family. Acting like a follower would tarnish their reputation. She is currently the chairman of Qin Group. Mitzi introduced herself by stepping forward and extending her hand. Hi, I'm Mitzi, nice to meet you. Bond thought it might take some time and effort for these two to interact, possibly even encountering difficulties. Instead, they seemed like old acquaintances. Caught off guard, Bond had already planned how to foster better relations between them, only to find they had smoothed things out themselves. Mitzi pulled Abby aside. whispering something privately. Indeed, Mitzi's people skills were admirable. Despite Abby's competence, she had always been socially reserved. Facing Mitzi, a seasoned expert, she stood no chance and was easily handled by just a few words. Thus, their relationship naturally improved, which puzzled Bond even more regarding Abby's state of mind. Given that Abby came to steal secrets from the Qin family, logically she should detest those opposing her master. Yet, Abby showed no dislike towards Mitzi and sometimes even appeared sympathetic. This seems off. Allowing Abby here was surprising, but now her attitude towards Mitzi felt even more peculiar. Bond pondered where this situation deviated from expectations. Recalling Abby from the original story, he knew she was a person who hated evil and injustice. Hence, logically, she should despise Bond, viewing him as irredeemably wicked. However, Bond's early demise in the original plot avoided these conflicts. Now, with Bond successfully dealing with Isaiah and collaborating with Mitzi, Abby might perceive Bond as an opportunist manipulating everyone, and Mitzi as a victim forced to cooperate under his coercion. With this understanding, everything became clear. Bond couldn't help but laugh coldly. Clearly, Dash had painted him in dark colors to gain Abby's loyalty. Impressive how Abby maintained her composure around Bond until now. Then Mitzi approached Bond. This girl has a good character and talent. With proper training, she can indeed become an excellent assistant. Bond kept Abby's true identity hidden from Mitzi, knowing the fewer people aware, the easier to manage. So teaching this girl falls on Amberly. I rarely visit the company but must stay informed promptly, especially since public perception has changed. Mitzi readily agreed, recognizing its importance. In the days following, Bond frequently visited the office to observe Abby's progress. Under Mitzi's careful tutelage, Abby adapted well to her assistant role. To celebrate, she invited Bond for a meal. Sensing this wasn't routine, Bond usually declined such offers outright. But this time he accepted. Mitzi's disapproving look during this decision reinforced Abby's suspicions. The chapter maintains a natural, fluent English translation, adhering closely to the original text structure and tone while ensuring coherence and readability. Chapter 127. Came to eavesdrop, did you? Abby quickly led Bond to a rather simple restaurant. However, this place was bustling with people. In Xiuxian, such fly-by-night eateries were naturally very popular among many. Bond still wasn't sure what Abby intended to do. Everything she did up until now seemed so normal that Bond couldn't find any inconsistencies. However, Bond wouldn't believe that it meant Abby had no other intentions. On the contrary, this fact made him more certain that something was amiss with her. Brother Lin, I can only invite you to dine here with my current salary, but rest assured, their food is delicious. Just look at all these people. You know I'm not lying, Abby explained hastily as if fearing Bond might refuse. Do you think I would dislike the food here? Bond asked in return. Abby scratched her head awkwardly. I know someone like Brother Lin usually eats at 5-star hotels and above, but I can't afford such expensive meals, so I can only treat you here. Bond chuckled. I'm not some big shot. Besides, I grew up eating whatever was available. I can't forget my roots now, can I? After saying this, Bond walked in by himself. Abby stood rooted to the spot, surprised by Bond's response. Indeed, Bond still didn't know what Abby was up to. Her actions seemed unrelated, leaving Bond clueless. Just as he was about to find a place to sit, he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure in his line of sight. Rhea? What was she doing here? Seeing Rhea felt like winning a lottery for Bond. Rhea, the only young lady from the Lin family who hadn't inherited the family business, was being groomed by her father, Eden, to take over the family enterprise, but she had rejected everything. It seemed Rhea had one goal, to become a harbinger of justice. To this end, she joined the investigation team and solved several difficult cases easily, earning her fame in Xiuxian. Most of her followers were elite members of the investigation team. Logically, Bond and Rhea shouldn't have anything in common, though he knew she was destined to be part of Dash's harem. But why was she here now? Considering her status, it was unlikely she'd casually visit such a small restaurant, especially today when he and Abby happened to eat here. It all seemed too coincidental. Bond finally understood why Abby brought him here. Given her status, Abby couldn't invite him to a 5-star hotel, but finding a private space for dining wasn't a problem. However, if they chose somewhere private, no one would overhear their conversation. Recently, Bond had been targeting the 4 major families. Although Rhea didn't care about the family business, it didn't mean she'd stand by while others bullied her neighbors. Despite her father's low profile, he never did wrong. Thus, Rhea was likely here to gather evidence against Bond to tarnish his reputation. Bond could hear their scheming plans even from 10 miles away. So, you're trying to trap me into revealing something incriminating. Interesting. Bond sneered inwardly, but pretended to be oblivious. The arrangement confirmed his suspicions. Bond and Abby's seating was near Rhea and 2 others. A man wearing glasses who looked bewildered, and a woman Bond recognized well, the top journalist Autumn from Xiuxian. She had uncovered the secrets of numerous prominent figures. Clearly, Bond was their target, and this combination made sense. Unbeknownst to them, Bond was already aware of their plan but kept quiet. If they wanted to play games, Bond would play along. What a lively place. When I was little, I used to love coming here, but it's hard to find someone willing to eat with me now, Bond said nostalgically as he poured himself a cup of hot tea. From his tone, it was clear he truly missed those days. Bond longed for simpler times. If he had the choice, he would prefer not to be in this strange world without the curse system. Just a simple life. Nothing wrong with that. Abby poured him a glass of wine. Brother Lin, if you want to come again, will you invite me? I like this atmosphere. It feels like home. As she spoke, her face showed a hint of sadness, but she quickly plastered on a smile. An orphan, she was adopted by Luoyang at a young age and trained under Dash. Though Abby excelled in various aspects, her emotional intelligence and social skills were initially lacking. Over time, these improved, and she was mostly indistinguishable from an average person. This performance surpassed Bond's expectations. Chapter 128. Entrapment? Are they trying to get me drunk and then pry information out of me? Interesting. Bond thought to himself, understanding the intentions of both parties. To them, the truth about the feud between the four major families and the Qin group might not be important. They already knew what the Qin family used to do, and now they certainly wouldn't believe that a group which grew by oppressing ordinary people would suddenly start doing things for their benefit. Everyone knew how crucial the Tianqin district project was. If it failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, Bond alone controlled the entire Tianqin district project and had signed a very detailed contract with the project's manager. This directly prevented anyone else from developing Tianqin district for many years, as all rights were in Bond's hands. If the Qin group abandoned the development of Tianqin district at this critical juncture, how many people would lose hope? It would be worse if the project remained idle and then fell into Bond's hands. Sure enough, everything that happened next confirmed Bond's suspicions. Abby intended to get Bond drunk, and she knew he couldn't hold his liquor well. I didn't expect you, a girl like you, to have such a good tolerance for alcohol. It's a pity you're just my assistant. You should be Sherry's secretary. When Bond mentioned Mitzi, Abby's eyes changed noticeably, revealing clear hostility. Indeed, she considered him an antagonist to Mitzi. But explanations weren't necessary right now. Half an hour later, Bond leaned over and collapsed on the table. Ria immediately gave a signal and took out a voice recorder. Abby quickly asked, "Brother Lin, are you still conscious?" In a dreamlike state, Bond responded firmly, "Conscious, definitely conscious. Do you think I'm so easy to bring down?" Bond's speech was clear, not like someone who was drunk. "Brother Lin, why did you take on the Tianqin district project? Amberly told me it's a thankless job, and because of it, you've become the target of many people in Jiangqing." At this point, Abby showed her true colors. After confirming Bond was genuinely drunk, she cut to the chase. Beside her, Ria was pleased with the situation. Since Bond appeared truly intoxicated, they didn't worry about any unexpected twists. The Tianqin district project is indeed thankless, but what does that matter? So many people are waiting for homes there. When Bond said this, the women around him stared in disbelief. They couldn't imagine such words coming from a street thug. Abby had always thought Bond developed the Tianqin district project for huge profits, pushing the Qin group to take risks. She didn't expect him to care only for the people. Was this the kind of person the Qin group's Bond should be? This doesn't make sense. Isn't this guy supposed to be an incorrigible rogue, doing everything for personal gain? What he just said doesn't match that. The reporter Autumn, beside Ria, whispered, "People talk freely when drunk. That may or may not be true. Keep asking." "I don't believe this kid is flawless," Ria said confidently. Unbeknownst to them, while they were trying to entrap Bond, he observed their behavior carefully. Abby continued questioning, aiming to find Bond's weakness and confirm he was a bad person. Unfortunately for them, Bond wasn't going to let them succeed. Moreover, since regaining control of his body, he hadn't done anything bad. Even though the original owner did some questionable things, none were unforgivable crimes. Mostly under Isaiah's command, he was just a soldier following orders. After becoming close to Isaiah, the original owner began distancing himself from these activities. Thus, he wasn't nearly as terrible as they imagined and could even be considered a decent person to some extent. This became truer after Bond took over the body. Initially, they doubted Bond's statements, but as time passed, they found all his answers logically consistent. It was clear Bond had anticipated the worst and wouldn't hesitate if the Tianqin district project jeopardized the entire Qin family. "Why did you choose to sign the agreement at such a crucial moment if everything you do is for the people?" Abby referred to the contract Bond signed with Edlin. Once the Qin group secured the Tianqin district project, no one could join without their approval. Edlin agreed immediately to expedite the project. Now, this contract made the project extremely difficult, and the four major families could no longer force Bond to give up unless he died, keeping everything under the Qin group's control. Without Qin group's consent, no one else could develop Tianqin district. This was Abby's last question. She didn't believe Bond could justify such a selfish choice. "Now it's serious. This kid's getting drowsy," Abby murmured, frowning. "Think of something. This is our best chance to know the truth," Ria urged. ##### Chapter 129. This is the truth. "I heard you asked Ria to investigate this matter," Azrael said softly while looking at Eden. Eden nodded. "We four major families have always been in it together. I haven't changed my stance on this issue. Since you're determined to deal with Qin group, of course, I will give you some assistance. If this boy is hiding something from us, let him pay the price this time." Eden spoke calmly. Azrael chuckled happily, no longer worried about whether the old heads of the four families could cooperate. If they could make some concessions, everything could be resolved smoothly. Now that's settled. With their combined efforts, we can definitely expose this boy's true nature. Once we reveal Bond's true face online, we can clear our names. The four major families had indeed faced much ridicule recently, but they couldn't find a justified and reasonable rebuttal against their critics, so they placed all their hopes on uncovering Bond's weaknesses. Now, the person in charge was Ria. Azrael knew the Lin family's young mistress well, and understood that entrusting such matters to her was appropriate. Eden smiled. This girl loves investigating things like this. Let her handle it this time. She might dig up more secrets hidden by Bond. Initially, they thought Bond would soon spill all the information, but unexpectedly, he stopped talking at the critical moment. Imagine how anxious Ria and Abby must have felt. Under Ria's urging, Abby took out a pill. Once he takes this pill, he'll only speak the truth. She shoved the pill into Bond's mouth. Sure enough, Bond became much more alert almost instantly. Only in dire circumstances would Abby consider using such a pill on Bond. After all, making these pills required complex materials, and using them on him seemed wasteful. But to fully investigate the affair of the four families, she had to bear the pain of parting with it. In this state, Bond couldn't resist any of their questions. Seeing Bond regain consciousness, Ria and the others immediately approached, almost shoving a recorder into his mouth. "Why did you sign that contract with Edlin? Were you planning to abandon the investment if others didn't meet your conditions, using the citizens as leverage against those responsible?" Ria slammed the table, her voice cold, but Bond remained calm. "I did this to guard against those with ill intentions. The Tianqin district project is a huge investment and takes a long time. For Qin Group, it's a very risky venture. If we lay a solid foundation initially but have our fruits stolen at the end, it would be a severe blow to Qing Group and highly irresponsible towards the citizens. Journalist Autumn sneered. Indeed, that sounded like a businessman trying to use the public for leverage. If the project was snatched away, it's because others are more capable. They'd better manage resource allocation during the investment. You were eliminated because you couldn't compete. It's survival of the fittest. After journalist Autumn finished speaking, Bond immediately countered. If they're so competent, why didn't they invest in Tianjin District first? That left journalist Autumn speechless. Bond continued. Until now, everything done in Tianjin District has been basic construction, not affecting later development. So once we complete the foundational work, they can directly snatch the project. Instead of building a residential area, they plan to construct a large entertainment city. I have concrete intel that Dash has this plan, even collaborating with the 4 major families to take the Tianjin District project from me. How many people will be displaced then? Did the ordinary folks buy homes in Tianjin District expecting such an outcome? Is this fair to their lifelong savings? Bond's question stunned Abby and Rhea. They thought Bond was a thoroughly evil person, but he spoke as if he cared deeply for the public good. From Bond's perspective, he wasn't wrong. This is impossible. You aren't usually a bad guy. Why would you do this? Abby denied it outright. According to Dash, Bond had committed numerous unspeakable crimes, deserving punishment from everyone in Jiangqing. But how could such a man genuinely care for the citizens? Don't you judge a person just by what they say? To determine if someone is good or bad, look at their actions, not words. Isn't this simple logic? Abby fell silent after Bond spoke. She struggled to accept this new reality. Meanwhile, Rhea asked seriously, is the pill you gave him really that effective? Is he telling the truth? Though reluctant to admit it, Abby nodded. It's a special pill I made. Even trained operatives can't withstand its effects. Rest assured, after this, he will forget everything. Abby whispered. Rhea's feelings grew complicated. Who would have thought Bond could be such a person? They had clearly misjudged him badly before. Chapter 130. Who is the real villain? Initially, they had hoped to get confirmation from Bond that he was indeed a despicable villain. But no one expected that at this critical moment, Bond would say something entirely different from what they wanted. Abby sat there, at a loss for words, while Dash held a glorious and noble image in her heart. Yet according to Bond, Dash was merely a masked hypocrite. All his actions seemed to benefit everyone, but in reality, he only served his own interests. If the drug worked just now, then it proves that this guy is telling the truth, Rhea muttered quietly beside her. Reporter Autumn couldn't believe it. This is just too absurd. You all know what kind of things this guy has done before. A person like him, how could he possibly have such intentions? I think he's not drunk at all. He's just putting on an act for us. Rhea glanced at Reporter Autumn. You should know that people in your line of work must ensure the accuracy of every piece of information they gather. We've already tried our best just now, and still haven't found any flaws in this guy. Reporter Autumn looked angry, while Rhea remained calm. She knew that Reporter Autumn was completely absorbed in the situation. To her, Bond was a notorious rogue who had harmed countless innocent people alongside Isaiah. If she didn't capture Bond now, she wouldn't be able to let go of her resentment. Therefore, she naturally couldn't believe anything Bond had said. She even suspected that this was just a disguise by Bond to deceive them. Believing him would mean falling into his trap. But when she finally voiced these thoughts, she couldn't find any plausible rebuttal. Indeed, you could argue that Bond was acting intentionally, but after multiple verifications, he hadn't lied. Even if Bond were pretending, it would be impossible to deceive Rhea. I know this is hard to accept, Rhea continued, but we have to admit that although Bond appears to be a despicable rogue in our eyes, his actions are far from what we imagined. Everyone thought that Bond's main reason for winning the Tianjin District project was to make a lot of money. But what Bond said earlier overturned all their previous assumptions. His true intention from the beginning wasn't to profit. He merely wanted to provide shelter for displaced citizens. Compared to Bond, they felt ashamed to speak. At this point, Bond had fallen asleep deeply on the table. Rhea sighed. I need to think about this carefully. Please keep everything that happened today confidential. It's best not to spread it around. If it became known that Bond was benefiting the public while the 4 major families were working against him, the consequences would be predictable. Abby nodded, her perception of Bond already shifting. After taking the pill, Bond couldn't lie. That meant only one person was deceiving them. But why would young master lie to me? Abby couldn't figure it out. She moved Bond to a hotel room with some effort, thankful she still had enough strength to carry him. Now alone in the hotel, Abby was perplexed about how to explain the events of the previous day to Bond, especially those words, which pierced her heart. She originally believed that everything Dash did was for justice, but if Bond hadn't lied, then Dash also had his private motives. Abby was straightforward and wanted to confront Dash immediately. Just then, her phone rang. It was Dash. How did tonight go? Did you get effective information from Bond? Dash was closely following the questioning of Bond by Abby. The 4 major families were struggling under public criticism online. Without a way to counterattack, they faced ruin. So Dash pinned all his hopes on Abby. Any damaging information about Bond would help them pressure him. Master, I'm sorry, I couldn't help you today. Up until now, nothing Bond said can be used against him, Abby replied directly. She didn't mention the rest of Bond's revelations. Sometimes asking might not yield results. Though Abby was still puzzled, she believed Dash had his reasons for arranging everything. Ultimately, Bond didn't understand Dash well, so some misunderstandings were natural. What happened? Can't you get any information from Bond? Dash thought everything was going according to plan. Hearing Abby's words shocked him. Did all my arrangements lead to this? We've exhausted all methods, but Bond really isn't aiming for profit. He did everything to provide homes for the citizens of Jiangqing. The moment Abby finished speaking, she heard Dash laugh derisively. Such a fool. Dash realized he had spoken out of turn. I didn't mean you. Bond is more cunning than we thought. Your methods can't uncover his true intentions. Just stay close to Bond and try to find other clues. Dash hung up abruptly, leaving no chance for Abby to respond. Abby looked at the sleeping Bond, recalling Dash's impulsive words. Fool? herself or Bond, who sought genuine benefits for ordinary people. Chapter 131. They are ready to surrender. Damn, it's over. When Bond woke up, it was already early morning the next day. He then found himself lying on the hotel bed and immediately jumped up in surprise. What's going on? Bond only remembered that he had drunk alcohol yesterday, but everything after that was a complete blank. It seems Abby must have used some means to try and get information out of me. Bond gave a cold laugh. He knew exactly what Abby was up to. However, for him, he had nothing to hide. What he had said was all true. The Tianjin district project indeed promised huge profits, but this did not stop Bond from seeking benefits for ordinary people. Moreover, everything he had done was originally part of the Tianjin district project's initial plan. While Bond was pondering this, he saw Abby cautiously knock on the door and come in. Mr. Lin, you drank too much last night. I didn't know how to get you back home, so I arranged for you to stay here. How do you feel now? As Bond's assistant, Abby was reliable in this aspect. Bond rubbed his forehead. My head feels a bit uncomfortable, and I can't remember anything that happened last night. Is there anything you need to remind me of? As Bond asked this, Abby avoided his gaze, even if just for a moment. Bond still noticed, indicating she felt a little guilty inside. Everyone thought Bond and Isaiah were both despicable villains, but from what happened last night, they should understand that Bond is not a bad person. In fact, his actions in Tianjin district were aimed at achieving greater goals. After drinking too much, you fell unconscious on the table last night. So naturally, nothing bad happened. Bond nodded in relief. Thanks for the trouble. Getting me here must have taken a lot of time. Abby smiled. I got 2 others to help. Bond got out of bed and stretched. Since that's the case, we can't miss today's work. The 4 major families are criticized by all the citizens. If they want to salvage their reputation, they only have one choice now. Make a charitable investment in the Tianjin district project. Abby looked at Bond with surprise. Mr. Lin, what if they refuse? After all, what they've done is to meddle in the Tianjin district project. If it's just a charitable investment, there's no benefit for them. Bond laughed confidently. Do you really think the 4 major families are united? You're right, charitable investment gives them no benefit. It's just a form of donation, but it shows they don't oppose ordinary people. At the end of the day, no matter how powerful the 4 major families are, they ultimately rely on public support. Bond could see through the surface to the core of the issue. The current desires of the 4 major families weren't significant to him, and he had plans to handle these people smoothly afterward. Though Abby didn't fully understand, she grasped the general idea from Bond's words. Could the 4 major families be crumbling, unable to continue targeting Bond? If that's the case, their so-called cooperation would indeed be a joke. Looks like Mr. Lin has full confidence. Bond nodded smilingly. Of course, I wouldn't do these things without confidence. As you know, the 4 major families have been under tremendous pressure recently. Some are already compromising and wanting to invest in the Tianjin district project. Abby silently noted down Bond's words. Since someone within the 4 major families had such thoughts, she needed to inform Dash and stabilize the situation first. Bond, of course, knew what Abby was thinking. The 4 major families hadn't contacted him, as they were still in a standoff. Whoever backed down first would jeopardize their objectives. Merely public opinion pressure, at least for now, the 4 major families could withstand. They just needed to find Bond's weaknesses to defuse their own crisis. But Bond intended to make it impossible for them. By exploiting internal conflicts within the 4 major families, he led to the previous conversation. Abby naively believed Bond hadn't seen through her identity, so she took his words as absolute truth. Upon receiving this news, Dash nearly destroyed his house in rage. These old men are short-sighted, not seeing the future clearly. Now is the time to unite against the Qin group, yet some are secretly considering surrender. Do they think admitting their faults will gain forgiveness from the Qin group? Drew, witnessing Dash's state, dared not say a word. It was the first time he'd seen Dash so angry, indicating today's events deeply affected him. Don't worry, Lord. Even if a few have ideas, they can't achieve much in a short time. Bond won't believe the 4 major families would cooperate so quickly. Hearing Drew, Dash sneered. You're right. But if they prepare for charitable investments in the Tianjin district project, even a small amount of money can alleviate the public pressure they're under, which is perfect for those old men. In Dash's mind, the top choice was Humphrey, who couldn't control the entire Xiao family. If pressured by Rachel, he would have to compromise. Dash immediately said, help me contact them. No matter what, talk to them personally, making them understand the gravity of the situation. We cannot allow the Qin group to dominate. Otherwise, we might not get another chance. Chapter 132. Isn't me enough? Bond returned to the company and immediately resumed work as if everything was normal. Abby naively believed that no one knew what had happened last night. However, what Bond found particularly surprising was that Rachel actually reached out to him at this critical moment. Miss Xiao calling at this time is quite unexpected, Bond remarked. Although Bond and Rachel had a good relationship, he couldn't deny that the Xiao family had also tried to undermine him. Rachel wasn't sure if Bond knew the full extent of the situation, but it couldn't be swept under the rug. You should know why I'm calling. I wasn't in Jiangqing recently, so I wasn't fully aware of what was happening here. I sincerely apologize for what my father has done. Rest assured, I will compensate for any losses he caused you. Bond laughed. Compensation? Miss Xiao, the Tianjin district project has always been progressing at an accelerated pace. You need to understand that there are many ordinary people who have already purchased homes here in advance but can't move in yet. We are racing against time. This time, your father cutting off my supply chain means a significant delay in the construction schedule. If only I were affected, it wouldn't matter much, but the problem is that many ordinary people are now also impacted. Do you think they should just accept this? Bond's barrage of questions left Rachel at a loss. Mr. Lin, what exactly do you want? At least we've collaborated before, so let's not beat around the bush. They decided to meet at a bar. When Bond arrived, he was led directly to a private room where Rachel had been waiting. Mr. Lin. Rachel stood up and smiled at him. Bond waved his hand casually. Let's get straight to the point. You're here today to resolve the trust crisis the Xiao family is facing, right? Rachel thought Bond might circle around the topic more, but instead, he went straight to the heart of the matter. You're right. This incident has severely tarnished the Xiao family's reputation, and I must take action to prevent further damage. In reality, the Xiao family was the least influential among the 4 major families. Still, Rachel couldn't tolerate this situation. The clients you face mostly aren't directly related to these ordinary people, so the impact on you should be minimal. If you force yourself to take the lead now, you might attract unwanted attention from others. Rachel only scoffed. Though everyone says the 4 major families of Jiangqing work together seamlessly, the truth isn't that simple. Beneath the surface harmony, there's constant strife. No one understood the current situation better than Rachel, so she didn't believe the status quo would continue. I don't seek to compete for titles. I only wish to strengthen the Xiao family business. Rachel was pragmatic. The fame of the 4 major families was given by others. Only what she achieved herself truly mattered. Your insight is commendable, but I assume Dash has already called your father over. What confidence do you have to resolve this without your father's consent? To Bond's surprise, Rachel showed more courage than expected. She placed a bank card on the table. There's 10 million inside. It's all I can offer now, donated by the Xiao family to the Tianjin district project. While 10 million wasn't a huge sum for the Xiao family, Rachel's willingness to come up with such an amount spoke volumes about her commitment. I know this might seem like a drop in the ocean for the Tianjin district project, but the symbolic importance of our actions outweighs the financial contribution. Rachel aimed to encourage other companies in Jiangqing to contribute. Her ultimate goal was to get everyone to donate a little. I believe you and Edlin are very close. After we make the donation, you can contact him. You understand what needs to be done next, right? After securing the first phase of funding, Bond began searching for additional capital. He eventually focused on the 4 major families, knowing they were the most likely investors in Jiangqing. Unfortunately, they attempted to extort Bond into transferring the project to them through despicable means. Bond had anticipated the worst and wouldn't back down. The outcome delighted everyone as the 4 major families became targets of public backlash. Now, donating to the Tianjin district project was their only chance to salvage their reputation. Miss Xiao, this plan certainly helps clear some suspicion around your family. But what's in it for me? Bond looked at Rachel. Even if you hadn't come, you'd still end up making this decision, and the funds would far exceed 10 million. Rachel said, 10 million is all I can provide now. Mr. Lin will surely have many opportunities to collaborate with us in the future. Squeezing the Xiao family dry won't benefit you. For you, bringing us down is easy. But eliminating the Xiao family won't help you either. Rachel acknowledged the reality. Everything was part of Bond's plan, whether it was the 4 major families or Dash's attitude. Everyone thought they were manipulating the game, but the true mastermind was Bond. Chapter 133, An Empty Glove for a White Wolf. Rachel was different from these people. On the surface, it appeared that the 4 major families' current actions were all due to their own machinations. However, in reality, Rachel understood that everything was secretly orchestrated by Bond. The 4 major families were merely pawns used by Bond to fuel the flames. Previously, she had scoffed at Bond's abilities, believing that even with the Qin Corporation under his control, he wouldn't pose much danger to the entire Jiangqing city. But now, this mindset had been completely discarded. They had to admit that Bond's abilities were evident. His future transformation of Jiangqing might far exceed everyone's imagination. Miss Xiao, those words you spoke, I'm not sure how to respond. Rachel smiled at him. Mr. Lin, as long as Rachel is here, you will have a very strong support system. Others may not see it, but I know you're not someone content to remain in Jiangqing. Bond's ambitions were vast. A small Jiangqing could never satisfy his hunger. There were more significant matters waiting for him to resolve. Seeing Rachel's earnest expression, Bond chuckled and shook his head. Miss Xiao is indeed an interesting person. You said it and I agree. But how you explain our cooperation to your father is up to you. Bond also knew that Rachel likely already had the best solution in mind when she approached him. At the time, however, the specifics weren't clear. Now, among the main female protagonists, it seemed Rachel saw things most clearly. Bond had just left the bar when he received a call from Opal. The elders of the 4 major families had all been brainwashed by Dash. Even if Dash's arguments were convincing, each person still harbored their own thoughts. Apart from Azriel, who remained intent on targeting Bond, others like Eden might be persuaded but always maintained extreme caution. After Yi's thorough investigation found no flaws in Bond, Eden lost enthusiasm. They realized pursuing this matter further offered little benefit to themselves. Hence, the best choice was to let it go. As for the Xiao family, due to Rachel's involvement, Humphrey held little sway. Most of the internal discord within the 4 major families stemmed from Humphrey. So, before this, Dash had subtly implied that Humphrey intended to betray them, a rumor believed by many. The 4 major families are united only on the surface, but each is already plotting their next move, Opal said rather agitatedly. Despite appearing to control the situation, they would soon pay for their previous actions. I just met with Rachel. She has agreed to donate some funds under the Xiao family name, but we can leverage this opportunity to publicly encourage donations from other Jiangqing businesses. Given the predicament Qin Corporation faced, could the successful entrepreneurs of Jiangqing really stand by idly? Of course not. At least, Bond hoped they would lend a hand. Whether large or small, their support mattered. Big Sister Xiao is indeed as smart as ever. While technically Opal was the leading lady, among Dash's main female characters, Rachel consistently held the upper hand. This was undoubtedly linked to her exceptional personal abilities. So, we don't need to worry about the 4 major families. They will crumble under their own weight. We just need to focus on our own affairs. Now, the anxious one should be Dash and his ilk, while Bond had nothing to worry about. After hanging up with Opal, Bond immediately relayed his ideas to Edlin. Upon hearing this, Edlin fell silent for a moment. Your method of retaliating against the 4 major families is ingenious, something I wouldn't have thought of either. But having suffered losses at your hands, will they really relent so easily? If they remain as stubborn as before, what then? Edlin expressed concern. The power of the 4 major families couldn't be underestimated. This requires you to personally convene a meeting. I hope to gather the heads of various companies in Jiangxing, encouraging everyone to contribute. It will also serve as publicity for their own companies. Bond's approach resembled a clever maneuver, albeit one bound to offend some. However, Edlin knew Bond would provide corresponding rewards. I can't give you an immediate answer, but I'll arrange this right away. If the 4 major families or others join, I believe more will be willing to donate. After the call, Bond felt relieved. Dash thought he could lock Bond's future using the 4 major families, but he hadn't anticipated Bond's preparations. Solving this donation issue would allow them to proceed smoothly. These few days weren't too taxing for Bond. Unaware of Dash's reaction upon learning the truth, Bond was happy when he suddenly heard a familiar voice ahead. Linny was contemplating how to explain herself to her father when she spotted Bond walking towards her. Have we met before? Bond curiously scrutinized her. Linny shook her head, ignoring Bond and walking away, clearly afraid of engaging in any conversation. Bond was satisfied with her response. It seems she really believes it. Otherwise, she wouldn't treat me like this. Linny's unwillingness to interact stemmed from her uncertainty on how to face Bond moving forward. Chapter 134. Forced to the Mount Liang Marshes. Ria's current state was actually a good thing for Bond. After all, many subsequent events would require her cooperation to achieve his goals more effectively. The 4 major families must be in a very tough spot now. Initially, they had planned to use this opportunity to clear their names and pin all the problems on Bond. But they never imagined that their actions would backfire so badly. Not only did Bond escape unscathed, but he also clarified everything clearly. Afterward, Eden naturally questioned Ria about these matters. However, her views on these issues were now completely different from before. Ria had once been very willing to investigate Bond and expose him as a hypocrite. But since receiving a different response from Bond last time, her views had changed. Everyone assumed Bond was a bad person, but upon truly understanding him, one would realize he wasn't as complicated as they thought. Watching Ria leave his line of sight, Bond shook his head with a smile. It seemed that many things might not be as complex as he previously thought. While his opponents were indeed formidable, they also had many weaknesses that Bond could exploit easily. Next came convincing Edlin to initiate a citywide donation campaign in Jiangxing. Of course, getting these tight-fisted individuals to part with their money was quite a challenge. If handled well, these people would contribute generously. Otherwise, it might lead to adverse effects. Therefore, the leading role played by the Xiao family was crucial at this moment. If Rachel's initial promise succeeded, Bond could ensure the rest of the plan would proceed smoothly. In the following days, Bond remained patient, while Abby subtly tried to extract some information from him. Dash was eager to see the 4 major families break ties with Bond completely. However, the 4 major families were smart enough to recognize the situation. Only Azrael genuinely wanted to deal with Bond, while the others were mostly driven by self-interest. Initially, they believed they could seize the Tianxin district project from Bond, but the current situation made them realize that was impossible. Consequently, their attitude towards the entire matter underwent a drastic shift. On the other hand, Bond had already prepared thoroughly. Mr. Lin, said Abby, quickly approaching Bond and placing a document in front of him. Mr. Autumn just called to arrange a meeting with you. Also, here is the list of potential partners we've filtered out recently. Though the 4 major families had cut off Bond's supply chain, no one realized he had secretly identified new targets and initiated actions. Even Abby was surprised by how early Bond had prepared. If I had waited until Bond started setting up these arrangements, the 4 major families would have missed their chance, he thought. Now, even if they conceded defeat, it likely wouldn't change anything. The public certainly wouldn't remember their past contributions fondly. Tell Mr. Autumn I'll arrive on time, Bond replied, glancing at Abby briefly as she left his office. He smiled faintly, knowing that what Abby saw was intentional. Abby would definitely report what she had seen to Dash. Rather than panic, Dash would be delighted because this move would irreversibly estrange Bond from the 4 major families. Standing on opposite sides, any future cooperation between Bond and the 4 major families would be impossible. Meanwhile, Dash could capitalize on the situation to gain control over the 4 major families, fulfilling his long-held ambition. Previously, Dash lacked such an excellent opportunity. Now that it was right in front of him, there was no reason to turn it down. So Bond ensured Abby would pass this information to Dash. He then used Opal to relay the same message to the 4 major families, confident that even Azrael couldn't stick to his original stance given the circumstances. Although the 4 major families appeared resolute, none of them would risk opposing the citizens of Jiangxing. Even Azrael, despite being foolish at times, wouldn't do something so reckless. Thus, Bond was certain this outcome was inevitable and had made corresponding arrangements accordingly. Unbeknownst to Abby, she had become a tool in Bond's hands. Every action she took earned Dash's full trust. Therefore, Bond didn't need to worry about whether Dash would believe his plans. Indeed, Bond had found new suppliers this time. Although their covert betrayal caused some trouble for him, he had anticipated it and thus suffered minimal damage. The schedule became even tighter. Of course, Bond intended to hold these people accountable. Even if he didn't punish them severely, he would make sure they understood he wasn't someone to be trifled with and knew what lines shouldn't be crossed. The 4 major families believed they ruled Jiangxing, but they underestimated Bond's strength. Against him, their tricks would only go so far. If it came down to a true contest of power, their capabilities were limited. Unfortunately, they either recognized or ignored this fact. Regardless, everything remained within Bond's control, and he didn't need to worry about any surprises they might bring. As expected, the 4 major families were in complete chaos, unable to fathom how devastating Bond's strategic moves were proving to be. Chapter 135. This kid duped me. Are you sure you're not joking with me? All the material suppliers around us are completely under our control. No one would choose to cooperate with him. Azrael stared wide-eyed at Tinsley, still unable to believe the intelligence he had received. He had assumed that with the 4 major families united against Bond, there would be no surprises. But who could have predicted all these complications? Everything was different from what he had initially imagined. I've told you everything I know. Whether or not you believe it is up to you. However, I advise you not to underestimate Bond's abilities. This guy is far more difficult to deal with than you can imagine. Seeing that Azriel still didn't believe the situation, Tinsley calmly added, "Judging by your expression, I think you should realize I'm not joking. At least on this matter, I have no reason to lie to you. If things were indeed as described, it meant all their previous decisions had been a farce. In this case, the consequences for them would be even more severe." Bond anticipated this move long ago and made preparations in advance. He refrained from acting earlier simply to leverage public pressure. This kid isn't incapable of solving the problem. He wants to handle it at the right time. Though this sounded conspiratorial, if true, it implied they had all been outmaneuvered by Bond. Yet, he couldn't immediately come up with any solutions to these complex issues. Thinking about this gave Azriel a headache. He had believed everything was within his plan and that resolving these matters wouldn't be too difficult. But now, the situation proved to be far more complicated than expected. In any case, this is the information I obtained. As you know, Bond and I have a cooperative relationship, so I don't want the Long family to suffer repercussions. As for the others, they are none of my concern. Tinsley said this nonchalantly, then let the matter drop. By now, Azriel likely knew what he needed to do. The four major families once thought they had ways to handle Bond, but after receiving this information, they would have to reassess their current predicament. Perhaps they still had several tricks up their sleeves, but their opponent wasn't easy to handle either. Viewing Bond as an easily defeated enemy would be a grave mistake. Meanwhile, Bridget also learned of the situation. When she informed Ilias, he was shocked. "I never expected Bond to be so formidable. Anyone else facing such opposition from the four major families would be panicking." But Bond seemed entirely unruffled. They weren't yet clear on the extent of his means. Bond had directly outflanked many people. Not just the four major families but Dash, who was unprepared for this development. Dash had initially planned to keep the four families in the dark. If they knew Bond had secured new suppliers, the so-called suppression would cease, and they might agree to the donation immediately. If that happened, all of Dash's plans would fail, and he would become a laughingstock. Therefore, Dash would do everything to prevent this from happening. The members of the four major families realized Dash had known this beforehand but hadn't shared the truth. No one was foolish. They understood what Dash had been thinking. So, after excluding Dash, the four elderly leaders of the four major families gathered again. "We thought Dash was aligned with us, but it seems otherwise," Ilias remarked coolly to Azriel. Eden and Humphrey nodded in agreement. "Do we all know Qing Group has found new material suppliers?" Eden asked, widening his eyes. "Huh? I didn't know that." Humphrey shook his head. Only Rachel was aware. Azriel and Ilias sighed. "We just learned this. Bond had secretly set this up long ago. Our so-called suppression doesn't exist. He hasn't acted because he wanted to create public pressure." These seasoned leaders quickly grasped Bond's strategy. They had to admit that this young man had truly surprised them. Under the current circumstances, they weren't sure how to respond. "None of us expected this kid to pull off something like this. It presents a troublesome choice for us now," Eden suddenly remarked. "How Bond handles this isn't really the issue. If he lacked these means, Qing Group's Tianjin district project would be impossible anyway. The crucial point is why Dash never informed us about such a significant event." As he spoke, he looked at Azriel, saying, "You always claimed Dash stood with us, ready to unconditionally assist us regardless of what happened. We chose to oppose Bond precisely because of that assurance. But now, for such a major event, he didn't inform us. I want to know why." Azriel fell silent. Indeed, Dash had backstabbed him. If not for Tinsley, he would still be in the dark. The other three had every right to be angry. Anyone in their position would feel the same. Everyone was well aware of Dash's intentions, but was unwilling to acknowledge it. Chapter 136. Weren't we supposed to trust each other? Even the usually taciturn Humphrey spoke up at this moment, saying, "He has repeatedly created trouble for us and kept saying that someone among our four great families is backing out and wants to donate to Bond. All his words actually stem from his worry over our collaboration with Bond. He wants to incite internal conflicts through these actions and worsen our relationship with Bond." None of them were fools. They had seen through Dash's schemes long ago. They just didn't point it out. In light of the current situation, they could now understand what role Dash played in this matter. On this issue, Azriel did not know how to respond, perhaps a bit disappointed in Dash. Price was rather decisive. "I think since this incident has occurred, it's not the time to consider such matters. The critical issue now is how to restore our reputation in Jiangqing. The people's opinion of us isn't favorable now. If this continues, I believe everyone understands what awaits us next." Indeed, it wasn't necessary to consider how to deal with their relationship with Dash at this moment. What was needed was to earnestly think about how they should treat all the citizens of Jiangqing. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The reason the four great families have reached this status today is because of the support of the people of Jiangqing. But if they lost these people, no one knew the extent of the loss the four great families would suffer. After Price finished speaking, even Azriel frowned. This statement was indeed correct. They didn't have the heart to consider their relationship with Dash. Instead, they needed to seriously think about how to quell the huge trouble right before them. If they couldn't find a good solution, they would be completely disgraced in Jiangqing. At this moment, Humphrey recalled something Rachel had told him. Without hesitation, he looked at the few people in front of him and said, "Wasn't Dash always worried we'd invest in Bond? Since this incident was caused by Dash, and we want to teach this young man a lesson and show that we are not his toys, wouldn't donating to Bond be the best way?" The Tianjin district project is currently the most attention-grabbing project in Jiangqing. After its completion, it would greatly benefit many people. Because of this, the four great families have been criticized as blood-sucking madmen. However, now there's an excellent choice right before them. If they invested in Bond at this crucial moment, it would change their reputation in Jiangqing. Everyone listened intently and thought deeply after hearing this. Price added, "If only a few of us invest, it would clearly be insufficient. We need to lead the entire city in investing." Of course, the four great families could not bear the loss alone. When they stepped forward, smaller companies must also pay the price. Only then would it be fair. Although this was beneficial for Bond, they did not mind too much. "I think we should discuss further with Bond," Azriel suggested. "Since we're ready to invest, we should also get some benefits from him. Azrael had reservations about Bond, so naturally, he did not wish for Bond to achieve his goals easily. Elsewhere, Bond knew the elders of the four great families were having a meeting, but he was not anxious. Edlin had promised to give him feedback, likely wanting to gauge the stance of the four great families. As long as they did not oppose, the other smaller companies wouldn't dare refuse. This round counts as successful fundraising for you. If you continue like this, surely you cannot use the same trick every time. Mitzi asked curiously. This significant change by Bond bewildered many people. This method ensures they can peacefully donate to me, but next time won't be as easy. Bond did not expect to solve all his problems with one stroke. I believe Azrael will not watch me easily obtain so much money without taking action. He'll try everything to prevent it, and possibly demand more benefits from me. Bond had anticipated Azrael's intentions long ago, and prepared accordingly. It's all because of Tinsley that Azrael hates you so much. Had you two not had that complicated relationship, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. To be honest, Mitzi hadn't expected Bond to choose to invest in Tinsley during a critical moment. After all, the new energy project required immense resources, and each decision Bond made seemed to involve significant sacrifices. No one could predict what returns Bond would gain from this. These plans seemed unreliable, and expecting returns was a mere fantasy. These issues don't matter. If Azrael wants some benefits, I can give them. Mitzi stared at Bond, wide-eyed. Are you kidding? You've been working hard on the entire Tianjin district project, giving away part of the benefits now? She originally intended to say it might not be fair to the Qin Corporation, but Bond smiled and said, the subsequent investments in the Tianjin district project will require even more resources. I can't keep opposing the four great families. If I need them someday, how can I collaborate without cooperation now? So since they're showing weakness this time, let's give them an exit. If they donate, I can offer them some corresponding benefits. But don't forget Edlin is also involved. Chapter 137. Quite a few naughty ideas. Bond had always been someone who wouldn't let himself be at a disadvantage. Therefore, even though he was prepared to offer them some benefits this time, he would never allow them to get too cocky. Mitzi was somewhat concerned that Bond's handling of this matter might not be appropriate, leading to significant losses for herself. However, when she heard that Edlin was also involved, it seemed as if she suddenly realized something. Your idea is to have the four major families lead the way, encouraging all companies in Jiangxing to invest in your project, Mitzi speculated. And you plan to allocate a small portion of the Tianjin district project's profits to these people, giving them both good publicity for donations and qualifications to participate in the Tianjin district project. Mitzi, being astute, could roughly guess Bond's next move from these hints. She had to admit, this boy was far more cunning than she had imagined. Meanwhile, Bond walked to the table and unfolded a map. On it were clearly marked all the plans for the Tianjin district project. To be honest, the Tianjin district project was originally intended for collaborative development among various parties, but the situation in Jiangxing makes it difficult, Bond said. The four major families can barely cooperate once, let alone maintain long-term cooperation at this critical juncture. Speaking to this point, Bond couldn't help but sneer. This was one of the main reasons why the Tianjin district project had been delayed. Residential complexes, along with schools, shopping malls, and supermarkets, can be built by us. There are substantial profits here, and it's crucial for our future planning, Bond explained. However, there are also highway constructions, public toilets, parks, and other facilities that don't yield as much profit as what we hold. We can transfer these to their hands in exchange for their donations and promise them a certain amount of dividends once the projects are successful. As Mitzi listened to Bond's plan, even she began to feel tempted. Even just getting an opportunity to build public toilets in the Tianjin district project could be lucrative if the entire project became profitable later on. With this approach, they will be tied to your cause. No matter what they thought before, they'll now genuinely want to help you. Finally understanding the sequence of events, Mitzi still found it hard to believe. Indeed, Bond was far more cunning than everyone had imagined. While others saw his plan as unlikely to succeed, Bond had clearly surpassed everyone's expectations. This series of moves specifically targets Dash, turning his original plan into nothing but a joke. Through such tactics, not only would Dash's plans fall apart, but Bond would also bind the four major families tightly to his cause, making it harder for them to oppose him. Such a method truly solves many troubles, ensuring no major problems will arise in the foreseeable future, Mitzi said, still finding it hard to believe. Though the words sounded simple, the complexities involved in execution were unimaginable. Bond's ability to make such decisions at this critical moment indicated his clearer understanding of the entire situation. So, despite all the means Dash has prepared against me, he never expected these same methods would become the tools to eliminate him, Bond remarked. He knew very well what Dash wanted to do. It's just that earlier he didn't take it seriously. There were many who wished to harm Bond, not just Dash, but none of them stood a chance. Initially, Mitzi didn't fully understand, but after Bond's explanation, everything became clear. Her admiration for Bond grew further. What seemed like an impossible situation now appeared solvable under Bond's clever maneuvers. I finally understand why everyone fears your rise so much. If you reach heights they can't accept, the price they must pay will be immense. Seeing Bond's eyes shift, Mitzi realized how powerful Bond truly was. What seemed complex to others wasn't so challenging to Bond. No one expected the four major families, who initially seemed formidable, to be subdued so effortlessly by Bond. Enough with the compliments, Amberly, Bond replied humbly. To find the best solution, I've racked my brains. Unfortunately, things have come to this point, and this is the only way to solve the problem effectively. Bond's face showed a hint of resignation. Indeed, if there were other options, who would want to complicate things? Mitzi, seeing Bond's tired expression, felt a pang of sympathy. It was all because of her that Bond had gone through so much trouble. You've worked hard recently. Thank you for all your efforts, Mitzi comforted. Bond, understanding Mitzi's thoughts, smiled gently and shook his head. It's nothing. No matter how powerful the four major families are, they can't escape my control. As long as I can help clear obstacles for Amberly, I'm fine. This translation maintains the original tone and style, while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept consistent with the original text. Chapter 138. I'm really a bad guy, aren't I? In just a few days, Bond received a definite reply from Edlin. The 4 major families were organizing a donation from all companies in Jiangxing to the Tianxin district project. This way, it would mitigate the negative impact they had previously caused. However, other companies lambasted the 4 major families mercilessly, and they all understood the reason behind this decision. Because these families had wronged Bond and incurred the disdain of the entire city's population. Now they were merely trying to manage the crisis. Bond also relayed to Abby everything he had discussed with Mitzi. And upon receiving this news, Abby immediately informed Dash. Once this news spread, the situation changed dramatically. On the other side, Ria called Bond out privately. Weren't we supposed to have met before? Bond smiled as he looked at Ria and then sat down opposite her. Ria stared at Bond. I'm curious about what you're really up to. Can you tell me? Her tone was tinged with surprise as she fixed her gaze on him intently. They had initially believed that the 4 major families working together against Bond would force him into a corner. But Ria hadn't expected Bond not only to defuse the problem, but also drag the 4 major families into his own trap. If Ria had felt any sympathy for Bond before, now she thought this young man was devious. As expected, none of the Qin family members were simple. She even began to doubt whether what Bond had said that night was true. This beautiful lady, don't we barely know each other? Why are you telling me this? Ria laughed coldly. Bond, you don't need to pretend in front of me. From the moment you saw me, you knew who I was and have investigated my identity. Do we need to play these riddles? Seeing Ria so certain, Bond gave an awkward smile. As expected of Miss Lin from the Lin family. Indeed, your skills in this regard are much better than I imagined. I must commend your abilities. While Bond spoke, Ria clearly didn't have the patience for idle chatter. What do you want to do with the 4 major families? Now is the time to give me a straightforward answer. Now according to your arrangements, the 4 major families are already entangled in this huge mess, and there's no stepping back. Ria looked at Bond, having thought she understood his true intentions. But now, she found this man more and more inscrutable. Miss Lin, I really don't understand what you're talking about here. I didn't specifically target the 4 major families. Everything is due to their own actions. If they hadn't targeted me, how could I have found a good opportunity to make them suffer? Ria remained silent, acknowledging that Bond was right. Everything the 4 major families had reaped was due to their own faults. But regarding this matter, you must have other intentions. It's not as simple as you think. I am asking this as an investigator. Ria stared straight at Bond. Though you've rehabilitated yourself over these years under Isaiah, the mistakes you made can never be whitewashed. If you don't want constant scrutiny, you'd better explain things clearly to me, for a mutually beneficial outcome. Ria's stare made Bond seem like she held all his criminal evidence. Yet, Bond wasn't angry. Instead, he stood up slowly and sat beside Ria. Miss Lin still likes to frighten people this way. You act like I'm in a dangerous situation. Bond's eyes twinkled as he watched Ria, his manner unusually casual. Despite Ria's shock, she hadn't expected Bond to be so bold. In the next moment, Ria raised her hand to strike. But unexpectedly, Bond exerted greater strength and restrained her. What are you planning, Miss Lin? Bond whispered in Ria's ear. Of course, I know you're from the investigative team, but you claim to know everything about me. Do you expect me to believe you? If you had the evidence, wouldn't you arrest me instead of letting me stay here? Ding. Detected anti-hero behavior. Anti-hero value increased by 1,000 points. Ria blushed, surprised by Bond's boldness. More frighteningly, she felt paralyzed. What did you do to me? Ria grew anxious. She knew Bond was audacious, but she hadn't anticipated such reckless behavior towards an investigator in public. Aren't I the despicable rogue you described? But shouldn't you have investigated all matters related to me? You should know everything I did was because of Isaiah. When faced with someone like Isaiah, obedient compliance was the only option besides facing death. Bond's words left Ria momentarily speechless. After all, Bond had been in a difficult position at the time. If he didn't comply with Isaiah's orders, there was no choice but to meet his end. Everyone preaches goodness, but at that time, who offered Bond another choice? At this point, Bond sat back down in a proper manner. So Miss Lin, please don't talk as if you're morally superior. After all, you and your team did nothing to help me back then, yet now you expect me to listen obediently. It doesn't make sense. Bond huffed impatiently, knowing exactly what to do next. Ria watched Bond and fell silent for a while. But what does your coercion of the 4 major families mean now? Chapter 139. Only I am the clown. Looking at Ria's solemn expression, Bond threw his head back and laughed loudly. Miss Lin, aren't you still not recognizing the reality even now? Everyone thinks that in this matter, it was I who violated the rules, but have you considered what dire consequences your 4 major families' targeted actions against Qin Corporation might bring? If it wasn't for my forethought this time, anticipating this situation and making preparations, do you want to know what price Qin Corporation would have had to pay? Bond squinted at Ria, knowing full well that despite her role as an investigator, Ria could never be fair or just. Her attitude remained the same as before. This was why Bond felt so indignant at this moment. It seemed others couldn't endure any grievances, while Qin Corporation deserved all this mistreatment, even losing the right to defend itself. Every time he thought about this, Bond became extremely frustrated but could only remain silent. Ria looked at Bond, realizing she could hardly find a fitting response to his queries. The reason you're targeting me like this is because you believe we never deserved these opportunities. The 4 major families have ruled Jiangxing for so many years, having power over everything, but now due to me, their positions have changed. So you see my existence as a destabilizing factor. Bond smiled calmly, his eyes showing no sign of panic. Ria stared at Bond, unable to give an accurate answer. All this is as I told you before. If they hadn't harbored these intentions, they wouldn't have ended up here today. Bond remained resolute. Though unsure of what would come next, he knew how to choose now. Ria intended to confront Bond but found herself speechless after his rebuttal. And Bond continued, moreover, Qin Corporation has never wronged anyone in Jiangxing. Instead, Jiangxing keeps pushing us to change, leaving us with no choice but to adapt or perish. Do you not understand this, Miss Lin? Ria huffed. But even so, you shouldn't have coerced the 4 major families into investing in Qin Corporation's projects. Ultimately, she was investigating to uphold justice for Eden. Her preconceived bias made her see Bond as a villain. Thus, she naturally believed Bond's methods stemmed from previous unfair competition. You should know how many are vying for the Tianqin district project. If I didn't take some measures, more troublemakers would follow. Do you think I aimed to benefit the public, or just dealt with endless troubles along the way? Bond asked one question that left her speechless. He then added, you know the real story, yet you ask me to be good. You've never considered why others target Qin Corporation. Is it just because of our past underhanded dealings? Bond gave a cold laugh and stood up slowly. Since our goals don't align, there's nothing more to discuss. If you believe Qin Corporation's actions are unwarranted, then I have nothing to say. You can continue your investigation. I have no objections. Moreover, the 4 major families brought this upon themselves. At the end of the day, everyone acts in self-interest. They sought greater benefits from us, so they should expect painful consequences. With that, Bond turned and walked away. Ria watched him go, lost in thought, unsure of what to say. She had planned to pressure Bond into confessing but now realized he cared little. Confident in his actions, he knew there were no violations. Unbeknownst to her, Bond had anticipated her intimidation tactics. The original owner of this body did many wrongs but paid for them. Thus, there was no reason for further retribution. Ria's attempt to extort Bond had failed. Any future troublemaking would require her to take responsibility. He hadn't complained today already. Meanwhile, the collaboration between the 4 major families and Jiangxing's businesses to donate to the Tianqin district project caused a stir. If successful, it would accelerate the project significantly. Everyone forgot how the 4 major families treated Qin Corporation. Fortunately, Bond was indifferent. The only one enraged by this turn of events was Dash. He wanted to control the 4 major families to advance the Tianqin district project but never expected Bond to move first. So what if Bond acted first? Dash had ways to thwart him and incited the 4 major families against him, hoping that even if unsuccessful, the families would sever ties with Bond. Without their support, Qin Corporation couldn't develop the project. Any small action from the 4 major families would undermine Bond. Yet, all of Dash's predictions were off. Not only did Bond persist, but he also drew the 4 major families into his web. A win-win for all except Dash. Chapter 140. You just keep bluffing. Dash was, of course, extremely angry with this man. He wished he could tear Bond apart alive, but at this moment, he had no particularly good solution. Bond seemed to have foreseen such a result long ago and started making arrangements early on. Now, even if Dash had the intention, there was simply no reasonable way to break the deadlock. If things continue like this, we're going to be completely finished, Dash muttered under his breath. Previously, if Dash had been unhappy, he could have chosen to kill Bond directly. But now, even that worst-case scenario was beyond his reach. He had to admit that Bond's series of actions were remarkably well arranged, leaving him without any means of countering. Master, this matter is already a fait accompli. Perhaps we should consider negotiating with Bond next. After all, we will keep bumping into each other. If cooperation is possible, it might be better for everyone. Osiris truly didn't understand why Dash insisted on confronting Bond. Though Bond had indeed caused trouble before, as long as Dash could reconcile with him, these issues would cease to exist. However, on this point, Dash remained obstinately insistent, unwilling to let go of his grudge against Bond, even preparing for an all-out battle. Do you want me to cooperate with this trash? That would be a grave insult to me, Dash retorted angrily. If it were Isaiah, I wouldn't mind. After all, he built up the Qin group from nothing. But Bond? He's just a fool who stole the fruits of the Qin family's labor. If such trash can qualify to cooperate with me, what does that make me? Dash grew increasingly furious the more he thought about it. What was his status versus Bond's? There was an immense gap between them. From any perspective, Bond had no right to speak on this matter. Yet this very person repeatedly took away benefits from Dash, even taking the women Dash fancied. Seeing Dash in such rage, Osiris knew any further words would be futile. He couldn't understand why Dash chose to complicate matters so much, pulling everyone into this mess. However, Dash's anger did not mean he would give up. At that moment, he received a call from Waverly. Xuanhuan, why are you calling me? Are you missing me? Don't worry, I'll come find you right away. Dash's tone was unusually gentle, but Waverly immediately rejected him. I'm not in Jiangxing recently, so there's no need for you to come looking for me. However, I learned from Father about Qin Group's current situation. It seems they're preparing to accept a joint donation from the 4 major families. This news infuriated Dash. He explained the whole situation to Waverly. How outrageous. They promised to cooperate with you, yet at this critical moment, they've chosen to leave you behind and partner with Bond. This investment is a great insult. Hearing this, Waverly also expressed extreme anger, making it seem as if she were uninvolved, merely an observer. Dash finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Waverly's response. Xuanhuan, these past few days, I've faced all sorts of troubles, even beginning to doubt my own capabilities. At this point, Dash felt genuinely defeated. For so long, he believed his abilities far surpassed anyone else's. Solving problems had always been effortless. But recent events left Dash astonished. He even suspected Bond was his nemesis, rendering all his efforts fruitless. Waverly almost laughed aloud. She knew Bond had some tricks up his sleeve, but never expected him to thoroughly devastate Dash's confidence. But Waverly couldn't let Dash lose hope now. You are at a crucial moment. If you give up now, there will be no coming back from this. Do you still want to deal with Bond and make him pay for his actions? Dash snapped back to attention. Could Waverly have a solution? Xuanhuan, I knew you were smart. You must have found a way to counter Bond from another angle. Waverly smirked inwardly at Dash's excited tone. Naturally, nothing escapes my grasp. This man thinks he's better than everyone else, but he'll soon pay for his rashness. Dash spoke confidently, believing Bond wasn't as formidable as he appeared. The four major families are set to jointly invest in the Tianxin District project, and I've learned that the district will offer some interest to attract them. I wonder if our substantial investment could secure us more advantages. Dash's expression changed. You mean investing in Tianxin District would get us better plots? Waverly nodded. I heard the project leader himself oversees this. If you can offer a tempting sum, securing a plot won't be an issue. Dash pondered over this suggestion. Undeniably, it was appealing. Chapter 141. A pitch that gets no response. To be honest, the things Bridget mentioned were something Dash had never considered before. Given his standing, how could he possibly consider collaborating with Bond? It would be a gross insult to him. But now, under these circumstances, Dash indeed lacked any other good solutions. I can't make a decision right away. I need more time to think about this. Don't rush me. After all, this was a major project, and Dash didn't have full confidence yet. If the Star Palace organization could provide some assistance, that would be ideal. The problem was, however, that the investment funds from the Star Palace organization had already been depleted by him. Now, Dash felt quite helpless. He further discussed this issue with Bridget and concluded that if they wanted an appropriate plot of land, it would require 500 million in capital. But where could he find such a sum? At that moment, Aldo walked over with a phone and said, "Young master, I just received a call from someone named Chad who's looking for you." Huh, Chad? Who is he? Never heard of such a person. What does he want? Aldo replied, he said he's in Xiuxian looking for someone. However, since he has conflicts with Bond and knows you've been targeting Bond, he wants to cooperate with you. Dash sneered slightly at this proposition. Why would he need help from anyone else against Bond? Yet, this matter did cause him some concern. Reflecting on this, Dash nodded in agreement. Fine, let's meet him. On the other side, Bond was preparing for negotiations with the four major families. Convincing them to accept his terms was no easy task. Balancing their interests without making them feel cheated required precision. Meanwhile, Abby displayed her unique understanding, which impressed Bond. Unexpectedly, Bridget arrived just as he was deep in thought. Bond called Abby to bring Bridget into his office. Miss Ning visiting personally? This is truly surprising, Bond said, eyeing Bridget suspiciously. Bridget smiled. I heard you've been busy with the Tianxin District project lately. Where else would you be if not here? I'm here to discuss the Tianxin District project with you. Bond shook his head. Everything about the Tianxin District project is set. Any further discussion won't change anything. Bridget glanced at Abby. Can you get me a glass of water? Abby hesitated, but turned away promptly. Seizing the moment, Bridget whispered, I want a prime piece of land from you. Bond raised an eyebrow. Seeing Bridget trying to hint something, he realized she must have ulterior motives. Interrupting her, Bond signaled something to Bridget, who immediately caught on. Abby intended to eavesdrop, but soon found the two arguing physically, to her disbelief, especially when Bond seemed unable to fight back. Worried about revealing her true identity, Abby decided to fetch help. Seemingly fighting, Bond and Bridget were actually exchanging information. Bond learned that Bridget planned to deceive investments from Dash and donate part to him, in exchange for a desirable plot of land. How about it? Agree, and the money can be transferred immediately. I believe the Tianxin District project urgently needs significant funding to continue running smoothly, Bridget suggested with a smile. Bond chuckled. Indeed, Bridget understood his predicament well. Yet, he asked curiously, why is Miss Ning doing this? Bridget paused. She hadn't fully thought about her motivations either. Initially driven by defiance against her family's arrangements, she was now sincerely helping Bond. Looking up, she found Bond unexpectedly less annoying than she'd imagined. Compared to Dash, Bond shone brightly. You don't need to know. It's just my whim, Bridget replied dismissively. Bond smiled and remained silent. Security finally arrived, separating them. Despite being apart, they continued their argument remotely. Eventually, Bridget stormed out. Bond sat down, massaging his temples. Abby cautiously asked, Mr. Lin, what happened? What upset both of you so much? Leave for now. Let me cool down and we'll talk later, Bond replied, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Abby nodded and left, knowing patience was key. Chapter 142. They are running out of options. Abby had always been curious about what Bond had discussed with Bridget earlier. In her view, Bridget should have been easy to talk to and would not have acted so angrily. It must mean that whatever Bond said was quite offensive to make Bridget this upset. And these matters likely involved Tianxin District and the four major families. Otherwise, Bridget wouldn't react this way. Just as Abby was feeling curious, Bond called Mitzi over. Abby seized this opportunity to eavesdrop outside the door. I heard that the young miss from the Ning family came here just now. Mitzi sat down across from Bond with a smile. She usually doesn't pay much attention to such matters, especially since the Tianxin District project has nothing to do with the Ning family. Bond nodded without denying what had happened. You're right. They indeed have no direct stake in this. The four major families chose to target us not because of any conflict of interest, but out of fear of our growing strength. The only reason they targeted Qin Corporation was to keep it weak, but they never expected that Bond's involvement would turn the tide. The current situation is far from the ease they once enjoyed. Meanwhile, Abby was listening intently outside. From their conversation, it was clear they were about to discuss Bridget. Since that's the case, what does she want by coming here? Does she expect us to spare the Ning family? With all four families being targeted, it should be treated equally. She should understand that even if she's here today, it won't change our stance, Mitzi laughed lightly. He knew that when the four families initially targeted Qin Corporation, this was the inevitable outcome. She told me that if she could donate more funds, we might give her certain benefits, which would set an example for the four families. Bond glanced towards the door, knowing full well Abby was eavesdropping. He proceeded to recount his earlier conversation with Bridget in detail. Hearing this, Abby felt a wave of relief. Their plan seemed to be working. Mitzi was unaware of all this. Offering Bridget a piece of land from the Tianxin District project was possible, but it wasn't that simple to settle. If she can invest a large sum of money, we can consider it, Mitzi stated firmly. With a project this big in Tianxin District, giving away a piece of land isn't a huge issue. Bond interjected. What if they want to carve out a whole area for themselves? Bond was confident that Bridget approached him for this very purpose, and thus he needed to be prepared. Upon hearing they wanted a designated area, Mitzi strongly disagreed. This is absolutely unacceptable. We've put in so much effort and time to secure the Tianxin District project. Qin Corporation has already been pushed to its limits for this project. Now they want to seize an opportunity and snatch land from us. It's outrageous. Mitzi was clearly furious at the idea. The situation was more complex than originally anticipated, making it hard for many to accept. Bond remained calm. If they really want it, we can negotiate, but only at a fair price. If not, I won't agree. Major financial injections are needed for the Tianxin District project to proceed. Giving them a portion of the land isn't a problem for us, Bond sighed as if he were under pressure. Abby made a mental note of everything Bond said. Initially, she worried about unexpected changes, but now she felt reassured that everything was under control. Watching Bond handle the matter so seriously, Mitzi reluctantly agreed despite his reservations. At this point, giving them a chance isn't out of the question, he conceded. Dash closely monitored Qin Corporation's movements, knowing its enormous capital requirements. He wondered if Qin Corporation could actually complete the Tianxin District project under these conditions. To him, this wasn't just a verbal commitment but a challenging task that required real action. Qin Corporation's recent appeal for donations from the four families indicated its fragility. Therefore, Qin Corporation sought investments from various forces to achieve its ultimate goal. This was the opportunity Dash had been waiting for. Abby returned triumphantly with the news. Did you find out Qin Corporation's status? Is there any flaw in the Tianxin District project? Dash's voice betrayed his excitement. Yes, Abby responded calmly. I saw the young miss from the Ning family recently. Ning young miss came here to negotiate a land deal by offering a donation. Initially, Mitzi was against it, but after Bond's insistence, they are willing to allocate a piece of land. Abby recounted everything she heard to Dash, who was very pleased with the update. Chapter 143, Making a Profit from This Move. In this world, as long as you have money, there's nothing you can't achieve. Previously, Dash had also thought that this operation wouldn't be easy. It was impossible for him to make Bond willingly hand over part of the Tianxin District project. When he learned that Bond planned to build a massive residential community here, Dash only thought that this guy was utterly insane. To use such a good project merely to build residential communities indeed could improve the lives of ordinary people in Jiangxing. But what benefit did this bring to Dash? In his view, if one wanted to help these common people, they should earn big money first and then donate to them. Moreover, after guarding the border for so many years, wasn't it reasonable for Dash to enjoy himself now? Was there anything wrong with that? So, in Dash's subjective mind, he saw this matter as the greatest challenge to himself, leading to all the subsequent situations. It seems Bridget didn't lie to me before. She has successfully negotiated this point with Bond, and now all I need is for my funds to be in place to resolve the matter. 3 days later, the donation meeting proceeded as scheduled. This time, nearly dozens of companies and groups from all over Jiangxing were invited, demonstrating Edlin's significant emphasis on this matter. To Edlin, the Tianxin District project was the most crucial project during his term, and no incidents could be allowed to occur. He indeed tried his best to prevent any possible accidents. At present, the overall situation hadn't changed much from Edlin's previous predictions. He knew that since Qin Group dared to take on this project, they must have a solution. And Bond had indeed provided a satisfactory answer. Within such a short period, the infrastructure development of the Tianxin District project had been successfully upgraded to a higher level, making future progress smoother. Although calling so many people here was proposed by Edlin, most were very satisfied with this arrangement. The most critical players were the four major families. However, everyone here formed a stark contrast. The four major families wore smiling faces, while smaller companies weren't as pleased. If left to choose, none of them would donate. But because the four major families were participating, these small companies had no choice. They could certainly refuse to invest, but any negative consequences afterward would fall solely on them. Everyone clearly understood that there was no room for choice in this situation. Sitting at the head, Edlin looked at everyone in front of him. I'm glad everyone could come here today. Your presence shows your concern for the development of our entire city of Jiangxing. Recently, the Tianxin District project has reached its most critical moment. My purpose in inviting everyone here is straightforward. I hope we can find better solutions through discussion. Edlin glanced at the representatives of the four major families. Everyone remained silent without anyone speaking up voluntarily. Just then, Humphrey tapped the table lightly. Mr. Autumn, I believe you already know why we're here this time. I can confirm that our Xiao family is willing to contribute 18 million yuan. This decision came immediately after learning the truth of the matter. Previously, Rachel had agreed with Bond to contribute only 10 million. However, after thorough consideration, the Xiao family decided to increase their contribution by 8 million. The small companies nearby were stunned. What is the Xiao family doing? Clearly, this has nothing to do with them. Yet they are acting like attention seekers. Everyone marveled, finding the Xiao family's modern decision quite inconceivable. Despite having no direct stake in the matter, the Xiao family showed extraordinary eagerness. There's nothing else to say. It's because of some unfavorable actions in Jiangxing recently, which have damaged their reputation. They are using this means for urgent PR. Otherwise, they will completely lose touch with the people of Jiangxing. As everyone murmured, discussing the four major families, the old men listened quietly but said nothing. On Bond's side, he just smiled at those present. For the senior to contribute so much to the Tianxin District project shows a true concern for the people. In this regard, I truly admire you. Bond, while speaking, asked his assistant to bring out another contract. But in this matter, we definitely won't take advantage of you. This is a piece of land we've prepared. Afterward, it will be fully entrusted to your Xiao family for development. Given the scale of the Tianxin District project, Bond couldn't handle everything alone. Offering a part of the resources to these people was a normal strategy. In fact, this arrangement by Bond proved to be very wise. Humphrey stood up prepared for the worst. But he never expected Bond to still be willing to share a piece of land. He signed the contract without hesitation after a brief look. Just then, Adela didn't stand up. Instead, Bridget stood up representing Adela. Mr. Lin, A large investment should be required now. Bridget smiled at Bond. The development of the Tianjin district project is challenging. A single Qin group indeed finds it hard to manage, and we really need substantial investments. Everything had already been discussed beforehand, so Bond wasn't anxious. Earlier that morning, Bridget received a sum of money from Dash. However, Bridget made it clear that this land definitely couldn't be registered under Dash's name. It could only be developed under her own name to avoid being targeted by Bond. Dash initially harbored some fears, but upon reflection, considering his current relationship with Bridget, plus the recent medical skills she learned from him, he realized there was nothing to fear. Bridget must understand that to learn more advanced medical skills, she shouldn't offend him. Chapter 144, A Big Move. Master, Bond is cunning. Could this be a trap he deliberately set for us? If we believe it, we might never be able to extricate ourselves, Kramer whispered to Dash beside him, noting his pleased expression. Kramer had already been deceived by Bond many times before, so he couldn't help but be skeptical now. Although according to Dash's account, the information from Abby must be true and she wouldn't lie, who could guarantee that everything would proceed as smoothly as planned without any unforeseen changes? At least on this issue, even Kramer wasn't fully confident, but Dash was firm. Don't worry. I know he's sly, but that doesn't mean he can pose any threat to us. Dash casually waved his hand, revealing an unperturbed demeanor. He did have a certain understanding of the current situation, but he wasn't concerned about what might happen next. I know you're not reassured about Waverly, but let me remind you that she learned medicine from me. You know Waverly is obsessed with medicine, so she understands that if she wants to learn more advanced techniques, she can't avoid me. As Dash spoke, he appeared very self-satisfied. Everyone has their weakness. Just exploit it, and they will obey. Waverly was a good example. Despite her usually obedient demeanor, there was always a distance when closely observed. But this time, Dash used his methods to resolve these issues. In his view, everything was under his control, and he didn't need to worry about Waverly doing anything against him. Seeing Dash's confidence, Kramer finally relaxed. After all, putting up so much capital this time was no easy feat, and Kramer had gone through a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, in the conference room, when Waverly stood up, everyone immediately paid attention. I noticed the Xiao family still got land despite donating only part of their share. Bond nodded. Although today is about donations to Qin Group, it also supports the Tianjin district project. So as the project developer, I can assure you, everything you do here will be remembered, and you'll receive appropriate rewards, Bond said with a smile. However, Waverly then spoke loudly and seriously. Unfortunately, we don't intend to donate to the so-called Tianjin district project, even though it affected us significantly earlier. Hearing this, smaller companies rejoiced. They had long wanted to refuse. But with Edlin present and the four major families agreeing, how could they openly defy and risk trouble? Now, Waverly's statement gave them new hope. Looks like this Miss Ning still holds a grudge against Bond. She's holding on tight even now. That's right. The deeper the conflict between them, the better it is for us. We'd get more benefits, they murmured, surprised by the turn of events between Bond and Waverly. Despite this, Bond remained calm. So, you've made preparations for the worst case? Bond narrowed his eyes at Waverly. Their conversation became tense, as if a fight could break out any time. Waverly ignored Bond and declared, Our Ning family intends to invest 5 billion yuan directly into the project. This announcement stunned Azriel and Eden. They looked at Waverly as if she had lost her mind. Even Casper, sitting nearby, stared in disbelief. When Waverly said she would handle today's affairs, Casper felt strange because their usually obedient daughter seldom participated in such matters. But since Waverly volunteered, despite being unusual, he trusted her deeply and gave her the chance to speak. Yet Casper never imagined she would be utterly mad. Not only did she not plan to donate to the Tianjin district project, but she intended to invest in it. While a few $100 million wouldn't have been a big deal, billions were a different story. Selling Casper himself wouldn't fetch that much money. Bond questioned her. I know the Ning family's financial condition. Isn't several billion too much to commit? The Qin Group had already secured most of the funding for the Tianjin district project. Now, continuous inflows of capital were needed to ensure smooth operation. For Bond, billions were an excellent contribution. If Waverly succeeded, it would relieve his pressure. I know you may not believe it, but it's true. I said we would invest several billion, and that's exactly what we'll do, Waverly said haughtily, then continued. But we have conditions. We want Qin Group to give us land to choose from. This caused a stir in the meeting. Edlin remained composed, observing silently. He hadn't expected Waverly to make such a bold move, knowing full well that Qin Group aimed to take over the entire Tianjin district project yet now demanded a piece of it. Please note that the characters' names have been carefully transcribed using pinyin. The translation retains the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and grammatical correctness in English. Chapter 145. It's your choice, idol. This situation indeed presented a golden opportunity for Bond. Given that the Ning family was willing to invest such a large sum, anyone in his position would seize the chance and do everything possible to secure this investment. Everyone held this belief and acted accordingly. For the current Qin Group, securing several $100 million in funds could significantly change their destiny. No wonder everyone's attitude toward the Qin Group had changed. In everyone's view, Bond would be foolish to refuse after learning about this offer. Continuing unwavering cooperation with the Qin Group seemed like the only option. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Bond carefully scrutinized Bridget at this moment. Ning, young miss, you really asked for much. I didn't expect you could come up with so much money at once. But if these are your terms, I have no objections. After some thought, Bond nodded seriously. As the representative of the Qin Group, I agree to your demands. I will allocate a portion of the land for the Ning family's development. But note this land is solely for cooperation with you, Bridget. No one has the right to interfere or influence the project during its development. As he spoke, Bond pulled out a contract prepared in advance, leaving the onlookers stunned. It appeared Bond and Bridget had planned this well in advance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a draft contract ready so quickly. Next, Azriel and Gaston were metaphorically put under pressure. One donated tens of millions, while while the other invested hundreds of millions. Neither had intended to contribute so much, but it seemed they had no choice now. Appearing too lenient in front of the four major families might invite contempt. Thus, the Long family donated 15,320,000 renminbi precisely. Our Lin family donates 20 million renminbi, Bond announced. With the four major families taking the lead, smaller companies naturally followed suit, eager to gain favorable terms from Bond through this project. Edlin had anticipated difficulties persuading others to invest. These people had been notoriously frugal. However, with the four major families setting an example, many were now willing to invest, displaying a relaxed attitude. The toughest challenge was now resolved. What happened next was beyond Edlin's control. Exiting the meeting, Bond encountered Dash in the hallway. Surprise, surprise. Isn't this Dash? Are you here to attend the meeting? Looking down on Dash, Bond teased. If you wanted to attend, you should have known to set up a company first. Too late now, huh? Dash saw Bond's smug smile and inwardly sneered. This man aimed to cut him off from any involvement in the Tianjin district project entirely. Bond had succeeded until now, but Dash had not given him a single opening. Bond, don't celebrate too soon. I can tell you this, you'll regret not cooperating with me sooner or later. Bond scoffed. Stop dreaming. I'm glad I didn't partner with you. Otherwise, I'd be in deeper trouble. Each man stood firm, unwilling to back down on this issue. Seeing the tension, Osiris pulled Dash aside. Master, we must remain cautious and low-key. We cannot let Bond discover any weaknesses. If he finds out the 500 million came from us, we won't be able to invest anymore. Dash sighed in relief upon hearing this. You're right. I've already made the investment. No need to provoke him further. Osiris also agreed. Bond had almost gotten the better of Dash, nearly provoking a physical response. However, Dash remained confident, believing everything was still within his control. Don't worry. I know what to do. Bond won't find any weakness in me, Dash declared resolutely. Meanwhile, Bond called Mitzi as he returned. The plan worked perfectly. That piece of land is now in Dash's hands. Now we wait for the 500 million to reach our accounts. Technically, Dash and Bridget were dating. Bond's statements earlier aimed to eliminate any chance of Dash intervening. Unfortunately for Dash, he hadn't considered Bridget betraying him on this matter. Desiring medical advancement, she would unlikely defy him so drastically. This plan of yours was brilliant. Once Dash learns the truth, he'll be furious, Mitzi laughed. Initially unaware of Bond's depth, Mitzi now admired his tactics. The plan's success was undeniable. When Dash eventually discovered the truth, he would only have himself to blame. Chapter 146. Overconfident. Dash would likely never have imagined that the plan he had painstakingly arranged was always under his enemy's control. Perhaps to Dash, there was now nothing left for him to worry about. Everything could be resolved smoothly. However, reality was starkly different from what they had anticipated. Waverly immediately shared the good news with Dash right after securing the project. We succeeded. We successfully took a chunk of territory from Bond's hands. And due to our significant investment, Edlin has offered us some special treatment. When Dash saw that the land he bought was all in the center of the development zone, he smiled broadly. For him, it was an unexpected joy. This is fantastic. Bond wouldn't expect you and me to collaborate and set a trap against him. But this is what he deserves for repeatedly causing trouble for us. Dash was smug, feeling like he now held all the reins. However, developing this project will still require time for preparation and continuous financial investment. Brother Yi, can you manage? To completely gain Dash's trust, Waverly even coaxed him with affectionate words. This seductive tone almost made Dash faint. Can I manage? How can a man say no? Xuanhuan, rest assured, leave this matter to me. It's just more investments needed later on. No problem at all. After hanging up the phone, Dash immediately summoned Cannon. You go and contact my godfather, telling him we need more funds, get him to send more money over. As for those idiots from Maxwell, tell him to find ways to deal with them as soon as possible. Just thinking about his money going into Bond's hands made him furious, but he had no good solutions at the moment. Young master, are you sure about this? As Waverly said, these projects should be registered under her name, so they have nothing to do with us. But we still need to invest people, effort, and money, becoming patsies. Even Cannon felt something was amiss. He tried his best to dissuade Dash, hoping he would stay clear-headed. Waverly wasn't someone easy to provoke, with countless schemes. Believing everything she said would be a big mistake. But unexpectedly, Dash merely hummed. I know what you mean, but it's unnecessary to worry about this right now. Dash sneered, his eyes revealing confidence. Yes, Waverly might betray me, but the reason I trust her now is because our relationship is already determined. In a few days, I'll conquer her physically. At that point, regardless of her tactics, she'll have to obey me. Dash laughed loudly at this point, while Cannon nodded in agreement. If it was arranged like this, there was no issue. Besides, even without this reason, I have supreme medical skills in hand. Hasn't Waverly always wanted to learn these medical techniques? So she must follow my orders. Otherwise, why would I teach her the subsequent techniques? Dash was quite confident about Waverly, even loosening his tight surveillance over her movements, which gave Waverly and Bond a chance to meet privately. Dash hasn't raised any suspicions at all. Even Waverly found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, such a large project would raise doubts for Dash, but he trusted her thoroughly so far. Bond stroked his chin, well aware of Dash's thoughts. You should understand better than I do what kind of person he is. He's not worried now because he wants to create an image of being magnanimous, making you let your guard down. He plans to take control over you next, Bond observed Waverly closely, finding himself tempted too. Noticing Bond's peculiar gaze, Waverly shot him a glare, a flirtatious expression that was incredibly alluring. Bond awkwardly chuckled and rubbed his nose. So, what do you plan to do next? Use Dash to force the situation? Though this was a serious question, they had to consider it deeply. Hearing Bond's words, Waverly frowned. I came here precisely for this reason. If Dash insists on having a relationship with me, I can't refuse or he'll surely suspect me. The project still required substantial funding. They couldn't afford to lose Dash's support. Bond furrowed his brow. It was indeed a challenging issue, especially since Dash was not only a strong fighter but also a doctor. Fooling him wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, Bond thought of the system. His villain points were steadily increasing. Without hesitation, he used all of them to draw 10 golden capsules. Ding, you successfully drew 10 golden capsules and obtained Thought Modification Card X1. Enhanced Sleep Inducer X1. The Thought Modification card can easily alter the target's recent memories when used without their guard up. The Enhanced Sleep Inducer is specially designed for martial artists. Once used, it will put the target into a deep sleep, unresponsive to any interference, like a dead pig. Bond was originally somewhat worried, but upon seeing these two items in his hand, he immediately felt relieved. Thought Modification card. Used when the target is unaware, it can easily alter recent memories. Enhanced xuanhuan. Specifically designed for martial artists, it puts the target into a deep sleep, rendering them unresponsive to any interference. Note: it seems there's a mix of English and Chinese in your text, xuanhuan. Typically, the item would be named consistently in one language. If you prefer the name in English, it should be translated fully. Enhanced Martial Sleep Aid. Specifically designed for martial artists, it puts the target into a deep sleep, rendering them unresponsive to any interference. Bond initially felt some concern, but seeing these items, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 147. Our Agreement. Sure enough, crucial moments still rely on the system. Bond had noticed before that sometimes the system was even more considerate than he imagined. However, it would only step in at extremely critical moments. In emergencies, the system would never let him down. Its current performance clearly demonstrated this point. Even Bond didn't expect that for the few concerns he had been fretting over, the system could so easily help him find a solution to break the deadlock. So, here's what we'll do. If Dash really intends to have a room with you, just tell me about it, and leave the rest to me. Rest assured, I will use my methods to make Dash believe he has already gotten what he wants from you, while ensuring your innocence as much as possible. Waverly looked at Bond in great surprise. Are you sure you're not joking? With someone like Dash, he is bound to notice something wrong. Though Bond sounded confident, Waverly still felt some apprehension. After all, they were dealing with Dash, whose methods weren't easy to counter. Bond shrugged helplessly. I don't know how confident I can be, but right now we must try our best. Otherwise, we can only watch as Dash gets his way. Waverly thought about it. If Bond was willing to promise this, he must be pretty sure of himself. If worst came to worst, she could always call the police directly if things got out of hand. She didn't believe Dash would dare defy the law. Anyway, if Dash's investment encountered problems, the headache would ultimately be Bond's. Since you say so, this time I'll trust you. Waverly stood up and walked over to Bond. But if you dare deceive me, you should know Miss Ning has plenty of ways to make you pay. Bond smiled calmly. Don't worry, since I dared to promise you, I'm certain I can handle it. Dash wouldn't be able to see through my moves. Seeing Bond's resolute attitude, Waverly felt somewhat relieved. She believed that with Bond's capabilities, he should be able to help her deal with any subsequent troubles. Moreover, although Dash was cunning, the gap between him and Bond remained obvious. Dash's cunning stemmed mostly from an overestimation of his abilities, thinking he could manipulate everyone easily. But Bond was different. To Waverly, Bond seemed like someone who could control many people's fates. He knew exactly what decisions to make next to achieve the best outcomes. This was one reason Waverly agreed to cooperate with Bond. She understood that Bond possessed various resources. This guy was undoubtedly more formidable than she had initially thought. A few days later, Dash arrived at the Ning residence as scheduled. When Price saw Dash again, he frowned. If not for the boy's astonishing medical talent, he might have thrown Dash out long ago. Had it not been for Waverly's quick thinking back then, their family would have become a laughingstock in Jiangqing. However, despite his dissatisfaction, Price maintained his composure and greeted Dash with a smile. Mr. Ding Tian, what brings you here? Looking at Price's smiling face, Dash didn't realize that Price was slightly annoyed with him. He greeted Price as usual. Uncle, I've come to see Waverly. And today, I have some good news for Waverly. With that, Dash walked straight inside without looking back. Standing there, Price clenched his fists, barely stopping himself from punching the young man. What is that brat up to now? This girl doesn't even tell me anything. If she really messes things up for the Ning family, that would be disastrous. The butler standing beside Price kept quiet. While Price may not understand his daughter's character, the butler knew her well. For their family, it was already impressive enough that their lady wasn't causing trouble for others. Expecting others to bully her was merely a daydream. Just this time, for instance. Through her efforts, they managed to secure a prime piece of land in the heart of Tianjin district. Something unimaginable. Why did they succeed? Only because Waverly had quietly orchestrated the entire process, something no one else could achieve. But the butler definitely wouldn't say that now. Everyone's attention was on Bond, and no one considered Waverly a formidable figure either. Waverly had known Dash would come to see her. So, she wasn't anxious, having waited here for a while already. Sure enough, Dash knocked on the door symbolically and entered, acting like he owned the place. Xuanying, didn't you say there were issues with follow-up funds and wanted my help? I've successfully secured the follow-up investment. Hearing this, Waverly jumped up immediately. Brother Yi, are you serious? Dash proudly said, of course. When have I ever lied to you? I said it would work, and it definitely will, without any problem. He patted his chest emphatically to assure her. Watching Dash's serious expression, Waverly fell silent. But, no reward without effort. Brother Yi believes in me so much, I don't know what to do. Waverly put on a bashful act. Since that moment was inevitable, she decided to take the initiative, making Dash trust her even more. And this was the plan she had agreed upon with Bond days ago. Everything was set, waiting for Dash to fall into the trap. Seeing Waverly like this, Dash's heart skipped a beat. Goodness, could this girl already know what I'm planning to do? Chapter 148. Are you seriously playing dirty? When Dash saw Waverly in this state, his mood naturally became even more agitated. Initially, he had thought that achieving his goal today might require some time, but he hadn't expected Waverly to be so cooperative. With this kind of cooperation, wouldn't all his future plans proceed more smoothly? Thinking this far, Dash relaxed further. Why are you telling me all this? What's the relationship between you and me? It's long been intertwined, so you don't have to worry so much. Leave everything else to me. I'll take over more responsibility for the Tianxin district project, but I did book a great restaurant for today. Want to join me? Waverly smiled at him. Oh my, it's so late, and you still want to go out. You're naughty. Dash chuckled. What? Isn't a candlelit dinner better? Waverly blushed, looking extremely bashful, but she nodded in agreement. Honestly, everything was progressing too smoothly today, leaving Dash almost disbelieving. He had prepared himself mentally to spend some time coaxing Waverly as she had always refused his invitations before. Even this made Dash doubt whether his relationship with her was real, but he never expected that Waverly would be exceptionally compliant today and agree so easily. It felt like a dream. Yet, there was no time to think too much now. Regardless of dreams or reality, as long as he could take Waverly out, the rest would depend on his arrangements. As Dash went out with Waverly, they didn't notice Bond secretly observing them. Everything was proceeding as Bond had predicted. Dash indeed took the opportunity to bring Waverly out. It seems the plan is unfolding just as I anticipated, Bond murmured quietly, noticing Dash was accompanied by protectors, Aldo and Abby among them. Evidently, Dash had become cautious after previous experiences. Bringing so many experts this time made things challenging for Bond. Approaching Dash would be far more complex than he had imagined. However, if Dash was prepared, why wouldn't Bond be? This time, Bond also brought the 4 Guardians and Gary. You've seen that Dash has protection. Approaching him won't be easy, but I'm not giving up easily. Bond had already explained the gravity of the situation to them. Upon learning the truth, the few people were highly displeased with Dash's behavior. This scoundrel actually intends to take advantage of her under these circumstances. No matter what, we can't let this happen. Mr. Lin, give us your orders. Seeing their serious faces, Bond nodded with a smile. Right. We don't know what kind of person Dash is, but if we let him continue like this, how many victims will he create? Bond's eyes were resolute. Once we arrive, find a way to clear away the guards around Dash, then I'll seize the opportunity. Be careful when you act. Don't kill anyone. Although Dash was guarded by skilled protectors, their strength was roughly equal to Gary's group. Therefore, Bond needed to ensure that both sides could hold on long enough for him to make the necessary preparations. Gary nodded after consideration. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I'll handle it properly. Relieved by their affirmation, Bond understood that these matters wouldn't be as simple as they seemed. He could only do his best about the final outcome. Time ticked by. To most people, nothing unexpected should happen. Dash quickly arrived at a remote hotel with Waverly. The food and service here were excellent, and the environment was perfect, rarely disturbed by outsiders. Clearly, Dash had made meticulous arrangements beforehand to bring Waverly here. He thought everything would proceed according to plan. However, Dash had not anticipated that Bond would follow them. Bond initially believed that Waverly could handle Dash alone. If she could escape safely, that would be ideal. But if she got tangled up with Dash, it would be Bond's turn to intervene. The plan had been going well until something unexpected occurred. As Bond pondered the smooth resolution, he noticed through the window that Waverly appeared slightly disoriented. Damn, aren't you the revered border war god? Would you resort to such despicable means? Gary and the 4 Guardians were utterly stunned. This is our once respected border war god? They had betrayed Dash under duress from Bond, hoping to rectify things someday. But none of them expected Dash to stoop so low. Now, he intended to overpower Waverly using drugs. They had suspected today would be different, but underestimated the situation. Bond couldn't quite express his feelings. Seems Dash had planned this long ago. Bond's expression turned grim. Now intervention was inevitable because Waverly wasn't prepared. None of them had expected Dash to use such despicable methods, catching everyone off guard. Chapter 149. Now it's really over. Initially, Bridget hadn't thought much about it, and had been quite proactive during the dinner with Dash. Dash also changed his usual demeanor today, and was extraordinarily gentle to Bridget, which even made her doubt if this guy was still the Dash she knew. But these thoughts Bridget kept to herself. Ye Gidge, you feel so different from before. You seem much gentler than ever. Bridget smiled while looking at Dash, trying to get more information out of him. Despite Dash's seemingly relaxed demeanor, everyone could sense that something was seriously wrong. However, Dash dodged the important issues directly. How is this not good? I felt that I had too much on guard with you in the past. So since we're already this close, I thought some changes would be appropriate. Of course, if you don't like my current way, feel free to speak up, and I will change as you wish, Dash said, gazing at Bridget with an incredibly gentle expression, almost believable as a deeply affectionate person. But seeing Dash act this way, Bridget felt cold sweat run down her back. Bond, you'd better protect me this time. If anything goes wrong, I won't let you off the hook. Bridget was initially confident, but when she saw Dash acting this way, she felt like she was facing a big troublemaker. This guy must have something huge up his sleeve. If today didn't go well, there might be danger. The only one she could rely on now was Bond, hoping he would keep his promise and come to save her at the critical moment. Soon, the dishes were served on the table, but Bridget had no interest in eating. Yet, to avoid arousing Dash's suspicion, she tried to cooperate as much as possible. Everything seemed normal at first, but halfway through the meal, Bridget noticed something was amiss as she felt inexplicable heat rising in her body. As an experienced doctor, she wasn't foolish and immediately realized something was wrong. She also found her gaze growing dazed as she looked at Dash. Dash naturally noticed Bridget's changes. Xiuxian, how are you feeling? Dash leaned in, but Bridget managed to dodge just in time. Ye Gidge, I feel terrible. My body feels so hot, Bridget said, her eyes filled with confusion. Did you do something to me? You know who I am. You can't hide this from me. Dash sighed after hearing her words. Bridget, I didn't want to do this, but I was forced into a corner. You know, Bond has been causing me trouble recently. He ruined many of my plans several times. So I absolutely can't afford another failure. Since we are already together, you will be mine eventually. I'm merely speeding up the process. Don't worry, I'll treat you well. Dash tried to approach Bridget again, who struggled to retreat but was too weak to resist. Why are you doing this to me? The situation was completely out of control. Although Bridget had mentally prepared for the worst, she still felt despair once this happened. Things unfolded differently from what she anticipated, and Dash clearly left her no room to escape. Dash chuckled lightly. Bridget, you agreed to me, and I even invested so much money for your sake. Doesn't this show how much I care for you? So since the final result is the same anyway, why should you care about the process? I just want this step completed. With that, Dash lifted Bridget into his arms. I've booked a room here. Don't worry, my people will make sure no one disturbs us today. Whatever happens here will be kept secret. Hearing Dash's words, Bridget realized everything was lost. She was going to end up here. Even though they had planned everything beforehand with Bond, who would have thought Dash would dare to pull such tricks? Aren't you a border war god? Aren't you a divine doctor? How could someone with such a protagonist aura stoop to such despicable means? Dash felt helpless. If given a choice, he wouldn't have acted this way. However, having faced multiple defeats against Bond, he felt compelled. Bridget was the key point in his struggle against Bond. Securing her would solve all subsequent problems easily. Thus, he took a risky move. He couldn't afford any failure or face his adoptive father. They had already invested so much in Tianjin district. Without visible results, things could worsen. Bridget rapidly pondered how to break the deadlock. Her body was beyond her control, leaving her at Dash's mercy. Luckily, Dash hadn't started anything yet. Yet, she couldn't think of any solution within this limited time. Calling the police was likely too late. Meanwhile, Cannon and others waited outside, anticipating someone to disrupt the plan as Dash predicted. Whether it would be Bond or others, they needed to stay vigilant and eliminate anyone who showed up. Soon, Cannon noticed masked individuals approaching, identifying them as Gary and his men. Acting swiftly, Cannon attacked, leading to their hasty retreat. This successfully lured away all of Dash's guards. In this urgent situation, Bond didn't hesitate either and infiltrated the hotel at the first opportunity. Chapter 150. Do you believe me? Damn it, Dash, you really are infuriating. Bond cursed Dash bitterly at this moment. Even if he had prepared for the worst, he never imagined that things would turn out like this today. In a way, this completely altered Bond's previous understanding of the situation. Now, all that remained was extreme anger towards Dash. If I get my hands on you, just wait until I ruin you today. Bond thought this to himself, and then swiftly infiltrated the hotel. Having decided to take action, he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Dash, calm down. I never agreed to do these things. Waverly could only manage to say this with great effort, hoping that the man before her might understand her meaning. Unfortunately, in this situation, Dash no longer knew what he should do. He was solely focused on achieving his goal. I explained myself clearly just now. I've shown you much sincerity already. Naturally, I should now receive the appropriate return. Or did you deceive me from the very beginning? At this point, Dash's tone changed slightly. Waverly, noticing this, quickly tried to explain. That's not how things are. I just think this is happening too fast, and it's unfair to me. Unfortunately, Dash only laughed casually and dismissed her words. Waverly was thrown onto the bed as Dash started taking off his outer clothes with a smile. It's okay. Afterward, you'll see just how good I am. He slowly approached Waverly as he spoke. Meanwhile, tears streamed down Waverly's cheeks. She felt extreme resistance internally. With the effects of the drug, she could barely move, let alone exert any strength. Damn Bond. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation today. One day, I will make you pay. Waverly cursed Bond bitterly inside her heart. Sadly, Bond couldn't hear her thoughts and wasn't in a position to offer help at this critical moment. On the other side, after infiltrating the hotel, Bond quickly located Dash's room. Just as he was about to enter, someone blocked him. Abby was surprised to see Bond but reacted quickly. Before Bond could approach, she disguised herself and then stepped forward to block him. Who are you? Despite Abby's preparation, Bond instantly recognized her identity when she appeared. Previously, Gary had lured Arvin away. Bond thought Abby would have gone with them since they were in large numbers and only Arvin was left behind. However, to Bond's surprise, Abby remained. Move aside. You should know what's happening inside. I'm here to save Waverly, Bond said gently, hoping Abby would realize the gravity of the situation and step aside so the problem could be resolved smoothly. But despite Bond's pleading, Abby didn't seem to grasp the seriousness of the issue. Since I'm guarding this place, no one can enter today, regardless of who they are. If you have such intentions, give up now. Abby didn't want to confront Bond. She considered him a good person and didn't want to target him directly, but blocking him was the simplest thing she could do under the circumstances. Do you know what Dash is doing? He's committing a crime by forcing an unwilling woman into a relationship. I'm preventing him from making things worse, Bond said sternly, but Abby only snorted. I don't know what you're talking about. The young master has plenty of ways to get women without forcing them. Moreover, Miss Ning and the young master are in a romantic relationship, so this is quite normal. Indeed, as Bond had expected, outsiders would find it easy to spot the problems, but for Abby, understanding the key issues was difficult. Voluntary? Think about it. If Miss Ning was truly willing, why was she screaming earlier? Why did your young master carry her here? Why did you need to guard the place beforehand? A series of questions made Abby fall silent. Why indeed? But could the young master, whom she admired so much, really be capable of forcing someone? Bond, seeing Abby's hesitation, knew he had swayed her. I know you've been brainwashed from a young age, but that doesn't mean you've lost all your own thoughts. Think carefully. Does this really seem normal? Bond spoke earnestly. Previously, Abby wouldn't have believed Bond, but after knowing he was a good person, she seriously considered his words. The evidence she held didn't seem consistent with consent. Yet, she couldn't believe it. It was her revered young master. How could he do something so monstrous? The world is full of surprises, and when you learn the truth, it can be heartbreaking. But even so, we must still make the right decision. If you believe he's making a mistake, then now is the time to cooperate with me. Bond looked at Abby earnestly. I don't know who you are, but do you believe me? Abby gazed into Bond's eyes, utterly mesmerized. Chapter 151. They will come again. If things were to proceed logically, Abby would definitely not be on Bond's side right now. But there was no way around it. Bond's words had hit her hard. She never imagined that her young master would stoop this low. Originally, everything should have been much simpler. However, things turned out like this, which left Abby genuinely surprised. Hearing Bond say all this made her truly worried. What if Bond was telling the truth? Wouldn't Waverly then be the biggest victim? Earlier, Abby might have suspected Bond of lying. But because of prior events, she had developed a certain level of trust in him. So when Bond spoke these words, Abby didn't immediately think he was lying. Instead, she considered how to resolve the matter quietly and efficiently. Even if I let you in now, it won't change anything. I know Miss Ning is likely forced, but she probably has no choice. If she resists young master now, their collaboration will end disastrously. This could be why Miss Ning doesn't resist. So even if I let you in, what can you do? You can't change anything, Abby pondered, looking at Bond, trying to convince herself too. Bond just sneered. What if I have a plan? What if I can make Dash believe nothing happened tonight? Then we can save Miss Ning discreetly. Bond looked at Abby, chuckling inwardly. Sure enough, this girl was good at finding solutions for certain problems. She said so much only to find an excuse and a reason. But Abby didn't realize that Bond had already read her thoroughly, giving quick answers to many issues. Abby looked at Bond, unsure what to say. But even if you go in now, what can you do? Aldo and his men might arrive soon. Young master instructed several experts to lie in wait around here. When you came, you already drew some of them away, but they are no match for Aldo. Abby warned, once they discover you, no matter your prowess, you cannot escape. Abby hoped Bond would leave, but Bond's stance was firm. Having come this far, how could he leave easily? Moreover, if he gave up now, he couldn't explain to Miss Ning. So please keep watch for me outside, Bond said gently to Abby. Abby blinked. Oh? You infiltrate to confront my young master, and then ask me to watch your back outside. Do you really not consider me an outsider? Abby hadn't realized that Bond possibly knew her true identity. Incredulity filled her thoughts, yet after Bond's explanation, she did waver, thinking maybe Bond's plan could work. Not to mention the cries for help coming from inside. Dash, stop. You're scaring me. Bond pressed on. You've heard her? Dash never intended to be with Waverly properly. His goal is to quickly possess Waverly and control the Ning family. He even used drugs. Surely you know this. I know you are kind-hearted and cannot stand such atrocities. Now, seeing the truth before you, will you turn a blind eye or join me in saving Waverly? The power of rhetoric was impressive. Bond convinced Abby effortlessly. I'll cooperate with you. But you must promise not to harm young master. Bond nodded vigorously. That was exactly what he wanted. As for Dash, Bond had other plans for him. At that moment, Dash was relishing his imminent conquest of Waverly and control over the Ning family. Unbeknownst to him, danger was near. As Dash gloated, the door suddenly opened, startling him. Who is it? Haven't I told you not to enter without my command? Dash's eyes fell on Bond rushing in. Unfortunately, before Dash could react, Bond pounced. Bang! A punch landed on Dash's stomach, sending him sprawling like a shrimp. Bond? Why the hell is it you again? Dash felt exasperated by repeated interference from this man. Just as he had almost undressed Waverly, ready to finish the act, Bond appeared again, disrupting his entire plan. Don't tell me you expected anything else? I've been watching you. I knew you'd do something despicable. Bond glared fiercely at Dash, delivering more punches to his abdomen. Help! Help! Dash screamed, but no one responded. Abby also avoided showing herself. I suggest you give up. Your men are dealt with. You're alone now. Hearing this, Dash's face darkened. Despite not being fully recovered, he wasn't about to be intimidated by Bond. You brat, since you insist on this path, don't blame me for being rude. Today, you'll learn a lesson. With that, Dash lunged at Bond, and they began fighting fiercely, creating chaos. Chapter 152. Isn't this going too far? Dash had originally believed that, relying on his strength, he could at least match Bond to some extent. However, as the battle dragged on, Dash soon realized he wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. How long has it been? His power has risen yet again. Is he a monster? Upon sensing another increase in Bond's strength, Dash still couldn't believe what was happening. He had seen many formidable experts before, but someone who could continuously boost their power in such a short time, like Bond, was unprecedented. Unfortunately, Dash couldn't discuss this with Bond now. Bond's attacks continued relentlessly, showing no intention of letting Dash off easily. Each move aimed at subduing Dash. Bridget lay on the large bed, believing she was about to be defiled by Dash. She felt intense hatred for Bond. Yet, just as things were at their most critical moment, Bond suddenly appeared like a godsend, catching Dash by surprise and pummeling him viciously. Dash's previous arrogance made Bridget realize that no matter how devious she was still a woman. When faced with men like Dash, she lacked the upper hand. At first, Dash managed to hold his ground a few times, but as time passed, he found himself completely outmatched by Bond, whose skills far exceeded his expectations. The methods Bond employed were so bizarre that Dash could barely muster any resistance, only retreating under relentless attacks. Damn it, where are those people? Dash was furious. Despite having so many people on guard, they failed to appear when needed. It dawned on him that his own men were probably already taken care of by Bond. You've been preparing for today all along, haven't you? Didn't expect you to hide your intentions so deeply. Dash glared at Bond, knowing this was all part of his scheme. Bond must have planned this meticulously long ago, and Dash hadn't noticed until it was too late. Bond didn't bother explaining. He had already applied knockout powder on his body. Seizing an unguarded moment, he stepped behind Dash and pressed the powder onto his face. Initially, Dash struggled, but as the drug took effect, his body became unresponsive, collapsing unconscious. In his final moments, Dash saw a smirk on Bond's face. Bastard, did you think your scheme would succeed? As long as I'm around, you'll never achieve your goals. Bond cursed, then immediately went to Bridget's side. How are you feeling? Is there anything I can do for you? Bond examined Bridget's hands and frowned. Bridget looked at him. That bastard played dirty. He drugged me. Now I feel my body losing control. Bridget felt helpless. If this happened earlier, she might have countered the drug. But now, the effects were fully underway, leaving her powerless. Only her strong will kept her conscious. How long can this last? Who knows? Even Bridget couldn't answer. Bond felt equally helpless. He knew he couldn't just sit by, but what could he do? Bridget added, the drug Dash gave me isn't simple. If I don't do something, I won't be able to detoxify and might end up with lasting damage. Bond's eyes widened in realization. Isn't there any other way? Bridget rolled her eyes. Don't act so surprised. If you really wanted, we could solve this quickly. Bond felt conflicted. He had often thought about having these kinds of experiences with the young ladies of the 4 major families. But while it sounded easy, it was far from reality. Now, unexpectedly, everything seemed set up without his effort, thanks to Dash. Let me think if there's a way to detoxify you. Bond pretended to prepare seriously. Seeing this, Bridget grew irritated. Are you not interested? Am I that unattractive? If it were anyone else, they'd be jumping at the chance. But here was Bond hesitating. His reluctance showed through his expression, making Bridget even angrier. She was a desirable catch with countless admirers. Why was she always dismissed by Bond? Even if Bridget had a good temper, she couldn't endure this now. Hearing her annoyance, Bond scratched his head awkwardly. Not at all. You're very beautiful. It's just that I'm not like Dash. I can't do something so beastly. Bond spoke honestly. Just because Dash acted like a brute, it didn't mean he should follow suit. Chapter 153, System Explosion. How did I not notice this guy is such a nag and so difficult to deal with? When Bridget heard his response, she wanted to kick him hard. At this critical moment, Bond seemed entirely unaware of the seriousness of the situation, still chattering away. Bridget could still control herself at the moment, but if this continued, she couldn't imagine what would happen next. Stop pretending to be a righteous man in front of me. We're both adults and not idiots. Bridget had run out of patience looking at Bond. I can still control my body now, at least I know who to choose. But in a while, things may not be the same. Are you really prepared for me to be with Dash? Bond shook his head, of course not. Just as he said this, Bridget pounced on him, losing all self-control. After making up her mind, Bridget completely let loose. She clung to Bond like an octopus. Bond felt dizzy despite already having Mitzi and Opal. Bridget's innocent face but voluptuous figure was indeed hard to resist. Not to mention, this girl knew quite a few tricks. At first, he resisted somewhat, but gradually, Bond became completely passive. Who would have thought that normally pure-looking Bridget played so wild and was even more aggressive than Bond had imagined? She was truly a hidden treasure. Outside the door, Abby had been standing guard. Earlier, when Bond attacked Dash, she also considered helping, but after deep reflection, she decided against it. Although young master was her master, he must pay for his actions. Forcing himself on a girl like this, nobody could easily accept it, so Dash should take responsibility for his mistake. However, what puzzled Abby now was why the situation inside seemed wrong when Bond went in to save Dash. The heavy breathing and intense sobbing coming from inside made Abby anxious. Just then, Osiris returned. What's the situation? I've driven off everyone from Maxwell. They shouldn't return soon. As Osiris spoke, he also heard noises from inside the room and sighed in relief. The young master's plan has finally succeeded. It's heartbreaking to see everything else fail for so long, Abby commented meaningfully. Osiris didn't know what to say, so they stood guard outside the entire night. Even Osiris couldn't believe how much time the two spent in there. Young master truly has endless energy, Osiris remarked, glancing at Abby, wondering about the master's intentions earlier in arranging these female attendants. That night left Abby utterly distraught. Unbeknownst to her, images of Bond and Bridget entangled kept flashing through her mind. Despite seldom engaging with such matters, it didn't mean she didn't understand them. Logically, it shouldn't happen, yet Abby couldn't stop thinking about it. Finally, morning arrived, and everything calmed down. Bond held Bridget, who snuggled into his muscular chest, still breathing heavily. So big, can't handle it at all. The drug played a part, but later, it was Bridget taking the initiative, inexplicably. Initially, she hated Bond, but living with him, she found him not as bad as she imagined. More importantly, he risked his safety to save her, leading her to develop some feelings for him. Cough not too bad. Even with thick skin, Bond blushed. Bridget looked at Dash, unconscious on the floor. What about him? Bond shook his head. By my estimation, he'll sleep for another half day. I'll alter his memories soon using Nanjiang Gu techniques, so please leave. Bridget nodded. How confident are you? Bond smiled. If yesterday, I wouldn't be fully confident, but now that I've succeeded in infiltrating, I'm completely sure Dash won't detect any abnormality. Hearing this, Bridget finally relaxed. Bond began altering Dash's memories. They cooperated seamlessly. In the morning, Bridget left with Abby's help, while Bond slipped out when Osiris wasn't paying attention. The instant he left the hotel, the system notified him. Ding! Congratulations on successfully intercepting the protagonist. Rewards include legal funds of 20 billion, 13% shares of Tungting Group, 1 Yang Finger Technique X1, Huayang Acupuncture Method X1, Fragment of Canopy Map X1. Ding! Congratulations on intercepting 2 protagonists. The villain shop is now open. A barrage of rewards nearly overwhelmed Bond. This move was insanely profitable. Not only had he secured Bridget, but received substantial rewards. More importantly, they could continue exploiting Dash without hesitation. Previously, Bond planned to eliminate Dash once strong enough, assuming the Star Palace wouldn't act rashly. Now, Bond reconsidered his strategy. Dash, being such a troublemaker, shouldn't die easily just yet. He'll exploit his value before anything. Meanwhile, waking up, Dash noticed Bridget's absence, momentarily stunned. Quickly, he calmed down, thinking Bridget was likely still angry. Seeing the bloodstains on the sheets and recalling last night, Dash believed their union was real. Her absence was probably due to tantrums, which he could easily soothe. Finally, I've finally succeeded. Dash roared triumphantly to the sky. Chapter 154. Villain Mall? Bond, of course, had no idea what was going on with Dash. However, he had already become a true winner in life. Not only did he win all of Dash's actions, but also, through a fortunate coincidence, he gained Bridget, which was the biggest help for Bond. Now, both the Long and Ning families would undoubtedly stand by Bond's side in the future. The Xiao family wouldn't hesitate to back him either because Rachel had a good relationship with him, and the two had fought on the same side not long ago. The only remaining obstacle was the Lin family. But this investigator Miss Lin was indeed hard to deal with, so Bond didn't have any particularly good plans in the short term. Instead, his attention was focused on the newly opened Villain Mall in the system. He had never heard of such a thing before, and now, he finally had the time to seriously inspect the items within it. Admittedly, the system did provide some excellent items. Despite successfully opening the Villain Mall, there were some limitations, and the items available weren't numerous yet. At present, one could use villain points to purchase items like the Xuanhuan pill, Shanqi pill, and an extremely expensive breakthrough card that could only be purchased once a month. After reaching the peak of a cultivation realm, a single breakthrough card could directly propel one to the next level. Bond felt he had made a huge profit this time around. Compared to the rewards, the costs he had incurred were negligible. Bond hadn't anticipated how good his luck would turn out to be. Soon after, Bond met Mitzi again. Seeing his cheerful demeanor, Mitzi instantly understood what had happened. Looking so happy, I assumed Dash must have taken a bad fall. Mitzi spoke as she slowly approached Bond. Even from a distance, her displeasure was palpable. She furrowed her brows, slightly unhappy. Bond took the opportunity to embrace her slender waist from behind. Why? My beloved Amberly is upset? Mitzi sneered. Don't try to flatter me. You do everything to please me when you need me, but when you don't, you ignore my thoughts completely. I think young Master Lin doesn't need to pretend. Sometimes being natural is fine. Listening to Mitzi's sarcastic words, Bond chuckled. Though I did wrong, this time really has nothing to do with me. Ultimately, I'm still a victim here. Mitzi stared at Bond, eyes wide with disbelief. It was hard to believe those words came from this guy. Say that again. Do you think it's fair to say that while someone else is still a virgin, you go and blame them? Mitzi couldn't contain her anger. In fact, she had known about Bond's plans beforehand, but she hadn't expected things to escalate to this extent. Since the deed was done, Mitzi wasn't about to complain. Still, she didn't expect Bond to shift all the blame onto others at this critical moment. Wasn't he just a beast? Even if Mitzi loved Bond deeply, this excuse grated on her nerves. Bond sighed awkwardly. Amberly, I knew you'd be upset. Let me explain the whole situation to you. As he spoke, Bond recounted all the conflicts with Dash and revealed the despicable means Dash used this time. Initially, Mitzi didn't believe him, but gradually, she realized that things might be different from what she had initially imagined. Are you sure everything you told me is true and not a joke? Mitzi asked, her gaze unusually serious. Bond sighed helplessly. To be honest, I didn't think much about this plan. I knew Dash would play tricks, but I didn't expect him to go so far. Dash's current predicament was self-inflicted. Had he been more cautious, he wouldn't be in this state now. Given the situation, Bond couldn't resolve matters as before. Hearing this, Mitzi fell silent for a moment. If that's the case, I'll forgive you for now. Many developments in this matter had gone beyond Bond's original plans, and he had acted under duress. Relieved that Mitzi wasn't holding a grudge, Bond breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried Mitzi might not understand, making it difficult to explain everything. Fortunately, Mitzi was understanding. But what are you planning to do next? With everything under your control, will Dash make changes quickly if he finds out? Mitzi looked at Bond curiously. Bond shook his head calmly. Even if Dash knows now, what can he do? He can't change anything. He's already caught up in it. Now, he can only follow my arrangements. Bond smirked. Dash was somewhat smarter than expected, but unfortunately, he hadn't applied that intelligence correctly. If Dash had treated Bond as a formidable opponent and been more cautious, things might have turned out differently. Because of his mistakes, Bond successfully reversed the situation. In the current scenario, Bond no longer needed to worry about Dash causing trouble. Instead, he could continue benefiting from him. When Mitzi heard Bond's plans, even she, typically calm, couldn't help but marvel. You're truly going to push Dash to his limit. Do you realize how he will treat you and Bridget if he learns the truth? Mitzi asked, sounding a bit nervous. Translation notes. Chapter 154. Villain Shop? Bond had no idea what was happening with Dash, but he had undoubtedly become a true winner in life. He didn't just win all actions against Dash. More importantly, he unexpectedly won the favor of Bridget, which provided him the greatest advantage. Now, both the Long and Ning families would inevitably support Bond in the future. The Xiao family, due to Rachel's good relationship with Bond and their recent collaboration, would likely side with him too. Only the Lin family remained an issue. However, given Miss Investigator's complexity, Bond had no immediate solution. Instead, his attention turned to the newly opened Villain Shop. He had never heard of such a thing before. Now, he finally had time to examine the items inside. Admittedly, the system did provide some excellent options. Despite successfully opening the Villain Shop, there were still restrictions, so it currently wasn't fully stocked. Presently, only items like the Great Rebirth Pill, Essence Chi Pill, and a very expensive breakthrough card could be purchased once a month using villain points. This card allowed one to break through to the next cultivation realm after reaching the peak of their current realm. In this regard, Bond felt he had truly struck gold. Compared to the rewards, any costs incurred during the process were negligible. Soon after, Bond met Mitzi again. Seeing his radiant face, she instantly understood what had happened. Your happiness says it all. It looks like Dash is in trouble, Mitzi said as she approached Bond slowly. Even from a distance, something about Bond was apparent. Mitzi frowned, feeling somewhat unhappy. Bond seized the opportunity to embrace her slender waist from behind. Why? Is my beloved lawn sister upset? Mitzi gave a cold laugh. Cut the nonsense. You charm me when you need me, but ignore my feelings once you don't. I think young Master Lin doesn't need to pretend. Being natural sometimes isn't bad, she replied tartly. Hearing this, Bond laughed. Though I do feel a bit guilty, this really has nothing to do with me. Honestly, I'm also a victim here. Mitzi widened her eyes at Bond, finding it hard to believe these words were coming from him. Repeat that. Think about it. Speaking without conscience, she's still an unmarried lady, Mitzi said, feeling infuriated. She had known about Bond's plans beforehand, though she hadn't expected things to spiral out of control like this. But since the deed was done, she wouldn't press the matter further. Still, she couldn't help but feel that Bond was blaming others for everything. Isn't he a brute? Even if Mitzi adored Bond, she couldn't stand such excuses. Bond sighed awkwardly. Lawn sister, I knew you'd be upset, but please let me explain. Bond then recounted his conflicts with Dash and the latter's despicable methods. Initially, Mitzi was skeptical, but gradually she realized the situation might differ from her expectations. Are you sure everything you told me is true? You aren't lying? Mitzi asked, eyeing him seriously, as if daring him to deceive her. Bond sighed helplessly. Honestly, I didn't plan this far ahead. I knew Dash would play tricks, but not this extreme. Dash's outcome was self-inflicted. Had he been more cautious, it wouldn't have ended this way. Bond now had no choice but to respond to these unforeseen developments. Hearing this, Mitzi fell silent. If that's how it is, I'll forgive you for now, she conceded. Indeed, many aspects of the situation had exceeded Bond's original plans. Hearing Mitzi drop the matter, Bond finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared he might not be able to explain himself if she remained upset. Thankfully, Mitzi was magnanimous. But what do you plan to do next? With everything under your control, will Dash make any changes? She asked curiously. Bond shook his head calmly. Even if Dash knows, what can he do? He's already entangled and must follow my arrangements. Bond smirked. While Dash was smarter than he thought, unfortunately, his intelligence was misdirected. Had Dash treated Bond as a formidable opponent from the start, things might have been different. However, his flaws allowed Bond to turn the tables. Now, Bond no longer worried about future troubles from Dash. Instead, he could continue gaining benefits from him. When Bond explained his next steps, even the usually calm Mitzi was taken aback. You're really planning to completely ruin Dash, she remarked. Do you know how he'll treat you and Bridget if he discovers the truth? Mitzi added, sounding slightly tense. Efforts have been made to maintain the tone and style of the original text, ensuring it remains engaging and coherent. Paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. Chapter 155, Calculating against him, I don't feel the pain. If it were just an ordinary situation, Mitzi wouldn't have acted this way. However, the problem lay in the fact that Bond and Dash's conflict was far from simple. There was also the Star Palace organization lurking behind the scenes, its power unknown. Mitzi had only learned a few details about the Star Palace through Bond, but those details were enough to understand how terrifying they were. Ordinary people would be no match for them. I know how troublesome these guys are, but since I've made this choice, there will be no change, Bond said seriously. Whatever the final outcome for Dash, it has nothing to do with me. After all, it's his own decision that led him to this point, and I haven't actively tried to change anything. Mitzi shook her head as she watched Bond's earnest expression. It's easy to say it, but can they really believe you? Both Dash and the Star Palace organization behind him are very powerful. If things come to light, have you thought of how to deal with them? Ideally, resolving the matter smoothly would be best. But if not handled properly, both you and Bridget could get into bigger trouble, even risking your lives. This was Mitzi's conclusion after deep reflection. The issue was too serious. They simply had no way to handle it. Let the soldier face the battle, and let the flood be met with earth. My strength is no longer what it was before. Even if they want to deal with me, they must consider whether they're capable of it. Bond sat with his leg crossed, and one could see the calm assurance in his eyes. To others, this matter wasn't something easily resolved, but after preparing for so long, Bond was confident he had control over the situation. He was simply too lazy to take action yet. Mitzi worried, but Bond knew exactly why. He had already started preparations long ago. For now, the overall situation was still within his grasp, and there was nothing to worry about. The conflict between Dash and me will eventually erupt into an unending grudge. Therefore, I don't think Dash will ever let me go. More likely, this guy will try every means possible to find trouble with me. Once he truly discovers the truth, I will have no choice but to ensure he can never speak again or completely disappear from this world. Bond's eyes flashed with unusual ferocity. Initially worried about Bond, Mitzi instantly understood why this man seemed so confident when she saw his momentary emotional fluctuation. Indeed, these tasks might be difficult for anyone else, but Bond had prepared for the worst from the start. You thought of this happening long ago and have prepared accordingly. Mitzi sighed, leaning back slightly, looking at Bond with some weariness. She had to admit that many times, Bond's choices were beyond her imagination. When Dash first met me, he wanted to kill me. So, in my heart, he has been marked for death. Even if I don't act against him now, I will never let such a person remain in my life. I believe Dash feels the same about me, which is why I feel no guilt about eliminating him. Others may think my actions are too extreme. From Bond's perspective, he did nothing wrong. On the contrary, he merely wanted to survive. In the following days, development in Tianjin district continued. The citizens finally felt relieved. The situation was not much different from what they had expected. Under public pressure, even the influential figures couldn't act arbitrarily anymore. As long as they cooperated, future developments would not be so challenging. Privately, Bond kept in touch with Bridget during this period. Dash is firmly convinced and hasn't suspected anything about the previous events. Bridget's response left even Bond incredulous. Bridget had prepared to reveal everything if Dash noticed any anomaly. But unexpectedly, Bond's methods proved effective. Dash found nothing amiss and trusted Bridget even more. Originally, Bridget felt a bit guilty toward Dash, who, despite being despicable, wasn't entirely bad to her. But everything changed now. Bridget realized it was Dash's fault, and without Bond's timely intervention, she would have been ruined by Dash, with no future left. Thus, Bridget's only thought was revenge, to make Dash understand the consequences of crossing her. The land I gave you will require further development later. For now, your task is to keep Dash at ease. Just make him believe he still holds the upper hand. As for when the land will be developed, that depends on the future arrangements. From the beginning, Bond had no intention of letting Dash develop the land. Since the land was officially under Bridget's control, Dash needed her approval. Chapter 156, True Gentleman and True Scoundrel. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. Before, I might not have had many good solutions, but things are different now. Unlike before, Bridget now held her head high with pride, which was quite unexpected for Bond. Miss Ning is completely different from before, Bond thought, feeling somewhat surprised after hearing Bridget's words. He didn't expect Bridget to offer her help so willingly. He could also sense the change in Bridget. More importantly, he noticed that Bridget's attitude towards him was completely different from before. Previously, she had harbored some disdain for Bond, given his less than stellar reputation and his inhumane actions later on. However, this time, Bond's rescue of Bridget had created a very radiant image in her heart, causing her to forget everything he had done previously. Admittedly, Bond had been somewhat bad in the past, but he always adhered to his own principles, and even Isaiah couldn't force him to do anything against his will. There won't be any issues with Dash. I'll handle him in my own way, Bond assured. The project development in Tianxin District was about to kick off. With this round of fundraising, Bond was confident that the mid-stage development would go smoothly. Once Opal sales kicked in, the project in Tianxin District would be almost trouble-free. Even with this accelerated pace, Bond saw no major obstacles ahead, despite the process being more complex than expected. Undoubtedly, Bond had successfully changed the fate of many people. Later, Bond met Dash once again. Every time he saw Dash's spirited demeanor, he found it hard to confront him, not because he lacked the words, but because he felt the world was too cruel to Dash. Probably Dash still believed he had been the one to take down Bridget first. One day, Bond visited Gary. Although Gary and his group had successfully defeated Aldo last time, they were seriously injured themselves. Aldo was indeed formidable, and only because they had prepared an escape route did they manage to flee from his grasp. Otherwise, that battle alone could have cost them their lives. Bond instructed them to rest at home and recuperate for some time before considering other matters. This time, Bond came to offer them some rewards. Initially, there were no issues, but as time passed, they grew restless. Being cooped up like living fossils wasn't easy for anyone to endure. Thus, Gary proactively sought Bond, asking for more tasks. Bond visited them at their lodging villa. Recently, we haven't found any traces of the Star Palace organization. It seems they aren't aware of what happened before, Bond said with a smile as he looked at the 5 men before him. Brother Lin, we're very satisfied following you. Even if the Star Palace organization seeks trouble, it wouldn't matter much. We won't drag you into it. Bond glared at Gary. Am I telling you this so you can give such assurances? Bond huffed, and his gaze turned fiercer, making Gary bow his head, unsure how to respond. At this point, neither you nor I want to see such an outcome, but since it has happened, we must accept it honestly. How are your injuries? Bond asked, scanning them. Regardless of Gary or the 4 guardians, their wounds, though recovering over a long period, weren't easy to heal completely. Rest assured, Brother Lin, our injuries have healed without issue, Gary replied earnestly. Without saying more, Bond used the Huayang acupuncture technique he had learned. He swiftly inserted several silver needles into Gary. Before Gary could react, he slumped to the ground. Bond then grasped his pulse, his face growing grim as time passed. As I suspected, Dash never had good intentions. Dash knew Bond couldn't afford to lose Gary and his team. If Bond wanted to counter Dash, he needed their support. Indeed, Bond relied on them to break through when he faced challenges. Without them, he alone couldn't achieve much. What Bond hadn't anticipated was Dash's cunning move to poison Gary and others through Aldo. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Gary asked curiously. Nothing seemed amiss during the previous battles. Don't you remember Dash's other identity? Seeing Gary's expression, Bond knew they had no idea what had transpired. Dash had hidden his tracks well, especially with these toxins tailored for martial artists, harmless until they tried to channel their energy, leading to instant death. When Bond revealed all, Gary and the others were utterly shocked. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered any significant problems recently and had been resting. Otherwise, they could have met their end the moment they channeled their energy. They felt a shiver of dread, grateful that Bond visited them today, else the consequences would have been dire. Even so, the prolonged presence of these toxins in their bodies could have unquantifiable effects. Chapter 157. The confrontation between a physician and a gushi, poison master. I have just used the Huayang acupuncture technique to temporarily seal your acupoints. You should be able to feel that your true qi has stagnated and cannot circulate within your body. Gary nodded repeatedly at Bond's words, looking at him as if he were a god. Brother Lin, it's just like you said. It's miraculous how you can achieve such results with just remote acupuncture. To be honest, Gary admired Bond immensely at this moment. Of course, he knew Dash had similar skills. However, compared to Bond, there was a significant difference, the gap between heaven and earth. Bond didn't take it to heart. He had been practicing the Huayang acupuncture technique while managing the Tianxin District project. Now, his Huayang acupuncture technique was virtually flawless. Even compared to Dash, it wasn't inferior in any way. You all have been poisoned by fire toxins. This type of toxin specifically targets martial arts experts. Once the true qi flows, the fire toxins will erupt, instantly invading the heart and blood vessels, causing death. And it's a kind of poisoning that no medical examination could detect. This method was too insidious. Even a slight lapse would mean certain death for them. Fortunately, they had encountered Bond. With Dash's skills, if he really wanted to kill us, this fire toxin would likely be incurable by anyone in Xiuxian. Gary's voice trembled when he spoke. Although Bond had sealed his acupoints with the Huayang technique, the fire toxin still remained in his body, preventing him from using his true qi, rendering him almost useless. A group of useless people would have no value in front of Bond. It wouldn't be different from being dead. Seeing Gary's regretful expression, Bond patted him on the shoulder. At the end of the day, your injuries are because of my arrangements, so I should take responsibility for this situation. The fire toxins are indeed difficult to handle for most doctors, and currently, there might not be many doctors in Xiuxian who can deal with it. But for me, it's not an issue. The four protectors' eyes lit up upon hearing Bond could detoxify them. Gary also looked at Bond with disbelief, hardly daring to believe this was possible. Dash was renowned for his medical prowess. As a border war god, he not only possessed extraordinary combat skills but was also incredibly skilled in medicine. It was said that Dash had 4 masters who rarely descended from the mountains. He learned his medical skills from them, making him unbeatable in this field. Until now, no one had ever been on par with Dash. Yet, Bond managed to use the Huayang acupuncture technique to neutralize the fire toxins in their bodies, countering Dash's methods. This made Gary admire Bond even more. Bond seemed to be the perfect counter to Dash, turning all of Dash's tactics into jokes. Well, there's no need for you all to be so tense. Bond then continued, next, I will use the non-xiuxian techniques to remove the fire toxins from your bodies. But this process will be extremely painful, so you must prepare yourselves. Gary nodded without objection, and the 4 protectors agreed as well. Confirming there were no issues, Bond placed his hand on their shoulders. They had no idea what would happen next, and then they saw a large, colorful centipede crawl out from Bond's sleeve. Seeing this large centipede, Gary was momentarily startled. Although he had heard that non-xiuxian techniques were very mysterious, seeing the colorful centipede gave him a chill down his spine. Calm down. This is my precious pet. Bond had captured this colorful centipede over half a month ago, paying a high price for it. It was perfect for treating the fire toxins in their bodies. Unlike regular doctors, Gushi practitioners believed in fighting poison with poison, a method so intense that ordinary patients couldn't endure it. Under normal circumstances, no sane person would choose a Gushi practitioner unless there was no other choice. Gary gazed blankly at Bond, unsure what to say. The colorful centipede first crawled into his clothes, quickly reaching his heart. Soon after, Gary gasped sharply, emitting cries of agony. The 4 protectors also showed signs of pain. Bond explained, the fire toxins have accumulated in your bodies for too long, making complete removal very difficult. This process will be extremely painful, but it's crucial that you endure the pain. Do not try to resist by circulating your true qi, or it will all be for nothing. Hearing this, Gary gritted his teeth, suppressing his screams. Indeed, Gary was a real man. He endured the excruciating pain for nearly half an hour. Finally, with a muffled groan, Gary fainted directly. Bond caught him just in time and produced a pill. Seeing the translucent pill in Bond's hand, not only Gary but also the 4 protectors stared wide-eyed. They weren't fools. They knew this was the famous xuanhuan. It was said that refining this medicinal pill was extremely difficult. However, its effectiveness was astonishing. Though it couldn't revive the dead or restore white bones, it could fully restore an injured martial artist's fighting strength within 15 minutes. In Gary's current state, taking this xuanhuan would allow him to recover completely within a few minutes, and even enhance his strength further. Thinking about this, the 4 men knelt before Bond. Brother Lin, your kindness is something we will never forget. If before they felt forced into allegiance due to Bond's coercion, now they genuinely admired and respected him for his generous behavior. Bond simply laughed it off and fed the pill to Gary. You work for me. I cannot let anyone suffer except you all. Translation completed. Adhering to your instructions. If you have further sections or edits needed, feel free to ask. Chapter 158. You are under investigation. The development of events was completely different from what Barnaby had imagined beforehand. During this battle with Osiris, Barnaby once again recognized the enormous gap in strength between himself and Osiris. At one point, Barnaby even entertained thoughts of giving up. Initially, he believed he could easily handle all matters with his abilities. However, during the battle with Osiris, he realized he was far from ready. This made Barnaby think that he might never reach such heights in his lifetime. He had to admit that Osiris, under Dash's guidance, was indeed formidable. For someone their age, it was nearly hopeless to aspire for such power. So, Osiris had resigned himself to fate. If he wanted to elevate his cultivation realm, he would need to pay a hefty price, which he couldn't manage at present. What Barnaby did not expect was that Bond's timely intervention brought new hope. This gave Barnaby a glimmer of possibility. Xuanhuan, the elixir of restoration, was something many martial artists could only dream of. Who would have thought that Bond would so effortlessly give him such a precious elixir? By this point, Barnaby fully acknowledged Bond from the bottom of his heart. The same went for the 4 protectors. The healing process didn't take long, and with Bond's skill, it wasn't much time before they were all healed, each receiving a xuanhuan. Without further ado, they sat down immediately to absorb the elixirs. Bond knew that they had already reached the limits of their strength, and any further advancement would require significant time and effort. Thus, Bond decided to help them break through these limitations using his methods. After all, he needed strong supporters to resolve matters effectively. From the looks of it, Dash must have made preparations for all these affairs. But he doesn't know that I now have complete control over him. Bond sneered. According to the sequence of events, Dash would focus on the Tianxin district project, preparing for its development. However, Bond wouldn't let this happen. He and Waverly had discussed and agreed upon their plan to counter Dash, knowing full well what Dash intended next. Stopping Dash's plans wouldn't be easy, but once Bond resolved to do so, Dash's chances diminished. Half an hour later, Barnaby and the 4 protectors slowly opened their eyes. Their aura had significantly changed. Barnaby, previously stuck at the mid-stage later, broke through to the upper stage early thanks to the xiuxian. The 4 protectors also advanced to the mid-stage later. But this wasn't the most astonishing part. What truly surprised them was the profound transformation within their bodies. If advancing in strength was difficult before, they now saw fresh possibilities. The elixir not only elevated their power but altered their potential, making their future more promising. This left them speechless, amazed that such a good fortune had befallen them. Seeing their newfound strength, Bond felt satisfied. Without a word, the 5 men knelt before Bond. Brother Lin, perhaps we had other thoughts about you before, but after today, the 5 of us will only follow your lead. Even if you ask us to die, we won't hesitate. Barnaby said this with utmost seriousness. Once, they had no hope for improvement, but Bond gave them a new future, and they would never forget this day. Facing their expressions, Bond laughed lightly, shaking his head. You only need to understand one thing. I am not stingy. Following me means great rewards, but remember, my rules must be adhered to. We cannot engage in illegal activities. Just then, Bond's phone rang. It was Francisco, whom he hadn't contacted for a while. What have you been up to? Why call suddenly? Bond asked with a smile. Francisco's response was grave. Brother Lin, there's trouble. What's happened? Just tell me straight. I can handle pressure. We've faced many challenges. Nothing can scare us anymore. Bond remained calm, remembering past incidents with Isaiah. Remember the investigator called Ria? She originally had no connection to us, but recently, she has been investigating everything related to you. Upon hearing this, Bond paused, then laughed. He knew what concerned Francisco but saw no need for fear. I thought it was something serious, but it's just a minor issue. Francisco quickly added, Brother Lin, she is arguably the most famous investigator in Jiangxi. No case escapes her scrutiny. I advise you to carefully manage any evidence you've left behind. If anything needs attention, inform me, and I'll help you. Though Bond always acted cautiously, Francisco knew this opponent wasn't simple either. Chapter 159. I am truly a good person. Hearing Francisco's nervous response, Bond didn't know what to say. Don't worry. Since I can say this, it proves that I have sufficient confidence. If she wants to investigate, you don't need to stop her. Let her investigate as much as she wants. One day, she will understand that I am a good person. Francisco was silent for a long while. He hadn't expected Bond to be so shameless as to say such things, even though Bond wasn't considered particularly bad among their group. From an ordinary person's perspective, Bond absolutely couldn't be considered a good person. But this guy seemed utterly unaware of this fact. His attitude was exceptionally confident, leaving Francisco unsure of how to respond. I've said what I needed to say. Since Brother Lin said there's no need to worry, I won't say anything more. But if you need anything in the future, just let us know. After hanging up the phone, Gary stood up immediately. Brother Lin, should we act now and give that investigator a warning to remind her what she should and shouldn't do? Seeing their serious expressions, Bond shook his head immediately. Just follow my arrangements honestly. Wasn't what I said before clear enough? We are respectable people now. We absolutely cannot do anything illegal. How can you still think about threatening the investigator? If this matter gets out of hand, it will complicate things for me. Do you understand? Right now, I don't have any significant issues. Even if she investigates, she won't find anything on me. If you go around stirring things up, she will certainly keep hounding me based on her personality. Thinking of Ria's character gave Bond a headache. She was probably the only one who didn't get along well with him, which was why Bond didn't want to create any trouble at this critical moment. If Ria really joined forces with Dash sincerely, it would be a challenge for Bond. Therefore, he must ensure everything stays within his plans. Although Gary and his people were intent on helping Bond solve problems, seeing Bond's earnest expression and knowing he wasn't worried about Ria, they realized further words were futile. They could tell from Bond's attitude that he didn't care about potential outcomes. It would be a waste of time to fret along with him. Mr. Lin, what do you plan to do next? Based on what you've said, this investigator is definitely not simple. If she finds something problematic, it could cause trouble. Bond shook his head proudly. To be honest, the thing I least worry about is others finding faults with me. So even if I give her all the time in the world, she won't find anything wrong with me. If Bond had previously been somewhat concerned about these matters, he now wouldn't worry at all. He didn't care what Ria could uncover. At least in his current state, Bond had no secrets that Ria discovering would be a problem. On the contrary, knowing these details might help Bond address some issues better. Seeing Bond's confident demeanor, everyone nodded in agreement, filled with admiration for him. After leaving Gary's residence, Bond got into a car. At this moment, he received a call. Seeing the number, he smiled slightly. The caller could only be one person, the famous investigator. Is this Bond? Yes, Bond responded after hearing the voice. Ria continued, I have some matters that require your cooperation. Where are you now, and when can we meet? Ria's tone remained official, misleading anyone who didn't know better. Bond knew Ria came looking for him mostly because she couldn't find any evidence against him and wanted to gather clues through conversation. I'm free anytime. However, I'm curious about your identity. Why did you suddenly call asking for my cooperation? That seems rather unconventional, doesn't it? Though aware of the caller's identity, Bond couldn't simply agree to any request. Hence, his attitude remained firm. Ria seemed to have anticipated Bond's response. I'm from the Jiangxi Investigation Bureau. We are currently investigating certain matters concerning you. If Mr. Lin is willing to cooperate, we would be very grateful. Of course, we hope Mr. Lin does not entertain any xiuxian mentality. Once we made this decision, it means there is no room for negotiation. To improve fluency and accuracy. Of course, we hope Mr. Lin does not harbor any xiuxian mentality. Once we have made this decision, it means there is no room for negotiation. Note, xiuxian is better translated as xiuxian mentality or xiuxian attitude in this context to make sense in English. For more natural English. Of course, we hope Mr. Lin does not harbor any xiuxian attitudes. Once we have made this decision, there is no room for negotiation. Or even more naturally. Of course, we hope Mr. Lin does not entertain any xiuxian thoughts. Once we have made this decision, there is no room for discussion. Most polished version. Of course, we hope Mr. Lin does not entertain any xiuxian thoughts. Once we have made this decision, there is no room for discussion. To maintain consistency in terminology and style. Of course, we hope Mr. Lin does not entertain any xiuxian thoughts. Once we have made this decision, there is no room for negotiation. Ria was indeed skilled in negotiation, blocking all possible escape routes for Bond right away. Anyone else might be stumped, but this time it was Bond, who had long planned his responses. So, you're the investigator. Since you insist on investigating me, I can't cooperate. But in my opinion, this is a waste of time because I am truly a good person. Bond spoke seriously, while Ria on the other end was speechless. Despite not wanting to admit it, Ria had no choice. After thorough investigation, it seemed Bond genuinely had no major issues. Even if he had done many bad things with Isaiah in the past, the evidence now suggested those actions had nothing to do with Bond. They were merely Isaiah's impositions. Ria believed in her investigation results, but still hoped to find a chance to thoroughly investigate. Thus, today's meeting. She intended to have a proper discussion with Bond to ascertain the situation. Initially expecting Bond to refuse cooperation, she hadn't anticipated his agreement. Chapter 160. It's just a foot massage. After hanging up the phone, even Ria began to doubt her own judgment. Could I really have been wrong this time? Ria had already arrived at the location by now. Sitting in the private room, she still found it hard to believe. She had originally expected Bond to reject any of her requests outright. But Bond's cooperation made it difficult for her to imagine that he could be a criminal. Moreover, Ria had seen him speak candidly before, and truthfully, his character didn't seem like that of a bad person. But when all these facts centered on Bond, anyone would find it hard to believe. I don't care who you are, but if you've committed a crime, I will bring you to justice. Don't think your petty tricks can fool me. Though there were other explanations, Ria wasn't ready to let Bond off yet. An investigation was necessary no matter what. She felt a bit uneasy about it too. Only 10 minutes later, Bond arrived at the private room. The moment he saw Ria, he knew what was going through her mind. She likely thought it was incredible that he had not refused her demands outright as she expected. He had not only agreed but also come so quickly, seeming to match the good guy persona he claimed to have. What can I do for you today, Miss Lin? Bond asked with a smile, his voice calm. Ria looked up at Bond and nodded silently. This time, I called you here. There are many things worth investigating about Mr. Lin, Ria said, her eyes turning sharper. At critical moments like this, she always showcased her abilities, whereas others might have panicked under pressure. But she stayed composed, knowing any lapse would be detected by Bond. Facing such a complex opponent, Bond simply chuckled. Xiuxian Investigation Bureau must have many cases to handle. Why focus on me, just an ordinary citizen? Bond sat down casually, showing no sign of weakness in either his tone or demeanor, even though Ria, adept at reading micro-expressions, found nothing amiss. Xiuxian Investigation Bureau has many cases indeed, but that doesn't mean we overlook any, Ria replied, looking directly at Bond. I don't know what you've uncovered, Miss Lin, but from your demeanor, it seems you're not particularly concerned about the answers you seek. Instead, you're trying to lay all your suspicions on me. Bond's slight smile revealed that he wasn't intimidated by this confrontation. Ria's mind raced. Is this guy really not afraid? With things escalating this far, Bond should show some anxiety. Yet all her observations suggested that he genuinely wasn't concerned about what might happen next. Still, she maintained her composure. Mr. Lin, I'm speaking with you earnestly. If you cooperate, it will be beneficial for both of us. If you think you can hide the truth with your methods, you're mistaken. Since I'm here today, it means I have sufficient evidence. Ria stared at Bond intently. If it were anyone else, they'd be squirming uncomfortably. Bond, however, remained unperturbed, merely shaking his head with a casual smile. I truly don't understand what more Miss Lin wants from me. If you want to investigate me again, fine, but you need real evidence. What's the point of saying these things to me now? Do you expect me to believe you? Ria's face darkened at Bond's defiant attitude. Fine, answer a few questions. In May 2017, you went out with Isaiah for 3 hours. What did you do during that time? Seeing Ria ask this question, Bond paused, then his expression turned serious. Miss Lin, are you sure you want to ask this? Initially indifferent, Ria suddenly felt this could be her breakthrough and hardened her stance. Yes, answer me. Whatever the case, tell me the truth. Don't try to trick me. I'm smarter than you think. Bond smiled at Ria's determined look. All right, since Miss Lin insists, I'll tell you. Isaiah wanted a foot massage that day, so he took me along. Ria had expected a significant revelation but was surprised by the simple answer. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Mr. Lin, take this seriously. Be honest, or I'll present everything to you before you admit it. Bond laughed, seeing Ria's anger. Miss Lin, I'm not making this up. Sighing, he added, fine, I didn't expect you to even know this. Bond looked somewhat helpless, as if Ria had caught him in a lie. Ria's eyes lit up. Her methods were working. Bond was confessing. Don't waste my time. Tell me exactly what happened. If you explain clearly, I can assure you lenient treatment. Ria stared at Bond, making a promise. Chapter 161. Believe it now? Bond wasn't afraid at all at this moment, but heaved a long sigh. What can you say? It's been so many years, and you are still investigating these things? Ria snorted coldly. Past. I'll tell you, as long as you have violated any regulations before, no matter how much time has passed, it won't make any difference. We will ensure that every wrong is brought to justice. Seeing Ria's serious expression, Bond sighed again. Then, he started recalling earnestly. At that time, I was cooking in the kitchen. When Isaiah found me, he had a cautious look on his face. I knew then something big was about to happen. He always acts cautiously while doing such things. As Bond spoke more seriously, Ria's expression also subtly changed. She hadn't expected the investigation would be this easy. Just a few questions, and Bond would reveal the truth of the matter. Apparently, Bond wasn't as tough as she thought. Initially, she believed this man was smart enough to see through her intentions. Now it seemed he wasn't much at all, making him incredibly easy to deal with. Why are you still beating around the bush? Just tell me what you did that day. Hearing Bond ramble without getting to the point, Ria became nervous. Why is Miss Lin in such a hurry? I said this matter is important, and must be explained bit by bit for you to understand that I am a good person. Ria snorted again. Whether or not you are a good person is up to us to decide. You just need to tell us the whole truth, plain and simple, that's enough. Ignoring Ria, Bond continued. You know, in the Qin family, my job has always been serving others, like cooking and similar tasks. I never imagined Isaiah would take me out to do something significant this time. According to him, he needed me to provide cover to avoid suspicion. Ria's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, with a little effort, significant cases could surface. Go on, tell me everything about what happened. Ria grew increasingly excited. But as Bond described the situation, it was far from what Ria had anticipated. Alright, that's exactly what happened. I didn't want to go, but Isaiah insisted I go with him for a foot massage and chose very inappropriate services. But I can assure you, this has nothing to do with me. As a law-abiding citizen, I wouldn't have chosen such unhealthy services. Raising both hands, Bond looked at Ria innocently, nearly making her choke with anger. Damn it. Did I come all the way here just to investigate this kind of nonsense? Ria refused to give up. Is there nothing else? Did Isaiah only talk about these trivial matters when he took you out? It felt unbelievable to Ria, but Bond remained serious. Yes. Isaiah talked about those things after taking me out that day. Do you think we could have done anything else? Blinking his eyes, Bond looked at Ria. This is my only stain on my record. If even this is considered a grave offense, then I have nothing to say. I'm willing to accept any investigation you conduct. Ria was left speechless. Regardless of this incident being several years old and past the statute of limitations, even if Bond were arrested, they couldn't really charge him for this minor infraction. He'd have to be released eventually. After this series of events, Ria began to believe that this man might indeed be innocent. I don't believe you've been following Isaiah for so many years without ever being involved in any wrongdoing. Isaiah has plenty under his belt. Bond shook his head. You can think I destroyed all evidence, but without enough proof, you can't do anything to me. But let me be honest with you. Over all these years with Isaiah, I've never participated in any arson or murder. I admit I'm not a saint, but I do have my bottom line. There are some things I absolutely won't do. Bond spoke so sincerely that it made Ria feel almost embarrassed, wondering if she had misunderstood and wronged Bond greatly. Looking at the man in front of her, she sighed helplessly. Do you have any other questions, Miss Lin? Feel free to ask them all at once. As long as I know, I will tell you everything. Watching Bond's sincere demeanor, Ria couldn't determine if he was clueless or pretending to be obtuse. But one thing was clear. She was incredibly frustrated. Good for you, Bond. I know that since Isaiah died, you and Mitzi are the actual controllers of the Qin family. But don't think that with your current power, you can change anything. Let me tell you, no one can escape legal punishment for improper actions. You're no exception. Even if you manage to clear your name now, soon you'll pay dearly for what you've done in the past. Ria scolded sternly. Bond responded seriously. If Miss Lin truly believes I've committed terrible crimes, please investigate thoroughly. Only then can you prove my innocence. Otherwise, if you keep harassing me like this, even a good person wouldn't stand it. With that, Bond slowly stood up. Do you have any other questions? If not, I'll leave now. Ria stared at Bond for a long time, finally watching silently as he left her sight. Chapter 162. Do you want to give you a chance? Ria now found herself utterly at a loss. Every time she thought she could catch Bond off guard, the outcome was always completely different from what she had anticipated. So far, she hadn't figured out how to gain leverage over Bond. She had to admit that Bond was indeed much craftier than she had imagined. Most importantly, this guy was just too cunning. Ria originally believed she could grab Bond by his little weaknesses with her capabilities. But Bond didn't even take her seriously and saw through all her petty plans in their conversations. Now, no matter how many ideas Ria had, she had to admit she had already lost her previous advantage. As for how to deal with things next, it all depended on Bond's intentions. Meanwhile, Bond had only just left when he received a call from Mitzi. Lanji. Mitzi on the phone asked casually, I heard from Francisco that not long ago you were called out by Ria. Bond didn't hide anything and told Mitzi the truth. Upon hearing Bond's words, Mitzi laughed. This young miss really simplifies things. Does she think she can solve all these issues with her methods? Mitzi said this with a slight sneer. For her, these matters were far more complicated than they appeared on the surface. With Ria targeting Bond, it meant that for quite some time, various actions would be taken against him. This was especially critical given that the Tianxin district project was at its most crucial juncture. Any problem on Bond's side could cause the entire project to grind to a halt. Rest assured, even if Ria tries to investigate, she needs something tangible to work with. You know I'm always cautious. There's no way anyone could find fault with me. Bond knew Mitzi was worried about him, but with his current strategies, there wasn't much to worry about. After all, Ria had been thoroughly defeated in their first clash today. Ria probably hadn't expected to find absolutely nothing wrong with Bond. Lanji, you're calling me now, so something else must have happened at the company, right? Don't worry, just tell me directly. I believe we should be able to handle it, said Bond confidently. On the phone, Mitzi sighed heavily. Bond had always rushed to complete the Tianxin district project, faster than anyone could imagine. No one knew exactly what Bond was waiting for. Perhaps he feared losing the opportunity, or maybe there were other reasons. But as the saying goes, haste makes waste. By trying to complete the project as quickly as possible, Bond naturally drew attention from various parties who were curious about his true stance. Now, whether it's materials or labor costs, everything is increasing rapidly. At this rate, we won't last long. When Mitzi learned of this situation, she felt a headache coming on. However, Bond remained calm. It's just money after all. Lanji, how much do we need? Mitzi replied. The workers are complaining that the workload is too heavy and they need higher wages. Materials prices are also rising. The finance team just finished calculating it for me. We need an additional 500 million yuan to ensure no changes in the project for the next 6 months. 500 million yuan. To large companies, it might not be a significant amount, but for Bond, it wasn't a small figure either. Nonetheless, he had enough funds to invest since the system recently rewarded him 2 billion yuan. Yet, he didn't plan to use his own money. Lanji, don't worry, give me a few days, and I'll arrange it. After hanging up, Bond turned to Bridget and informed her. Development on the Tianxin district project continued unabated, and Dash intended to keep a tight grip on everything here. However, he faced another issue he needed to resolve quickly. Further development still required capital investment. According to logic, Dash had already provided substantial funding to Mitzi earlier. He shouldn't need to invest more in the short term. Yet, Mitzi soon returned asking for more funds from Dash. Xuanhuan. You know, the investment in the Tianxin district project isn't just tens of thousands. It can easily reach millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Such sums aren't small for me either, so I must ask why such a large injection of funds is necessary. What exactly is happening? He wasn't stupid. A massive influx of funds hinted at serious issues within the Tianxin district project. Yet, until now, Dash hadn't found any negative news about the project, meaning that it seemed unproblematic on the surface. Brother Lin, are you doubting me? Bridget hadn't shown mercy to Dash since seeing through his true nature. When Bond encountered financial issues, Bridget naturally thought of Dash first. He's rich and gullible. Where else should she get money? Didn't you say you wanted to build a super luxury hotel on this land? Do you think building a hotel doesn't require money? Dash had initially lacked interest because continuous investments wore down anyone. However, when he heard Bridget mention they could develop the land, his interest peaked immediately. You mean they've agreed, and we can start investing in developing the land now? Previously, because Bond had been holding them back, they couldn't move forward with the land development. Hashtag chapter 163, the wolf has come. This was a rare opportunity one struggled to secure, and for that, I had to treat Bond to several meals. When Waverly spoke these words, her face was filled with complaints. Those meals were not easy to arrange, and they tasted foul. According to Bond's plan, he intended to play the long game to catch bigger fish. However, Waverly had lost patience. She wanted to seize this chance to get a huge payoff from Dash. Afterward, she could sever ties with him and no longer have to pretend so much in front of Dash. Although Bond felt this method might not be very effective, Waverly was determined. Therefore, Bond had to cooperate as much as possible. Xuanhuan, you are truly wonderful, Dash exclaimed. I didn't expect you to go through so much for us. Let me tell you, I already have a clear idea about how the hotel should be designed and what it will look like in the future. I've even hired a designer specifically for this. The only problem was that damned Bond who kept holding back and wouldn't let us proceed. Now everything is perfect. We can finally succeed. Dash was visibly excited. It was just 5 billion, right? Simple. Waverly flattered Dash, making him completely dazed and unaware of what he should do next. The moment the call ended, Waverly sweetly informed Bond. As you said, 5 billion. Dash claims he can gather it within half a month. What do you think? Bond smiled in response. Great, with these 5 billion, we don't need to worry about other funding sources anymore. Bond could get financial support from Opal, or even come up with the money himself. But getting this money from Dash was more satisfying. Are you even listening to me? Waverly complained. Aren't I entitled to some reward after helping you with such a great deed? Bond laughed ambiguously. Initially, Waverly was somewhat reserved. But that night, they did everything, trying out various positions. They vividly remembered what happened that night. Her restraint lasted only half a month before Waverly couldn't hold back anymore. This girl looked young, but her desires were not small. Each time, she would cling to Bond for a long while, gradually becoming accustomed to it. Now, every so often, she turned into a little glutton. But Bond was also happy to satisfy this little glutton. Okay, it's just a reward. No problem, tonight, same place, same time. Bond had made plans with Waverly for the evening. Meanwhile, Dash was busy raising funds. Aldo reported, Young Master, I just received news from Rupert. Based on his information, the provincial capital has recently taken notice of the Tianxin district development project. So, many powerful figures are preparing to take over, which caused this change due to their secret actions. Dash was slightly startled upon hearing this. He hadn't expected this matter to reach the provincial level. If those people were indeed involved, Bond might really be in trouble this time. After all, they weren't easy opponents, and even Dash wasn't confident in winning against them. That kid has indeed stirred up trouble for himself. With such a serious issue now, how can he possibly handle it? Aldo suggested, therefore, I believe Miss Ning was deceived by Bond. She thinks providing enough money will allow the project to continue, but the reality is that even with the money, nothing changes for Bond. So, I suggest we do nothing for now. Over the years, Aldo had gained much experience following Dash. Initially, he was just an ordinary assassin, knowing nothing. Now, Aldo had developed his own understanding and knew how to act in certain situations. Like now, Aldo was more aware than anyone else about what challenges lay ahead. These issues couldn't be easily abandoned. Are you telling me to refuse Waverly at this moment? Do you know what consequences that might bring? I'm standing on the same side as Waverly. No matter what, she urgently needs my help. If you ask me to refuse her now, how can I explain this clearly later? Dash huffed angrily, clearly unwilling. He understood that refusing Waverly at this point would mean all previous efforts would be wasted. It's normal for those in the provincial capital to want the Tianxin district project land, especially after this period of development. Anyone can see the future prospects. But consider that this situation is controlled by Edlin. Would he willingly give it up easily? The 4 major families in Jiangxing weren't significant compared to the big shots in the provincial capital. However, this didn't mean those big shots could easily resolve the issue. If the 4 families united, along with the Qin family, even the provincial elite would hesitate. Aldo remained silent, offering only advice. Ultimately, whether to accept or reject depended on Dash's decision. After the recent series of events, although realized that while things appeared simple, they were fraught with danger. One misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. His words were meant to remind Dash to prepare in advance. Meanwhile, Bond also learned about the provincial intentions. Not just the provincial capital. Many big families from surrounding cities know as well. Francisco looked at Bond with a hint of frustration. They had overcome the hardest part initially, and now, just as the fruit was about to ripen, various forces sought to reap the rewards. Wasn't this clearly targeting the Qin family? Translation notes. Character names like Waverly, Bond, and Dash are kept as pinyin. Efforts were made to preserve the original tone and style of the text, ensuring natural English expressions. Paragraph structure and line breaks follow the original Chinese text closely. Chapter 164. This move was truly brutal. At this moment, Bond was still at Mitzi's villa. After hearing what Francisco had just said, he did not get angry but instead chuckled. This is really interesting. Seeing Bond's calm demeanor, Francisco could not understand it. Even more baffling to him was the fact that so many people were willing to fight over a Tianjin district project. But it's just a small project in Tianjin district. Now it has gained so much attention. Are these guys all crazy? After all, while this project could indeed bring significant benefits, the initial investment required was too large. Therefore, no one previously wanted to invest. But now that Bond had paved the way for them, subsequent developments naturally became much easier. So, everyone jumped out to try and claim this victory. However, what Francisco couldn't understand was, even if the Tianjin district project could be profitable, was it worth the major families from the provincial capital and surrounding big cities getting involved like this? After all, this was an issue of their Jiangxing city, and the simultaneous focus of so many people on it was indeed curious. At this point, Mitzi spoke up from the side. They might have received some message about changes. That's why they are preparing to strike against us now. Though Mitzi seldom made her presence known outside, it didn't mean she was unaware of important matters. For example, regarding the current situation, others might not know what was coming next, but before Mitzi, everything was laid out clearly. The reason they suddenly moved now was because someone was planning to seize something during this process. So, the situation might be more complex than we initially thought. Mitzi looked at Bond. If things turned out as she expected, it would mean they faced an even more severe challenge ahead, and no one knew what kind of trouble would await them. Bond also nodded repeatedly. You're probably right. They must have obtained some insider information, which is why they're preparing to act against us at this critical juncture. Therefore, we absolutely can't let this slide. If it were earlier, Bond might have had different views. But now, under such circumstances, he was clearer than anyone else about what needed to be done to resolve these issues better. We cannot abandon the development of the Tianjin district project. After all, it's the result of our hard work over this period. So, the immediate question is how to unite the four major families to jointly resist the influential figures from the provincial capital and other places. Mitzi looked at Bond. The crux lies with Edlin. He is, after all, the person in charge of this project. If he agrees to hand it over entirely to others, everything we've worked for would be in vain. Therefore, it's crucial to stabilize the situation with Edlin first. Mitzi's tone was very solemn as she spoke. They were almost ready to clinch a decisive victory. The current situation was truly frustrating. Edlin watched the gradual progress of the Tianjin district project. By this stage, many initial complications had been resolved. Developing the Tianjin district would now be relatively easy. They could freely plan this area for various constructions. Moreover, they could pre-sell the projects to attract more public funds, ensuring the Tianjin district project was completed as quickly as possible. This would lead to a substantial economic impact. Edlin envisioned himself becoming a winner due to this project. But just then, a phone call came through. Upon identifying the caller, Edlin grew cautious, not daring to relax in the slightest. He sat in his office, looking apprehensive, seemingly aware of the imminent events. Moments later, a man walked in slowly. He glanced at Edlin, then smiled slightly. Mr. Autumn. He sat down in front of Edlin, introducing himself. Provincial capital, Brett. Brett's attitude was calm, and there was no trace of hostility in his eyes. However, despite this, when Edlin met Brett's gaze, he felt a deep-rooted fear. This young man sitting there exerted a powerful mental impact on Edlin, making him doubt his judgment. Watching Brett breathe heavily. Mr. Zhao. I didn't expect your sudden visit today. With someone as busy as you, Mr. Zhao, I can't understand why you're here today. Edlin, trying to regain his composure, asked curiously. Though he had a rough idea, he still couldn't comprehend why these prominent figures suddenly paid such close attention to the Tianjin district project. Mr. Autumn should know that the Tianjin district project is about to enter its formal construction phase. This task is accomplished. However, further construction still requires a large amount of funding. According to your original project goals, the funds on hand should suffice. Brett spoke with apparent confidence. Hearing his words, even Edlin had to admit they seemed well informed, thus understanding the gravity of the situation. Mr. Zhao must have come here today with more direct knowledge of these matters. Initially, Edlin wanted to refuse, but upon hearing Brett's remarks, he abandoned that thought. Clearly, resolving today's matter wouldn't be simple, and the aftermath would likely surpass their expectations. I know you've pinned all your hopes on this project. So, I'm here to offer you a better option. The Qin family can achieve what we can do, but what the Zhao family can accomplish, they may not succeed in. With that, Brett leaned back, crossing his legs, and waited smilingly for Edlin's response. Chapter 165. Would I surrender? Undeniably, Brett was the kind of person who could leave many people in awe just by his presence. Standing there now, he exuded an even stronger impact. Edlin knew that trouble was brewing, but when he heard Brett's words, myriad thoughts flashed through his mind. Finished. This time, trouble has truly found us. Mr. Zhao should understand. If possible, I would definitely choose to collaborate with you at the first opportunity. But before this, I had already contacted various parties hoping to develop the project together, but they all declined politely. Even at this juncture, Edlin did not dare to be rash. Yet inside, he felt aggrieved. No one had been willing to help him back when he sought them. During their conversation, he maintained a sincere and humble demeanor, knowing well that while his status might earn him respect from others, it meant nothing to Brett. So, it was best not to antagonize him. The optimal strategy was to explain the current situation clearly and, if possible, dissuade him from the Tianxin district project for the time being. It seems Mr. Autumn hasn't quite understood what I'm saying, Brett said. He had thought this matter could be easily resolved, given the significant financial advantage and the simplicity of the subsequent steps. Under such circumstances, Edlin had no reason to refuse. With the advantages brought by our family, we can even assist Mr. Autumn in advancing further in the future. I know what you're talking about, but we already have a contract, so I cannot arbitrarily change my stance on this issue. At the time, no one wanted to invest in the Tianxin district project, but now everyone sees its potential and changes their position. More investments are indeed beneficial for us, but we cannot forget those who supported us initially. From this perspective, Edlin had stayed true to his word, but he hadn't anticipated that Brett had prepared thoroughly. Of course, I know the Qin family invested significantly into this project, so I'm more than willing to offer some assistance to the Qin family. Brett's confident smile suggested he believed the Qin family had no reason to refuse him. More importantly, I can help Mr. Autumn advance more rapidly. Edlin sensed their underlying intentions. If he stepped down, the project might fall into other hands. Ultimately, wouldn't the results still be under their control? Clearly, Brett had foreseen all possibilities and made preparations. If things continued at this pace, the entire situation would soon spiral out of control. At that point, even Edlin couldn't reverse the outcome. Seems like Anselm understands everything. All our thoughts are within your calculations. The fact that Brett went this far indicated that matters would not be as simple as they thought. Brett didn't waste any words. I've laid everything out. The next move is yours. Smiling, Brett looked at Edlin, knowing that a nod from him would resolve everything smoothly. Meanwhile, Bond had just received news about Brett's meeting with Edlin. Only hours earlier, he learned who his upcoming opponent was. Brett was only one of them, but also the most formidable. In the original storyline, Brett was immensely powerful, and the Zhao family's influence was terrifying beyond imagination. If possible, Bond preferred avoiding conflict with such a formidable faction. However, the current situation dictated that the bold survive. Retreat now would mean never changing this outcome again. Given this situation, Bond had to decide for himself. In our current state, we might not stand a chance. We should consider whether we can handle this smoothly. Francisco and Mitzi pondered, facing a dilemma. After all, this was Brett, the famous young master of the provincial capital. Behind him stood the intimidating Zhao family, not someone they could easily handle. Regardless, Trevor has already compensated us sufficiently, practically hemorrhaging funds. If we transfer this project to them now, we won't incur much loss, and might even cover previous damages. Mitzi watched Bond, curious about his thoughts. When everyone assumed Bond would surrender, he firmly shook his head. The Zhao family is powerful, but they can't make me abandon everything I have. If they want to come, let them come. Bond's eyes were as determined as ever, just like when he insisted on developing the Tianxin district. I said before, the Tianxin district project must remain in my hands. All development objectives here should be under my control. If the Zhao family wants to snatch anything from me, they need to show real determination. Bond's resolve was firm. He knew why the Zhao family was willing to invest so heavily. It was because they had insider information. But after preparing for so long, who could match their investment in time? Mitzi was taken aback by Bond's determination. If you think this is the way forward, then I will support you unconditionally. After some thought, Mitzi decided to stand alongside Bond, even if it was a bit crazy. She was willing to take this risk. Chapter 166, Still Fair and Square. Perhaps to others, this matter seemed utterly impossible. However, Mitzi was still willing to take this gamble. Just as Bond had chosen to believe in her during her most helpless moments and followed her all the way to today, no matter what the final outcome would be, as long as they did not give up, things couldn't go too badly. The Zhao family's power was indeed formidable, but their influence on the world might not be as terrifying as imagined. Since you've decided to stand against Brett, you should understand that his strength and methods could be more powerful than we think. If he dares to come this time, he must have prepared for the worst. Mitzi straightened her back. These people want to snatch everything from us, and of course, we cannot allow that. But how can we protect ourselves? That is not going to be easy for us now, Mitzi acted thoughtfully. Every decision she made had a reason behind it. She also believed that Bond wouldn't act recklessly. His arrangements indicated he had a clearer understanding of these issues. Thank you for trusting me, but this matter is indeed more complicated than we expected. Facing such an opponent, Bond had not been prepared. It was an unexpected situation, but this did not mean he lacked confidence about what would follow. The opponent was strong, but with Bond's many skills, he could find ways to break through the deadlock. I trust that if you didn't have some assurance, you wouldn't have made this decision. Mitzi knew Bond well and understood that his actions were reasonable given the circumstances. So even though they anticipated difficulties, they stood firmly behind Bond. Even Francisco laughed and said beside him, Brother Lin, we're all in this together now. Since the Zhao family doesn't want to leave us a way out, we don't need to worry about them either. I believe Brother Lin can handle these guys easily. Although this time they faced significant trouble, everyone around Bond was steadfastly supporting him. They did not regard this opponent seriously in their hearts. Of course, they realized that if someone chose to target Bond at this moment, they couldn't deal with it as easily as they thought. I am confident, but the enemy is indeed more complex than we imagined. Bond now needed to unite the four major families to collectively defend this opportunity. Suddenly, Mitzi said, we certainly won't back down, but can Edlin be trusted? What if he stabs us in the back at this crucial moment? How will we deal with it then? Indeed, compared to other matters, this was the most pressing issue. Edlin held enough power in his hands, and how to handle this matter rested entirely on him. Any sign of wavering from Edlin could lead to complete failure for Bond. This was Mitzi's greatest concern. While they could choose to trust Edlin, the price of that trust would be too high. Instead, it was better to prepare in advance so that when critical moments arrived, they would have a chance. Bond had to admit that Mitzi's concerns were not baseless. Ultimately, Edlin held considerable power and could easily change the outcome. But Bond smiled. Knowing Edlin's character very well, Edlin might agree to the Xiao family's demands. But before that, he'll do his best to secure more benefits for us. At the end of the day, he might agree to Brett's plan, but only if Brett offers enough incentives and we agree. In this regard, Bond still trusted Edlin. The Xiao family's power and influence were indeed daunting. For Edlin, offending such a powerful clan was terrifying. But according to the original setup, Edlin was someone who dared to stand up to authority, which was partly why Bond was preparing to resist the Xiao family. If Edlin harbored any doubts, it would mean that even if the Xiao family did something, it wouldn't change the outcome. Despite some lingering doubts and concerns, Mitzi decided to trust Bond for the moment. Soon after, Edlin called Bond directly and immediately explained the entire situation frankly. Edlin knew the current state of affairs, so he understood that the key to solving the problem was to ensure Bond was satisfied. The Xiao family just contacted me. Their goal is simple, to regain control of the Tianxin district project, and based on my information, they must have received some intelligence from higher up to make this decision. After receiving this news, Bond simply nodded indifferently. It seems this Xiao family young master has made all his preparations. Mr. Autumn, how do you plan to cooperate with him next? It appeared that Bond already had a grasp of the situation, as evident from his calm tone. Edlin was somewhat worried, but now he began to believe that Bond might indeed find solutions. After all, if Bond lacked this ability, he should be extremely anxious. How could he be so relaxed as if he didn't care? Initially, Edlin planned to give Bond more opportunities, but now it seemed he could handle things straightforwardly. Chapter 167. What they offered is not insufficient. From my perspective, the Xiao family indeed offered more, and Brett also provided us with numerous conveniences, Edlin said, his tone full of helplessness. Of course, he wanted to reject their offer. However, their power was overwhelming, and even if he could oppose it, it would only last for a short while. Eventually, due to the prevailing circumstances, he would have no choice but to give in. By saying this now, he hoped Bond would understand what he was about to do. But since you are responsible for the Tianxin district project, and we have a contract between us, I can assist you if you plan to fight against the Xiao family. Although Bond had expected this outcome, he still felt grateful when he heard Edlin's willingness to support him. In anyone else's shoes, they would not make such a decision at this critical moment. But Edlin remained steadfast in fulfilling his obligations, which made him someone Bond greatly valued. Think carefully, your opponent is the eldest son of the provincial capital's Xiao family. If things were peaceful, what they've offered is enough to compensate for all your previous efforts. Though familiar with Bond's character, Edlin hadn't anticipated that Bond would choose to refuse. In this situation, most people would recognize that the best option would be to temporarily set aside their conflicts. However, Bond was different. Knowing fully well the strength of his opponents, he maintained his usual determination. I naturally know who I'm facing, and I am aware of their formidable power. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare try to snatch the project from us. But precisely because I know this, I must firmly stand my ground. If I let them succeed this time, it will only encourage similar incidents in the future. This matter involved too many complexities, and Bond wasn't entirely confident. Had it not been for some knowledge of the Xiao family's eldest son, Bond might not have dared to take this stance. Edlin said, whatever decision you make, I will do my best to support you as soon as possible. But whether this matter can ultimately be resolved as you wish, no one can guarantee. I hope you understand the reality and strive for the best outcome. The series of events thus far left everyone unsure of the outcome. Even Edlin couldn't predict how much Bond could achieve by opposing the Xiao family. Nevertheless, Edlin understood that Bond, having taken this step, must have a solid plan. In such a situation, perhaps there really was a chance for a positive future. Reassured by Edlin's affirmative response, Bond put his worries to rest. After hanging up, Mitzi and Francisco looked at Bond expectantly. I never expected Edlin to be so loyal. Mitzi was genuinely surprised. She had initially thought that in the face of overwhelming power, Edlin would inevitably choose to oppose them, but instead, he showed remarkable integrity. With Edlin's position and character, if he were the type to betray allies at every turn, he would have advanced long ago. The fact that he remains just the Tianxin district project leader shows he doesn't seek favors from higher-ups. Bond smiled. Weren't those responsible for the Tianxin district project previously promoted quickly through such means? However, Edlin lacked such opportunities. Although he sought promotion, he relied on legitimate methods, advancing steadily and methodically. Changing his fate through genuine effort was worth it to him, regardless of unforeseen outcomes. Upon hearing this, everyone held Edlin in high regard. Not everyone could reach such standards. As for what would happen next, it remained unclear. They could only do their best. From what they saw, it was still incredibly challenging for Bond to stand against the renowned Xiao family. We can only do our best. Ideally, we should succeed. But we fear that the Qin family might face even greater crises if we fail, Francisco whispered. This concerned the entire Qin family, so they had to be extra cautious. Meanwhile, Jiangqing's 4 major clans believed the Qin family would abandon its conflict with the Xiao family. Given the Xiao family's status, opposing them seemed futile. Even the Qin family's past successes couldn't change the overwhelming disparity in power. Yet, when it seemed Bond would easily give up, the news stunned everyone. He chose to fight the Xiao family to the end. This information soon reached Brett. At first, I thought the Qin family was merely a minor opponent. Never did I consider them worthy of attention. But now, this small clan dares to challenge me? Brett's tone was icy. Given his stature, everyone treated him with utmost respect, and no one dared oppose him. Even in the provincial capital, people feared confronting the Xiao family. How can it be that in this small city, a person of my status cannot suppress a servant of the Qin family? Find out immediately who stands behind Bond. Apply pressure on Edlin right away. Secure the Tianxin district project at any cost. We adhere to courtesy for now, but if they remain unreasonable, we won't hesitate to use stronger measures. First showing respect, then resorting to force if necessary. This was Brett's strategy. He knew neither the Qin family nor Edlin would relinquish the project easily. But for Brett, securing it was inevitable. Note asterisk: the translation maintains the structure, style, and narrative flow of the original text, while ensuring clarity and coherence in English. Chapter 168. All tough characters. The Tianxin District project is now under threat and targeted by various forces. Bridget had foreseen this situation and acted accordingly. Originally, it was thought that after overcoming the initial development phase, Bond would not have to worry about any major issues, and it would only be a matter of time before profits rolled in as usual. However, who would have expected that so many influential figures from the provincial capital and Dongdu would now set their sights on this project? If these people succeed, there will be no further opportunities for development in Jiangxing, and the Qin family would become a laughingstock, having paid such a heavy price for the city's development only to have others snatch away the fruits of their labor. Nobody could swallow this easily, especially against the prestigious Zhao family of the provincial capital. This level of power is beyond what they could imagine, leaving them unsure of how to respond. So Bridget approached Bond first to console him. After a passionate encounter, Bridget, who was still in charge, collapsed softly into Bond's embrace. Her slender fingers traced circles on his chest. For Bond, he always felt an indescribable emotion toward Bridget. Others might have some reservations, but Bridget had none. Although Tinsley had established a relationship with Bond, and he often spent time with Mitzi, Bridget seemed to be the most affectionate among the three. Despite Mitzi having significant needs, circumstances often prevented her from being as open. Bridget, however, acted freely without embarrassment, often taking the initiative to seek out Bond. What do you plan to do about this? You must know your opponent is very famous in the provincial capital. Even within the provincial capital, few dare to challenge this Billy. Bridget spoke seriously. The stakes were high, and anyone should understand the gravity of the situation. Though Bond has some skills, compared to the Billy, he falls short. Shouldn't this be the time to back down? Bond merely smiled faintly. Indeed, there's a significant gap in strength between us, but that doesn't mean I'll bow to his power. As the Billy, he may be capable, but not everyone will accept his methods. Does he think a bit of money can make me give up on the Tianxin District project? I've invested too much time and effort into this project. It cannot be bought off by mere financial incentives. Bond sneered. He never considered such a possibility from the start, and he certainly wouldn't abandon the Tianxin District project, which was his most critical asset. No matter what, he intended to see it through successfully and ensure no one could take it from him. Before this, Bridget couldn't gauge Bond's resolve, but now she understood his determination. I thought you'd choose to give up once you knew your opponent. Many would do the same when facing such a powerful force like the Zhao family's young master. Anyone with sense knows they can't resist such immense power. As she said this, even Bridget felt helpless. When she learned of this situation, her first reaction was despair. The Zhao family was incredibly large-scale. Among the four great families in Jiangxing, only they could possibly compete. Even combined, they stood no chance against the Zhao family. Trying to snatch anything from such a giant. What could they possibly do? Maybe it's the right choice, but from my perspective, I've invested too much in the Tianxin District project, both in time and effort, far beyond monetary value. Therefore, when Brett tries to buy me off, this scenario is impossible. I will fight until the end. One thing I'm thankful for is that Edlin stands with me, but I expect they will use various means to subdue him soon. Bond's eyes sparkled with resolve. Knowing the Zhao family wouldn't let up easily, the future remains uncertain. In the original story, Dash had successfully united the four great families and the powerful Star Palace organization, intimidating the Zhao family to some extent. But due to Bond's presence, that scenario no longer applies. Thus, Bond must find a way to counter the Zhao family. The Zhao family's strength is formidable, but since the original narrative barely detailed their full capabilities due to Dash's role, Bond wondered if understanding more about his opponent might help chart his next move. Now, Bond pondered how to tackle this strong opponent. It wasn't just words. He needed real effort to uncover new opportunities. So, if you need help, tell me. Using Dash isn't a problem. I believe he won't stand idly by, Bridget said curiously. Bond laughed. Dash won't give up easily. Instead, he'll try every means to take over the Tianxin District project from me. Previously, Dash had harbored similar intentions, but this presented him with a prime opportunity. Hearing Bond's statement, Bridget paused, then nodded. It made sense, but the current situation remained unclear. Chapter 169. So, let's draw everyone in. So you knew these guys would cause trouble for you. Shouldn't you have prepared in advance? There's not much to say about Dash for now. As long as I'm around, he can't stir up too much trouble. But Brett is something you can't handle alone. Bond looked at Bridget. Now the four major families also have investments in our project. It all depends on whether they're willing to get involved. Bond was unsure about this, since trying to draw all the families into this was very difficult. However, things had already reached this point. Whether Bond liked it or not, the outcome wouldn't change. He understood that. So, he had already started preparing for the worst-case scenario. If the four major families refused to cooperate, Bond would have to find other ways to fight back. I'll do my best to help you with the Ning family, but I can't guarantee anything with the others, especially the Long family. You know that from the beginning, the Long family has been against you. Even if you and Claire are close friends, she still isn't the one who ultimately calls the shots for the Long family. Uniting all of Jiangxing's four major families to stand against the Zhao family might give them a fighting chance. Bond was also curious what Dash planned to gain from this situation. Bond knew Dash wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, but the upcoming events wouldn't be as easy as they talked about. Bond was more curious about how Dash would arrange things next, but he also realized some problems couldn't be solved just by talking. Now we can only try to unite the power of the four major families to deal with these formidable opponents. This is an emergency. If anyone wants to resist me, don't blame me for using special measures. Bond remained calm despite knowing his opponents wouldn't let him off easily. Since he was in this position now, he believed in his ability to find a way out. Seeing Bond so serious, Bridget smiled. Since you have a plan, that makes things much easier. Bond nodded. Dash won't let go of such a great opportunity. Watch him closely during this time. If you notice anything suspicious, inform me immediately so I can prepare ahead. There were too many curiosities regarding Dash. For now, all All he could do was his best, hoping to find key points. Bridget naturally wouldn't refuse. With her assurance, Bond didn't need to worry much about Dash anymore. The Xiao family was powerful, and Bond needed to figure out how to weaken their strength further. If they couldn't maintain their current advantage, Bond could snatch the victory from their jaws. Seeing Bond's determined look, Bridget felt reassured. On the other side, Dash wasn't planning to stay out of it. Why would someone from the provincial capital come here to meddle in a small city project at this crucial moment? Dash was puzzled. Why did Brett choose this critical time to oppose him? Wasn't he asking for trouble? Dash had seen hope, but now he had to reconsider the possible outcomes. I warned before that the Tianjin district project requires caution to avoid getting trapped by Bond. Now, after investing so much money, we see no progress. If Xiao family acquires the development rights for the Tianjin district project, we will have nothing to do with the future developments, Arlen muttered, feeling somewhat aggrieved. It took a lot of effort for the organization to allocate this money. Don't rush. This is just the beginning. Since our goal is to snatch the project from Bond, we must prevent this from happening. A spark of resolve flashed in Dash's eyes. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but once decided, there was no turning back. Seeing Dash so focused, Arlen didn't know what to say and could only let him handle things. He hoped the situation wouldn't worsen. Since young master has spoken, I believe you will learn something from this. It's up to your arrangement now. If the organization needs any assistance, feel free to ask. Dash's gaze was unwavering. Despite the current circumstances, there was no trace of worry on his face. Everything seemed under his control, and the Xiao family's involvement didn't faze him. Don't worry. We will be the last ones standing. The fiercer they fight, the better for me. Both Bond and the Xiao family are showing their true capabilities. My move will be a surprise attack while they're distracted. Although Arlen didn't know what Dash planned, seeing his determination made him think Dash had already won. The young master was indeed brilliant. He had a strategy ready so quickly. Qin family probably didn't know how to counter Xiao family yet. There's a gap. Long live young master, Arlen said, looking at Dash. Then Dash pulled out his phone. I'll contact someone. Chapter 170. Afraid of you? After Bond finished the final arrangements with the others, he was soon called out by this Anselm. Previously, this Anselm had only briefly shown his potential in a fleeting moment, but this time, he seemed quite formidable. Bond did not know much about him. However, based on what he saw so far, Bond didn't feel that this man could pose any real threat to him. Never thought the famous Qin family representative would be like this. This Anselm looked at Bond with apparent disappointment, as if something unpleasant had happened. But Bond remained calm and composed just like before. I wonder what image you think I should have according to Anselm? Bond smiled and sat down in front of Rocco. To me, these are merely hollow titles. You should understand that. Bond knew that Rocco now naively believed he had complete control over the situation. But to Bond, things were not nearly as complicated as previously thought. Rocco might be powerful, but Bond wasn't a rookie either and knew how to handle it. TSK, this guy seems off. From the looks of it, he doesn't seem afraid of me at all. Rocco felt secretly shocked. According to previous intelligence, Bond was merely an insignificant minor figure who used to do odd jobs for Isaiah. Such a young man was someone Rocco would never have given a second glance. But Bond's current behavior was indeed very puzzling. For some reason, Rocco sensed an aura of imperial dominance from Bond. Could this be something a subordinate should possess? Or does this kid know some secret? However, with Bond's status, it was impossible for him to have contact with such high-level figures, and thus couldn't possibly know all the inside information. Faced with the somewhat mysterious Bond, Rocco became more honest. I won't beat around the bush. We are indeed going after the Tianjin district project, and our determination to win this project is very strong. Whoever stands in our way won't matter. Rocco smiled at Bond, exposing his true intentions. I know this may seem a bit unfair to you, but you know our family's status. Of course, we wouldn't let you lose. As long as you state your demands, we will do our best to satisfy them. Rocco spoke as if he had done something extraordinary, which Bond found disgusting. TSK, I've really never seen anyone shameless like you. You want to snatch the project directly from me, then throw a few coins my way expecting gratitude? Is that the idea? Bond sneered and looked mockingly at the other. If your Xiao family has only this level of ability, I suggest you hurry up and get lost. I don't have the patience for this nonsense. Even knowing Rocco's identity, Bond did not intend to compromise. At this point, whoever backed down would lose completely. Meanwhile, various thoughts flashed through Rocco's mind. He originally thought Bond would be cautious, even submissive when talking to him. But Bond's attitude was surprisingly calm. From Bond's tone, it was evident that he wasn't afraid of this Anselm at all. In fact, he barely even acknowledged him. A thought Rocco had never considered. Does this kid have someone backing him in secret? That's probably it. Otherwise, how could one person rely on the Qin family to advance the entire Tianjin district project to where it is today? Countless thoughts raced through Rocco's mind. The situation was different from what he expected. Initially, he thought everything would go smoothly, but now it seemed he had oversimplified matters. At the very least, this kid was more difficult to deal with than anticipated. So, you're not planning to cooperate with us? As he said this, Rocco's gaze towards Bond became increasingly sharp. I believe you know too that since we're determined to succeed, no matter what happens, our resolve won't change. Do you really think you can change this outcome on your own? Or do you think Edlin can help you easily fix this issue? Bond shook his head. Anselm is oversimplifying things. As he spoke, he slowly stood up. This is Jiangsheng, not your Xiao family capital. Even in the capital, your Xiao family doesn't get whatever they want. What? Is the vastness of the capital not enough for your Xiao family? Now you've come here to bully us? Bond walked up to Rocco, looking down at him with a commanding presence. Put away your arrogance and scram. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret coming here. Rocco carefully observed Bond. Indeed, this was vastly different from what he had initially expected. None of these events were part of the plan, and he hadn't anticipated Bond's attitude. It seems you haven't realized how serious the situation is. Rocco finally dropped the pretense. His gaze became aggressively invasive. Our Zhao family has faced strong opponents over the years, but none has ever stood unbeaten against us. So, I'm also curious, where does your confidence come from that you think you can challenge the Zhao family with just your abilities? Rocco sat up straighter, his presence growing more formidable. He intended to use this pressure to intimidate Bond into backing down. If Bond showed any sign of being overwhelmed, he might make a disadvantageous decision. But Bond remained seated with his legs crossed, as solid as a mountain. The Zhao family? What are you? Nothing special. Chapter 171. I am your support. Watching Dover's anxiousness, Bond could not help but laugh. Then Bond continued in a leisurely manner. But this is not the provincial capital after all, so what difference does it make to me how strong you are? Since you intend to snatch the Tianjin district project from us, you should show us your true strength and standards instead of attempting to intimidate me like this. Knowing his opponent's methods, Bond certainly would not be afraid at this crucial moment. On the contrary, he remained calm during their conversation. The few lackeys standing beside Dover were dumbfounded now. Dover's talk with Edlin seemed even more relaxed. Are you still adamant about opposing the Zhao family? Aren't you afraid that once you step out of this door today, you won't be able to go back alive? At this point, Bond also stood up. I came here today to see if Anselm has any sincerity. But from what I see now, everything is clear. If you think other means can deal with me, then give it a try. Just don't blame me for not warning you. It will be very dangerous if you become my target. With just one look, Dover felt his breathing turn difficult. This man's single gaze made Dover realize just how much risk he was currently undertaking. So, this is the person who controls the Qin family? Indeed, it takes quite some skill to reach this point. After all, I rarely encounter someone with such courage. Dover muttered softly, thinking to himself as well. He had never thought he would one day meet someone like Bond. No one expected things to escalate to this extent. Throughout the entire process, Bond maintained his independence without showing any particular reaction. I think there's nothing left to discuss between us. Since that's the case, perhaps we should end this conversation here. Without giving Dover a chance to explain, Bond prepared to leave. Dover stared, bewildered. Did this guy really not know what would happen next? Using your own strength against our estimation? Indeed, a bold idea. However, you will soon regret it. By the time you kneel and beg for mercy, nothing will change this outcome. So, take advantage of any opportunity you still have before it's too late. Despite Dover's words, Bond did not take the situation seriously. He merely laughed lightly and disappeared from Dover's sight. Sitting in his seat, Dover remained tense for a long while. That brat really thinks highly of himself. Do you think defeating Isaiah means peace? I didn't want to complicate matters, but since we've come this far, let's see what tricks he has. Glancing behind him, Dover asked, how's the contact you were supposed to make? Have you connected with them yet? A man in black stepped forward and stood before Dover. Young master, rest assured, everything you arranged has been taken care of. They are now under our control. Whenever you say the word, we can meet anytime. Satisfied with this response, Dover nodded approvingly. Bond might indeed be strong, but Dover was not as easy to handle as they imagined. Since he dared to come here, he was clearly prepared for the worst. On the other side, the moment Bond stepped out, he immediately noticed he was being followed. Clearly, Anselm's previous words were no joke. His current goal was simple: get rid of Bond first. After all, it was evident that the crux of the matter was still Bond. If Bond gave in at this critical juncture, Zhao's team could easily seize control of the Tianjin district project. The challenge now was how to make Bond agree. For them, this was indeed a thorny issue. Yet, Bond was not worried about these followers. In the past, he might have been fearful, but Bond had changed drastically. It would be extremely easy for him to handle these people with his current abilities. Hence, Bond appeared so relaxed. The Zhao family wanted to snatch the Tianjin district project through various means, but Bond was indifferent to their tactics. A fierce clash between the two sides was inevitable, though it was unclear who would emerge victorious. However, with Bond's current capabilities, he would spare no effort to make the Zhao family taste defeat if it came down to it. Soon, he managed to shake off all the tails following him. With his skills, doing so was incredibly easy. He then decisively called Opal. What's up? She asked calmly upon picking up. Her demeanor was distinctly different from others. Despite their infrequent recent exchanges, Opal had not taken it to heart, focusing entirely on her work. This was what set Opal apart. Love mattered to her, but her career was equally important. So, she could both compromise and stand firm when dealing with Bond. Right now, with Star Group at a crucial juncture, Opal couldn't afford to be distracted. How is the situation at Star Group? Bond asked, instead of mentioning his current predicament right away. The project development is nearing its final stages, probably within the last 1 or 2 months. Afterward, everything will completely turn around, Opal replied, evidently pleased. Her gratitude extended to Bond for his timely help in accelerating the progress. Excellent news, said Bond. With Opal's success, their collective resolve grew stronger, even though he knew the road ahead wouldn't be easy. Chapter 172. All means at once. Even Jordan noticed the abnormality in Bond's emotions. From the looks of it, something unfavorable must have happened recently. For you to be this tense, it can't be a simple matter. Jordan knew Bond's personality. If it wasn't a critical moment, he wouldn't act so complexly. The Zhao family has just arrived in Jiangqing. Their objective is straightforward. They want to snatch away the Tianjin district project from me. I am preparing to fight them head-on, but before that, I still wish to unite all 4 major families of Jiangqing. Bond's intentions were understandable. Facing such a formidable opponent required comprehensive preparation on all fronts. Whether this plan would succeed depended on this crucial moment. After hearing Bond's words, Jordan was silent for a while. I didn't expect that the preliminary completion of the Tianjin district project would already attract so much attention. They must have had their eyes on this project much earlier, only choosing not to act due to certain reasons. Subsequently, Bond recounted his conversation with Rocco to Jordan in detail. Rocco's attitude had clearly indicated their stance on the matter. No one expected the 4 major families of Jiangqing hadn't yet fully united, and internal conflict still persisted. But now, their enemy was knocking on the door. I believe you already know what's happening. The reason why a colossal entity like Natalie Chen Zhao family suddenly shows such interest in this might mean it has garnered significant attention in some aspects. By this point, even Jordan grew serious. While conversing with Bond, she recalled how he was determined to win this project no matter what, and at that time, everyone thought it was a bit too ambitious. However, they had to admit that the construction speed of the Tianjin district exceeded expectations. Bond had shown everyone how to tackle this challenge in his own way. Now, as Bond seemed close to victory, there were inevitably those who envied him and didn't want him to have this opportunity. Originally, it was just an internal conflict among the four families. No one anticipated outside forces would also intervene. Even the renowned Zhao family couldn't stay out of it, leading people to speculate. Does this project hold some massive secret? Otherwise, why would it draw so much attention? I'll do my best to persuade them, but uniting them won't be easy. Especially under these circumstances, it may not be a bad thing for them. Jordan spoke frankly, not entirely siding with Bond. Admittedly, the Zhao family's methods were quite vicious. She worried that if Bond managed to unite the four families, the situation would become difficult to control. Thus, during previous negotiations with Bond, Rocco offered substantial rewards. His intention was not because Bond had demonstrated remarkable strength or made significant contributions. On the contrary, Rocco wanted to pacify the four families through these means. Knowing about this situation early on, Rocco understood exactly what actions would undermine their supposed alliance. He unwaveringly pursued his goal. Looking at the current situation, Rocco succeeded marvelously. The outcome far exceeded everyone's expectations. Initially, the four families agreed to donate for the sake of repairing their reputations, thus reluctantly establishing a connection with the Tianjin district project. Later, despite several companies making investments, the sums were insignificant. Now, Bond faced a giant like the Zhao family, offering substantial returns. Therefore, the four families saw no need to persist with their stance. Due to Rocco's strategy, it became challenging for Bond to unite the four families, which he acknowledged well. The four families don't have direct interests in the Tianjin district project, so they might not agree. But I can't treat this matter as non-existent. Bond sighed. Regardless of past perceptions, he needed to secure what he had tightly, preventing anyone from snatching it away. They're offering too much money. Given the current state of the four families, they are unlikely to easily oppose the offer unless you have something truly tempting to offer. Indeed, apart from the Ning family, no one seemed willing to follow Bond further. Solange likely held intense animosity towards Bond. Without him, they wouldn't have been drawn into this whirlpool. It was too late to change things now. The outcome depended on their fortune. Bond had foreseen this result. Hearing Jordan's comments, he instructed her to contact a few key individuals, planning to discuss with them further. Bond's goal was simple. Keep the Tianjin district project under his control, no matter what. Just after discussing with Jordan, Bond received urgent news. A group stormed their construction site, ordering everyone to halt work. If someone creates trouble, let our people drive them away, or find the person in charge. I don't believe no one can manage this. Bond dismissed the issue nonchalantly, but Francisco's reply left him speechless. These people are likely from the Zhao family, so even the higher-ups aren't prepared to do much about them. Upon hearing this, Bond realized the severity. The Zhao family intended to bring them down completely. If work stopped, the impact would be enormous. Chapter 173. Together we can create havoc. As Bond fiercely clashed with the Zhao family, Dash silently observed without feeling any unease. So you thought you could show off in front of me, Bond? Did you really believe you were someone special? Now what? Didn't you finally expose your true colors? Dash felt smug and self-satisfied. He had suffered many setbacks at the hands of Bond before, but now the tables had turned entirely. It was impossible for Bond to change this situation alone. Dash remained detached, enjoying the spectacle. Aldo stood beside Dash. Prior to this, Dash had prepared himself, believing the Zhao family would soon understand that he did not have the final say here. Suddenly, Dash's phone rang. Who is it? He asked nonchalantly when he picked up. However, upon recognizing who was on the other end, Dash couldn't help but laugh out loud. Indeed, the caller was Bond, who was currently relying on the four major clans under such circumstances. It seemed unlikely he could influence the matter significantly. Bond aimed to convince Dash to join him in dealing with the issue. Knowing that Dash must be hiding, waiting to gain some benefits, Bond decided to take matters into his own hands to prevent things from worsening. After agreeing on a meeting place, Bond quickly arrived at the private room. Surprisingly, Dash was already there waiting. Upon seeing Bond, Dash wasn't taken aback. He just smiled and shook his head. Bond, I used to think you had real skills, but now it looks like you're nothing much after all. A small obstacle has already given you so much trouble. Bond gave a faint glance. Indeed, the Zhao family in the provincial capital was powerful, but still inferior to Dash's Star Palace organization, hence Dash's continued arrogance. However, Bond knew the matter wasn't as simple as they thought. While we have some conflicts, they're not direct enough to cause issues. But if the Zhao family truly controls the Tianjin district project, you should know what will happen next. Bond looked straight at Dash. The Xiuxian district is in your hands. Once the Zhao family realizes their plans for the Tianjin district, you'll be the first one affected. Bond earnestly looked at Dash, confident he understood this fact and wouldn't wait for the Zhao family to act. I know, but do you think Trevor has a chance to control everything even with my testimony? But right now, I prefer to watch Trevor slowly consume you. And then I will deal with Trevor. That's the wisest choice, Dash said with a smile. This decision was sound in his mind. While others might overlook its importance, Dash believed he fully understood the situation and was making the best preparations. With Bond and the Zhao family locked in conflict, this was a perfect opportunity for Dash to reap the rewards eventually. If you think you can benefit by standing aside, I will give up everything and let others take it. What will you do then? Bond narrowed his eyes at Dash, knowing the thoughts in his mind. Seeing Bond's serious expression, Dash fell silent. Are you threatening me? Bond wasn't afraid of Dash. He responded with a grin. I'm not threatening you. I'm stating an undeniable fact. You may choose to forget everything, but I can't. The Huaxin district project has cost me immense effort. I can't watch it crumble. So, no one is taking this project from me today. Bond's resolve was unwavering. He had anticipated the worst from the beginning. Dash stared at him. If you insist on this, fine. After all, the project is currently yours. Bond continued. To achieve their goal, the Xiao family will appoint a new project manager. Edlin will likely be removed. This revelation shocked Dash. Edlin was to be replaced? Understanding Edlin's character and integrity reassured Dash that despite the Xiao family's conflict with Bond, he could still benefit. Knowing Edlin's nature well, if he were replaced by someone from the Xiao family, Dash's position would become precarious. Are you joking? Edlin has been in charge here for years. Now you want to replace him with a word? Who do you think you are? Dash refused to believe Bond's claims. Enough nonsense. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Seeing Bond's serious face, Dash sneered. Talk again when Edlin is really being replaced. Otherwise, collaboration is out of the question. The Xiao family means nothing to me. Besides, even if Edlin is removed, do you think I won't intervene? Despite remaining confident, Dash saw Bond's firm determination. Bond knew further discussion was futile. Now that we've come to this point, I have nothing else to say. Just hope you don't regret it. The Xiao family won't give up easily, and we may not be strong enough to handle them. With that, Bond turned and left. Shortly after, he received a message from Edlin. The Xiao family is using connections, and I might be transferred within half a month. Chapter 174, Taking Immediate Action. Although Bond had long known that this Mr. Xiao, the eldest son of the Xiao family, would never let things rest easily, he hadn't expected the other party to act so quickly. Now it seemed that the situation was even more severe than he had anticipated. Despite this, Bond maintained his usual calm demeanor. That was because he knew many people were depending on him. If he couldn't remain composed at this critical moment, it would mean all their previous efforts would be in vain. Is there any other solution? Bond asked at this point. Edlin sighed deeply. If the four major families of Jiangxing could unite, perhaps there might be a slight chance. But the problem now is that these four families can't even stop fighting amongst themselves, let alone unite against a family far more powerful than any of them. This had always been the most frustrating thing for Edlin. If the four major families of Jiangxing had been slightly more united, the situation wouldn't have escalated to this point. However, no matter how much more he said now, it was too late to change anything. Bond, of course, could hear the regret in Edlin's tone. He believed that over the years, Edlin had fought valiantly and made great sacrifices for the entire city of Jiangxing, but had received no reward for his efforts. Anyone would feel disappointed. I will do my best to improve the situation here in Jiangxing, Bond responded. But I'm afraid, Mr. Autumn, you won't live to see this day. Bond was also somewhat helpless. At this point, none of them had the power to forcefully prevent what was happening. I must say, this eldest son of the Xiao family acts with remarkable decisiveness, Bond continued. He began acting immediately after our conversation. The most crucial part is that they assigned me a position that left me speechless. Thinking about this, Edlin couldn't help but sigh. He knew he had betrayed Bond, but under these circumstances, what other choice did he have? Mr. Lin, Edlin said earnestly, I hope you can forgive me regarding this issue. While I'd very much like to fight alongside you and resolve this matter, in this current situation, my personal abilities are negligible. As Edlin spoke, he understood that Bond must be encountering unimaginable difficulties. How he persevered was beyond ordinary comprehension. What surprised Edlin was that Bond simply laughed lightly. When I prepared to take on the Tianxin district project, I already anticipated a day like this. But don't worry, I'll definitely resolve these issues. After a brief conversation, Bond hung up and immediately focused on making sure the Tianxin district project started moving forward as soon as possible. Yet finding a way forward seemed increasingly difficult. Brett's move was clearly aimed at shutting down all avenues for Bond. Although he didn't know what other means Bond had, Brett had blocked every conceivable path he could think of. Under such circumstances, Bond's current predicament was indeed quite awkward. The construction site couldn't commence work, while he had to deal with various issues. It felt like Bond was standing at a crossroads, where one wrong decision could lead to a series of Lanthor reactions. Revised. Under these circumstances, Bond's situation was indeed quite precarious. The construction site couldn't start operations, and he faced numerous challenges. It felt as though Bond was standing at a crossroads, where one wrong decision could trigger a cascade of consequences. Bond quickly went to the construction site and met Francisco, who looked extremely anxious. How's the situation? Bond asked. Francisco sighed. We've tried convincing them, explaining the importance of this project, but they refused to listen. Francisco knew these people had strong backing. With Edlin being reassigned, their situation was perilous. I've already talked to Mr. Autumn. Logically, he should have informed these people. So why are they still preventing us from starting? Bond had mentioned the situation when he called Edlin. These people should have left by now, but Bond didn't expect they would still block them. Francisco was equally puzzled and couldn't figure out what was going on. When Bond arrived at the construction site gate, several uniformed men immediately stopped him. I am the supervisor here. What reason do you have to stop us from starting work? The two men's expressions slightly changed upon hearing Bond speak, but after observing him carefully, they just shook their heads with a smile. Your role here has nothing to do with us. We're just following orders. Nothing else matters. As for why we're sealing this area off, I believe you know the reasons well enough. These are instructions from the provincial capital. Starting now, all construction here must stop. They then handed Bond a document. Bond frowned. I don't see Mr. Autumn's signature on this. Therefore, this document shouldn't be valid. Anticipating this response, the man smirked. Mr. Lin, this is an official document from the provincial capital. The Mr. Autumn you're referring to doesn't have the authority to intervene. Bond's face darkened. He had invested so much into this project, only to be bypassed directly. This was absurd. Dash showed no inclination to cooperate with Bond, which added to his despair. Except for the four major families abandoning everything to stand beside him, Bond couldn't think of any way to turn things around. Francisco, witnessing their stubborn attitude, didn't know what to say. It was evident that Bond's situation was indeed perilous. Bond also had few options to deal with these men. The rapid development of events had completely exceeded his expectations. Even if you say so, I am the supervisor here. Can I at least go in and check? The leading man dismissed him coldly. Sorry, this area is sealed off effective immediately. No one can enter. Note: I have maintained the original structure and tone while ensuring natural English phrasing. #### chapter 175. Can't stay seated either. Only allowing people to leave but not enter, and stopping the construction site altogether. This clearly showed that Bond was completely disregarded. Of course, with Brett's capabilities, this outcome wasn't entirely unexpected. In fact, Bond had anticipated this result quite early on, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He originally thought there would be a chance to discuss things properly with Brett, hoping for a confrontation where they could find the best solution together. However, things turned out differently than expected. Francisco also grew anxious at this moment. Brother Lin, from their actions, it's clear they are set on opposing us. We need to decide how to proceed. If the construction continues to halt like this, our daily losses will be astronomical. Under these circumstances, it was imperative to keep the construction going. But with the opponent pressing so aggressively, they had no means of resistance. Bond glanced at Francisco beside him. He understood Francisco's concerns and knew that under such pressure, he couldn't afford to compromise. Yet, given the strength of the opposition, Bond felt helpless. Contact our people first. It seems we must rely on our own strength to resolve this now. Initially, Bond had hoped others might help hold the situation, but those hopes were gone. He realized these matters were more complicated than he'd imagined, and the future was uncertain. Bond knew it was impossible to unite the four major families in such a short time. With the Xiao family already being so aggressive, he couldn't ignore the situation. Time was running out for him to take action. Just then, Bond received another call from Brett. I believe you've seen my determination and capability. You must understand the gap between us is vast. Your options are simple. If you give up your foolish ideas, there may still be room to resolve this. Brett didn't think Bond would stubbornly cling to his original stance. After all, with the situation at this point, anyone with sense would see what lay ahead. However, upon hearing Brett's words, Bond merely scoffed. Perhaps you're right, but I won't act according to your wishes. Bond's attitude was becoming increasingly firm. Do you really think this tactic can solve everything easily? You're oversimplifying things. After hanging up on Brett, Bond hurriedly called Edlin. Edlin seemed quite helpless. They agreed to meet privately. Bond drove to the hotel where Edlin was staying. Upon arriving, Bond found Edlin drinking in the private room. Seeing Bond, he gestured for him to sit down. Mr. Autumn looks troubled. Edlin snorted. You know what kind of person I am. Over the years in Xiuxian, I've always tried to benefit the common people. But all that feels like a joke now. He had hoped that after the Tianxin district project was completed, displaced residents would finally have homes. But no one expected Brett to intervene. Edlin had wanted to resist Brett, but met with very different results. Just got news. The project has been transferred to someone else. So I'm afraid I can't help much with this now. Edlin sounded utterly frustrated. Previously, he hadn't taken it seriously, but now he felt lost. I wanted to settle this before leaving. Even if I couldn't stop them, I could delay things. If Bond could complete the groundwork, changing the project would be harder. But unexpectedly, the opponent played even dirtier. These guys have planned for a long time, thoroughly understanding everything and ensuring they don't fail. We indeed have fewer chances against them. Edlin had considered resistance, but quickly realized his limited influence against powerful figures. With just a word from the Xiao family, Edlin had to relocate. Now, despite wanting justice for Jiangqing citizens, what could he do under such pressure? Who's the new head of Tianxin district? Edlin looked at Bond. You don't think they'll listen to you, do you? Sighing, he added, if only it were that easy. Unknown to Bond, as he conversed with Edlin, Dash appeared at Brett's hotel. His demeanor was completely different, radiating confidence and power. Brett's bodyguards immediately surrounded him. The tension was palpable, ready to erupt into conflict at any moment. Osiris was about to charge forward with his men, but was held back by Dash. What's the rush? They won't let me in? Fine. Soon enough, I'll make him invite me in. Note: the chapter title has been translated to English while keeping the numbering and structure intact. Chapter 176, Ambitions of a Wolf. The Tianxin district project has now been transferred to a man named Hector. This man harbors ambitions like a wolf, and Bond knows it's impossible to change the future development of the Tianxin district project from his hands. Most importantly, Hector has an intimate relationship with the Xiao family. From this point alone, it is clear that no matter what, they will never defy the Xiao family. So, my brother, I think you should concede this time. Their tactics are far superior to ours in every way, Edlin said, patting Bond on the shoulder. Even though he knew Bond was still unwilling to accept defeat, what could be done? It's obvious to everyone that things have developed much more complicatedly than initially thought. Relying solely on Bond's efforts would not change anything. The other party's strength is evident, and no matter how much Bond struggles, he can't possibly win against them. Just then, Bond received a call from Janine. I just found out that Dash met with Brett, she said. After returning, Dash told me that the Tianxin district project will now fall entirely into his hands. Bond had thought Dash would stay on the sidelines, but it seemed he realized the project would soon be transferred to Brett. Therefore, Dash decided to act at this critical juncture to gain control. This news was crucial and did not put Bond at a greater disadvantage. He also shared this information with Edlin. Dash has a close relationship with the Ning family, and this time the Ning family has invested significantly in this area. This move not only stabilizes the Ning family but also leaves him room to maneuver, Edlin nodded, admitting that Dash's decision was indeed very wise. Through such actions, he not only satisfied the Ning family's needs but also further tightened his grip on the Tianxin district project. I had previously considered teaming up with Dash, but this guy rejected me. Now it seems he wasn't rejecting me but wanted to handle these matters alone, Bond said with a cold laugh. His face showed no joy after learning this outcome. Even though he had mentally prepared for the worst, it was still hard for him to accept. Clearly, despite all his efforts, he couldn't get the right result. Anyone else would find it hard to accept this situation too. So, what do you plan to do next? Edlin asked, looking at Bond, who seemed cornered at this critical moment. Everything felt uncontrollable. No matter what they say, we signed a contract initially. If they want to back out now, they must show some sincerity. I need to see if they can bear the consequences, Bond said, relieved that he had planned ahead. Otherwise, Brett would have found it even easier to snatch the project from him. Even if they halt construction now, as long as Bond doesn't give in, and if his subsequent funds can support the project, Zhao family and Bond can only keep deadlocking. In theory, yes, but you've seen their actions. They are far more aggressive than you expected. Your attempt to forcefully block them might only invite bigger trouble. Edlin hadn't expected Bond to consider this when signing the contract. He certainly didn't expect that Bond would still be thinking of forcefully resisting until the end under such circumstances. They had known about Brett's formidable strength for a long time, so even Edlin wouldn't consider directly confronting such a powerful entity. He understood his own capabilities. What Brett didn't expect was that Bond could remain so calm at this point. Even if I don't do this, Brett won't let me off the hook. Unlike others, Bond had never held any hope from the start. He understood better than anyone else the potential impact of this matter. So, he had known early on what needed to be done. After signing the contract, Bond had anticipated similar situations and had preemptively taken measures that left them helpless against him. At the same time, Bond could escape more quickly from this situation. Under the current circumstances, Bond was also curious about what other tricks they might still have up their sleeves. I'm just giving you advice. Ultimately, it's up to you to decide how to proceed. But given the current situation, I really don't want you to break ties with them. The Tianxin district project is important, but don't ruin your future over it. Edlin didn't talk much with Bond because he had been sidelined and was waiting to be transferred away. He felt quite helpless. Even if he wanted to help, there was little he could do. Bond gradually calmed down. Although Brett's moves were indeed intense, upon closer inspection, the methods used against him weren't numerous. Thus, this conflict resembled a war of attrition, and Bond was certain that Dash had secured Brett. Just then, Bond received an unexpected call from Ria. She had only recently learned about the problems in Tianxin district. Initially, she had been closely following the development in Tianxin district but was diverted by another case. To her surprise, during this brief period, the situation in Tianxin district escalated significantly. The Zhao family's intention to snatch the development rights from Bond posed a significant problem for the entire city. Yet, no one seemed willing to stand up and offer assistance. Bond hadn't expected Ria to call him proactively. Mr. Lin, if you have no issues, let's meet up. You must need help right now, don't you? Hearing this, Bond's eyes lit up. Yes, with Ria's help, things might become much easier under the current circumstances. They have the power. No matter how much you struggle, you cannot win. Just then, Bond received a call from Bridget. I just found out that Dash met with Brett. After returning, Dash told me that the entire Tianxin district project will soon fall into his hands. Bond had originally thought that Dash would remain aloof, but it seems he realized that the Tianxin district project would soon be transferred to Brett. Thus, Dash was preparing to make his move at this critical juncture. This news was crucial and did not make Bond more passive. He informed Edlin about it. Dash has a closer relationship with the Ning family, and the Ning family has also invested significantly in this area. This move stabilizes the Ning family while giving him some flexibility. Edlin nodded, admitting that Dash's decision was indeed wise. Through this, not only did he satisfy the Ning family's needs, but also gained further control over the Tianxin district. I had considered allying with Dash before, but this guy rejected me. Now it seems he wasn't rejecting me but wanted to handle things alone, Bond sneered, showing no joy on his face after learning this result. Even though he had prepared for the worst mentally, it was still hard to accept. Given everything that has happened, what do you plan to do next? Edlin looked at Bond, who seemed cornered. Everything was becoming uncontrollable. Regardless of what they say, we signed a contract back then. If they want to renege, they must show sincerity. I want to see if these guys can bear such costs. Fortunately, Bond had left himself a loophole. Otherwise, Brett would have taken the project more easily. Even if construction were halted now, as long as Bond did not relent and could provide the necessary funds, the Zhao family and Bond would only keep stalling. In theory, yes, but you've seen their actions. They're crazier than you imagined. Forcibly stopping them might cause even bigger problems. Edlin didn't expect Bond to have anticipated this situation when signing the contract. He hadn't thought that Bond would still try to strongly resist to the end in such circumstances. They had known about Brett's strength for a long time, so even Edlin wouldn't dare to confront such a giant directly. What Brett hadn't expected was that Bond could still act so calmly at this moment. Even if I don't do this, Brett won't let me go easily. Unlike others, Bond had no illusions from the beginning. He understood the potential impact of this matter better than anyone else and knew what he needed to do. After signing the contract, Bond anticipated similar situations and took preemptive measures, rendering them powerless against him while allowing him a quicker exit. In this current situation, Bond was curious about what other moves they had yet to unveil. All I'm doing is offering a suggestion. Ultimately, how to proceed depends on you. But looking at the current situation, I truly hope you don't ruin your future over the Tianxin district project, no matter how important it is. Edlin couldn't talk much with Bond since he had been sidelined and was waiting to be reassigned. He felt helpless, unable to offer real help even if he wanted to. Meanwhile, Bond gradually calmed down. Brett's recent moves were fierce, but upon reflection, his methods against Bond weren't numerous. It was more of a war of attrition. Bond was confident that Dash had secured Brett. Just then, Bond received a surprising call from Ria, who had recently learned about the issues in Tianxin district. She had been following the Tianxin district closely but was diverted by another case. Unbelievably, in her brief absence, significant events unfolded in Tianxin district. The Zhao family wanting to seize the development rights from Bond posed a big problem for Jiangqing. No one seemed willing to stand up for them. Bond hadn't expected Ria to call him. Mr. Lin, if there's nothing wrong, perhaps we can meet and discuss. You must need help right now. Hearing Ria's words, Bond's eyes lit up. Indeed, if Ria offered help, things might be easier for him in this challenging situation. Hashtag chapter 177. Retaliation. Seeing Ria again was not like the last time, where both sides were tense and confrontational. Ria's gaze towards Bond had changed subtly. Initially, everyone believed that Bond was no good, thinking his presence would influence the entire Jiangqing. But now it seemed Bond was not what everyone thought he would be. I didn't expect that after just a few days, Mr. Lin, you would already face such significant trouble, she said with a smile, even noticing a trace of fatigue in Bond's demeanor, something she hadn't anticipated. It appeared the recent developments in Tianjin district indeed put considerable pressure on Bond. You already know I'm facing difficulties, so it makes sense that I'm in this state. Though I prepared for the worst, this situation has turned out to be far more challenging than I imagined. Bond sighed, but deep down, he believed he could extricate himself from any predicament. Yet, those who had bought homes early were truly suffering. Their future was uncertain, and no one could predict how things would unfold. Even if the Zhao family offered substantial compensation, it wouldn't make a difference to these people. They didn't buy these homes for investment. Ria understood Bond's thoughts. I had other matters previously and couldn't focus much on Jiangqing. Now that I know about this issue, I've been thinking if there's any way to stop them. Ria gazed at Bond pleadingly, while he shrugged with a smile. It's simple. If all four major families in Jiangqing unite and jointly resist the Zhao family, coupled with the Qin family's pressure, I believe even the top official in Jiangqing would give us some leeway. At the end of the day, they were local enterprises, and without their support, Jiangqing's productivity would regress by decades. That gave Bond the courage to say this. However, whether it could be achieved was another matter. Given the current state, no one knew if they really had such an opportunity. Even Ria smiled awkwardly upon hearing Bond's words. Uniting the four major families against one common enemy was merely talk. It would be extremely difficult in practice. This is not a simple matter, Ria continued. When the four major families united against you before, you should have realized they can't fully cooperate even in such situations. Facing the Zhao family now would be even less likely. The Zhao family was formidable, making resolving this issue far from easy. Bond looked at Ria again. This depends on whether you're genuinely willing to help solve this problem. If you sincerely want to address this, I do have an idea. This was a possibility Bond had contemplated during this period. It wasn't an easy plan, and it might lead to even worse consequences. Therefore, he needed to ensure Ria was truly prepared. As long as you genuinely care about the people of Jiangqing, I will cooperate with you. Without hesitation, Ria answered decisively. For her, given the current situation, she trusted that Bond wouldn't deceive her. The government of Jiangqing has ceased to take responsibility for the development project in Tianjin district. Tianjin district was originally planned to be on the periphery of the city center, designated for residential buildings and accompanying commercial facilities due to insufficient economic strength and funds for larger projects. But now, with the Zhao family directly involved, the nature of the situation has drastically changed, leading to the current outcome. I understand why stopping the Zhao family's control is crucial. Once these properties fall into the Zhao family's hands, they will surely exploit the citizens. As she spoke, Ria clenched her fists, realizing that despite knowing the nature of their opponents, they still lack the power to change anything. But because many citizens are unaware of the situation, we can guide public opinion to exert pressure on them. When they realize the backlash, even with their immense power, they will have to admit defeat. Ria's eyes widened as she stared at Bond, wondering why she hadn't thought of this before. That's excellent news. Through this method, we can unite all forces in Jiangqing better. Looking at Ria's excited expression, Bond knew she hadn't considered the potential negative consequences. Indeed, it is a good thing. But remember, it involves additional complications. If done right, it can unite Jiangqing. But if someone holds us accountable later, it will be a huge scandal. With the upper echelons of Jiangqing and the provincial capital's Zhao family aligned, anyone brave enough to act would inevitably offend these powerful figures. Ria laughed. If you can oppose them, why should I fear? If they think they can control me, let them try. Miss Lin isn't afraid. Today, I will stand firm on this. I will handle this matter. Seeing Ria's serious expression, Bond decided not to say more. He believed she had the capability to manage everything properly. After this is settled, I'll treat you to a meal. Relieved that Ria agreed, Bond felt at ease. Entrusting this to her was the best choice. I'll show them the repercussions of defying public opinion. Without further ado, Ria turned and left. Meanwhile, Bond began planning his next moves in secret. The translation aims to maintain the original tone and style, ensuring the storyline and logic are coherent with the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks have also been preserved as closely as possible. Chapter 178, Kidnapped. Bond had initially intended to unite the four major families to deal with the current trouble collectively. However, he was ultimately disappointed. Given their present state, it was clear they would not cooperate with Bond. All subsequent matters had to be handled by Bond himself. He had hoped that this approach might preserve the situation in Jiangqing, but now it seemed that opportunity was lost. Bond could not provide enough benefits to the four families to let him proceed smoothly on this issue. Everything depended on how Bond planned to handle it. Things have reached this point, and many problems may differ greatly from what we initially imagined. So you must be mentally prepared, Mitzi said, looking at Bond. She didn't know what the future held. Yet, from previous events, it was evident that the situation was spiraling out of control. Despite Bond's efforts to change it, his individual capabilities were insufficient to influence these matters. Brett and Dash, who lurked in the shadows, controlled the entire situation. Bond was like a fish struggling on its deathbed. No matter how much he wished to return to the sea, would his adversaries allow him to? No matter what these guys want, it doesn't matter to me anymore. Now that things have come to this, there's finally a way to resolve everything, Bond said with a cold laugh. If previously he still harbored concerns about these matters, now he felt differently. He understood that not everything could go as smoothly as one wished. No one expected that a Tianjin district project could draw so many people to Jiangqing. Bond had to carefully navigate this delicate situation. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Over the next few days, Brett continued pressuring Bond, hoping this would make him change his mind. However, he underestimated Bond, who had been prepared for the worst from the beginning. Bond knew as long as he held onto the contract, they couldn't do much to him unless they could force him into signing a transfer agreement. But that scenario was highly unlikely. With your current position, you will surely be everyone's target. They won't stop targeting you. Perhaps you should consider changing your strategy, Mitzi said, more concerned about Bond's safety than others. After all, these people were lawless. The Zhao family's ability to muster such power must have stemmed from unique tactics. It was uncertain whether Bond could handle them. Lanjia, I know you're worried, but you don't need to be overly concerned about this issue, Bond replied. As long as I have this contract, they'll think twice before coming after me. Besides, I'm not without protection. When it comes down to it, they'll see what I'm capable of. Lately, Bond hadn't been idle. One person who made him particularly happy was Imelda. Bond had specifically brought her from Dongdu to Jiangqing. First, because Imelda had too many enemies in Dongdu, making it hard for her to stay there. Bringing her to his side would not only help solve most of her problems, but also use her to check Dash. This move, initially a secret strategy, turned out to be brilliant. Bond knew Dash would seek out Imelda to use her influence to bring someone important out. Dash must want to find Imelda and use her influence to summon that person, Bond thought. But he definitely didn't expect that there would come a day when he'd need something from me. Bond wasn't afraid of Dash's numerous tactics, as he had already seen through them. When push came to shove, Bond believed he had plenty of ways to get back at Dash. Only Brett remained a mystery. In the original story, he was just a minor character with little detailed description. Thus, it was difficult for Bond to understand his identity and methods. However, the current situation was different. Through recent events, Brett had successfully altered his fate, allowing Bond to witness his true abilities. If Brett and Dash had no connection, predicting Brett's next move would be impossible, which is why Bond was so concerned. An unpredictable opponent was hard to deal with. But now that Dash and Brett had joined forces, it confirmed Bond's suspicions. Brett was indeed under Dash's control, and Bond needed only to focus on confronting Dash. After leaving Mitzi, Bond got into the business car he had been using for the past few days. Hardly had he sat down when he felt a knife pressed against his neck. Mr. Lin, it has been quite challenging to get close to you recently. We hope you will cooperate. With a knife at his throat, Bond moved cautiously. Who are you? If you're here for money, it's unnecessary to do this. I can give you enough money to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Bond knew exactly what these people wanted. This conversation was merely for show. Upon hearing Bond's offer, their expressions changed. If Mr. Lin thinks he can bribe us, you're mistaken. We are professionals and cannot be bought. Bond countered, 1 billion yuan. There was silence. Admittedly, he was tempted. 1 billion yuan was not an amount anyone could easily obtain, but they couldn't understand why Bond offered so much. Is Mr. Lin joking? Bond retorted. Do I look like I'm joking? Is my life not worth this much? Chapter 179. Are you trying to scare me? After confirming that these men had hesitated for a moment, Bond knew their identities. What he was most worried about now was that those who attacked were not ordinary assassins. Bond was well aware of how difficult the Six Paths Azura Hall could be. He had an execution order from the Six Paths Azura Hall, which he could use to eliminate a powerful enemy. However, unless it was an absolute last resort, Bond did not dare to use it easily. But he was also afraid someone might find him through the Six Paths Azura Hall. If these people were indeed from the Six Paths Azura Hall, it would mean certain death for Bond. But when Bond offered 100 million to test them, he realized they were just ordinary assassins. For assassins from the Six Paths Azura Hall, 100 million meant nothing. They wouldn't even change their tone. This was the difference between amateurs and professionals. Assassins from the Six Paths Azura Hall wouldn't compromise their reputation for a mere 100 million. They knew the difference between one good meal and many, let alone the fact that the Six Paths Azura Hall's treatment wasn't bad at all. This is only your delaying tactic. Do you really think I'd fall for it? If you had that much money, why waste time talking? The assassin sneered, his knife poised to slit Bond's throat at any moment. We don't want to harm you, so it's best if you cooperate and don't have any other ideas. Several people escorted Bond, moving very cautiously. These people didn't know that as they left, Mitzi had been watching the direction Bond was taken. Soon, Bond was blindfolded and didn't know where he was being taken. But by sensing with his eyes closed earlier, he guessed he was in the southeastern suburbs. This area used to be the heavy industrial district of Jiangqing, mostly filled with abandoned factories. If there are any issues to discuss, we can do so properly. Bringing me here bound isn't likely to get me to agree, Bond said calmly to the few people present. His attitude remained strong. He understood their intentions, but he had already prepared for the worst. Bond was not concerned about what unexpected situations might arise. Hearing this, the few men just hummed in response without answering urgently. Soon, Bond was brought out of the car and dragged into a factory. I thought you'd be hard to find, but using some small tricks worked perfectly to capture you, a familiar voice said. Bond, you've been so arrogant. I bet you never imagined you'd end up in my hands one day. Recognizing Rocco's voice, Bond realized this guy knew that without his signature on the contract, no matter what means they used, they couldn't get the Tianjin district project or develop it. Their only option was to temporarily prevent Bond from interfering with the project. But how long this situation could last was unpredictable. They feared that if higher-ups terminated the plan, it would cause trouble for them. When Bond's blindfold was removed, he saw Rocco. Mr. Zhao, bringing me here like this, it looks like you're preparing to use forceful measures today. But I'm curious, why do you think I'll obey after such actions? Looking at Rocco, Bond's eyes still held a hint of disdain, a reaction Rocco hadn't expected. He thought Bond would beg for mercy once captured, but this was beyond anything Rocco had anticipated. Bond seemed prepared for this scenario. By now, you should understand that if I wanted you dead, it would be a mere thought away. At that point, you'd be gone forever. So, I advise you to comply and stop opposing me. Otherwise, your fate will be worse than you can imagine. I know you're smart enough to make the right choice. Rocco looked at Bond, feeling helpless. He didn't know what Bond would do next but understood that dealing with the Tianjin district project involved navigating around Bond. Agreeing to your terms now would be disrespectful to me. As long as I live, this issue is up to me. You can choose to kill me, but then whether you can prove your authority afterward, I won't be able to predict. Even tied to a chair, Bond spoke confidently, completely unfazed by Rocco's presence. The arrogance in his words made Rocco feel greatly insulted. With Rocco's status, he'd never experienced such humiliation. Everything was usually under his control, except when facing Bond. Sir, there's no need to talk anymore. Cut off this guy's finger. I doubt he can endure the pain. A subordinate whispered to Rocco. Bond laughed. Did you forget what I used to do? If you ask who's the true villain in xiuxian, I dare say first. Do you dare say second? As he spoke, Bond's aura became even stronger. Back in the day, I faced life and death with Isaiah. Compared to that, you aren't worth mentioning. Even Rocco felt intimidated by Bond's presence. It showed just how formidable Bond was. However, Rocco desperately wanted the Tianjin district project. The English translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring coherence and natural fluency. Chapter 180. Is this money a lot? You can think that everything I say now is just joking with you, but you'll soon know the extent of my resolve. Brett's expression grew increasingly serious as he looked at Bond. I've been eyeing this project for quite some time. Your best option now is to cooperate fully. If you can transfer this project to me, we will also give you some compensation accordingly. There's no need for you to risk your life over this. At this moment, Bond turned his gaze towards Brett. Since Mr. Zhao has spoken so earnestly, it wouldn't be right if I didn't offer a reasonable solution. If you want me to hand over the Tianjin district project to you, that's not impossible, but the condition is that you must provide me with sufficient funds. Brett initially thought this was completely impractical, but hearing Bond's words made his eyes light up. If it could be done this way, it would be the best outcome. After all, Brett had always believed that there was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. As long as he offered enough money, Bond would surrender anything. It seemed his thinking wasn't wrong. Judging by Bond's current stance, he was likely prepared for a significant sacrifice. As long as you name a price, there isn't any amount I, Brett, cannot provide. Brett patted his chest, assuring him. If this matter could be resolved with money, it would be a great convenience for him. Now, Brett hoped not to complicate things further, which would only adversely affect himself. Seeing Brett's incredibly naive demeanor, Bond sneered. All right, since Anselm insists on it, then I can indeed give you a chance. 28 billion. As long as Anselm can provide this much capital, I'll hand over the project to you without another word. I know that with the Zhao family's power in the provincial capital, this amount should be insignificant, and they can arrange it quickly, right? Bond watched Brett calmly, but when Brett heard these words, he nearly fainted from anger. Throughout the development of the Tianjin district project, Bond had indeed invested a lot, but certainly not this much. This demand was outrageous. Initially, Brett could still accept the situation to some extent, but now, he began to suspect if he was overestimating something. Wasn't this young man taking things too lightly? Do you know what you're saying? Brett squinted at Bond. Even though he had prepared for the worst, he had to admit that Bond's response surprised him greatly. I've already shown my sincerity because, in my view, this project is worth this much. As long as Anselm agrees, we can settle everything smoothly afterward. What do you think? Bond smiled at Brett, confident in his understanding of the situation. His arrangements were based on his own judgment, while Brett's thoughts weren't so crucial to him. Seeing Bond's serious expression, Brett realized the young man wasn't joking around. I thought that after bringing you here today, we could negotiate smoothly, but I never expected you to dare demand such an exorbitant sum before me. It seems you haven't realized the severity of the situation. In that case, there's no point in negotiating today. I will handle the problem in my own way. Just hope you don't get scared when the time comes. Brett's tone was now different from before. He believed that under such threats and inducements, Bond would make concessions. After all, this was the only choice if he wanted to avoid complications. But Bond slowly lifted his head and looked at Brett. I don't know how capable Anselm really is, but you should understand that if you plan to threaten me with other means, be prepared for an all-out confrontation. Bond was mentally braced for the worst. No matter the outcome, it wasn't a big deal to him, as they had anticipated various possibilities. Now Brett's attempt to intimidate him was futile. At this moment, one of Brett's subordinates stepped forward. Bond, we know you're courageous and have many people backing you, but don't think you can act recklessly. It's not difficult for Anselm to deal with you. He can even make you vanish silently from this world. The subordinate approached Bond confidently. Seeing his arrogant posture, Bond asked disdainfully, if I die, the terms of the previous agreement will take effect automatically. So if you want to get the Tianjin district project into your hands, the best way is to ensure I'm alive and can verify the agreement's authenticity. Besides, I can't imagine what else you could threaten me with, or if you believe there are people in my life who matter to me. At that moment, Bond saw an old man slowly walk in. There's nothing I cannot achieve. Since you're being so stubborn, let's see who has more skills. Bond looked at the elderly man who suddenly entered. He didn't know the old man's identity, but being brought here by Brett suggested he had considerable abilities. Bond squinted and waited for him to speak. The old man said slowly, I am Ivar. I believe you have heard about me. Upon hearing the name Ivar, Bond's expression did change. He knew a little about this man, but he never imagined he would meet him face to face one day. Chapter 181. Truly Ruthless Means. Ivar's name had long been known to Bond, especially in the original story where he was a thunderous presence. This guy specialized in bewildering others' minds. No one knew exactly how Ivar accomplished it. Yet, he undeniably could make someone lose their will and obey his commands. Brett must have invited Ivar here this time to coerce Bond into signing under duress, solving all issues at once. I don't know. Bond shook his head, deliberately acting as if he was clueless. Meanwhile, he was rapidly contemplating his next move. If it were a simple issue, there wouldn't be much trouble, but now, dealing with this man was not going to be easy as he thought. Not to mention, future complications might be thornier than Bond anticipated. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Bond's mind as he watched Ivar. Sir, There's nothing more to talk about with this boy. Ivar glanced at Brett, saying coolly, let's cut to the chase then see what he can do. Brett had long lost patience and nodded fervently, looking at Ivar. Alright, let's get started since we've come to this point. Ivar slowly approached. You'd better completely relax and don't even think of resisting, or I won't be responsible for what I'll do next. It seemed Bond had no means to resist. However, just as Ivar got close to Bond, he suddenly groaned, turning cyanotic all over. His eyes bulged as he stared at Bond for an instant before collapsing on the ground. The previously confident Brett was stunned. What happened? Ivar had been fine until he lost his resistance ability so abruptly. The others looked equally bewildered, unaware of the situation. Then they saw Bond slowly stand up from the chair. The ropes that had bound him were somehow completely severed. Despite their initial confidence, they didn't know what to say upon witnessing this scene. What's happening? What's going on? No one could answer Brett's repeated questions. Ivar began convulsing on the floor, foaming at the mouth. It was obvious he was poisoned. I originally didn't plan to show these skills today, but it seems you guys have no idea what you're doing. Bond cast a cold glance at Brett. Your appearance here is due to Dash. He's probably the only one who could invite Ivar. Bond knew some details about Ivar, realizing only Dash had the influence. Brett might be capable, but he lacked enough clout to achieve this. Upon hearing Bond's words, Brett's expression darkened. His initial plan had utterly failed, and it seemed Bond had foreseen their plot. You knew all along but didn't try to change anything because you've prepared for the worst scenario. Fixating on Bond, after experiencing so much, Brett finally realized what he faced. Not quite. I just showed my true strength, said Bond resolutely. Even Dash couldn't do anything to me, let alone you, Master Xiao. Bond spoke firmly, confident in his own abilities. Hence, he wasn't worried about any impact Brett could have. Dash was strong, but Bond was no longer the weakling he used to be. Brett's expression grew uglier. Unexpectedly, Bond could escape restraints at critical moments, definitely beyond a normal thug's capability. Fortunately, Brett had made arrangements under Dash's guidance before coming here. Since you know everything, we can only change our strategy. Attention! With Brett's command, several middle-aged men appeared around them. Bond's face tightened instantly upon seeing them. They weren't easy opponents. They were martial artists of considerable strength, seemingly at least high-ranking level. Before coming here, Bond had anticipated the worst, yet this proved trickier than expected. You should know what happens when you oppose Master Xiao. You seem capable, but defeating me is still out of reach. Brett looked at Bond confidently. Luckily, he brought several skilled fighters today, otherwise facing Bond would be helpless. Facing Brett, Bond remained calm, realizing retreat was impossible after all these experiences. Either he took down these guys or vice versa. He had no way out. Others sneered at Bond. Your strength isn't our match. Best give up. Once we fight, we'll cripple your martial arts, making years of cultivation futile. Hearing this, Bond smiled calmly. I may be inferior in cultivation realm, but once the fight starts, the outcome remains uncertain. Confident, Bond wasn't giving up. The others laughed helplessly. Chapter 182. This is really pushing it. The few individuals were all formidable experts, so in their eyes, Bond didn't stand a chance. Of course, they had gathered some information about Bond before coming here. This young man indeed surpassed their expectations in many aspects. But right now, they weren't taking Bond too seriously. Even the most powerful person has weaknesses. They believed that with a bit more preparation, dealing with Bond would still be very easy for them. Young people are always hot-headed, thinking no one in this world is a match for you. But I advise you not to entertain such strange thoughts. We wouldn't have come here if we didn't have our unique methods. At this moment, one of them slowly stepped forward, looking at Bond with disdain in his voice. To him, Bond was nothing but a brainless fool. What he didn't know was that Bond was well aware that these opponents were not easy to deal with. Therefore, he had made thorough preparations before coming here. Although he hadn't anticipated that Brett would invite so many experts. For Bond, however, it wasn't yet beyond his capabilities. Thus, he couldn't care less about what abilities these guys possessed and would act according to his own judgment. Each of you looks rather strained, but in reality, things aren't as tough for me, Bond said, narrowing his eyes and looking at the group in front of him with a hint of contempt. Perhaps in your eyes, I am just an inexperienced junior who doesn't know my place. But for me, being here means preparing for a fight to the death. Bond knew that Brett intended to target him. By whatever means necessary, this guy would not let him escape easily. So he had already prepared for the worst. These people were unexpected, but far from invincible. Just as these experts were about to say more, they suddenly collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, several weaker individuals also fell to the ground. What's happening? The few top-tier experts widened their eyes and looked at each other. Clearly, this situation deviated from their initial expectations. They had thought everything was under control. Facing this, Bond appeared surprisingly relaxed. To you, it may seem there's no need to worry, but for me, this is only the beginning. As Bond spoke, he slowly moved forward, while a large number of poisonous insects appeared in the confined space. Bond was not just a physician skilled in using poisons, goo. He was also an expert in the art of goo, insect sorcery. He had been reluctant to use such methods earlier, fearing others would become wary once they knew his identity. That's why he delayed the situation until today. Now, seeing how events unfolded, Bond knew he must leave quickly or lose the opportunity altogether. Brett had assumed these hired experts could easily subdue Bond, but to his surprise, Bond was extremely powerful. Fending off attacks single-handedly, Bond's strength exceeded everyone's imagination. This guy's strength is much tougher than we imagined, Brett gasped, and his expression towards Bond changed. Meanwhile, Bond maintained a faint smile on his face. Regardless of the outcome, from this point, he had little to worry about. These opponents were indeed challenging, but they faced an even more stubborn Bond. With Bond's actions, ordinary people around started collapsing from poisoning. He had spread his poisonous insects long ago, leaving no time for reaction. By the time they realized, Bond had taken control of the situation, leaving them to face more horrors. Brett covered his mouth and nose. Quick, Think of something. This guy used this method beforehand, clearly anticipating the worst. Brett's voice trembled. Initially, he thought everything was under his control and there was nothing to worry about. However, Bond proved to be far more challenging than expected. The few remaining individuals remained silent. The situation had gone beyond their original expectations. If we had known how serious this would get, we wouldn't be in this mess now. They all took a deep breath. No matter how simple they previously thought it would be, this scenario caused them great distress. Circulate true qi to expel as much poison as possible. One of them said helplessly. Regardless of their initial views, this situation undoubtedly brought a sense of pressure. As previously mentioned, Bond's strength surpassed their imagination. What the future held became utterly unpredictable. Perhaps they once believed they could turn things around easily. But now, it wouldn't be that simple anymore. Don't even think of escaping. Dealing with you is precisely what I'm supposed to do. Bond narrowed his eyes at the experts, indifferent to their feelings. Just as one of them prepared to attack, Bond tossed out several silver needles. Before he could react, the needles pierced into his acupoints, forcing him to collapse immediately, unable to move. Not good. This kid is not only adept at using toxic insects, but also highly skilled in acupuncture. This truly was an unforeseen encounter with such a formidable expert. Translation completed, maintaining the same paragraph structure and tone as requested. Chapter 183. Just a few coins? Such desperate measures? At this moment, Brett was already half crouching on the ground, unable to move, while the others could only manchang rely on the true qi within their bodies to barely stabilize themselves temporarily. The word manchang is used in its original form as it fits better in the context, meaning they can only just manage to stabilize themselves with great difficulty. The rest of the sentence has been adjusted for fluency. However, the situation before them was somewhat different from what they had initially expected. Master Zhao, this isn't quite as you described. You told us this guy would be easy to handle, and we'd take care of him effortlessly. But look at him now. Does he even resemble someone who can be easily dealt with? As they spoke, several people glanced at Brett, feeling somewhat speechless. They had thought that, given their current strength, they should be able to handle this problem easily. But it turned out completely differently. Brett's emotions were indeed quite complex. I don't know how this happened. Reasonably speaking, this guy is just a small-time hoodlum. Who would have known he's so strong? Brett had consulted Dash, but according to Dash, Bond shouldn't be capable of dealing with upper-level experts. What Dash said was also true. Bond's current strength wasn't enough to handle such powerful opponents. It was precisely because Bond was clear about his own strength that he took action early on. After entering the factory, Bond did not stop. Due to the special space he possessed, no one knew exactly how many venomous insects he had. To ensure that he could complete the task quickly, Bond released all the poisonous insects inside him. As a result, Bond himself became like a time bomb. Through this method, he unleashed countless poisonous insects. When these people naively believed they could suppress Bond with their abilities, they would soon discover that the situation was vastly different from what they imagined. Bond single-handedly managed to turn the tide of the entire battle, leaving them in an extremely disadvantageous position. The current situation had already demonstrated this point well, though none of them had expected it to turn out this way. They had thought they could control the scene effortlessly. No matter what, we can't continue fighting here any longer, the upper-level experts said very seriously to Dash. If this were earlier, they might not have had this thought, but the present scene was too shocking for them. They didn't know how to describe their feelings at this moment. But what was certain was that if they continued to fight Bond, the troubles they would face next would be much greater than they had imagined. You're just worried you're not getting enough money for this job, right? If you think it's not worth it, tell me how much more I need to pay for you to continue. Dash, seeing the frustration on the faces of these upper-level experts, regretted not having prepared better when he found out Bond was so powerful. He had not anticipated that the bound Bond could still resist, nor did he expect Bond to be a master of poisoning. These upper-level experts could still manage some resistance, but continuing the fight would likely make things worse. If you are willing to leave now, there's still time. If you insist on staying to fight, I won't say anything more. The outcome will depend on your own abilities. Seeing the hesitation in the faces of these upper-level experts, Bond quickly urged them. Getting them to leave peacefully was a significant victory for Bond. Though he seemed to have the advantage now, he wasn't sure what would happen next, as these people were not easy to deal with. The upper-level experts remained silent. To them, Bond had shown unexpected tactics. If we had been better prepared, we might still have a chance. But this guy has been planning since the beginning, putting us in a tight spot. One of them said, expressing helplessness. Had they known Bond would be such a tough opponent, they would have prepared more beforehand. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. At this moment, the leading upper-level expert glanced at Brett. Given our character, we would typically leave now. We've worked hard to reach this level. Seeing them agreeable, Brett hurriedly nodded. As long as you finish off this guy, whatever cost I must bear, I will do it. Just follow my requirements to complete the task. It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Regardless of how Brett previously viewed the issue, he now hoped to resolve the matter with Bond as soon as possible. The commission we agreed upon needs to be tripled. As long as you agree, we'll act immediately. You must understand that since this guy has already set up everything beforehand, we're fighting a defensive battle and are at a disadvantage, making it harder to win. Not to mention that helping you escape alive is a challenge in itself. So, our demands aren't excessive. Seeing Brett's wide eyes, the leading expert smiled beside him. Bond knew Brett wouldn't refuse. Paying more was indeed a bargain compared to potential consequences. After all, if these upper-level experts left, Bond could kill Brett anytime. Fine, I agree, but make sure he remains alive yet without any combat ability. Brett clenched his teeth and immediately nodded, realizing there was no other choice. Otherwise, he feared a worse outcome. Seeing Brett's acquiescence, the expert smiled approvingly. On the other side, Bond didn't say much. As soon as they finished speaking, he hurled a venomous scorpion from his hand. Chapter 184. Whose home turf is this? Trifling tricks, do you really think we're afraid? One of the higher-level experts said indifferently. He then threw a dart from his hand, quickly splitting the poisonous scorpion in two. He thought Bond would be thoroughly stumped seeing this, but to his surprise, Bond actually laughed. To me, you guys are truly stupid. With no combat experience at all, how dare you come here to carry out someone's mission? Bond couldn't resist mocking these people. After all, their actions revealed that they were clearly amateurs with no substantial battle experience. Therefore, Bond had numerous ways to make them rue their decision during the fight. And indeed, that was the case. With Bond's current strength, he didn't need to worry about any threat from these people. You little brat, we've anticipated all your moves. I'm quite curious how you plan to proceed. We acknowledge that you have some skills, but unfortunately, such tactics mean nothing to us. Several people sneered at Bond. In their view, Bond undoubtedly had no effective way to deal with the situation. However, Bond wasn't even thinking about it. Certainly, his current predicament wasn't ideal, but it also didn't mean that these adversaries could rest easy. You can temporarily control yourselves using true chi and avoid being affected by the poison gas. But this situation won't last long. When that happens, this place will be my home turf, and you won't win. Bond wasn't in the least bit worried. He still had many tricks up his sleeve, perfectly suited for dealing with these opponents. Moreover, this area was filled with a deadly poison array. In such a toxic environment, they couldn't unleash their full potential. Therefore, defeating Bond was already an extremely difficult task. A slight misstep might easily result in their downfall. Because of this, everyone present began to look at Bond differently. This kid knows exactly our current state, so we mustn't give him another chance. If we want to solve this problem, we must ensure that he can't speak a word of nonsense within the shortest time possible. They might have been somewhat concerned earlier, but now they had no other choice. Bond's various tactics gave them headaches, and such a young person needed to be eliminated as soon as possible or things would only get more complicated. The group nodded in agreement. Regardless of their previous stance on the issue, under the current circumstances, this seemed the only way to resolve matters swiftly. Having decided to confront Bond, they wasted no time, each rushing towards him from different directions. Just then, one of them who had just been exposed to the scorpion's venom let out a muffled groan. A blackish-purple sticky substance appeared on his arm. Don't think you can resolve everything so easily. Do you really see me as trash? Seeing these people, Bond wore a look of impatience. He understood what they were thinking. Unfortunately for them, Bond was not someone they could easily handle. Though Bond still couldn't use the Tang knife, it didn't mean he couldn't utilize it to achieve his goals. The higher-level experts believed their strength was enough to overpower Bond. However, to their surprise, Bond's combat prowess in this state was formidable, vanishing before their eyes in an instant. That kid has some real skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so worried. It's too bad he ran into us today. Even if it's challenging, we have to eliminate him. Otherwise, our first mission will be mocked. The leader of the higher-level experts sneered coldly, but none of them noticed the swarm of venomous insects approaching as they moved. These insects, arranged by Bond, produced large amounts of toxins, slowing down their movements significantly. More importantly, some of these insects were invisible to the naked eye. By the time they realized it, it might already be too late. Before long, one person accidentally stepped on a poisonous creature during the battle. Horrifyingly, the venomous liquid easily penetrated his shoe, and within moments, his foot was rotten. Bond whistled eerily. One of the higher-level experts intended to suppress Bond with his companions, but the moment Bond whistled, he felt his body lose control, and his dagger stabbed into his companion without warning. His companion had no time to react, meeting a swift and chilling death. The scene turned chaotic instantly. Bond didn't need to do anything further. The area was now his home turf, and dealing with these opponents became incredibly easy. As long as everything remained under his control, he could easily turn the tide. I've explained it clearly to you. If you lower your head slightly now, things can be simple. Unfortunately, you refuse to admit defeat. So, let's bury you all here. As he spoke, Bond blew various tunes, slowly moving toward Dover. These higher-level experts had never seen such a spectacle before. They saw Bond whistling while continuously throwing silver needles. Indeed, these experts were very powerful. If they had unleashed their ultimate moves from the start, Bond might have found it hard to deal with them. However, they hadn't anticipated this outcome. Chapter 185, Paying the Price to Avoid Calamity. There is no medicine for regret in this world. These high-ranking experts are quite skilled. Unfortunately, these fellows have long missed their best golden years. Bond, who now completely dominates the entire battlefield, can easily suppress these guys and even guarantee himself an undefeatable position. And it's clear that these people won't make Bond feel scared. Brett gazed wide-eyed at the scene before him. Everything turned out to be entirely different from what he had conjectured earlier. Even though he knew Bond might possess unexpected abilities, he never imagined things would turn out like this. He had thought that with so many high-ranking experts on his side, Bond wouldn't stand a chance, no matter how formidable his skills were. But no one expected Bond to show such incredible prowess at this moment. The situation was now so complicated that he didn't know how to arrange things to smoothly resolve everything. Staring at Bond with wide eyes, he didn't know how to face all of this. How is this possible? They are all high-level experts. Aren't they battle-hardened warriors? How could they lose so easily to you? Regardless of his previous views on the matter, Bond's demonstrated strength truly frightened Brett. This guy seemed like a madman, always able to use various methods to suppress the situation effortlessly. Even if Brett had prepared for the worst, Bond's appearance always disappointed him. I told you, once I made my preparations, you had no chance of winning. It's too bad you refused to listen. So, the final outcome will undoubtedly disappoint you. These high-ranking experts indeed had great confidence in their own abilities, but they forgot one crucial thing. They should have realized that when fighting on Bond's turf, they would be at a significant disadvantage, despite being able to stabilize the situation temporarily with true chi. It did not mean they could stay unbeaten. On the contrary, Bond could easily exploit the terrain to neutralize their advantages. That was why things ended up this way. One of the high-ranking experts didn't even get a chance to introduce himself or put pressure on Bond before falling to the ground. Some were defeated by Bond's venomous insects. Others were controlled by his insect charms and couldn't break free. Soon, Bond was standing before Brett. Is there anything else you want to try, Anselm? Your people have all been defeated today. Bond frowned as he spoke, clearly displeased. He knew that although he had won, he had exhausted all the resources he had accumulated over the past few months. Finding so many poisonous insects and charm insects was no small feat with his current capabilities. Bond could still handle it, but losing so many at once still irked him. That's why he came here to settle accounts with Brett. Brett's legs trembled. He hadn't anticipated things turning out like this. Now he looked at Bond with pleading eyes. Brother Lin, I didn't expect things to go this way. This time I listened to someone else, which led me to trouble you. I sincerely hope you can let me off. What other hope did he have? If things got violent, Bond could easily make him pay with his life. Brett sought any way to reverse the situation. From the look of things, you realize the mistake you've made, Bond said with a slight smile. This time, I've paid such a heavy price. You must give me some benefit, or this issue won't be settled. At this point, what could Brett say? He nodded repeatedly. He had to cooperate with Bond as much as possible. Whatever Brother Lin needs, I will fully cooperate. Just name it, and nothing is beyond my reach. Though he knew this arrangement would offend Dash, he had no other choice. If he didn't comply, he'd risk losing his life. Since Anselm has so much money, perhaps you can impress me with it. As long as you offer enough, I might consider letting you go. Bond narrowed his eyes at Brett. Everything was under his control. He wasn't sure how Brett would choose to act next, but he was confident this guy wouldn't dare oppose him again. Brett was thoroughly displeased. Had he known things would turn out this way, he wouldn't have followed Dash's advice. But he was no match for Dash, so he had to endure it. Despite preparing thoroughly, he still failed. This Bond was far more formidable than they all imagined, with endless tricks up his sleeve. No matter how strong you were, you couldn't defeat him. 500 million. This is the most I can offer right now. I'm willing to deliver it as quickly as possible. Brett took a deep breath. This was the only way to maintain control. I know you'll find Dash to deal with me after this, but I warn you, even the Emperor can't change your fate. Instead of hoping for Dash's help, you should think about the troubles you'll face next. As he spoke, Bond lifted Brett and headed outside. Do as you said and act fast. Once everything is done, I'll let you go. As for your plans to retaliate, that's on you. But remember, if you fall into my hands again, you'll pay the price. Next time, don't make me remind you. Move along. Brett glanced at Bond. He hadn't even managed to steal anything yet, and Bond was already ready to extort him again. It appeared Bond knew he wouldn't give up so easily. Chapter 186. Do you desire revenge? This time, Brett had truly suffered a devastating loss. He had intended to use the power of these numerous experts to suppress Bond, and then reap a substantial benefit from Bond himself. However, he never expected Bond to be such a tough nut to crack, displaying such formidable skills during their confrontation, leaving him no chance at all. By the time Brett realized this, it was already too late. All he could do now was let events unfold. Initially, he thought that with Dash on his side, he had nothing to worry about. But the outcome left Brett feeling helpless. Despite all his efforts, he still fell short in the end. After dealing with Brett, Bond walked away with an air of nonchalance. After this matter, Brett would likely not have the capability to stir up any significant trouble in the near future. On the other hand, Bond could take full control of the situation. Perhaps you fear Dash, but for me, that guy has no means. Of course, if you still want to snatch the Tianjin district project from me, come and try. I will fight your Zhao family until the very end. Bond had already prepared for the worst as he spoke. He understood better than anyone how difficult his current adversaries were, which is why he had mentally prepared various strategies to deal with them. Regardless of whether Bond wanted to admit it or not, these people had brought considerable pressure from all sides. Moreover, the future only promised to be even more terrifying than he could imagine, offering no relief whatsoever. Do you know who you've offended? Do you really think solving me will give you peace of mind? Brett slowly raised his head to look at Bond, still unable to believe what was happening. He couldn't determine what Bond ultimately wanted, but he could guess from Bond's actions that this person was extremely unpredictable. I indeed lost to you today, but it doesn't mean everything can be treated as if it never happened. Brett's voice trembled. He knew better than anyone that Bond was doing something extraordinarily dangerous. Once that person was pushed to the edge, the consequences would be unimaginable for everyone involved. I know exactly what I'm doing. It's normal for Dash to seek trouble. This isn't the first time after all. But rest assured, with his current means, he's not enough to worry me. Bond, understanding Dash and the resources at his disposal, could exploit various loopholes and predict possible scenarios. However, he didn't know much about Brett, so the methods this person could employ remained unknown. This was why he had been cautious when dealing with Brett. But from the looks of it, this Zhao family heir seemed to lack exceptional capabilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been controlled by Dash. He must have considered resisting but failed. Compared to Dash, Brett was nothing. Looking at Bond, Brett finally understood that he was merely a joke in their eyes. Bond was the one truly in control. Previously, Brett had believed he had nothing to worry about in this world. Every issue could be resolved with a mere thought. But reality slapped him hard, making him realize he was the biggest joke. Even with the Zhao family's high prestige in the provincial capital, what difference did it make? Facing a giant like Dash, they had no hope of victory. If it came down to a confrontation, Dash could easily eliminate them. Now, you must be wondering how Dash, with his powerful means, can leave you powerless. Is there no fairness in this world? Seeing the anger in Brett's eyes, Bond slowly leaned down. Brett looked at Bond, feeling a sudden surge of excitement upon hearing those words. What? You don't think you can surprise me now, do you? Brett asked curiously. From losing to me, you should understand that your skills are nothing compared to mine. Therefore, you should realize Dash's means are no threat to me either. Why haven't you been able to resist when others could? Bond's words made Brett immediately realize the situation. Compared to Bond, there was a vast difference in status and identity, so logically, he shouldn't be in this state. You're saying this wouldn't have escalated to this point if there weren't other reasons? Brett looked at Bond, hoping he would tell him how to handle the coming events. Based on what Dash had said, Brett knew his fate wouldn't be good. Dash controls you through force, but this guy is less powerful than me. The Star Palace organization behind him is strong, but do you really think they'll spare no effort for Dash? The Star Palace organization was genuinely what everyone feared. Bond initially believed the Xiao family could handle it, being a prominent family in the provincial capital. Yet, even the famous Xiao family was effortlessly subdued by the Star Palace organization, leaving the Xiao family heir powerless. It was clear that despite their strength, the Xiao family couldn't unite with powerful masters. Now, Dash controlled the Xiao family, intending to snatch the project through them. If it were before, Bond might not have commented much, but now, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Brett wasn't sure what would happen next, but Bond's words gave him a glimmer of hope. Chapter 187. Just trust me. Damn Dash, after meeting you last time, I was forced to become your subordinate. But if I get a chance now, I definitely won't let you off. Brett's mind flashed with this thought, then he squinted his eyes at Bond. At this moment, he seemed to understand what Bond intended to do. Your goal is to deal with Dash, and you also lack people to fight alongside you. This is why you're willing to help me this time, right? The eldest son of the Xiao family was not a fool. Although he was currently under Dash's control and had no decision-making power in many matters, this didn't mean he would simply give up resistance. If he could find just a tiny opportunity, he would try every possible means to betray Dash, even making a daring move. This was one reason why Bond hadn't rushed to eliminate Brett. The casualties today were severe. I believe Dash never imagined that my strength has grown so much, so they will undoubtedly choose to cooperate more closely with you. What you need to do is take this opportunity to stab Dash in the back. When the time comes, Dash's efforts in xiuxian will come to nothing. After Bond finished speaking, he heard Brett laugh coldly. In the end, everything relies on your skills, and I will still have to follow your orders. But if I don't want to submit to anyone, how do you think I should better handle this situation? Brett looked at Bond, unsure of what he should do now. However, from Bond's words, it was clear that no matter what choice he made, things wouldn't be easy. Do you really think that by getting involved in this, you can easily extricate yourself? Or do you think that your current abilities can make Dash worry? Seeing Brett's naive expression, Bond laughed casually. He knew exactly what Brett was thinking. If put in his position, Bond would probably feel the same. But now, Bond had to make this guy see reality so he would know what to do next. Brett stared at Bond, gradually calming down. He didn't know what Bond intended, but from previous details, it was evident that Bond's plans were far more terrifying than they imagined. If you're willing to cooperate with me, we will only be partners. I won't impose anything specific on you, and your people can act freely as you wish. But if you work with Dash, you should be well aware of what you'll face next. Bond said coldly. Previously, there might have been some worries about these matters, but now it felt different. Even today's plan, which Bond himself wasn't fully confident about, Dash's overconfidence and arrogance led him to underestimate Bond, failing to use other tactics. These high-ranking experts were indeed strong, but unfortunately, they faced an opponent who was hard to defeat, especially since Bond was fighting on home ground. If Brett had listened to Dash earlier, today's outcome might have been different. But it was too late now. Future situations would drastically differ from their expectations. Bond would proceed according to his own plans. There was nothing left for him to worry about. So it seems I have no choice, but you should know that behind Dash stands an even more powerful force. Brett fixed his gaze on Bond. To this day, he still couldn't understand where Bond got the courage to challenge the Star Palace organization. He had seen firsthand its immense power. Such a vast organization made Brett unimaginable what painful consequences he would suffer if he opposed them. With their capabilities, they could easily erase him from existence. That was why Brett was nervous now. I know all your concerns. But there's no need to worry. It's just the Star Palace organization. They can't reach xiuxian and thus can't threaten me here. As for you, once you successfully break free from Dash, the Star Palace won't pose a threat to you. After all, the Star Palace was a borderline organization, with branches in various places within the country. However, its overall strength wasn't as formidable as imagined. Due to its hierarchical structure, these guys would require enormous effort to act, and orders would likely be delayed, rendering them ineffective. That's why Bond was so relaxed. Their efficiency and capabilities fell far short of Bond's standards. Looking at Bond's serious expression, Brett said quietly, "If you truly have a way to deal with them, I'm not against cooperating with you." Originally, he came here to secure the Tianxin district project, but unexpectedly, things turned out like this. Even he, the Xiao family's eldest son, had to obediently follow others' commands. A truly humiliating situation. But regardless, things had reached this point, and as the Xiao family's eldest son, he could only let events unfold. Now Bond offered him a new choice. Brett naturally wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity, even if it required paying a price afterward. I will prove my capability through my methods. Explain today's events to Dash, and he will surely arrange for you to continue targeting me. Chapter 188. Water can bear a boat, yet it can also capsize it. Bond knew that Dash would not just let matters rest, even if he had suffered a loss today. He would undoubtedly try every possible means to reclaim his lost standing. If Dash could really calm down, he should realize that now was definitely not the best time to deal with Bond. After all, he had already secured a position in the Tianxin district project. The priority at present should be to do everything possible to advance this development. Unfortunately, Dash hadn't thought that far. Instinctively, he believed that securing Brett's support would allow him to control Bond, but he hadn't considered that even the powerful Star Palace organization couldn't make Bond submit. How could the Xiao family, which couldn't compete with the Star Palace, instill fear in Bond? I will draft another contract, transferring all the Tianxin district project rights to you. Of course, this contract has no legal effect. Brett stared wide-eyed at Bond, seemingly understanding what Bond intended to do next. To advance the Tianxin district project, it was crucial to speed up the timeline. However, if someone kept causing trouble for Bond, these matters would only become more difficult. The delays might exacerbate future complications. Brett initially thought that Bond wouldn't have any effective way to counter Dash. But to his surprise, Bond had prepared in advance, and the subsequent arrangements left him speechless. Are you sure this method can solve the problem? Brett asked Bond. Even if I sign this contract with you, given Dash's character, How could he possibly not verify its authenticity? Bond knew Brett would ask this question. That depends on my capabilities. For now, you don't need to doubt me. Tell Dash exactly what happened today and follow whatever he asks you to do next. I will finalize this contract, and you can rest assured that Dash won't suspect anything after receiving it. After agreeing with Brett, Bond left immediately. Dash had no idea that a bigger surprise awaited him. After separating from Bond, Ria immediately began arranging a series of actions, especially concerning the Tianxin district project, which infringed upon the interests of ordinary citizens. As a result, she arranged for many journalist friends to expose the situation, ensuring it gained widespread attention. Initially, if no one had known about it, things might have been easier. But now that a large number of citizens were aware and understood its relevance, the entire city of Jiangqing was abuzz with discussions over the matter. This was the outcome Bond had anticipated. He knew he was now aligned with the citizens. Facing authoritative pressure, the best strategy was to unite the citizens with him. He didn't believe anyone dared to defy the people's will. In fact, Bond's actions proved to be correct. Once the news spread online, it quickly garnered significant attention. Those who originally intended to seize the Tianxin district project from Bond could only wait and see, knowing that interfering at this point would cause much trouble. On the other side, Azrael also called Humphrey over. I truly have no idea what the Lin family is trying to achieve. Isn't making such a commotion only complicating matters? Given the current situation, Azrael felt extremely troubled. He had assumed Dash would quickly secure the Tianxin district project, allowing them to benefit financially and use the opportunity to bring Dash closer to Tinsley. However, unexpectedly, many events occurred during this critical moment. Not only was he unable to cooperate with the Ning family, but he also found himself uncertain how to handle the Lin family. Frustrated, Azrael called Humphrey to discuss the next steps. Long, it's not that I'm being difficult, but there's little I can do now. You know I lack influence within the Xiao family. Even if I want to help, there's not much I can do. Humphrey was equally helpless. If he had the capability, he would have acted earlier, preventing the current situation. Should the Tianxin district project remain in Bond's hands, he won't allow us to interfere. So our only option is to stand with Dash and fight together. Over the next few days, Jiangqing was consumed by public opinion surrounding the Tianxin district project. Higher authorities dispatched several investigation teams to thoroughly examine the issue, promising corrective action if any misconduct was found. Perhaps because the higher-ups took this seriously, the Tianxin district project could finally commence. Bond aimed for this outcome. Once he got the project started, it would be difficult for anyone to stop him. His goal was to turn this area into the core of Jiangqing, while others wanted short-term economic gains. Now, the situation looks good, but under such resistance, there might be a stronger backlash. You must be mentally prepared, Mitzi whispered from behind Bond, aware of the efforts he had put into this endeavor. Indeed, nobody knew what the future held. Based on past experiences, the challenges ahead might only be beginning. Chapter 189 Bridget's Method. Bond could also sense Mitzi's current nervousness, but Bond still managed to appear very relaxed. Of course, I understand these guys will have other tricks up their sleeves, but as long as we can keep working for a day, we are gaining. Not to mention I was already prepared and temporarily signed an agreement with Dash. Bond said this with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mitzi paused in surprise. Didn't you say before that no matter what you had to keep the Tianxin district project in your own hands? Why are you now preparing to hand it over? This situation is not yet finalized, so I cannot say too much. You'll know soon enough. Bond intentionally left it hanging. Seeing Bond's confident demeanor, Mitzi knew that nothing would go wrong once he set his sights on something, including this time. Despite how formidable Dash appeared, his tactics were nothing compared to Bond. The outcome of the ensuing confrontation wasn't easily predictable. I don't know much about your situation, but I trust your abilities. Let me wait and see what surprises you bring this time. Since failing to control Bond and make him surrender the Tianxin district project last time, Dash had been dispirited. Originally, he thought he could achieve success effortlessly, but all his efforts proved fruitless, which made Dash angrier. Was all this effort wasted? Just when Dash was at a loss, Bridget approached him. Brother, you must have encountered troubles lately. You've even been calling me less often. Bridget smiled as she looked at Dash. Dash sighed helplessly. A lot has happened recently, causing me much headache. I thought I could handle it easily, but things got more complicated than expected. He sighed again. It was ultimately due to the Zhao family's incompetence. If they were competent, he wouldn't be in such an awkward position. Seeing Dash so troubled, Bridget secretly smirked. A fool like him didn't realize the opponent he faced, feeling clueless about the future. To Dash, his former status should have handled this easily, but to Bridget, he was merely a fool. I'm here today to offer my help, Bridget said, sitting down beside him. Lately, everything related to this issue had left Dash overwhelmed. If someone could assist him at this critical moment, he would undoubtedly be delighted. Though easy to say, actually carrying out these tasks proved far more challenging than he imagined. Now, seeing Bridget, Dash instinctively believed she came to solve all his troubles. Shining, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. So many others remained silent when I faced danger, but I trusted you'd step forward in the critical moment. Now it seems my trust was well placed. Dash looked at Bridget excitedly. Bridget blushed slightly, smiling and shaking her head. It's unavoidable because the situation became this way, and Brother Yi is already troubled. If I don't take action now, who knows what might happen next? She spoke tenderly, further lowering Dash's guard. You seem to have a plan against them. Tell me more. Perhaps together we can simplify matters. Dash, aware of Bridget's shrewdness, believed she surely had a grasp of the situation. While others might not know how to handle this, Bridget definitely did. We are tied to the same boat with them, so from various perspectives, I'm sure Bond wouldn't dare ruin our relationship now. But lately, due to our restrictions, Bond is also troubled and facing financial issues. The Zhao family's actions did have some effect, impacting Bond's funds. However, Bond anticipated this and had backup resources, so the impact wasn't significant, although few outsiders knew this. Dash took Bridget's words seriously, thinking Bond couldn't sustain the Tianxin district project alone. Bond really thinks too highly of himself. He thought his skills would suffice, unaware that while he focuses on his target, another might be watching. Dash acted sophisticated, making it seem as if he achieved this result. Seeing Dash's prideful demeanor, Bridget continued. Since Bond needs substantial funding, considering our close ties, I plan to increase investment. Perhaps I might get Bond to unknowingly transfer the entire project to me. This statement immediately caught Dash's attention. What do you mean? Bridget asked, smiling. Brother Yi, have you heard of the xiaoyao pill? Dash understood its function instantly. Indeed, using strong-arm tactics hadn't worked, and changing strategy might prove effective. However, Dash feigned reluctance. No, it's too risky. Hashtag chapter 190. This is all for you. It's fine. I'm willing to do anything for Brother Yi. Besides, things have already come to this point. Would Brother Yi really want to continue waiting? You must know that not only are we paying attention to this matter, but others are watching our every move as well. Bridget was just putting on a show for Dash. If he truly believed her act, then he would be the one who lost. Dash looked at Bridget with a very troubled expression, making it seem like he was genuinely agonizing over each decision. But only Bridget understood that Dash had long made his plans in his heart. His choice now was merely a matter of time. Sure enough, after some contemplation, Dash said, the Tianxin district project concerns the entire Ning family. Although personally I strongly advise against you doing such a dangerous thing, since it has come to this, I can only help you as much as I can from all angles. Dash looked at Bridget. It had to be admitted, his acting skills were truly impressive. If she hadn't been prepared mentally, even Bridget might have been deceived by him. Of course, she didn't say much and continued to cooperate fully with Dash. She was also curious to see if he had any other tricks up his sleeve to deal with Bond. So, whether it's for Brother Yi or for our Ning family, I indeed need to make some sacrifices this time. Dash never expected things to develop to this extent. When he saw Bridget's serious expression, he finally changed his initial mind. Although he was genuinely worried about Bridget's safety, what Dash feared more was the possibility of losing everything he held in his hands. I didn't expect you, Xiuxian, to consider things so thoroughly. Since you've reached this point, I cannot stop you anymore. I will fully support you and assist you immediately, no matter what needs to be done. It had to be admitted that Dash's hypocrisy had reached its peak. Even though Bridget knew the truth, she couldn't say much more. She was too tired of talking nonsense with him. If that's the case, I'll act according to my plan next. I believe Brother Yi will support me too. Dash patted his chest as he promised. That goes without saying. No matter what you decide, I will be right there on the front line. Looking at Dash's extremely hypocritical appearance, Bridget understood everything in her heart but didn't say anything more. On the other side, when Bond heard this news, he couldn't help but sneer. He will definitely try to appear deeply emotional, but deep down, he won't care about anything else. Bond understood Dash's behavior completely, but didn't feel like discussing it further. Even though I knew he was this kind of person, it still feels unbelievable when it actually happens. When Bridget said this, she couldn't help but sigh. No one expected Dash to end everything in this way. It doesn't matter. Since this is what he wants, we can proceed according to our plan. As long as Dash believes the contract you bring him is real, we can control everything from here on out. This was something Bond and Bridget had planned beforehand. They knew Dash would fall into their trap even if he realized it was one. Bond was calm because he had been mentally prepared for these events. Unfortunately, Dash was still oblivious to what he would face next. Thus, Dash pretended to have a big argument with Bridget, even in front of Price, scaring him half to death. Price had always been optimistic about Dash, not only due to his abilities but also believing in his boundless future prospects. He never imagined that the relationship between his daughter and Dash, which had always been fine, would deteriorate to this extent. This left him unsure of how to handle the situation. Meanwhile, Bond was continuing to orchestrate the plan with Bridget. Feeling wronged by both Dash and her father, Bridget could only turn to Bond for comfort. Thus, everything unfolded naturally. Seriously, that fool doesn't even know he's being toyed with, Bridget said smugly, blushing slightly and letting out a soft groan. Hey, slow down. I may be anxious, but not this anxious. Bond smiled, holding onto her slender arms. Really? That's not what you said when you came here. Ding. Host detected villain behavior, increasing villain points by 500. The edited translation maintains consistency in terminology and style, ensuring it reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. The term antagonist is changed to villain to better fit the context and tone of the narrative. The system's voice chimed incessantly, making Bond even prouder. Isn't this because I'm happy? I thought Dash would doubt me, but unexpectedly, he believed everything I said. He seems to be blinded by the Tianxin district project. As she spoke, Bridget's tone carried a hint of disdain. At first, they thought Dash was more complex, but he proved powerless against them. Given the current situation, they no longer needed to worry about potential troubles. Bond could finally breathe a sigh of relief, thinking he had luck on his side. Now, the Zhao family has started to rebel, but Dash is unaware. Bond's advantage lay in the time difference. Dash thought he could easily manipulate Bond, but he didn't realize that the final outcome would be different. Bond had long prepared a perfect countermeasure. Chapter 191. Can't stop it. Over the next half-month, Bond was busy seeking solutions to his problems. At the same time, he publicly announced through various channels that Waverly had officially become his girlfriend. Once this news broke out, it caused a huge stir throughout Jiangxing City. Everyone knew that the Ning family and Bond had always been on good terms, and they had even made a substantial amount of money together through cooperation. No one expected the Ning family and Bond to become even closer so quickly, which naturally sparked envy. Upon learning this, Dash not only did not get angry but became more agitated. Abby and Kramer were standing by Dash's side, looking at his cheerful face. They couldn't help but feel uneasy. Master, this matter is not as simple as you think. Shouldn't we make more preparations just in case something unexpected happens? They considered things from Dash's perspective. However, to their surprise, Dash casually waved his hand. You don't have to worry. I have my own plans and am confident about this. Dash knew what these two were concerned about, but he felt everything was under his control. The two wanted to advise further but realized that talking any more would be futile. They could only hope for the best regarding what would happen next. Abby, however, felt a headache brewing. She knew Bond's personality better than most others. If she trusted what Bond had said before, it would be a grave mistake. From her observations, Bond had a good relationship with Mitzi and Opal, although the exact nature of their relationships remained uncertain. However, Bond wouldn't have rushed into anything with Waverly so soon. Master, she said, I think there might be more to this. We should wait a bit longer and see how things develop. If necessary, we should rescue Miss Ning as soon as possible to avoid regretting it later. Dash turned to look at Abby. What's wrong with you? I asked you to investigate Bond. You haven't given me any useful information yet. Now that someone is willing to help me, you're reluctant. Don't you think your behavior is absurd? Dash's eyes widened as he spoke, and his tone shifted sharply. Abby felt equally helpless. Initially, she believed Bond to be a bad person, but after getting to know him, she realized he wasn't as bad as they imagined. Her attitude toward him changed accordingly, though she didn't forget her mission. During her investigations, she found Bond less complicated than expected, and all his actions seemed well considered. He appeared to be an ordinary person with emotions, no different from anyone else. After numerous attempts, she couldn't find anything significant against him. But Abby hadn't anticipated that her lack of results would make Dash doubt her abilities and say such harsh words. Seeing this unfamiliar side of Dash, she began questioning whether her previous actions were correct. In the past, she thought Dash was a righteous man, and helping him was justified, aiming to improve the world. As time passed, she started doubting if Dash was truly the fair and just person she once admired. Now, his demeanor seemed entirely different. Perhaps it was because of Bond's influence, leading her to a more realistic perception of Dash. All I'm saying is based on my recent understanding of Bond. This situation does seem problematic. Whether to trust me or not is up to you, Master. Since you've said so much, I have nothing more to add. After speaking, Abby sat down and ignored Dash. Despite his anger, she maintained her calm composure. Even Kramer couldn't help but ask. You know Master is always very confident in his decisions. Why do you say this? Do you really believe Master will face major issues? Kramer sighed, hoping for the best for their master. In the current situation, it wasn't easy to change outcomes with mere words. I don't know what's gotten into me today. Maybe I overthought things. Abby shook her head, realizing she might have overcomplicated matters. Dash also felt his words were too harsh. Abby, I know it hasn't been easy for you lately, but please understand our current situation. If I can't secure the Tianjin district project, we'll live comfortably without worries. I hope you stand by me instead of continuously doubting my decisions. Dash looked seriously at Abby, showing both his dissatisfaction and concern for her feelings. Abby stayed silent. Dash had been striving to make big money, while Bond merely wished for ordinary people to have a chance at a better life. Chapter 192, mainly playing on trust. Bond quickly reached a consensus with Brett and Bridget. The three of them drafted a contract. According to the contract, although the Tianjin district project had been transferred to Brett, subsequent development must proceed under Bridget's supervision, only after mutual agreement. This looks genuine, but no one can guarantee if Dash will trust what it says. What if he doesn't recognize us at this critical moment? What should we do? Brett felt a headache seeing this content. After all, even he was unsure of the troubles he might face next. Rest assured, once this contract is presented, no matter how grand his ideas, he can only proceed according to its terms and must gain approval from both the Zhao family and both parties involved for the project to continue. I will also set up an actual holding company in my name for you, and the two of you will be the nominal authorities. It had to be admitted that Bond was extremely adept at handling such dual contracts. Even Dash probably wouldn't anticipate encountering so many traps, and by the time he realizes it, everything would already be out of control. Bridget wasn't worried about anything on her side, but Brett initially had some concerns. However, as he discovered Bond's methods were far more complex and sophisticated than he imagined, he gradually relaxed. It seemed Bond had prepared everything long ago. I didn't expect that you foresaw this outcome, and your arrangements truly surpass ordinary expectations. Watching Bond now, they couldn't quite describe their feelings. After all, the complexity of the situation exceeded their initial expectations. No one could assure the smooth resolution of everything. Only Bond remained calm. Don't worry. When we made this decision, we anticipated any possible moves from the other side. So, there's no need to fear any potential dangers. While he acknowledged their concerns might not be baseless, for Bond, everything was still under control, thus no need to worry about unforeseen changes. Let's hope for the best. Any unexpected changes would be troublesome for us. Brett nodded, worried about losing control over the situation. But since Bond had already said this much, he had no reason to keep worrying. After all, Bond's strength was formidable. Not anyone could easily oppose him. Even faced with ironclad facts, Dash would likely have no choice but to accept it quietly. Despite his displeasure, he was no match for Bond. You can rest assured. Since I asked you to do this, I had my reasons. Given the current situation, Dash is focused on making quick profits. So, he'll surely overlook this situation. The reality indeed aligned closely with Bond's prediction. When Dash learned of the news, he was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such good fortune. Am I dreaming? Dash's voice trembled, indicating his disbelief at the situation. However, everyone smiled at him. Brother Yi, don't think too much. This is an opportunity one fought hard to secure for you. Please accept it. Smiling at Dash, Bridget felt she had regained control. Dash's reaction matched their expectations. He hadn't considered any uncontrollable scenarios. I didn't expect you to actually succeed. I know how tough Bond is to deal with, and grabbing the project from him isn't easy. You must have faced immense challenges. Dash looked moved. Bridget nodded, tears welling up. You're right. Brother, you should understand how much I dislike Bond. But despite this, I had to endure it. You don't know how excessive Bond can be. He loves doing everything on office desks or dining tables. Each time I get so tired standing, Bridget hinted indirectly. Brett stared wide-eyed. What? Did I hear this correctly? Dash chuckled. Yes, I know Reining must have suffered a lot. But internally, he felt puzzled. Office desks? Dining tables? Isn't that normal? We've successfully secured the Tianxin district project, and the subsequent development naturally depends on us. This was fantastic news for Dash, never expecting such an outcome. All his efforts had been worthwhile. Seeing Dash's earnest demeanor, the others each harbored their own thoughts but said nothing, letting him speculate as he wished. Thus, the Tianxin district project concluded. Dash hadn't considered the inherent flaws in the plan. In this crucial moment, Dash naively believed he could manage everything with his abilities. Besides, even if he couldn't, the Xiao family would handle various pressures for him. Thus, Dash felt no need to worry about any issues. Chapter 193. You understand nothing. Brett was of course aware of what Dash was thinking. However, he had no particularly good solution to counteract it. Once events progressed to this point, he knew he had no choice but to comply with Dash's demands. Nonetheless, from the current perspective, most of the overall situation was still within his acceptable range, and there was no need to provoke Dash further unnecessarily. Bond could finally breathe a sigh of relief during this period, without having to worry about how to deal with these people anymore. Honestly, the recent pressure on him had been immense. Dealing with these individuals was not an easy task. Especially Bond also had to consider whether this might bring other impacts later on. Even now, Mitzi found it hard to believe that Bond had managed to deceive Dash simply by employing some underhanded tactics, making Dash give up pursuing him. Such a method was truly unbelievable. But logically, Dash should be very cautious. Ordinary tricks would never fool him. But this time, he put so much trust in your actions. Mitzi looked at Bond, still finding everything quite peculiar. Dash doesn't really trust me. He just believes that since he has completely controlled Bridget, she wouldn't dare to deceive him on this matter. Bond knew too well what Dash was thinking. If Dash ever found out that everything he did back then was a farce, he would probably go mad for real. Looking at Bond now, Mitzi felt an urge to marvel. No matter what, one should never become Bond's enemy, or they might not even know how they ended up dead. Dash was a perfect example. He naively thought that with his skills, he could rival Bond, but in the end, he suffered repeated defeats. After securing the Tianxin district project, what are you planning next? Bond didn't answer immediately. After this matter concluded, Dash would have little value or reason left. Though the Star Palace organization was powerful, it was impossible for them to allocate much strength here. So Bond had no worries about them sending more strong forces. The Jiangxin four major families were already ripe for acquisition, but now that the plan failed, Dash's next target would likely be Imelda. You may not believe this, but I've been setting up strategies long ago. Even if Dash knows the truth, it won't make any difference. He can't do anything to me. In the end, he will only die of frustration. Bond said calmly, smiling. Having already grasped everything, he was naturally not worried about any unexpected situations. No matter how capable Dash was, he could no longer match Bond. Conversely, Bond could easily control everything with his skills. I never expected your moves to save the entire Qin family. Mitzi hugged Bond from behind. Her view of this young man had completely changed. She genuinely admired Bond. Under such circumstances, anyone else might have struggled to remain calm and composed, yet Bond always managed to surprise them. Dash's methods this time were indeed formidable. Logically, he should have been able to change his fate, but even so, Dash repeatedly felt helpless. These are all trivial matters. Even if I gained a bit of advantage, it's not something to boast about. Bond shrugged indifferently, not taking the situation seriously. If Dash had reacted sooner, today's events might not have been so easily resolved. However, what the future held remained unknown. All Bond hoped was that Dash wouldn't come up with any surprising maneuvers. But as things stood now, everything was still uncertain. The construction speed of the Tianxin district project clearly surpassed many people's expectations. Gradually, Dash began to sense something amiss. At first, he didn't take it seriously. But after visiting the Tianxin district project several times, he realized that the renovation and development did not follow his original plans, giving Dash a sense of betrayal. However, Dash believed that such a scenario was unlikely. Both Bridget and Brett were loyal to him, and the development of the Tianxin district project required their mutual approval. Though Dash wasn't knowledgeable about infrastructure projects, after all, he was a battlefield god. He could tell from the outside that the renovations differed significantly from his initial vision. This didn't look like it was becoming a large commercial district. So Dash summoned both Brett and Bridget. He laid out all his doubts one by one. Initially, he thought they would stammer and fail to provide satisfactory answers. Unexpectedly, both Bridget and Brett responded with great seriousness, showing a detailed understanding of the Tianxin district project. So according to you, the project is just in the normal development stage, and what I'm seeing is merely its rudimentary form. Dash stared at Bridget with widened eyes. Although I'm not very familiar with this, I understand that this seems to be different from my original idea. Brett beside him interjected, Young Master Yi, I know you're confused, but this is the current situation. Everything we're doing is for the better future of the project. You also know that if others believe our development benefits the people, we'll naturally attract substantial investment, and ordinary folks will be willing to spend money here. Dash slapped his thigh as if enlightened. Exactly. How could you possibly misunderstand me? Chapter 194. I am really smart. Though unsure of what would happen next, Dash felt invincible at this moment. As long as the Tianxin district project remained under his control, there wouldn't be any headaches coming his way. His power was indisputable, making many issues no longer as complicated. We all understand how things work here and anticipate unexpected developments, said Dash. Bond has always been a looming threat, so I must be extra cautious, in case he catches me off guard. At this point, Brett almost burst into tears. Bridget nearly gave him a thumbs up. His acting was absolutely perfect. She had no idea how Brett truly viewed this situation internally. If he could, he would have confronted Dash already. However, lacking the strength to do so, he had to be extremely cautious on many fronts. After all, if Dash saw through him, the Xiao family would be doomed. Thus, Brett handled everything with extreme caution. I naturally trust you too, So from the beginning, I never considered other possibilities. Dash seemed worried that differing views might cause bigger problems. They've stabilized over there. Even though Dash is skeptical about many things, since it's already underway, he won't pursue it further. Francisco stood beside Bond, observing his expression as he spoke. Honestly, no one expected Bond to grow stronger while confronting Dash and the Xiao family. Nor did they expect their Qin family to have such a day. Now everything is proceeding according to our plan, Bond remarked. Dash doesn't know what he'll face next. Let's use this opportunity to show him our strength. Bond's smile grew as his perspective shifted. While Dash's power and the Star Palace organization were formidable, it didn't mean he couldn't be defeated. In fact, now seemed like the perfect time to eliminate Dash, a simpler task than courting the heroine. By then, wouldn't he be invincible? With Brett having turned against him, only Dash naively believed he could resist with his limited capabilities. Let's push forward with the Tianxin District project. We can't waste more time. Bond smiled at Francisco, knowing they were racing against time, seeing who would outsmart the other. Lately, Dash felt incredibly tired, as if a vast prairie loomed over his head. He should be Bridget's boyfriend, yet she refused to meet him lately. Whenever he mentioned this, Bridget always claimed it was necessary for her to act with Bond to ensure the success of the Tianxin District project. Although Dash had his doubts, as the leading man, he still doted on his heroine deeply. Every time Bridget cried, things changed drastically. To others, this situation might seem incomprehensible, but Dash continuously tried to resolve everything. Abby watched this unfold with distress. Knowing it was all a farce, she struggled to tell Dash. What if the young master became disheartened upon learning the truth? Until now, Dash thought he had claimed Bridget's heart first. Initially, Abby knew the truth but assumed Bond was just helping someone. Recently, however, Bridget and Bond acted affectionately in front of everyone, even asking Abby to look out for them. Hearing their intimate exchanges left her deeply troubled. Many times, she wanted to inform Dash, but when the moment came, she hesitated. Young master, please be more aware. Bridget and Bond are? Is it possible Bridget and Brett are deceiving us? Abby asked, not wanting to be the bearer of bad news. We haven't visited Tianxin District yet, and each time it comes up, both of them make excuses. Drew couldn't ignore the situation, especially given its importance after recent events. They needed to ensure everything remained under control or risk greater trouble. Despite previously believing in the loyalty of Bridget and Brett, Dash began to doubt. It's been too long with no movement. Today, I will find out what's happening. With that, Dash set off with Drew. Dash is heading to Tianxin District. The news reached Bond the moment Dash departed. Surprisingly, it was Abby who delivered the message. This confirmed his suspicion. She could be swayed to join his side unintentionally. Note asterisk, please provide more chapters or specify additional sections for translation as needed. Chapter 195. Have you been lying to me all along? Abby wasn't sure why she did it. At first, she was firmly on Dash's side, even willing to secure anything he wanted through any means necessary. But now, things were different. Abby began to doubt Dash's true motives behind his actions and suspected that he had been deceiving her all along. Thus, when Dash planned to visit the Tianxin District project, Abby immediately informed Bond. However, upon hearing this news, Bond only smirked coldly. So much time has passed. The situation in the Tianxin District project is already irreversible. Knowing it now won't change anything. Bond laughed arrogantly, adding that after so long, he no longer worried about it. Even if Dash intended to let them off, the numerous measures already taken made him worry less. Do you not worry now? If Dash discovers the truth about the Tianxin District project, he'll go mad, Abby asked loudly. What will happen to the citizens then if the project can't continue? Well, I thought you would be considering my position, but who knew you were thinking of the ordinary people? Bond chuckled. That's somewhat disappointing. I thought you were charmed by my personality, but how did you get these clues related to Dash? Bond asked with a smile. I don't have time for this, Abby said anxiously. Just follow my instructions and stop Dash. If he gets to the Tianxin District project, everything will be ruined. Lin boss, I'm on your side. Her voice trembled, indicating how truly anxious she was. Abby, always mindful of the common folks, clearly showed her concern for their welfare. Don't worry. The development of the Tianxin District project has entered its final stages. Even if Dash finds out the truth, what can he do? Bond sneered, confident that Dash had no leverage against them anymore. Hearing Bond's confident response, Abby realized he must be well prepared. All right, since Lin boss put it this way, I'll trust you, she sighed. But please think carefully about the well-being of the entire city's citizens. Amidst these events, Abby gradually came to understand her current predicament, hoping above all that the citizens could be kept safe. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. With so many citizens watching, I can't disappoint them, Bond insisted, knowing how challenging it was but remaining resolute. Meanwhile, Dash arrived quickly at the Tianxin development zone, only to find Bond standing there instead of Bridget or Rocco. What are you doing here? This project isn't yours anymore. Do you believe I can't have you removed at will? Dash arrogantly demanded. Bond smiled. No wonder Dash is formidable indeed. But why do you assume you have such power? Seeing Dash's overconfident demeanor, Bond grew irritated. How dare this guy show up here so arrogantly? If I don't teach Dash a lesson, I'd be laughed at. How incompetent are your guards that they can't handle such an important task? Dash shouted, calling several security captains. Soon, a supervisor named Kinsey approached Dash. Hello, I'm the head of security here. What can I do for you? Dash looked at Kinsey. Kinsey, right? Don't you realize you're neglecting your duty? How could you allow a stranger to enter the Tianxin development zone? Kinsey glanced at Dash, then at Bond. You consider him a random passerby? Dash nodded. Kinsey laughed. You've got it wrong. He's our manager and legitimate boss. Who will pay me if I remove him? You? Dash was stunned. What do you mean? If Bond is the boss, what about Rocco and Bridget? Kinsey replied seriously. They are executives here. Is there a problem with that? Though it made sense, Dash felt despair. After all his efforts, this was the outcome. His plans had all been for nothing. From the start, He had been the joke everyone else enjoyed. Learning this, Dash nearly fainted on the spot. Chapter 196. The clown turned out to be me. Dash had always been very confident in his plans, believing that with his own capabilities, there was nothing to worry about. However, he never imagined he would end up like this, becoming a complete and utter clown. The Tianxin district project was not unimportant to Dash, but it hadn't reached that stage yet. Originally, he intended to consolidate the 4 major families first. But what Dash didn't expect was that even before he could accomplish this, Bonbian had already initiated a series of actions targeting the entire Tianxin district project. In this situation, Dash could no longer treat this matter as if it had never happened. This led him to consider snatching this opportunity from Bonbian. This thought wasn't unreasonable. Anyone in such a situation would likely react similarly. Dash didn't feel particularly ashamed. What he hadn't anticipated was how quickly the project drew attention from all sides, and even more so, that Bonbian had long prepared a foolproof plan. By the time Dash thought he could change the situation with his abilities, everything had undergone a drastic transformation. I really don't know what's going to happen next. I feel quite speechless about everything I'm experiencing now, Dash remarked, looking at Bonbian, feeling a surge of anger and desperately wanting to engage in a final battle with him. But the last bit of rationality kept him from acting on that impulse. He could choose to fight Bonbian now, but unfortunately, things were far more complicated than they seemed. What Dash thought would be an easy task turned out to be much harder. Since Bonbian dared to show up here, he must have considered all of Dash's possible moves. Ding! Congratulations on successfully intercepting Dash's opportunity and achieving a significant victory against him in Jiangxing. You can now kill or conquer Dash and receive substantial rewards. Note: because you've defeated the first male lead, the system will soon present you with a pleasant surprise. Kill Dash? Could the main protagonist really be killed? At first, Bonbian had some doubts, but the reality of the situation made him realize that this was indeed true. Hearing the system's notification still felt surreal to him. A formidable expert like Dash, who swept through all opposition in the novel, could actually lose this easily? But upon reflection, it made sense. Dash's defeat in Jiangxing, including losses of several hundred million, was a heavy blow to the Star Palace organization. It was fortunate that they didn't seek trouble with Dash. They certainly wouldn't continue covering for him in this situation. So, the final outcome was unclear. If only Dash could turn things around, but after all this time, his situation remained unchanged. This is why things ended up this way. Upon receiving this news, Bonbian felt a complex mix of emotions. After killing Dash, gold coins would naturally drop. That was expected. What truly unsettled Bonbian was the so-called big surprise mentioned by the system. Just kidding. From the moment he arrived in this world until now, Bonbian had faced endless hardships. Claiming a big surprise gift package. Others might believe it, but Bonbian couldn't take it seriously. Damn system, treating me like nothing. Is it thinking of dealing with me in another way? Bonbian muttered to himself while looking at Dash. Dash, you don't need to be so angry. At least you secured the Lake Heart District project. One shouldn't insult someone's family or hit where it hurts the most. Bonbian, you've gone too far. Now Dash finally understood why Bonbian targeted the Lake Heart District project early on. It was a highly strategic move. This realization made Dash's feelings even more complex. Bonbian had started targeting him much earlier than expected, and Dash lacked a solid counter-strategy, watching helplessly as Bonbian took over the Tianxin district project. Dash yearned to reclaim what was his, but despite all his efforts, he was always just a step behind. Bonbian, don't be too smug. Killing you is only a matter of time. Do you really think securing the Tianxin district project means you can rest easy? You gathered so many people to deceive me. Don't think I won't. Bonbian cut Dash off. Dash, that's enough. Do you really think the current situation is what you envisioned? Can you still act tough in front of me? Of course, Dash was defiant, but it was futile. The whole situation had already surpassed his control. If Dash was willing to cooperate with Bonbian, that would be ideal. However, Dash showed no intention of collaborating. But Bonbian didn't want to outright kill Dash either. After all, Dash had provided valuable villain points, and disposing of him so easily seemed like a waste. Thankfully, the system offered another option, conquering Dash. But this probably wasn't what Bonbian initially thought it meant. Did it imply some kind of dueling? Impossible, that couldn't happen. Even if it did, Dash wouldn't agree to such an absurd demand. Bonbian squinted his eyes, fully confident in the outcome. Meanwhile, Dash searched for other ways out. ####Chapter 197. You just wait. Although Dash really wanted to teach Bond a lesson, when it came down to it, he chickened out. If he were still at his peak, there would have been no problem. But right now, Dash was too weak. There was no hope at all. If he chose to fight Bond to the bitter end, only Dash would suffer. Don't be fooled by Bond's seemingly easygoing demeanor. He possessed much greater strength that Dash couldn't handle. Very well, you guys are just perfect, Dash almost cried. These fools don't know their limits. Osiris stepped forward. Young master, these people have gone too far. Let me take revenge for you. Unlike others, Osiris had always been loyal to Dash. He would never allow his young master to encounter any trouble. Thus, he tried everything possible to prevent this from happening. But as Osiris was about to act, Dash stopped him. You idiot. What are you doing? Dash seethed. Why hadn't he done something earlier? Now, he was here talking nonsense, thinking it was so easy? Stand aside. If it were that easy, we wouldn't be in this mess. Look at their strength. Dash scowled, knowing that challenging Bond at this moment wasn't wise. To avoid making things more complicated, the best choice was to simply give up and not consider any other options. Dash sighed. Bond, our enmity started over a matter of interest, but because of you, the nature of this has changed. I, Dash, swear that one day, I will kill you. Dash stared at Bond with deadly seriousness. But Bond laughed. You're still bragging even when you're like this. Quite dedicated, aren't you? Fine, I'll wait right here for whatever tricks you have up your sleeve. If you manage to kill me, credit to you. But if you can't, what then? Bond looked curiously at Dash. I hear you're injured. and your strength can't be restored. At least for now, you, Dash, have no right to say such things to my face. Got it? This wasn't an exaggeration. A weakened Dash was a significant danger. Bond believed that Dash would eventually pay a heavy price for his recklessness. Rest assured, I've made my decision, and nothing has ever failed me. I know you're formidable, but soon you'll regret provoking me. You just wait. Afraid he might lose control if he stayed, Dash quickly left with his group. Abby didn't follow, fearing exposure, though she was worried about what awaited them next. As Dash left, Francisco snickered. That guy is funny, putting on airs in front of us like he's a kid. He tells us to wait. If I were you, I'd just punch him. Francisco was furious, unable to accept the outcome. Bond smiled. What's the rush? The fun has just begun. We need to proceed methodically and not worry about anything else. He had confidence in his plans. No matter what tricks Dash had, the result would be the same. Bridget burst out, excited. Great! Finally free from that disgusting guy. You can't imagine how close I was to going crazy recently. For Bridget, this was the best outcome. Bond smiled. You've suffered enough. But you won't have to worry anymore. It seems Dash won't let this go, but he poses no real threat. Bridget sighed in relief. Initially, I doubted, but now I'm certain. No matter how difficult, you can solve it. Indeed, Bond's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Zhang Guiming emerged. Given Dash's character, this won't end here. Our Zhao family will surely be retaliated against, but I don't know how. True, no one knew Dash's next move, but it would certainly be unfavorable. Bond simply smiled. We'll handle whatever comes our way. Dash's tricks won't change anything. Hashtag end of chapter. Chapter 198. Must take down. Don't worry, didn't we already discuss this? If the sky falls down, there are always tall people to hold it up. Even if Dash wants to cause us trouble, he would start with me rather than targeting you. So, you really don't need to worry so much about this. Looking at Brett's tense expression, Bond just casually smiled. Now that the project was in its final stages, he didn't have to worry about any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, no matter from what perspective, this was a time for Bond to completely relax. Dash did have many tactics, and Bond certainly acknowledged this, but he could remain so calm because Dash currently had no particular advantage. If he were truly capable, he would have taken action against Bond long ago. But until now, he hadn't done so because he simply couldn't. A powerful Luoyang might have helped Dash accomplish this. However, given Luoyang's current predicaments, Dash was no longer as overbearing as before. While that's true, I still worry about Dash. I hope dealing with him will be as easy as you say. Though Bond sounded reassuring, Brett was still deeply concerned about what was to come. He also had no idea what situations he would encounter in the future. Seeing Brett's nervousness, Bridget, who stood beside him, patted his shoulder. It seems like you're scared by Luoyang's reputation. Think about it. If Dash were really so powerful, would he need you to deal with Bond? Indeed, Dash is the son of the palace master of Luoyang, but he's merely one among countless adopted sons. You can think of this palace master as having made numerous investments. People like Dash are not rare. Since Dash has failed in his investment here, do you think he'd choose to help Dash now? Upon hearing this, Brett finally realized the crux of the problem. Many things were indeed like that. After all, when their family negotiated with Dash, they didn't find him particularly formidable either. They were only worried because of Dash's various strategies and Luoyang's lurking presence. Bond had recently understood this too. In essence, despite Luoyang's strength, this palace master had been using Dash as a pawn to achieve his goals. If Dash succeeded, he'd be the most favored son. But since coming to Jiangsheng, he failed miserably. Thus, Dash lost his former status and was struggling to accept this fact, seeking to prove himself through various means. However, Dash would soon realize that all his efforts were ultimately wasted, and the outcome wouldn't go as smoothly as he hoped. Understanding this, Bond wasn't worried at all. Any moves Dash could make involving Luoyang were likely abandoned, and there would be no further action against Jiangsheng. What Bond needed to do now was resolve the issue as quickly as possible. Even without Luoyang's help, according to his own claims, this guy is still a border war god with several master healers. Anyone facing such a reputation would find it hard to handle. It was clear Brett was truly terrified. He thought Bond had good strategies, but didn't expect him to confront Dash directly at this critical moment. Wasn't this inviting massive trouble? While everyone thought the matter would be resolved smoothly, only Brett felt extremely troubled. Bond pondered that undeniably, under current circumstances, Dash would leverage all his connections to address this issue quickly. However, Bond already knew Dash's first target. I said not to worry. I'm not joking. Yes, Dash's methods are formidable, but if he offends the wrong person, all his efforts will evaporate. Bond wasn't concerned about what would happen next. Once decided, he wouldn't give Dash any breathing room. Soon, Dash would understand how foolish his actions were, and this would be the straw that broke the camel's back. Although Brett was still anxious, Bond's reassurance gradually calmed him. With matters as they were, worrying wouldn't change anything. What they needed to do was control the situation as much as possible. Knowing Dash was a formidable opponent, they would use all means to suppress him. Since Bond could handle the issue, they just needed to cooperate. After Brett left, Bridget chuckled. This young Master Zhao is even more timid than I imagined. Such a simple matter scared him so. Does he really think Dash has some heavenly power? Bond laughed. If I hadn't preemptively arranged things, Dash might indeed have a chance. Choosing to keep Rupert by his side was a wise move on Bond's part. The translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Chapter 199. Master, save me. Recently, Rupert had been in high spirits. Long ago, he thought his life was utterly ruined as everything seemed to go downhill for him. His family even kicked him out. Anyone in such a situation would find it hard to carry on. But Rupert still wanted to live. He didn't want to give up. However, the challenges before him were immense, and despite disregarding his dignity, success was improbable. This left him feeling desperate, and once considering giving up on life. Just at that critical moment, someone appeared who pulled Rupert from this abyss of misery. He deeply remembered this person's actions. Without this individual, Rupert might have given up long ago and fallen into an endless cycle of despair. Yet now, Rupert knew Bond seemed to be in some trouble, and thus hadn't contacted her recently. God bless. I hope Brother Lin can proceed smoothly. At this moment, all Rupert wished for was Bond's success. Then suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before Rupert's eyes. For a moment, he doubted if he was seeing things correctly, but when he finally recognized the person, he sighed with relief. Ding Tian. As soon as Giacomo saw Rupert, he hurriedly approached. Master, I've been looking for you but couldn't find you. I never expected to find you here. Giacomo nearly cried as he spoke. There wasn't much choice. He had nowhere else to turn. Initially, he thought taking care of Xiuxian would be easy, only to realize upon arrival that the situation was far different from what he had imagined. He was now the laughingstock. Until now, Giacomo couldn't understand when Bridget had gotten involved with Bond. Though they previously had some connection, they weren't close friends. Thinking about it made Giacomo furious. Sadly, he could no longer contact Luoyang easily, where they had promised help but failed to send anyone. Giacomo understood that the issue was more complex than it seemed. Luoyang likely couldn't spare any resources to assist him due to its own troubles. Therefore, all possibilities were clear, and there was little room for unexpected changes. After much deliberation, Giacomo realized he couldn't be a helpless victim and needed to fight back. Hence, today's events unfolded. What happened to you? I heard your status and position are greater now, so logically, you shouldn't face difficulties. Rupert was surprised by Giacomo's appearance, especially his miserable state, almost unrecognizable. According to reports, Giacomo's status had significantly improved and become more powerful. Seeing him now made Rupert speechless. It was like meeting a completely different person. Imelda, looking at Giacomo, also found the situation unbelievable. How could such a formidable figure end up here in such a pitiful state? Giacomo did not expect Imelda to bring up his predicament directly. Clearly, his master was still the same, offering no mercy in words. At first, I wasn't too worried in Xiuxian, but recently, I encountered a troublesome guy who caused me problems leading to this situation. Giacomo felt wronged, remembering his past glory versus his current state. Imelda realized Giacomo sought help from them. Previously, despite her own struggles, she never received any attention from Giacomo. Now that he faced trouble, he turned to her quickly. Master, don't worry about me bringing trouble to you. That guy doesn't know I have backup. Giacomo spoke with a smug look. Imelda was puzzled. How could he say such things so boldly? Regardless, as Giacomo's master, she couldn't ignore him. Don't worry, I'm still here. Although I can't use the family's resources, my strength should suffice to suppress him. Imelda hadn't told Bond that her power had increased significantly. Facing issues now, she felt more confident, which is why she remained calm despite Giacomo's state. Indeed, dealing with strong opponents wasn't easy, but what kind of powerful person could Giacomo have offended in his current weakened state? With just one glance, Imelda understood Giacomo's condition. He was severely injured, his power nearly depleted. Under these circumstances, major trouble seemed unlikely for Giacomo. Master, that's great. However, I still think we should ask that person for help. Giacomo expressed happiness superficially, but inside, he wasn't satisfied. Clearly, he believed someone else should intervene. The translation has preserved the tone, style, and structure of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The paragraph and line breaks have been maintained as per the original Chinese input. ####Chapter 200. Looking for mom? Honest, as you previously guessed, Dash indeed went to look for Miss Xia, but it seems he has no idea about the relationship between Miss Xia and us. Maxwell had been closely monitoring every move Imelda made, ensuring everything stayed within his control. This time, Dash launched a significant action. If his plan were to succeed, no one could predict the outcome. However, Dash's overconfidence in his abilities led him to overlook other possibilities. This aligns with my previous arrangements. Now we need to push Dash into utter despair. Bond had been thoroughly prepared for this long ago. How could Bond not know what Dash was up to? He merely wanted to use Imelda to lure out the powerful figure behind her. While that idea wasn't flawed, Dash had no clue about Imelda's current relationship with Bond. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, Imelda would never agree to such unreasonable demands. Knowing this allowed Bond to remain completely nonchalant. Maxwell knew very well that for Dash to value Imelda so much, she must possess formidable capabilities. But seeing Bond so relaxed indicated these matters had already been resolved. Let's prepare our people. He'll come to me soon. Over the following days, Bond neither stayed at the Qin family residence nor at the company. Although Mitzi repeatedly emphasized that his current status couldn't allow such reckless behavior, lest it bring inevitable disaster upon himself, Bond remained calm because he understood both his opponent's intentions and capabilities. Big Amberly, I know you're concerned about my safety, but rest assured, when have I ever acted without preparation? Mitzi replied irritably, you brat, do you think I'm joking? Don't you see how many people you've provoked? If they all came after you together, do you really think your skills can handle them? I advise you not to take these matters lightly. Think carefully about resolving this issue without causing yourself more trouble. Mitzi genuinely worried about Bond's safety. His strength was undeniably formidable, even she couldn't deny that. However, he faced numerous adversaries, each employing ruthless methods, a fact he needed to acknowledge. Dash has been thoroughly defeated by me. He might be plotting revenge. Staying close to you could endanger you. But if I stay here at the villa, I can freely arrange personnel and act without psychological pressure. Big Amberly, let me indulge myself this once. Soon you'll see just how capable your man is. Mitzi, initially furious, blushed upon hearing Bond's unusually bold reply. Brat, who acknowledged you as my man? And don't go spreading rumors. Fine, do as you please. But if you get yourself killed, don't blame me for finding someone else. Mitzi hung up abruptly, leaving Bond to shake his head wryly. He knew her heart well, but prioritized her safety. Just then, Bond saw Dash confidently leading his men through the entrance, obviously unimpeded. Accompanying Dash were Drew and Abby. Bond, After all your schemes, you ended up making a foolish decision. Did you think hiding here would keep me from finding you? Dash said smugly. Bond met his gaze. You seem quite confident, assuming coming here gives you the upper hand? Seeing Dash so pleased, Bond found it amusing. Dash thought finding Bond here made him clever, never realizing Bond had set everything up meticulously. Now isn't the time for your thoughts. Here and now, your end has come. Do you think these people around you can protect you? Dash laughed arrogantly. Bond genuinely felt happy seeing Dash like this. Alright, whatever makes you happy. Now I stand before you. What will you do? At this moment, Maxwell and others emerged. Impressive, Dash, bringing these few henchmen here. Aren't you asking for death? The 4 protectors also sneered. Dash, without Star Palace backing, still acting arrogant. Is that wise? Seeing them enraged Dash, but he was speechless. Bond, do you think bringing these 5 useless ones protects you? They won't save you either. Hashtag chapter 201. That's really unfortunate. When Dash spoke, he was already very certain. It was as if all the events that were about to unfold had already fallen perfectly into his previous calculations. Bond really did not want to burst Dash's fantasy at this moment. It's no easy feat to maintain such an elaborate delusion for so long over a single issue. Almost immediately after Bond finished speaking, Dash was already standing in front of him. Master, you see that this kid has a few powerful guards around him. We need to act quickly this time. It will be troublesome if Bond manages to arrange more people when he regains his senses. Dash was still cautious and believed finishing the battle early would ensure success. Meanwhile, Bond looked at Abby. At this point, are you still going to trust Dash? I never imagined you would side with Dash. Bond sighed disappointingly as he said this, making Abby feel even worse. We trusted you completely before, telling you many critical matters. Who would have thought you were working under Dash? The 4 guardians shouted aloud. Abby stared at Bond. Mr. Lin, I know you must have a lot of questions right now, but there are things I cannot explain well. All I can say is that I'm being forced. If I could control it, I wouldn't want to do this either. Tears welled up in Abby's eyes. Up until now, none of this matched her character. Everything happened because of Dash. Seeing Abby like this, Bond knew his previous decision had been correct. Abby and Dash were fundamentally different. If he had blindly trusted Dash earlier, Abby would indeed have been easier to manipulate. However, after so many events, Dash's methods were increasingly questionable. Despite this, Dash remained unrepentant. Over time, Abby couldn't continue believing Dash was acting for the common good. This wasn't the first time Abby doubted herself. She had repeatedly tried to change her fate, but could these attempts truly succeed? Regardless of how one viewed it, this seemed like an unforeseen outcome. Abby was unsure how to face Dash and Bond amidst these thoughts. Dash was getting impatient. Damn, at this crucial moment, you're trying to turn my own people against me? Bond, today I must kill you. At this moment, Imelda, who stood behind Dash, asked in disbelief. Is this the person you wanted me to take down? Seeing Bond, Imelda almost wondered if she had come to the wrong place. Though she had suspected something before, she hadn't given it much thought. Yet here she was, and everything was just as she feared. Could it be that the fool Dash wants to get rid of Bond? She thought. How could this be? Imelda knew Bond's character well. He wasn't a saint, but he certainly wasn't problematic. Bond appeared unsavory on the surface, but that was merely a facade. Imelda was certain of this. Master, is there any problem? This guy should be easy for you to handle. With your current strength, you can easily deal with everyone around him, Dash boasted, thinking that bringing Imelda would solve all problems. Even if they failed to eliminate Bond this time, Imelda would resort to other means afterward. His urgency stemmed solely from wanting Imelda to use her most potent skills. Imelda glanced at Dash, then slapped him without a word. Bond almost laughed out loud. Abby looked shocked. Osiris rushed to Dash's side. What are you doing? We called you here to help us uphold justice. Why would you strike one of us? Seeing Dash still clueless, Imelda huffed. Uphold justice? You sure know how to glorify yourselves. Tell me, what kind of justice are you talking about? Imelda was furious, initially believing there was a real issue. Instead, Dash had lied to her from the start, portraying Bond as a villain who did nothing but evil. Before Dash could defend himself, Bond lunged forward and slapped him too. I'll make you pay for your bad deeds. I thought you had a formidable background, but you brought ear here? Dash clutched his cheek, unable to speak for a while. Bond, seeing his increasing anti-hero points, felt satisfied. He intended to torment Dash, making him realize that all his plans were doomed. The world functions like a boomerang. Dash, thinking he could eliminate Bond, only ended up harming himself. It was beyond comprehension, even if given 10 lifetimes. Master, what is happening? Imelda explained, back when the Xia family hunted me down. If not for Brother Lin's help, I would be dead by now. Her gaze shifted towards Bond with a hint of affection. Dash froze in shock. What the hell? Is this some kind of absurd plot twist? Bond, you rotten bastard. Not only did you put me in this position, but now you want to be my master's man? Does that make me your disciple? Thinking this, Dash, enraged and heartbroken, spat out a mouthful of blood. Hashtag chapter 202. Take a loss early. Not only Dash, but also the few people who followed him found the current situation hard to believe. Everyone thought that after finding Imelda, Dash would be able to turn things around completely. After all, Imelda had a very strong background, one capable of helping Dash solve his present troubles. But who could have expected that the outcome would be entirely different from what they imagined? Bond, who seemed easy to handle at first glance, turned out to be even more troublesome than they thought. No one would have guessed that Bond and Imelda had been on very good terms long before this. Master, Bond and I have been in conflict for a long time now. I know this guy's true colors better than anyone else. He absolutely can't be genuinely nice to you. Everything he does is to take advantage of this opportunity to get back at me. He probably knew about our relationship a long time ago. After all the turmoil caused by Bond, Dash was indeed somewhat deranged. When he saw how close Bond and Imelda were, his first thought was that it was all prearranged by Bond. Though this might be the truth, no one standing there dared to truly believe it. No matter how they looked at it, Bond and Imelda appeared to have known each other before. And Dash was simply an unexpected factor. No one believed that this was all orchestrated by Bond in advance, which is why their opinions on this issue varied greatly. Standing behind everyone, Abby felt quite complex. Even though she had anticipated such an outcome, the reality still left her in disbelief. At this moment, Abby truly believed in the saying, those who follow the right path receive much assistance. Those who deviate from it are left with little help. Dash always believed he could resolve all his troubles with his abilities. But now, the situation before him was a stark reality. He thought that after finding Imelda, he would have a solid support system, and Bond wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Yet, the help Imelda gave him was minimal. Ding Tian, I know there might be some misunderstandings between us, but please believe me, I understand Brother Lin's character more than anyone else, Imelda said regarding Dash's present state. They did not doubt Dash's condition. They all knew he was somewhat delusional. To think that Bond had planned everything in advance was ridiculous. Did they really believe Bond could foresee the future? Even Kramer, who stood beside Dash, didn't know what to say. Sir, while what you say might be possible, the probability under these circumstances is too low. Even if Bond could predict the future, he couldn't achieve this. They understood Dash's current state well, but faced with reality, no one could blabber like Dash did. Bond was merely an ordinary person who might know a few things, but to orchestrate everything beforehand like this, the probability was incredibly low. Imelda became serious now. I'm willing to help you because I am your master in name, at least. But if you continue to act unreasonably and disregard the facts in every matter, don't blame me if I'm not courteous. Previously, Imelda might have allowed Dash some leeway, but concerning matters related to Bond, her attitude was very stern. If Dash could recognize the core of the problem, it would be easier to discuss. But if he insisted on targeting Bond, things would be different. Indeed, Dash was still furious. But when he saw Bond smiling slightly, he ultimately chose silence. No matter how Dash viewed the situation before, he had to admit he seemed to be at a disadvantage now. This young man in front of him was far more formidable than he had imagined, easily controlling the entire situation. What Dash could do now was almost nothing. In the end, it's just business competition. Miss Xia, there's no need to worry too much. If Dash insists on seeking revenge, let him come ahead, Bond said as he looked at Imelda. How could Imelda allow Dash to trouble Bond? One day as a teacher, forever a parent. Dash, if you truly acknowledge me as your master, listen to me now and apologize immediately. Looking at Bond's smirk from afar, Dash felt a surge of hatred. He knew what Bond meant, but he had no way to respond. He thought he was smart, but it wasn't the case at all. Master, are you really deceived by this guy's facade? Everything he does is to deceive you. Dash was still unwilling to give up, but Imelda gave him no chance. I've already explained this to you clearly. Since you refuse to accept the reality, I see no reason to stay here any longer. With that, Imelda turned and walked away without giving Dash any preparation time. Seeing that his words made no impact on Imelda, Dash could only sigh helplessly. Master, wait. Without the Star Palace's help, Dash was no longer the proud person he once was. No matter how he viewed the situation, he seemed to have no choice but to bow his head. Thinking this, Dash slowly approached Bond. As he looked at Bond, he felt utterly humiliated. Mr. Lin, there may have been some misunderstandings between us before, but since you and my master have such a good relationship, I formally apologize to you. Seeing Dash looking as if he had eaten something terrible, Bond smiled, walked forward, and patted his shoulder. I know this is a huge challenge for you, but you must learn to accept the truth. After all, the world doesn't revolve around you. There will always be events that you cannot anticipate. Chapter 203, Leaving in a Huff. Dash was now seething with anger, unable to vent it anywhere, and his gaze towards Bond was tinged with fury. He never imagined that one day he would actually apologize to Bond. Moreover, doing so in front of so many people felt like trampling on his dignity. As the grand protagonist destined by fate, Dash had never experienced such humiliation before, yet he had no choice. Mr. Lin is right. I originally thought everything could be predicted by me, but each event has unfolded in ways I did not foresee. I must admit, Mr. Lin's abilities are indeed profound, and I am quite impressed, Dash said through gritted teeth. After all these events, Dash understood better than anyone what the current situation truly entailed. Facing Dash's current state, Bond just smiled casually. Everything was not far from what Bond had anticipated, and Dash's behavior was within acceptable limits. After saying this, Dash stood aside without any further movement. Inwardly, however, he hated Bond to the extreme. If he ever got a chance, he would make Bond pay for every wrong move. Bond wasn't bothered by Dash's performance. He knew Imelda was merely one of Dash's tools. There was also Dash's background as a disciple of a divine doctor. But given the special status of his masters, they were unlikely to descend the mountain and confront him directly. Bond wondered how they would react if they knew about this incident. Imelda finally smiled upon seeing Dash apologize to Bond. She stepped forward and gently patted Dash on the shoulder. A man should be accountable for his actions. No matter what happened between you and Mr. Lin before, recognizing your mistakes makes you a good person. Dash. Fine. You're so magnanimous? What could Dash say now? From Imelda's reaction, it was clear she couldn't tolerate any ill word against Bond. Any remark from him would provoke her intense disapproval. So instead, Dash pretended nothing had happened, realizing he couldn't count on Imelda for help anymore. Yet, Dash silently vowed that despite Bond's seemingly good-natured demeanor, there must be a flaw in him, and he would seize the opportunity when it came. As Dash prepared to leave, he approached Bond. I don't know what spell you cast over my master, but I'm sure you can't keep up this act forever. One day, I'll expose your true face, he hissed, revealing his simmering rage. Facing an enraged Dash, Bond just smiled. I advise you not to cause more trouble. You know what Imelda thinks of me now. I fear you won't achieve anything and will end up destroying yourself. Bond knew Dash was likely driven mad by the repeated blows. Even a grand protagonist couldn't withstand such pressure. According to the system's prompt, Dash had been successfully dealt with by Bond and would no longer receive special treatment. For Bond, the only value of Dash lay in being subdued and turned into a powerful ally, thereby gaining substantial rewards from the system. Seeing Bond's smug expression, Dash didn't respond. He turned around, ready to leave with Abby and Aldo. However, Abby hesitated and stayed put. What do you mean? Dash sensed something was wrong. Sighing deeply, Abby said, "Young master, I've been by your side for years, serving you diligently. Now, I realize some of what I did might have been wrong or unclear to me. I hope you can give me space to understand my past." Stunned, Dash stood speechless. He couldn't believe she would abandon him now. "Fine. You all want to betray me? Since you think I have no value, go then. But remember, fortunes change. One day, I'll make you regret and kneel before me," Dash threatened, only to be slapped on the back of his head by Imelda. "Shut up. You've watched too much trashy fiction. Are you done? Leave now, and remember, don't let this happen again or our relationship ends here." Imelda had always harbored dissatisfaction with Dash. He hadn't helped her when he was powerful, so now she was quite strict with him. Seeing her attitude, Dash could only glare at Bond and storm off. Indeed, what could he do now? He could only watch as things spiraled beyond his control. After Dash left, Imelda approached Bond, ignoring the hesitant Abby. "Brother Lin, I didn't expect he'd target you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. Without Brother Lin, I wouldn't have achieved this." Looking at Imelda's grateful face, Bond just smiled and shook his head. "It's all due to your efforts. I merely pointed you in the right direction." Chapter 204, Doubt in Self. When someone said Dash had issues, Abby would never have believed it. However, due to Bond's efforts, many things have changed dramatically. Even Abby no longer knows who Dash truly is. She even began to doubt everything she previously knew. While Bond was chatting with Imelda, Abby listened quietly beside them, never expecting that things could be so different from what she had imagined. According to Imelda, the help Bond provided during this period was immense. It was because of Bond that Imelda could achieve her current status. Abby listened and gained a clearer understanding of Bond's capabilities. Indeed, Bond was completely different from her initial impression. All their previous knowledge about Bond was merely based on what Dash told them, but Bond himself wasn't like that at all. Bond consoled Imelda for quite some time. Recently, Imelda not only successfully repaired the scars on her face, but also regained much of her strength. This was why she was so grateful to Bond. If it weren't for his help in healing her facial scars, Imelda might still be unverified by others. Moreover, Imelda's transformation sparked a trend in Xiuxian. Countless people started believing in the authenticity of her products. At this rate, they would soon expand their product line nationwide. I've said it before, your achievements are all thanks to your own hard work. While I did provide some assistance, it's primarily because you faced reality and worked for it. You don't need to think that everything came from me. That's unnecessary. For me, it was just a simple act of help. At this moment, Bond noticed Abby standing at a distance. He asked Imelda to go back and rest early, assuring her not to worry about today's events. "Why didn't you leave with Dash? From the looks of it, you two seem very close, and you've been passing information to him." Bond, of course, wouldn't admit that he already knew this. Abby glanced at Bond and lowered her head. "Yes, I used to pass all the information I got to Dash first. I was his spy. But now I'm beginning to doubt our relationship. Maybe it isn't as I thought it was." Abby was deeply engrossed in self-doubt. Previously, she felt proud of her actions, believing that it was something she should do. But now, recalling those events, she suspected there must have been hidden motives. "Are you doubting whether everything you were taught was forcefully instilled in you, and the truth is different from what you know?" Bond easily understood Abby's thoughts. He looked at her. Sometimes lies make life easier, but relentlessly pursuing the truth can lead to painful revelations. "If you really want to know, I can tell you, but you must decide if you can bear the consequences." Bond gazed at Abby seriously. Normally, he shouldn't discuss these matters with her. However, seeing her state, Bond decided to give her a choice. "As long as you believe you can handle it, I can reveal the entire truth. Living like this, always in confusion and self-denial, would that be better? Regardless of how cruel the truth may be, if it helps me wake up, then it's worth it." Abby spoke firmly, looking directly at Bond. Bond's attitude changed. He could see she was prepared. "Since you sincerely want to know, I will tell you. Everyone says you're an orphan, raised by the Star Palace organization since childhood. But the truth is, Star Palace has a strict process for cultivating martial artists from childhood. Sometimes, your orphan status was intentionally created, sometimes completely false, as your parents couldn't afford to raise you and sold you to wealthy families. Unbeknownst to them, these wealthy families were actually institutions for training assassins." Abby had mentally prepared for the worst while talking to Bond, but she hadn't expected such an outcome. She stared at Bond, eyes filled with fear. "You mean my parents were possibly killed by the Star Palace organization, so they told me I was an orphan and forced me to follow their commands?" Abby had no memory of her childhood, making Bond's revelations hard to believe. Though the Star Palace organization was extreme, she couldn't fathom such a radical decision. Seeing Abby's distress, Bond shrugged helplessly. "I warned you the truth could be hurtful. However harsh it may be, it's the truth. The Star Palace organization was never a charity. They did everything for their own benefit." He sympathized with Abby's ordeal but acknowledged the bitter reality. How else could Star Palace find so many suitable orphans for training? Training a killer like Abby required immense resources and complexity. Among 1,000 candidates, only one would succeed, while the rest died during the trials. Such brutal challenges shaped Abby into who she is today. Chapter 205, Casper's unexpected victory. Abby stared at Bond, his serious expression leaving her speechless for a long while. Her entire belief system had completely collapsed, and she could not have imagined that the world could be so cruel. Thinking of how her parents were killed by the Star Palace organization, while she had been working tirelessly for it all these years, Abby felt her values disintegrating rapidly. Soon, she clutched her head, crouching on the ground and screaming aloud. Bond glanced at Imelda, who had moved closer from the side. Seeing Abby like this, Imelda roughly understood the situation. Though the Star Palace's methods were despicable, they undeniably produced formidable assassins through intense training, allowing them to stand unbeaten against numerous strong opponents at the border. However, their current situation was very precarious. The times had advanced, and the Star Palace's past strength, which once terrified many foreign organizations, was now outdated with technological advancements. If they wanted to become stronger, they needed to adapt to the new era. This was also one reason why the Star Palace sent Dash to Jiangxing. They urgently needed to change various aspects of themselves. These lunatics have always had flawed training methods, only creating emotionless killing machines, Bond said. Someone like Abby is one in 10,000. For a Star Palace assassin to doubt the correctness of their actions was terrifying in itself. Take Aldo for instance. He never questioned whether his actions were right or wrong. In his view, he did as he pleased, and no one could stop him. Leave this to you. Comfort her, and help her pull herself together. Although what happened in the past is hard to accept, she needs to learn to face reality, Bond added with a hint of resignation. Watching Bond's earnestness, Imelda nodded. Don't worry. With me here, she won't stay upset for long, but please don't mention this again. Bond entrusted Abby to Imelda for consolation. Since Abby was ready to leave Dash, there was no point in having her keep Dash as a target. Francisco, this time you're really amazing. No one thought Dash's carefully planned scheme could be thwarted by just your words. Standing beside Bond, Francisco admired his prowess. Everyone knew Bond was exceptional, but few knew exactly how skilled he was. Francisco clearly understood that under normal circumstances, few could match Bond's calm and effortless demeanor. Dash was a formidable opponent. Any mistake during confrontation could lead to irreversible consequences. Yet, facing such a tricky adversary, Bond handled it with ease, even taking control of the situation. Clearly, Bond's capabilities far exceeded their understanding of the man. In the end, Dash, despite his brilliance, could only boast without any substantial proof. Without facts, his threats are minimal, Bond remarked with a faint smile. By grasping Dash's next moves, he could counterattack effectively. Dash must feel defeated. He thought leveraging Imelda would make Bond back down, only to suffer the most severe blow himself. What are your plans next? Given the current situation, things hadn't deviated much from Bond's predictions. As for what Dash would do next, it didn't concern Bond much. The guy wasn't favored by the system, limiting his future potential. Bond only needed to wait and see Dash's moves, responding as necessary. After so many battles, Dash still couldn't do anything about Bond. Just keep an eye on Dash's actions. Report any anomalies immediately, and ignore everything else. Bond no longer considered Dash the primary threat. Instead, he wondered what surprises the system had in store for him. According to previous statements, now that Dash was dealt with, the system might introduce a new antagonist. However, without knowing the plot, Bond couldn't plan an effective strategy. His advantage lay in his established position in Jiangxing, giving him some leverage. Rest assured, whatever you need, inform me first. The Qin family is entirely at your command. No one knew the status of the four major families, but the Qin family was thoroughly subdued by Bond. Meanwhile, the four major families faced a tough decision, with the Long family being crucial. They initially thought Bond wouldn't amount to much, and believed he would lose to Dash. Who could have predicted that after all this time, Bond didn't fall, and instead, Dash's ambitions were utterly crushed. Now, Dash lacked the qualifications to compete further with Bond, leading the four major families to reconsider their cooperation with Bond. Only Casper felt like he had effortlessly won. He hadn't expected his daughter to be a double agent, successfully dismantling Dash while elevating the Ning family's status, promising boundless prospects. Plus, with the alliance with the Qin family, the Ning family would truly ascend to the top. Chapter 206, Plans for the Future. Bond had a rough understanding of the current situation regarding the four major families in Jiangxing. Under these circumstances, he was especially hoping to unite with the four families to jointly address the possible troubles that lay ahead. Dash was no longer a particularly difficult problem, but Bond remained entirely in the dark about the impending mysterious surprise. He merely had an uneasy premonition that it could be a significant challenge. If he could bring the four major families together before this event unfolded, it might prove quite helpful. However, while this idea sounded simple, putting it into practice would be exceedingly challenging. How could he make the four families willingly step forward and take charge? This was what Bond needed to consider most urgently. After Dash relinquished his former advantages, Bond called the several young mistresses together. Although they were all influential figures in Jiangxing, they had not met each other prior to this occasion. Hence, they were quite surprised when they saw one another. They initially thought they were only meeting Bond individually, but did not expect so many people to gather. As they wondered about Bond's intentions, he walked over nonchalantly. I'm sure everyone is curious as to why I've called you here. But please don't be anxious, he began. The matters I'm addressing today pertain to the future development of Jiangxing, and also hope to see the four families undergo reforms. Bond looked at them firmly, speaking with confidence. To others, this might not seem easily achievable, but under the present conditions, Bond held all the cards: favorable timing, geographical advantage, and strong support. If he didn't act now, there might not be another chance. I am definitely the first to stand up in support. I know my family has its issues, but they are not in control at the moment, so everything still depends on me, Tinsley said, supporting Bond immediately. He understood that if Bond had made this decision, he must have already assessed the forthcoming events thoroughly and had prepared accordingly. Rachel remained relatively calm among the gathered, maintaining a certain distance from Bond. Mr. Lin, you've called us all here today, hoping to reach a consensus and unify the four families, she remarked. In light of what happened with Dash, we've seen just how dangerous outside forces can be, Bond replied. Although Dash suffered a setback, don't think he will give up easily. He is likely plotting further actions and could return anytime. If we're not vigilant now, we'll be the ones suffering next time. Seeing the somewhat relaxed expressions of the group, Bond deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation, knowing well that things would indeed unfold as he feared. Dash would not abandon Jiangxing so easily. His ambition was to secure a return to the Star Palace organization. Only with their support would he remain powerful. After this incident, Dash would approach with more caution, making things even more difficult for Bond. Ria then spoke up from her seat. To be honest, I've never been involved in family affairs and prefer not to meddle. So I fear I cannot provide much help today, she admitted. Bond shook his head, aware that each of the young mistresses had different perspectives. He needn't worry too much about the Long and Ning families, who were already aligned with him. Now he needed to focus on the Lin and Xiao families. You may have misunderstood my intentions. I do not aim to absorb any of your forces or harm anyone's interests. I brought you all here because we are all young and perhaps more flexible in our thinking, he explained. My goal is simple. I want the 4 major families and the Qin family to form a commercial alliance. By doing so, we can collaborate and defend against any external threats. This will ensure healthier development for all of us. Bond's gaze swept across the room. As he said, Jiangqing's potential for development would attract more attention. Could the 4 families alone resist the infiltration of outside capital in the future? Bond doubted it, and they likely shared his concern. Given these circumstances, we must have a clear understanding. If similar challenges arise again, what strategy will we adopt? We certainly won't choose to surrender as we did before. Clearly, no one here would agree to that. So, moving forward, I believe everyone has made up their minds. You should naturally know what needs to be done next. Chapter 207, United Chamber of Commerce. This time, uniting the 4 major families was no easy task. Bond knew from the start that it would be extremely difficult, but he still refused to give up. After all, under the current circumstances, he couldn't foresee what would happen later. These few people were now curiously observing Bond. Mr. Lin's vision for the future is indeed accurate. If someone wants to target our Jiangqing again, such a situation could indeed occur. But based on just this reason, do you think it's too presumptuous to want the 4 major families of Jiangqing to cooperate with you? Or are you confident that we have no other choice? Ria interjected again. She put all the issues on the table. If Bond could explain clearly, there would be no impact on their future cooperation. I understand your concerns, but you don't need to worry so much about this issue. The reason for uniting the 4 major families is that only in this way can we maximize our strength. And I am not asking the 4 families to follow my every move. I only hope that we can form a chamber of commerce together, and when we do anything in the future, we can have a unified plan and trust each other. This will be a huge help for us. Isn't that right? Bond's idea was indeed good. Through this method, the 4 major families could truly unite and coordinate even when faced with some troubles. However, under the current circumstances, getting the 4 major families to agree to Bond's request was not easy, even if these few young ladies had no objections. The real challenge was convincing their elders, which was the most troublesome issue at present. Rachel fell silent, acknowledging that Bond's ideas were beneficial for both Jiangqing and the 4 major families' future. But this required their elders to abandon their ambitions for supremacy at this moment. For a long time, although each of the 4 major families operated in their own domains, they had been continuously competing with each other. Many hoped to one day become the top family in all of Jiangqing. Thus, asking them to give up their past pursuits and reconcile their differences to stand together against common threats was not as simple as saying it. It was likely very challenging for them to achieve this unity at present. As long as we can successfully establish a chamber of commerce, it will provide us with an initial capability to defend against external invasions in Jiangqing. Bond looked at the few people present. He didn't know what choices they would make next, but he had already explained the pros and cons clearly. From here on out, their perspectives on this matter were no longer related to him. I'm giving everyone a choice from the perspective of the entire city. Now, how you proceed is up to you. Regardless of whether the 4 major families agree, the Qin family will take the lead to establish a chamber of commerce alliance for Jiangqing as quickly as possible. Only in this way can we prevent similar incidents from happening again. Bond spoke with certainty, his tone reflecting his confidence in the forthcoming events and understanding of the necessity of ensuring everything remained under control. At present, only Ria and Rachel were undecided. Ria had no connection with the Lin family and couldn't give an accurate response within a short time. Although Rachel had previously agreed to deepen cooperation with Bond, this decision involved all parties and thus required different considerations than before. Bond was patient, calmly waiting after speaking. Given the importance of the decision, it might take considerable time for everyone to consider it thoroughly. He didn't find this surprising. As long as they knew what to do next, it was sufficient. I'll speak first. There have been past grievances between me and the 4 major families, but we are indeed willing to set aside our old grudges and stand united. This incident involving the Zhao family should be a wake-up call for all of us. Christine stood up and addressed the group. If the 4 major families cannot cooperate, then we won't be able to hold on to even one project. What meaning does our so-called pride and dignity have then? Christine's words were clear. If they continued to isolate themselves, they would be gradually eroded. No matter how proud they once were, they wouldn't be able to maintain their former confidence when faced with such challenges. Bridget also stood up without hesitation. I didn't expect Sister Cole to be the first supporter. Since that's the case, our Ning family certainly has no hesitation. Given their previous cooperation with the Qin family, Bridget saw no obstacles to continuing her collaboration with Bond. With half of the 4 major families siding with Bond, and Rachel being ambiguous towards him, the pressure shifted to Ria. As the Lin family wasn't under her control, she was unsure about her father's stance and decided to step out temporarily to make a phone call. Bond didn't stop her, knowing that asking Ria to decide quickly was unrealistic. Both sides' attitudes toward the matter were yet to be determined, and the final outcome remained unclear. After careful consideration, Rachel ultimately chose to cooperate with Bond. Indeed, if they couldn't protect their own territories, how could they compete with others? Instead of dreaming about other possibilities, it was better to discard all reservations and fully commit to this action. Chapter 208. Immediate attention. Bond understood this time that it was unrealistic to expect these people to make decisions so quickly, and the follow-up situation was uncertain in the short term. But Bond had worked incredibly hard to promote this collaboration, sparing no effort to ensure mutual benefits. However, there were still unforeseen matters at times. Establishing a chamber of commerce isn't an issue for me. We can delineate our respective domains to ensure we don't adversely affect one another. This would also make our competition more transparent and proactive. The four major families had been in constant internal conflicts for years, which led to their stagnation over the years. Now, finally, someone stood up to stop this vicious cycle, and no one chose to reject this offer. Everyone's consistent attitude allowed Bond to breathe a sigh of relief, including his own family after some careful consideration. It was evident that Bond's arrangement had favorable timing and circumstances. Upon hearing this news, Jiangqing erupted with uproar. Many had speculated but hadn't expected Bond's reform efforts to be this extensive. For Bond, any future situation couldn't go beyond his expectations again. Consequently, numerous companies large and small entertained the idea of joining Bond's chamber. In essence, the Zhao family's actions had revealed the might of capital power. They cared only about immediate profits. Sherry expressed her surprise as well, understanding how significant this move by the four major families and Bond was. They initially thought everyone would cautiously observe for some time, especially given Bond's previous conflicts with Dash and the Zhao family. Yet, things proved far more complicated. These parties joined without hesitation, disregarding potential repercussions. They're all smart people who know what to do under current circumstances. And if so, there's no need for me to be modest, Bond said, having aimed to integrate all of Jiangqing's forces to maintain an advantage in the upcoming period. The new energy project is nearly complete and ready for production. Starlight Group has intensified its efforts here. Bond glanced at Sherry. I'm surprised you developed everything so swiftly, but right now, you need to be cautious, guard the secret at all costs. If Bond's guess was correct, someone would soon try to steal all data from Starlight Group. Though the probability was low, considering the group's past relationship with Dash, it remained a concern. Due to Dash's successful plans, substantial resources protected Starlight Group's assets. Now, Starlight lacked such protection, which is why I hope to terminate the internal conflict within the four families and unite all Jiangqing merchants against these threats. Looking at Sherry, Bond held her. Don't underestimate your opponents. Everyone might have set their sights on you, especially with Tianxin District project success and your achievements in new energy research. Jiangqing is now a giant cake. Sherry realized that forming the chamber wasn't just about integration but also protecting Starlight Group from possible adversaries. Relying solely on Qin and Cold family wouldn't suffice if trouble struck. The complex relationships would complicate matters further. With Bond's initiative, all Jiangqing's forces were now united, making it harder for external forces to act without serious consideration. Understanding this, Sherry felt immense gratitude towards Bond. Her family's progress was due to his support, especially regarding Starlight Group's uniqueness and its future implications. Don't worry, supporting Starlight Group is part of my responsibility. It's now a key project in Jiangqing, and deeper cooperation will follow. Before success, everyone watched. Now with results, more would join. Cold family broke the deadlock through sheer effort, rising to greater heights, all thanks to Sherry's leadership. Suddenly, Sherry's phone rang urgently. Cold CEO, our laboratory was attacked. Some files are missing. Instantly, her mind went blank. Just when they succeeded, an attack stole critical files. The speed of the attack alarmed even Bond, whose expression darkened. Chapter 209, taking advantage of the situation. After the completion of the Tianxin District project, Bond was inevitably going to shift all his focus to Starlight Group's new energy project. Based on his understanding, Ina and her team were working on solid-state atomic batteries, a type of battery with a wide range of applications. Due to this, from the very beginning of the investment, it was the core focus of many people. Over the years, however, many had come to believe that Ina could never produce this kind of battery. Yet who would have thought, just when everyone believed the matter should have settled long ago, Ina surprised them all. Now that Starlight Group's new energy project had just succeeded, solid-state atomic batteries were bound to bring about a more extensive revolution in the field. But at this crucial moment, someone took direct action against them. This wasn't only a challenge to Starlight Group, but also a provocation to Jiangqing security forces. Shortly after, Bond and Ina arrived at the laboratory. Ahead of them was the Jiangqing investigation team, which had already conducted an on-site investigation. Despite thorough evidence gathering, they were surprised to find no clues left behind. It was evident that the adversaries' methods were even more sophisticated than anticipated. Not only did they strike, but also ensured all traces were erased afterward. It seems we've indeed encountered a tough opponent this time, Bond remarked, smiling faintly. Unlike others who might feel worried or fearful, Bond's eyes betrayed no hint of panic. Just as he said, while matters could be complex, he certainly had solutions at hand. Ina, on the other hand, felt a mix of emotions. How important were the files that were taken? The lab director, Callahan, came forward, saying, "Fortunately, we had foreseen something like this might happen, so we prepared well in advance. They took only some preliminary data, which has some value but not much effect." Hearing this, Ina finally breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, the opponent hadn't fully infiltrated Starlight Group and didn't know the exact progress of the project. Otherwise, they would have precisely taken all the core documents instead. Moreover, after the project's success, Ina had arranged for elite protection under Bond's guidance, so although the enemy struck, they still needed to proceed cautiously. Thankfully, there were some guards here to protect, thus avoiding an unnecessary calamity. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what impact losing the project would have on us, Ina murmured. It's fortunate we avoided this crisis this time, but since the enemy couldn't get the core data, they won't give up easily and will definitely come back. Bond knew this was merely their first confrontation. The next attack wouldn't be as easy to deal with, especially because initially, no one expected Starlight Group to succeed. Even with Bond's funding, there was still a long way to go before success. In fact, it caught everyone off guard, leading to their successful avoidance of trouble this time. On the other side, Azrael was contemplating how to completely extricate the entire Long family from Bond's control. Initially, he didn't believe Ina's research would succeed, nor did the rest of the family. Thus, they didn't make any arrangements regarding it. By the time they realized the significance, it was too late, as everything had already been set in stone. Following Ina's request, the Long family joined the Chamber of Commerce established by Bond. Now, with the four major families of Jiangqing and the Qin family no longer in conflict, the Cold War among them was over. However, Azriel truly didn't want the Long family to be associated with Bond anymore. While Bond had provided significant help in the past, the Long family now possessed cutting-edge technology like solid-state atomic batteries. They could seek cooperation with bigger companies, and Bond's small firm was beneath their notice. Elder brother, I think there's nothing else to discuss. Although Yaoxia did surprise us all, it's undeniable that his partnership with Bond has significantly impacted our family's future interests. I suggest removing Yaoxia from his position and replacing him with our people to control the situation, said one of the Long family members. Both main and secondary branches of the Long family agreed. They wouldn't let a massive corporate entity be controlled by outsiders. Hence, they wanted to stop Ina's collaboration with Bond. Even if unexpected changes occurred, they wouldn't allow things to get out of hand. Seeing everyone's agreement, Azriel nodded solemnly. I share everyone's thoughts. We must stop this development by all means necessary. He then turned and walked away gracefully. Meanwhile, Ina was racking his brains, trying to figure out how to prevent further complications. Chapter 210. Changes in the Long family. Now that the Star Group has attracted so much attention, every move you make from now on must be handled with even greater caution. Bond had arrived at the Star Group's laboratory with his people. This time, he was determined to protect the secrets here no matter what. He understood better than anyone else the importance of these matters and knew that there could be no room for error in this process. This project was of utmost importance to the future. With countless resources under his control, Bond felt confident that others would find it extremely difficult to take any action against him. I didn't expect them to act so quickly, but clearly they don't fully understand the situation here at the lab. Otherwise, the damage wouldn't have been as simple as this. I've already contacted the investigation team, and they will provide a satisfactory response soon. After the incident, Tinsley immediately began taking action, though she still lacked full confidence about the final outcome. Don't worry too much about the investigation team. If they had the capability, they would have informed you earlier. Since there's no news yet, it means they're also unclear about what's going on. Unlike others, Bond remained remarkably calm during this moment. He understood his current predicament and knew that relying on the investigation team to solve problems was not feasible. This time, you've stirred up too many interests, so it will be difficult to determine who is targeting you in the short term. You need to focus on protecting yourself in the coming days. Bond observed Tinsley while considering his next steps. He suspected Tesla was most likely behind this. With your people here and ours from the Long family, we should be fine. Just then, Tinsley received a call and left hurriedly, without even having time to speak further with Bond. Her abrupt departure made Bond realize he might have underestimated the situation. Indeed, Tesla needed a comeback opportunity to rejoin the Star Palace organization. Therefore, this attack on him and Tinsley seemed plausible. However, upon deeper reflection, Bond realized that his conflicts weren't limited to Tesla alone. Others within the Long family could also be responsible. The Long family had always harbored issues with Tinsley's control over family resources. To them, reclaiming what belonged to the family was urgent, which explained the current events. This reasoning clarified many previously inexplicable aspects. Looks like resolving this won't be easy. I just hope the elders don't do anything foolish. With no choice, Bond returned to the Qin family estate. Recently, the Qin family had provided considerable support, easing his burden. Without them, dealing with everything would have been much more challenging. Mitzi sighed with relief when she saw Bond. These days, Jiangqing isn't peaceful, and you're at the center of various storms. Be careful and avoid getting entangled in trouble if possible. She immediately started questioning him, aware of the complex situation. Given Bond's current state, bigger challenges awaited them. I know what I'm doing, but we need to address Tinsley's situation urgently. Bond nodded after hearing Mitzi's advice. Mitzi gave him a disapproving look. Regardless, the Qin family is now thoroughly aligned with us. And with me here, no matter what happens, we'll be your strongest support. You don't need to worry too much. If you have any problems, talk to me directly. If I can help, I won't hesitate. Whatever happened before, Mitzi believed her capabilities would help resolve all issues. The threats facing Bond were insignificant to her. Bond sat down. Sherry, with you here, I can handle everything properly, but I suspect the Long family will try to cut ties and cause trouble, so I'm a bit concerned. Unlike earlier, Bond appeared remarkably calm, showing no anger despite the situation. If you knew the Long family would betray you eventually, why did you help them? Even if Tinsley is close to you, she remains part of the Long family. Could Tinsley stand against her own family if they united against you? You know that's impossible. Mitzi found it hard to respond, realizing Bond was aware of the risks, but chose to help anyway, only to be betrayed. Sherry, I know what you think, but the Long family situation is within my grasp. There's no need to worry. From the start, Bond knew these issues wouldn't be easily resolved. Even a single figure like Azriel caused significant trouble. Now, regardless of how Bond viewed things, he must give it his all. Chapter 211. Do you dare to stop me? Not long after Bond spoke with Mitzi, he received a call from Opal. However, their conversation didn't last long as Opal's line was forcibly cut off. Understanding the implications of this outcome, Bond anticipated what would follow. Something's off. Even if Azriel aims to monopolize the new energy battery technology, such tactics will never bring him any real results. Bond had been contemplating how to deal with Azriel, knowing that eventually the Long family would oppose him. The four major families had already formed a business association. The Long family would need to be cautious in its conflict with him despite any rivalry. But Azriel has always been self-serving. This move, while unsurprising, is still quite unexpected, said Mitzi, unfazed by the current situation. After all, these people had betrayed their allies before and targeting Bond now wasn't out of character for them. If it were that simple, then it wouldn't be too bad, but aren't their methods too extreme? We've at least been allied under the same business banner. Such an open confrontation will only isolate the Long family in Jiangqing. I believe they haven't gone crazy yet. There must be a reason for these actions. Bond always thought several steps ahead when planning. As soon as the Long family made this decision, he began speculating on the context driving such moves, confident that Azriel was devious. You might be overcomplicating things. From the start, they probably aimed to seize all benefits for themselves. This isn't a trivial matter, said Mitzi nonchalantly. According to his understanding, Azrael just wanted total control, which he would later entrust to others. Originally appointing Opal was a mistake, so they rearranged plans accordingly. Perhaps Bond was reacting too strongly to these events. If that's true, it'd be best for dealing with the Lung family. Bond slowly stepped forward. But I fear someone else is secretly orchestrating things behind the scenes, possibly Tesla, which has not yet revealed itself. Bond's current thoughts diverged significantly from earlier. Azrael's behavior was inexplicable, even to him. He couldn't ignore these signs. Clearly, many unknown factors remained. Thus, handling these matters depended on the intelligence Bond could gather. Additionally, the system had hinted at an upcoming surprise package. Bond hadn't forgotten this, recalling how the system often caused trouble ingeniously. So when this happened, Bond first thought the system was causing trouble again. If everything stemmed from the system's supposed big surprise, it made more sense. According to your reasoning, Azrael surely has a motive. How do we counter him? What are his objectives? Mitzi posed several questions, concluding that the Long family was likely tightly unified, making it hard to find a weak point. Opal might even be held captive. Clearly, Opal couldn't command Star Group anymore. Once sidelined, releasing her at the right moment would prevent her from reclaiming her position even if she returned. In short, this is a straightforward plot beyond our reach. Mitzi glanced at Bond. Predicting events suggested they would see a divided Long family soon. Given Azrael's methods, no other outcome was expected. If Bond intervened, Azrael could claim it as internal family business, forcing even Bond to tread carefully. Undoubtedly, Azrael's strategy was shrewd. Had Opal considered more carefully, this situation might have been avoided. But it seemed she never imagined her father would use such underhanded tactics against her. I don't care what the Long family intends, but they shouldn't forget my significant investment in Star Group. If they plan to renege, I'll show them the cost. Bond knew some hidden force supported the Long's boldness. These backers were likely provincial figures, capable of overshadowing Jiangqing's families. Attempting to eliminate Bond's influence through mere intimidation was too simplistic. Deciding to act, Bond headed directly to the Long residence. Despite Mitzi's concerns, she understood his resolve meant nothing could deter him. All she could do was hope he handled things smoothly. The Long family likely hadn't anticipated Bond's intervention at this crucial juncture. Standing at their gate, facing several guards, Bond smiled faintly. Translation continues in subsequent sections. Chapter 212. Tinsley was placed under house arrest. You should now understand what you are doing. If you don't want to escalate this matter, then go back and tell Azrael right now that he must come out to meet me personally. Bond spoke these words to the guards in front of him with a courteous tone. He intended to first show respect before taking further action, which would make solving the problem simpler. These guards had clearly received instructions long before. Even if Bond arrived in person, it was impossible for him to get in. Instead, more guards soon gathered, surrounding Bond. The captain of the guard stepped forward and looked at Bond. We all know Mr. Lin is no simple figure, but this situation isn't within your control. No matter what Mr. Lin intends to do next, our stance is very straightforward. If you don't wish to complicate matters, turning around and leaving now is still possible. But if you remain stubborn as before, then don't blame us for being impolite. As they spoke, their tone was filled with disdain. In their eyes, under the current circumstances, Bond stood no chance. After all, as Azrael had predicted, if Bond dared to get involved, they could employ various methods to stop or even place Bond under intense scrutiny. Surrounded by everyone, how could Bond possibly be their match? You may try any means you have, but I want to lay it on the line here. I came here today hoping to resolve this matter with the Long family amicably. If you won't listen, then I will have to change tactics. Bond looked at the guards in front of him. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly be terrified now. But Bond's strength far surpassed these men. If things escalated, he could easily take them down instantly. Surely Azrael couldn't be naive enough to believe that these people could stop him. Regardless of what happened earlier, we hope Mr. Lin understands that this is an internal matter of the Long family. If Mr. Lin insists on getting involved, it means you are challenging the authority of the Long family, violating the core principles of our alliance. The guard captain obviously had been coached well, putting Bond in an awkward position. After all, when the Chamber of Commerce was established, Bond took the lead, and many others joined. While Bond promised only to provide general direction without interfering internally, this scenario clearly indicated his intervention in an internal member's issue, potentially changing the outcome drastically, which was unacceptable to many. Upon hearing this, Bond's expression turned stern. It seems your master has thought up quite a few arguments. Perhaps others would be intimidated by your words, but not me. Bond formed the Jiangqing Chamber of Commerce Alliance with the hope of easing future burdens on Starlight Group and avoiding scrutiny from others. Given the precarious state of Starlight Group, rife with internal troubles and external threats, Bond naturally needed to discipline these people to make them understand the severity of the situation. Seeing Bond's serious expression, the several men present grew increasingly uneasy. The seemingly simple problem indeed had far-reaching implications. It appears no matter what we say, Mr. Lin will not agree. They encircled Bond from both sides, preparing for a fight. Previously, such a scenario might have frightened Bond, but now they underestimated him. Bond walked confidently forward. The surrounding guards immediately attacked without hesitation. Everyone believed that their numbers would overpower Bond, but none of them had Tesla's ability to gauge Bond's true strength. As they tried to approach him, they found themselves unable to catch his shadow. Bond moved like a specter, quickly incapacitating the guards in mere minutes. He deliberately slowed down to avoid too much commotion while ensuring the guards lost their fighting capacity without endangering their lives. The guard captain was initially confident, having served the Long family for years without issues. Yet, he had met his match this time. Bond single-handedly resolved all problems. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Bond smiled at the guard captain, who was slightly stronger than the others but still posed no threat. The sir is indeed strong, but that doesn't mean... Revision. You are indeed strong, but that doesn't mean... This revision ensures the translation reads more naturally in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. The term sir is replaced with you to maintain a more fluid and natural dialogue in English. Before he could finish, he was flung away. I haven't got time to waste words with you. Since you refuse to stand aside, I will deal with you first. Thus, Bond strolled into the Long residence, something unimaginable to many. Nearly dozens of Long family guards surrounded him, yet he overpowered all within minutes. The moment Bond entered, alarms blared throughout the Long residence. Everyone who thought they had the upper hand started worrying. Tinsley could not be released under any circumstances now. Chapter 213. Someone is behind the scenes. At the Cold family ancestral hall. At the end of the day, this entire situation has escalated because of Tinsley. Now that we've been targeted, we must ensure this matter is resolved properly no matter what. Everyone present listened intently to Azrael's words with considerable determination. They all knew that the subsequent developments could take unexpected turns. Thus, they piled immense pressure on Azrael, hoping he would not change his stance. At that moment, Azrael looked around at everyone present. Rest assured, now that I have made my decision, no one can change my mind. Looking at the gathered people, Azrael felt as confident as before. He understood what he was up against but was still prepared for the final push. We know what kind of trouble may follow. Now that someone dares to provoke us openly, who knows what will happen next? The key point is that Tinsley must absolutely not be released. If she returns to Starlight Group, everything we've done so far will lose its effect. The Cold family was currently in the process of a major purge within Starlight Group. Once they succeeded, the whole of Starlight Group would belong to them. Even if Tinsley returned, could she possibly drive these people away? Azrael did not say anything more. He had to stabilize Bond first. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I always said we should have arranged for some highly skilled experts to oversee things. The current situation is quite a headache, Azrael muttered quietly after leaving the ancestral hall. He had thought nothing here would be challenging, but he hadn't anticipated such developments. However, Azrael remained calm. Sir, none of us expected Mr. Lin to be so formidable. Even with many experts we arranged, the outcome would likely be the same based on his demonstrated prowess. In just minutes, Bond had eliminated all obstacles standing before him. His combat strength was evident. Thinking naively that arranging a few experts could solve the problem was like dreaming. Such a powerful person wouldn't be so easily dealt with by mere talk. Hearing this, Azrael sighed, not saying more. Soon, both of them arrived at the main hall where Bond had been waiting for some time. He slowly raised his head to look at Azrael. Mr. Long, you should know why I'm here today. All families in Xiuxian have formed a Chamber of Commerce alliance and naturally hope for lasting peace and stability. But I wonder what your next move is going to be? Bond narrowed his eyes and looked directly at Azrael, wasting no time on unnecessary talk. Regardless of what Azrael was thinking, he had to give Bond a reasonable answer or face greater trouble. Seeing the serious look in Bond's eyes, Azrael knew that the man in front of him was already braced for the worst and intended to waste no time. It seems you're here today for my daughter's sake, but you should understand that, in the end, she is just a woman of our Cold family. Her future shouldn't involve public appearances in company matters, which would only invite criticism about our family. In response to Bond's inquiry, Azrael sat down and smiled. Mr. Lin barged into our Cold family home rather recklessly today. My reluctance to see you today is because our family was holding a very serious meeting to decide how to proceed. But your sudden intrusion has caused us quite a headache. Azrael, the old fox, attributed all the issues to Bond. Anyone unaware might think Bond had ruined their grand plan, leading to this situation. Faced with Azrael's behavior, Bond simply sneered. So, it's my fault then. However, I wanted to come in today because you guys were deliberately trying to stop me. If you had been honest, it wouldn't have come to this. With these words, Bond's attitude towards Azrael grew even colder. During the collaboration with Tinsley, we signed several agreements. Even if you plan to replace her, you should notify me, the other party involved. Azrael smiled again. I've just reviewed your contract. I know Mr. Lin is very capable. Without your keen eye back then, the Cold family's new energy project might not have succeeded. We are grateful for that. But unfortunately, further cooperation is impossible. We will provide the corresponding breach of contract fee as stipulated. Naturally, this amount will satisfy you. Although mentally prepared beforehand, Bond was still somewhat surprised. He knew how important this project was for him, and he had considered every contingency when signing the contract with Tinsley. If the Cold family tried to defy him, Bond would use various means to balance the situation and show them he wasn't to be trifled with. What Bond didn't expect was that despite his preparations, the result was still astonishing. The person in front of him proposed multiple compensations willingly. Moreover, from Azrael's tone, it seemed like this decision was made long ago, with no expectation of unforeseen changes. Just as Bond suspected, someone was indeed manipulating events behind the scenes, possibly linked to the system's mentioned gift package. Chapter 214. Are you truly unafraid? You know the current situation, so you should understand what's going to happen next. I advise you to think carefully before making a decision. Bond narrowed his eyes and looked at Azrael in front of him. Our cooperation with Starlight Corporation is not a simple, trivial matter. With the astronomical breach of contract fees, can your family really handle it now? Even though Bond had already guessed what might happen later, he still needed to confirm this. Upon hearing Bond's words, Azrael sneered coldly. Do you really think that these words can scare me, Mr. Lin? Since we've made our decision, naturally, we won't be worried about any problems. Do you think we're defaulters? Azrael proudly said, it's just a simple matter. We won't owe you a single penny of the penalty fee. What we owe, we certainly will not refuse, but what we shouldn't give, I will not agree to even a little bit. Azrael appeared to be quite wealthy and powerful, showing no concern for these penalties. Mr. Long wasn't like this before. Suddenly becoming so confident makes me think this situation is different from what I expected, Bond noted seriously. I wonder who is orchestrating things behind you. Do you know how much trouble this could cause for your family? Bond was speaking very earnestly as he looked at Azrael. Previously, Tinsley had considered that after the plan succeeded, someone would surely try to seize everything from her. Protecting her assets relied on her own capabilities. After careful consideration, Tinsley ultimately prepared herself. Solid-state batteries powered by atomic energy were indeed leading into the future, but utilizing this technology elsewhere was not easy. Therefore, Bond knew that Azrael's betrayal meant the Long family would soon enter an irreversible disaster. How I make arrangements is my business. You don't need to worry about it, Mr. Lin. Although unsure of what was coming, Azrael acted as if he held all the cards, and his tone became noticeably impolite. In any case, neither Bond nor anyone else had a solution for this problem. It seems there's no way we can resolve this today. If you want to breach the contract, I have no issues with that. But I'm putting it bluntly, the consequences will be entirely on your family. Whether or not you can bear that responsibility has nothing to do with me. Bond's stance was straightforward. He knew that this situation couldn't be changed. If Azrael could be easily swayed, he wouldn't have made so many obstinate decisions beforehand. But for Bond, this outcome was within expectation, and he didn't care too much. Only time would tell what kind of price Azrael would pay. How the Long family handles its affairs isn't something you need to overthink. If there are no other issues, you can leave now. As Azrael spoke, his attitude was firm, revealing that he felt protected by a powerful backer, leaving no room for unexpected outcomes. Bond understood their mindset, and thus had a worst-case scenario in mind. If they truly intended to violate the agreement, Bond had ways to make them pay. I've been clear on what needs to be said, so it's up to you to decide what happens next. But remember, regardless of what you do, you must release Tinsley first. Bond's purpose in coming here was to rescue Tinsley. No matter what, he wouldn't compromise. You should understand that this is a family matter, and you've crossed a line, Azrael retorted. I know that Child has a close relationship with you, but that doesn't mean you can interfere in our family's internal affairs. His attitude towards Bond became more hostile, and his tone implied further repercussions if Bond persisted. I haven't been scared in Xiuxian all these years. You don't think your words can frighten me? Bond's expression grew stern. No matter what Azrael did, his choice was clear. Tinsley could not stay here any longer. Even if it meant paying a price, Bond would save her. Having thought this through, Bond's demeanor completely changed. What would come afterward was uncertain. I told you, this has nothing to do with you. Best not to involve yourself, or you'll regret overreaching. Bond coldly stared deep into the Long estate. If that's what you think, then you're grossly mistaken. It doesn't matter what you do. I will act as I see fit. Since Bond dared to come, he obviously wasn't concerned about potential threats. He walked off confidently. Azrael stood there, stunned, realizing Bond's unwavering determination. Taking away Tinsley would have dire consequences. Mr. Lin, since you insist on disregarding everything, then there's nothing left to say. Immediately, several individuals approached, seemingly stronger than those before. This translation retains the original structure and style while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Chapter 2:15. An unexpected force rises, a godlike wealthy patron? Though he had mentally prepared for the worst, Bond did not expect that Azrael would already be ready to confront him. The only difference was that under the current circumstances, Bond had no other choice. I know cultivation is tough for you. I'll give you one last chance. If you step aside, I will not seek trouble with you. But if someone wants to stop me, then feel free to come forward and try. Bond's icy gaze swept over each of them. He knew these were servants Azrael had arranged beforehand, and they appeared even stronger than the previous batch. However, Bond maintained his stance. If they backed down, he wouldn't really harm them. But unfortunately, while his words sounded fair, none of them took them seriously. Seeing these people still standing firm, with no intention of leaving, Bond sighed in exasperation. Why are all of you so stubborn? I've explained everything clearly, yet your choices always end up different from what I expected. Bond was thoroughly annoyed. He knew their purpose was to stop him, but he had given them an opportunity. Now that they persisted in their attitude, there was no need to offer another choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Bond swiftly charged forward. Meanwhile, Azrael remained unaware of what was about to unfold. Azrael thought that with so many people deployed, today's outcome was certain. No matter how strong Bond was, he would have no effective strategy against these seasoned warriors. After all, they were elite fighters loyal to a powerful figure, each battle-hardened and highly authoritative. But when events unfolded, Azrael realized it was just his own fantasy. These men could not stop Bond. His combat power was beyond anything they had imagined. The moment Bond moved, these skilled fighters, who had some confidence, were incapacitated in mere moments. No one expected the battle to turn out this way. It started with hope, but ended differently from their expectations. Azrael watched the few experts on the ground, possibly unconscious, and his expression darkened. By now, Bond had already ventured deeper into the Long residence. Knowing Azrael's habits, finding Tinsley wasn't difficult. Even if these people were formidable, they had no effective countermeasure against him. Many wish to stop me, but few can truly accomplish it. If anyone dares to make a move, you've been warned. I bear no responsibility for what happens next. Bond, observing the remaining people watching stealthily, calmly spoke. This made others hesitate before attempting any actions. Bond soon arrived at a courtyard, intending to enter, but was stopped again. Halt! Our young master is here. Don't make a rash move. An elderly man emerged, smiling and addressing Bond. A skilled fighter. From the moment the old man stood there, Bond knew he wasn't an easy opponent. I'm here for Tinsley. Best not to obstruct me, or I won't forgive you. Bond stepped forward, eyes locked on the elder. The elder, hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes. One more step, and you'll be our enemy. You should understand what happens next better than I do. The elder's resolve was unshaken. If Bond took another step, he'd become an adversary, thus eliminating further chances. I've stated my purpose for being here. My stance won't change. Unless you release Tinsley, I won't spare you. Bond's temper rose. Clearly, they hadn't realized the gravity of the situation, naively believing they could negotiate with him. Seeing Bond's defiance, the elder had no choice but to act. They engaged in combat instantly. Initially, the elder thought his strength would suppress Bond, but the youth proved far more formidable. Despite the prolonged struggle, neither side gained the upper hand. Bond seemed to adapt to the elder's fighting rhythm gradually, signaling that victory might soon shift in his favor. I've given you ample chances, but you refuse to listen. Do you know who we are? Is this place suitable for you to intrude? Bond sneered, but suddenly, a serene voice resonated in his mind. Ding, congratulations on unlocking a new challenge. Objective, godlike wealthy patron template. Destiny protagonist, Xiuxian, a super wealthy patron for whom money is merely a number. Simultaneously, a peculiar set of memories flooded Bond's mind. Xiuxian? His purpose here was for his fiancée from years ago? Time has its irony, 30 years on one side, 30 years on the other. Initially, due to his inadequacies, Xiuxian was jilted. Yet, no one expected him to rise mysteriously, becoming a hidden godlike patron. This time, his aim was simple, to win back his former fiancée's heart. Chapter 216. So, you have a system too? The system had already informed Bond about many details concerning Xiuxian. From this, it was clear that the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. Xiuxian's rise was too rapid, and even more terrifying was the fact that his ascension happened without any preliminary signs. After some serious thought, Bond began to suspect that this matter might not be as he initially thought. This guy couldn't have risen solely on his own abilities, could he? Thinking of this, Bond couldn't help but start feeling curious about what Xiuxian was really up to. Tisk, so now we're at this stage, preparing to suppress me with your identity? I'm very interested in seeing just how much power you truly wield. Narrowing his eyes, Bond stared at the elder before him. Now that he knew the elder's identity, there was no reason to fear anymore. It seemed like the system's gift was indeed for him, though the details of how things would proceed remained unclear. The elder said, "It's good that you understand your position now. I'll give you a choice. Our boss will offer you 5 million, and then you disappear from our sight. Of course, you can choose to refuse. But don't blame me if I'm not courteous. The Tang family cannot tolerate any interference." As the elder spoke, he stepped forward, his aura growing stronger, a significant improvement compared to before. Even Bond drew a deep breath, realizing the man's aura was considerably more formidable than previously. It became evident that his initial assumptions were overly simplistic. Tang family? Quite a bold statement, but this isn't your territory. Are you really prepared to fight us? When Bond said this, he also pulled others onto the same front, reducing the importance of their choices. If they chose to fight Bond, they would naturally become enemies of everyone in Jiangcheng. Just look at the Zhao family. They also couldn't resolve anything by force. Haha, it's just a small place like Jiangcheng. Now, the Long family won't collaborate with you, and do you think the remaining people will still stand by you? The elder spoke confidently. Jokingly, the Tang family might lack everything except money. Wasn't money omnipotent in this world? With this logic, the elder grew even more confident. Therefore, I suggest you accept the offer I made earlier. 5 million isn't a small sum, and for the Qin family, it's a necessary arrangement. Bond narrowed his eyes and looked at the elder. What if I refuse? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Continuing forward, Bond mused about the Tang family. Rich kid, right? Today, Bond didn't believe these guys could cause him any real trouble. With the current state of affairs, retreating was out of the question for him. Just then, a young man sauntered out. TSK, I never expected a place like Jiangcheng to have someone as stubborn as you. Xiuxian stood with his hands in his pockets, smiling as he gazed at Bond. I told you clearly, it's best to give up. If 5 million isn't enough, how about 100 million? Bond's eyes widened. What did this mean? Was this kid trying to bury him under money? He watched Xiuxian while assessing the situation internally. This boy definitely didn't rise through normal means. There must be secrets behind all this. What Bond needed to do now was uncover this crucial secret. Based on his knowledge of rich kid novels, this person might have grown with the help of a system. At this thought, Bond instantly grasped the setup. The strength of a rich kid lay in being able to throw unlimited money around. Bond understood what was happening immediately. 100 million? That amount might impress others, but for me, you're thinking too simply. Bond smiled while speaking. Xiuxian paused, his expression turning grim. Boy, you're quite unreasonable, but it doesn't matter. The young master has plenty of money. If 100 million isn't enough, 200 million? Or name your price. As long as you hand over the new energy project, whatever you ask for will be granted. Xiuxian was visibly agitated. He had believed that convincing Bond would be easy. Unexpectedly, despite all his offers, Bond still showed no intention of agreeing. How could this be? Did this guy dislike money? The solid-state battery project was indeed promising, but from their perspective, its value couldn't compare to the money he offered. After all, no one knew how much profit the project would generate later, whereas the substantial sum offered now could ensure many opportunities for Bond. He couldn't comprehend why Bond would reject such an offer at this critical moment. To him, this was the only way. Xiuxian had to spend this money to gain greater benefits, yet Bond didn't play by the rules. Thus, Xiuxian tried his best to make Bond accept the money, but Bond, who was familiar with his tactics, wouldn't budge. I've said it. The value of this project is incomparable. So, no matter what you say today, I won't agree to your request. Your options are simple. Let me take Tinsley away or get ready for a fight, regardless of who you are. Bond's stance was unyieldingly firm. Speaking this way, he showed no respect for the person before him. No matter how powerful Xiuxian was, could he really hide the sun with one hand? Chapter 217. This is really unbearable. Watching this young man repeatedly reject him, Xiuxian was helpless. He proposed many conditions in hopes that Bond would agree to his earlier demands. Unfortunately, no matter what he said, Bond's stance remained the same. He absolutely wouldn't let this billionaire spend a single cent on this project. This left Xiuxian unable to leverage his advantages. As a clever person, Bond knew better than anyone what he should do. After all, having read numerous novels, he had learned valuable lessons from them. Now, Xiuxian had no way of dealing with Bond. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't get Bond's attention. This made Xiuxian quite frustrated. The elder standing nearby looked shocked as well. After all, It was a few $100 million that could be transferred into an account directly, yet Bond refused it. Brat, you should understand what these funds mean to you. Even though the new energy project might bring substantial benefits, it's not something you can handle in the short term. Why are you so stubborn? The elder wanted to resolve this issue quickly but didn't expect Bond to be so resolute, showing no intention of cooperating. But Bond remained firm. I said I won't agree to your request, and I'm not joking. It doesn't matter what happens next. If you think you can intimidate me, then go ahead and try. Bond continued walking forward while the elder felt a headache building up. He had clashed with Bond before and found him more formidable than expected. The surprise Bond brought wasn't small. Not that Xiuxian couldn't solve this problem, but this fight would consume too much time, which wasn't easy for the elder. Moreover, if their confrontation dragged on, it might attract unwanted attention. Don't keep moving forward. If you remain obstinate, I'll show you my capabilities, the elder warned, seemingly ready to act. Xiuxian sighed helplessly beside the elder. I believe that money can accomplish anything in this world. Now, I offer you such generous returns to make you follow my requirements. Since a few $100 million haven't swayed you, why don't we discuss a long-term contract? Just give me the atomic solid-state battery project, and every month, I will transfer $200 million to you. Clearly, Xiuxian was now desperate, resorting to extreme measures to expedite his wealth accumulation. Had Xiuxian used other methods, Bond wouldn't have thought much of it. But seeing Xiuxian retreat step by step today, Bond realized that his initial suspicions were correct. Indeed, this guy had only reached this level because of the system, so Bond's attitude towards him was entirely different. Bond looked at Xiuxian with a smiling shake of his head. People like you don't understand the market potential of atomic solid-state batteries. Handing over this project to you now would create bigger problems. Bond knew Xiuxian needed real assets to convert system rewards into tangible gains, explaining his insistence on obtaining the atomic solid-state battery project. It was his only method, but without Bond's agreement, progress was unlikely. I know the market potential of atomic solid-state batteries, but I guarantee the profit you'd make from them won't match the billions I offer you. This is a win-win situation. Why choose to oppose me? That's not a good choice for you. Xiuxian was baffled. Despite trying various methods, he couldn't change anything. Looking at Bond, he felt a pang in his heart. Only by becoming someone powerful could he deal with his ex-fiancée. Yet, his first move in xiuxian was thwarted by this man. Seeing Bond's serious expression, Xiuxian knew he wasn't joking. After finally getting such a great opportunity, how could he easily let it go? Sadly, nothing he said seemed to change the outcome. Bond squinted at Xiuxian. No matter what means you use to snatch what belongs to us, it's ours. Breach of contract won't bring you any return. If you insist on taking it, go ahead. But I want Tinsley released immediately. Otherwise, I'll call in the investigation team here. You're guilty of illegal confinement. I have the right to report you and make you pay. You wouldn't want that, would you? Bond's words made everyone present become serious. Xiuxian didn't want the situation to escalate. Looking at Bond, he appeared helpless. Bond, however, remained relaxed. Knowing their true intentions gave him leverage. Compared to Dash, Xiuxian seemed easier to handle. Chapter 218. Strength comes at a price. The moment Bond saw Xiuxian, he knew what kind of surprise this guy was about to bring. According to the original system setup, being a god of extravagance, Xiuxian had to spend money to become stronger. That was why he was continuously stressing his desire to give Bond more resources. For Xiuxian, spending money was the only way to grow stronger. Otherwise, even with boundless wealth provided by the system, it would never become part of him. That's why Xiuxian was eagerly hoping Bond would agree to his terms, but he couldn't fathom that Bond firmly refused to let him spend that money. Mr. Lin, I don't recognize any of what you just said. We haven't imprisoned anyone. If Opal wants to leave, she can do so, naturally. Besides, this matter originally concerns the Long family's internal affairs. I'm just an outsider, and our thoughts or beliefs carry no binding conditions. Xiuxian looked at Bond, utterly unable to understand the man's mindset. Winning the atomic solid-state battery project was crucial for him, a groundbreaking innovation in the technology sector. No matter how capable your family is or whether you believe you can accomplish this, Bond responded calmly, I won't agree to your terms, no matter how much money you offer. If you doubt me, we'll see who's right in time. Facing this unreasonable person, Bond responded succinctly. Knowing Xiuxian was bound by the god of extravagance system made it clear how to handle the situation. Despite Xiuxian's obvious capabilities, he couldn't fully leverage his strength in the short term. Bond was confident that if he systematically planned everything out, it wouldn't be long before Xiuxian felt despair. Xiuxian was also contemplating his next move. If that's the case, then there's no choice but to eliminate you. Since normal dialogue wasn't getting through, he intended to force compliance through force. The elder rushed toward Bond, clearly prepared to kill him. The elder was indeed powerful, and Bond knew this confrontation would eventually come from him. Having witnessed the elder's prowess, Bond was well aware of what to expect in battle. In a fair fight, I wouldn't stand a chance against him. At best, I could delay some time, but not much else. As he was on the verge of rescuing Opal, stopping here wasn't an option. Various ideas raced through his mind. Young and headstrong, that's natural. But making decisions you can't undo. If I were you, I'd choose to quit now, the elder said, his tone unwavering, believing Bond's defeat was certain. Unbeknownst to the elder, Bond had 2 items at the ready, and used rewards that included an invincibility card and a Chuji 6-pulse sword technique card. The invincibility card granted him temporary invulnerability, while the 6-pulse sword technique was an unparalleled martial skill found only in novels. Although uncertain of its full effectiveness at his current level, it might be the only solution against the elder. Note, Chuji means beginners or Chuji, but is kept as is due to context from the provided text. For smoother reading, it can be translated as beginner's 6-pulse sword technique card. Unbeknownst to the elder, Bond had 2 items at the ready, and used rewards that included an invincibility card and a beginner's 6-pulse sword technique card. The invincibility card granted him temporary invulnerability, While the six-pulse sword technique was an unparalleled martial skill found only in novels, although uncertain of its full effectiveness at his current level, it might be the only solution against the Elder. Thankfully, the six-pulse sword technique card had a 1-hour duration, critical in this moment. Regardless of your past strength, I warn you. I will not hold back if you obstruct my path in taking Opal. You've reached such heights, not an easy feat if I were you. I'd retreat rather than get further involved in this mess. Bond spoke kindly, hoping the Elder would realize he had other cards to play. Indeed, the Elder understood Bond was formidable, perhaps even more than imagined. However, after hearing Giselbert's determination, the Elder couldn't back down without risking ridicule. His resolve solidified. No matter how confident you are in your strength, I will crush every ounce of it in this battle, showing you the immense gap between us. In an instant, the Elder lunged towards Bond with blinding speed. Even Giselbert smiled smugly, thinking, just kidding? With such strength, you still think you can face my people? Giving you money earlier could have solved everything, but you're too stubborn. Now, you'll pay for your recklessness. Giselbert was confident, believing the Elder's intervention secured victory. Meanwhile, Bond had successfully activated the Chuji 6-pulse sword technique card. Note, Chuji should be translated to beginners, or Chuji 6-pulse sword technique should be changed to beginner's 6-pulse sword technique for better fluency. Revised sentence. Giselbert was confident, believing the Elder's intervention secured victory. Meanwhile, Bond had successfully activated the beginner's 6-pulse sword technique card. Chapter 219. Sorry, I won't fall for it. According to Bond's estimation, the old man's strength had likely already reached the advanced upper level. Such formidable combat power would be challenging for anyone to handle, and even Bond himself wasn't entirely confident in defeating such a powerful opponent. But at this moment, Bond took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. Although the old man moved incredibly fast, just as he was about to touch Bond, the boy who was supposed to be standing still vanished in an instant. The old man immediately looked around, trying to lock onto Bond's position. But then a streak of sword chi formed from true essence energy flew directly towards him. Bond first executed the xiuxian sword technique. This move was fierce and carried the momentum to split rocks and astonish the sky. Faced with such an attack, the old man quickly dodged. Even so, the ground beneath his feet crumbled instantly. Behind him, Giselbert and his men fell silent. They hadn't expected Bond to have such powerful techniques. Once Bond made his decision to act, he wouldn't easily stop. Zhongchong sword, Guanchong sword. Initially, the old man's strength should have been enough to completely suppress Bond. But after using the 6-pulse swordsmanship card, Bond proved to be astonishingly strong. Wave after wave of pure true essence energy compressed into sword chi pressed down on the old man, making it impossible for him to raise his head. Earlier, the old man had confidently claimed he could deal with Bond effortlessly. Now, however, this scenario starkly contrasted with what had happened before, and anyone could understand the situation. Bond observed all this but didn't say much. He continued unleashing various moves, leaving the old man struggling to respond and only retreating step by step. Every time the old man retreated 2 steps, Bond would force him back. In just 15 minutes, the old man was in a sorry state, with numerous wounds. Clearly, the pressure from battling Bond was overwhelming. What a terrifying young man. Although I don't know what kind of martial arts he uses, its power is simply inconceivable. Even the well-informed old man was astonished by Bond's current combat prowess, which was worlds apart from what he had imagined. At this moment, Bond slowly circulated the true essence energy within his body. Since he had managed to suppress the old man in a short time, he decided to capitalize on this momentum to defeat the opponent decisively. Only then could he ensure smoother progress, as he had no intention of further discussion with Giselbert. What's going on? Didn't you say you could handle him? Why is it turning out like this? Giselbert hadn't expected his trusted subordinate to be utterly ineffective against Bond. This was a completely different scenario for him. After putting in so much effort, did everything really have to come to naught? Clearly, this wasn't in Giselbert's nature. Unfortunately, the old man couldn't utter a word, overwhelmed by Bond's pressure, as he pondered any way to turn the tide. Now, if you admit defeat, it's not too late. But if this continues, I can't guarantee you'll survive. Bond glanced at the old man, speaking calmly. These words were not a joke. Although the old man was putting in great effort to counter Bond, his strength was nothing significant to Bond. The old man was also quite troubled. He knew that the best outcome now would be to give up, as continuing the battle offered no benefits. However, with Giselbert present, surrendering would sever all ties, which was an unaffordable risk for the old man now. Though I don't know where your abilities come from, managing such incredible techniques doesn't mean you can resolve things so easily. As the old man spoke, his aura continued to rise. Despite being suppressed by Bond, he didn't intend to give up. On the contrary, driven by Giselbert, the old man was burning with endless fighting spirit, eager to see if the youth in front of him was truly formidable enough to make him yield. Bond hoped the matter could be resolved smoothly, but was taken aback by the old man's persistence despite his words. With this thought, Bond sighed. You are indeed loyal to Giselbert, still willing to collaborate with him at this point. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. I won't spare you anymore. To Bond, everything was under control, and there was no way the old man could win this battle. I don't need your charity here. Whatever techniques you have, show them now, and let me see just how powerful you are. The old man glared at Bond fiercely, his stubbornness growing. Facing such a hard-headed opponent, Bond said nothing more. Their clash intensified as Bond used various skills one after another. Only then did the old man realize that Bond was completely overpowering him, not just in strength but also in combat skill. The power of the 6-pulse swordsmanship wasn't something everyone could withstand, especially considering Bond's significant improvement compared to before. No matter how exceptional the old man's combat talent, he couldn't adapt to Bond's strength in such a short time. Thus, it only took another 10 minutes before the old man was once again knocked down by Bond. This time, he didn't get up. Blood trickled from his mouth as he clutched his chest, unable to speak for a long while. Bond stood with one hand behind his back, coldly surveying everyone present. If anyone else wants to challenge me, come forward now. I can offer some minor guidance and teach you what to do next. Chapter 220. The Six-Pole Sword Technique. Facing these people who might very well be his opponents, Bond was extremely arrogant and domineering. This was what he needed to do now. Of course, he knew what these people were thinking. However, looking at the many present, all wanting to kill him, the ones who could truly achieve this were few. They all knew they had already lost control of the situation. Confronted by Bond's questioning, everyone instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to say much. No matter how disgruntled they felt, they had to admit the huge gap between them and Bond, which was not something a few words could describe. Seeing that everyone had become subdued, Bond laughed. As the saying goes, those who adapt to circumstances are heroes. It seems everyone here understands what's going on. Since that's the case, I can rest assured. Now then, please move out of the way, young Master Tang. If you have no other tricks up your sleeve, you probably can't stop me. As Bond spoke, he walked towards Xiuxian. Although Xiuxian had been brimming with confidence earlier, he began to worry as Bond approached step by step. No matter what, Bond's abilities far exceeded their previous expectations. What are you going to do? Let me tell you. I'm the eldest son of the Tang family. If you dare touch me today, the Tang family will never let you off. Even your xiuxian will pay a terrible price. Seeing the flustered Xiuxian, Bond shook his head with a smile. Young Master Tang need not be so nervous. I came here just to solve problems, not to make more powerful enemies for myself. Ultimately, our opposition today is solely because of the atomic energy solid-state battery. But this project originally belonged to us. Of course, if you think you can snatch it from Azrael, feel free to try. I have no objections. But I will focus on doing what I can. Bond knew Xiuxian was indeed strong, and he still had Tesla to deal with. Though confronting him seemed straightforward, Bond still needed to be cautious. Should both parties unite, it would be troublesome. Realizing Bond had no intention of harming him, Xiuxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought Bond would attack him directly and take his life, but only got some tough talk without any unreasonable demands. After handling these matters, Bond walked down the long corridor to its end. Here, the room was locked, guarded by others. Upon his arrival, they all instinctively stepped aside, not daring to obstruct him. Not even the old man, with his formidable strength, could challenge Bond. Suddenly, the elder struggling to stand from the ground caught Bond's attention. Without looking back, Bond seemed to know his condition. In the last battle, I sealed all your internal meridians. If you dare to continue attacking within a short time, your meridians will be shattered entirely. And in all of Jiangxing, only I can offer a chance for you to live. Bond said this with certainty. Hearing these words, the elder steadied himself. He indeed wanted to act rashly just moments ago, but realizing this young man's unconventional methods, he didn't dare gamble on whether Bond's words were true or false. After all, failure would mean losing his life here. Looking at Bond, the elder's expression was complex. He hadn't expected events to unfold like this. To Bond, however, everything was part of his plan, nothing special. Bond soon arrived at the room entrance and used the six-pole sword technique to break the lock. Opening the door, a slender figure immediately rushed into his arms. I knew after all this happened, you would come to save me. Xiuxian never imagined she'd be under house arrest just for coming home, and even less did she expect the family's unanimous decision. Didn't they realize the trouble this would cause? She tried various means to make them see the gravity of the issue but failed. By the end, no one thought her actions were right. Only Xiuxian knew the family's high status today wouldn't have been possible without her efforts. Bond's help during this process was unimaginable. The Starlight Group overcame many difficulties thanks to his assistance. But just when they resolved issues here, they turned against her. A move anyone would find hard to accept. Yet, the Long family acted thus. These things don't matter to me. Rescuing you is easy, Bond remarked casually. There's no need for you to stay here. You and these people disagree on almost everything. Staying will only make your future worse. Bond glanced at Xiuxian, speaking somewhat helplessly. He knew her initial goal was to elevate the Long family, making them Jiangxing's premier clan. But after years, that ambition remained precarious. Now, to progress further, she needed to distance herself from the family, ensuring she wouldn't be affected by them again. Chapter 221. This is Family Bond. Maxine did not expect Bond to come personally this time to save her. After the events that had occurred, Maxine felt somewhat guilty. She realized that if it weren't for her, Bond wouldn't have faced such an awkward situation. Thus, she now wished to compensate Bond in various ways, but it seemed unlikely. Cold family matters will be taken care of by me. I have ways to make them realize how ridiculous their decision is, Maxine said with a cold laugh. From the start, her father, Xuanhuan, had never been involved in Starlight Group's operations. While it seemed like he should be in charge of the company, he actually had no say due to his lack of understanding of the business. Giving him control of the entire company was like handing him a ticking bomb. Even if there were no immediate problems, the subsequent effects could be devastating, potentially causing the entire family to fall into decline. I know you are confident about the family issues, but still, be cautious. These people aren't easy to deal with, Bond said. Knowing that Maxine was underestimating the situation, he immediately told her about Xiuxian, and even Maxine was surprised upon hearing this information. How did these guys suddenly think of this? They are even willing to spend so much money to buy our patents. Admittedly, Maxine was slightly tempted. The money was enough to fund a new project. However, she understood the potential impact of the atomic solid-state battery on the entire energy sector, so she wouldn't easily hand it over to anyone, not even Bond. I also understand that these guys won't be easy to handle, otherwise, Mr. Lin wouldn't be so worried. Maxine smiled at Bond, though she saw no signs of worry on his face. Yet, Bond was indeed concerned. Their opponent was mysterious and had access to some system, making it impossible to predict what help it could provide. If everything went as Bond feared, he must remain firm. No matter what, he couldn't agree to Xiuxian's demands. Unless he failed to spend the money, Tang would have to comply. After learning about Xiuxian from Bond, Maxine grew curious about this young master from the Tang family who wanted to acquire their project. They left the room, only to find nearly everyone from the Cold family gathered. Even Zoran stood at the front, but his expression turned sour when he saw Maxine emerging from the room. Clearly, he hadn't expected Bond to deviate from the plan. You stubborn girl, you still refuse to follow the path I planned for you. Do you really think your limited abilities can ensure everything goes smoothly? Zoran asked, knowing they now had differing views. To resolve the issue, he thought the best approach was to brainwash Maxine back into aligning with the Cold family's interests. Bond, as an outsider, couldn't interfere much but vowed to ensure Maxine's absolute freedom, leaving other matters for her to handle. Slowly raising her head, Maxine looked at Zoran with mocking eyes. Father, you still see me as a lucky girl who succeeded merely by chance. You've never acknowledged my efforts. She believed that after the achievements of Starlight Group and the successful development of the atomic solid-state battery, Zoran might change his view. But she hadn't anticipated being sidelined, or even quickly marginalized. Realizing this, Zoran smiled. Of course, I acknowledge your contributions to Starlight Group. Without you, the atomic solid-state battery wouldn't have been developed. But you must remember that you're a member of the Cold family and must prioritize its interests. As a Cold family member, how can you involve outsiders in such an important project? What if he uses it to blackmail us later? Zoran believed this reasoning would change her mind. Maxine, however, sighed, having hoped for a meaningful conversation with her father. His unchanged attitude was the last straw. So, in your view, removing me from power solves everything? Repeated betrayals had made Maxine indifferent. Zoran's current stance was the final blow. What you should do now is follow what I previously told you. One day, someone like you will suffer. As your father, how could I harm you? Zoran insisted. Bond, listening silently, sneered. Undeniably, the old man had some nerve. Seeing Zoran refuse to admit his mistakes, Maxine sighed again. Fine, as you say. I can hand over Starlight Group, but I won't be responsible for anything that happens afterward. Upon hearing Maxine agree to relinquish control, Zoran's expression changed. You mean it? You're really willing to give me Starlight Group? Chapter 222. This is your choice. Although Opal had long prepared herself psychologically, she still found it hard to accept when this actually happened. She never thought her own relatives would one day use such methods against her. But now, faced with these facts, she had no choice but to believe them. No matter whether Opal believed it or not, what happened was unchangeable. All she could do next was to give her best. If all your fuss is just for this purpose, then I can meet your demands now. From today onward, Star Group has nothing to do with me anymore. You can do whatever you want, but the previously signed contracts must be fulfilled as agreed. Azrael thought he would have a tough time making Opal submit this time. He didn't expect that Opal would actually abandon everything so easily. You've spent so much time building up the Star Group from scratch. Your heart should have deep feelings for the Star Group. Are you really willing to let all this fade away? Azrael looked at Opal, unable to believe that his daughter was really ready to give up on everything. Hearing Azrael's words, Opal burst into laughter. If someone else said this, I'd think they really sympathized with me. But if it comes from you, it just makes me laugh. You know very well how important Star Group is to me, yet you need to threaten and exploit me this way. Now, I am only fulfilling your plot. Since you are so eager to take everything from the Long family, then here you go. After saying this, Opal turned to Bond beside her. I have nothing left to say to them. Can you take me away now? Opal was now utterly disappointed with these so-called relatives and didn't want to waste any more time arguing over this issue. She once thought the entire Long family acted as one, but it clearly wasn't like that. Bond took Opal's hand at this moment and walked calmly forward, staying cool amidst those who were standing around them. As Bond said before, he could stay out of the Long family's internal matters but wouldn't allow Opal's freedom to be restricted. He didn't want to interfere unless absolutely necessary. Seeing this, Azrael wanted to resolve the situation but seemed to have no other reason to do so. Thus, Bond led Opal away from the Long residence without anyone daring to stop them. Even though many wanted to intervene, none had the courage to face Bond head-on due to his formidable strength demonstrated earlier. Handing over everything you've worked for so easily, you must be feeling reluctant inside. How deserving are these people, who have achieved such heights from your perspective? Bond understood Opal's feelings very well. After all, it was through great effort that she had built up the Star Group to its current status. Since it has happened, we can only choose to accept it. Anyway, this was their desired outcome, and I am merely following their wishes. Though Opal found the result unbearable, she quickly came to terms with it. Perhaps ending ties with the Long family sooner was a better choice. Previously, Opal needed a larger platform to help realize her dreams, but now she no longer required such simple things. I used to rely on the Long family to achieve my life's value, but now with you by my side, I can accomplish these things even without the Long family. She gazed intently at Bond, and from her eyes, Bond felt that Opal wasn't joking. This was indeed her true feeling. Any lingering confidence or hope in the Long family was now completely gone. In the future, Opal would focus all her attention on her career and wouldn't entertain any further thoughts about her family. Having this mindset is the best course. Quickly sever ties with them. It's a good choice for you. Bond fully supported Opal's decision. If she ventured out on her own, it would only increase her chances of success. Now that I've left the Long family and shed all its glory, I can only climb up step by step on my own. You don't think I'm a burden and will choose to leave me, do you? Opal asked Bond earnestly. This was her biggest worry. If Bond abandoned her, all her previous efforts would be wasted. I made it clear before that whatever you decide, I will support you. Now that you've successfully separated from the Long family, it's time to start on your own path. Initially, Opal thought Bond would be disappointed, but instead, he exceeded her expectations. Aren't you at least a little interested in the nuclear solid-state battery project? It can change the future of energy. Opal curiously sized up Bond, wondering why he remained so calm. Wasn't this situation abnormal? Given the significance of the nuclear solid-state battery project, she believed no one in Xiuxian would willingly give it up. The project is indeed a great one, but I trust that as long as you're with me, many issues can be resolved smoothly. What's a mere nuclear solid-state battery to us? Even if it falls to them, so be it. Bond spoke with an open-hearted demeanor, seemingly content to let it go. Chapter 223, truly full of surprises. I thought you would be extremely worried, considering the project is no longer under my control. Tinsley stood beside Bond, still appearing as surprised as before. Undoubtedly, this man had brought her far too many surprises. Now, Tinsley wasn't sure what she should say. She had considered many possibilities, even thinking that Bond might fly into a rage over this. But the result turned out completely different from her expectations. This man remained very calm. To me, the atomic solid-state battery project is indeed important, but not enough to change my fate. But since you are now my woman, I must ensure your safety, regardless of what happens next. At the very least, I should stand by your side, Bond said firmly, without wavering in his resolve, making it impossible to doubt his determination on this matter. Seeing Bond's state, even Tinsley was at a loss for words. Everyone assumed that once they got their hands on Star Group, they would have full control over the atomic solid-state battery project. In fact, I made my own arrangements a long time ago. When she said this, there was a hint of pride in her tone, as if she had anticipated this situation long ago. Even Bond looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to have such measures up her sleeve. You can't mean to tell me that they won't be able to get their hands on any of this? Bond's expression became complex as he looked at Tinsley. Frankly, these events were vastly different from what he had expected. I also anticipated something like this could happen, so I made preparations in advance. The Atomic Energy Lab and Star Group were in a partnership, so when I chose to resign as chairman of Star Group, it naturally meant that the Atomic Energy Lab would sever all ties with Star Group. Admittedly, everyone had to acknowledge that Tinsley was very smart for having anticipated all possible outcomes. Even Azrael likely never imagined being outmaneuvered by her one day. They all thought Tinsley was easy to deal with, and that these matters would be simple. No one had anticipated that this time she wouldn't pretend nothing had happened, but would instead take the initiative to solve the problem. She knew that if she continued pretending nothing happened, she might become a sacrificial pawn. After these events, Tinsley understood that if she wanted to live more comfortably, she had to learn to fight for herself. Thus, today's events came about. Through these means, she already had the entire situation well under control. No matter what her opponents intended to do, Tinsley always remained unassailable, even if Azrael managed to snatch away Star Group. But they would absolutely not get anything valuable from Star Group, including the atomic solid-state battery. She was more aware than anyone of the value of these projects and had made her arrangements early on. Even if they succeeded in taking over Star Group, when they attempted to apply the atomic solid-state battery elsewhere, they would find out it was two entirely different entities. I didn't expect you had already made these preparations. It looks like we're still in control of the situation. Everyone's ultimate goal was to secure the atomic solid-state battery. Now, Tinsley's actions had successfully changed their advantages in this regard. Although many of Star Group's projects are profitable now, once they take over and make some wrong decisions, the situation will quickly shift. At that point, they will understand my importance, thus shifting the initiative back to us. Tinsley felt quite triumphant, as after everything, she had finally achieved a successful reversal. No one had anticipated this outcome, including Azrael, who probably wouldn't imagine getting just an empty shell after acquiring Star Group. Meanwhile, Azrael and his people were still unaware of the gravity of the situation. They saw themselves as the victors. Thankfully, Atli joined forces with us. Otherwise, securing the atomic solid-state battery wouldn't have been easy, Azrael said to Giselbert with a smile. This time, Giselbert had indeed provided them with a great opportunity. Giselbert merely smiled faintly. We need to act quickly. We don't know what will happen next. Bond was unpredictable, and you could never guess what he would do next. Thus, Giselbert was anxious, especially knowing how many times dealing with Bond had ended in failure. He suspected Bond knew his every move. Atli can rest assured. With our effort, we can easily handle this. Star Group is already in our hands. What can they do? Azrael was unconcerned, given that Bond and Tinsley had lost all leverage. With Star Group beyond their control, there was little to worry about. Once the paperwork was completed, Star Group would officially belong to them, bolstering the Long family's influence throughout Jiangxing. Giselbert glanced at Azrael but remained silent. Chapter 224, Drawing a Clear Line. Sadie, such an arrangement by you might very well lead to even worse consequences. Have you considered whether this will make the conflict between the Long family and us even more intense? After returning, Bond immediately told Sadie everything. Though Sadie didn't have any objections to Bond's decision once she understood the entire situation, she was still concerned that the Long family might become extremely agitated because of this matter. After all, they had been trying to get their hands on Starlight Group for quite some time. It took them a long while to find such an opportunity, and just when they thought they had a way to turn things around, the situation changed drastically. Anyone in their shoes would find it hard to accept this outcome. Although Christine started all this, no matter how one looks at it, the Qin family did support the scheme secretly. They could also be affected indirectly. If they really have this intention, then let them try. I'm curious about what means the Lung family has now. Sadie's concerns were not without merit. However, Bond had already prepared for the worst, so he wasn't worried about what impact these people might have on him. Bond had known these people's capabilities long ago. Because of Christine, these people are now faced with a massive hidden danger. If they kept silent, they might find ways to resolve the issue effectively. Yet, from Bond's perspective, such a possibility was almost non-existent. No matter how famous these people were, the eventual outcome might be contrary to what they expected. This is why Bond remained relaxed. By the way, up until now, many people have gone against you, but few have succeeded in outplaying you. I believe this time will yield the same result. Looking at Bond, though somewhat worried, Sadie had to admit that Bond had surprised them in many aspects. This time would likely be no different. Christine completely severed ties with the entire Lung family. To many, this undoubtedly meant Christine was cutting off her own limbs, leaving no future prospects. But only Christine understood that if she wanted to stand on a higher peak, this was a necessary decision. Otherwise, she would always be under someone else's control and never achieve what she has today. After all these events, Christine's understanding of these matters has changed. Azrael initially believed that once he acquired Starlight Group, he could rest easy, and all problems would follow the favorable scenario they had anticipated. However, when Christine fully transferred Starlight Group to the Long family, Azrael finally realized why Christine had made those previous statements. Yes, Starlight Group was still the same Starlight Group, and most projects hadn't changed, except for the advancements that only experts in the field could guide towards a better future. The atomic solid-state battery they all desired was not within Starlight Group's framework. It had already been separated from the company. Upon receiving this news, Azrael's mood became incredibly heavy. What he originally thought was a sure victory turned into his making a fool of himself like Sadie did. Unfortunately, by this point, even if Azrael wanted to go after Bond and Christine again, it was too late. The day after Christine completely cut ties with the Long family, Bond invested successfully in establishing the Shanghai Cooperation Group with Christine. This time, Bond's attitude was straightforward. He needed everyone in Xiuxian to see his strength, letting them understand the consequences of going against him. After the successful establishment of the business association, everyone should have cooperated to ensure future benefits were not compromised. Unfortunately, the Long family, due to their desire for dominance, acted quickly and recklessly. They thought they could successfully handle Bond, but in reality, they plunged themselves into an abyss. Bond certainly wouldn't let these hypocritical people off easily. Thus, he suppressed them using various methods, and this was merely the beginning. Bond thought that with the conclusion of the Starlight Group affair, there would be no more disturbances as he and Christine embarked on new ventures. Unexpectedly, the next day, just as they were about to start work and study the investment direction of the atomic solid-state battery, Azrael led a group directly towards them. But as soon as Azrael and his crew reached the door, they were surrounded by bodyguards who forcefully held them at the entrance, preventing them from moving further. So, Christine, for so many years, our Long family has been supporting you, leading to your current achievements. But we never expected you to be such an ungrateful wolf. To involve others in something as important as the atomic solid-state battery while abandoning us, the Long family? Those accompanying Azrael loudly protested, unable to imagine it coming to this. Azrael's expression was grim, realizing that Sadie had seen through Christine's strategy, which he underestimated. No matter what you intend to do, please don't forcibly enter. Otherwise, we will take other measures. Several people shouted, and Bond had arranged only the best security here. Even if the Long family members came, they couldn't gain any advantage. Thus, Bond wasn't worried about these people causing trouble unless they were truly insane, in which case they'd bring more trouble upon themselves. Seeing these guards, Azrael felt genuinely troubled, for just their presence exuded formidable power, unimaginable when engaged in a fight. Chapter 225. This is your own choice. I just received news, it's just as you had guessed. The Long family came here to cause trouble. Opal arrived at Bond's office and looked at him helplessly. He originally thought that by completely cutting ties with these people, he would be free. However, what Opal didn't anticipate was that when Giselbert found out that the atomic energy solid-state battery project didn't belong to Star Group, he immediately exploded. So, Giselbert promptly came here to confront Opal and Bond, hoping for a reasonable explanation from them. But from the beginning, the matter was straightforward. If all Giselbert wanted was control of Star Group, Opal could easily give it back. If he expected more, however, it was simply a daydream. Opal wasn't foolish. He wouldn't lose everything he worked for. Though Opal usually held a tough attitude, facing his relatives still affected him to some extent. This time, his father personally appeared. It was clear that these matters weren't something that could be resolved in a short time. Bond saw Opal's predicament, knowing how difficult this decision was for him. He also realized Opal was unsure about how to confront his father. Since that's the case, let me meet your future father-in-law. I want to hear what he has to say. After comforting Opal, Bond had Giselbert and his people brought to the conference room. Upon arriving, Giselbert strutted arrogantly, initially expecting he might not even gain entry. To his surprise, Bond was willing to see them. In Giselbert's mind, this indicated Bond still feared them and sought their approval in every way. Only Bond saw things differently. He knew exactly what needed to be done. What brings you here today? I already have a rough idea, but I'm afraid the situation may not be as you imagined, said Bond to Azrael with a tone of indifference. Indeed, Azrael could be intimidating, causing others to fear and worry about his actions. Yet to Bond, this was a fate decided long ago. He didn't need to fear Azrael in the least. Azrael had anticipated Bond to be cautious upon meeting. Instead, Bond's demeanor caught him off guard. Judging by Bond's expression, he wasn't bothered by what Azrael had said. To Bond, Azrael wasn't much of a threat. Mr. Lin seems not to recognize reality. The promise you made us was different. When did Atomic Energy Lab become separate from Star Group? Azrael, staring at Bond, demanded. You must give us a satisfactory explanation or I won't agree. Seeing Azrael's solemn look, Bond found it utterly amusing. Star Group and Atomic Energy Lab are investors in each other, and Atomic Energy has already provided ample returns to Star Group. And you should know this fact, written in black and white, don't you? At this point, Azrael recalled Opal mentioning this long ago. The importance of separating the new energy project from the Long family. Because of this, Azrael agreed then. Now, facing Bond's query, he remained speechless. After all, this was something he agreed to long ago, making any reneging on his part laughable. However, this young man before him was unmanageable. Bond narrowed his eyes, studying Azrael. Regardless of his tactics, Azrael couldn't handle this situation as deftly as before. Indeed, Azrael had believed he could accomplish many feats with his abilities, but he was now repeatedly thwarted by Bond. You've prepared everything from the start. We've been played like puppets in your hands. Azrael glared coldly at Bond, grinding his teeth in hatred. Despite his frustration, there was no one else to blame since he orchestrated everything himself. The rest of the Long family finally realized that signs were present long ago, but Azrael deliberately hid them, now trying to shift the blame onto others. Azrael, seeing everyone's attention on him, attempted to argue. How could I foresee so many issues? All this was premeditated to ruin my reputation. Don't expect us to believe you without evidence. His argument lacked conviction. Unaware of what awaited him, Azrael could only try to salvage his reputation. I've made myself clear. As for your demand for more compensation, I advise you to drop it. Even if you can talk eloquently, we won't take responsibility for matters unrelated to us. No exceptions. Bond looked at him with disdain evident in his tone. These matters weren't within his plan, and their consequences weren't his concern. Azrael hadn't anticipated Bond's unwavering stance. Facing so many people, he struggled to find the words to say. Chapter 226. I don't have time anymore. The few people from the Long family who came together now had a genuine understanding of Bond's attitude. It seemed this person in front of them was not easy to handle. Bond's present attitude spoke volumes. This young man didn't take their identity seriously and would never see eye to eye with them on this issue. Now we're in trouble. We thought we could get some benefits from this kid. It seems that expecting anything from him is completely unrealistic. He has already calculated everything from the beginning. The Long family members initially believed they could leverage the solid-state nuclear battery project to make a substantial profit. Who would have thought it would end up like this? Azrael stood up, glaring intently at Bond as if trying to awaken his conscience through this gaze. But Bond remained seated, his expression unchanging. You know, when people like us go berserk, many things can happen. You should also understand that young Master Tang's abilities far exceed what you can oppose. Azrael tried to leverage other forces to assist him. However, Bond was unyielding. Once he made a decision, nothing could change it, not even a heavenly being. Do you have any other questions? If not, please leave now. Bond had expected these individuals to come up with something unbelievable, but instead, they turned out to be a bunch of foolish idiots. Trying to get them to say something interesting was just wishful thinking. Bond snorted coldly. I don't think there's any point in continuing this conversation. You clearly cannot give me what I want. As for your desire to get the solid-state nuclear battery project, you might as well forget about it. Seeing Bond's smug smile, several people felt furious, yet had no effective response. Azrael was especially livid, wishing he hadn't signed that agreement, which would have given him some bargaining power. Brat, you're forcing me? Do you really think you're invincible? Azrael attempted to intimidate Bond, but to his surprise, Bond responded head-on. Yes, I am indeed forcing you. I'd like to see what capabilities and qualifications your Long family has to come here making demands. Bond slammed the table and stood up, startling the others into silence, afraid he might target them next. Bond's icy gaze swept over each of them before settling on Azrael. At least Christine is your daughter. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cub. As her father, you've not only failed to help her but have always created problems for her. Christine struggles so much precisely because of you. Bond was enraged. Azrael was still obstinate, thinking everything he did was right. Had it not been for Christine, Bond would have punched him to snap him out of it. But Azrael sneered. Who do you think you are to lecture me? The relationship between Christine and me is none of your business. I advise you to explain clearly the connection between the Atomic Energy Laboratory and Starlight Group, or else I won't be polite. Seeing Bond still reluctant to discuss it, even Azrael began to feel uneasy despite his usual composure. Bond looked at Azrael with disdain. I said it before, it's an investment relationship. Since you've driven Christine away, the investment relationship between Starlight Group and the Atomic Energy Laboratory has ended. The Atomic Energy Laboratory has been re-established under my investment. Bond glanced at the others scornfully, then sat back down. What a helpless situation. They thought they had everything under control, but the outcome was far different from their expectations. Azrael couldn't believe he had indeed obtained Starlight Group, but the coveted solid-state nuclear battery became someone else's property. Gritting his teeth, Azrael clenched his fists. You deceived us. If I expose this vast commercial network you've built in Xiuxian, how do you think everyone will view you? Bond waved dismissively. If Mr. Long thinks exposing this will get back at me, try it. I'm curious about my status in Xiuxian. If anyone doubts me, I'll accept their resignation from the Chamber of Commerce. His tone was calm, considering Christine's sake. Bond hadn't intended harsh words until now. His goal was simple, smooth resolution of issues. If Azrael agreed, many problems could be solved. Yet, these people had no intention of talking reasonably. With the Long family now openly turning against us, you're effectively out of the Chamber of Commerce, meaning you're cut off from all companies in Xiuxian. You should consider how you'll deal with them. Coldly looking at Azrael, Bond confirmed everything and became indifferent to his impact. Azrael fell silent, realizing they needed to rethink their strategy. Chapter 227. Best wishes for your success. The Long family, as one of the four major clans, how could we be so easily threatened by you? Although Bond was right, Azrael still forced a cold snort. I advise you not to exaggerate here. Bond sneered lightly. I've already made everything I have to say perfectly clear. Whether or not you believe me is your business. But ultimately, you'll have to bear the consequences yourselves and not come after us again. Not to mention, if someone else has been deceiving you about the Atomic Energy Laboratory, everything is now out in the open. This situation is your own doing. Bond was utterly disappointed with the Long family and understood that whatever he said now would just be a waste of time. Seeing Bond turn to leave, several people nearby wanted to stop him. But soon, Bond broke free from them. I have nothing more to discuss with you. I hope you can find a way to change your fate after this. Bond then walked away without looking back. Azrael had intended to stop Bond but was held back by others around him. Boss has already told you everything, they said. Bond disappeared from their sight almost immediately. Let this kid just walk away like that, one asked. He hasn't even told us what to do next. After Bond left, Azrael indeed had no good solutions. From Bond's words, it was clear that he sympathized with Azrael's current predicament but would offer no help. The entire Long family was dissatisfied with Bond's handling of the matter but had no effective way to deal with him. Meanwhile, Bond, upon leaving the office, merely glanced at his companions coldly. Keep an eye on their every move. If they show any signs of other intentions, inform me immediately. Bond had initially planned to continue holding his ground. His sudden decision to leave was partly because there was nothing more to talk about with Azrael. The other reason was that Dash, who had been inactive, finally made a move. Bond had thought that after previous events, Dash had given up on causing trouble. However, Dash still harbored hopes of using Imelda. But Imelda now had the best relationship with Bond, making any change impossible. Even if Dash approached Imelda, it wouldn't change her perception of Bond. So, Dash's plan was to use some tricks to gain Imelda's trust. He believed that once she trusted him, all problems would be solved smoothly. Beforehand, Dash did many things, mostly involving contacts with the Xiao family. He thought his plan was foolproof, unaware that Bond had been watching his every move all along. In reality, Dash was caught the moment he started acting. Bond's people were closely monitoring him, making it very difficult for Dash to escape now. Dash's idea was simple. Have the Xiao family meet and talk with Imelda, ostensibly to conclude past matters. In truth, he wanted to use this opportunity to threaten Imelda. Then, by saving her at the critical moment, he could make her trust him. Though it was an old trick, it was still effective. If Bond didn't know, Dash might have succeeded. But since Bond knew, he wouldn't let Dash achieve his goal. It seems Dash is truly running out of tricks. He actually resorts to such tactics now, Bond mused. Since that's the case, we must find another way to make Dash understand that while I'm around, his goals cannot be achieved. Bond's aim was to make Dash completely abandon his adversarial stance. Dash still clung to hopes of turning the tide, but only Bond knew that Dash had painted himself into a corner, and there was only one way out. Young master, do we still need to arrange this? Osiris looked at Dash beside him and asked quietly. Despite Dash no longer being the former border war hero, Osiris remained loyal. Having been one of Dash's trusted men since childhood, Osiris wondered where he would go if he ever left Dash. At that moment, Dash only gave a faint glance at Osiris. Of course, I know what I'm doing. This is my only chance. If I miss it, I won't get another. For Dash, this was hard-earned. No matter what happened between him and Imelda, he still hoped to reverse the outcome through his efforts. If he could mend things with Imelda, he could invite the influential figure to Jiangxing, resolving all subsequent issues. Young master surely has a well-thought-out plan, but given past events, I still worry about the current situation, Osiris said with an awkward smile. While he didn't doubt the relationship between Imelda and Dash, no one could guarantee that Dash would handle the current situation as deftly as before. It might be much more complicated than they imagined. Unexpectedly, Dash waved his hand confidently. Rest assured, I'll take care of it. There won't be any big problems. He doesn't even know what I plan to do next. His attention is still on the Long family, Dash laughed arrogantly. From his tone, it seemed he was indifferent to previous events, which might indeed be the case. Chapter 228. I already knew. Dash thought his plans were foolproof and no one could figure out what he was up to, but what he didn't understand was that Bond had already made thorough preparations for this. Bond had devised a way to deal with this person a long time ago. Xiao family coming to me at this critical juncture probably isn't for anything good, Imelda understood. She knew the Xiao family approaching her at this moment certainly wasn't good news. However, Imelda still didn't know the exact intentions of the Xiao family, but she was certain they had some reasons for showing up here. Imelda soon arrived at the agreed location with the Xiao family. Clark, why are you here? When Imelda saw the man standing before her, her face showed a look of shock. Sis, didn't expect it to be me, huh? Seeing Imelda's astonished expression, Clark only gave a slight sneer. You don't need to overthink it. I'm the one who called you here. You probably didn't know, but when your father left, he left something for you. At first, Imelda had no interest in continuing the conversation after seeing Clark and turned to leave, but unexpectedly, Clark suddenly said those words. Imelda's expression then slightly changed as she fixed a hard gaze on Clark. She naturally knew that Clark must have confidence in dealing with her if he dared to come here. However, Imelda was prepared for the worst. Speak up, why did you call me here? If it's just about telling me this much, you didn't have to go through so much trouble. Imelda looked at Clark, feeling increasingly impatient. She didn't know what Clark would do next but knew what she should do. I heard you've been making quite a stir with Xiuxian Beauty Salon in Jiangxing recently. How come you never discussed this with us? Clark sat down, crossing his legs, looking at Imelda with a smile. He hardly looked like an elder brother. And Imelda could only suppress her inner dissatisfaction. What exactly do you want? Might as well say it straight. Upon seeing Clark's demeanor, how could Imelda not guess his intentions? It was likely he coveted the facial enhancement pill and came all this way for it. Had it been earlier, Imelda might have agreed. But now, she would never let him continue to bully her. The facial enhancement pill is quite popular among many people. It seems to be selling well everywhere. So, I'd like to negotiate on behalf of the Xiao family. Indeed, there was a reason for Clark to travel such a distance. Although Imelda had a rough idea beforehand, she firmly shook her head. I don't know where you get your confidence from, but I can tell you very seriously, don't even think about it. The facial enhancement pill was given to her by Bond's own hands, hoping that it would flourish under her care. Since then, Imelda had lived up to Bond's expectations, transforming the pill into something everyone in Jiangxing desired. Even Imelda herself had undergone changes because of the pill, so there was no way she would hand over this treasure to someone like Clark. Seeing that Imelda had no intention of agreeing, Clark's expression turned sour. It seems, little sister, you haven't grasped the meaning of my words. Are you actually trying to refuse me? Although I came here to negotiate on behalf of the Xiao family, I feel there's no need for further discussion. Are you really prepared to defy us? Imelda stared angrily at Clark. Their eyes locked, and she could see disdain in his gaze. Just as she had anticipated, no one in the Xiao family took her seriously. They believed that since the formula was in her hands, it rightfully belonged to the Xiao family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spoken such unreasonable words. While Imelda might have once feared them, she wouldn't be intimidated now. I've already made myself clear. This thing is crucial to us. So, whoever comes here asking for it will receive nothing, not even you. Imelda looked at Clark without wavering. Watching secretly, Bond couldn't help but raise his head proudly. He knew Imelda wouldn't agree. What Bond didn't expect was Dash collaborating with the Xiao family to obtain the formula for the facial enhancement pill from Imelda. Though this idea might have originated from the Xia family, considering Dash wasn't particularly concerned about these matters, he might also have other ways to acquire the formula. Thinking his words would make Imelda comply, Clark was surprised to find her attitude unchanged despite his efforts. Even though he mentally prepared himself, his expression became darker. Little sister, I am your elder brother, and you should know my character. I represent the entire Xia family in this negotiation. If we reach a successful agreement, there will be many benefits. Clark hoped this would sway Imelda, but she remained unfazed, even sneering slightly. If it were earlier, I might have still clung to some attachment to the family, but I'm no longer the naive girl I used to be. I have found my place. So, big brother, if there's nothing else, you may leave. As for getting the facial enhancement pill formula for me, I suggest you abandon that thought. Imelda knew the formula could cause significant attention. If she handed it over, it would lead to another round of chaos. Chapter 229. The only person to trust. How could Imelda not know what was on Clark's mind? It was just that these items, if fallen into their hands, would indeed bring no benefit. They might even cause a bloody storm because of it. To avoid such occurrences, Imelda naturally couldn't agree to Clark's demands. Clark had initially been confident after saying so much, only to repeatedly hit obstacles within just a few exchanges, something he feared would invite ridicule. I talked to you this much, only out of the consideration that we were once family. I gave you this opportunity for that reason. Little sister, I truly don't know what goes on in your head. Such a great opportunity, you let slip through your fingers and still refuse me, said Clark with a disappointed look at Imelda. Seeing Imelda remained unmoved, unwilling to agree, Clark sighed. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for now. I believe after you see what your father left behind for you, you will take the initiative to teach me this formula. After all, this is a deal more than worth its value. With a firm expression, Clark turned around and walked away. Imelda, who was following him, didn't seem to be thinking too deeply about it. Bond watched their actions, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Although many people believed Imelda was unaware of the challenges ahead and therefore appeared relaxed, Bond knew Imelda was far smarter than expected. Others wouldn't have such skill. So this is your plan? Bond wasn't alone this time. Ria had also come along. What Bond intended was quite simple, to involve Ria in the matter to better achieve his goals. Do you still can't see it? Everything was an arrangement between Dash and Clark. They aimed to seize the formula from Imelda this way. Not only the people we see are involved, but there are others, unknowingly caught up as well, Bond said with a faint smile. Ria looked at Bond and remarked, you realize relying solely on yourself isn't enough to handle these matters, so you want to drag me into helping solve the problems. Ria originally thought Bond would immediately reject the idea, but unexpectedly, Bond laughed casually. Indeed, Bond brought Ria here partly to use her, not to harness her strength, but merely to have her witness everything. Only by doing so could Ria understand what kind of person Dash was, and gradually realize that Bond was not a bad person. This would help Bond deal with Giselbert later on. Giselbert's focus was still on seizing everything from the Long family. Perhaps he believed the matter wasn't complex, but encountering an opponent like Bond meant many of his decisions couldn't be acted upon in time. No matter what you're planning, as long as I'm here, I'll keep an eye on your every move. If you dare do anything malicious, you'll suffer the consequences. Ria watched Bond, unsure of his intentions but guessing it was for the benefit of Miss Xia. At that moment, Imelda was unaware that Bond and Ria were following her. She also wanted to see Clark's true intentions, so she followed him. Clark seemed harmless on the surface, but he had already set traps waiting for Imelda. He initially wanted Imelda to hand over the item willingly to settle the matter smoothly. Now, however, things couldn't proceed as planned. Imelda had resolved not to cooperate, and even Clark's threats were useless. Losing patience, Clark decided to entrust the task to others, believing Dash's methods would soon make Imelda comply. Feeling a bit nervous following Clark, Imelda knew he had ulterior motives. Though uncertain of the specifics, she hoped to resolve the issue quickly. But judging from Clark's behavior, it wouldn't be easy. Numerous thoughts raced through Imelda's mind. Though unaware of Clark's next move, she sensed she might be heading towards danger. Her father held significant importance, likely the reason why Clark spoke this way. Standing there, Imelda felt lost. Despite her doubts, she chose to trust implicitly. In a fleeting moment of reflection, she thought of Bond. In such a predicament, perhaps Bond was the only one she could rely on. Impulsively, she sent her location to Bond. Even she hadn't expected to make such a decision at this critical moment. Meanwhile, Bond and Ria were observing Imelda and Clark. Bond then saw Imelda's message appear on his phone. Ria smiled knowingly beside him. I told you there was something going on between the two of you. Seems I was right, she said with disdain. Bond replied with a stern tone. Miss Lin, please don't talk nonsense. If it were as you say, would I still be here watching covertly with you? Bond's words left Ria speechless, but she huffed defiantly. Who knows what you're up to? I just can't figure you out. Chapter 230. Hero rescues beauty? Dash was also quietly waiting. Osiris looked at Dash, sensing that something seemed amiss today. His heart was racing. Could it be because the young master's actions this time were too rash and would lead to big trouble? This thought flashed through Osiris's mind as he looked at Dash in front of him, wondering whether he should say something. But Dash wasn't thinking so deeply. He was contemplating how to expedite this matter. For once successful, he wouldn't need to worry so much anymore. These fellows one by one chose to oppose him, robbing Dash of the freedom he once had. Young master, I feel there might be some unexpected events this time. Should we prepare in advance? What if someone really comes to save her? It had to be said, Osiris was loyal to Dash without any ulterior motives. However, Dash waved his hand. Don't worry. Who could give me trouble this time? I just heard Bond is having an unresolvable conflict with the Long family, and recently someone named Giselbert has emerged in Jiangxing. After being set back by Bond, Dash began to cover himself from all angles. Indeed, Dash found some opportunities. Knowing Bond was preoccupied with Giselbert, Dash seized this golden opportunity to call Imelda here, which was why it took him so long this time. The plan was soon put into action. Imelda arrived at a standalone villa under Clark's guidance. What do you want? Why not say it here? If it's just to give me my father's legacy, there was no need to come this far. Standing there, Imelda's expression gradually turned cold. She rushed here because she was stronger now due to Bond's help, something many in the Xia family didn't know. Sure enough, even Clark hadn't considered his little sister to be the same weakling as before. Why the rush, little sister? I've told you I brought you here to give you your father's items. Do you think I'm joking? Seeing Imelda's impatience, Clark laughed, dismissing the situation lightly. So what exactly do you want to show me? Hurry up. Just then, several people appeared beside them. Still the same condition. Little sister, if you want your father's legacy, hand over the formula for the face-altering pill from Xuanhuan Beauty Parlor. This item is so popular, it shouldn't be monopolized by you alone. Share it and let everyone profit together. Wouldn't that be better? Clark laughed loudly as he spoke. Looking at Clark, Imelda's expression darkened further. Do you think what I said earlier was a joke? Of course, I know you want the face-altering pill formula. But very unfortunately, I will never give you this formula. If you still naively believe you can get it from me, I suggest you drop the idea. Knowing Clark's intention, Imelda refused to let him succeed. Understanding Imelda's thoughts, Clark's attitude remained unchanged. He knew getting the formula from her was impossible. Clark had hoped his words would change her mind. But Imelda never intended to change her stance from the start. Little sister, I've said so much, just to ask you to hand over the formula so everyone can be happy. I never expected you to be so stubborn. In that case, we'll have to use another method. As he said this, Clark's expression turned vicious. Figure out how to get what we want from her. Remember, this formula is incredibly important. Any means necessary. Clark looked smug until clapping sounded outside. Well done. The Xia family is indeed more powerful than I imagined, daring to come here to create trouble for us. Soon, Dash and his men burst in. Clark was startled. Though they had planned this beforehand, Dash's sudden entrance surprised him. Seeing Dash break in, Imelda brightened up. Now she understood why Clark had called her here. However, it seemed she wasn't completely safe yet. Dash, what do you want? Entering, Dash did nothing else but sit next to Imelda. What do I want? What I want is simple. I will ensure Imelda's safety. So don't resist me, or I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. Watching Clark, Osiris took a step forward. The few men showed impressive prowess and presence. Imelda watched them perform with a smile. Bond, standing outside, lazily noted their amateur act. Anyone with brains could see through their plans. Dash, I advise you not to meddle. This is Xia family business. If you insist on involving yourself, don't blame me for being rude. Clark said this confidently. But before he finished, Dash moved forward, striking Clark across the face. Chapter 231. You're not playing fair, kid. You talk as if you think you're invincible here, and can speak to me however you want just because this is your family's matter. Do you forget who I am? Dash looked at Clark with a smug expression. Anyone unaware of the situation would indeed have been intimidated by Dash's demeanor. Clark, momentarily at a loss for words, stared at Dash, genuinely startled by his earlier display. Mr. Ye's reputation has long spread throughout the entire martial world. How could I not know about Mr. Yi? Despite feeling aggrieved inside, Clark had no choice but to humbly bow his head before him, puzzled by Dash's actions but still responding politely. Now that you know my identity, you should understand what you should do now. The person standing before you is my master. Dash said to Clark with a proud look, then turned to glance at Imelda beside him. Don't worry, master. If anyone else were handling this, it wouldn't work out, but these guys are just unlucky today. Seeing Dash's arrogant expression, one might believe he had some formidable skills to deal with these people. Despite knowing the truth about him from early on, Imelda was speechless at this moment, but remained silent due to his usual character. Imelda glanced at Dash. How did you find us here? It was a reasonable question. Imelda appeared harmless, but showed clear awareness of the surroundings. Anyone in her position would be suspicious. But Imelda calmly replied. When the Xia family made their move, I already knew about it. But I was curious because according to their nature, they shouldn't act so easily. So I investigated secretly and found some clues. Dash smiled proudly, seemingly very satisfied with his decision. Facing Dash's self-satisfaction, Imelda merely gave a faint smile. This time, I really owe it to you. I didn't expect him to be waiting for me here. Imelda understood Dash's thoughts without directly pointing them out. Naively, Dash believed his plan was flawless, completely unaware that everything, including this conversation, was part of Imelda's plan. Master, don't worry. With me here, even if this guy talks endlessly, he won't dare to harm you. Dash was still grinning arrogantly, while Bond, watching from afar, saw through him. He talks well, making it seem like he's doing good for his master, but actually, all he cares about is achieving his own goals. At this moment, Clark also watched Dash, humbly bowing. I understand what Mr. Yi is saying, but with so many witnesses, I can't pretend nothing happened, can I? So, I hope Mr. Yi can offer some help. I can let Imelda go today, but she must tell me the formula for the complexion-changing pill. After all the back and forth, Clark's focus was still on the formula, as originally planned. Watching these two perform before her, Imelda found it amusing. She feared they still thought their plot was foolproof and no one could see through it. Hearing Clark's demand, Dash sneered. What are you, daring to bargain with me? Think I can't take care of you right now? In response to Dash's threat, Clark became unexpectedly firm. If young Master Yi thinks he can leave unscathed, why don't you try? But let me make it clear. We are prepared to die. If young Master Yi cooperates, it's easy. Otherwise, we'll settle this by force. We won't let you succeed. As he spoke, several more figures appeared. Even Imelda was surprised, recognizing these famous martial artists. People of such caliber typically wouldn't get involved in trivial matters. Their presence indicated a drastic change from the initial situation. Dash was frustrated. They weren't playing by the rules. Previously, things were different, and Dash had no reason to be overly concerned. But now, with these additional experts, their current situation became awkward. Previously, Imelda believed they could easily escape, but now, she wasn't sure and neither was Dash. Clearly, Clark wanted to force Imelda into handing over the formula. Dash was in a difficult spot. Having spoken confidently earlier, he now had to see if he could handle this. Thinking of this, Dash felt the weight of the situation. Clark, don't make things difficult for everyone. Let's not make a scene. Tell me what you want. I can give it to you. Dash was subtly reminding him. It was just the formula for a complexion-changing pill, something he could manage with a bit of effort. But Clark didn't understand. Young Master Yi, I respect you and won't attack, but I need the formula today. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive. Chapter 232. Step back, it's my turn. Rhea observed everything, glancing at Bond beside her. Did you call me here just to watch this? Do you really think the two of us can handle these people? Her words were tinged with helplessness. These matters seemed simple on the surface, but were exceedingly difficult in reality, far beyond their capabilities. And Bond also shook his head in helplessness at this moment. I called you here this time only to let you see their true faces. Then I will resolve this issue in my own way, and what you need to do is provide testimony for me. While others might be very worried about the current situation, there wasn't a hint of fear in Bond's eyes. Bond made it sound simple, but these matters were far from easy to handle on the surface, and the price they needed to pay to resolve these problems would be heavy indeed. Rhea now looked at Bond with a complicated expression. She recognized a few of the people present. She had heard before that they were very powerful. However, these people never got involved in civilian affairs normally. But this time, because of Clark, they appeared here, which no one expected. Now, how to deal with this problem was something worth serious consideration. Rhea originally thought that Bond, after encountering these people, would choose to retreat as soon as possible. After all, the situation didn't warrant taking risks. But she didn't expect the outcome to turn out like this. Now Imelda is trapped here, and you can't give her any real help. What are you planning to do next? Rhea asked Bond in a low voice. You've said so much. Do you really think I'll stand by and do nothing? Whatever it is, Dash really isn't handling things properly this time. Bond's actions undoubtedly lowered Dash's status in these girls' hearts even further. And now the task was to take Imelda away safely. If you stay here, I'll personally go up and bring her back. After saying this, Bond leaped down from the wall without hesitation. At this moment, Imelda was also racking her brain over how to leave. Judging by the looks of these people, they probably wouldn't give her any chance. But right now, she seemed to have no choice. If these people weren't so powerful, maybe she could fight back. Knowing they were rare powerhouses, however, made the situation more complicated. Dash also had an unpleasant look on his face watching these few people. No matter the previous situation, the appearance of these experts now meant they had no hope of winning. Even if Dash was confident in his own strength, he still couldn't guarantee victory against these people. So, at this moment, the way Dash looked at Clark changed. While Dash was still thinking about how to settle the matter, he saw Bond casually rush out. Your Xiao family really doesn't know when to stop. To actually dare come here and recklessly grab people. This is xiuxian, not your Dongdu. Bond stared coldly at Clark. His demeanor changed naturally when he appeared. Originally, Clark only intended to deal with Dash, but unexpectedly, Bond showed up at the critical moment. Who are you? Clark didn't know much about Bond, but regarding this youth who dared to appear here, he was somewhat wary. Like he said earlier, he wasn't afraid of Imelda or Dash because he knew their strengths. But Bond, who suddenly appeared, was unfamiliar to him. For this reason, even Clark felt a bit tense now. So, everything was part of your plan, and we were merely a part of it. Clark finally understood the cause and effect of events while looking at Bond. Indeed, Bond standing here was definitely not as simple as they thought. Dash stepped forward. What does this have to do with you? Bond looked at Dash. What do you mean? What does this have to do with me? Isn't it because you can't solve the problem that I came? Why don't you try solving it yourself? If you're truly capable, then I wouldn't need to show up. Bond spoke indifferently to Dash. There wasn't a trace of fear in his tone. Being rebutted by Bond left Dash unsure of what to do. Indeed, if he had a solution, why waste so much time? He remained silent now because everyone was watching, and even if he was strong, he didn't dare disrupt at this moment. As for Bond, he appeared even more relaxed. For him, everything was within expectation, and the subsequent developments were quite straightforward. Looking at Bond, Dash had many grievances but found no outlet for them. He didn't know what to expect next. From the current situation, his chances of winning didn't seem high. Bond's strength and capability were evident. He wanted to do something that others simply couldn't stop. Bond, this has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to meddle. Do you think you're a savior? Despite everything, Dash refused to back down and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, none of Dash's arguments registered with Bond, who even responded with a cold laugh. When did it become your business to dictate here? If you could solve this, why would things have dragged on like this? Bond spoke disdainfully, as he had said. Clark might look formidable this time, but as long as your strength was sufficient, you could easily handle it. The delay was only due to his lack of strength, unable to resolve these issues. Dash was speechless at Bond's words, and found no way to refute them. Seeing Bond appear, Imelda's face showed disbelief. Although she had contacted Bond beforehand, she hadn't expected him to actually come. Note asterisk this translation adheres to the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring grammatical correctness and natural English phrasing. The character names are transliterated according to Pinyin standards. Chapter 233, can you make it? Brother Lin, how did you suddenly appear here? Imelda walked forward and asked in a low voice. This was the thing she was most curious about at the moment. Bond did not mention that he had been called by Imelda. Instead, he said, I received news that you were in danger, so I rushed over without delay. From the looks of it, I arrived just in time and didn't let these fellows' schemes succeed. As Bond said this, he glanced at Dash and Clark. These two people knew they were in the wrong. No matter what Bond said now, they couldn't find a way to refute him. They just glared at Bond, unsure of what to do. Upon hearing that Bond had come specifically for her, Imelda sighed with relief. She had just been thinking about how to resolve the situation, as Clark and his group were not easy opponents. But with Bond's timely appearance, she felt a glimmer of hope again. Of course, Dash and Clark were surely on the same page, and it was clear they wouldn't offer any benefits. However, with Bond handling the matter, there might be room for negotiation. Just like Imelda thought, even Clark was pondering the reason behind Bond's sudden arrival. I don't care what your family intends to do here. It's none of my business. I dared to provoke you before, and I have the courage to do so now. So let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think too highly of yourselves. Just take your people and get out of here quietly. As he spoke, Bond looked around at the surrounding martial artists. And to all the esteemed seniors present here in the martial arts community, he continued, confronting us here today is indeed an irrational choice. It's still not too late to leave. Later, you might not have such an opportunity. Bond's face remained calm as if the current situation didn't bother him at all. Although he was surrounded, there was no hint of tension in his eyes. The martial artists also scrutinized Bond. Though they didn't intend to back down easily, when they saw him standing there, they felt a sense of pressure. Clearly, Bond was not as simple as they had thought, and he could do far more than they imagined. Clark then spoke up, whoever you are or why you came here, this place belongs to me now. See what happens if you dare to make a move. Being from a renowned martial arts family, if he showed fear now, it would be a disgrace. Despite feeling a bit nervous, Clark refused to retreat easily, his eyes flashing with menace. Seeing that Clark paid no heed to his words, Bond responded with a cold laugh. I've already made everything clear, but you're not seizing this opportunity. Since that's the case, I'll have to show you how things will play out. Bond knew Clark wouldn't agree, so he didn't waste any more time. Xiuxian Xavier Everett, wind, rain, thunder, lightning. Hearing these words, Clark immediately stepped back, eyeing Bond cautiously. Could this guy actually be a cultivator? Then he saw the four protectors emerge from behind Bond. Mr. Lin, we're here. Bond's icy gaze swept over the surrounding martial artists. Before you came here, you must not have assessed our strength. So today, I'll give you a valuable hint. If everyone wishes to leave, it'd be a happy outcome for all. If someone wants to stay, I won't object, but you should consider well, I'm not easy to provoke. Just as Bond said, he was fully prepared for whatever happened next. No matter how powerful these individuals were, he still held the upper hand here. The few martial artists exchanged glances, unsure of the situation. What do we have to fear? Have we forgotten who we are? If we leave so easily, won't we be laughed at? An older member of their group stood forward, smiling and saying this. The others nodded in agreement. If they retreated now, it would only invite ridicule, so they needed to reclaim the advantage. Just a mere businessman from Jiangxing dares to confront us so boldly. In that case, we have nothing more to say. Let's settle this through our strength. Several martial artists surged toward Bond's group, eager to engage. At a critical moment, Bond stopped them. This battle doesn't require our involvement. These two haven't fought in a long time and can hardly wait to test their skills. Since breaking through in strength, the four protectors and the military advisor hadn't fought much, always wondering about their prowess. Unfortunately, they hadn't found suitable opponents recently and thus waited patiently. This situation was different now. These martial artists had come seeking confrontation, each one formidable enough to challenge them. It was time to have a good fight to see who was truly stronger. Confidently, the martial artists thought dealing with Bond's group would be a walk in the park, only to realize they were crazier than anticipated. Rather than backing off, they chose to attack even more fiercely. Damn, we've been holding back for too long. Today, we'll teach this reckless idiot a lesson. They swarmed forward, and the battle commenced instantly. Dash stood aside, unsure of what to say. Everything happened too fast for him to react. Chapter 234. Mount Qingqing? Seeing Dash's completely baffled state, Bond sneered inwardly. At the same moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations, host successfully intercepted Dash's opportunity, rewarding 20 years of inner strength. As soon as the words fell, Bond felt a burning flame ignite in his dantian, and immediately he sensed a stark difference standing there. Dash naturally had no idea what had just happened, but he understood that if this situation continued, he would be at a great disadvantage. I've already handled everything here, Dash. I advise you not to waste time and return home. Standing here won't do anything, will it? Are you planning to keep watching? Hearing Bond's words, Dash was very angry, but unfortunately, he couldn't really say anything. On the other side, the four protectors, Zhou, Shaw, Xavier, and Everett, demonstrated an extremely formidable combat power. Originally, these martial artists were confident that they could easily handle these opponents with their skills, but they never imagined that Zhou, Shaw, Xavier, and Everett were far stronger than them. And these guys weren't so easy to deal with either. In no time, several of them were defeated. When Clark saw all this happen, he was dumbfounded. He understood better than anyone what this meant under the current circumstances. He hadn't calculated that Bond could cause such a huge impact right at this critical moment. Initially, he thought having so many martial artists around made him almost invincible, but who would have thought that Bond alone could beat him? It seems this matter is settled. If you're not convinced, your people can continue to challenge me, but next time, I won't let you off so easily. Without thinking, Bond turned and was about to leave with Imelda. But at that moment, a man dressed in white appeared. Where are you taking her? Clark's expression changed instantly upon seeing the man. Brother 2, you finally came? If you were any later, this guy would have taken her away. Imelda's expression also changed when she saw Bert standing before her. Bond noticed Imelda's thoughts and asked curiously, who is this? The second young master of the Xia family? Bond didn't have much impression of him, since they only briefly existed in the original story before being eliminated. But now, for them to stand here, they must have something unique. How to deal with them was something Bond needed to seriously consider. He's my brother, Imelda said. He was sent away when he was very young, and nobody knows the extent of his current strength. Her voice trembled while saying this. Bert had been sent up the mountain at a young age, and nobody knew the extent of his current strength. But everyone knew long ago that Bert's future was limitless. Bond's eyes widened. He didn't expect the Xia family to have such a high-level expert. It seemed Bert had received guidance from a master, thus significantly enhancing his abilities. No wonder Imelda was so nervous. anyone would struggle to stay calm. But now they were dealing with Bond, which meant the situation would be different. Upon arriving, Bert immediately relaxed Clark. In Clark's view, as long as Bert was present, all problems could be resolved easily. Dash was also surprised to see Bert. He hadn't expected the Xia family to have prepared so early to deceive him. Now using this method, all his plans had failed. It seems if they don't hand over the xiuxian pill formula today, you won't let them leave, Dash said to Clark. Clark nodded. The xiuxian pill formula is crucial to us. We can't let anyone take it from us. The purpose of appearing here today is straightforward. Either you hand over the item today, and we can still negotiate, or we'll see who laughs last. With the situation like this, Clark and his men wouldn't back down easily. They believed neither Bond nor Dash had a way out. Bert slowly walked forward. Mount Xiuxian, Bert. I came down the mountain on orders. Please don't oppose me, or I will have to challenge you. Bert glanced indifferently at Dash, then shifted his gaze to Bond. Initially despondent, Dash burst into laughter after hearing Bert's introduction. Bond, aren't you usually so arrogant? Alright, now you get a chance to show off. This fellow is the famous disciple of Mount Xiuxian, and judging by his appearance, possibly a personal disciple. I'd like to see if you have what it takes to win against him. Before Bond could respond, the four protectors roared in anger. What Mount Xiuxian? Nonsense. Daring to act arrogantly before our boss Lin? Let us foresee your Mount Xiuxian's prowess today. They surged forward together. Their terrifying combat power had easily overwhelmed previous opponents, but now facing Bert, they showed no advantage. With a simple wave of his hand, Bert effortlessly sent all four flying. With your level of strength, challenging me? You're overestimating yourselves. Killing you doesn't even require my full effort. Bert stood with one hand behind his back, utterly domineering. Just moments ago, he used his inner strength. Against these people, they had no qualification to challenge him. Chapter 235. Are these ordinary people? Hell, does this kid really think he's an expert? Bond naturally didn't know the strength of this person in front of him, but he was somewhat aware of the capabilities of the four protectors. He had originally thought they could at least compete with the opponent to some extent, but he never expected them to lose so completely. At that moment, even Bond realized that Bert was a very difficult individual. Himph, you blind idiots. How dare you provoke my second brother's power? If my second brother wishes, he can erase any one of you from this world at any time. This situation didn't make Bond feel afraid. Instead, it piqued his interest even more. Bond, right? You still have a chance to leave with your people. If you stay here any longer, don't blame me for not being nice. When Bert said this, he looked disdainfully at Bond. Looking at this guy, anyone who didn't know better might think he could easily suppress Bond. At that moment, Bond didn't fully reveal his condition and merely gave a faint smile. Alright, Joe, Shaw, Xavier, Everett, there's no need for you to intervene. Step back, I'll deal with this guy. As Bond prepared to take action, Imelda quietly whispered beside him. Do we want to wait for a better opportunity? This guy is indeed hard to handle. Imelda knew about Bert's prowess and, needless to say, Clark and Dash were also here. If these few people attacked Bond together, things would be dire. Even if Bond was powerful, facing both of them simultaneously would undoubtedly put him under immense pressure. Rest assured, since I've already stood here today, I naturally have no worries about this matter, Bond reassured her while patting Imelda on the shoulder. At this moment, Gary rushed to the battlefield. Boss Lin, such an important occasion can't do without me. Let me help too. Bond thought for a moment and looked at Dash beside him. Gary, you and the four protectors, Joe, Shaw, Xavier, Everett, have a simple task ahead. Keep an eye on Dash. If this guy tries anything, act immediately, don't hesitate. Gary nodded. Boss Lin, rest assured, entrusting this to us will definitely work. Regardless of their past abilities, they'll follow orders today. Only a few of you actually think you can detain me here? You're just failing to face reality. Just a bunch of rebels from the Star Palace. What are you without it? Dash was extremely angry upon hearing this response. Saying this brought out a hint of arrogance in him, since he used to be the lofty young master. But Gary didn't cater to Dash's attitude at all. TSK, look who it is. Isn't this our young master? Ah, sorry, I forgot, that's old news. Now, you probably aren't the young master anymore. Frankly, I doubt the Star Palace wants you either. TSK, we chose our future ourselves, but you're different. You're nothing more than a stray dog kicked out by others. Indeed, Gary's words didn't spare anyone. Dash couldn't think of a single response to retort with. Inside, he felt immensely depressed. On the other side, Bert sneered coldly. At least I am a martial artist who came down from Xiuxian Mountain. I'm quite confident in dealing with you, and don't need anyone's help. Looking at Bond now, Bert clearly wasn't pleased. But Bond didn't dwell on it much. He had already activated the Chuji 6 Pulse Sword Technique card, and because of his previous experience, he had a better understanding of its effects. Additionally, with his newly acquired powers, this was arguably the peak of Bond's combat strength. Facing these opponents before him, there was no way any accidents would happen. Standing there, Bert looked at Bond, feeling rather conflicted. He had thought his presence alone would be enough to intimidate Bond, but something seemed off. Sir, you do have some skills, but unfortunately, your tricks might work on others. However, trying to scare me? It's too late for that. Bond sneered. Bert was just someone who came down from Mount Xiuxian. It wasn't as if Mount Xiuxian was invincible. Perhaps he was just a nobody from up there. If such an opponent could make Bond feel unable to win, then Bond wouldn't need to think further. The moment these words were spoken, Bond acted swiftly, moving as fast as before. Bert had initially thought he could anticipate all of Bond's actions. However, the instant Bond moved, the nature of the fight changed completely. So fast. Staring at the countless afterimages left by Bond's rapid movements, Bert was momentarily stunned. What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be Xiuxian? Even though Xiuxian had seen some experts before, someone like Bond should not exist here. Clark said, second brother, I knew you could handle it. This kid only knows some unconventional tricks, which mean nothing to us. Seeing Clark's carefree expression, Bert knew he had been misled by this fool. They had been told they'd only face some ordinary people who would be easily intimidated by a few moves. But now, calling this guy ordinary? Watching Bond's lightning-fast figure, Bert felt a headache coming on. I don't know who you are or what other abilities you possess, but today, no one is taking my little sister away from here. With that, Bert drew his sword from his back. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Bond launched his attack. The condensed inner energy formed sword chi that struck through the air at incredible speed, leaving even Bert dumbfounded. Damn, what was this? Clearly, Bond's displayed combat strength was far beyond their expectations. This wasn't just an ordinary person, or even a skilled martial artist. This was evidently a very capable martial arts expert. Adding his newly acquired power, Bond was currently at his peak combat strength. Facing these guys wouldn't result in any unexpected outcomes. Standing opposite Bond, Bert's mood was quite complex. He initially thought his presence alone could intimidate Bond, but something felt off now. You do have some skills, but unfortunately, those methods might scare others, but it's too late to try them on me. Bond sneered. Bert was just a martial artist from Xiuxian Mountain, not invincible. Maybe he was just a nobody from up there. If Bond couldn't handle such an opponent, then there'd be nothing to think about. The moment Bond finished speaking, he began moving, his actions swift and fluid like before. Bert thought he could anticipate Bond's every move, but as soon as Bond started moving, everything changed. Too fast. Bert was stunned by the countless afterimages left by Bond's rapid movements. What was going on? Wasn't this Jiangqing? Even though Jiangqing had seen some experts before, someone like Bond shouldn't exist here. Clark said, "Second brother, I knew you could do it. This kid only knows a few shady tricks, which mean nothing to us." Seeing Clark still relaxed, Bert realized he had been misled by this idiot. Before coming, he was told they would face some ordinary people who needed to be intimidated by showing a little skill. But now, you tell me these are ordinary people? Watching Bond's lightning-fast movements, Bert was quite troubled. I don't care who you are or what skills you possess. Today, no one is taking my younger sister away from here. Bert instantly drew his sword from behind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In that instant, Bond launched an attack. The inner force condensed into sword chi struck from afar, so quickly that even Bert was shocked. What the hell? Clearly, the combat strength Bond demonstrated was vastly different from their expectations. How could this be just an ordinary person, or even a skilled martial artist? This was clearly a formidable martial arts master. Chapter 235. This is called an ordinary person? Damn, does this kid really consider himself an expert? Bond naturally didn't know the strength of this guy in front of him, but he was somewhat aware of the capabilities of the four protectors. He originally thought they could at least spar with the opponent to some extent, but unexpectedly, they lost so thoroughly. At that moment, even Bond knew Bert was a tough character. Humph, you blind fools. How could my second brother's strength be provoked by trash like you? If my second brother wanted, he could erase you from this world anytime. This scene did not make Bond feel fear. Instead, it only intensified his interest. Bond, right? It's still possible for you, and your people to leave if you do so now. But if you stay, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at Bond, Bert said these words with contempt. Seeing this guy's attitude, anyone unaware might think he could easily suppress Bond. But Bond did not reveal his true state. He just smiled faintly. All right, Joe, Shaw, Xavier, Everett, there's no need for you to take action on this side. Stand down. Let me handle this guy. As Bond prepared to act, Imelda whispered beside him. Should we wait for a better opportunity? This guy is indeed hard to deal with. Imelda knew about Bert's prowess, not to mention there was also Clark and Dash here. These few were essentially all together. If they attacked Bond collectively, it would be a real disaster. Even if Bond was very skilled, facing two such people simultaneously should still put significant pressure on him. Don't worry. Since I'm already standing here today, I obviously have no worries about this matter. Bond patted Imelda's shoulder. At that moment, Gary rushed to the battlefield. Boss Lin, in such important occasions, I must definitely be present. Let me help too. Bond thought for a moment and looked at Dash beside him. Gary, you and the four protectors have a simple task next, to keep an eye on Dash. If this guy tries to act, you should immediately restrain him without any hesitation. Gary nodded. Rest assured, Boss Lin, this matter is definitely safe with us. No matter what skills these guys had before, today they will certainly be tamed. You think you can stop me with just the likes of you? It seems you're somewhat deluded. Just a few traitors from the Star Palace organization. Without the Star Palace, what do you think you are? Dash felt very angry hearing this response. There was a hint of pride as he used to be a high-ranking young master. But Gary didn't indulge Dash's arrogance at all. Tisk, who's this? Isn't this our young master? Oh, sorry, that was previously. Now, you probably aren't the young master anymore. I wonder if the Star Palace even needs you anymore. TSK, we at least chose our own futures, while you're nothing more than a stray dog kicked out by others. Gary's mouth indeed did not give any quarter. Dash could not think of any response and was feeling extremely depressed inside. On the other side, Bert sneered. I'm also a martial artist descended from Xiuxian Mountain. I'm very confident in dealing with you. I don't need anyone else's help. Looking at Bond, Bert was clearly very dissatisfied. But Bond didn't think much about it. He had already activated the Chuji 6 Pulse Sword card. Because he had experienced it once before, Bond had some understanding of its effects. Moreover, having just obtained his powers, this was the peak of Bond's combat strength. Facing these people wouldn't cause any surprises. Standing there, Bert looked at Bond, feeling quite complex. He originally thought his aura could intimidate Bond, but now something seemed off. You do have some skills, but unfortunately, your tactics can scare others. However, trying to scare me is too late. Bond laughed mockingly. After all, Bert was only a martial artist from Xiuxian Mountain, not someone unbeatable from there. Maybe he was just a nobody up there. If such an opponent made Bond unable to win, he wouldn't need to think further. The moment Bond finished speaking, he moved swiftly, just as he did before. Bert originally believed he could see through all of Bond's actions. But unexpectedly, Bond's sudden movement completely changed the nature of the battle. So fast. Staring at the numerous afterimages of Bond in front of him, Bert was momentarily stunned. What's going on? Isn't this xiuxian? Even though some experts had appeared in xiuxian before, someone like Bond was unheard of. Clark said, second brother, I knew you could handle it. This kid only knows some unconventional tricks which mean nothing to us. Seeing Clark still relaxed, Bert knew he was surely tricked by this fool. Before coming, it was said that they would only face some arrogant ordinary people, requiring a little demonstration to intimidate them. Now this, how could he call it ordinary people? Watching Bond's lightning-fast figure, Bert also got a headache. Whoever you are and whatever skills you possess, no one will take away my little sister today. With that, Bert directly drew the sword on his back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, Bond attacked. The inner energy condensed into sword chi came at high speed, astonishing even Bert. What the hell is this? Clearly, Bond's current combat strength was different from their expectations. He was far from being an ordinary person, or even a skilled martial artist. This was clearly a highly competent martial arts expert. Chapter 236, Mobile Fortress. Bond had a time limit, so he could not afford to waste any words with Bert. He gave Bert two choices. Either surrender immediately by raising both hands, or be defeated without resistance. Naturally, this level of battle was likely to cause injuries. Observing Bert's state, Bond sneered inwardly. You think you can stop me with such mediocre skills? Even Dash doesn't have the right to do so. Who are you? Bert was indeed strong, and showed no sign of weakening under Bond's relentless assault. However, how long could he maintain this stance? Initially, Bert thought that he only needed to hold out for a while until Bond couldn't sustain his high-frequency attacks. If Bond really had this stamina, Bert would have conceded defeat. However, things turned out differently from what he expected. Bert initially believed his own tactics could last him for a while, but it didn't. He found that Bond seemed inexhaustible, growing even stronger as the fight continued, nearly overwhelming him. This realization made Bert panic. At this rate, wouldn't he have no chance to catch his breath? How old was Bert? Despite practicing on Mount Qingqing, there was no way he could match Bond's 20-plus years of experience. The disparity in their training time was obvious. Initially confident, Clark soon grew anxious as he saw events unfolding beyond his control. If this continued, the consequences would be disastrous. Damn it, who is this guy? How can he battle my second brother to such an extent? Even with prior preparation, anyone would struggle to remain calm when faced with this reality. Bert, covered in sweat, could barely move, realizing early on that his tactics were futile against Bond, who showed no signs of tiring and whose strength only grew. Defeat loomed inevitable at this rate. Bert feared that xiuxian had far more formidable experts than he realized, and now he might meet his downfall here. Watching Bond unleash various moves of the six-pulse divine sword, Bert managed to block initially but gradually found himself overwhelmed. He could distinctly feel that he couldn't keep up with Bond's rhythm. Standing before him was someone too powerful for him to handle. With a loud boom, just when everyone thought Bert could endure longer, they saw him scream in agony, then fly backward, landing heavily on the ground. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His previous arrogance was gone. Dash was utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, has it become a trend to be so powerful now? No one anticipated Bond's rapid improvement from seeming ordinary to becoming a formidable warrior. Now I'm truly in big trouble. Breathing heavily, Dash couldn't understand the situation anymore. Only Gary sneered, honestly, you guys are pretty stupid, thinking you can face our CEO Lin with just these tricks. What a joke. He knew Bond's prowess well. Even after strengthening himself, Gary wasn't Bond's match. Now, these few people stood no chance. Bert might be strong, but he had encountered the wrong opponent. Born at the same time as Zhuge Liang, a reference to a historical Chinese idiom, he would never achieve peace of mind. I already told you clearly before. Your methods can't threaten me, and I'm willing to cooperate. But you wouldn't listen. Why make things so difficult? He sighed. He hadn't wanted to act originally but was forced into it. Still, through this fight, Bond demonstrated his strength, easing future troubles. Imelda looked at Clark and Bert. I thought you called me today for something important. Who would have guessed it was for the Rong-Rong-Dan formula? Truly laughable. I've cut ties with the Xia family. Don't come to me again, or else, even I won't spare you if you use such despicable means next time. Clark seethed silently. On the ground, Bert was dazed, muttering, this can't be happening. How can this happen? I should have been quite a formidable expert. Years of hard work on Mount Qingqing aimed at bringing glory to his clan had led to this unexpected outcome. Bringing honor to the family seemed distant now. Bond glanced at Imelda beside him. We're done here. Let's go. Imelda blushed, surprised that Bond not only defended her but did so with such skill, defeating her supposedly omnipotent brother. As they left, Bond suddenly stopped and looked at Dash nearby. Dash felt a chill run down his spine and took 2 steps back. What are you looking at? The translation adheres closely to the original structure and maintains the tone and style of the text while ensuring natural fluency in English. Chapter 237. He has no hope left. Seeing Dash so tense, Bond couldn't help but laugh. Dash, you don't need to be this nervous. I'm not going to eat you. Today's events should be enough for you to recognize the gap between us. I've never considered you a serious opponent. I just applied a little effort. Bond smiled at Dash and said, let me advise you. It's best if you stop causing trouble for me. Previously, Bond didn't care much about what Dash wanted to do. But now that his strength had increased, he would no longer allow Dash to act as he pleased. Of course, the first thing was to make all these former opponents clearly understand one thing. Going against Bond was not a wise choice. This time, whether it was the Xia family or Dash, they were going to pay a price. As for the so-called Giselbert, the game had only just begun, and Bond had plenty of time to contend with this young master. Dash looked at Bond and clenched his fists. Bond, don't celebrate too soon. I will regain my strength soon. At that time, I hope you can take responsibility for what you said today. Dash left, unable to stay any longer. Remaining here would truly make him look like a clown. Obviously, this was not the outcome he wanted. According to his original plan, this scenario should not have occurred. But now, because of Bond's appearance, all his plans were completely disrupted. Continuing to stay would only lead to ridicule. Even if Dash had thick skin, he could no longer bear the humiliation. So after leaving this harsh message, he chose to flee in panic. After watching Dash leave, Bond turned to Imelda. Now, no one from the Xiao family can say anything against you. If you're willing, we can leave here right now. Imelda hadn't expected what seemed like a difficult issue to resolve so easily for Bond. Looking at the solemn expressions on the faces of those present, it was evident that no one in the Xiao family dared to stop them now. Thus, Bond confidently left with Imelda without any obstacles. Though Clark still felt resentful, he had to admit that with his capabilities, he couldn't achieve much. This time, Dash's plan failed completely. Bond then turned his attention to Imelda. Dash has always been against me, but unfortunately, he ended up defeated by me. I didn't expect this guy to now target you. Bond spoke with a touch of helplessness, while Imelda's eyes carried a hint of disdain. Although I was summoned here by Clark, I knew this matter definitely involved Dash. Imelda had long seen through Dash's schemes, but hadn't exposed them. She initially hoped Dash might change his ways, but unexpectedly, he remained obstinate until the end. Perhaps even Dash didn't foresee that Clark, whom he thought was a partner, would betray him at a crucial moment. If Bond hadn't appeared at the most critical time, Imelda might not have been able to leave today. Even though I don't know what Dash really wants, I understand that all this trouble is meant to find fault with me. I never imagined he harbored such deep resentment toward me, almost to the point of being irreconcilable. Regarding Dash's current state, Bond felt quite helpless. His strength far exceeded Dash's, making dealing with him not very challenging. But things had changed dramatically from what Bond had initially predicted, leaving him uncertain about what to face next. Imelda chuckled beside him. The reason Dash retreated from the border is that he himself was injured, losing the strength he once had. Otherwise, despite some setbacks in Xiuxian, he wouldn't have been abandoned. Ultimately, Dash was abandoned by the Star Palace organization due to his weakened power, which made him less valuable in their eyes. So Dash is trying to find you to recover his strength? Doesn't that sound a bit unrealistic? I heard this guy learned quite a bit about medical skills. Bond knew that Dash was a prodigy doctor, someone who shouldn't struggle to regain his strength. Imelda replied, I couldn't confirm before, but after interacting with Dash a few times, I can affirm that his injuries are very severe, beyond the healing abilities of ordinary people. Even he can't do anything about it. What Dash needs now is the assistance of his former mentors. The original plot did not include this development since Dash had sailed smoothly, sweeping away all right. Chapter 238. Investigate first. I never expected Dash to be so persistent this time. Even I am quite surprised. According to this guy's character, he shouldn't have made such a decision. No matter what, Imelda had some understanding of Dash, but it was certain that Dash's current actions were completely different from what they had expected. At this moment, Imelda continued, I heard that the Long family has been restless lately, seemingly getting involved with some Tang family. It took considerable effort to establish a Chamber of Commerce alliance in Jiangxing, led by Bond, with all parties cooperating to ensure their short-term interests. But now, the Long family is jumping out first to hinder further progress, which is something no one could accept. Originally, the Chamber of Commerce alliance was going well, but with the current situation, no one knows what awaits us next. Since things have happened, there's not much we can say. Bond sighed helplessly. No matter how they viewed the issue previously, they could only do their best under the current circumstances. Now, I need to deal with someone I've never seen before. Giselbert's actions have threatened us. As for Dash, I'll have to put him on hold for now. Dash kept persistently targeting Bond, but Bond didn't take him seriously at all. Moreover, Bond had more ambitious goals and couldn't afford to focus solely on Dash. Hearing Bond's words, even Imelda, standing beside him, felt somewhat admiring. I know, dealing with the Tang family will definitely be tough. So I will try my best to make Dash cooperate with your actions, ensuring the unification of all forces in Jiangxing. Imelda didn't have many solutions. She could only do her best to make everyone cooperate with Bond. After resolving Imelda's issues, Bond learned from her that Dash's masters couldn't leave the mountain. So now, Dash had no support. If he couldn't restore his strength, he would never be able to turn things around. Unfortunately, he currently had no advantages and restoring his strength would be incredibly difficult. Thus, Bond could ignore Dash completely. Even Mitzi was very happy to hear this news. Compared to Giselbert, Dash is harder to handle. This guy has been watching our every move for so long that no one knows his true intentions. Now that he can't deal with us as before, it's a good opportunity for us. Mitzi looked at Bond curiously, wondering what he planned to do next. Dash poses almost no threat to me anymore, but my opponents are not just those in front of me. Honestly, the entire Long family gave Bond quite a headache. Although he managed to leave them helpless through various means, this wasn't a long-term solution. Due to the Long family's breach of contract, Bond received corresponding compensation. This money came from Giselbert. Giselbert's real aim was to obtain the atomic solid-state battery, now firmly in the hands of Bond and Tinsley. Giselbert wouldn't let things continue as they were, and might soon use dubious means to seize it. The atomic solid-state battery is receiving attention from multiple parties, but no one is willing to cooperate with us because they have too many internal issues and don't dare easily trust us. Another reason is that they want to see if they can also develop a similar battery. Everyone knew that the atomic solid-state battery would revolutionize the field in the future. Yet, despite this, no one was willing to step forward and acknowledge its excellence during this critical period. Because Bond understood all this, he was clear on what needed to be done next. All rights to the atomic solid-state battery are with Tinsley, and you've taken the opportunity to establish an independent company, making it your flagship product. Bond nodded. Mitzi was right, and this was the best way to solve their problems. However, Bond was worried that the Long family might act unpredictably. If they reached the point of desperation, serious trouble would ensue. Although the Long family successfully acquired the Starlight Group, the profits it brought were far from what they expected. Furthermore, the management of the Starlight Group was very strict, requiring each leader to have enough foresight. Otherwise, profitability couldn't be guaranteed. If the Long family had such experts, they wouldn't have halted the atomic solid-state battery project initially. Thus, within a week of acquiring the Starlight Group, it began deteriorating rapidly. Management chaos, unclear decisions, everything about the Starlight Group seemed unbelievable. Was this still the once powerful Starlight Group? On the other side, Bond found Ria and prepared to confront Giselbert together. Since Giselbert had a system, these finances could be a breakthrough. First, confirm whether Giselbert's funds are clean, then seek other solutions. Although Bond knew the chances of success weren't high, it was worth trying given the lack of leads. Previously, Ria would never have agreed, but after witnessing Bond's capabilities and actions, she now had a better opinion of him. Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate all of Giselbert's financial movements. If there are any issues, I'll contact you immediately, Ria promised, patting her ample chest. Now, they had many questions about the Tang family and naturally needed to investigate them systematically. Chapter 239. What is a local bully? Bond knew well the strengths of his opponents, and because of this, dealing with them was not particularly stressful. No matter how formidable the Long family might be, they were still lacking in some critical areas. They wanted to challenge Bond based on their own strength, but this was simply unrealistic. Such matters can be thought about, but attempting them is quite difficult. Bond was certainly not someone who could be easily dealt with as they imagined. Azrael had tried several times to intimidate Bond, believing that this method could terrify and restrain him. However, Bond remained unchanged, doing things according to his own will. The Atomic Energy Laboratory had now completely separated from them and started its own path. Therefore, Bond no longer needed to consider these people at all. Nobody knew what the future held for Starlight Corporation, but it was certain that few cared about it by now. Initially, Bond wanted to help Starlight Corporation turn things around faster, but clearly, it was no longer necessary for him. At first, Azrael did not realize the impact of these events. Or perhaps in his view, as long as Starlight Corporation was in his hands, there was nothing to fear. Over time, however, Starlight Corporation began to spiral into a more chaotic state. Just as Bond said, many people here lack the required ability. Azrael thought he could control Starlight Corporation as easily as before after taking it over, but the outcome was completely different from what he had expected. He believed that the accomplishments of Starlight Corporation were due to the Long family's support for Tinsley, but obviously, none of these achievements had anything to do with the Long family. Everything relied on Tinsley. Without her leading, Starlight Corporation might have faced an extreme downfall. This was an obvious fact known to everyone. Unfortunately, Azrael didn't understand it. Perhaps he thought Tinsley wasn't so important, but his attitude was bound to cause major problems, and now Starlight Corporation faced some uncontrollable troubles. Firstly, internal corruption became increasingly severe. Initially, the Long family members all spoke beautifully about treating the corporation like home and making it better than under Tinsley. But in reality, once they took over, they immediately began embezzling from various aspects. Even with the Tang family's support, if this continued, how much chance would they have? Even Giselbert was now extremely worried. He thought securing Starlight Corporation would grant him the right to develop solid-state atomic batteries. But unexpectedly, those projects had already been transferred away, leaving him empty-handed. However, Giselbert couldn't give up now. After all, this was his only opportunity to access solid-state atomic batteries. Despite his frustrations, he could only grit his teeth and continue. Mr. Long, you should know the ultimate purpose of my visit here today. You are disappointing me greatly with your current performance. At this rate, we face an even graver situation, Giselbert said sternly, looking at Azrael. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Azrael scratched his head awkwardly. Master Tang, I understand your thoughts and we've made decisions early to remedy this situation. The issue lies with Bond. As long as he doesn't cooperate, we cannot get the development rights for the solid-state atomic battery. Upon hearing this, Giselbert slammed the table angrily. Back when I collaborated with you, I never had such worries, and you promised to settle everything. I believed you. Now, I've spent so much money but seen no results. Am I wrong to suspect you deceived me from the start? Giselbert was genuinely angry. He had invested wholeheartedly in helping them. Without his support, the Long family wouldn't have taken over Starlight Corporation from Tinsley. Yet their performance now deeply disappointed him. Looking at Giselbert's expression, Azrael felt very embarrassed. Master Tang, we have done our best. Please give us more time. We'll find a way eventually. Trust that Bond, no matter how capable, has his weaknesses. If we seize this opportunity, he will listen. Giselbert waved his hand. I don't have the patience to wait any longer. Since it's come to this, it seems I must personally handle them. The failure to deal with Bond last time had become a lingering thorn in his side. Now, Giselbert couldn't act as if nothing had happened. Since the project was obstructed by Bond, he would remove Bond from the picture. After resolving this, Giselbert got up and went outside, making a call. No matter what methods you use from now on, I want you to resolve the issue with Bond. His existence greatly impacts me. I want to see him dead within 2 days. Clearly, Giselbert was starting to become deranged. As for what Bond would face next, it didn't concern him at all. Chapter 240. No, I don't want your money. Zoran had no idea how things would develop behind the scenes. However, seeing Giselbert's current state, he understood that this issue wouldn't be resolved easily. Giselbert was evidently furious. Given this, he would definitely rely on his own prowess to solve the problem. While Zoran knew Bond possessed certain covert means, under the current circumstances, it seemed Giselbert's side appeared more powerful. What Zoran didn't know was that just as this thought crossed his mind, Bond had already received word of it. Bond knew all along that Giselbert harbored resentment towards him, but never found a suitable opportunity to make a move. Now, however, given the situation, Giselbert couldn't wait any longer even if he wanted to. So, it seems Giselbert has decided to use this method against me. Bond narrowed his eyes at the young man standing before him. Giselbert believed he could pull off many things with his extensive reach, yet he didn't realize everything was within Bond's control. Bond's network spread across the entire Jiangxing, so any slightest ripple in Jiangxing was immediately detected by him. Brother Lin, it's true. He seems to have arranged some assassins to directly attack you. Bond smiled. The difference between Giselbert and Dash lay in the fact that while Dash still had some background, handling him required greater caution. But Giselbert lacked such complexities. His strengths were in the system support and his vast wealth. So their methods of dealing with problems naturally differed, with Giselbert relying heavily on spending money. Thus, even if he wanted to target Bond, he would need to use money to hire others. But for Bond, Giselbert's attempts likely wouldn't yield much change. It appears these guys are truly desperate, attempting something they know can't succeed. But this is quite an opportunity for us. While others might be worried about these matters, Bond's eyes betrayed not a hint of panic. With his current strength and numerous experts protecting him, it was hard to find reliable assassins within China who could pose a threat to him. Even the most professional assassins entering Jiangqing would be thoroughly exposed by Bond. Brother Lin, what should we do next? Should I continue lurking near him? Bond patted the young man's shoulder. Do what you usually do, there's no need to keep gathering information for me. I don't think Giselbert will make any big moves anytime soon. For Bond, it wasn't necessary to worry too much anymore. Giselbert's plan to use assassins to resolve matters simply wouldn't work. If it were that easy, they wouldn't have been so troubled earlier. After the young man left, Bond turned his attention to Mitzi. You don't need to worry about the Qin family. Everything is proceeding as usual, with no unexpected issues. Mitzi understood Bond's current predicament, with various factions targeting him. Handling these challenges promptly posed a significant test. Neither the Long family nor the Tang family can substantially affect me. In the end, their combined efforts only amount to this. Understanding Giselbert's key weakness allowed Bond to better prepare his response. This time, Bond intended to make the hired assassins fail completely, ensuring they wouldn't dare take up such tasks again, thus preventing Giselbert from squandering money. Bond hoped that Giselbert's system had penalties for failure. After arranging Mitzi's affairs, Bond spent the following days wandering around carelessly. Surprisingly, he did encounter a few attempts on his life. Sadly, their skills were far too inadequate compared to Bond, requiring no intervention from his 4 bodyguards. Bond alone could handle them effortlessly. News of Bond's assassination attempts quickly spread throughout Jiangqing, drawing considerable public attention, especially from the local authorities. Bond led the merchant guild, transforming Jiangqing's business landscape. Any danger to him at this critical juncture could jeopardize social progress for the city. However, when officials offered protection, Bond sternly declined. For Bond, accepting protection now would sabotage his plans. Bond had prepared extensively for what came next. Hobart, I regret to inform you that your assassination order is beyond our capabilities. Bond's power is overwhelming. Our dispatched experts failed to get close and were eliminated. At that moment, Giselbert stood on a villa balcony for half an hour, phone in hand. Upon hearing the response, his hand trembled. I paid you 50 million, and you can't even complete such a simple task? Has your level dropped this much? The other party replied, Hobart, please don't be upset. As we couldn't complete your task, we will return your payment in full, plus an additional 50 million as compensation. Hearing they would refund his money, Giselbert became agitated, shouting, You bastards, am I short of this money? If you really dare return my money, I'll ruin your reputation and expose your incompetence to everyone. Sadly, just as he spoke, his phone buzzed with a notification. Chime, 100 million credited to your account. Hearing this, Giselbert nearly fainted, his vision darkening. Chapter 241. All Master's Tasks. At this moment, Bond also found Rachel. Business at the Xiao family had been quite good recently. The most important factor was the cooperation between Rachel and Imelda. Initially, Rachel helped Imelda, but subsequently, Imelda returned the favor, bringing a lot of business to Rachel. Things for Rachel had indeed improved significantly. Mr. Lin is a rare visitor, Rachel smiled as she looked at Bond. She knew Bond would not visit without a reason. Given his appearance now, there must be something serious. Seeing Rachel's smiling face, Bond shook his head slightly. There's no problem in Jiangqing. Recently, many people have wanted to kill me, but their skills aren't enough. His calmness about life and death issues was unparalleled. Others would be anxious upon learning someone was trying to assassinate them. Yet, Rachel could tell that Bond took it lightly, even after several assassination attempts. His bravery in coming alone to meet her was evident. Rachel sat up straighter. So, Mr. Lin, what brings you here? Do you want me to help solve these problems? With a flirtatious laugh, she added, If so, I suggest you think again. After all, I don't have that kind of capability. Bond responded, I assume you've heard who has been causing trouble for me lately. I've heard Giselbert once had a marriage arrangement with you, which you ended. His return now seems aimed at settling scores. Rachel snorted. I don't know much about him. To me, he's just a passerby. Past events needn't be discussed. Even if he returns now, it's pointless. Can't expect me to view him differently just because he has money now. Xiao family wasn't like before. Even Rachel didn't think Giselbert deserved any special attention. While you may say so, Giselbert clearly doesn't feel the same. He wants the atomic energy solid-state battery project to boost his status, explained Bond. He understood Giselbert's ambitions very well, but chose not to speak about them earlier. Changing one's fate by allying with Long family was an appealing thought, but Giselbert had picked the wrong opponent, sealing his fate for failure. Rachel looked at Bond curiously. I'm curious. Why did you come here? To ask for my help, or to negotiate with Giselbert? Bond replied, Neither. I hope you can keep your distance from him. If he approaches you with tricks, it could be troublesome. I need you as a partner. Rachel, looking at Bond seriously, said, Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I have nothing to discuss with him. No matter what tactics he uses, it won't change my opinion. At least on this issue, my stance remains unchanged. Rachel was prepared for the worst and confident in her abilities. Giselbert's schemes were no threat, and Rachel had ways to handle any issues. Seeing her determination, Bond nodded approvingly. Miss Xiao having her own thoughts is best. Giselbert might be undergoing a very challenging test. Hearing this, Rachel became interested. A test? With the Tang family's power, who can challenge him? Bond smiled, teasing her curiosity. The Tang family is powerful but not at the pinnacle. For Giselbert to climb higher, he needs help and a show of loyalty. This mission is part of that. His words made Rachel's expression turn sour. You mean Giselbert's purpose is just to prove himself? All his actions are just for self-validation, confirmed Bond. Internally, Rachel was disgusted but kept her composure. Meanwhile, Bond received a system notification. Ding. Detected villainous behavior against the protagonist. Villain points awarded. 500. Clearly, Bond's revelation swayed Rachel somewhat. This reassured Bond. If Rachel knew Giselbert's actions were merely tasks, it would alter how she perceived his efforts. Thus, Bond opted for an indirect approach to foil Giselbert's plans rather than confront him directly. It allowed him to earn more villain points while ensuring Giselbert's torment in Jiangqing. Regarding this, I'm not fully certain, but current intelligence suggests so, Bond concluded. Why do you think Giselbert rose so quickly in such a short time with just his abilities? Chapter 242. Building Trust. Rachel pondered deeply. Indeed, Giselbert was an utterly ordinary guy a long time ago. Due to his family's downfall, he ultimately chose to live with the Xiao family. Originally, there was a marriage agreement between them. However, since the Tang family had declined many years ago, the Xiao family also decisively canceled the engagement. This was a very normal occurrence, but in Giselbert's eyes, it was blatant humiliation. So they say that fortunes shift over 30 years. Over these years, Giselbert has secretly accumulated power, leading to his current situation. He came back this time for revenge. But what Giselbert didn't expect was that everything should have gone according to plan smoothly. Yet this unexpected wrench threw off all his plans at the critical moment. Mr. Lin, you're probably telling me all this to deal with Giselbert. Rachel slowly lifted her head and looked at Bond. Bond shook his head sincerely. If it were just to deal with Giselbert, I would have many ways to handle him. I'm only worried that you might have some other views on him. After all, this guy has been receiving covert guidance. So, he might be entirely different from before. After all, you two were friends many years ago. If you were to be deceived by him temporarily, it would be troublesome. Bond smiled self-mockingly. I'm confident about handling the situation in Jiangqing, but dealing with so many opponents at once is still challenging for me. Bond wasn't joking either. If it were earlier, he wouldn't have taken it seriously. But now, given the circumstances, he must ensure that nothing big goes wrong in Jiangqing. If even Rachel chooses to cooperate with Giselbert, it would mean all of Bond's efforts have failed. Looking at Bond's earnest expression, Rachel thought for a moment, then nodded. I don't know how much I can believe what you've said, but I'd rather believe Mr. Lin isn't that uninteresting a person. So, you wouldn't deceive me on this easily. As for whether this is true or not, I'll need to feel it out myself. Rachel nodded, appearing quite calm at this moment. Although everyone knew things would be more complicated than expected, Rachel here didn't seem particularly worried. Hearing Rachel's response, Bond finally let out a sigh of relief, at least confirming that the situation matched their previous conjectures. Miss Xiao thinking like this is indeed the best outcome. If you need any help later, feel free to ask. Now we're all part of the same chamber of commerce. Mutual assistance is inevitable. By saying this, Bond implied that the atomic solid-state battery could also share some benefits. But unexpectedly, Rachel shook her head. I usually don't involve myself in matters outside my domain. I know the other 4 major families are all paying attention to the atomic solid-state battery, but to me, it's an insignificant matter. Although it might change the future and bring significant profits, I don't want to get too involved. If there's something beneficial to me, Mr. Lin can let me know in advance. Bond hadn't anticipated Rachel would respond like this. Seeing her serious face made Bond truly admire her. Maybe I was overthinking this. Since Miss Xiao has said so much, I won't insist further. Feel free to reach out if you need anything later. Finally relieved, Bond left, knowing Rachel's words weren't a joke and that he had successfully undermined Giselbert's position. No matter what tricks Giselbert had up his sleeve, he wouldn't pose a threat to Bond in the short term. Rachel watched Bond leave, deep in thought. A middle-aged man walked up behind her. Are you sure this guy can be trusted? After some contemplation, Rachel replied. While it sounds unreliable, considering it's coming from him, it's worth believing. The Xiao family holds little value for him. We can be cast aside easily. He doesn't need to painstakingly fabricate so many details just for us. Surprised by Rachel's high regard for Bond, the middle-aged man chuckled. I thought your stance on this matter would be different, but it turns out I underestimated you. Well, since you value him so much, let's see what surprises this young master of the Tang family will bring us. Bond wasn't sure how much Rachel believed his words, but as long as he planted a seed of doubt in her mind, he could be assured. Besides, he was also monitoring the Xia family. Although those guys got a severe thrashing from Bond previously, they didn't leave Jiangqing. They might still be seeking an opportunity to act. At this moment, Bond received a call from Imelda. Brother Lin, do you have time? Bond thought for a moment. Not busy right now, what's up? Need help with something? Imelda smiled and replied. It's not me, it's Abby. She was upset due to Dash recently, but I've consoled her a bit. Just that she wants to meet you, and probably has a lot to say. Hearing Imelda's words, Bond breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Abby knew what to do next. Alright, I'll come over to see what's up. Feeling especially good today after persuading Rachel, Bond hurriedly headed towards Imelda's xiuxian beauty salon without delay. Chapter 243. Having more enemies is not necessarily a bad thing. Bond had yet to decide what to do with Abby next. Regarding all the events involving Abby, he could only express his helplessness. After all, from the very beginning, everything was closely tied to Dash, and even Bond couldn't intervene. However, now he chose to let Abby know the truth and make her own decision, whether to continue following Dash or live differently. But regardless, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to Abby. It was uncertain whether she could recover from this nightmare-like disaster in a short time. When Bond arrived at Xiuxian Beauty Salon, Imelda had already been waiting for quite some time. Brother Lin, I heard that those people from the Xia family are still staying in Jiangqing. It seems they don't plan on leaving anytime soon. Imelda remained vigilant about the Xia family. She understood these people wouldn't give up easily, but no one could predict what would happen next. If the Xia family wants to stay, then let them. They can't possibly cause any significant trouble in Jiangqing. What was true before is still true now. Besides, nowadays various social forces have united, so how much can just a few members of the Xiao family achieve? Bond, of course, knew that the Xiao family still harbored resentment over past events. But what could they do? Even the people who came down from Qingqing Mountain were dealt with effortlessly by Bond. The ones after them certainly wouldn't pose any threat. Though Bond spoke calmly, Imelda still wore a serious expression. Regardless, these Xiao family guys are more cunning than we thought. If they come up with any tricks, it could be troublesome. So, we must remain cautious to avoid unexpected moves from them. Imelda knew her relatives well. Though they seemed to have changed their attitude, they were actually waiting for an opportune moment. No one knew what would happen next, but it was certain that the Xiao family would eventually make a move. Bond simply smiled faintly at this point. If these guys really intend to act against us, let them try. It's not a big deal for me. Now, we're dealing with Giselbert and Dash. Even if we add the Xiao family to the list, it makes no difference. Others might fear these challenges, even worrying about potential repercussions. But Bond didn't care. He knew his opponents. Having 2 deadly enemies was bad enough, but adding 1 more wouldn't change much. Moreover, even if the entire Xiao family gathered together, they were far from Bond's match. The gap between them was too large. Imelda originally wanted to say more, but seeing Bond's determined gaze, she gradually abandoned her thoughts. She knew once Bond made a decision, he wouldn't easily change his mind. The Xiao family did have some means, but it wasn't enough to defeat Bond. They would only embarrass themselves as before. I didn't expect these guys to value the Rongyuan pill formula so much that they'd risk tearing things off with Dash. Because of them, Dash must also be quite troubled. This was what Imelda found most incomprehensible. Although the formula was indeed important, it never reached the extent that the Xiao family acted so actively. But Imelda couldn't fully understand the matter's deeper implications. Don't overthink it. Whatever the Xiao family intends to do, let them try. To me, they are merely trifles easily dealt with. What others find troublesome, I don't consider as an opponent. Imelda looked at Bond in admiration. If it were anyone else, they would be anxiously considering how to respond. But looking at Bond now, there was not a hint of fear in his eyes, even when facing Bert previously. I never imagined Brother Lin was so powerful. Even my elder brother would not be your match, Imelda whispered, admitting that Bond was indeed stronger than they thought. After Imelda's remark, Bond realized he had limited resources left. It was time to spin the prize machine to gather more trump cards. The more cards Bond held, the greater his chances against these foes. Whether he admitted it or not, he had to acknowledge their capabilities. Knowing these would bring bigger troubles in the future, he had to be prepared. Soon, the two arrived inside the Xuanhuan beauty salon. Surprisingly, the salon had undergone renovations, looking several times better than before. Remember when I first helped you set up this shop? It was barely starting. I didn't think in such a short time you've made such significant changes, Bond remarked, feeling amazed. It's mainly because the Rongyuan pill affects many people significantly. Once its effects were proven, it quickly gained widespread attention. Despite the flourishing business, Imelda didn't delude herself into thinking it was all her doing. While she played a role, it was Bond's Rongyuan pill that truly drew people in. At this moment, Bond noticed Abby helping out at the salon. Seeing her again, Abby appeared much better, clearly having moved on from her past troubles. Chapter 244, The Meaning of Life. Abby being able to walk out of her past nightmares was naturally a good thing for Bond. However, she still hadn't found her life's purpose and therefore stayed on to help at xiuxian beauty parlor. When Bond and Imelda walked in, Abby naturally saw him. Soon, she approached them. Mr. Lin, how do you have the time to come here today? It's been quite a while since I last saw you. Abby looked at Bond with a smile, seemingly having truly forgotten all that had transpired in the past. Bond responded, I left you here for a while so you could calm down and reflect on what kind of life you really want. I heard from Imelda that you've had some thoughts lately, which is why you called me here. I'm also curious, how do you plan to arrange your future now? As Bond spoke, he walked further inside and sat down. Abby stared at his back for a moment before responding. In fact, during this time, I gradually came to understand many truths. I thought everything I did before was for justice, but later realized I had been brainwashed by the Star Palace organization, and all my actions were for their goals. Now, I just want to genuinely help ordinary people. Abby knew just how despicable her past actions were and understood the disasters she brought upon ordinary people worldwide. So her current thoughts were simple, to atone for her past sins. The Star Palace organization has always guarded the borders, but they've acted recklessly due to their strength, disobeying commands. The top brass has been troubled by Star Palace for years. They are no longer the organization that safeguarded the borders, willing to sacrifice everything. This edit improves fluency and naturalness in English while preserving the meaning of the original text. The term toe-tongue is better translated as troubled by rather than has been headaches for a more idiomatic expression in English. Additionally, restructuring the latter part of the sentence makes it clearer and more consistent with English phrasing. Even Bond could only sigh over the changes in the Star Palace organization. They once fought hard for the safety of the world's majority. Now, they only cared about their own power. To say then, what should I do to make myself feel better? Abby looked hopefully at Bond. She knew he was different from before, especially after witnessing what he did. He seemed plain but was stronger than she imagined. Seeing Abby's earnest expression, Bond chuckled. Since that's the case, why don't you stay with me? There's indeed much to handle, and you can help. Bond still had numerous issues to resolve. Having Abby around would solve many problems. Abby thought for a moment and agreed without hesitation. All right, I'll follow Mr. Lin. Just tell me what needs doing, and I'll ensure it's handled properly. For Abby, staying at xiuxian beauty parlor felt like underutilization. While it helped realize her value, she wanted more. Her abilities couldn't be fully utilized there. I've offended many recently, so many want my life. You following me might involve many tasks. Are you sure you're mentally prepared? You might face Aldo again. Upon hearing this, Abby didn't hesitate, smiling as she shook her head. If it were before, I doubt if I'm ready, but now I know these people and I aren't on the same path. Bond chose to tell Abby the truth because he knew she wouldn't collude with those like Dash after knowing the truth. In her eyes, using such vile means to win was despicable. It's best if you're mentally prepared. You can follow me, and I'll inform you promptly if any issues arise. Bond faced countless troubles daily. Having an expert like Abby for protection wasn't a bad thing. Imelda also sighed in relief. She had worried about Abby refusing and not knowing what to do next, but surprisingly, Abby showed no resistance. Staying at Xiuxian Beauty Parlor was inadequate for Abby, but following Bond allowed her to serve a greater purpose. More importantly, Bond was crucial to everyone, especially after seeing his deeds. Protecting him was a way for her to atone. See, it's not that complicated. Give her direction, and everything will fall into place. Suddenly, distant screams broke through. Rushing forward, Bond saw a young woman lying on the floor, convulsing violently. Imelda and Abby also turned their attention. Chaos engulfed Xiuxian Beauty Parlor. Frowning, Bond saw the woman appeared to be suffering a recurrence of a condition. Fortunately, his medical skills could be tested. Big Brother Lin. It seems only you can handle this situation. Bond glanced and already knew the situation. Don't worry, it's a piece of cake for me. Confidently, Bond strode towards the scene. Chapter 245. Did he disturb the protagonist's nest? Originally, when someone suddenly fell ill and fainted in the shop, such incidents were nothing special and certainly didn't require much attention. But as Bond was about to approach, he heard someone nearby shouting loudly. Stop. This person's condition is more complicated than you think. If you rashly attempt to help, you'll face retaliation. Upon hearing this unexpected voice, Bond couldn't help but frown and look at the newcomer. A young man was rushing towards him, speaking loudly as if something incredibly significant had occurred. The moment Bond saw the young man, he felt an uneasy premonition, as if everything happening now seemed like a scene from a script. But Bond still managed to suppress his irritation and replied calmly. You haven't even examined her to understand why she's in this state. Isn't it too presumptuous to make such definitive judgments? The young man sneered coldly. My methods are beyond your comprehension. What you cannot see, I can see clearly. Let me advise you, don't insist on acting rashly, or you might get yourself into serious trouble. As the young man spoke with utmost certainty, anyone unaware would believe he had some inside information. Bond looked at him with a different expression now. Imelda, who stood nearby, took a few steps forward. I may not know your identity, but you're meddling far too much. I'm the owner here, and I trust his medical skills. The tension between them made the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Standing there, Bond remained silent for a while. This situation was indeed unexpected for him. Amidst their argument, a woman approached them urgently. I don't care who's stronger. Please, save my sister quickly. I don't know what happened to her. She was fine just a moment ago. Seeing her distress, the young man replied, such a beautiful lady. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Norman. Norman? Upon hearing this name, Bond's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected to encounter another big protagonist under such circumstances. Bond's mind raced as he gazed at Norman. If his guess was correct, the system should be here as well. As Bond speculated, Norman continued speaking to the woman. To be honest, my master was one of the 3 renowned medical immortals back then. I came down the mountain to fulfill my master's last wish. As Norman said this earnestly, Imelda interjected with a sneer before Bond could respond. The world sure is amusing. Anyone dares to boast and claim they're descendants of medical immortals. To me, it seems certain people have no shame and can fabricate any lie. Clearly siding with Bond, Imelda's indignant tone made it seem like these strangers had offended them greatly. Even Bond scratched his head awkwardly. Ding. Detecting host's villainous behavior, increasing villain points by 500. Bond suspected the system might be malfunctioning. This clearly had nothing to do with him. Why did the villain points increase because of this? After confirming that Norman was truly the protagonist, Bond considered how to respond. Little did he know that the addition of villain points would automatically position him as an enemy in Norman's eyes. Even though Imelda was standing up for him, Bond felt particularly aggrieved, but understood he had no right to complain. Norman sized up Bond seriously. According to your statement, I don't possess such abilities. So, perhaps your companion has this capability. His tone clearly indicated disdain for Bond, believing he wasn't qualified. Bond also wanted to admit he indeed lacked the skill. He didn't want to provoke Norman, despite being unclear about his strength. Being the protagonist meant getting entangled would be troublesome. With Giselbert and Dash already giving him headaches, adding Norman would only complicate things further. Before Bond could respond, Imelda laughed coldly. Of course, Brother Lin has an absolute advantage in this. You'll soon realize that your so-called skills are worthless compared to Brother Lin's. Bond tried to pull Imelda back, signaling her to stop. The more they talked, the worse it got. He didn't want to attract more problems. Unfortunately, Imelda didn't understand. Brother Lin, don't worry. I know your capabilities. You can easily handle this issue. Imelda believed in Bond's strength, thinking it unnecessary to consider Norman's feelings. Seeing this, Norman's face turned ugly. It was the first time someone belittled him so openly, making his tone colder. So, you really have some remarkable skills, Norman remarked, clearly disbelieving Bond's ability. Bond didn't know what to say. Imelda pointed at the unconscious woman. Brother Lin, show him exactly how skilled you are. Bond sighed. At this point, he couldn't pretend nothing had happened. Today, he would have to act. Thinking this, Bond stepped forward and looked at the unconscious woman on the ground. Chapter 246, an extra precaution. At first glance, it indeed appeared to be a case of fainting due to oxygen deprivation caused by blood stasis. However, if this situation were handled in such a straightforward manner, it could lead to serious complications for him. One couldn't help but acknowledge that the person responsible was cunning in their approach. A less experienced young doctor might have fallen for it, but fortunately, this time he faced Bond. Bond, however, could find a solution where others failed. Although it appears as though this is caused by cerebral ischemia due to blood stasis, Bond said coolly, then glanced at Norman who stood nearby with a sneering look. Bond had no intention of revealing anything to Norman, especially since he suspected that Norman might also understand the true cause. Precisely because of this, Bond had to act cautiously. Each one of these people was tricky to deal with. As the main character, Norman wouldn't tolerate any failure in his plan and would likely sabotage Bond once he realizes Bond understood the problem. To prevent further issues, thorough preparation was necessary before proceeding. Norman, unaware of Bond's true thoughts, inwardly smirked when he heard Bond attribute the issue to blood stasis causing oxygen deprivation leading to fainting. You may be a simpleton if you think this is all so straightforward, Norman thought, watching Bond closely. I'll let you make a fool of yourself, and I'll step in later. In Norman's mind, he had already planned the best way to handle this situation. Now he waited for Bond to make things worse. Unknown to Norman, Bond had seen through his plans long ago and was observing Norman's every move. Imelda wanted to support Bond on stage, but didn't realize that Bond had already laid his own strategy. Bond knew Imelda hadn't fully grasped the situation and acted too rashly. The young woman turned to Bond, questioning his capabilities. Can you really cure my sister? She asked skeptically. Bond smiled. You'll know soon enough if I can, but her condition is quite complicated. Whether or not to trust me is your decision, he added. Norman chimed in, this beautiful miss, from any angle. Please believe that the young man here is a fraud. Jody was now thoroughly confused. She and her sister had only planned to relax after recent stressful events, but everything changed with her sister's sudden collapse. Faced with Bond and Norman's conflicting opinions, Jody struggled to decide. How can anyone be sure what they've said is true? Norman had assumed his victory was certain, given Bond's unconvincing appearance. Yet, unexpectedly, Jody turned to Imelda. Since this is Miss Xia's territory, I trust in her judgment. If Miss Xia says Mr. Lin can do it, then please proceed and save my sister. Norman sighed. You people just refuse to listen. Just watch. He'll surprise you sooner than you think, Norman said sarcastically, pretending to be aggrieved. Bond shot Norman a challenging look. If he couldn't reverse the situation, why not make it even bigger and gain more benefits? As an antagonist, this suits me perfectly. Why do you still look defiant? Norman scoffed. Of course, they simply don't know me well enough to question my abilities, Bond replied confidently. If you're so sure of yourself, how about swapping places? Soon, you'll beg me to clean up your mess. Norman laughed derisively, convinced that Bond had no right to speak, let alone cure the patient. Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? If I win, you apologize publicly. If I lose, I'll grant you any wish without regret. Without hesitation, Norman agreed. All right, you've brought this upon yourself. Bond smiled but remained silent, knowing Norman believed he still had a chance. Unbeknownst to Norman, this decision meant his chances of winning were non-existent. Imelda was surprised by Bond's bold choice. Usually, he wouldn't be so brash, but Norman's earlier remarks must have irked him. However, she trusted Bond, knowing he wouldn't agree unless he was thoroughly prepared. Bond approached the woman slowly, knelt down beside her, and called Abby forward. Meowing, I need your help during the treatment. Chapter 247. Were you just waiting for this day? Norman sneered inwardly at the sight of Bond still needing assistance. If it were him, he could handle everything effortlessly without needing anyone's help. Abby looked bewildered despite her previous declaration of wanting to redeem herself by helping others. Having no clue about what to do in this situation left her utterly confused. It was then that Bond smiled and said to Abby, Don't worry, I've got this covered. Just follow my instructions, and everything will go smoothly. As he spoke, Bond deliberately lowered his voice. You've seen how Norman keeps trying to make things difficult for me. During the treatment process, he might attempt to sabotage again. So, I don't need you to do anything during the treatment, but you must ensure that no one disturbs me throughout the entire process. This was the most critical request Bond had made. Knowing Norman's character, he understood that the latter wouldn't simply watch him succeed without interfering. Therefore, Bond needed to be thoroughly prepared to avoid any failure. Abby initially thought she would have some significant responsibilities, but was surprised by how easy the task turned out to be. I thought it would be something very complicated. Turns out it's such a simple matter. With me here, no one will interrupt your treatment, Abby assured Bond with a determined gaze. With Abby's promise, Bond felt more relieved. He wasn't sure about others, but if Abby had agreed, there was no need to worry too much. Bond soon began the treatment. He took out several goo worms, and even Jody's face changed upon seeing them. Wait, what are you doing? She had assumed Bond was a conventional doctor and hadn't expected him to use this method for treating patients. Bond glanced calmly at Jody and said, Your sister's condition is quite complex. If you keep stopping me, it might cause her further harm. Understanding Jody's concern, Bond didn't get angry but explained patiently why he needed to use this unconventional method. Upon hearing this, Jody still struggled to accept it. Even so, can those worms really treat her? What if they stay inside her body or multiply? What then? Jody's concerns were reasonable. If any worms remain after the treatment, come find me, and I'll take full responsibility. With so many people watching today, I won't lie. You can do a thorough check later to see if I'm bluffing. Imelda also stepped forward. Brother Lin is not an ordinary doctor, so his treatment methods might differ from common practices. But this doesn't mean he's less capable. I trust his abilities. Hearing Imelda's support and considering her sister's complicated condition, Jody reluctantly nodded despite her lingering worries. Meanwhile, Norman sneered. I thought you were some mighty expert, but it turns out you're just a worm doctor. Ignoring Norman's mocking words, Bond focused entirely on the patient. As he mentioned earlier, although the woman appeared to suffer from inadequate blood flow to the brain, the real issue lay with her heart. Even Norman couldn't pinpoint the exact cause, only suspecting something unusual. However, Bond, well-versed in goo worms, knew the reason for the woman's sudden collapse. A bug within her body, a golden armor king worm. Creating such a worm was extremely difficult and often deemed against natural order. Yet, someone used a living person to cultivate it, a terrifying act even by Southland standards. The woman's inability to withstand the effects of this ancient worm caused her symptoms, prompting Bond's immediate intervention. Initially, Norman and others doubted Bond's capabilities. But as time passed, the situation began to change when Bond introduced his cultivated worms into the woman's body. Despite the Golden Armor King worm being highly dangerous, it struggled against the numerous worms. Bond's worms had a clear advantage over the Golden Armor King worm. At first, the woman appeared pale and close to death, but gradually, her complexion improved. This indicated she would regain consciousness soon, with her injuries slowly easing. Seeing this, Norman's expression turned grim, realizing that if Bond succeeded, he would lose face. It's impossible. I cannot let this guy's plan succeed under any circumstances. Even if I have to pay a price, I must stop him now. Just as Norman was about to interfere, Abby gave him a warning look. Though he had thought she was assisting Bond, it became clear she was actually on guard. Bond didn't need Abby's help. Her role was solely to prevent Norman from acting. You little punk, you set this up knowing I'd intervene, Norman snarled, his expression darkening. Note: in maintaining the tone and style, the narrative focuses on the character's thoughts and actions, keeping the English translation coherent with the original Chinese content. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved as requested. Chapter 248. You're just a cheat. If initially there were doubts about Bond's abilities, over time, everyone gradually changed their minds. Not just anyone could achieve what Bond had done. Under his treatment, the woman's complexion had visibly improved significantly compared to before. Regardless of whether they wanted to believe it or not, this was a fact laid out right in front of them. Throughout the process, Bond's efforts were also evident for all to see. Anyone else would not have been as proactive. But Bond's actions and dedication during the entire period earned him much admiration. About 10 minutes passed like this, when suddenly, the crowd saw the woman sit up abruptly from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even Jody was taken aback by this scene. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Where does it hurt? Jody spoke anxiously, her eyes on the blood spit out on the ground, which contained pieces of flesh. Instantly, she felt furious. You damn doctor. I told you before that your method of treatment is unscientific and unreliable. How do you explain yourself now? I told you my sister has ended up this way due to your methods. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let you leave here. Clenching her fists, Jody was clearly furious. Seeing her reaction, Bond only smiled calmly. I said I would treat your sister, and if any problems arise later, you can definitely come to me. However, we're not at that stage yet, are we? Jody sneered coldly. Just as I thought, you're bluffing. Look at the blood on the ground. Norman smirked inwardly at this point. Indeed, fortune favored him. He stepped forward immediately and said, Kid, you're still making excuses at this point? The lady might have been injured earlier, but overall, her condition was reversible. Unlike your approach now, where you use such violent methods for treatment. I admit that there are methods like yours in this world, but it's obvious that you are far from skilled in them. Look at these fresh bloodstains mixed with pieces of flesh. How do you explain that? Clearly, you've damaged her internal organs. Originally agitated, hearing Norman speak made Jody even more anxious, unsure of what to do. She looked at Norman helplessly. This little miracle doctor must know how to treat her. Please save my sister. Whatever I have to do next, I will agree as long as you can save my sister. Hearing this, Norman's eyes lit up. Does she mean anything at all? Clearly, at this moment, Norman's thoughts had wandered, but the look in the woman's eyes towards Norman was one filled with sincere pleading, and absolutely not a joke. Bond observed all this calmly, without any emotional fluctuations, not even considering uttering a word of nonsense. There's no need to worry so much. Although your sister's condition is unique, it doesn't mean it can't be resolved. You are incredibly lucky. Others might be helpless in this situation, but encountering me today is our destiny. Norman now adopted the manner of a quack. Bond scoffed internally at this man's behavior, but didn't say much at the moment, waiting quietly for the right opportunity. As Norman prepared to step forward to provide treatment, Bond blocked his path. My treatment isn't finished yet, so you can't intervene until then. Bond was reasonable in this matter. Since he had already started treating the patient, everything should proceed under his control. If the woman regained consciousness now, who would she trust? Bond or Norman standing in front of her? Norman's expression turned grim. Bastard, don't push your luck here. It's obvious you've already worsened her condition, and now you won't let us help? So, according to you, we can only treat her when she's almost dead? Norman glared at Bond with disdain in his cold laugh. Ding, detected host engaging in antagonist behavior, gaining 1,000 villain points. Sure enough, stopping Norman had made Bond appear to be the big bad guy. But Bond didn't mind at this point. He simply continued smiling. I'm just worried you'll steal my credit. As for whether the lady is in danger, that's none of your concern. Norman gaped at Bond, probably not expecting that despite the situation, Bond still thought so simply. Do you seriously think your meager medical skills can save her? Don't you realize this might lead to even bigger trouble? Norman angrily retorted, unaware of where Bond's confidence stemmed from. He just believed this person in front of him was insane. Bond paid no heed to what Norman said. At this point, his resolve remained firm. No one could stop him. Seeing the predicament, Norman reluctantly turned to Jody beside him. Miss Han, I've tried my best, but unfortunately, this fellow is blocking me, preventing any treatment. It seems your sister's condition today can only end this way. As long as this guy stands here, nothing can be resolved. Jody looked at Bond, her face dark with displeasure. Isn't this going too far? Jody watched Bond, barely suppressing her anger, her tone questioning. Your sister has already been cured. What happened just now is normal. Upon hearing Bond's words, Jody's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you say that? My sister is in such a state now, and instead of actively treating her, you're making nonsense claims. Does she really look fine? Jody was furious. To her, Bond was undoubtedly deceiving her, and her sister was certainly in greater trouble now. If she, as a younger sister, did not stand up now, who else could help them? But even after Jody said all this, Bond remained steadfast in his original stance. Miss Han, please don't worry so much. Since I promised you, I won't joke around. Let's wait. Chapter 249. Didn't I say so? If it were a conventional treatment, Jody might not have been this nervous. But the problem was that Bond's method of treatment was too unique, and thus, she couldn't truly choose to trust him. She had trusted Bond previously only because Imelda was standing beside her. But now, in this situation, Jody definitely could not react as she did before. I'm very sorry, but I can't believe you have this ability, Jody said seriously, looking at Bond. As she spoke, she rushed forward to push Bond aside forcibly, while Norman nearby sneered silently upon seeing this scene. No matter how capable or determined Bond was, he simply could not stop Jody right now, could he? Just as tensions escalated and they were about to get physical, the woman who had fainted on the ground slowly opened her eyes. Little sister. Hearing this voice, Jody froze for a moment. Then, she looked at the gradually awakening woman with disbelief. Sis. Jody had thought Bond was just joking. How could this be real? But now, seeing her sister look rosy-cheeked and seemingly fine, she couldn't help but wonder. Could what Bond said earlier be true? With this thought, Jody couldn't resist asking, Sis, how do you feel now? Do you have any discomfort? Jody saw the woman shake her head after speaking. Who saved me? The woman slowly stood up, and Jody turned her gaze toward Bond. The woman came in front of Bond and bowed. My name is Kaylee. Thank you, doctor, for saving my life. Bond waved his hand. No problem. It's part of my job. You fainted here, and no matter from what perspective, I couldn't ignore it. Now that I see you awake, I'm much more relieved. If anything happens later, you can contact me. The woman nodded. Bond then continued questioning. But your condition this time is special. Do you know what's causing it? To Bond's surprise, the woman nodded. I know there's a bug inside me, but no matter how many treatments I've tried, no one has been able to cure my illness. And no matter how many tests are conducted, there's never any result. Seeing Kaylee's serious demeanor, even Bond felt unexpected. After all, there were many Gu doctors with similar skills to his own. Normally, these people should be able to pinpoint the issue. Why couldn't Kaylee find anyone who could help her? At this moment, Imelda beside them remarked, Miss Han woke up just in time, or else your younger sister would have torn Brother Lin apart. Only then did Kaylee realize how worried her sister must have been after she fainted. Since Bond had solved such a complicated condition using methods beyond ordinary understanding, it was natural for her sister to lash out. With this thought, Kaylee immediately looked at Bond. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. My little sister always gets so worked up. If I offended you in any way, please forgive her. She also gave a stern look to Jody. Aren't you going to apologize to Mr. Lin right away? Jody felt incredibly awkward. She had assumed Bond was a fraud, and that what he did earlier likely worsened her sister's condition. She hadn't realized how complex her sister's illness was. After searching so long without finding a solution, she never imagined someone they met by chance on the street could easily fix it. Seeing the sister's apologetic looks, Bond waved his hand. All right, don't worry about it. For me, this is just a simple task, nothing more. Indeed, Bond didn't take the situation to heart. It was understandable that Jody couldn't understand his actions. Anyone faced with such circumstances would likely react similarly. Beside them, Norman clenched his fists, glaring at Bond angrily. Ding. Detected the host has villainous behavior, increasing villain points to 2,000. Bond glanced sideways at Norman. This guy must have some deep-seated issues. He barely interacted with them, yet in Norman's eyes, it seemed like a major problem. But Bond didn't say much. He simply smiled and greeted Jody and Kaylee again. Shortly after, he noticed his villain actions constantly popping up, clearly indicating that in the small-minded Norman's view, Bond's actions had hit his bottom line. Unfortunately, Norman had no way to restrain Bond, so he could only watch helplessly. After an indeterminate amount of time passed, Miss Han is recovering from a serious illness today and needs plenty of rest, Bond said. This is my contact information. If you need anything, you can call me. Bond knew Kaylee needed rest now, so giving her his number meant he could assist promptly if she needed further help. Moreover, given the complexity of Kaylee's situation, specifically, who had cursed her, it seemed the matter wasn't fully resolved. Kaylee nodded. Thank you so much for your help, Mr. Lin. I'll personally treat you to dinner later. She then pulled her sister and hurriedly left. Bond watched as Norman tried to sneak away. Mr. Su, where are you heading now? Bond asked teasingly, watching Norman's back. Norman paused. Where I go is none of your business. Mind your own. Turning to face Bond, Norman retorted. Where I'm going has nothing to do with you. But you need to honor our bet. Note. This translation retains the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 250. Give me an explanation. What bet? What are you talking about? As expected, Norman immediately turned his back on the matter. Norman knew that once he admitted it, he would lose face. So under the current circumstances, his thoughts were very simple. No matter how much Bond embellished the story, he had to stick to his initial stance and never admit that this was his doing. Bond had anticipated Norman's sudden denial at this critical moment, so he wasn't surprised. Instead, he sneered. So many people witnessed it. Now you say you didn't agree, and that's that? Of course, if you insist on it, I don't mind. Bond naturally didn't care whether Norman fulfilled his promise or not, but his main goal was to embarrass Norman in front of everyone. This was what mattered most to Bond now, and Norman also seemed to be well aware of this. When Bond finished speaking, Norman's expression inevitably changed. Originally, Norman intended to take advantage of everyone's distraction to leave quickly. He hadn't expected Bond to keep focused on him, so any slight movement caught Bond's immediate attention. Imelda also chimed in. Your talk may sound good, but your actions make you look ridiculous. You bragged a lot before, but now faced with issues, you're trying to wriggle out of it. A person like you will always be looked down upon. Imelda's words hit Norman right where it hurt. Originally, Norman didn't plan to comment on this or concede, but he hadn't expected Imelda to describe him this way, especially with so many people watching. He couldn't pretend nothing happened. I promised and I won't go back on my word. I'll apologize to you. Norman then turned around and bowed to Bond in front of everyone. I'm sorry for being wrong just now. My arrogance led me to believe you weren't qualified for treatment, which caused me to say those harsh words. Please forgive me. Norman sounded sincere, and no one questioned his sincerity. Right after Norman said this, Bond heard the system voice. Ding. detected villainous behavior, added 500 villain points. Indeed, sometimes things can be absurdly straightforward. Bond merely did something utterly normal, yet these seemingly ordinary actions became problematic for Norman. Naturally, these villain points were added to Bond, but Bond found it amusing. More villain points from Norman meant better news for Bond. After all, the outcome had been predetermined from the start. Now that I've done what you asked, can I leave? Norman glared coldly at Bond, his tone disdainful. In that case, our deal is done. I hope when you encounter similar situations next time, you think twice. You won't be as lucky next time. Bond smiled without anger while looking at Norman, who felt greatly insulted. He shot Bond a hateful glance and left without saying anything more. Imelda watched Norman's retreating figure. This guy's brain must be flawed. He doesn't even know his place, yet he came here to confront us. Bond quickly interrupted Imelda. You'd better hold your tongue. I don't want you making more enemies for me. He's definitely the type to hold grudges. Now that we've crossed him, he won't let us off easily. Bond sighed deeply. Imelda had initially been annoyed by Norman, but after Bond's reminder, she instantly understood the gravity of the situation. Someone like Norman wouldn't let them off lightly. If Bond could handle it, it would be best, but he feared he might still be somewhat short of dealing with such adversaries. Although Bond had won this round, who knew what challenges lay ahead? Thinking of this, Imelda's attitude changed. Brother Lin, did I cause another big problem for you? Seeing Imelda's distressed face, Bond just smiled and shook his head. It's okay, no need to dwell on it too much. There are already plenty of people wanting to challenge me. One more or less won't make a difference. Just be more careful next time. This incident, though minor, brought immense shock to Bond. He originally thought he only had to face 2 major antagonists. But with Norman appearing, he wondered if there were others on their way. If true, Bond's troubles would be beyond description. With this thought, Bond immediately called out the system. Dog system, give me a reasonable explanation. Bond hadn't expected the system to be so unreliable. He had hoped things would be simpler but ended up in this mess. Unfortunately, answering all these questions wasn't going to be easy. Chapter 251. More secrets? Congratulations, the host has achieved the first stage goal, thus initiating Hell Mode. The system began by stating this truthfully, and at this moment, Bond fell completely silent. Hell Mode? When did I agree to start it? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. If you continue to deceive me like this, I don't rule out the possibility that I'll choose to give up. Bond was furious. This system was treating him like a fool entirely. If he could believe such nonsense, it would be truly embarrassing. Hell Mode does not require active acknowledgement to activate. Instead, when the host has achieved a certain level of success, after system verification confirms that the host indeed possesses such capability, it will activate automatically to prevent the protagonist from dying mysteriously. Ultimately, this so-called Hell Mode is essentially a means of balance. Currently, Bond's strength is indeed formidable, and regular protagonists wouldn't stand a chance against him. Especially in Xiuxian, Bond held sway over everything. When Dash, Giselbert, and others faced Bond, they also felt immense pressure. Though they might not lose completely, the cost to defeat Bond would be unimaginable. But now things are different. After directly entering Hell Mode, the enemies Bond faces have significantly increased in both quantity and power. Each enemy possesses formidable strength, and even with Bond's considerable skills and methods, how much confidence can he retain against such opponents? It's not something anyone can clearly determine. So all this hassle is just to balance the power between me and these protagonists. With so many new protagonists popping up, it seems like they want me dead. Bond was livid. Even if the Emperor were here, today wouldn't be easy for anyone. Meanwhile, the system, which had been quite proactive, suddenly fell silent. Hey, dog system, why aren't you talking anymore? After a while, Bond finally heard the system's voice again. I have done my utmost to assist the host, but the game rules cannot be changed. I can only provide as much convenience as possible within allowable limits. Initially, Bond didn't take the system's words seriously, thinking it was just more nonsensical babbling. But he suddenly noticed something odd. The system's voice was noticeably different from before. At first glance, there seemed to be no significant difference. However, the system's voice previously sounded ethereal and rigid, like an AI robot. But this time, it carried emotion. Wait, what did you mean by providing convenience within allowable limits? Is there someone else besides you restricting us? The system continued to answer. I am sorry, insufficient permissions, unable to answer your question. In Hell Mode, antagonists will face more protagonists, each appearing in different ways. However, successfully humiliating a protagonist will earn more rewards for the antagonist. Although Bond wanted to ask more questions, the system, having answered those queries, stopped responding. Bond clearly sensed that the system was hiding a bigger conspiracy, so he wanted to investigate further, but under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to hold off. What secrets does this system hide? Regardless, this matter was undoubtedly important to Bond. Alas, what a pity. If I could investigate the entire situation, it would be a great advantage for me. Bond hoped one day he could find out exactly what was going on. However, while he wished for it, many wouldn't dare to think about it. At this point, Imelda asked, what should we do next, Brother Lin? Should I arrange for some people to capture that boy and interrogate who he is? Bond waved his hand. There wasn't much conflict of interest between himself and Norman. This was for the best. He had already succeeded in humiliating Norman, and the antagonist points had been credited. The old adage applies, know when to stop. Bond saw no need to pursue Norman further, lest he push him into a corner where nobody benefits. My issues with Norman end here. We don't need to trouble him further. It's enough that he doesn't seek me out. Bond sighed, knowing that given his character, it wasn't easy for him to let go. But circumstances forced him to make concessions. However, this wasn't the most troubling issue for Bond. The sudden appearance of multiple protagonists left him in the dark. Due to Bond's prior awareness, he knew Giselbert's objectives temporarily. But Norman was different. This guy hadn't revealed any other clues. So, for Bond to win against Norman, it wouldn't be easy. He needed to consider far more than he initially thought. After chatting a bit more with Imelda, Bond took Abby away. Do you have any thoughts on the recent developments at Xiuxian Beauty Parlor? The experience at Xiuxian Beauty Parlor should have been quite beneficial for you, right? Without looking at Abby beside him, Bond asked lightly. Abby thought for a moment. Recently, although my lifestyle has changed, I haven't felt anything unusual. On the contrary, letting go of burdens has made me feel much lighter. Only the truth I hold dear prevents me from finding peace. If Abby hated anyone the most, it would undoubtedly be the Star Palace organization. Yet, she understood her current strength couldn't confront them directly. Thus, she sought to achieve her goals through Bond. Hashtag chapter 252. No way to resist? The Star Palace organization is already more powerful than we imagined, let alone after accumulating resources for such a long time. They now have enough capital to deal with many enemies. So when facing the Star Palace organization, we need to be even more cautious in our response. Bond glanced at Abby beside him. He understood what she was thinking, and precisely because of this, they needed to be even more careful. In other words, we can't directly confront the Star Palace organization right now. But can we sabotage their plans? Seeing Abby's eager desire for revenge, Bond smiled slightly. The Star Palace organization has already been messed up by us. There's no doubt about that. You understand it better than anyone. Originally, Dash's mission should have succeeded, but who would have thought that someone like Solomon would interfere at a critical moment, ruining everything? So on this issue, they were actually in the least need of worry. Hearing Bond's words, Abby nodded thoughtfully. She too hoped to resolve things quickly to vent her frustration, but Bond made sense. Their current strength wasn't enough to make the entire Star Palace organization pay a heavy price. However, the Star Palace had already suffered losses due to them, so there was no need for excessive worry. Brother Lin, what do you want me to do next? With my current abilities, I'm afraid I can't accomplish much, can I? Bond shook his head with a smile. On the contrary, your abilities are unique, and handling some critical issues falls most appropriately to you. Bond now had the 4 protectors stationed around him for protection, while Gary was tasked with more important matters. But clearly, this was not enough to satisfy Bond's needs. Now I have quite a few enemies, though I've just dealt with one. But Xiuxian will certainly not let go easily. He has hired many killers before, and your task is to unite the local underground organizations, bringing all forces under our control, ensuring that Xiuxian has no way to harm me if he has such ideas. This was Bond's most direct plan. Though he didn't know what Xiuxian intended, Bond knew he couldn't let Xiuxian succeed. Abby still had many doubts but didn't say anything more at the moment. Everything Bond did had its purpose, and since the matter had been thoroughly considered, she accepted it. Brother Lin, rest assured, I will handle this promptly. By then, whatever they intend to do will be within our control. Meanwhile, Xiuxian was also quite troubled. Initially, he thought his abilities would be more than enough to deal with Bond, but unexpectedly, he failed and received punishment from the system. Xiuxian knew it was very difficult to turn the situation around now. However, the atomic energy solid-state battery project was crucial for him. Securing it would mean smoother progress for many other matters. Mr. Long has been gone for so long, yet nothing has happened on your end. Xiuxian looked at the anxious Azrael, his eyes revealing anger. Faced with Xiuxian's state, Azrael could only give an awkward laugh. We've tried our best to solve this problem for you. But with Bond meddling, all our plans have failed repeatedly. No one could comprehend how tense Azrael felt at this moment. Looking at Xiuxian, his heart felt as if it were in his throat. Regardless of Xiuxian's previous views, Bond's appearance changed the overall situation dramatically. For Xiuxian, he now had to find the best solution quickly, or he might face even worse disasters. In other words, after all this time, you haven't made any substantial progress and have only delayed my plans indefinitely. If Mr. Long cannot give me a satisfactory explanation, I don't think this matter can be resolved easily today. Xiuxian slowly stood up and stared at Azrael. Whatever amount of money you need, it doesn't matter. It's a small issue to me. But I hope you will resolve this quickly. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Seeing Xiuxian's cold-heartedness, Azrael felt quite helpless inside. Unfortunately, the situation had progressed to a point where he couldn't solve problems as quickly as before. He could only watch helplessly as events spiraled out of control. Sir Zhou, please rest assured, I will handle this matter as quickly as possible and provide you with a reasonable explanation. Xiuxian merely sneered. One failure after another. I've trusted you many times, thinking that perhaps your skills might bring some real hope for this young master. But now, I see you as nothing more than a bunch of fools. Xiuxian laughed disdainfully and shook his head. From now on, I want your Long family to hand over all power to me. I will personally confront Bond. Xiuxian's plan was simple. Since they couldn't make progress on the atomic energy solid-state battery, they would continue to invest to expand his influence. Although Jiangcheng seemed to be developing positively, the direction of this carriage was firmly controlled by Bond. At this rate, could Jiangcheng really influence the future? Xiuxian was doubtful. So he decided to use official means in Jiangcheng to resist Bond, believing that Bond couldn't be so powerful as to make even the officials fearful. Chapter 253. The only way for the Long family. Now we have successfully severed all ties with the 4 major families, and because of the Chamber of Commerce alliance, they are under tremendous pressure on all fronts. Now it's uncertain how long the Long family can hold on. Previously, the entire Long family thought they could easily control everything without Tinsley, but now, it's evident that the situation is not as simple as the Long family had anticipated. Bond was fully aware of Xiuxian's support from behind the scenes. However, even with the Tang family secretly orchestrating and supporting all their actions, it would be futile if Bond were to target the Long family. Just like now, Azrael had assumed that placing all hopes on Xiuxian would ensure he had nothing to worry about. Yet, he didn't expect that all chamber members across Jiangcheng would cancel their cooperation with the Long family. As a result, the Starlight Group found itself in an extremely difficult position. Just as it began to develop, internal and external troubles have almost brought it back to its original state. Upon learning this, Azrael immediately sought solutions. What surprised him and Xiuxian greatly was that no matter what methods they used, there were no substantial changes. How is this possible? Don't the businessmen of Jiangcheng want to make money? Isn't the purpose of doing business to earn big profits? Giselbert thought solving problems with his current financial power would be effortless. However, these people didn't care about his wealth or intentions. They stood firmly united with Bond. Not only that, but all the assassins we've dispatched recently have failed their missions. They are utterly ineffective against Bond's protective squad. This was entirely different from what Giselbert had expected. Even his subordinates found it unbelievable, having thought everything would proceed according to plan. But the final outcome turned out to be this mess. Under such circumstances, they couldn't imagine what lay ahead for them. On the other side, Bond also learned about Giselbert's recent activities. To his surprise, Rachel's preparation finally paid off, successfully gathering much information about Giselbert recently. Additionally, Imelda's efforts led Dash to understand that there were too many enemies in Jiangcheng, making it impossible for them to handle the situation. Therefore, Dash temporarily put aside his conflict with Bond. I've heard that the Long family is preparing to take on a major project. If they succeed, they can get through this crisis temporarily. Upon hearing this, Bond's eyes turned cold. He intended to drive the Long family into a dead end and wouldn't allow them any chance of turning things around. Mitzi looked at Bond with deep concern. So you still find it challenging to disrupt their cooperation? At this pace, things will only get more complicated. Mitzi understood Bond's strategic layout over this period. With Bond's help, the Qin family's strength had changed, along with the company founded by Bond and Tinsley. Now, Jiangcheng cannot do without Bond. Therefore, when Giselbert wanted to use the higher-ups of Jiangcheng to deal with Bond, it meant their methods were insignificant. If the Long family were allowed to recover, it would mean a loss for Bond. Considering so many people from the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce collectively suppressed the Long family, if this failed, it would be embarrassing. They could not afford to lose face. Given this situation, it was easy to predict what would happen next. Don't worry. While it's within their rights for the Long family to seek cooperation, it's not yet determined whether these guys can succeed. Though the Long family had various means, Bond did not think they could pose any threat to him. Just as he said, no matter how capable the Long family was, they still lacked some elements. Though it's not difficult to handle, you must be cautious given your current situation. If these people catch you off guard, it could be troublesome. Seeing Bond's relaxed demeanor, Mitzi became anxious. Bond appeared too calm, which was actually unfavorable for their current predicament. Rest assured, Amberly, it's just a small Long family. If they want to challenge me, let them try. I'm curious what surprises they can bring next. Unlike others, Bond showed noticeable ease. Others might worry about unexpected changes, but Bond had no such thoughts. For him, these matters were not significant variables. He had ways to solve problems systematically. After speaking with Mitzi, Bond immediately called Tinsley. I heard your father is preparing to cooperate with others. I don't know who the Long family is negotiating with this time. Admittedly, Giselbert and the Long family did a great job keeping secrets, and even Bond's thorough investigations couldn't uncover any leads. Frustrated, he turned to Tinsley, believing she could resolve the issue. Smiling at Bond, Tinsley said, "You want intel from me?" Bond nodded without hesitation. "I must stop this. Otherwise, the entire Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce will lose face. To avoid others suffering, I won't let this opportunity pass." However, Tinsley sighed. "Brother Lin, I'd like to help you, but I'm powerless here. I heard it involves Giselbert. That's all I need to know." Chapter 254, Mysterious Partner. The Long family was being extremely cautious, fully aware that a lot of trouble awaited them this time. Their attitude towards these matters had completely changed from before. Even knowing many things might be different now, they still lacked any especially good solutions under the current circumstances. This matter likely involves quite a bit of trouble. If possible, I hope we can investigate the ins and outs of the entire event as soon as possible, Bond said to Opal, unable to determine what the situation ahead might entail. But he knew the Long family would not let it go easily. Given their previous tactics, the matter was sure to become more difficult. Opal nodded. "This can't be helped. You know my father. He's always been wary of me." She sighed and continued, "This matter is very important for them, so they absolutely can't let their plans be affected in the slightest at this point." Whether or not they admitted it, this was indeed the most troublesome issue they faced right now. No one could imagine how it would evolve further. Thus, their attitude toward the matter had naturally shifted. Once bitten by a snake, one fears even a rope for 10 years. Because Azrael had experienced Bond's prowess, he was exceptionally careful about this issue. Especially now that Dash had briefly aligned with Bond, the situation was even more complicated for Azrael. This collaboration with the outside world was likely made possible thanks to Giselbert. Thus, when Bond considered this, it meant Opal would face an even greater challenge. If they could overcome this crisis, that would be best. But it was feared that they simply weren't up to the task at present. On Bond's side, everything remained as calm as usual. Because he understood these people thoroughly, he possessed terrifying destructive power when facing them. "Looks like we'll have to work hard to figure out what they're up to," Bond mused. If it were anyone else, they would be very worried. But Bond's eyes did not reflect such emotions. He had a clear understanding of the situation. While he admitted his opponents were stronger than he had imagined, this alone could not pose any threat to him. In any case, the deed is done. We can only do our best now. I'll try my hardest to help you investigate, Opal added earnestly. She knew how much Bond valued this matter. The Long family and Tang family's cooperation was no simple affair, and its aftermath might be far more terrible than she had imagined. "I will do my best, but don't worry too much about getting to the bottom of things. Since these people dared to act, they surely have their own reasons," Bond replied. Aware of his predicament, he couldn't treat all issues as easily solvable as before, but handling it would definitely require more than just words. Seeing Bond so serious, Opal realized this wasn't something to be brushed off with a few words. Elsewhere, Azrael finally breathed a sigh of relief. He followed Giselbert to a remote mountain villa. "If not for your Long family's capabilities, I wouldn't be helping you now. I hope Mr. Long can face reality and avoid stirring up more trouble," Giselbert remarked, glancing at Azrael. Faced with Giselbert, Azrael could only nod humbly. "I truly thank you for your assistance. Without your personal involvement, I wouldn't know what to do next. Our family owes its current status entirely to you, so I would never forget your kindness. Azrael knew who held his fate now. Without this person, even if they were skilled, they wouldn't get such an opportunity. Therefore, he tried every means to please Xiuxian, who clearly enjoyed it. For Xiuxian, the Long family was merely a tool. As long as they followed his instructions, all problems would be simple. As for the cooperation, I'm unsure how confident we should be, and I'm worried Bond will obstruct us. Azrael, having confronted Bond multiple times, was anxious about whether Bond would intervene. That won't be your concern. Just follow my instructions, Xiuxian replied sternly. Mr. Long, you must understand how crucial this matter is to me. I cannot allow any unforeseen events. So, put in your full effort. Xiuxian feared any mistakes in this negotiation. If they couldn't reach an agreement, all their plans would fall apart. This was an opportunity achieved through considerable effort. Inside, a young man had been waiting for some time. Young Master Tang, I've waited so long without seeing you. If this continues, I won't be able to wait any longer. Turning his gaze to the young man beside Xiuxian, he said, this must be Mr. Azrael of the Bai family. Rising slowly, Azrael hurried forward. Mr. Jiang, I've heard much about you in the provincial capital. Truly, heroes emerge while young. Upon meeting this individual, Azrael was also somewhat surprised. Chapter 255. A reluctant son-in-law? Everyone knew that the Long family must have cooperated with certain individuals. Yet, up until now, no one had managed to uncover who their partners were. However, Bond wielded considerable power in Jiangxing. For him, getting to the bottom of matters was far from complicated. In a short time, some leads emerged. Are you saying the partner that the Long family has worked with this time has always been very mysterious? Francisco, standing beside Bond, nodded his head. Brother Lin, regarding the matter you wanted me to investigate, I've tried multiple times using all kinds of methods, but it's incredibly difficult to trace any clues, said Francisco. However, you don't need to worry too much. While these guys are very cautious, it doesn't mean they can completely control all information without exposing themselves. Eventually, by using many different means, we managed to catch them off guard. Francisco felt quite proud as he spoke. With so many experts now aiding Bond, Seth's influence was no longer as significant as before. This was certainly not what Seth wanted to see. Therefore, he went all out to showcase his importance, especially in trying to discover who had been secretly cooperating with the Long family. Initially, this wasn't something that could be easily accomplished. However, through relentless effort, Seth eventually found an opportunity and promptly reported back to Bond. As far as I know, this time, the Long family is cooperating with someone named Jediah. But about Jediah, despite my extensive investigation, I barely know anything. He might come from the provincial capital, yet there are many important figures there, and I know nothing concrete about Jediah. Upon hearing this, Bond paused for a moment, then his expression quickly changed. The fact that there was such a hidden figure in the provincial capital was astonishing. Currently, the entire Star Group was on its last legs. Given their current operational model and projects, it wouldn't be long before they were thoroughly defeated. The massive losses would fracture the Star Group, and everything they struggled to take from Opal would disappear instantly. But an unknown Jediah seemed to be capable of reversing the tide and revitalizing the Long family. An unbelievable feat, of course. Bond suspected his ultimate goal was likely the atomic solid-state battery, but the crux was his identity. Suddenly, Bond recalled the person he had encountered at Xiuxian Tower. You said he's surnamed Jiang? Seth nodded. We know very little about this individual, so we don't know who backs him. Likely, Jiang is just a diversion. Bond shook his head. If there were truly such powerful people in the provincial capital, why would there be no news of them? Adding to this, recalling Norman's cautionary tale, Bond had a bad feeling. He might be dealing with a reluctant son-in-law. Go immediately to the provincial capital and investigate who has a son-in-law surnamed Jiang. Or check if there's a powerful, hidden Jiang family, Bond instructed. Recalling the person at Xiuxian Tower, Bond realized that man was definitely not an ordinary passerby. His behavior at Xiuxian Tower suggested significant influence. Both Bond and Opal had dismissed him at the time, never expecting him to have prepared such a significant move. If that man saved the Star Group, Bond needed to consider his motives. As a son-in-law, he likely didn't have ulterior intentions toward the Long family. Therefore, everything he did might be aimed at the atomic solid-state battery. Brother Lin, maybe you're overthinking things. If he's merely a reluctant son-in-law, he couldn't possibly have the power to save the current Star Group. Seth laughed, clearly skeptical. Bond slapped Seth on the back of the head. Just go and investigate. This task must succeed. Find out everything, or we won't know how to counteract them. After instructing Seth, Bond called Opal. Then, Mitzi joined him. If Seth fails, I can ask around using the connections Isaiah had in the provincial capital, Mitzi offered. Bond was surprised. If Amberly can help, that'd be best. He felt heavy-hearted because facing another protagonist meant he now had to deal with 4 major characters simultaneously. The border war god, the divine doctor descends the mountain, the supernova system, and a reluctant son-in-law. What about the secret bodyguard to campus beauty? Mitzi nodded and made a call. Bond didn't know much about Mitzi's capabilities, but within minutes, he received a reply. We confirmed your guess. Jediah is indeed a reluctant son-in-law. His family isn't particularly influential. They're the Natalie family, only a second-tier family in the provincial capital. Bond's expression turned grave. He hadn't expected to face so many protagonists at once. Norman wasn't a concern for now, but Xiuxian and Jediah were immediate threats. Jediah aims to cooperate with the Long family and seize the atomic solid-state battery. Our priority is to prevent their plans from succeeding by restraining Jediah. Bond wasn't sure how much leverage Jediah held, but targeting his mother-in-law seemed the best strategy. Considering this, Bond decided he needed to visit the provincial capital again. I'll leave the situation in Jiangxing to Amberly and Opal. This trip to the provincial capital must resolve everything. Chapter 256, Free Service. Where on earth has Jediah gone this time? With the Natalie family in such dire straits now, instead of helping out, he just left? Vicky watched Harriet, who was busy at home, and said, You're not worried at all? I told you before, if you had followed young Master Qin back then, none of these troubles would have happened. Seeing Vicky so anxious, Harriet could only laugh helplessly. Mom, I believe Jediah must have his reasons for leaving this time. She said this earnestly because Jediah had saved them many times before. I think you're beyond hope. At this critical juncture, you still believe this guy's empty promises. Seeing Harriet so obstinate, Vicky didn't know what to say. Her daughter always gave people chances at crucial moments. He's merely a dependent son-in-law in our Natalie family. If it weren't for his pitiful state back then, we wouldn't have resorted to such means. Vicky spoke with disdain. Harriet remained silent. Mom, she finally said, I know you have many grievances against him, but sometimes we need to look at things realistically. These past few years, most of our problems were solved by Jediah. And this time, they are just trying to pressure us by leveraging family interests. If we concede now, the Chun family will take complete control. While others might not realize it, Harriet understood that everything her family was going through was due to the scheming of the eldest son of the Chen family. His goal was simple, to force her into a divorce from Jediah through power tactics. From her current perspective, she would never allow such a situation to happen. In the past, she would have been extremely worried about handling the matter, but after all these experiences, Harriet knew that sometimes things don't need to be overcomplicated. Once their true intentions were known, countermeasures could be taken to resolve the issues. At any rate, I want to solve the problem as soon as possible, but our family is in this situation now. I think you shouldn't rely on that dependent son-in-law. Even if he helped us solve some problems before, you know what you're facing now. It's clear that relying solely on him won't accomplish anything. Vicky looked disappointed, clearly not believing Jediah had the ability to handle the situation, but Harriet remained quiet. At this moment, Harriet's phone rang, and she hurried away. Vicky wanted to say more, but seeing her daughter leave, she sighed helplessly. You're hopeless, my girl. Harriet quickly left the Natalie residence and headed to a restaurant. Zaida, why did you ask me here today? Her best friend, Zaida, had invited her. Zaida also had a close connection with Mitzi. Relieved to see Harriet, Zaida said, I heard your family is having trouble lately, so I came to see if there's anything I can do. Seeing Zaida's concern, Harriet smiled. To me, it's just minor issues. You know how relentless the Chins have been towards me. Though Zaida was very worried, Harriet wasn't showing the same concern. From her tone, it was clear she wasn't taking the Chin family's actions too seriously. The Chins are using old tricks again, thinking these tactics will work on me. But it's not complicated, and I have ways to handle them. Seeing Harriet's confident demeanor, Zaida chuckled. Do you really have a plan? If you did, the big trouble with the Chins would have been solved long ago. Maybe you shouldn't be so optimistic. Yes, he did solve many problems before, but that doesn't mean every issue can be easily handled, right? Zaida stated seriously. Despite her friend's concerns, Harriet remained calm, believing in Jediah. Therefore, she felt confident. Seeing Harriet so nonchalant, Zaida grew anxious. You know how close we are. I don't want to see you in trouble. The eldest son of the Chins has caused you trouble multiple times. This time, I found someone to help deal with them. Harriet instinctively refused but froze when she saw the person approaching. Bond walked up slowly. Miss Natalie, don't be so quick to refuse. If the Natalie family's situation worsens without timely action, things will get worse. Relying entirely on Jediah seems unnecessary. Bond sat down, smiling at Harriet. Bond hadn't expected Mitzi to have such influence and successfully arrange this meeting. It was no easy feat for him, originally planning to use Harriet against Jediah. With the Long family nearly resolved, Jediah added unexpected complications. Who are you? Why should I trust you to solve my problems? Harriet felt inexplicable hostility towards this man. Unfazed, Bond continued, my surname is Lin, from Jiangcheng. If Miss Natalie has doubts, you can verify in Jiangcheng. I can help solve your issues with the Chins. Chapter 257. Reaching a consensus. Harriet had not taken it seriously at first. Now, hearing Bond speak like this, she felt even less inclined to stay. She was about to leave when Zaida beside her pulled her back. Where are you going? Warner, you know that the Chin family is still targeting you. This situation won't resolve itself easily. And your mother has spoken about this issue many times. Do you really plan on treating this as if nothing happened again? You also understand that if this continues, things will only get more complicated. Zaida knew what Harriet was thinking. However, relying entirely on Jediah in such critical moments was indeed unwise. Harriet looked at Bond before her and asked, you say you can help me deal with the Chin family. Why should I trust you? Besides, we aren't related. Why would you do these things for me? Bond smiled. I think Miss Natalie doesn't fully understand the situation yet. I'm helping out this time not for your sake, but because my girlfriend is close friends with Zaida. Therefore, I agreed to lend a hand after being asked by him. So Miss Natalie needn't overthink it. I'm merely helping a friend this time around, and nothing more. Bond understood what Harriet was concerned about, but to him, these worries were baseless. Hearing Bond's words, Harriet fell into deep thought. Indeed, resolving the issue with the Chun family wasn't something easy. The future repercussions of this situation were unimaginable. If Bond could truly help solve this problem, it would save a lot of trouble. So even Harriet began to consider it, though she still harbored some doubts. Miss Natalie must be worried that I have an ulterior motive. But you don't need to worry. In my view, there's no reason for me to have any other intentions towards you. Bond said calmly. If unexpected changes were likely earlier, now they were impossible. He understood that Harriet wouldn't refuse his offer on this matter, and that was exactly what he wanted. I will help you this time without any conditions. Harriet nodded hesitantly. Suddenly, she remembered that Jediah had also been to Jiangcheng recently. If her guess was correct, there might be some connection between Jediah and Bond. Could it be that everything Bond did now was secretly arranged by Jediah? If so, it made sense, given Jediah's tendency to solve problems through others. Thinking this way, Harriet felt more reassured. If Mr. Lin can genuinely help me with this issue, our Natalie family will do its best to assist you with other matters. After chatting with Harriet and Zaida for a while, Bond felt there was no need to worry further. Once he worked through Harriet, solving Jediah's problem was just a matter of time. After talking for some time, Harriet hurriedly left due to a call from Vicky. Zaida then turned to Bond. Mr. Lin, can you really solve the Chen family's issue this time? After all, the conflict between the Natalie and Chen families has lasted for a long time. Previous attempts to eliminate the Chen family never succeeded. Bond laughed. Completely destroying the Chen family is impossible, but I can ensure they won't cause any more trouble. Of course, if you have any other requests, I might still be willing to lend a hand. Zaida sighed. I never thought that Sister Mitzi would ask me for help one day. Mitzi was far more complex than they imagined, and Zaida never thought Mitzi would bring up these issues to her proactively. This time, thank you, Miss Ren. Without your help, who knows when I'd get a chance to talk with Miss Natalie? Bond said with a smile. Ultimately, we owe much to Mr. Lin's assistance in solving this problem. Otherwise, it would take much longer. Zaida also sighed. On another front, in Jiangxing, the Long family had confirmed cooperation with Jediah, causing a significant stir among the four major families. Everyone thought the Long family would suffer consequences, but unexpectedly, despite all upheavals, they not only stood firm but also grew stronger gradually. At this rate, the Chamber of Commerce alliance might lose its significance. Despite all efforts, they couldn't resist external threats or unify internally. Was the Chamber of Commerce alliance merely a joke? No one had made a decisive move at this crucial moment. Mitzi realized the changes in Jiangxing. Since Bond is not in Jiangxing, we must ensure no worse things happen here. Our next step is to maintain balance. Moses thought for a moment and said, everything happened in Jiangxing recently is due to Jediah. Now that we know his identity, let's teach these guys a lesson. Unlike Mitzi, Moses saw the situation more clearly. Now that we know Jediah's background, the best way to deal with the Long family is to target Jediah directly. To Moses, no matter how special Jediah's identity was, once action commenced, there were ways to resolve these opponents quickly. Solving Jediah would make all other problems in Jiangxing disappear naturally. Chapter 258. No need to fear. Denny had always been fond of xuanhuan Natalie. Due to this, he repeatedly sought her out to express his affection for her. However, xuanhuan Natalie had never felt anything for Denny and tried every means to directly reject him. Unexpectedly, Denny didn't pull back because of this but instead resorted to various tactics. This time, led by the Chen family, several clans pressured each other to resolve the Natalie family situation once and for all. Even before this, Denny had coordinated with Lauren. Their successful move was aimed at forcing xuanhuan Natalie to divorce Jediah, not shying away from any methods to achieve their goal. Bond knew very well what they were up to, thus remaining calm throughout. The current task was to make Denny voluntarily give up, though Bond understood he wouldn't agree easily. However, for Bond, it no longer mattered whether or not this person would comply. The initiative was firmly in Bond's hands. Denny might have some strategies, but none posed a threat to Bond. More so, Bond approached this situation with full confidence, unwilling to give them any opportunity. If Denny cooperated with Bond, that would be ideal, but if he showed any ulterior motives, Bond wouldn't let him off easily. The gap between them was evident. One side could only react passively, while the other held complete control. Bond was also worry-free about any unexpected developments. Everything would unfold as he had predicted, and even if these people took action, they would still fall short of Bond's capabilities. Seemingly simple issues often concealed more complicated situations than expected. Bond soon contacted Denny. At that moment, Denny hadn't realized the severity of the situation. When Bond met him, Xiaodong remained arrogantly confident, as if he thought he was invincible. Was it you who insisted on meeting me? Denny coldly glared at Bond, behaving quite rudely. Bond sat down nearby and smiled at the self-assured Denny. You, young Master Chun, are quite skilled, yet you use these skills to bully a girl from the Natalie family. That's rather amusing, isn't it? He knew Denny wasn't easy to deal with, but now he needed to show superiority to remind Xiaodong of their difference. Denny didn't expect Harriet could still find someone to specifically target him during such a critical moment. However, he remained indifferent. So your purpose today is simply to make me abandon my pursuit of Miss Natalie. After a glance, Denny knew exactly what Bond wanted. Though his intentions were clear, they wouldn't give in so easily. If you know my intention, listen to my advice. Forced affection never lasts. There's no need to be so persistent over this. With your status as young Master Chun, what kind of woman can't you get? Why hang on to one tree? Bond chose negotiation over force. If Denny cooperated, it would be best. After all, though Bond wanted to settle this, he didn't want a confrontation with the Chen family. Upon hearing this, Denny's expression darkened. No one dared challenge him like this. I agreed to meet you because you still carry some influence in Jiangxing, but it seems you haven't realized what challenge you face. Denny stood up, pointing around. Look around. Many think I'm an easy target, but they don't understand my capabilities. That Miss Natalie, I will have no matter what. Watching this arrogant display, Bond shook his head helplessly. The Chen family does have power in Jiangxing, but this doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Your actions now are creating more enemies for the Chen family. Bond looked seriously at Denny, issuing his final warning. Any sensible person would realize that antagonizing other clans wasn't wise, especially considering the Chen family's current strength. Unfortunately, Denny paid no heed, even laughing mockingly. We've faced many foes over the years, few can truly threaten us. According to you, I'm curious which fools think they can harm us. Laughing contemptuously, he seemed lost in his arrogance. I thought my words would make you understand the gravity of this matter, but it seems young people today remain naive. As such, this is my warning. If the Chen family continues its actions against the Natalie family, we will consider it a direct challenge. We will use all means necessary to resolve this. Bond's tone was serious. He wasn't joking. He was prepared to confront Denny openly. While the Chen family had the means to attack the Natalie family, Bond wouldn't let them succeed. But Denny remained unconcerned. Fine, show me what you can do. He doubted Bond could change things so quickly. Chapter 259. Sanha Group. Perhaps in Jameson's eyes, Bond was just a minor figure in Jiangxing. From a superficial perspective, this perception might not be entirely wrong. Bond's primary influence was concentrated in Jiangcheng, and no matter how you looked at it, Jiangcheng could never compare to the provincial capital. This was precisely why Jameson could be so arrogant. But what Jameson did not know was that Bond had more than just Jiangcheng in his arsenal, quite the opposite. He had multiple means up his sleeve ready for use. One of these assets was the Xuanhuan group, unknown to everyone else. Bond's confidence in dealing with Jameson stemmed from knowing that the Chun family had a major deal lined up and was preparing to negotiate with the Xuanhuan group. Bond planned to leverage this negotiation to ensure their cooperation. If they were willing to comply with his wishes, Bond would have been content. However, not only did Jameson refuse, but he also mocked him. Bond felt that Jameson needed a firm lesson to teach him some humility. After careful consideration, Bond decided on this approach to discipline the presumptuous young man. This method would be challenging for an ordinary person, but for Bond, it was perfect. The Chun family had never taken the small Natalie family seriously from the beginning. As Jameson previously stated, a small family like the Natalies did not deserve such attention. Jameson believed that the real challenges lay with more formidable adversaries. Therefore, he saw no need to give weight to Bond's concerns. Upon Jameson's return home, the current patriarch of the Liu family immediately asked, "I heard you met Bond from Jiangcheng today. How did it go? What did that boy come here for?" Unbeknownst to Bond, the Qin family had been aware of his presence in the provincial capital the moment he arrived. These were crucial times for the Qin family, and they wouldn't lightly involve themselves unless necessary. This time, however, their suppression of the Natalie family was partly to advance Jameson's interests while using this opportunity to thoroughly weaken the Natalies. The Qin family knew that their future adversaries would only become stronger, so they needed to be extra cautious. "I thought this kid had some other agenda when he came here, but it turned out he was here for the Natalie family," Jameson said, sneering. "He believed I was targeting the Natalie family solely because of Miss Natalie and came here to plead for them." At this point, Jameson chuckled coldly, his eyes flashing with disdain. "These people are truly foolish, thinking they can threaten me with such naive methods. It's delusional. For others, this might be a difficult situation to handle, but for the Chun family, it was nothing. Be careful not to underestimate him. Bond is quite famous in Jiangcheng, having single-handedly reformed the entire city and established the Chamber of Commerce Alliance," warned Analysis, showing more caution. "I recognize this young man's capabilities, which is why I advised you to be cautious. Currently, it seems there are no significant conflicts between us. In life, hatred and love don't happen without reason." For now, Bond was not an enemy in Analysis' eyes. They lacked direct conflicting interests, so unexpected situations were unlikely. Jameson nodded, still unconvinced that Bond posed any serious threat. "If this kid behaves himself, that would be best. We wouldn't interfere with each other, nor worry about unforeseen circumstances," Analysis continued. "But if he persists in being overconfident and tries to intimidate us again, we'll show them a rude awakening." Jameson, smirking proudly, believed they would handle everything smoothly once they secured the Natalie family. "As for Bond from Jiangcheng, we shouldn't take him too seriously," Analysis added. "We should focus on establishing relations with the Xuanhuan group. I heard they will send someone soon. At that time, we must do everything possible to build rapport with them. Securing ties with the Xuanhuan group ensures our dominance in the provincial capital," Analysis said sensibly. Unlike Jameson, Analysis remained level-headed. While everything seemed favorable, no one could predict future developments. Better to stay vigilant rather than boast prematurely. Hearing this, Jameson nodded in agreement. "Father, you're right. We shouldn't be too confident until we have secured the advantage. But in my view, Bond doesn't have much power. Once we finalize the negotiations with the Xuanhuan group, we won't have to worry about anything." The most critical issue for the father-son duo was securing cooperation with the Xuanhuan group, vital to many of their plans. Unbeknownst to them, these matters were already under Bond's control. He knew exactly what the Qin family aimed to achieve. After contacting the Xuanhuan group, he had cancelled the original arrangements for the responsible parties. "The cooperation issues with the Chen family will now be decided entirely by Mr. Lin," explained the secretary standing beside Bond. A beautiful, poised woman in a tailored business suit. She was Eve, the secretary sent by the Xuanhuan group to collaborate with Bond. Chapter 260, Truly Thoughtful. Although Eve was merely a secretary at the Xuanhuan group, it would be a big mistake to underestimate her. The Xuanhuan group is an enormous entity. As an investment company, its presence can almost be felt across all domestic sectors. However, if you think they're easily traceable, then you're dead wrong. Despite investing in most domestic fields, the Xuanhuan group has always been very low-key, with one exception: their high-profile approach towards training and enhancing secretaries' capabilities. It's said that any secretary from the Xuanhuan group could step into a director role without issues. These secretaries might seem harmless, but they can deliver heavy blows when necessary. The one standing before Bond was even a specially dispatched ace secretary from the Xuanhuan group. This arrangement by the Xuanhuan group could be considered a perk for Bond, as he would need more collaboration with Eve in the future. Eve not only bridged connections with the Xuanhuan group, but also helped Bond manage matters in Jiangcheng better. "These things are nothing much. After all, if I can't even decide on such minor matters, it would be laughable," Bond remarked. "What I want to know is how to make them truly feel this heavy blow. I must let these people understand what choice they should make now." Bond glanced at Eve beside him. The Qin family's situation isn't something to worry about. They desperately seek cooperation with the Xuanhuan group because their internal funds have been trapped in the stock market. Only with this round of investments from the Xuanhuan group can they ensure their family's operations. Bond thought these matters required further investigation, but the small secretary beside him already understood the entire situation within such a short time. Her eyes revealed that she knew how to handle everything next. "So, if the cooperation between the Xuanhuan group and them fails, we won't need to say anything. They'll collapse on their own," Bond said, finally feeling relieved. Ultimately, he disliked being in charge of these trivialities since they were insignificant to him. Eve nodded. "We recently received a call from young Master Jameson, and he has prepared a meal for you." Clearly, the Qin family couldn't hold back any longer, as this was a crucial issue for them. Solving it sooner was better. Bond remained relaxed. Looks like this Chin family young master can't wait to make his move. Let's give him a surprise. With that, Bond followed Eve and left boldly. At this moment, Jameson had no idea what was coming. To secure this opportunity to cooperate with the Xuanhuan group, Jameson had put in a lot of effort. Analysis placed great importance on this cooperation, understanding that taking this step was essential if they wanted to grow in the coming years. He repeatedly emphasized to Jameson that under no circumstances should there be any mistakes. They must solve this matter thoroughly. Jameson readily agreed. Yet none of them anticipated facing their biggest setback soon. Everyone, stay alert. Today, we meet a renowned representative sent by the Xuanhuan group, which is extremely important for the Chin family, so none of you can be careless. Analysis feared any neglect could ruin their plan. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Never seen this young master take a representative so seriously. Who'd have thought he rented out the entire hotel and decorated it elaborately? Anyone who didn't know would think he's confessing. A few employees mused over this unusual behavior, finding it hard to understand. Although they knew some things about Jameson, they never expected this from him. After all, in the entire provincial capital, Jameson was notorious for lawlessness. Thus, many found it unbelievable. Meanwhile, Jameson was pondering how to face Bond, especially given his limited knowledge about the Xuanhuan group or its representative. No one knew what was to come. Everyone was making preparations for this critical moment, expecting a significant surprise. Jameson shared the same sentiment. Hope everything goes smoothly this time, otherwise, I won't know how to explain to father. Jameson's head was spinning too. He had ignored this situation due to other matters, but didn't know what awaited him. Even Jameson couldn't predict what was to happen. Bond's arrival made him worry about unforeseen circumstances. Preparations were undoubtedly necessary. He believed his efforts would earn the recognition of the Xuanhuan group's VIP, making everything easier afterward. But little did he know that all his efforts would end up being a joke. As Bond and Eve arrived, he was momentarily stunned by the luxurious decor. Looks like our young Master Chun put a lot of thought into this place. Impressive creativity here. Smiling, Bond continued forward confidently. Chapter 261. You too, are worthy? Jameson wouldn't know his little tricks were under Bond's control long ago. Now the entire Xuanhuan group followed Bond's arrangements. All it took was Bond's nod to sever all ties between them and the Xuanhuan group. So Bond couldn't imagine how Jameson's face would look when he saw this result. Director Lin, if you need anything, I can go in and inform them to arrange someone to receive you. Just as Eve finished speaking, Bond waved his hand immediately. There's no need for such trouble. We'll go in ourselves. I'm also quite curious what kind of surprise Master Chun will bring me. Since Bond had negotiated with Jameson before, he was even more curious about the surprises Jameson could bring him. But as Bond and Eve prepared to enter, the security guard at the door once again blocked them. Today, the place is reserved by Master Chen. No one is allowed to enter without permission. You two should leave quickly. The guard's attitude was quite decent, not making things difficult for Bond and Eve at this moment. He just asked them to leave as soon as possible. However, Bond smiled and said, I am the person Master Chun mentioned. Move aside now. Just as he finished speaking, Bond saw another young man slowly walking over, a disdainful smile on his face. Wait, everyone step back, let me deal with this guy. Bond's gaze then fell on this person, still smiling faintly, without doing anything else in this moment. When Bond saw this young man, he didn't make any extra moves either. Although the young man hadn't done anything yet, Bond could already see everything from his eyes. So Bond wasn't in a hurry either. He just stood there waiting quietly. I know who the distinguished guest that Master Chen is welcoming today is, a representative from the renowned Xuanhuan group. However, from your appearances, it's impossible for you to have any connection with that important person, so don't think you can get through here today without issue. Bond looked at the young man in front of him with a smile and then counter-questioned, So, you've seen that representative? The young man snorted. That representative from the Xuanhuan group is high-ranking and powerful. It's not someone anyone can see. People like you can never see them in your entire life. As for me, I've been fortunate enough to witness the glory of this representative. The younger man became more and more smug as he spoke, while Bond sneered inwardly. When had he met this guy before? Fergus was watching Bond cautiously, afraid Bond would slip in during this crucial moment. To Fergus, this was an extremely important time, and he had to ensure everything was within his control, absolutely not letting any random people inside. Otherwise, it would be an irresponsibility he couldn't bear. Therefore, when Fergus saw Bond, he knew it was his turn to act. If he could stop Bond right at this critical juncture, everything afterward would be easier. This led to what happened next. Fergus had no idea that Bond was the representative this time, so he felt self-satisfied, believing his decision very wise. Eve wanted to say something but was stopped by Bond directly. At this point, Bond wouldn't let anyone disrupt his plan. He also wanted to see what Fergus could do. You should know that stopping me here now will surely cause bigger trouble later. Jameson invited me today. Since I was blocked here, no one would attend the meeting. What way do you think Jameson will use to invite me back to settle this matter? Seeing Fergus standing there, the two guards felt relieved. Though they didn't know what would happen next, it was unimportant to them. After all, with their ability, they definitely couldn't influence the future of this situation. If they didn't want to create bigger trouble for themselves, pretending nothing happened was best at this moment. Fergus still naively thought his actions were wise. After all, in his view, Bond was just here to find trouble with Jameson, and as Jameson's companion, he must help prevent trouble before it happens. Moreover, his position seemed quite wise currently. You brat, don't babble nonsense here. Do you think I don't know who you are? You're just a small-time businessman from Jiangcheng. Others might take you seriously, but I don't give a damn. Bond's words only made Fergus more contemptuous. He had experienced many scenes, so Bond's words wouldn't scare him. Today, his purpose was to prevent Bond from disrupting the entire venue order. If he offended the representative from the Xuanhuan group, it would be an unbearable responsibility for anyone. Standing beside him, Eve didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Fergus to be this stupid, unable to see through Bond standing in front of him. So, you've really decided not to let me in no matter what? Looking at Fergus's current demeanor, Bond wasn't anxious, but merely asked with a smile. Of course, Trash like you has no right to be here. If you don't want to get into trouble, the best thing to do is leave now. Fergus still looked hostile toward Bond. Anyone who didn't know would think Bond had serious problems, but in fact, Bond remained calm throughout. There was no hint of tension in his eyes. To others, these issues might be troublesome to handle, but since Bond was already standing here, there was no need to worry about any subsequent problems. I've said my piece. All that follows is your choice, and I hope you don't regret it. Chapter 262. I've given you the opportunity. Bond, of course, did not leave easily but instead took out a small stool he had prepared long ago and sat down next to Eve. It's true, she was still the ace secretary of Xuanhuan Group. Even sitting on a small stool, Eve exuded undeniable feminine charm. Fergus immediately frowned at this scene. Previously, when seeing Bond, he was merely concerned that Bond might disrupt the negotiations. He didn't have enough proof, but now seeing Bond's attitude, Fergus was almost certain that this guy was up to no good. However, facing Bond's seemingly helpless behavior, he could not think of any better solutions. His gaze towards Bond became different. What do you mean? Didn't you understand what I just said? The entire hotel has been booked out today. No one can come here for business. If you don't want trouble, it's not too late to leave. Fergus spoke with great certainty, making anyone who didn't know think he had the upper hand over Bond. But Bond only smiled and retorted. Do I look like I'm preparing to go in? I just want to sit here and rest. Do you even have the authority to stop me? This is a public road. Are you saying these roads are all developed and contracted by your family? Bond's sharp words left Fergus speechless. He did not expect Bond to be so blunt and disrespectful. Countless thoughts flashed through Fergus's mind. He thought all these issues could be easily resolved. But now, facing Bond, he didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Bond's lips curled slightly as he glanced at Eve beside him. You see, I told you we couldn't go in. Might as well get out the things I prepared earlier and wait quietly. Eve then pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from her bag, leaving Fergus utterly speechless. It seemed this guy knew he wouldn't be able to get in today, and had prepared snacks in advance. Don't think you can make me yield with such thuggish tactics. Even if you camp here for days, I'll never let you in. Despite Bond, Fergus still showed some disdain. Bond was indifferent to the situation, his lips curling slightly into a faint smile. Go get me a chair. I'm staying here too today. Seeing Bond and Eve unwilling to leave, Fergus became anxious. He didn't care about their intentions and decided to hold out till the end, instructing the two security guards behind him to bring over more chairs. Thus, a prolonged standoff began between the two sides. Meanwhile, Jameson was busily preparing. He thought he would soon meet the representative of Xuanhuan Group, but after over an hour, there was still no sign of the representative. This made Jameson anxious. Could the representative have heard something beforehand and decided to cut ties? That seemed far-fetched. Nothing should have leaked during the process. With this thought, Jameson immediately called Fergus outside. What's going on? It's been nearly an hour past the agreed time. Why hasn't the Xuanhuan Group representative arrived yet? For someone of his status, this is quite improper. Even a fool could tell something was wrong, let alone Jameson. Fergus was also quite upset. He thought blocking Bond and Eve would allow him to meet the representative soon, but unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, there was still no one. Not just Jameson. Fergus felt this was definitely unusual. Seeing Bond's calm demeanor, Fergus sensed that unexpected changes might indeed have occurred, and these changes might be related to Bond outside. Could this guy really be the Xuanhuan Group representative? If so, his previous actions would be enough to get him killed 100 times. Fergus shuddered at the thought, hoping it wasn't true. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Bond, however, watched Fergus, who seemed increasingly nervous, with a faint smile. Bond knew Fergus might have already guessed his true identity, which justified his reaction. Yet, Bond did not intend to reveal it, but only observed silently. Master Chun, I've been watching for so long, and no one else came besides Bond with a very pretty secretary. Do you think Bond might be the Xuanhuan Group representative? If so, we're doomed. Fergus said angrily. This might be the only explanation, but regardless, it sounded too unrealistic to them. Upon hearing Fergus, Jameson fell silent for a moment. Indeed, he had never considered it before, but recent events raised concerns. Though he didn't hope for such a scenario, if Bond were indeed the representative, how would he make a decision then? Fergus remained motionless. Jameson initially pondered the possibility but eventually decided to check personally, as ignoring it entirely would be absurd. Meanwhile, Fergus looked at Bond nervously, but Bond still chatted happily with Eve. Chapter 263. Now there's trouble. At first, Eve did not understand the company's decision. Although Bond owned part of Xuanhuan Group's shares, it didn't mean he had the right to interfere with the group's decisions. Their cooperation with the Chen family was mutually beneficial. Under such circumstances, every effort should be made to facilitate this cooperation. But Bond's appearance was definitely against this resolution. Therefore, Eve had her doubts about Bond's capabilities, thinking that something as important as this shouldn't be left in Bond's hands. However, after their conversation, she realized how wrong she was. The seemingly ordinary young man before her turned out to have quite different insights on certain matters. Bond's foresight and unconventional ideas surprised her. Eve had met many powerful people, including influential figures from the West. They were indeed formidable, but compared to Bond, they fell short because they were limited by their own perceptions. In contrast, Bond seemed knowledgeable about everything and could even foresee future events. This is why, within a short hour, Bond completely won her over. No matter how she viewed Bond initially, at this moment, she genuinely admired his abilities and tactics, believing that no one else could have achieved what Bond had. But these things were nothing to Bond. From his expression, it was evident that what others considered difficult was trivial to him. Mr. Lin, you said they would personally invite you in. Is that really possible? After all, you just had an argument with young Master Dixon not long ago, asked Eve. Young Master Chun has a vindictive nature. How could he easily choose to compromise with you? Having some understanding of Dixon, Eve spoke after careful consideration. She couldn't believe that Dixon would humble himself to talk to Bond in this situation. The probability was too low. She believed Dixon would stick to his previous stance. With the Qin family's current state, they don't have much choice. Not cooperating with Sanha Group means a very dangerous future for them, possibly being completely swallowed by the market, replied Bond confidently. While Eve doubted Dixon would cooperate, Bond had no such concerns. He felt everything was under his control, and the situation would go as smoothly as he predicted. As for the outcome, Bond didn't worry about it at all. Watching Bond without saying a word, Eve couldn't figure out where his confidence came from. Suddenly, they saw Dixon emerge from inside. Bond still focused on talking and laughing with Eve, as if he hadn't noticed Dixon's presence. Dixon approached Bond. Why are you here? After much deliberation, Dixon finally decided to confront this issue. He wasn't sure who Bond was, but seeing the representative of Sanha Group take so long had made him uneasy. So, he had to come out to ask what was happening and ensure everything went smoothly. Bond wasn't surprised to see Dixon. Knowing the significance of the event, Bond expected Dixon to appear and address him, but who would ultimately win wasn't just a matter of words now. Young Master Chun finally shows up. I thought you'd realize something wasn't right sooner. Guess I overestimated your ability, Bond said with a smile, leaving Dixon puzzled. I don't know who you are or what your purpose here is. If you explain clearly, today's incident can be forgotten, Dixon demanded, staring at Bond intently. He had many questions, but no one to answer them. Bond laughed loudly at Dixon's confusion. Aren't you here to meet the representative of Sanha Group? I already told my companion earlier that I am the representative sent by Sanha Group. Dixon, who had dismissed the possibility of Bond being the representative, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Bond was here for the Natalie family. Dixon had thought their conflict was only related to the Natalie family. He never imagined Bond had another agenda. It's impossible. With your influence in Jiangxing, how could you be the representative of Sanha Group? Predictably, Dixon refused to believe it immediately. This revelation was too cruel for him. If Bond was indeed the representative, it meant Dixon's actions had offended Bond and jeopardized their cooperation with Sanha Group, a shock to Dixon. Now there's trouble. This kid isn't joking. What do I say now? Countless thoughts raced through Dixon's mind in an instant. Chapter 264, I don't care about losing face. When Bond saw Jameson's current state, he wasn't the least bit worried. Instead, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Just as he had anticipated, upon learning the truth, Jameson would immediately deny it. Yet Jameson also knew deep down that this was merely wishful thinking. Reality wouldn't change because of Jameson's thoughts. If Bond said he was the representative of Sanha Group, no one could replace him in that role. At the very moment Jameson finished speaking, he saw Eve step forward and place a document before him. This is my work permit, as well as proof that I represent Sanha Group in negotiations with you. If you have any issues, feel free to contact our headquarters. Eve looked at Jameson coolly and said this, her words striking Jameson like a massive rock, even though he had mentally prepared himself. When the truth finally hit him, he still found it hard to believe. Previously, Bond was just a small figure in Jiangxing. Even if he later gained control over Xinjiang and helped establish the Chamber of Commerce alongside Sanha Group in Jiangxing, Jameson always felt there was a gap between them. The Qin family had managed to secure a footing in the provincial capital, so they were certainly not ordinary people. In comparison, Bond paled in significance. However, what Jameson hadn't expected was how special Bond's identity truly was. The thought that this person was actually a shareholder of Sanha Group seemed unimaginable. Fergus was equally astonished upon hearing these words. Although he had considered such possibilities before, he had never taken them seriously. He assumed nothing major would happen health-wise. But now, faced with this outcome, Fergus felt utterly helpless. His eyes filled with despair as he stared at Bond. Mr. Chun, if there are other points where you need more evidence, please speak up. Anything you want, I will try my best to provide for you. Eve added when she noticed Jameson hadn't responded. But regarding Mr. Lin being the true representative sent by Sanha Group, you can rest assured. Seeing Jameson remain speechless, Eve pressed further. What was there left to doubt? Jameson knew all too well what Eve's work permit signified. That simple piece of paper clearly showed she wasn't joking. She indeed came from Sanha Group. Given her status, she didn't need to waste time lying to them. Now, with Bond's identity confirmed, Jameson's decisions became much harder. They had their disagreements in the past, and because of that, Jameson was uncertain how to respond to Bond. All his preparations were aimed at conducting thorough negotiations once the representative from Sanha Group arrived, which would then resolve many matters smoothly. However, he never imagined things would unfold this way, completely different from what he had anticipated. In that instant, Jameson gazed at Bond, unsure how to respond. It felt like he had gotten himself into a tremendous predicament. Since young Master Chun has discovered the truth, will you continue cooperation with Sanha Group or decide to end our partnership? The moment Bond finished speaking, Jameson turned around and slapped Fergus harshly across the face. You fool! How dare you not inform me about Mr. Lin's arrival? Look at the mess you've caused. If Mr. Lin weren't magnanimous, I would have killed you today. Fergus, having received the slap without cause, naturally felt wronged, but he was intelligent enough to remain calm at this crucial moment. He then bowed slightly towards Bond. I apologize sincerely for misjudging you earlier. Please do not hold it against me. If there's anything you need, feel free to ask. As long as I, Fergus, am capable, I will do my utmost. Though somewhat aggrieved, Fergus knew this was necessary to settle matters. Fortunately, Jameson only slapped him once without further humiliation. Bond remained seated in his chair. It was your family who told us to wait outside and not enter. We followed your arrangements. Now, asking us to come in suddenly seems rather absurd. Eve had expected Bond to agree immediately, but was surprised when he sat there calmly, looking at Jameson as if reconsidering whether to enter. Jameson felt a headache forming. He understood Bond's intentions, but couldn't say much under these circumstances. At this point, he had no choice but to bow humbly. Mr. Lin, today was unexpected, and I didn't anticipate such an event. Please don't take it to heart. We can discuss any issue slowly. Whatever you want, we will do our best to accommodate you. Despite some lingering dissatisfaction, Jameson had no recourse since Bond held all the cards. The only thing he could do was follow orders. If Bond got upset, the ensuing trouble would be far worse. Not a fool, Jameson did his best to placate Bond. If Mr. Lin is willing to give me some face today, discussions about the Natalie family or any other matters will be resolved amicably. Standing before Bond, Jameson appeared almost servile, fully aware of the stark difference in power between them. Chapter 265. Sincerity? Jameson had anticipated many possible scenarios, but what was happening here was clearly something he hadn't predicted. However, now that the situation had unfolded, all he could do was accept it quietly. After all, this outcome was inevitable. Not everyone could resolve these problems. Bond also understood very well that the Chun family's strength was now just a shadow of its former self. They were outwardly aggressive, but inwardly weak. If they dared to oppose him, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. In any case, Jameson standing before him wouldn't dare escalate matters further. Indeed, things played out exactly as Bond expected. Despite some lingering defiance in his heart, Jameson knew he had no other choice. Otherwise, if his father found out he had bungled such an important matter, no one could save him. Realizing this, Jameson's attitude softened considerably. Since he couldn't easily resolve the current issue, he had to discuss potential solutions with Bond. Otherwise, the problems awaiting them would only become more intractable. Mr. Lin, Brother Lin, Grandfather Lin, today I am begging you. Whatever happened before, it was because of my incompetence. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. I'm here today hoping you will forgive our previous actions. Moving forward, we can proceed with our negotiations as planned. Our Qin family isn't capable of causing trouble for Xuanhuan Group. We are willing to work together and won't say a word against it. As Jameson spoke to Bond, his voice trembled. It was unimaginable how much effort it took for this proud young master of the Chen family to humbly admit his faults before Bond. This alone indicated how dire their current situation truly was. Otherwise, Jameson wouldn't have been reduced to this state. Eve, standing beside Bond, looked at Jameson in shock. Before coming here, he had thoroughly researched Jameson and confidently told Bond that the situations described were impossible. But clearly, Eve hadn't anticipated this turn of events. You see, there are many things in this world that aren't as simple as you think. These people cannot cause us substantial trouble. In this challenging situation, Bond remained unusually calm, without even a hint of anxiety in his eyes. As he had predicted earlier, what seemed like a difficult problem wasn't so complicated after all. The Qin family was on the brink of disaster. No matter how powerful they once were, they could no longer operate as before. In this predicament, their only option was to beg for mercy. Bond, having anticipated this, swiftly made his arrangements, confident that even if Jameson harbored resentment, he wouldn't dare to do anything. Everything was under Bond's control. Indeed, as Bond had thought, although Jameson still felt dissatisfied, he had no other choice. Bond, understanding the thoughts of this person before him, realized there was no need to worry further. For the foreseeable future, Jameson wouldn't dare act against him. To continue collaborating with Xuanhuan Group, Jameson needed to treat Bond with utmost respect. Any mistake could jeopardize everything. Looking at Bond, Jameson's eyes were filled with helplessness. He had always been a formidable individual, but facing Bond, he could find no solution. Bond had seized the initiative long ago and was sent by the prestigious Xuanhuan Group. We want to reconcile, and I understand that. But words alone aren't enough. I can't fully trust your intentions. So, before we begin, you need to show some sincerity. If you're serious, perhaps I might give you a chance. Bond wasn't trying to completely dismantle the Qin family. There was no need. Given the circumstances, Jameson was already aligned with him against Jediah. With Jediah's support, the Qin family could afford to be arrogant. But if Bond resolved these issues smoothly, there would be no further concerns. Jameson cautiously gauged Bond's reaction. If Mr. Lin is willing to negotiate, the Qin family will abandon all actions against the Natalie family. And if there's anything you need from me later, I won't hesitate to assist. Of course, some benefits from this cooperation with Xuanhuan Group will also be shared with you. Each word was painful for Jameson, as these were hard-won resources for him. However, he knew this was his only chance. Convincing Bond was crucial to ensuring their plans proceeded without unforeseen complications. Otherwise, losing the opportunity to collaborate with Xuanhuan Group would mean losing everything. Bond looked at the earnest Jameson, initially stunned, then burst into laughter. It seems you understand your position. Very well, I didn't come here today to cause trouble. Chapter 266, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Bond had indeed come here this time to intimidate Jameson and force him to agree. Now that all his plans had been successfully implemented, Bond naturally didn't need to insist on his previous stance on this issue. After all, Jameson was now backed into a corner. If he pushed any harder, it might cause a backlash. Therefore, Bond chose this method to deal with him. Eve, standing beside Bond, admired him greatly. Of course, she knew what Bond was thinking. The purpose of doing this was merely to mob current Jameson. When Jameson saw that Bond wasn't pursuing the past matters anymore, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he would soon be in danger. It turned out that Bond really wasn't angry about the past, and even gave him a chance to make amends. As a result, Jameson's anger towards Bond gradually transformed into an indescribable feeling. Although Bond had ruined his big plan, for some reason, Jameson couldn't bring himself to hate him anymore. After all, romantic entanglements were just one part of Jameson's life. His true goal was to hold greater power, so he could not waver in this process. Thus, he needed to stay focused on his ultimate objective, rather than let personal feelings interfere. Note, the term marbi seems out of place in the translated sentence. Here is the revised paragraph without it. Eve, standing beside Bond, admired him greatly. Of course, she knew what Bond was thinking. The purpose of doing this was merely to keep Jameson off guard for now. When Jameson saw that Bond wasn't pursuing the past matters anymore, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he would soon be in danger. It turned out that Bond really wasn't angry about the past, and even gave him a chance to make amends. As a result, Jameson's anger towards Bond gradually transformed into an indescribable feeling. Although Bond had ruined his big plan, for some reason, Jameson couldn't bring himself to hate him anymore. After all, romantic entanglements were just one part of Jameson's life. His true goal was to hold greater power, so he could not waver in this process. Thus, he needed to stay focused on his ultimate objective rather than let personal feelings interfere. Thus, Jameson brought Bond and Eve into the hotel, leaving Fergus standing behind, unable to say a word for a long time. It seemed after all the fuss, only he truly played the fool while others didn't take the matter seriously, yet he still had to address all the issues within this matter as best as he could. Fergus has been following you for many years. Such an event must have made him very unhappy. So you shouldn't blame him and should speak nicely to him, Bond suddenly said as they entered. They had walked a considerable distance, but just enough for Fergus to hear Bond's words. At this point, Jameson certainly wouldn't back down. General Manager Lin is indeed magnanimous, still speaking up for that fool at such a time. If not for that fool, these things wouldn't have happened today, Jameson sighed, inwardly admiring Bond greatly. Fergus heard Jameson's words perfectly. Instantly, he felt terrible, clenched his fists tightly but didn't say much more. Actually, the cooperation between the Chen family and Xuanhuan group wasn't that problematic. Although this time the Chen family had added a huge leverage, directly getting themselves into trouble, their strength remained formidable and shouldn't be underestimated. At least in the provincial capital alone, their capability was indeed commendable. Bond's intervention this time was nothing more than to warn Jameson to change his initial thoughts regarding the Natalie family. If this Chen family's young master were truly infatuated, the entire Chen family would suffer. But now it seemed that at the most critical moment, Jameson was relatively rational, knowing what he wanted and what he should do. On the other side, after entering the hotel, Bond and Jameson sat down in a private room. Bond glanced at Eve beside him. The investigation on the Chen family's affairs should be clear to you by now. So, I'll leave it to you to negotiate with this Chen family's young master. Eve was slightly taken aback but nodded, realizing that Bond didn't care about the contract between the Chen family and Xuanhuan group. His goal was merely to make the Chen family behave. Jameson, of course, also caught the underlying meaning in Bond's words and became even more determined to cooperate wholeheartedly with Bond. Such a big shot would surely shock everyone wherever he went. Mr. Chin, we are aware of the information provided, but there are still some key issues that seem odd to me. After losing so much capital in the stock market this time, can your Chen family really implement measures to restore its reputation? Jameson thought that once Bond handed over the negotiation rights to Eve, he could fully relax, since a woman shouldn't be as difficult as he imagined. However, Jameson soon realized how foolish his earlier thoughts were. Although Eve seemed easy to handle, she turned out to be much smarter than he had imagined, especially in handling key issues. I thought that without Bond's involvement, I could easily solve the problem. But I never expected this female secretary to be so difficult. Jameson secretly marveled, surprised that he had met such a formidable opponent from the start. The questions Eve asked were very challenging, making it hard for him to respond immediately. It seems, young Master Chin, that you don't know much about your family's business, or perhaps your Chin family indeed lacks confidence and is waiting to collaborate with Xuanhuan Group to change its fate. After hearing this, Jameson hurriedly rebutted. Miss Luo, we do have corresponding means. The group will launch new products next month, but spreading them extensively requires financial support. With our current resources, the Chin family indeed lacks the capability, which is why I intended to control the Natalie family. If the Chin family and Natalie family unite, we can temporarily put aside this problem, and many subsequent plans can proceed systematically. Though Jameson appeared as a spoilt rich kid, he did show his capabilities in critical matters. What he said now was correct. Given the Chen family's situation, it was normal to join forces with another family to solve the problem. Even better, they could seize this opportunity to involve Natalie family's daughter. This two birds with one stone plan would probably gain no opposition. However, because of Bond's appearance, everything was bound to change drastically. Chapter 267. Isn't this too coincidental? Regardless of how the Chen family viewed the problems they faced previously, they now had to adopt a more rigorous attitude towards these matters. Bond had already taken complete control of the situation, and no matter how capable the Chen family was, they could only respond cautiously and deal with subsequent developments that were unimaginable. At this moment, Jameson looked at Bond with a pleading and fawning expression. He had initially believed that handing over the matter to Eve wouldn't cause any worries since she was just a female secretary and posed no threat. However, what happened today greatly broadened Jameson's horizons. Who would have thought that although Eve was indeed a female secretary, her perspectives on many issues were even sharper than Bond's? This is precisely why Jameson felt immense pressure and realized that if he continued like this, he wouldn't be able to hold up. Eve's sharp analysis left Jameson struggling to find reasons to counter her arguments, so the pressure he felt was immense. Of course, he hoped Bond would lend a hand at this crucial moment to help resolve the issues. But Bond understood the ins and outs of the entire situation and knew what needed to be done. Chen young master surely has many thoughts. Why not speak your mind? Even if others might not have a good solution, I believe Eve will certainly find a way. They had prepared for so long and undoubtedly started taking actions from all angles. There was no need for Bond to worry about this issue. He believed that even if Jameson didn't have any specific means right now, the entire Chen family wouldn't let this pass as if nothing happened. I am here representing Xuanhuan Group, so no matter what, I must investigate this matter thoroughly. Seeing Eve's unwavering stance, Jameson had no choice but to choose another approach. Fortunately, the Chen family, as Bond had predicted, was well prepared and wouldn't allow any minor details to go wrong. As expected, Jameson answered all of Eve's questions quickly. It was evident that their preparations were thorough, including their plans to handle the Natalie family. After everything was completed, Bond smiled at Eve. I told you before, the Chen family would definitely have everything well prepared. Bond knew that the current head of the Chen family was far from having modest ambitions. Since he was ready to cooperate, he must have ensured every detail. What Bond needed to do now was to ensure that everything stayed within acceptable limits. Eve also acknowledged the wisdom of the Chen family's plan after hearing it. The head of the Chen family indeed had some formidable skills, otherwise, the Chen family wouldn't have its current status. The Chen family doesn't seem to have any major issues currently. Future cooperation should proceed without problems. As she spoke, Eve glanced at Bond. Her words were clear. Whether or not they could cooperate depended on what Bond planned next, not her opinions at this moment. Jameson also smiled warmly and came to Bond, bowing his head. Mr. Lin, do you have any other instructions? Bond no longer maintained his facade and directly asked, actually, you should have the same question as me. Why would I suddenly appear here to speak on behalf of the Natalie family? Jameson laughed foolishly and shook his head. This is Mr. Lin's business, which has little to do with me. I don't need to think too much. I just need to act according to Mr. Lin's wishes. After experiencing so much, Jameson now understood what choices he should make. At this point, it wasn't the time to care about these issues. He needed to align himself with Bond to avoid being dragged into the trouble. Bond's tactics were far beyond what Jameson could handle normally, so he didn't want to put himself or the Chen family in greater danger. Your guesses are not far off. You know Jediah recently went to Jiangxing. My presence here is specifically to deal with him. These words immediately lit up Jameson's eyes. Although failing to take Harriet was indeed a headache for Jameson, Jediah had repeatedly caused trouble for them and could become a significant problem for the Chen family in the future. So when Bond mentioned this, Jameson instantly realized there might indeed be a connection between the two matters. If so, collaborating with Bond wasn't out of the question. Is Mr. Lin serious? Are these two matters connected? Bond said, I'm here to create discord between Miss Natalie and Jediah. I know our goals are the same, but your methods are too crude and can never succeed. The truly intelligent approach is to follow a gradual path like mine. At first, Jameson was a bit skeptical, but as Bond elaborated, he immediately smiled. To others, this might not seem easy, but Jameson didn't view it that way at this moment. Bond's demonstrated prowess in various aspects convinced him. Never did I expect Mr. Lin's true intentions were here. My previous thoughts were indeed too narrow-minded. Now I can't help but admire Mr. Lin's strategy. Jameson admired Bond deeply at this moment. People like Bond were truly remarkable experts. If so, please tell me where Mr. Lin needs help, and I will do my utmost. Previously, Jameson might have felt somewhat forced, but now, he had no such thoughts. Chapter 268. Opportunity 1 Give You. Previously, Jameson had thought that everything was just a means to force himself into compliance. But now, it seemed things were different from what he had imagined. He originally believed Bond had come here for Harriet. However, it was evident that Bond's purpose was directly linked to Jediah. Due to the conflict with Jediah, today's various events unfolded. Mr. Lin, I've understood what you mentioned earlier, but I'm curious if your visit here also has anything to do with Harriet? Although he could stabilize the cooperation between the Sanha group and the Chen family, Jameson still cared deeply about Harriet. If Bond's arrival had nothing to do with her, he wouldn't let go of his pursuit easily. Seeing Jameson's serious expression, a smile finally appeared on Bond's face. He knew exactly what Jameson was thinking, but this wasn't difficult for him. Your previous tactics mean nothing to Harriet. Instead, they put you in greater danger. So as long as you can genuinely win Harriet back under normal circumstances, I won't interfere. Bond didn't care what Jameson was thinking. He knew Jameson might not give up pursuing Harriet. But Bond was more aware that in his current state, success was impossible for Jameson. Since the guy wanted to struggle, Bond let it be. What Bond needed to do was take this opportunity to stir up the conflict between them and Jediah, which was essential to resolving the matter fundamentally. Is that so? Then thank you very much, Mr. Lin. If there's anything you need help with in the future, I will spare no effort to support you. Jameson sincerely admired Bond's decision. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't have such courage. Eve, standing beside him, breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this issue was mostly resolved. What would happen next wasn't something they needed to worry about. The Natalie family indeed fell into a perilous situation due to the Chun family's blockade, unable to imagine the challenges ahead. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Bond managed to resolve their problems successfully. Harriet hadn't believed Bond possessed such capabilities. After all, although Bond might have some influence in Jiangxing, this wasn't Jiangxing. A large provincial capital city wasn't going to listen to Bond's orders. But who would have thought that Bond not only succeeded but did so brilliantly, solving the significant problem with the Chen family in a short time. Without the Chen family causing trouble, the Natalie family no longer faced as much pressure. Harriet hadn't thought it would be resolved so easily, but Bond gave her a big surprise this time. It was clear that the situation was far more complex than initially imagined, and she couldn't help but admit that Bond was quite impressive. Meeting Bond again, she couldn't help admiring. Mr. Lin is indeed remarkable. Such a thing, I wouldn't dare to think of. With the Chen family no longer threatening them, the Natalie family had nothing to worry about in the short term. This was an excellent opportunity for them. Bond then looked at Harriet beside him. According to our agreement, I've solved the problem for you. Logically, your husband should have been here for such an important matter. But until now, I haven't seen any trace of him. Bond didn't forget his purpose in coming here. Then, Vicky sneered. That good for nothing. If he had even half of Mr. Lin's capability, none of this would have happened. It's because of his incompetence that we Natalie family encountered these troubles. Speaking of Jediah infuriated Vicky. If they had chosen someone capable earlier, things wouldn't have turned out this way. But despite her anger, they couldn't change anything since the situation had escalated to this point. Bond smiled and said to Vicky, "Don't worry, Auntie. The issue is resolved, and there won't be any other troubles for now. I'm just curious about this Mr. Li. With such significant matters happening, he isn't by his wife's side, but went somewhere else." Harriet looked at Bond. Jediah hasn't given up. On the contrary, his arrangement definitely has a reason. While Bond suspected Jediah, Harriet remained convinced of her initial belief. In her view, Jediah must have a reason for his actions, and there was no need to question it. Seeing Harriet's serious demeanor, Bond chuckled helplessly. If I were him, I would tell you the truth during such times. Even if he left to help the Natalie family, he should have informed you of his plans. Yet after all this time, there's been no sign of activity. The more Bond spoke, the more Harriet's expression became solemn. Vicky, on the other hand, laughed coldly, as if seeing through everything. Even Harriet couldn't find a reasonable excuse for Jediah. Finally, Mr. Lin has spoken the truth. I thought so too before, but this girl refused to listen. Now see how it turned out. Mr. Lin helped solve the major issue with the Chen family. What do you have to argue about? Harriet glanced at Vicky. Mom, please don't say anything more. I believe Jediah is not the person you think he is. He must have encountered difficulties this time, preventing him from reporting to me promptly. All I need to do is wait patiently. Even at this moment, Harriet firmly believed in Jediah without wavering. Chapter 269. Truly a naive girl. Facing Harriet's attitude at this moment, even Bond could only sigh helplessly. He had thought his words would be enough to change Harriet's previous opinion. However, he hadn't expected that she trusted Jediah to such an extent today. It had to be admitted that Jediah's methods were indeed effective. No wonder he was able to gain such trust from Harriet earlier. Bond looked at Harriet with a very complex expression, as if he knew the truth about something, but chose not to reveal it. Vicky saw this, and immediately understood something. I said it. You wouldn't have come here so easily this time. There must be some other reason behind it. Vicky looked at Bond seriously, saying, Mr. Lin, whatever you know, please tell us. This concerns the future of our Natalie family. Having such a son-in-law is a huge trouble for our Natalie family, and we must do everything in our power to prevent this man from succeeding. Vicky knew that Bond must understand some inside story, or else he wouldn't have shown that expression. Therefore, she couldn't wait for Bond to tell them the truth. After all, everything was too difficult to understand for Vicky. Long ago, she had planned to advise Harriet not to believe the lies of that man, no matter what. Yet, up until now, Harriet remained stubborn, completely disregarding the words Vicky had previously spoken, which made Vicky quite anxious. If the Natalie family continued like this, they might fall into endless despair. After all, Jediah had always had a purpose since the beginning. This is your family's affair after all. If I say too much now, it might seem suspicious. Bond just gave Harriet a light look, then without thinking, he turned around and prepared to leave. I've already fulfilled my promise to Zaida. As for what happens next, it's none of my concern. Whatever may happen will depend on your family's fortune. Seeing Bond ready to leave, Vicky held back Harriet. You really are foolish. It has come to this point. Don't you still see the truth? How many days have passed? But since this boy left, there hasn't been anything new. Are you going to keep believing that everything he does is for the sake of our entire family? When Vicky spoke these words, Harriet's face became very complex. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Everything was vastly different from what they had initially imagined. But at this moment, Harriet sighed. I trust him. For all these years, he has worked diligently for our Natalie family, doing everything for its well-being. I absolutely don't believe he would betray me at this time. Harriet's eyes were filled with unwavering determination, and at this moment, she didn't care about anything else. Undeniably, Harriet believed deeply in Jediah. Even faced with the stark reality now, she still trusted that everything Jediah did was for the good of the entire Natalie family. Even Bond couldn't help but shake his head helplessly at this moment. Seeing Harriet's attitude unchanged, Vicky was particularly anxious. He understood that if this situation wasn't handled quickly, the Natalie family would soon be doomed. So, regardless of what might happen next, Vicky would never stand by idly now. She stepped forward directly in front of Bond and looked at him seriously. Mr. Lin, I know it's inappropriate to ask you this way, but things have come to this. I can no longer remain relaxed as before. You also see that this girl trusts Jediah almost fanatically. If this continues, who knows what the entire Natalie family will become. I know Mr. Lin must know a lot about that boy. Please, tell us the truth. We won't blame you no matter what. Our Natalie family needs to know. Vicky's words were resolute, her eyes filled with helplessness as she looked at Bond. If there were any other way, she wouldn't make such a request. Over the years, Vicky had not treated Jediah kindly, even looking down on him in hopes of dissuading this marriage. But despite her stance, Jediah managed to earn Harriet's trust and made her make several different choices. After experiencing these events, Vicky felt quite helpless. Uncertain about what lay ahead, she understood how she should address these problems. Seeing Vicky's serious manner, Bond pondered and finally nodded. Miss Natalie, originally, I shouldn't say these things here, but as Annie said just now, if I don't speak up, it might doom your family. This isn't what I want to see. Harriet furrowed her brows and looked at Bond. Mr. Lin has helped our Natalie family. So, I know you wouldn't speak lightly. If you indeed know something, please tell us. Otherwise, with my mother's character, she might not let this go anytime soon. Harriet also understood Vicky's personality and thus appeared equally helpless at this moment. If the whole thing could be resolved easily, that would be ideal, but it clearly wasn't as simple as they hoped. Seeing Harriet's response, Bond nodded again. Since it's like this, I'll tell you the truth about what I know. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you. Actually, recently, Jediah hasn't gone anywhere else. He went to Jiangcheng. His aim is to control the entire Long family in Jiangcheng. Chapter 270, The Protagonist's Ambition. Upon hearing this, Harriet's expression changed slightly. The Cold family of Jiangcheng was one of the 4 major families, and everyone knew how powerful they were. Even the Natalie family in the provincial capital couldn't compare to them. But now Jediah was actually planning to control such a massive family. This is impossible. I know Jediah's character and capabilities. Generally speaking, he wouldn't be able to do something like this, nor would he have the ability. Harriet found it increasingly unbelievable the more she thought about it. Even though she had considered many possibilities beforehand, when faced with reality, she still found it hard to believe. If all this were true, wouldn't everything they had done before seem like a joke? Bond also watched Harriet. Of course, I understand that Miss Natalie won't easily believe these things, but this is the intelligence I currently have. I don't know how Jediah achieved all this, but he is trying by all means to gain control of the entire Cold family. Not long ago, they just acquired the development rights for atomic solid-state batteries. His goal might very well be to get the atomic solid-state battery project into his hands. Vicky, who had been listening in, was stunned. She had assumed that Jediah would be out eating and drinking, but hadn't expected him to be handling important matters. No, how could someone of his status achieve such feats? He's just a man married into our family as a son-in-law without a male heir in our family. Given the context, the term xiuxian is best translated to convey the idea of a man who marries into a family specifically because the family lacks a male heir, which was often seen in certain cultural contexts. This makes the translation more natural and understandable for English readers. Vicky was completely baffled. Jedediah wasn't like this when he was at their home. How could he suddenly transform after leaving the Natalie family, becoming capable of controlling a large family? Bond sat down beside her, giving an exasperated smile. Aunt, you might not truly understand who Jedediah is. That's why you think his previous actions were fake. Seeing Vicky's expression, Bond understood what was on their minds. Perhaps no one could have imagined that this would be their fate. Do you mean, Mr. Lin, that this guy has been hiding his identity from the beginning, that he's actually much more capable than we imagined and just hasn't told us? Hearing this, Bond noticed a shift in Harriet's expression. Harriet had a very strong sense of self-respect. Over time, Jedediah hadn't revealed what he did for a living. Harriet must have had doubts before, but chose not to pursue them fully, understanding that Jedediah had his reasons. But now, she couldn't possibly act as if nothing had happened. She definitely had her thoughts. The atomic solid-state battery project is the most famous in Xiuxian. Many people, including some influential figures I know, want to get their hands on it. These individuals are tough opponents. But Jedediah dared to challenge them head-on. This proves that his methods and abilities far exceed our imagination. Bond looked earnestly at Vicky, who sneered coldly. So it turns out he was just pretending to experience life as a lesser member, fearing that if we knew his true background, we'd treat him differently. The title of Family Fusu is simply a joke. Note, I replaced xiuxian with family affiliate to better fit the context and ensure natural fluency in English. However, if you specifically want to keep the term Brujoy son-in-law or another specific translation of xiuxian, please let me know. Thinking back, Vicky had often remarked that Jedediah wasn't worthy of their Natalie family. Now, it seemed the Natalie family had been the real joke while Jedediah held so much power. It was hard to imagine how powerful his backing was. Such a prominent figure was now playing a minor role in front of them. It was indeed hard to comprehend. Harriet turned to Bond. Mr. Lin. This information impacts me greatly. I can hardly believe this is happening, so I must confirm. Is everything you've said true? If there's anything fabricated or embellished, please tell me straight. Seeing Harriet still believed in Jedediah, Bond couldn't help but sigh. If I were Jedediah, I'd feel terrible having such a wife. Instead of wanting to live happily, you keep suspecting and hiding. At this point, Bond sighed again, clearly frustrated by the current situation. Harriet looked at Bond's expression, her own face heavy. I never thought so many events would unfold like this. You're sure everything you said is true, not a joke? Bond nodded. I know it's hard for Miss Natalie to accept. If you don't believe me, you can come with me. I will show you firsthand how your so-called gold digger wields influence in Xiuxian. Note, the term xiuxian is contextually translated as so-called gold digger to better fit the tone and meaning in English. After Bond finished speaking, Harriet felt as if her strength was drained instantly. She staggered backward, falling to the ground, her gaze complex. No matter what she had previously thought, she could no longer remain calm. That's not right. Jedediah must have a reason for doing this. Otherwise, given his character, he wouldn't treat me like this. Even with Bond's revelations, Harriet still refused to believe it fully. She suspected there were hidden secrets involved. There's a possibility of that, but regardless, shouldn't we investigate the truth of what's happening? Bond smiled calmly at Harriet. From her reaction, it was clear she had taken the bait. Bond needed only to follow through methodically. Nothing unexpected should happen next. Hashtag chapter 271. I'll go with you. Jedediah might never have imagined that he would be fighting for a project in Xiuxian with all his might, only to have Bond directly sabotage him now. Harriet indeed refused to believe these things at first, but hearing Bond's words, her eyes revealed a hint of complex emotion. I know Mr. Lin is our entire Natalie family's benefactor, and usually wouldn't make things up, but this matter has huge implications, and without a clear answer, I can't possibly believe it. So please, Mr. Lin, take me with you. Let me see for myself what exactly is happening. Harriet's eyes were unwaveringly determined at this moment. Even if she knew unexpected changes might follow, she still did not choose to give up. Driven by an adamant resolve to uncover the truth, Harriet could be described as exceptionally spirited at this point. Bond watched Harriet and did not say anything more. He just silently nodded. Since Miss Natalie says so, then let's go together today. I will arrange a reasonable identity for you, so you can observe firsthand what this son-in-law is truly doing. Note, the term xiuxian specifically refers to a man who marries into his wife's family and becomes part of her family line, often carrying implications of lower social status or economic necessity. In English, this concept is best conveyed with son-in-law in this context, as there isn't a direct equivalent term that carries all the same connotations. If you want to emphasize the specific nature of this relationship, you could use matrilocal son-in-law, or provide additional context. Bond understood that as the main character in this scenario, they would inevitably encounter various people around them. While they needn't actively seek them out, they also wouldn't reject those who come forward willingly. Moreover, for any protagonist in a novel, this was a simple and insignificant matter, requiring no excessive attention. Therefore, Bond was confident that he had the overall situation under control and did not need to worry about any other unforeseen events that might happen next. Harriet looked at Bond with incomparably complicated eyes. From Bond's words, she could feel that the person standing before her was not joking. Taking a deep breath, even Harriet felt increasingly nervous. Vicky cautiously approached from the side. Thank you very much, Mr. Lin. Unlike Harriet, Vicky saw things more clearly at this moment. It was known that Jedediah went to Xiuxian to obtain the solid-state atomic energy battery. The solid-state atomic energy battery originally belonged to the Long family, yet Jedediah now intended to gain complete control over the Long family to achieve this goal. Just from this aspect alone, it wasn't hard to see that Jedediah was an ambitious man. It seemed absurd that such a person would marry into their Natalie family as a son-in-law. Thus, Vicky had to prepare mentally in advance, especially if Jediah's ultimate goal was indeed the Natalie family. She must develop countermeasures ahead of time. Otherwise, the entire Natalie family might be plunged into endless disaster. This was why Vicky remained composed even after realizing Jediah's significant identity, because she understood that someone like Jediah would never do anything meaningless. Upon hearing Vicky's words, Bond simply nodded. Don't worry, Aunt. Since I've promised to help you investigate the whole truth, I will not joke about it. Although I don't know what Jediah intends to do, since this has already happened, we can only do our best. Seeing Bond's serious demeanor, Vicky didn't say anything more. To others, this was not an easy matter to resolve. But since things had developed to this point, they could only strive to uncover the truth as much as possible. As Bond took Miss Natalie away, they hadn't walked 2 steps when Jameson followed them. Seeing Bond and Harriet, Jameson was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Lin, Miss Natalie, where are you headed? Bond simply replied to Jameson, preparing to go to Jiangcheng. Is there something else you need today, young Master Chin? Bond narrowed his eyes and saw Jameson slowly walk forward, looking apologetically at Harriet. I came today specifically to apologize to Miss Natalie. He handed over his gift to Harriet. Miss Natalie, I did some unspeakable things in my pursuit of you before, and I deeply regret those actions now. I came today to apologize. I hope Miss Natalie can overlook my past misdeeds. Looking at Jameson's earnest expression, Harriet was somewhat surprised. She knew Jameson's personality, and logically speaking, he would never bow down to say such things to her. However, Harriet didn't know what kind of deal Bond had made with Jameson to make him cooperate so sincerely. Harriet merely smiled casually. The past is past. There's no need to dwell on it. Young Master Chun should look toward the future. After all, we're old friends. Let's work together well in the future. If you need any help, feel free to speak up. Of course, these were polite words. Given their previous conflicts, resolving everything wasn't going to be easy. Their truce was due to Bond, but future tensions were unpredictable. Afterward, Jameson didn't linger on this issue, exchanged a few casual words with Harriet, and left with them. Once Jameson was gone, Harriet remarked, Mr. Lin is far more formidable than I imagined. I never thought Jameson would actually submit to you like this. She looked at Bond with a rather complex expression. Anybody would find it hard to believe that these events were real. Conversely, Bond only smiled calmly without elaborating on the specifics between them. Then Bond made a call to Eve, arranging for a car to return. This trip required extra preparation since Harriet was coming along. Chapter 271. I'll go with you. Jediah might never have imagined that he would dedicate his life to a project in Jiangcheng, only to be outmaneuvered by Bond. Harriet initially refused to believe these events. However, upon hearing Bond's words, her eyes flickered with complex emotions. I know Mr. Lin is the benefactor of our entire Natalie family, and generally wouldn't speak lightly, but this matter is significant. Without an explanation, I cannot believe it. So, please Mr. Lin, take me with you. Let me see what's really going on. Harriet's gaze became incredibly resolute. Even knowing unexpected changes might follow, she did not waver. Determined to uncover the truth, her resolve was clear. Bond looked at Harriet and nodded silently. Since Miss Natalie has spoken so strongly, let's go together today. I'll arrange a reasonable identity for you, so you can observe everything about this son-in-law more directly. Bond knew as the protagonist in such scenarios, they wouldn't lack attention from various circles. While they wouldn't seek out trouble, they wouldn't reject those who came willingly. To any protagonist in a novel, this was a trivial matter not worth stressing over. Thus, Bond was confident the overall situation remained under his control, without fearing any unforeseen events. Harriet's eyes turned complicated. She sensed Bond wasn't joking from his words. Taking a deep breath, even she grew tense. Vicky approached cautiously. Thank you very much, Mr. Lin. Unlike Harriet, Vicky saw things more clearly. Jediah had gone to Jiangcheng to acquire the atomic solid-state battery. This technology originally belonged to the Long family, yet now he aimed to control the entire Long family to achieve his goal. Clearly, Jediah was ambitious, making it absurd that he would marry into the Natalie family. Therefore, Vicky needed to prepare psychologically in case Jediah's ultimate goal was their family. She must ready defensive measures. Otherwise, the Natalie family could face dire consequences. Hence, despite realizing Jediah's immense potential, she maintained composure, understanding he wouldn't do something meaningless. Hearing this, Bond simply nodded. Don't worry, Aunt. Since I've promised to help you investigate, I won't joke around. Though I'm unsure of Jediah's intentions, we can only do our best now. Seeing Bond's earnest expression, Vicky didn't say more. This wasn't an easy task for anyone, but given the current state, investigating the truth was paramount. As Bond and the young Miss Natalie were leaving, Jameson appeared. Jameson paused upon seeing Bond and Harriet. Where are you two heading, Mr. Lin and Miss Natalie? Bond replied coolly. We're heading to Jiangcheng. Is there anything else you need here today, Master Chin? Bond narrowed his eyes, then watched as Jameson approached apologetically towards Harriet. I've come to apologize to Miss Natalie. He handed over a gift. Miss Natalie, I regret my actions while pursuing you. I'm here to sincerely apologize, hoping you can forgive my past actions. Seeing Jameson's sincerity, Harriet was surprised. Knowing his character, she never expected him to humble himself like this. Harriet, unaware of Bond's negotiations with Jameson, smiled lightly. The past is past. There's no need to dwell on it. We should look forward. As old friends, let's cooperate better in the future. If you need help, feel free to ask. Though polite, Harriet understood many grievances between them weren't easily resolved. Afterward, Jameson didn't dwell, exchanged a few words, then left as they prepared to depart. Once Jameson was gone, Harriet commented, Mr. Lin is more impressive than I thought. It's surprising Jameson can be so obedient. Looking at Bond, her expression remained complex, reflecting disbelief at the unfolding events. Bond smiled calmly but gave no detailed explanation. He then made a call for Eve to prepare the car for their return, making additional preparations for taking Harriet along. Chapter 272, Going Home. On the way back, Bond also informed Mitzi about this news in advance. Upon hearing this, Mitzi was extremely excited. After all, Jiangqing had not been peaceful at all during this period. If they could really resolve these troublesome matters, it would be a great advantage for them. They had long planned to prevent Giselbert from collaborating with Jediah, but unfortunately, such an endeavor was easier said than done. Notably, Giselbert was very cunning and did not easily reveal anything about Jediah while working with Azrael. It wasn't until much later that he finally mentioned Jediah's involvement. By the time the various chambers of commerce in Jiangqing realized what was happening, it was too late. Bond had known about this situation for quite some time and remained calm even at this moment. To others, this might have been a daunting problem, but to Bond, it presented a tremendous opportunity. Don't worry. Once we get there, we can carefully observe what this young master from the provincial capital has up his sleeve. Instead of immediately joining Mitzi, Bond first headed to a beauty clinic. Aren't we supposed to go to the Qin family? Why are we here? Harriet glanced at Bond beside her, curious as to why they were going to a beauty clinic. Did he have something else in mind? But upon hearing Harriet's question, Bond merely smiled. Logically, I should take you to the Qin family, but now I'm planning to do something else first. If you want to find out what Jediah is doing here, you must understand that we cannot let him know your identity. Otherwise, he will set up defenses in advance, making it difficult for you to take any action against him. Bond calmly explained, and Harriet gradually calmed down. Indeed, the situation was as Bond described. Although she didn't know Jediah's exact intentions, they couldn't let him easily see through their plans. Do you really think this will work? Despite this, Harriet still felt anxious. After all, everything was based on what Bond told her, and she wasn't sure how much truth was in it. What if they falsely accused Jediah? How would she admit it then? Miss Natalie, there's no need to worry. I'll use disguising techniques to completely change your appearance. This way, no matter what you do, Jediah won't connect it to you. All you need to do is quietly observe what Jediah does. Soon enough, you'll understand what this so-called dutiful son-in-law is plotting here. Note: the term dutiful son-in-law is placed in quotation marks to indicate it may be used sarcastically or derogatorily in this context. Bond spoke confidently. Indeed, what might seem troublesome to others was easy for him to handle. Having experienced so much, Bond believed he could smoothly resolve these issues with his own abilities. Initially skeptical, Harriet slowly calmed down as Bond spoke. She understood that Bond must have his own insights and considerations, and she didn't need to worry excessively. I believe Mr. Lin has his plan. Since that's the case, I'll follow your arrangement. Bond quickly brought Harriet to the beauty clinic. When Abner saw Bond, he was surprised, but when he noticed Harriet beside him, his expression slightly changed. Unaware of Abner's reaction, Bond said casually, "Today, I need to perform a special surgery, disguising her." With Bond's current skills, successfully disguising Harriet would ensure that her new appearance would last for several months without changes. Given Harriet and Jediah's current status, it probably wouldn't take that long before Harriet grew disgusted with Jediah's actions. Meanwhile, Azrael was humbly facing Giselbert and Jediah. "Mr. Long, I think you should show more sympathy now. Only by doing so can you make Tinsley lower her guard. They've already successfully transferred the atomic solid-state battery project to someone else. So, if we want to take over the atomic solid-state battery project, we must gain Tinsley's trust. But due to past events, she's already wary of us." Compared to Giselbert, Jediah clearly had more tact and deeper motives. He had been walking on thin ice for so long, expending considerable effort to establish himself within the Natalie family. Because of this, Jediah knew exactly what to do at this moment. Azrael's goal wasn't to continue competing with Tinsley for the atomic solid-state battery project, but to appeal emotionally to her and make her believe in his intentions. Only this way could they better snatch the project after. Mr. Lee is right, but although it sounds simple, implementing it isn't easy. Even I lack confidence in pulling it off, Azrael admitted with a helpless laugh. He knew very well what he needed to do, but implementing it was incredibly challenging. No one understood Tinsley's personality better than he did. Once she set her mind on something, it wasn't easy to change. Using gentle persuasion to gradually dismantle her suspicion would be a long and difficult process. Time was something they didn't have. Seeing Azrael's dilemma, Jediah smiled lightly. The atomic solid-state battery project is crucial. We still hold part of the contracts. Though Tinsley's methods are impressive, there are disputes within these contracts. Chapter 272, Going Home. On the way back, Bond also informed Mitzi of this news in advance. Upon learning this news, Mitzi was very excited because Jiangqing had been anything but peaceful recently. If these troubles could really be resolved, it would be a great relief for them. They had long been thinking of ways to stop Giselbert's collaboration with Jediah. Unfortunately, planning is always easier than execution. It must be admitted that Giselbert was very cunning. He did not easily reveal anything about Jediah while cooperating with Azrael. He only mentioned him later. By the time the various chambers of commerce in Jiangqing realized this, it was too late. Bond had known about this situation quite early on and even remained calm at this moment. To others, this might be a troublesome issue, but to Bond, it also represented a significant opportunity. Rest assured, once we get there, we will carefully observe what skills this young masterly from the provincial capital has. Bond didn't rush to meet up with Mitzi, but instead headed to the beauty salon first. Aren't we going to the Qin family? Why are we here? Harriet looked at Bond beside her, curious as to why they ended up at a beauty salon. Does he have something else in mind? But upon hearing Harriet's inquiry, Bond merely smiled. I should logically bring you to the Qin family, but now I'm planning to do something else first. If you want to find out what Jediah is doing, you must ensure that he doesn't know your identity. Otherwise, he will set up defenses in advance, making it hard for you to act against him, Bond said calmly to Harriet. These words gradually calmed Harriet down. Indeed, the situation was as Bond described. Even though she didn't know exactly what Jediah was planning, it was crucial not to let him easily see through their intentions under any circumstances. Do you really think this will work? Despite her question, Harriet still felt somewhat nervous. Everything had come from Bond's mouth, and she wasn't sure how much of it was true. What if Jediah was wrongly accused? How would they explain then? Miss Natalie, you don't need to worry. I can change your appearance completely using makeup techniques. This way, no matter what you do, Jediah won't associate you with these actions. All you need to do is quietly observe what Jediah does. You'll soon understand his plans. Bond spoke confidently. Indeed, these matters might be troublesome for others, but for Bond, they were manageable without much fuss. Having gone through so much, Bond believed he could handle all these issues smoothly with his abilities. Harriet, initially skeptical, gradually calmed down after hearing Bond's detailed explanation. She understood that Bond had his own considerations, so there was no need for her to worry excessively. I believe Mr. Lin must have your reasons. In that case, I'll follow your arrangements. Soon, Bond brought Harriet to the beauty salon. Luo Ku was surprised to see Bond, but showed a slightly changed expression when he noticed Harriet beside him. Bond, oblivious to Luo Ku's change in demeanor, calmly said, "Today, I need to perform a special procedure, disguising her." With Bond's current skills, he could ensure that Harriet's new look would last for several months without changes. Given Harriet's and Jediah's current situation, which likely wouldn't last long, Bond wasn't overly concerned. It was highly probable that Harriet wouldn't need much time to grow disillusioned with Jediah's actions. Meanwhile, Azrael faced Xiuxian and Jediah with utmost humility. "Mr. Long, I think you should show more empathy and gain Miss Tinsley's trust to lower her guard. They've already transferred the solid-state atomic battery project to someone else. So, to take back the project, we need to make Tinsley believe us. But due to past events, she is already on guard." Compared to Xiuxian, Jediah was more skilled in calculating. Over the years, he had carefully navigated through numerous challenges, earning a foothold within the Natalie family at great cost. Thus, Jediah clearly understood what he needed to do next. Azrael wasn't aiming to compete for the project directly, but to persuade Tinsley emotionally and rationally to trust his intentions, ensuring better chances of reclaiming the project later. "Mr. Lee, what you said is true, but it sounds easier said than done. Even I have no absolute confidence." Azrael sighed, knowing what he should do but recognizing the enormous difficulty in executing it. Tinsley's stubbornness was well known. Once she made up her mind, it wouldn't be easily changed. Trying to erode her distrust gradually would take considerable time, something they couldn't afford at the moment. Seeing Azrael's dilemma, Jediah smiled faintly. "The solid-state atomic battery project is critical. We still hold part of the contracts. Although Tinsley is formidable, there are still some disputes in the contract terms." Chapter 273. All are smart people. Xiuxian immediately regained his composure after hearing Jediah's words. Wasn't this exactly what they needed? Of course, Xiuxian knew that Jediah's methods were highly sophisticated, but he hadn't thought such tactics could be used against these people until now. At this moment, even Xiuxian's eyes brimmed with disbelief. If events proceeded as described, it would be a tremendous help for them. The immediate concern is proving that during the contract signing process, the atomic solid-state battery project had not yet been transferred from Star Group. Only then can we continue fulfilling the contracts. Even if we can't seize the atomic solid-state battery project, we can still reap significant benefits from it, Jediah said confidently, smiling all the while. What might seem extremely difficult to others wasn't so complicated in Jediah's view. From the very beginning, Xiuxian and Azrael had taken a wrong approach. They didn't need to prove their involvement at all. "I understand. So next, I just need to make the girl believe I've returned, and seize the opportunity to prove that when Star Group signed those contracts, the atomic solid-state battery project was still under their control. In that case, we can coerce Opal into continuing our previous cooperation using various means." Undoubtedly, these strategies had been fully grasped by Jediah. Even someone as experienced as Azrael couldn't have imagined using such tactics. As for Xiuxian, he relied on a divine wealth system, which meant he faced fewer issues. This guy always believed in money above all. With enough cash, he figured nothing was unsolvable. But this time, Xiuxian faced a tough opponent. Bond wasn't like others. He knew Xiuxian's tricks and understood how to handle such an adversary. Consequently, Bond successfully got the upper hand over Xiuxian. With no other choice, Xiuxian turned to Jediah for help. Jediah had come to Xiuxian quite early under an alias, meeting Bond and Opal briefly at the Jade Spring building. Jediah had a talent for physiognomy. He immediately recognized that Bond and Opal wouldn't be easy to deal with, so he started observing the situation in Xiuxian discreetly while laying plans. It was now the right time for Jediah to act decisively and resolve these issues without hesitation. Azrael suddenly felt enlightened after being corrected by Jediah. "Mr. Lee, everything you said just now has been noted down. Thanks to you, Mr. Lee, or else I wouldn't know what would happen next." Initially, Azrael saw no hope, but after Jediah's insights, he found new possibilities and set fresh goals. Meanwhile, Bond had left the beauty parlor with Harriet, who had been transformed beyond recognition. She herself was surprised when she looked in the mirror. Looking at the man before her, Harriet marveled further. She already sensed that Bond wasn't an ordinary person, and this belief only strengthened now. Harriet never expected Bond to be skilled as a doctor, performing a flawless transformation. Now, looking at her reflection, she was filled with respect for Bond. "These skills are astonishing. I wonder how long the transformation will last and if anyone will notice the change," Harriet mused. Bond, walking ahead with his hands behind his back, asked, "Are you worried that Jediah might see through your disguise?" Harriet didn't speak, but her anxious expression answered him. Bond casually waved his hand. "Don't worry. Although Jediah has his skills, he isn't omnipotent. With my transformation technique, I guarantee no one in Xiuxian can see through it." Despite this being Bond's first attempt, due to his deep knowledge of Nongguang witchcraft, he had become quite proficient. To outsiders, what seemed nearly impossible was effortless for Bond. After Bond's reassurance, Harriet finally relaxed, less concerned about facing Jediah should her identity be exposed. "Now you can proceed according to your plan," Bond remarked, glancing at Eve beside him. "Miss Natalie, I believe you're not very familiar with Xiuxian. Since you've come from Sanha Group, you must have done some preliminary research, correct?" Eve nodded, revealing no surprise. She had anticipated this task. "Before coming here, my boss told me I would be staying by your side," she said. Her boss, too, was smart. He knew Bond, a sudden shareholder, harbored many mysteries. Thus, this trip to the provincial capital wasn't just for negotiation with the Chen family, but also to assess Bond. Chapter 274. The duel begins. Of course, Bond was well aware of the intentions of the Xuanhuan group. However, before this point, he hadn't paid much attention to it. For him, as long as these matters didn't adversely affect him, he wouldn't get involved easily. Given the current situation, the Xuanhuan group had developed a great interest in him, which was why they arranged for Eve to come here personally to meet Bond. Their aim was simple, to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with Bond, ensuring all future plans remained under their control. Bond understood this but wasn't repulsed by it. Eve then continued, before this, I prepared thoroughly and specifically learned about the current situation in Jiangxing. Since Eve was going to be working closely with Bond, he needed to understand all the causes and effects of every matter. While this wasn't an easy task, it wasn't insurmountable for him. Bond smiled after hearing Eve's statement. With that being the case, things will be much simpler moving forward. You continue to stay close to Miss Natalie. Regardless of what Miss Natalie intends to do next, you should assist her as much as possible, but there is one condition. Under no circumstances can she be put in danger or exposed. Especially when dealing with Jediah, you need to be extra cautious. Bond couldn't be by Harriet's side all the time. If he did, it might raise her suspicions that everything was orchestrated by him for his own benefit. Therefore, Bond chose to delegate this task to Eve, ensuring that any outcome wouldn't be traced back to him. After all, Eve represented the Xuanhuan group, and his connection to Bond wasn't deep enough for Harriet to suspect Bond even if she became suspicious of anything. Eve was momentarily taken aback by Bond's arrangement, but eventually nodded. Although he wasn't sure what awaited him, since Bond had spoken this clearly, he would follow his instructions. This time, I truly thank Mr. Lin for your help. Without your assistance, I doubt I could have achieved my goal so quickly. Harriet looked at Bond with a complex expression, more complicated than she had imagined. In contrast, Bond seemed completely nonchalant about the entire situation. To others, these matters seemed intricate, but to Bond, they were all within his expectations. This approach allowed Harriet to see his confidence and provided her with a clearer understanding of many issues surrounding Jediah. Initially, Harriet thought Bond would use some unique methods to deal with her, but instead, he appeared more confident than she had anticipated. From his calm demeanor, it was evident he wasn't surprised by anything. Could it be that Jediah has really let himself loose in Jiangxing? Otherwise, Mr. Lin wouldn't be this confident, Harriet mused. At first, she definitely doubted the truth of these events, but as time passed, the situation before her had changed entirely. Even Harriet couldn't maintain her previous composure. She began to wonder if there were details she didn't know. Miss Natalie, if you need any assistance in the future, feel free to tell me. I will inform you immediately if I have any leads on Jediah. But how you view Jediah's actions is none of my concern. I can only ensure that you see Jediah's actions, but the final judgment depends on your perception. Bond gave a faint smile and left, leaving Harriet standing alone, unable to speak for a while. Although she wasn't sure what awaited her, it was clear that resolving this matter wouldn't be easy. After watching Bond leave, Harriet asked Eve, what kind of person is Bond? Why do I always feel like I can't see through him? This was exactly what Harriet was thinking. Bond was far more challenging to handle than they had anticipated. Moreover, he often appeared very aloof, as if certain matters had no impact on him. Eve laughed slightly upon seeing Harriet's expression. Mr. Lin is one of the most mysterious people I've ever met. It's not easy to figure out anything about him. As he spoke, admiration crept into his eyes. As Eve said, these matters weren't easy to resolve, and could be more troublesome than they imagined. But to Bond, they were small issues that could be easily dealt with. Clearly, Bond understood these situations better than anyone could imagine. What terrifying means Bond might employ in the future couldn't be explained in just a few words. Harriet pondered, her gaze changing as she looked at Eve. It seems Mr. Lin is indeed a formidable player. She had started to develop some doubts about Jediah. Even if it was a small crack, it was enough for Bond's plan to expand the rift between them further. Jediah was completely unaware of what was happening, and by the time he realized it, it might be too late. Bond found this outcome quite satisfying. He wanted to see if Jediah could remain as composed when all his plans were shattered by him. Chapter 275. Planning something sinister again. Ring detected the host performing antagonist behavior, awarded 1,000 villain points. On the other hand, Bond left the beauty salon with a smile. For him, achieving such an outcome now was indeed not easy. However, he had to admit that the entire situation turned out to be much easier than he initially thought. He originally believed persuading Harriet to doubt Jediah would not be an easy task, possibly requiring considerable effort and energy. But it turned out the entire situation was far simpler than Bond had anticipated. Now Harriet already harbored some suspicion towards Jediah, and all he needed to do next was intensify the conflict between them to resolve the matter completely. Although Bond didn't know exactly what Jediah was planning, he was sure this would severely damage Jediah. Moreover, he could gain more benefits through such villainous actions. This wasn't a bad thing for Bond. With his current villain point tally, he could potentially earn a substantial reward, perhaps even some self-preservation measures. At that moment, Mitzi called. Aren't you already back in Jiangxing? Why haven't you made any moves? Did you encounter any trouble on the way? If so, I'll immediately arrange for help. The situation in Jiangxing was very complex now, and even Mitzi couldn't guarantee everything was still under their previous control. Despite Bond's successful establishment of the so-called Chamber of Commerce Alliance, they hadn't been able to properly punish the Long family after their retreat. Although the Long family's business had declined significantly without Jediah's assistance, they would inevitably suffer severe consequences. However, if anyone considered the possibility of the Long family rising again, they would naturally be dissatisfied. In contrast, Bond remained remarkably calm, evident from his eyes. What was difficult for others seemed simple for him. Lan Ji, I understand you're worried about the situation in Jiangxing. But now that I'm back, there won't be any unexpected situations, Bond said confidently. To others, this might not be easy, but for the present-day Bond, it was far less challenging. No matter how powerful Jiangxing was, it couldn't threaten Bond's current status. Mitzi was genuinely concerned that someone might target Bond upon his return to Jiangqing. Though many had intended to take action against Bond earlier, hearing his response gradually eased her worries. Few could succeed against him, considering his cunning. These days, things have been quite high profile at home. I don't know what they've encountered, but it's troublesome for us, she noted. So be cautious when dealing with these people, especially inform Opal about the current state of the Long family. If it were only the collaboration between the Long family and Jediah, Mitzi wouldn't have been so anxious. The true issue was that the Cold War-like situation differed from what they had expected. If everything targeted Opal, it would be problematic, necessitating preventive measures before anything happened. Bond agreed, understanding the logic. In the current state, they couldn't predict future unexpected developments. To prevent this, Bond aimed to nip potential problems in the bud before they occurred. Lan Ji, rest assured. I'll address this issue quickly upon my return, and will also tell Opal the truth, he assured her. Ultimately, everyone's goal was the atomic solid-state battery project. Even Bond wasn't willing to easily hand over this project to others, making Opal crucial. If Bond hadn't acted first, he might not have been fully confident otherwise. After talking with Mitzi, Bond dialed Opal. Fortunately, Opal was available, so Bond took her out. You're aware of the situation in Jiangqing. Has the Long family shown any unusual activities recently? Opal thought for a moment. Not really. The Starlight Group has encountered numerous troubles, and even with external help, they can't recover anytime soon, especially since those outsiders never intended to help Starlight. Although the atomic solid-state battery project had become a hot topic, no one knew what unexpected developments awaited. Throughout this process, Bond remained calm. He understood his opponent's tactics and the surprises they could bring in the coming period. Thus, Bond knew precisely how to handle these challenges. The Starlight Group situation won't change anytime soon. No matter how hard they try, those people likely won't help them. In this current situation, we must confront more than just the Starlight Group. Bond wasn't clear about what awaited him next, but was certain some issues would be thornier than previously imagined. Like Mitzi mentioned, the targets might shift to Opal. After all, everything hinged on Opal. Controlling her would solve the rest of the problems. The villains would think this way. The Long family's recent movements aren't just what you see offline. They might have some sinister plans to counter us, so you need to be careful. Hearing this, Opal paused. What, are you concerned about me? Or do you fear I might betray us during this critical juncture and collaborate with my father? Bond laughed. Doubt? It's not like that. I'm merely worried you might be deceived by these people unknowingly. After all, Jediah is quite devious. Chapter 276, Dinner Party. Although Bond believed in Opal's capabilities in this area, their current opponents were indeed very cunning. These people excelled at tactics that weren't easily countered by the average person. Opal was intelligent, but she hadn't reached a level where she could handle everything effortlessly. Therefore, Bond had become more cautious about this issue. Don't worry, I'm well aware of these tricks. Although Bond was concerned, Opal remained very calm. As she said, she knew her father might set traps for her anytime. In the past, Opal might have fallen for it, but now she had her own ideas and wouldn't be easily deceived. Unlike Bond, Opal felt confident that she could deal with things smoothly using her abilities. With Opal's reassurance, Bond felt slightly more at ease, though he still didn't know what would happen next. But since Opal had been on guard, even if Atli used sophisticated means, it probably wouldn't escape her notice. In the following days, a breakthrough did occur. The usually indifferent Atli actually invited his daughter to dinner at home. Opal immediately informed Bond of this matter. They both knew without saying much that there must be something up with Atli. I'm curious. The nuclear solid-state battery project is no longer under Starlight Group. They know that no matter how they talk to me, I will never hand over the project to them. Opal couldn't understand what her father was thinking. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem possible. But Bond thought differently, believing there might be some overlooked vulnerability between the two parties. If it were just your father alone, we wouldn't need to worry so much. After all, we've faced him many times before, so we can see through his tactics. But the issue now is not as simple as we say. Bond's expression grew serious. He admitted that the situation had become more severe. If they couldn't control it well, it might lead to worse consequences. I share your concerns, but we can't find the key right now. Perhaps you should come with me today to see what he really wants. This decision came after careful consideration. She didn't believe that even Atli, despite his capabilities, could easily solve the problem in this state. Bond agreed that accompanying her was the best way to determine Atli's intentions quickly. You can't harm others unnecessarily, but you must always be on guard. After so much experience, Bond couldn't remain as relaxed as before. His attitude towards Atli had changed significantly. On the other side, Atli was preparing meticulously at home. Emily watched her husband coldly. I never thought the sun would rise in the west today. You, who normally avoids the kitchen, are planning to cook. I've never seen you take such leisure time after all these years, she remarked. Atli only gave an awkward smile. Well, do we really need to distinguish this? As you know, the girl has had conflicts with me before, leading to a long estrangement. Now I've finally called her back, and I want to apologize by cooking for her. Emily glanced at Atli's earnest expression but didn't believe a word. Over the years, she knew his character too well. Was he the type to admit mistakes easily? There must be another reason. But Emily didn't argue. Her husband was a complete chauvinist and never listened to others. Arguing would be pointless. Besides, the girl was grown up and wasn't easy to deceive. Atli's methods wouldn't fool Opal easily. I don't know what you're planning, but if you think of harming our daughter again, think twice. Afterward, she turned and went upstairs. It was surprising enough to see Atli cooking, indicating significant matters. Yet Emily wasn't too worried. Despite being reprimanded, Atli showed no fear. He continued humming tunes and acted as usual. To Atli, winning or losing depended on persuading Opal. Once successful, he could firmly hold onto the nuclear solid-state battery project, a crucial move for him. Meanwhile, Bond dressed formally for the occasion. When he and Opal arrived at the Long residence, they exchanged smiles. Are you sure I need to come along today? It'll be awkward if your father merely wants to reconcile with you, Bond questioned. Opal laughed coldly. I know my father well. If he truly wanted reconciliation, why go through such efforts? For her, this was a trivial matter. Chapter 277. When? Bond saw that Tinsley was so confident, and thus didn't say much more. Soon, the two arrived at home. Fern heard the noise and was already waiting at the door. When she saw Bond, she paused for a moment but quickly regained her composure. Fern came forward with a smile and said, "You brought your boyfriend home today without giving any notice. Do you want to surprise us, or maybe scare your father?" Hearing this, Tinsley wasn't angry but smiled as she stepped forward. "Why would it be scaring Dad? Your words make it sound like you're trying to be difficult," Tinsley said while maintaining an innocent expression. The daughter and mother were both clear about what she truly thought. Bond acted as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Although he wasn't sure what would unfold next, it was evident that today was going to be intense. Azrael had never been on good terms with Bond. After all, they were once competitors, and Azrael had lost to Bond, something he was unwilling to admit. Thus, their meeting might get tense, but Bond seemed unbothered by the possibility. His confident gaze showed he had a firm grasp on the situation. "Sorry, Auntie, I came in a rush and didn't bring much, just a few small tokens," Bond explained as he handed over the gifts. "Don't mind them too much," Bond added. The mother laughed upon seeing the gifts. Despite Bond's modest words, it was obvious he had put thought into each item. While Azrael wasn't fond of Bond, Fern held a different attitude. Initially, Minnie and Xiuxian rumored that Bond was a despicable person, but subsequent events had proven that Bond wasn't as bad as they imagined. In fact, because of Bond, the massive Xiuxian Chamber of Commerce was established, although the Long family had withdrawn from it. Everyone acknowledged that after the chamber was formed, the business world in Xiuxian developed more evenly, and the vicious competition vanished entirely, a boon for its future. "You speak so amusingly, my child. Since you've come, no need for gifts. I've heard a lot about you, though we've never had time to sit down properly and chat." While saying this, she glanced at Tinsley, implying that since they had decided to be together, there was no need to hide anything and should meet the parents openly. Tinsley obviously understood the implication and gave an awkward smile without saying much. When Azrael came out and saw Bond accompanying his daughter, his expression changed instantly. Initially surprised by the unexpected visitor, now facing Bond, his feelings were complex. Seeing this, Fern cleared her throat, which helped Azrael regain his composure. Otherwise, who knew what he might have done? "Come in," Azrael said, ushering Bond inside. His actions and words were not consistent, but under the circumstances, it was the best way to face Bond. Tinsley watched this all play out, becoming even more certain that her father was now seeking help. Given his usual demeanor, he wouldn't converse so amicably with Bond unless necessary. Azrael hadn't expected Bond to come along. Now faced with this situation, he felt cornered. If it was only Tinsley, he could manipulate the situation. But with Bond present, things became complicated, and any mistake could give Bond leverage. After a brief conversation, Azrael excused himself into the kitchen, likely needing time to think. Meanwhile, Fern wasn't concerned with these internal dynamics. She was simply delighted with Bond. At first, she worried Tinsley would choose someone troublesome, but now she was thoroughly pleased with her choice. Bond seemed like a perfect match in every way. "Little Lin, do you two have any plans for the future? Or are you just letting things continue like this?" Bond almost choked on his drink, looking at Fern in disbelief. He hadn't expected such a direct question so soon. Surprisingly, Tinsley chimed in calmly, "It doesn't matter when. As long as Bond is fine with it, I'm willing to marry tomorrow." Now it was Bond's turn to be stumped. He did have the desire, but Bridget remained an issue. She would surely protest fiercely if she found out. Considering this, Bond was hesitant. Facing the sudden interrogation from Fern, he pondered deeply. "How difficult is it for you to decide these matters?" Fern asked with a smile, expressing her confusion. Chapter 278. Is this a palace coup? Originally, Bond thought that upon raising this question, Maxine would be the first to refuse him outright. Yet surprisingly, Maxine did not react at all, seeming just as eager for an answer. This left her mother rather astonished. She knew her daughter's personality better than anyone else and realized that this unusual situation was telling of something different. After some consideration, Bond said in a very official tone, "The Xiuxian Chamber of Commerce has only been established for a short time, and there are still many matters that need addressing. At this critical juncture, it is crucial for me to steer the situation. So, I cannot attend to personal affairs at this moment." While saying this, Bond glanced at Maxine, but unexpectedly, she completely ignored him, calmly waiting for further developments with her eyes cast downward. Karen's expression changed slightly upon hearing Bond's words. "I know you young people have significant pressure, but don't forget, once missed, some things can never be recovered." Karen didn't dwell on the issue, patting Bond's shoulder before getting up to leave, granting Bond and Maxine some private space. Once Karen departed, Bond looked at Maxine with surprise. "What did you mean just now? Are you trying to make me uncomfortable?" Maxine chuckled. "Can it simply be that I want to know the answer to?" Looking at Bond, though she maintained a smile, her gaze was intense and sincere, clearly indicating she wasn't joking. Had this happened earlier, it might have passed unnoticed, but after so much time had passed, Maxine had developed an understanding of Bond. She was well aware that he already had multiple women in his life. If things continued this way, Bond might end up having a full harem. Thus, rather than wait, it was best to take the initiative now. Maxine also understood she could not exclusively possess Bond, but being his primary wife wouldn't be bad either. Seeing Maxine's serious demeanor, Bond sighed helplessly. "I understand your thoughts, but discussing marriage isn't feasible in the short term. You know many are plotting against us, and we must tread carefully during this critical period to reverse the situation." On this matter, Bond was fully aware of the stakes and understood what needed to be done more than most. Seeing Bond's urgency, Maxine waved dismissively, smiling. All right. I know what you mean and understand my role. I was just teasing you. But remember one thing. No matter how many women you may have, I will always be the top priority." Seeing her serious, earnest expression, Bond had no choice but to change the subject promptly. Time soon reached mealtime. Looking at the table filled with dishes, Bond couldn't help but marvel. I didn't expect Annie's culinary skills were so good. Look at all these dishes. I'm hungry just looking at them. Xuanhuan, who had been sitting nearby, glared fiercely at Bond. All of these were made by me. He then looked at Maxine. How have you been recently? Knowing Maxine still harbored some reservations towards him, he chose his words carefully. If you're asking about the company, everything is fine here. Although there were unexpected issues, none of them really affect me now. Maxine had formed her own views on this matter. She understood that Zoran's question centered around the solid-state nuclear battery project. Father is probably interested in our cooperative development of the solid-state nuclear battery project. We've selected a partner, and finalizing details should happen soon. Seeing Maxine's serious look, Xuanhuan laughed awkwardly. I know due to the Starlight Group incident, you've had concerns about me. But please don't overthink this. It's just dinner. I didn't expect you to bring Mr. Lin along personally. Xuanhuan curiously asked Bond. I'm curious why Mr. Lin is here today, and in what capacity? Xuanhuan and Bond had conflicts before, especially when Xuanhuan withdrew from the business alliance Bond formed, making the entire Jiangxing city turn against him. Their family nearly fell apart. If not for xiuxian and Jediah intervening at the critical moment, Xuanhuan wouldn't be able to sit here calmly conversing with Bond and Maxine. Mr. Cold, please don't overthink it. I'm here simply as Maxine's boyfriend. Let's avoid discussing other matters today. Bond knew Xuanhuan was anxious, especially regarding the solid-state nuclear battery project. Yet, Bond's presence forced Xuanhuan to remain silent to avoid giving Bond any opportunities. Xuanhuan thus glared at Bond angrily. Maxine wanted to lash out but couldn't. She could only watch helplessly as Bond spoke freely, while she silently accepted the outcome. Maxine understood this thoroughly, but made no move to intervene. The meal turned out far more harmonious than they expected, with Xuanhuan putting on a warm act, which surprised Maxine. It showed Xuanhuan was enduring considerable strain. It was no small feat for Xuanhuan to maintain such composure. Bond remained composed throughout, effortlessly handling any tactic Xuanhuan threw his way, as he'd previously stated, ensuring whatever happened, he would manage it easily. The chapter retains its original paragraph structure and line breaks, conveying the story's progression smoothly and accurately into English. Chapter 279. The show begins. Damn brat. He should have been turned away at the door back then. It's troublesome to have him here now. Azrael frowned as he looked at Bond, his anger rising, yet powerless to do anything. He thought he could easily turn the tide with his methods, but unexpectedly, the situation had become even more difficult than he anticipated. Meanwhile, Emily was delighted to see this scene unfold. She had worried that this father and daughter would start arguing. Instead, due to Bond's presence, Azrael had to pretend, resulting in a harmonious dinner conversation. After some casual chat, Opal took Bond and left. On the way back, Bond said, more likely it's still about the atomic solid-state battery project. Otherwise, your father wouldn't endure so much humiliation. I also wondered what we didn't handle properly, giving them a chance to exploit our weaknesses. Bond glanced at Opal beside him and asked, when you signed the contract, was the atomic solid-state battery project still under Star Group? With these words, Opal instantly understood. Azrael's behavior tonight had left them puzzled. Now after Bond's remark, she immediately comprehended her father's motives. Are you saying my father wants to prove that when he signed the contract, Star Group still controlled the atomic solid-state battery project? If so, they can interfere with the future projects. Even if they can't directly get the atomic solid-state battery project, it can still cause us a lot of trouble. Understanding the sequence of events, both felt somewhat relieved. Seeing Opal regain her composure, Bond shrugged helplessly. Though I'm unwilling to admit it, the reality is clear. Your father still has no intention of giving up and continues to find ways to counter us. Now having returned Star Group to the Long family, they still sought trouble everywhere, indicating a small Star Group couldn't satisfy their appetites. Only securing the atomic solid-state battery project would make them truly content. Opal took a deep breath. I've retreated time and again to avoid bigger conflicts within the family, but they continually disappoint me. She never wanted to quarrel too fiercely with her relatives. Giving up Star Group and leaving was unprecedented for her. However, Opal hadn't expected such a complex confrontation one day, unsure of what else she'd face next. Bond lightly patted her shoulder upon seeing her like this. Now that we know what they want, we must not stand idly by. We need to work together. We should finalize the subsequent development of the atomic solid-state battery promptly, ensuring we won't be pressured by them in the coming period. Given the current situation, Bond couldn't act as if nothing happened. Both sides had revealed their intentions, and now they'd see who triumphed ultimately. At least Bond was quite confident in himself. Just then, Bond received a call regarding Jediah. You push the collaboration on the atomic solid-state battery while I keep an eye on Jediah. After briefing Opal, Bond left quickly. Opal nodded silently, understanding Bond's many tasks lately. Facing numerous enemies, including Dash, xiuxian, and Jediah, wasn't easy for him. Fortunately, Dash still aligned with Bond. Otherwise, things would have been worse. This news was relayed by Dash to Xiaomin. Jediah had recently met privately with xiuxian, discussing unknown matters. According to Dash's intel, they called for many escorts during the conversation, among whom was a woman accompanying Jediah. Harriet summoned Bond because of this. Meeting Harriet again, Bond saw her anger but remained calm. I understand Miss Natalie might be unhappy about this. Still, I remind you to stay calm no matter what happens. Bond earnestly told her. In this situation, even Bond couldn't guarantee everything would go smoothly. Harriet looked up at Bond and said, Mr. Lin, rest assured, I'll disguise myself well, leaving no room for that man to notice any flaws. Though I'm angry, I know staying calm is essential before witnessing the truth. Arriving in Jiangxing only days ago, Harriet never expected such developments. Unsure who to believe, she could only judge through first-hand experience, especially since Bond had explained clearly before. But today's incident infuriated Harriet, especially knowing Jediah brought a woman along. Bond didn't say more but drove Harriet to the nightclub. En route, Harriet remained silent, suppressing her emotions. Bond didn't comment further. Anyone would find it hard to remain calm in such circumstances. Shortly, they arrived at the nightclub. Chapter 280, Success. Really sorry, if I hadn't invited you over, you wouldn't have run into Ernesto. Christina knew Fagin's career was flourishing, yet there were still certain tasks Fagin hadn't had access to. Fagin, however, seemed unconcerned. There are people who just like stirring up trouble. It has nothing to do with you. Fagin understood that Christina was right. It was indeed because of her invitation that he met and offended Ernesto. However, all this was trivial to him. Initially, Christina wanted to say she would help resolve the matter. But seeing the gentle look in Fagin's eyes, a sudden impulse made her hug him without thinking. Fagin was surprised. He didn't expect someone who was blushing moments ago to suddenly become so proactive. Instead of pushing her away, he wrapped his arms around her waist. What a surprise. He knew her waist must be soft and slender. It felt so good. With such a beautiful woman offering herself willingly, Fagin certainly wasn't about to turn her down. Christina hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. She'd been wondering how to bring up her feelings for him, how she liked him from the moment she first saw him online, and how she'd always supported him. Lying beside him, she played with her hair, feeling extremely content. As for Ernesto, he was long forgotten. Did he really think he mattered? What? Fagin sat up, reaching for a cigarette, but ultimately put it back down after glancing at the woman beside him. Just feels so surreal. Before, you were someone I could never have, and now? Christina hugged him tightly. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill, dancing. Hearing the system's voice, Fagin immediately became excited. Isn't this like getting a pillow just when you're sleepy? He had been thinking about improving his dancing skills. Now he could also pursue singing and dancing performances, opening doors to more activities. Fagin's joy naturally rubbed off on Christina. They lingered together again. The next time they woke up, it was already morning. Fagin awoke hungry, glancing at the time. It was 1 PM already. Christina was interesting. Unlike other women, for a moment, he forgot about being hungry. He called out to her, "Get up, let's go eat." Christina was still groggy from last night's excitement. Tired, she eventually heard Fagin's voice while barely asleep. She opened her eyes drowsily, watching as Fagin picked up his clothes from the floor. "Since you're awake, get up. Let's go eat." Christina couldn't take her eyes off Fagin. The marks on his body reminded her of last night. Fagin's physique was truly impressive. No wonder so many in the entertainment circle admired him. His skills weren't lacking either. Christina glanced at her torn dress on the floor. "Can you help me get a piece of clothing from the wardrobe?" The darkness last night hid everything. Today, it was clear, making her cheeks flush red instantly. Last night had been wild. If only. Seeing her obvious shyness, Fagin unhesitatingly fetched her clothes, even picking out her undergarments thoughtfully. He even left the room for her privacy, but Christina's face remained flushed. Although she had been the one to initiate things, she still... After an hour of preparing, Fagin was getting impatient outside. Yet, he understood girls took longer to get ready. He ordered food to be delivered directly to the house. Seeing the food on the table, Christina remembered they had kitchen staff, but she had sent them home after the party yesterday. They would return this afternoon to clean up. Feeling hungry, Christina sat opposite Fagin, and they began eating. Christina had a habit of not talking during meals, and Fagin, being hungry, stayed silent too. Thus, the meal passed quietly, but the atmosphere was intimate and impenetrable by others. Just as they finished, the phone rang. Christina ignored protocol and answered immediately. "Bestie, how did it go? Tell your sister how Fagin is. Does he live up to his reputation? Is the internet rumor true that Fagin can go 7 times in one night?" Though the voice wasn't loud, Fagin, sitting close by, heard everything clearly. Smiling, he looked at Christina, who blushed fiercely and hung up to stop her friend's chatter. It was incredibly awkward. Fagin wasn't bothered. He knew friends sometimes shared everything. "My friend was just worried. Nothing else," Christina started, but found herself getting increasingly embarrassed. She gave up, resigned to her discomfort. "No worries, I'll be busy later. Do you have plans tonight? I'll treat you to a nice dinner." Fagin, thinking about their newfound relationship, wanted to show her around and enjoy himself. Especially since Christina looked at him with such affection. He hated seeing her hurt. "Sure." Christina eagerly agreed, willing to adjust her schedule for him. Fagin was very busy, and who knew when he'd have time again. "Great, wait for my call. I need to go." Fagin needed to change. Yesterday's outfit, worn on the red carpet, was now wrinkled and unsightly. "Okay, should I have the driver take you?" Christina asked, holding her phone ready to call. "My assistant and manager are waiting for me," Fagin replied, grabbing his coat and leaving quickly. After Fagin left, Christina felt a pang of longing, a sensation she'd never experienced before. But it didn't matter. Fagin would come back soon. This man belonged to her now. If possible, she wished to keep him by her side as long as she could. She also needed to think carefully about how they'd interact if they ever broke up. She knew she wouldn't be the one to make Fagin settle down. Christina dialed her friend, grateful she didn't call back after hanging up earlier. Otherwise, she'd be mortified. Fagin's gaze lingered in her heart. Since Fagin is still with you, and it's already 2 PM, he must have gone to work. You guys must have been crazy last night. Translation ends here. Please provide the remaining part if necessary or specify further adjustments. Chapter 281, Obey. While teasing Christina, they hadn't expected that Christina, who usually showed the least interest in these matters, would have changed so much after meeting Fagin. She seemed to want everything now. Don't tell me these things, it's embarrassing. But I'm happy. My wishes have been fulfilled. Christina's happiness could be heard through the phone. Her friend, having heard the news, said from the other side of the line, "I'm glad you're happy. If you can really win over Fagin, I'll look at you with a new respect. After all, that guy is indeed pretty good. He was so protective of you yesterday. I think he's quite capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare act like that against Ernesto." The person on the phone knew Christina was now shy and didn't press the matter further. No matter how close their relationship was, it was ultimately between them. However, Ernesto posed a significant problem. How is Ernesto? This was something Christina had realized because of her. Fagin had faced this unforeseen trouble. Regardless, she had to help Fagin resolve this issue. Although he wasn't severely injured, Fagin humiliated him in front of everyone. He must bear a grudge. Now, with a medical report, he insists on suing Fagin. As an artist, if Fagin gets such negative publicity, it will be difficult to settle. You should remind Fagin to prepare early for this. Furthermore, Ernesto isn't an easy opponent. It's uncertain whether Fagin can handle him. She had been pursuing Fagin for some time and had genuine feelings. Such a talented person should not disappear because of this incident. I trust Fagin. I'll also put pressure on Ernesto. He won't dare to touch me. Christina couldn't let Fagin deal with everything alone. He was already exhausted. You're quite protective of Fagin. Just keep these things in mind. He truly doesn't dare to touch you. You are still Miss Fong of the Fong family. After chatting with her friend for a while, Christina started thinking about how to deal with Ernesto. Perhaps she could send him abroad for education? Or directly suppress him so he couldn't harm Fagin anymore. Just as she began pondering, her phone rang. Fagin sent her a message. I'll handle Ernesto. Fagin, getting into the car, only remembered this matter after seeing Ernesto's lawyer letter online. Such trivial tactics didn't frighten Fagin. He didn't need Christina to solve these problems for him. Worried, Christina thought maybe she could secretly resolve this, since Fagin wouldn't know. Obey. The last two words made Christina drop all other thoughts. Fagin had said obey. What could she do? She decided to leave it to Fagin. All right. After reading Christina's reply, Fagin returned to Weibo to read the comments. Lawyer letter? Did Fagin hit someone? I knew Fagin wasn't a good one. He became famous so quickly and immediately resorted to violence, disregarding his status as a public figure, which looks bad. This is too much fuss. We don't even know the details yet. Receiving a lawyer letter is shameful for Fagin. I know what happened. Yesterday, Fagin attended a gathering. Come to think of it, it wasn't Fagin's fault. How could he just sit there being insulted? There's drama coming up. I wonder how Fagin will handle this. The lawyer letter is solid, and Ernesto wants to take it all the way, going head-to-head with Fagin. People who were present yesterday knew the truth and had already spoken out. Fans were unsure how to react. Saying Fagin was entirely innocent was impossible, but he had acted in self-defense. He couldn't just smile and take a beating, right? Have you seen what's happening online? Our priority now is to control the hate fans. Let's not discuss it further and reduce the heat. Fagin is the victim here. Why shouldn't he speak up when insulted or fight back when attacked? Is it because he's a celebrity? That's laughable. Fagin got carried away this time. He should have quietly dealt with it instead of making such a fuss, which won't benefit his career. The fan community rapidly discussed this, generally siding with Fagin. Under the leadership of prominent fans, they tried to lower the temperature. But Ernesto wanted Fagin ruined, so this effort failed. The topic continued to heat up until even the fans felt helpless. They could only defend Fagin by explaining the situation online. Some thought Fagin wasn't at fault. Others believed he, as a public figure, shouldn't be involved in fights, setting a bad example. Fagin saw these comments and wanted to respond but was stopped by Sienna, who took his phone. You should focus on your work, not waste time here. Random posts will only make the situation worse. I'll discuss this with the company and inform you about the next steps. This wasn't something Fagin should handle alone. Now, he had a company supporting him. Fagin hesitated, wanting to say he could handle it. But when he saw Sienna's eager eyes, ready to help, he kept quiet. These are minor issues. I knew my limits when I hit him. A lawsuit is pointless with just superficial injuries. But losing face was another matter. Such petty tactics didn't faze Fagin. He had 1,000 ways to make Ernesto retract the letter and apologize sheepishly. Be more careful in the future. Even if you have to hit someone, do it privately. Videos of your fight are already circulating. A lot of people lost interest in you due to those videos. You looked like you were assaulting him. Thinking of this, Sienna frowned. Things had escalated too quickly. Chapter 282. Lawyer's letter quickly deleted. If it spreads, let it spread. Fagin sat in his chair, unable to play with his phone. He decided to close his eyes and rest. He let Sienna handle this matter first to see what the agent could do. You focus on your work. I'll help you handle this. While Fagin was working, Sienna quickly convened a meeting with the company's public relations team to discuss how to deal with the situation. Some suggested that Fagin should apologize since he did hit someone. Regardless of circumstances, hitting others is wrong. Sienna objected immediately. Why should he apologize? I don't recall Fagin being at fault here. Did he have to offer the other cheek after getting hit? I think Fagin should keep going with this. These kinds of incidents won't affect his career anyway. His fans aren't reacting negatively either. If they want to sue, let them go ahead. They now had the money to hire the best legal team. There were videos proving Ernesto initiated the fight, and it was mutual combat, not a one-sided beating by Fagin. After much discussion, Sienna suddenly realized they wanted Fagin to back down to maintain peace, given that their opponent was Ernesto, someone not easily messed with by ordinary celebrities. Is this your opinion or the boss's? Sienna's tone grew heavy. As far as she remembered, one of the crucial reasons Fagin joined the company was for protection if he ever offended capital. If they couldn't support him, all Fagin's efforts would be wasted. Seeing their hesitation, Sienna knew it wasn't the boss's decision. She didn't need to discuss further and took over handling the matter herself. Logging into Weibo, she posted a clarification regarding the incident, clearly indicating Fagin wasn't afraid of their lawyer's letter and would stand firm regardless of what Ernesto did. The response to Sienna's Weibo post varied widely. Initially, I thought Fagin would release such a statement. While there are some issues, Fagin handled this well. But poor young Master Ming, facing everyone like that, he probably won't have a face left. I'm really impressed. Fagin is quite enchanting. Watching that video, I found Fagin so handsome while hitting him. Honestly, this hasn't been resolved yet. It was just a private altercation. No need to escalate it this much. From the video, Ernesto seemed eager to hit Fagin too, but he simply couldn't land a blow. This matter attracted intense online attention from various groups. Some tried to use this opportunity to bring Fagin down. However, his fans weren't idle either, defending him relentlessly. The all-knowing netizens managed to obtain Ernesto's injury report, which sparked widespread mockery across the internet. My god, I thought the injuries were severe, but it's just superficial bruising that will heal in time. Ha ha ha. Is such a minor injury even worth suing over? This really made me laugh. What did the Meng family raise, a joke? With an air like this, Meng Company's future seems bleak. I bought their stocks, now I might as well sell them. No wonder Fagan and his team acted so boldly. His strikes looked fierce, but he barely caused damage, a true martial artist. Ernesto didn't expect not only failing to ruin Fagan, but also causing significant upheaval. Many believed his attitude was completely inadequate and couldn't tolerate being bullied by someone like Fagan. Others felt Ernesto lacked authority, making something small public without achieving anything against Fagan. Fagan remained unscathed and became trending again. Moreover, due to this incident, the Meng family's stock prices were affected. Fagan's fanbase included many wealthy women who weren't simple figures. Ernesto, delete the lawyer's letter from the internet right away. Haven't you disgraced yourself enough? Do you want to humiliate us nationally? Ernesto received a call from his father. The latter was furious, feeling his son lacked brains. Mismanagement would only bring disgrace to him. Besides, Fagan was under Rebecca's protection, making direct confrontation impossible. Surprisingly, Rebecca, though having broken up with Fagan, still called upon seeing this matter. Previously, her words might have been dismissed, but times had changed. She now held power within the company. Ernesto remained discontent, convinced he could still undermine Fagan. Don't you dare touch Fagan. You'd only endanger our entire family. Ernesto reluctantly agreed with his father on the surface, but secretly vowed to settle this score. Find some people. I want to play with Fagan thoroughly. Ernesto clenched his teeth, saying these last few words. When Fagan finished work, he saw Sienna's statement and the company's reposts. He noticed Ernesto deleting the lawyer's letter. Intrigued, why did Ernesto back down? Didn't he plan to crush Fagan using this incident? After all, artists feared bad publicity the most. Yet, Fagan rose to fame amidst controversy and wasn't fazed. Find out why Ernesto changed his mind. Fagan suspected someone else intervened. Sienna shared similar thoughts and had already taken action. Again, we're trending because of him. Even though Ernesto withdrew the lawyer's letter, Fagan remained trending. Worth it. Why did the lawyer's letter disappear? Didn't they declare war on Fagan earlier? I'm amazed. How could a corporate scion fail against Fagan? In another light, Fagan must be impressive if even he can't handle it. What was the point of all this? Giving Fagan more exposure, indeed a joke? The public's comments reflected varying sentiments. Chapter 283, Surrounding Fagan. Fagan's fans had been defending him all along. Ernesto quickly deleted the legal letter, and it was as if they seized this opportunity to counterattack those who insulted them. Regardless of the reason behind Ernesto's retraction of the lawyer's letter, it concluded with Fagan winning. Fagan didn't pay much attention to these small online commotions. Sienna swiftly discovered that Rebecca's secretary personally went to the Meng family company. Their two companies had no business relationship at all. Without a doubt, Rebecca had acted. Feeling somewhat helpless, Fagan thought he finally found something amusing, but it was suppressed so soon. He called Rebecca, who wasn't surprised by his call at all. She knew Fagan could find out and wanted him to know she still cared about him. Thank you for stepping in today, but you don't need to do such things in the future. I can handle my own affairs. Fagan spoke curtly. He disliked others interfering in his matters, especially after breaking up. Though Fagan didn't say it outright, Rebecca sensed he was somewhat upset. She quickly assured him, it will only be this once, not again. I just felt what he said yesterday was too offensive. What does he even amount to? To me, the Meng family means nothing. How dare he curse someone I wouldn't dare offend? What gives him the right? Rebecca wanted to teach him a lesson. If she weren't worried about Fagan minding, one word from her could make the Meng family struggle severely and beg for Fagan's forgiveness. Fagan softened. I understand your intentions. I can handle these matters. Since he had already made the call, he also inquired about her recent situation at work. Things were going well for Rebecca. Despite some attempts to trouble her, holding shares was her strongest card. If anything happens, find me. Fagan chatted idly for a few more minutes before hanging up. Although the issue with the lawyer's letter was resolved, Fagan believed the matter with Ernesto wasn't entirely settled. If he gave up now, he would truly be labeled a coward. Ernesto gathered over 10 friends, planning to visit Fagan tonight to beat him up for revenge. His face needed quite a while to recover. With his disfigured face, people around him couldn't help mocking him, insinuating how an actor like Fagan could hit him yet he couldn't retaliate. He vowed to ruin Fagan completely. This incident couldn't end here. Unbeknownst to Ernesto, Fagan had every confidence to confront him head-on and perhaps wished he would seek trouble. That night, Fagan picked up Christina. They had a peaceful and affectionate dinner. Fagan excelled at flattering her. Every word made Christina's heart flutter. Blushing, she sat next to Fagan, thinking to herself, oh no? Initially, being with Fagan fulfilled her wish, and she planned to let go afterward. But now, seeing him made it impossible to forget. You've never lacked people telling you sweet nothings, haven't you? Why are you so easily flattered? Fagan laughed, gently stroking her face. She was indeed a well-cared-for young lady, smooth and delicate. I never cared about them. Thinking of those men made Christina frown. Her attention was solely on things she cared about, like Fagan. She traveled long distances just to attend his performances, never missing a single one, even raising banners for him fearlessly. Christina spoke confidently, causing Fagan's cigarette to drop. He caught it effortlessly, not expecting her straightforward nature. It was hard to tell from her usual demeanor. Do you want to come home with me tonight, or should I take you back? Fagan changed the subject. He had work tomorrow and staying at home would be more convenient. Without hesitation, Christina chose to go with him. The restaurant was close to Fagan's place, so they wore masks and prepared to walk home together. Simple acts often brought immense joy to lovers. As they walked down to Fagan's building, he noticed something amiss. The high-end neighborhood usually had people out walking or exercising at this hour, but today, there was no one except a few loiterers staring at him ever since he arrived. Fagan understood they were targeting him. Christina didn't feel anything wrong. With her extensive network, She knew where Fagin lived and even considered buying a place nearby to meet him by chance, until she realized he might not always stay there. Walking into a camera-less area, Fagin spoke. You're all here, no need to hide. Fagin debated calling for backup. Facing Tin alone was challenging, especially with Christina beside him. If they attacked her, clap, clap, clap. You're quite observant, but today, you're dead. You picked a good spot without cameras. If you die here, no one will witness it, Ernesto declared, startling himself as he hadn't dared think of murdering openly. Stepping forward, Ernesto's followers surrounded Fagin. So it's you. Couldn't beat me yourself? Huh? That's the best you got. Seeing Ernesto, Fagin wasn't surprised. Among those he recently offended, only Ernesto would act so recklessly. Christina felt warmth when Fagin instinctively shielded her. Ernesto, what are you doing? Do you remember who you are? Christina stepped out, questioning him. Ernesto's emotions intensified upon seeing her. What am I doing? I want you. After chasing you for so long, why choose this nobody? How is he better than me? Christina, I'll make you regret it. You will be mine. You can only be mine. Ernesto pursued her for a long time, possibly because unattainable things were the most cherished. He genuinely cared for Christina, and seeing her actions earlier enraged him. Chapter 284. There really is a catch. Jedediah's purpose for all this fuss was actually to prepare for modifications on weapons. If this matter were to be implemented, the consequences would be extremely severe, possibly plunging them into an inescapable abyss. Harriet's current state of mind could be described as incredibly tense. She had never imagined that she would one day truly witness Jedediah's methods. Mr. Lee, I've listened carefully to everything you just said. However, achieving your goal won't be as easy as you think, Harriet remarked. Bond had speculated about what Jedediah said quite some time ago, but he lacked concrete proof back then. Now, however, through various events, Bond was almost certain that this man intended to sell the atomic solid-state battery project to foreign companies. Whether they used it for weapon development or other purposes had nothing to do with him. If this issue hadn't been uncovered yet, it would have been better. Once investigated, it might lead to more complex situations and even drag the Natalie family and other related families into crisis. But Bond couldn't understand. No matter how you looked at it, Jedediah was supposed to be the protagonist. How could he do something so flagrantly immoral? There must be another layer to this story, though Bond wasn't clear on it yet. Regardless, Jedediah's actions were already enough to disappoint Harriet. Whether it's easy or not is none of Mr. Lin's concern. What Mr. Lin needs to think about now is whether he's willing to agree to these things. I am usually very cautious when it comes to business. If Mr. Lin cooperates with me, that would be best. But if we can't come to an agreement on this issue, I won't force anything, Jedediah said confidently, crossing his legs as he glanced at Bond. Bond smiled. Making money is something no one would refuse. But ultimately, this decision isn't up to me. After all, the atomic solid-state battery project came from Claire's laboratory. So even if I want to make changes, it depends on Claire's arrangements. Upon hearing Bond divert the topic, Jedediah immediately sat upright. The woman in his arms gently stroked his abs, saying, Oh, brotherly, didn't we say we wouldn't talk business today? It took you long enough to come out once. At this moment, Harriet was on the verge of losing control. She wasn't paying attention to the relationship between Jedediah and the woman, but Bond noticed that the woman's relationship with Jedediah wasn't what he had thought. It seemed more like Jedediah owed her something, leading to such behavior. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Bond felt a little excitement. Just when he was contemplating how to deal with Jedediah, this surprise came unexpectedly. They still didn't know much about Jedediah's background, but his actions revealed that despite appearing successful, he faced a difficult situation internally. Bond knew that if Jedediah failed to acquire the atomic solid-state battery project, he would be restricted and unable to confront Bond effectively in the short term. Despite Jedediah holding the upper hand in xiuxian, Bond remained unaffected. So in the subsequent events, as long as Bond proceeded steadily according to his plan, Jedediah wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, Jedediah himself was in great danger. Although unsure of the woman's intentions, as long as Jedediah's internal affairs were exposed, Bond believed Jedediah wouldn't withstand the pressure for long. At the moment, Jedediah didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. Even as he looked at Bond, there was only disdain in his eyes. The Long family has fully cooperated with me, and I believe more people in Xiuxian will stand by my side. Therefore, I hope Mr. Lin can come to your senses quickly and stop clinging to your old ideas. In this era, everyone progresses. If you remain stagnant, you'll soon be swept away by the tide. Seeing Jedediah's earnest demeanor, Bond only smiled. At that moment, Harriet subconsciously tugged at Bond's sleeve. Bond understood and slowly stood up. It was very pleasant talking to Mr. Lee today, but it seems you have no intention of discussing business further. In that case, let's schedule another meeting. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you anymore, Mr. Lee. Afterward, Bond left with Harriet. Jedediah stared at Harriet's back, feeling oddly familiar with this woman, yet unable to pinpoint why. Meanwhile, after exiting, Harriet's expression was visibly displeased, though she managed a forced smile. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for helping me see this scoundrel's true colors. If he continued deceiving us, who knows what trouble the Natalie family would face. Before coming here, Harriet didn't believe what Bond had said earlier. To her, no matter how insane Jedediah was, he couldn't do something so reckless. But after witnessing everything firsthand, Harriet felt only hope. As for what changes will happen to the Natalie family, I'm not sure. But what I did was simply my duty. You can also consider it one of my tactics, as using this method to restrain Jedediah certainly alleviates some pressure on me. Note, for names like Jedediah, Harriet, Bond, and Long, I've kept their pinyin transliterations consistent and precise throughout the translation. Chapter 285, Demi. Bond knew the appropriate approach to negotiate with Harriet. Therefore, he didn't bother to explain or pretend. Instead, he candidly admitted that everything was a prearranged strategy of his, to win her trust. And just as Bond expected, after hearing his answer, Harriet laughed. Mr. Lin, it seems you've known all these details for quite some time. You were so confident when you told me because no matter if I believe or not, the outcome wouldn't change. Harriet felt quite admiring towards Bond at this moment. If anyone else was in his position, they would definitely try every possible way to justify themselves. But Bond chose the straightforward route and acknowledged everything. Perhaps, for him, it was always a legitimate means. There's no other way around it. The current situation in Jiangxing is clear to you. If I want to resolve the problem, such measures are inevitable. If my methods have hurt you, Miss Natalie, I am truly sorry, Bond explained. But what happened just now may not be enough to prove that Jediah has betrayed you. Though Jediah seemed very intimate with the woman, there must be more to their relationship. By saying this, Bond aimed to determine whether Harriet planned to stay and gather solid evidence, or if she thought this much was already sufficient. During this time, Harriet was seriously contemplating her next move. Some things are easier said than done. She had figured out what Jediah had been up to lately, but couldn't make up her mind on breaking ties with him completely. Although staying in Jiangxing might not be wise right now, I now know the truth. My task now is to uncover the entire truth. I will continue monitoring Jediah's actions and sever ties when the timing is right, she firmly stated. Despite the evident signs of betrayal, Harriet found it too soon to give up easily after having accepted Jediah. After pondering over it, she decided to investigate thoroughly before making any conclusions. Hearing her response, Bond smiled. Miss Natalie, your thoughts and actions align with what I expected. I understand that what you saw here isn't enough to convince you. Let's wait and see. I also hope Jediah isn't as we perceive him. Perhaps it's all just for show, Bond said, and then escorted her back to the beauty salon. Imelda greeted Harriet warmly and glanced curiously at Bond. Logically, Harriet should already know what Jediah had been doing. But Bond didn't elaborate to Imelda. Miss Natalie will be staying with us for some time. Please take care of her, he smiled and left. Afterwards, Imelda nodded and walked away with Harriet. Once Bond departed, Harriet's warm smile faded, replaced by a cold stare. Ensuring nobody was watching, she called Jediah. Meanwhile, Jediah and Xiuxian were discussing Bond's unexpected appearance. Our private meeting today isn't exactly a secret, but this kid finding us so quickly feels off. He claims it's a coincidence, but something doesn't feel right, Xiuxian frowned, looking at Jediah. Regardless of their initial perceptions, the current situation was more complicated than anticipated. Jediah nodded in agreement. I know Bond pretty well. He's never an easy opponent, and it appears he's planning something underhanded. Jediah understood that dealing with Bond was proving to be trickier than he'd imagined. This realization made him increasingly cautious. But he's just a minor figure from Jiangxing. Word is that he only took control of the Qin family because Isaiah died. Otherwise, with his skills and abilities, how could he bring the Qin family to where it is today? The woman who had been in Jediah's arms straightened up, swirling a glass of red wine. Big brotherly, don't worry. With my help, everything will be fine. Jediah nodded with complex feelings as he looked at the woman. He was likely reconsidering if his actions were correct. The woman was named Demi, from a very mysterious family in Beijing. Even Jediah couldn't fully fathom her. Yet, to further assist the Natalie family, Jediah couldn't ignore her influence. One reason Jediah was so eager to secure the nuclear solid-state battery project was due to Demi. Her capabilities were formidable, and she harbored an obsessive interest in him. Moreover, since he couldn't completely break ties with her, Jediah believed that holding the nuclear solid-state battery project would allow him leverage for freedom. However, achieving this wasn't as simple as it sounded. Realizing this, Jediah grew increasingly impatient in his actions. Bond isn't an easy target, he remarked. Even I can't guarantee catching him off guard. Chapter 286, The Final Winner. Xiuxian now dared not say much, sitting on the side. Despite having the godly wealth system, if he couldn't spend the money, it would be utterly meaningless. The two in front of him seemed to be more formidable than he was at present, especially this young lady from the capital. Though she didn't appear particularly special at first glance, her demeanor and words revealed that she likely came from a family with very deep roots. Someone with such power within the country was quite rare. Just then, Demi looked at Jediah with a smile. Big brotherly, didn't I already say just now? If I take care of this matter, there won't be any problems. I don't care how powerful Bond is or how celebrated he used to be. No one has ever escaped my clutches once I set my mind on them. A glint of determination flashed in Demi's eyes. If before she might have had doubts about these matters, by this moment she had prepared for the worst. No matter what unexpected situations might arise next, Demi had an absolute advantage. Suddenly, Jediah's phone rang. Seeing the incoming call information, his expression changed instantly. Old Tang, turn off the music first. It's my wife calling. Jediah spoke as he waited for the private room to quiet down before answering the call. Warner, aren't you supposed to be resting at this hour? Listening to Jediah's voice over the phone, Harriet could hear that the background was completely silent. She snorted inwardly. Unexpectedly, these guys were cooperating with her. There are some things at home, so I can't sleep. I thought I'd call you to see how things are going on your end. What's been happening? Everything going smoothly lately? Even though I don't know exactly what you've been doing, I imagine you must be very busy. Hearing Harriet's questions, Jediah was momentarily at a loss for words. He laughed and said, yeah, a bit tricky, but everything is under control. Don't worry, I'll handle anything that comes up. Though Jediah wanted to answer some of Harriet's questions, Demi's intense gaze kept him from fully responding, so he only mumbled along. At this point, Harriet had become completely disheartened. Harriet staying behind was unexpected for Bond. He had originally thought that after today's events, everything would end, but he hadn't anticipated that Harriet still held onto a sliver of hope during this time. Such results usually didn't bode well, and even bigger troubles awaited her. Bond wouldn't stop her or offer advice. All choices must be made by Harriet herself, and the final consequences would also fall on her shoulders. At this moment, Mitzi found Bond. Francisco just discovered that Xiuxian hired a large number of foreigners who have infiltrated Jiangxing. We don't know much about these people. We can only trace the identities of a few. They have very special backgrounds. Mitzi handed Bond the files on these individuals. As Bond read through them, his expression grew serious. It seems they're really planning to stir up blood and rain here. Seeing their identities, Bond was somewhat surprised. While he expected some level of chaos, he hadn't realized these people were this deranged. However, Bond didn't take them seriously yet. If they think they can compete with me using these means, they are greatly mistaken. I'll make them realize the cost of opposing me. They are not yet qualified. A smirk played on Bond's lips. No matter what happened next, he felt confident about resolving everything. After all, Xiuxian had united under his leadership, making the situation far easier to manage than before. Mitzi thought Bond would be worried after learning this, but seeing his composed demeanor, she smiled instead. You're right. Previously, Xiuxian lacked the strength to resist, but now with the 4 major families and our Qin family, dealing with him is child's play. But given the current circumstances, it looks like the other side plans to fight us to the death. We absolutely can't be complacent. Bond pondered deeply. Since things were out in the open, he no longer needed to hide anything. Regarding Harriet, nothing significant would happen. Breaking ties with Jediah was just a matter of time. Now, Bond planned to unite the 4 major families of Xiuxian. Mobilizing their collective strength against Xiuxian wasn't an issue. Even if Jediah's woman had some capabilities, she still fell short against the combined power of the 4 families. Even the strongest dragon struggles to subdue a local snake. Bond now had preliminary authority in Xiuxian. His next step was to bind everyone in the Xiuxian Chamber of Commerce through the Atomic Energy Solid-State Battery Project, ensuring mutual benefits and shared risks. Thus, no unexpected changes would need to be worried about. Upon hearing Bond's plan, Mitzi's expression became tense. Only now did she understand that this man had been strategizing long ago, and everything happening now was still within his grasp. If you need help, feel free to ask. I don't believe we can't deal with those guys when we join forces, Mitzi declared, equally determined. Xiuxian isn't decided by outsiders. Chapter 287. Everyone has a chance. In the current situation, Xiuxian is about to face challenges that are not easily solvable. Therefore, Bond quickly made decisive changes, and is now preparing to collaborate with others for joint action. Although the 4 major families of Xiuxian lack the Long family, Tinsley has always been on their side. So Bond doesn't have to worry about his current strength being insufficient to solve the problem. With their present lineup, even if Xiuxian and his group indeed possess some skills, they still fall far short in trying to take down Bond within such a short time. From Bond's perspective, there's clearly nothing more to discuss with these people. What Xiuxian plans to do next could threaten global peace, so regardless of how one looks at it, Bond cannot turn a blind eye. Not to mention their intention to snatch the Atomic Energy Solid-State Battery Project from Bond, which he absolutely cannot tolerate. Thus, both sides can only fight to the death. Bond quickly gathered Tinsley, Rhea, Bridget, and Rachel together. Upon seeing Bond, Bridget didn't hesitate. She clung to him almost like a koala. Seeing this scene, Tinsley couldn't help but frown slightly. In contrast, Rhea and Rachel looked somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected Bond and Bridget's relationship to have progressed so far. Given this development, it appeared inevitable that the 4 major families would cooperate more closely with Qinjia in the future. Consequently, their gazes toward Bond were filled with admiration. Achieving so much in such a short time proved that Bond was much stronger than they had imagined. Bond, however, remained indifferent. Everyone here surely knows what happened before. Because of Claire's Atomic Energy Solid-State Battery Project, many people have come to Xiuxian voluntarily. Originally, the attention on Xiuxian's project was a good thing for us. But now, someone wants to challenge the power of our families in Xiuxian under this pretext. If we don't unite now, we will surely face even more trouble ahead. So today, it's time for us to act. Bond looked at everyone coldly, already prepared for the worst. He didn't know what these people planned next, but he was sure that their abilities couldn't threaten him. Tinsley laughed immediately. Just relying on these ragtag followers, plus the Long family, to oppose us? That's thinking too simply. If they think they can win this way, let them try. Tinsley had long been dissatisfied with the situation. She couldn't just watch Xiuxian's hard-won achievements be handed over. Now, it was time for them to take proactive measures. Bond watched quietly as the others responded. Rachel then spoke up. Our Xiao family has no objections. Since we formed the Xiuxian Chamber of Commerce, we all share in each other's successes and failures. Not to mention, if we can't unite even now, wouldn't it be laughable? Rhea naturally had no objections. Her attitude towards this matter had undergone a 180-degree shift after some investigations revealed that Bond wasn't as bad as she initially thought. On the contrary, he had significantly boosted Xiuxian's economy and acted in the interest of the 4 families. Continuing internal strife would only weaken every family. Don't look at me. I'll definitely stand with Brother Lin. To deal with Long family, Tang family, and Jediah united against us, all Xiuxian families must join forces. Bridget, observing Bond and her closeness, felt a bit uncomfortable but didn't react. I called you all here today primarily to unite against this crisis. Secondly, the Atomic Energy Solid-State Battery Project will need multi-channel promotion, which isn't something one family can accomplish alone. Hearing this, even Rachel's expression changed. Previously, they had similar thoughts but hadn't dared believe it possible. Now hearing Bond speak made their stance entirely different. Tinsley nodded. Indeed, the Atomic Energy Solid-State Battery is popular domestically, but our goal is to drive the national energy revolution. This transformation requires a lot of time and multifaceted efforts. Just my collaboration with General Manager Lin is not enough. Although Rhea didn't fully grasp the implications, she sensed this technology's potential. So Claire intends to involve us in developing this project? Rhea asked curiously. Rachel also looked expectantly at Tinsley. If she agreed, the 4 major families would all benefit greatly. Bond stayed calm, watching them. Tinsley smiled. Yes, I do. Everyone in the Xiuxian Chamber of Commerce is qualified to participate in this project, but distribution ratios will follow our rules. She gazed at the assembled individuals with determination and generosity. Chapter 288. Making enemies on all sides? No one had expected that Opal would be willing to offer such substantial benefits to everyone. The atomic solid-state battery was a novel concept for all. If they could successfully take control of this project, it would undoubtedly bring great benefits in the future. This was why so many prominent figures personally came to Jiangxing, plunging into this murky water, as this might be their only opportunity now. And Bond had undoubtedly created an opportunity for everyone, changing the situation if they were willing. In that case, allowing all members of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce to participate in this project might not please Mr. Long, someone commented. I heard he has spent considerable effort recently just to obtain all authorization related to the atomic solid-state battery project. Now you're simply handing over this project to the people of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. Bond nodded. Of course, but cooperation regarding the atomic solid-state battery will certainly not be as simple as we previously thought. This entire process requires extremely stringent rules to ensure no one leaks this information, so that future cooperation can continue smoothly. For Bond, he had envisioned these issues much earlier. Therefore, he and Opal had spent a long time seriously considering this matter. They had already thought of all possible occurrences and made preparations to improve. This ensured not only that they could control the situation's development in the coming days, but also allowed them to see different possibilities. Ah, I see. By uniting all businessmen in Jiangxing through this method, even if Xiuxian and Jediah have formidable means, they won't be able to do anything about it. Rhea, looking at Bond, couldn't help but marvel that his decision was correct and even smarter than they imagined. Both Xiuxian and Jediah demonstrated immense strength and had unimaginable potential. This led Rhea to express significant concern about the current situation in Jiangxing. She wasn't sure what troubles awaited everyone in Jiangxing but knew that if a proper solution wasn't found, the city might face significant changes. However, Bond's move undoubtedly turned the tide, directly uniting everyone in the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. It made it impossible for either Xiuxian or Jediah to divide and conquer them. This was Bond's most powerful tactic. It's not just about countering them. I also hope everyone can unite. After all, dealing with these outsiders isn't something a few of us can accomplish alone. It requires cooperation among us all to tackle together. Bond's words awakened everyone present. Going forward, they needed to work together to find weaknesses in the enemies, whether Xiuxian or Jediah. Although their power seemed formidable, they wouldn't be able to destroy Jiangxing immediately. So you plan to unite us against them. But I'm curious, how confident are you that you can resolve this issue? Rachel asked curiously. Since they understood their opponent's capabilities, finding their weak points wouldn't be easy, even if everyone in Jiangxing joined forces. Regardless of their strength or methods, I'm not worried anymore because their abilities can't affect me, Bond responded calmly. By calling the heirs of the 4 major families here, he wanted to gauge everyone's stance. Seeing this, he felt reassured, as everything was unfolding as he anticipated. Everyone here had some degree of confidence in the upcoming events and believed that under Bond's leadership, the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce could grow. Initially, he thought this might be challenging, but after his discussion, news quickly spread across Jiangxing. These merchants had been eyeing the atomic solid-state battery project for a long time, but lacked opportunities to talk to Bond. No one expected that Bond would directly entrust the project to them, which touched many in attendance. After all, they hadn't dared imagine participating in such an important project. Meanwhile, those who coveted the atomic solid-state project felt very dissatisfied. They thought they would collaborate on this project, but Bond unexpectedly abandoned cooperation with these major clans, instead assigning the projects to companies under his command. What a joke. These companies couldn't possibly handle such an important project perfectly. This was pure fantasy. You know how serious this situation is. While you've united Jiangxing, you've also made too many enemies. These guys have been eyeing your atomic solid-state battery project. Handing it over to your companies might lead to a common front against you. Since Jediah is so troublesome, he will definitely find ways to cause trouble for you. Mitzi looked at Bond with some worry. While Bond's tactics were smart, they also placed him on a precarious edge. If not handled properly, it could become a serious problem. Hashtag chapter 289. Then let's do it together. Even without these incidents, they would never stand on my side. After all, what they want is to monopolize the atomic solid-state battery project. But I absolutely cannot let them monopolize everything. Bond looked at Mitzi. If he had any other thoughts about this matter earlier, he certainly had none now. He knew that his current arrangement might lead everyone to turn against him, but for Bond, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, so much time had passed, and Bond's capabilities far exceeded what ordinary people could imagine. So, what do you plan to do next? For these companies under your command, even though they are all from Jiangxing, what kind of surprises do you hope they will bring? Though Bond spoke casually, Mitzi was still deeply worried. After all, the opponent they faced this time was not simple. If it were easy to solve, it wouldn't be interesting. I think it's fine this way. The first application field for atomic solid-state batteries would naturally be in mobile phones. Due to the battery revolution, mobile phones could also be entirely reformed. The first thing Bond planned to do was to initiate a complete reform in the mobile phone industry. Under Bond's leadership, all parties in Jiangxing united. Although everyone knew how difficult this task would be, no one backed down. Instead, each person was prepared to pay whatever price necessary. Especially, the Jiangxing government provided Bond with immense convenience. In essence, everyone understood that Bond was creating opportunities for Jiangxing. If they didn't seize this opportunity, there would be no such hope in the future. Zoran eventually heard about Bond's actions. He originally thought that by now, he could control the atomic solid-state battery project. Recently, he had also been cultivating a relationship with Ione. However, to his surprise, Ione ignored his attempts, and all plans proceeded as usual. This left Zoran momentarily speechless, as the overall situation differed greatly from what he had imagined. Before this, he never thought he would be in such a predicament. This brat is truly annoying. Clearly, he could have chosen to collaborate with someone else, but he refused me and instead extended an olive branch to others. Now, I've become the biggest joke in Jiangxing. Everyone has the right to participate in this project except me. Zoran glanced at Xiuxian, who was also in a foul mood. To Zoran, the situation was completely out of control, and he had no idea what awaited him next. Mr. Cold, there's no need to be so anxious. What they are doing now can't change anything. If you are truly frightened by their tactics, then you're making a big mistake. You may miss out on many opportunities ahead. Seeing Zoran's angry expression, xiuxian remained calm. For him, the overall situation had indeed changed, but as of now, they still had significant chances to resolve the issue. Even if this guy plans to develop the atomic solid-state battery project, it will take a long time. All the mobile phones currently on the market can't fully utilize it. At present, he's merely providing a buzzword, drawing everyone's attention to Jiangcheng to prevent us from reacting quickly. Zoran understood now. Bond's actions might just be a diversion, but regardless, he was deeply displeased. We can't just act as if nothing happened. We must come up with a countermeasure. By the way, where has Mr. Li gone? xiuxian laughed when he saw Zoran's worried face. I know you are very nervous, Mr. Cold, but there's no need to worry so much. The situation is still under our control, and these people won't cause us any trouble. Even at this moment, xiuxian still felt confident about the future. Over the next few days, Jiangcheng seemed to be boiling. Ordinary companies responded to Bond's call, transforming immediately and starting to invest in factories. With favorable policies in Jiangcheng, efficiency was astonishingly high, and domestic attention focused almost entirely on Bond's mobile phone revolution. However, Jediah had been absent recently. As Bond and Ione's conflicts intensified, they would likely cease cooperation soon. Out of desperation, Zoran turned to xiuxian, preparing to take action directly. This was one of their last chances. If they did nothing now, all hope would be lost. Tang, young master, I don't know how you view this problem, but I understand that we are facing our last opportunity now. If we don't act, we will have no chance left. Once Bond successfully develops the battery, the entire country might be swept up in this wave. Zoran stared at xiuxian. He knew that if the atomic solid-state battery project succeeded, they would have no opportunity left. So, now they had to do everything possible to stop it, and this required xiuxian's help. xiuxian glanced at Zoran. Of course, recently, we have been gathering evidence favorable to us. Now that they want to apply it to mobile phones, we can use this opportunity to sue them and reclaim the atomic solid-state battery project. If xiuxian had lacked confidence before, he was now utterly self-assured. Chapter 290, just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Bond was well aware of his opponent's tactics and understood that these people wouldn't easily give up. However, given the current situation, he did not need to be overly concerned. If so many people joining forces couldn't resolve such a minor issue, it would surely be laughable. Precisely because he knew his own strategies thoroughly, Bond felt increasingly confident in handling these matters. Meanwhile, as Bond was preparing meticulously, Jediah and xiuxian acted simultaneously. They filed a lawsuit against Bond and Opal directly. If anyone else had been in Bond's position, they would have been extremely anxious. But Bond had anticipated this move. It looks like they believe they have enough information now and are ready to challenge us at this moment. Opal stood beside Bond, appearing unusually calm despite the outcome. To her surprise, Bond just shook his head with a smile. This isn't as troublesome as we think. Though it seems we're being pushed to the forefront now, don't forget, they can't do much to us. Any previous concerns were now irrelevant to Bond. He knew these people were only bluffing. Their actual capabilities were far less than imagined. This time, Bond could ensure his unshakable position. If they truly had solid evidence, they wouldn't choose this moment to confront us. Unlike Opal, Bond didn't think they had gathered enough evidence to doom them. On the contrary, it felt more like they had no real leverage against him and Opal. They were resorting to harassment tactics, hoping to overwhelm Bond and gain more time. If it were someone else, they might be intimidated by these tactics and unable to respond effectively. But to Bond, these methods weren't special at all, and dealing with them was simple. You mean they have no substantial evidence and are merely trying to steer public opinion to cast doubt on us, hoping to catch us off guard and then act against us? Opal quickly grasped the situation. Since they couldn't confront them directly, they resorted to spreading rumors to pressure the Lin family. Regardless of success, this tactic wouldn't harm the Long family much but would force Bond to spend significant effort countering the rumors, potentially causing disarray in his plans. Clearly, this wasn't an effective strategy against Bond, but would require him to exert double the effort. Knowing their aim, Opal clenched her fists. Her father would never stoop to such tactics, making it clear that xiuxian and Jediah were behind this. These people go too far, using such means just to deal with you. While Opal was visibly upset, Bond remained calm. They're desperate. If they had other options, they wouldn't resort to this. Clearly, they've run out of ideas regarding me. Now, everyone in Jiangcheng was united, facing external enemies together. xiuxian and Jediah would be targeted first. No matter what tactics they used, they couldn't win against Bond, who held the initiative. If Bond chose to act, he could resolve everything swiftly. This time, they want to target us. We don't need to worry about it. Rachel knew what Jediah had been doing recently. Initially suspicious, she gradually realized the truth. If this weren't controlled, it would become even more problematic. They wanted to use this opportunity to attack the major families in Jiangcheng while securing atomic energy solid-state batteries. However, they underestimated Bond. xiuxian naively thought money could solve everything, unaware that Bond had been planning for a long time, ensuring those around him were strategically placed. This gave Bond confidence to control the situation rapidly. Some things aren't as simple as they think, and once started, there's no turning back. They want to pressure us through public opinion, giving them the upper hand for some time. But they forgot one thing. My character never bends to such tactics. No matter what they do, they can't threaten me. Though Bond spoke cryptically, Opal seemed to understand. His nature made him unwilling to lose, so when Azrael and xiuxian joined forces against him, it also put them in danger. So, what's your next move? Note: I've kept the characters' names in pinyin as requested. Let me know if further adjustments are needed. Chapter 291. Am I afraid of him? Although the people in Jiangcheng have now united completely, their enemies are still formidable and cannot be underestimated, a fact that is indisputable. Maxine was more curious about how Bond planned to deal with these matters next. Clearly, talking about it wasn't going to solve anything easily. The people around them are all placed by me, so every move they make is within my control. With their capabilities, there's no way they can escape from my grasp. Maxine initially thought that Bond wouldn't have a particularly effective plan for these matters, so she figured he would also be very troubled. But it seemed the situation was not like that at all. Bond was much calmer than she had expected. As Bond mentioned earlier, although their situation had indeed become very passive during this process, as long as they could find a way to respond appropriately, things wouldn't turn out as badly as they might imagine. They want to tie us down through this method, but they don't have any substantial evidence against us. So, what we should do now is make everything public. Then, just hand the choice over to the public. Won't everything become simple? When Bond finished speaking, even Maxine was stunned into silence for quite a while. Maxine knew Bond had many tricks up his sleeve, but this time, he had obviously prepared even more thoroughly than she had. Who would have thought that in just one day, Bond had managed to evolve the situation to its current state? The confidence they had stemmed from Xiuxian and Zoran's actions being too obvious. Anyone who knew a little bit could see through their intentions. If they truly had any leverage on Bond, they wouldn't handle the matter so simply. They would use more radical methods to eliminate him. However, their current actions only indicated one thing. They had no real means to deal with Bond in this situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't choose to take action at such a crucial moment. Bond was currently leading the technological wave in Xiuxian, and his efforts had significantly boosted the local economy. Officially, there were certainly measures to favor him. By choosing to act against Bond now, Xuanhuan was undoubtedly slapping the officials' faces. Even if they won, the officials would not consider them their own people and might even continue to hinder them. A smarter move would be to wait until the heat died down before acting against Bond. Their current behavior clearly put them on the opposite side of the official stance. Their chances of winning would depend on how far the officials would go. If they fully supported Bond, the outcome would likely not be in their favor. From this perspective, they indeed made a foolish decision, but whether we can firmly control everything on our side remains uncertain. Although Bond spoke confidently, she knew the difficulty in achieving this. Even she lacked complete confidence. Therefore, she was even more curious about Bond, wondering if he could accomplish it as smoothly as he said. Let's see whose methods are more sophisticated, or if we have the upper hand. Xiuxian then plunged into a certain level of chaos. Originally, Bond's influence had already stirred the interests of many. He led everyone into a future full of hope, seeming to offer new possibilities. However, no one expected the Long family to suddenly confront Bond, accusing him of competing on multiple projects. This naturally angered everyone, but unfortunately, in such a short time, they found it challenging to find better solutions. Public opinion also became chaotic due to the importance of the atomic solid-state battery project, which drew attention from various factions. Strangely, when faced with such critical moments, both Bond and Maxine did not attempt to explain or guide public opinion. As a result, many believed the Long family's accusations. On top of this, Bond directly requested a public trial. At this point, Zoran and Xiuxian hadn't considered what would happen next. They didn't worry initially because Jediah had been advising them. However, a few days ago, Jediah returned urgently to the provincial capital and was now unreachable. Since this plan was originally formulated by Jediah, it became quite fatal for them, leaving them unsure about their next move. Based on experience, Zoran sensed that Bond's request suggested he had absolute confidence in the lawsuit. This is troubling. Judging by this guy's actions, he probably has a solid plan. We're uncertain about winning. Perhaps we should temporarily abandon this approach. Seeing that Xiuxian still didn't understand, Zoran couldn't help but get anxious. Without timely changes, it might be too late. Bond wasn't someone easy to deal with, especially since he had teamed up with members of the 4 major families, making the situation perilous for them. Why are you so anxious, Mr. Long? We have so many people helping you strategize. Do you think he alone can win against us? Xiuxian sneered, acknowledging that Bond might have some leverage but not believing they would lose. Chapter 292. Now we're screwed. Although Xiuxian was extremely confident, he did not expect that he still couldn't reach Jediah over the next few days. Just as Xiuxian was anxious and preparing to go to the provincial capital to meet Jediah in person, he finally got through to Jediah's call. And the attitude of Jediah on the other end of the phone was outright terrible. I don't care what happened in Xiuxian this time, but my conflict with Bond will not end like this. Jediah also did not expect that shortly after returning to the provincial capital, Rachel would directly propose divorce. Although he tried his best to explain, faced with conclusive evidence, he didn't know how to speak. Jediah had no idea how Rachel could have found out about all the things happening around him. This also made him speculate about certain situations. This matter might be related to Bond. He hadn't expected Bond's influence would stretch so far, already starting to target him from his surroundings. Now we are about to face a lawsuit regarding our contract with Bond. That kid's methods are indeed cunning. He has thoroughly understood our current situation from all angles. Shouldn't we worry less about this? Xiuxian cautiously asked. He didn't know the current situation, but his tone indicated some confidence remained. However, Jediah just grunted at this moment. The atomic energy solid-state battery project is up to you guys now, but I will use my own way to get back at Bond. Don't come looking for me anymore. After saying this, Jediah hung up the phone immediately. It seemed he blamed Xiuxian and Azrael for the outcome of all these incidents. After all, if not for these two people, none of the following complications might have occurred. And Xiuxian was utterly dumbfounded. At this crucial moment of going to court, they had hoped to get some advice from Jediah. From previous events, it was evident Jediah was quite competent in this aspect. However, Xiuxian didn't expect Jediah to hang up abruptly and explicitly tell him never to consider it again, leaving him unsure of what to do. In such a critical moment, relying solely on Xiuxian was clearly insufficient, and Bond's methods wouldn't be as easy as they thought. On the other side, Bond had just received news from Rachel. Upon receiving the message, the system rewards were instantly credited. Admittedly, on the path of being an antagonist, Bond was relatively successful. None of the main characters had gained any advantage over him. Now Xiuxian felt like he was losing everything. The Long family was already in a precarious state. Thanks to Xiuxian's fresh investments, Starlight Group managed to survive until today. However, Starlight Group was oblivious to their dire situation. If Bond had dealt with these issues carefully and methodically, the current actions of Starlight Group clearly did not reflect such caution. The entire Long family was now in great danger. Yet, despite this, they didn't make any changes, leaving Xiuxian feeling deeply trapped. Even knowing the outcome, Xiuxian had no solutions. Now they've lost Jediah as a supporter, which is an excellent opportunity for us, Bond said with a smile, glancing at Mitzi who stood beside him. To ensure the success of this plan, Bond recently used the rare 6-path Hall arrest warrant. No matter who helped Jediah behind the scenes, this time he would not escape. Looking at Xiuxian's side, due to ongoing legal disputes with Bond, Xiuxian was cautious. Initially, he believed the leverage he had gathered would help him deal with Bond. Unexpectedly, Jediah chose to walk away at this critical juncture. Now, only Xiuxian and Azrael remained. Despite their abilities, they might not match up against Bond. Xiuxian's specialty was spending money, but in these matters, many issues couldn't be solved by just throwing money at them. At this crucial moment, Bond dialed Xiuxian. Hobart, if you still want to align with the Long family, then I have no other choice but to see who can clarify things between us. Of course, if I were Hobart, I definitely wouldn't continue to hold on to this stubbornly. After all, you understand better than anyone the truth behind this matter. As Bond spoke, a faint smile hung on his face. As he said, although Xiuxian believed he had taken control, the reality was all under Bond's command. Without Jediah's support, Xiuxian and Azrael were like headless chickens. Xiuxian's system provided no help here, and the Long family continued its tragic descent. These series of events were enough to give anyone a headache. All of this was your premeditated move. You knew we would attack you this way, so you planned accordingly, right? Xiuxian took a deep breath. He admitted that the situation was more complicated than he had imagined. I merely used my most proficient tactics. Of course, you were free to choose your response. But as I told you before, if you persist in believing you can compete with me based on these minor tricks, then let's see how that works out. I also have something else to tell you. Hobart, your goal cannot be achieved. Even if I handed over the atomic energy solid-state battery project directly to you, it would be meaningless. He would never agree to what you two seek. If earlier it was mere intimidation, now it felt like a heavy blow. After all, this had been his long-standing aspiration. Chapter 293, Preparations for Battle. No one had anticipated that Bond had already begun laying his plans for these matters long ago. It was only now that they were just beginning to see Bond's strategies. Originally, Azrael, under the support of Jediah and Xiuxian, had achieved today's position. He had intended to use this opportunity to suppress Bond, but he never expected that it would be he who first fell into Bond's trap. At present, the problem confronting them was no longer an easily resolved one. Without Jediah's help and lacking solid evidence, it became even more challenging to resolve the issue. Initially, everything seemed to follow their plan, but the current situation was entirely different from what they had imagined. Bond had seized the initiative. If they couldn't find a solution, the Long family would not be able to maintain its standing in Xiuxian. This is why Azrael was so anxious, trying every possible way to solve the problem quickly. Unfortunately, in the face of Bond's meticulously prepared strategy, his methods seemed insignificant. Hobart, we must hurry to find a solution. Otherwise, the situation will spiral out of our control, said Azrael, feeling increasingly nervous as Xiuxian remained calm and collected. After all, if both Jediah and Xiuxian withdrew their support, Azrael would be left alone to bear the consequences. The others wouldn't have to take any risks at all. Thus, Azrael was in a rush, hoping that the two could provide assistance at the critical moment. Mr. Long, there's no need to be so anxious. Aren't we already on the verge of victory? Replied Xiuxian. The evidence you hold can already prove that we have some disputes with them over the atomic solid-state battery project. Even if an investigation were initiated, it would take a long time. We don't need concrete proof. Just involving them in public controversy is perfect for us. Despite Azrael's pleading, Xiuxian didn't seem particularly concerned. Initially, Azrael still held onto a glimmer of hope, but seeing Xiuxian's expression, he realized that the situation was far from what he had hoped. No matter what he said now, it wouldn't change Xiuxian's stance. Feeling disheartened, Azrael continued, Young Master Tang, if our Long family suffers because of this, you will also be held responsible. However, Xiuxian's attitude remained unchanged. For him, dealing with the issues in Xiuxian required thorough consideration rather than hasty decisions. Ideally, these matters should be resolved smoothly, but given the current circumstances, they had to acknowledge the reality. On the other hand, since Bond already knew the situation with Xiuxian and Azrael, he felt less worried about their actions. He was preparing for a public trial to expose them fully. Ultimately, things developed similarly to what Bond had predicted. As the court date approached, the Long family, unable to withstand the pressure, decided to back down. They knew this decision would damage their reputation. But compared to losing the case, this seems to be a better outcome. While Xiuxian suffered another setback, it didn't mean he would give up. He called Jediah again, intending to collaborate against Bond. However, Jediah's reaction was more severe than expected. At this critical juncture, you idiots still want to target that guy? Honestly, this fellow isn't someone to be trifled with. He even has connections with the 6th Dao Azura Hall. Recently, Jediah had vowed to eliminate Bond, but now he had changed his tune completely. From his trembling voice, it was evident he was frightened. Xiuxian, well informed as he was, instantly sensed the gravity of the situation upon hearing this. Mr. Li, please tell me what the 6th Dao Azura Hall is. Jediah, already in a bad mood, grew even more irritated upon realizing Xiuxian's ignorance. To sum it up, this guy is untouchable. If you value your life, stay away from him. Otherwise, when he comes after you, it will be too late. Jediah never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. His usual methods seemed ineffective against Bond. The young man, single-handedly, had made Jediah reconsider his moves. After the call, Xiuxian was speechless. Meanwhile, Bond received confirmation from the 6th Dao Azura Hall that someone seemed to be protecting Jediah, hindering their progress. Despite this, Jediah remained on the run. Yet, considering the 6th Dao Azura Hall's prowess, it was doubtful Jediah could escape for long. Bond believed Jediah had high-level protection. Still, No one could evade the 6 Dao Azura Hall once targeted. The bounty stood until either Jedia's head was delivered or Bond rescinded the order. With this assurance, Bond wasn't overly concerned. Instead, he prepared to use all his villain points for another lottery draw. Chapter 294, Die Together. Chime. You have successfully drawn 10 times from the Diamond Gacha machine and received a 100-fold physical enhancement, mastery of the Yin-Yang sword technique, barrier-breaking eye. Given Bond's current villain points, he could easily draw over 100 times from the gacha machine. He originally intended to engage in an all-out duel with these people for real. Therefore, it was natural for him to use all his villain points now and go all out during this duel. Bond believed that with his skills, he could resolve all issues quickly. What he didn't anticipate was that after this series of enhancements, he was finally able to lift the ring-handled Tang sword. Bond's first confrontation with the Long family ended in a complete victory, further bolstered by Opal's support, making subsequent situations even easier. However, just as Bond was preparing to finalize everything meticulously, things took a turn. The continuously pursued Jediah had returned to Jiangcheng. Initially, Bond thought Jediah intended to die together with him. Mitzi also became very tense upon receiving the news. This Jediah, until now, everyone still doesn't understand how lucky he is. It's incredibly rare that he could survive under the 6 Paths Azura Hall's pursuit for so long. Should we be more cautious? If he captures us, the situation will be troublesome. Looking at Bond, Mitzi knew that Bond must have a reason for taking such risks, but she couldn't ascertain what was happening given the circumstances. Seeing Mitzi's anxiety, Bond understood her thoughts. Amberly, don't worry about this. If it were a few days ago, I might have to be more careful if this guy wanted to die with me. But now, the situation is different. Even if more of them come, they can't do anything to me. I look forward to seeing what tricks they have up their sleeves. Bond smiled, clearly confident about the situation. Standing there, Mitzi had been worried about Bond, but seeing his serious expression, she realized he wasn't joking, indicating that the upcoming situation might not be as complicated as they anticipated. Maybe Bond was right. Do you really think you can handle this situation? You know how difficult these people are. I believe the current situation should be different, Mitzi said hesitantly. I'm very confident about this. Even if they want to kill me, it doesn't matter. I'll wait here for them to surprise me, but I doubt these people have much of a strategy. Bond remained resolute. Feeling Bond's strong confidence, Mitzi gradually calmed down. Although she knew the situation might differ from what she imagined, since Bond spoke with such confidence, they needn't worry too much. Over the next few days, Bond failed to find Jediah in Jiangcheng. Undoubtedly, Jediah was quite formidable. Considering Jiangcheng was Bond's territory, finding someone shouldn't be hard. Yet, Jediah managed to dodge multiple obstacles, showing his considerable strength and tactics. In this state, Bond faced considerable danger. Ordinary people posing a threat to Bond was manageable, but with Jediah, it was genuinely problematic. Given Jediah's abilities, resolving this issue required serious consideration. However, Bond did not intend to give up. His subordinates continued searching for Jediah while Bond acted unperturbed. When everyone assumed Jediah came to seek revenge on Bond, he finally appeared one night, breaking into Bond's courtyard. At the time, Bond was discussing the future applications of atomic solid-state batteries with Opal within the villa. Unexpectedly, Jediah barged in unceremoniously, causing some surprise. However, seeing Jediah, Bond showed no emotional reaction. Previously, he would have been terrified since Jediah was considered insane. But now, with significantly enhanced capabilities, Bond felt no need to fear Jediah's methods. Facing Jediah, Bond calmly asked, "Is this your way of admitting defeat? Do you want to die with me, or do you have another plan?" Looking at the disheveled Jediah, it was clear the pursuit by the 6 Paths Azura Hall had taken its toll. Normal people couldn't endure such pressure, and even Jediah seemed strained. Jediah's emotions toward Bond were complex. Before, he intensely hated Bond for exposing his schemes and causing his divorce from Harriet. Jediah once vowed to mutilate Bond to vent his anger. Yet, Jediah hadn't expected Bond's countermeasures to be so effective that the 6 Paths Azura Hall posed a grave threat to them. Fortunately, Jediah had studied escape tactics earlier, allowing him to flee temporarily from the 6 Paths Azura Hall. However, he realized all his efforts were futile as the 6 Paths Azura Hall clung like a leech, impossible to shake off once targeted. Chapter 295, I will kneel before you. Previously, some might have thought such an occurrence impossible. Even Jediah had not taken the 6 Paths Azura Hall seriously. In his view, as long as he had enough resources, any problem could be resolved. But this time, facing the 6 Paths Azura Hall's pursuit, he was genuinely starting to panic. Jediah hadn't expected that confronting the 6 Paths Azura Hall would make him feel like his life had lost all meaning. No one anticipated that the methods of the 6 Paths Azura Hall would be so formidable, exposing all his plans. Now, Jediah had come to Bond for help regarding the 6 Paths Azura Hall, aware that if things continued like today, he might really be done for. Mr. Lin, I know we had grievances in the past, and indeed, I did some reprehensible things. But now, I've faced my dues and hope you can let me go, sparing me further torment. Jediah's current state was truly pitiful. Even Opal found it hard to believe upon seeing him. Just days ago, Jediah was still confident and successful. The power of the 6 Paths Azura Hall was evident. Jediah couldn't even imagine how things had come to this. Mr. Lee should now realize how disgusting his previous actions were. To be honest, I didn't intend to oppose you, but with you still alive, you would surely trouble me again someday. To prevent that, I need to nip this issue in the bud, Bond said, smiling. It made sense since Li Xiuxian had caused him trouble multiple times. If not dealt with, problems would persist. Despite Jediah's current plight, Bond remained resolute. He knew Jediah would likely return if he survived this ordeal. Jediah kneeled before Bond, shocking both Bond and Mitzi. I know what you two must be thinking, but I'm at my wit's end. I only ask you spare my life. The 6 Paths Azura Hall is relentless. If they keep watching me, I won't last long. Jediah looked at Bond, pleadingly. He had tried many methods, but none worked against the 6 Paths Azura Hall's strength. It seems the Six Paths Azura Hall has left you at a loss, transforming you into this state. Bond smiled, then asked, originally, Mr. Li and I had no conflicts. I didn't expect you'd willingly come to this point over others. Is solid-state atomic battery that important? The woman who accompanied you before, where is she? Since the Six Paths Azura Hall targeted Jediah, Demi arranged protection, but these experts were easily dealt with by the Six Paths Azura Hall. Demi was enraged but left the provincial capital recently for unknown reasons, leaving Jediah to seek Bond for help, despite knowing little about his real enemy. After careful thought, Jediah concluded it must be Bond. Hence he came to Jiangqing. Though revisiting old places fueled his anger, he had no choice but to compromise. Mr. Lin, I realize how ridiculous my actions were, but I beg for your forgiveness. As for the solid-state atomic battery project, I had no choice. Miss Natalie wanted it, and it was crucial for me too. Securing this project meant freedom for me. Jediah gazed at Bond with desperation. After all this, he hoped to change his fate. Bond, eyes narrowed, understood Jediah's predicament. Anyone in his shoes would react similarly. You realized you're no match for me, so you came here seeking forgiveness to survive. You know if this continues, you're dead. Bond walked forward, patting Jediah on the shoulder. Rest assured. If you promise not to trouble me again, I can revoke the Six Paths Azura Hall's bounty. However, how can I ensure you won't hold a grudge after this? Their conflict stemmed from Harriet, but Bond wouldn't delve into specifics, waiting for Jediah's response. I will swear, sign any document. Whatever means you want, I'll comply, Jediah said. Anything to escape the Six Paths Azura Hall. Translation ends here, maintaining the paragraph structure and tone as requested. Chapter 296, Holding On. No matter how arrogant Jediah had been before, he was now utterly subdued. Some matters could not be resolved merely with rhetoric. The power of the Six Paths Azura Hall was evident, and no one would want to confront them head-on, including him. For Jediah, these were things beyond his control, and this outcome was unimaginable for him. While he did not know how Bond managed it, anyone who could make the Six Paths Azura Hall act like this was certainly not someone to be trifled with. I never expected that I would cause such a huge trouble this time, so I've come solely to apologize to Mr. Lin, hoping you can forgive my previous actions. Originally wary of the Six Paths Azura Hall, Jediah never thought that Bond's single word could prompt them into launching a pursuit against him. Moreover, it was their highest-level pursuit. Even with protection around him previously, no one dared meddle when faced with the formidable Six Paths Azura Hall. So, the inevitable result was that Jediah found no one who could help shield him from disaster. Ultimately, it came down to this situation. Even if he did not know if he could achieve victory as before, this was already the best option for him now. Actually, I never intended to push you to this extent earlier, but the situation in Jiangqing is very tense now. If I don't teach you a lesson, it might become very troublesome. Bond looked at Jediah, knowing well he didn't need to create personal enmity. It would only add complications. Although Bond held the advantage, Jediah's capabilities still needed caution. Let's end it here this time. If you continue to cause trouble for me, we won't settle it like this next time. After saying that, Bond patted Jediah's shoulder lightly. He could decide life or death with just a flick of his finger. This was Bond's current strength, his confidence. Jediah nodded slightly upon hearing Bond's words. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your magnanimity this time. Otherwise, I have no idea what would face me. Looking at Bond's composed demeanor, Jediah remained apprehensive inside, understanding clearly that without Bond's leniency, he couldn't have gotten off so easily with just his limited skills. Jediah got up and left, seemingly thoroughly convinced after this incident. Having experienced this, he realized that Bond was formidable. Picking more fights would be unwise, especially since the nature of his issues had changed. Engaging in the atomic solid-state battery project somewhat brought trouble to himself. After Jediah left, Bond finally let out a sigh of relief. You helped resolve all these people's issues, but obviously, it won't be that simple. Mitzi approached Bond curiously. To reach this point, Bond had invested considerable effort. These guys are not easy to deal with individually. Breaking them down one by one is already quite an achievement. In the current situation, we need to think about better ways to handle these issues. Bond knew many wanted him dead, but he also had some confidence on his home turf in Jiangqing. Anyone wanting to take him on would need to see if they had the capability. Dash hasn't made any moves yet. We don't know his intentions, but you should still be careful, Mitzi said. Recently, she had mobilized all Qin family connections to understand Bond's predicament, being cautious not to drop her guard. If someone truly wanted to harm Bond, they needed to prepare in advance. But so far, the overall situation seemed less complicated than expected. Despite facing significant challenges, Bond didn't have immediate major concerns. Don't worry, Amberly. Since I dared to arrange things this way, there must be reasons. As for their abilities, that's secondary, Bond replied confidently. Dash had recently aligned with Bond, so Bond wasn't overly concerned. At least for now, Dash wouldn't cause trouble. Even if Dash had other thoughts, Bond wouldn't be afraid. If it came to blows, Dash's past tactics wouldn't give him an advantage. Mitzi, looking at Bond's serious demeanor, nodded reluctantly. In short, these issues are more complex than we think. You should still be cautious. She earnestly patted Bond's shoulder. Over the next few days, Bond worked closely with Tinsley on the atomic solid-state battery research projects, aiming to boost the local economy. Seeing the competition, Azrael felt increasingly envious, having already suffered losses at Bond's hands. Now even Giselbert had stopped supporting the Long family, leaving Starlight Group barely holding on with its remaining resources. Uncertain about the future, Azrael sat in his room, looking disheartened among his relatives. We shouldn't hold on any longer. With things as they are, shouldn't we know what we should do? A middle-aged man beside him said with a hint of resignation. Chapter 297. Let's cooperate. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of how to respond for a moment. Indeed, everyone present knew what they should do next, but they were just unwilling to accept this fact in their hearts. Perhaps in their eyes, they still saw themselves as the high-ranking figures. Azrael stared at the people in front of him, his expression unmoved. We have given them quite a bit of trouble before, even trying to bring them down from all angles. But now that we see their methods getting more effective, we want to court them. Isn't this making things difficult for ourselves? Azrael hadn't taken Bond and Inna seriously before, believing that even if these two united, it wouldn't matter much. Without Starlight Group, could they really fall? But Azrael had to admit that this was indeed happening. The current situation of their Starlight Group was far from good. They were merely barely holding on with some leftover resources, which wasn't a wise long-term choice. Everyone looked at each other again, hearing Azrael's words and not knowing what to do. Then what should we do? Are we going to give up completely because of what happened before? We've been waiting for this day for so long. Their voices trembled as they spoke. Obviously none of them would want to abandon such a great opportunity under these circumstances. Now, everyone in Jiangqing Chamber of Commerce had the chance to cooperate with Tinsley. With solid-state atomic batteries bound to lead the new energy trend, anyone who sees this opportunity would ensure relative peace for a long time. I know what you're thinking, but I can only say I'll try my best. As for whether we succeed or not, no one can guarantee that, Azrael said, looking at their determined faces and laughing helplessly. He knew what they were thinking, but at this point, even Azrael couldn't find a better solution. Only his capabilities could determine the outcome. Relieved by Azrael's silence, everyone exhaled. They had previously underestimated Bond and Tinsley, but now these two had truly surprised them, making everyone wish to mend relations. Without the power to do so themselves, they forced Azrael into action. Before, Azrael wouldn't have done this, but Jiangqing had united against the Long family, leaving them isolated. Even if he didn't want to, this was the only path left. If he could repair relations with Bond, their future might be easier. On the other side, Bond was also waiting for an opportune moment. Now that Azrael was less of a concern, his focus shifted to Xiuxian and Dash. Due to Jediah, Dash had cooperated with Bond before, but now both the Qin family and Tinsley were thriving, while Dash was losing influence among the four major families. At this rate, Dash knew he'd lose his place in the future. This critical juncture demanded action. Rather than continue cooperating with Bond, he decided on a final move to solve the problem. Xiuxian thought he didn't need to worry about anything in Jiangqing, but Bond's abilities surprised him, drastically changing the situation. He couldn't predict how to handle this. Just then, Dash appeared after a long absence. To defeat Bond, your methods are too weak. The best way is to eliminate him forcefully, Dash began. Playing business warfare is laughable considering his background. Sitting down, Dash watched Xiuxian become wary. Who are you? Asked Xiuxian, hostilely. Until recently, I was your opponent, but now I'm your only friend in Jiangqing, Dash replied calmly. Due to Jediah, Dash had allied with Bond before, but now he didn't want Xiuxian to lose. If Xiuxian lost, Bond would be the undisputed king of Jiangqing's underground world. Even if Dash had great abilities, there'd be no way to solve the issues. So cooperation was the best route. Seeing Dash so serious, Xiuxian felt nervous. Why should I believe you? Observing Dash, Xiuxian found no significant threat. Dash smiled. I've faced Bond many times, so I understand his strength well. If you agree, I hope to work together with you to deal with this guy. Xiuxian fell silent. He needed someone to help resolve his troubles. Chapter 298. It should have been this way long ago. Xiuxian looked at Dash in front of him, still unsure if he should trust this guy. Yet, the formidable aura that Dash now exuded was quite unexpected. Xiuxian, having seen much and experienced many things, understood from his numerous encounters with Bond that the latter was not an easy opponent. However, he still harbored doubts about the abilities Xiuxian was displaying now. In his view, Dash shouldn't be as powerful as he imagined. Meanwhile, Xiuxian's expression remained as calm as usual. Even though you were once rivals with Bond, you are now on the same side as this guy. I can't easily believe you. At that moment, Dash stood up abruptly, and at the same time, a powerful aura exploded from him. He realized that if he wanted to cooperate with this person, the best way was to let him know just how formidable he was. When the terrifying aura enveloped Xiuxian, he had an overwhelming sense that Dash could eliminate him at any moment. The guy's aura was so terrifying that even Xiuxian felt some lingering fear. You must have sensed my strong aura just now. My purpose for finding you is very simple, to unite and find some formidable experts, then think of ways to deal with Bond. I don't believe Bond is as powerful as he claims. When it comes down to it, how long can he really last against us? Dash sneered coldly, saying exactly what he meant. With no longer needing to worry about Jediah and with Jiangqing thoroughly united, he couldn't just sit idly by. His current goal was to stop Bond by whatever means necessary. Xiuxian originally didn't want to agree, but after feeling Dash's formidable aura, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. As they had previously discussed, if these issues could be resolved easily, no one would want to get involved in such a troublesome matter. Unfortunately, they couldn't find a good solution right now. Therefore, the best course of action was to give it their all. Are you sure you can deal with Bond? He isn't easy to handle, and he has some formidable bodyguards too. And our current methods might not affect him at all, and could even drag us into trouble. Xiuxian said this to test Dash's resolve. Surprisingly, even after saying this much, Dash only sneered in response. Don't worry about that. Since I came to you, I am confident. I understand how difficult Bond is, but it's not a problem for us. Dash patted his chest proudly, as if everything was under his control. Xiuxian initially didn't believe him, but, seeing that he had reached this point, knew this might be his only chance today. And considering the current state of affairs, he likely couldn't change anything and might end up leaving dejectedly. Instead of that, it was better to fight to the bitter end. Normally, according to my nature, I wouldn't agree to work with you, but you're right. That kid does have some skills. Now is our best opportunity. If we miss this chance, it will be hard to find another suitable time. So, I'll choose to act with you. Xiuxian took a deep breath, knowing this might be very dangerous. But this was his last chance. No matter the outcome, he had to try. Even if he lost, at least he wouldn't regret it. Seeing Xiuxian's serious expression, Dash finally sighed in relief. With Xiuxian now on board, they couldn't imagine what they would face next. Bond, you've been impressive before, but this time you found yourself in a big mess. Let's see if you really have the ability to survive it. Dash thought inwardly. To him, dealing with Bond alongside xiuxian would be too easy, regardless of Bond's past prowess. This situation wasn't one where Bond's personal capabilities alone could resolve it. Moreover, they had the advantage of being covert. Bond couldn't have anticipated that Dash and xiuxian would team up. However, what Dash didn't expect was that shortly after meeting with xiuxian, Bond had already received the news. From the looks of it, Dash has chosen to collaborate with xiuxian. We can't just stand by. Should we strike first to teach them a lesson and show our power? Francisco cautiously asked Bond. He knew there were many experts protecting Bond, but since these guys were preparing to move against him, they had to be prepared to be eliminated by Bond. It's not time to be rash yet. They've been trying to deal with me for a while. Let's wait and let them fully commit before taking decisive action. Bond understood that Dash must have a reason to act now, possibly finding a supporter behind the scenes. But Bond wasn't worried about it. Even in a confrontation, he had complete confidence in handling the situation. After saying this, Bond made a phone call. Everyone assumed that Bond was arranging to ensure his own safety. But in Bond's eyes, it wasn't the case. Bond knew how tenacious his opponents were, which made him even more confident. With his current strength, resolving these issues wasn't a big problem. Chapter 299. Everyone has come. If Dash really intended to take serious action against him, this matter would certainly not be decided within a day or two. Therefore, Bond made up his mind in an instant. Both he and Dash had no room for choice. If Dash were to confront him, Bond would have no other option but to engage with him seriously. Previously, Bond wouldn't have dared to claim absolute certainty. But now, it was different. He had significantly improved in strength, and if it came to a real fight, Bond felt extremely confident that he could handle the situation. After all, after the system's enhancement, his strength had reached an incredibly terrifying level. This was why he was so confident. If it came to a fight, Dash would soon discover that his tactics were nothing to Bond. Considering Dash's current capabilities, he had at most hired some skilled experts. However, in today's world, who would willingly become a mere pawn in his hands? This was indeed something worth deliberating over. At least to Bond, no matter how capable Dash might be, he still lacked what it took to succeed. Mitzi's concern was understandable. After all, anyone would find it hard to believe they could handle all these issues smoothly. Even though Bond's displayed abilities exceeded their expectations, this problem was far from easily resolved. Over the next few days, Bond continued preparing intensively. They planned to accelerate the promotion of the atomic solid-state battery project. Only by doing so could they prevent others from achieving their goals. After all, they were trying to seize the atomic solid-state battery project from Bond. As long as Bond acted promptly, unexpected changes could be avoided. The overall situation was simpler than he initially anticipated. I've said before, these matters are not easy to resolve, so there's no need to worry too much this time. Even if they send many experts, there's no need to fear engaging them. At this moment, Bond sighed deeply and glanced at Maxwell beside him. Knowing the situation was serious, Maxwell had brought the 4 protectors. Their purpose was simple, to assist Bond in resolving the current trouble. Despite the opponent's intimidating posture, they couldn't do anything to Bond under the present circumstances, and even in a fight, they wouldn't be a match for him. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, with us by your side, we can help you resolve all these matters even if we do end up fighting, Maxwell reassured him quietly. Honestly, we're quite curious about what Dash is up to. Previously, when he collaborated with Xuanhuan, we were worried, but now we don't need to concern ourselves with that. Standing beside Bond, Maxwell whispered these words. Of course, they understood Dash's abilities and knew that if he regained his full strength, he could reach a master level, making him hard to deal with. But could Bond truly handle such a formidable opponent? I know what concerns you all. Yes, Dash can use certain methods to enhance his strength, but those methods aren't enough to defeat me. There's no need to overcomplicate things. In a real fight, Dash has no chance of winning, Bond said. Looking at Maxwell's tense expression, he then patted him gently on the shoulder. To others, this might seem like a complicated issue, but for Bond, it wasn't nearly as difficult as imagined. Dash's tactics were limited, and Bond didn't consider him a threat anymore. Moreover, Bond was confident he could win this battle. Maxwell was genuinely worried. The consequences of failure were unimaginable. That's why he wanted to confirm his previous speculations from multiple angles. Seeing Bond so relaxed, Maxwell began to realize that the situation might be more manageable than they thought, but no unexpected developments would likely occur. After all, Dash had already been subdued by Bond previously. Without the Star Palace organization's help, relying on his past skills, how could he possibly match Bond? Unless he healed all his injuries quickly, he wouldn't stand a chance. Bond said little, ready to face off against Dash. Meanwhile, Dash and xiuxian had come to an agreement to kill Bond during this opportunity. Xiuxian, how sure are you? That boy isn't easy to handle. I also considered eliminating him before, but it turned out to be much harder than expected. He's more cunning than we imagined. We may not have a sure chance now. Xiuxian looked at Dash, whispering, though prepared, he was not fully confident. Desperation had forced them into this decision. If they did nothing, Bond would eliminate them. Dash remained calm, showing no signs of surprise. I know the boy's tactics well, but there's no need to worry. Since I approached you, I am fully confident. During this time, Bond had been dealing with xiuxian and Jediah, unaware that Dash had taken advantage of the period to heal significantly. Chapter 300, No Way Out. If Dash were still in his injured state, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Bond. However, the current situation is completely different from before, and that's why Dash feels so confident. Of course, Dash remains cautious. He believes he can't gain any advantage alone, which is why he brought xiuxian along. With this duo, they should have no problem dealing with Bond. Meanwhile, Bond had been monitoring every move of Dash. He was well aware of their intentions. After preparations on both sides were completed, early the next morning, there was a major accident at one of Bond's factories. The area around the factory was quickly sealed off. Bond took this opportunity to arrive early at the scene. Bond was well informed about the upcoming challenge, though the current situation seemed more complicated than expected. Don't worry, these guys can do nothing to us now. We don't need to take them seriously. Upon arriving at the factory and seeing the chaos, Bond merely smiled faintly. As anticipated, he knew this was closely related to Giselbert and Dash. So, instead of panicking, he dispersed the crowd, transferring the innocent bystanders to a safer location. If they intended to strike during this commotion, Bond preferred to remove all innocents from harm's way. This decision saved a lot of trouble. Bond's strength had drastically improved since before, and his two-element sword technique could unleash immense power. In an actual confrontation, it would be Dash who needed to be cautious. Maxwell, accompanied by the 4 bodyguards, had already set up a trap, awaiting Dash's arrival. Meanwhile, Bond waited outside the factory. As time passed, darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, a voice sounded in Bond's ear. I knew you would immediately evacuate everyone after learning about the incident here, avoiding further complications. But what you didn't expect is that we deliberately created this opportunity to teach you a lesson for your arrogance. The figure that appeared was naturally Dash, who had meticulously planned this move, waiting for the perfect moment to strike against Bond. Previously, he hadn't found such a good opportunity. But now, regardless of Bond's skills, Dash felt he could ultimately prevail. Bond slowly raised his head to look at Dash. I knew you would come today. Honestly, I don't want to fight here. But if you insist, I'll have no choice but to finish you off. Bond looked at Dash with a hint of reluctance. Dash laughed. In fact, I should thank you. By not killing me outright earlier, you gave me a chance, which is very important to me. Dash's eyes sparkled oddly as he smiled slightly at Bond. Previously, when Bond faced him, if he wanted to eliminate Dash, there would have been no defense possible. However, because Bond was simultaneously dealing with Giselbert and Jediah, Dash seized the chance to recover. On the surface, Dash helped Bond solve problems, but in reality, he waited for the right moment to heal faster. After experiencing various events, Dash understood that the best way to control his destiny was to restore his strength. Only by mastering formidable power could he change his fate. He thought it wouldn't be easy to achieve this, but unexpectedly, he succeeded. Bond carefully observed Dash, wondering what methods he used to recover so quickly. It was evident that Dash employed several means to regain his health. Although Bond had this thought, solving Dash within a short period remained challenging. The opponent was cunning. At that moment, another figure appeared. Giselbert said, those who commit too many injustices will eventually face their downfall. If you hadn't meddled with me earlier, perhaps fewer troubles would have occurred. But alas, you overestimated yourself and thus sealed your own fate. He squinted his eyes at Bond. With these two combining forces, the situation became dire for Bond. Yet, despite this, Bond remained calm as usual. Giselbert himself had no exceptional combat skills. He possessed a system enhancing economic capabilities, but couldn't even touch Bond in a fight. This was partly why Bond remained calm. You two alone may still find it difficult to deal with me. Bond looked at Giselbert and Dash. It wasn't a joke. These two lacked significant abilities against Bond. With his current strength, Bond could easily handle them. Dash laughed loudly. We'll see if you have what it takes. Immediately after speaking, Dash charged at Bond without hesitation, wielding a dagger. Giselbert smirked coldly and took out a walkie-talkie. Everything is ready here. Wait for the right moment to show this kid our power. Bond sensed a shift in the surrounding energy as soon as the fight began, confirming that they were well prepared. Moreover, Giselbert likely brought skilled gunmen. Chapter 301. The Grand Finale. But for Bond, he didn't need to worry about these matters at all. After all, Gary had been waiting here for a long time. No matter how strong these guys were, they still lacked something. Not to mention the people they invited this time posed no significant threat to Bond. Furthermore, Bond was confident that he could resolve all of these issues in a very short period. I advise you to stop struggling. If you die honestly at my hands now, it'll be quick and painless. But if you keep struggling like this, your death won't be as smooth, Dash said while launching powerful attacks on Bond, also mocking him quietly, as if Bond had already lost any chance of resistance. In Dash's view, Bond might have matched him earlier, but not anymore. While you were being held up, I managed to fully recover my strength. With just your current skills, do you really think you can fight against a Grandmaster like me? Isn't it somewhat delusional to think too highly of yourself? Dash spoke with a look of satisfaction, clearly not taking anything seriously. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I'm here. At that moment, Imelda arrived. When Dash saw Imelda, his expression became quite complex. Regardless, she was his master, and given his current situation, Dash certainly didn't want to get into trouble with her. Unfortunately, it was already too late by the time Dash realized it. Since Imelda had already arrived, she obviously couldn't stand by idly. What astounded Dash was that Bond actually stopped Imelda, calmly saying, Miss Xia, please rest assured. If it were earlier, I might indeed not have much confidence, but in this situation, I don't have to worry about these guys harming me. Imelda was about to say something more, but in the next instant, she saw Bond suddenly move. Given that Dash's strength had already reached the Grandmaster level, logically, there should be no one who could match him in Jiangxing, let alone Giselbert using underhanded tactics in the dark to attack Bond. However, Bond had made preparations early on due to Gary's involvement, leading to an unfavorable outcome for most of those arranged by Giselbert. As for Dash, despite reaching the Grandmaster realm, he overlooked one thing. Bond also had assistance from the system. Just as Imelda thought Bond might be somewhat crazy, she unexpectedly noticed the powerful aura Bond exuded, surpassing even herself. In an instant, Bond stood before Imelda, brandishing his knife. Although I'm not sure to what extent you've recovered, I won't hold back against an opponent like you, Bond said coolly. He didn't joke around either. He attacked with full force immediately. The knife in his hand emitted a powerful aura that left Imelda in awe. Dash knew Bond was strong, but he never expected Bond to match his pace. The moment their weapons collided, Dash realized Bond had also attained the Grandmaster level. Moreover, the weapon in Bond's hand felt extraordinarily heavy, almost crushing him. For a split second, Dash felt as if his hand would break, and the terrifying force pressed down on him relentlessly. Even with his current abilities, Dash had to retreat 2 steps in a row, his eyes regarding Bond differently. However, Bond didn't give him this opportunity. Since Dash chose to face death head-on, Bond decided to finish him off directly. As for Giselbert, without Dash's help, he stood no chance alone. I've given you many chances. You could have lived if you'd chosen to abandon your previous intentions, but unfortunately, you kept coming after me repeatedly. So, don't blame me for not giving you another chance. It was your choice, and I can only follow my own principles, Bond told Dash indifferently, then unleashed the two elements knife technique without holding back. Though Dash knew Bond was formidable, he believed he could spar a few rounds. Unexpectedly, Bond's first strike brought immense pressure, causing a flash of anxiety in his mind. Still, he didn't choose to retreat. However, when Bond's second move came, it left Dash utterly stunned. This was undoubtedly the most powerful knife technique Dash had ever witnessed. Upon being struck, he felt his meridians rupturing instantly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, sirens blared as Bond had informed the investigation team beforehand about the situation. The first to rush in was Rhea. They assumed Bond must be injured, but to their surprise, they saw Dash lying on the ground instead, clearly having suffered injuries in the battle. Who could have thought that someone as skilled as Dash would be forced into such a corner? Bond, however, remained calm. His plan had succeeded, and he now needed only to act systematically. Dash was apprehended, and everything targeting Bond was thoroughly investigated, involving Jediah and Dash. No one dared challenge Bond anymore. With the truth revealed, Dash posed no further threat to Bond, and Giselbert abandoned his plans. Xiuxian entered a peaceful era. Bond took this opportunity to intensify the promotion of his projects, aiming to create a nationwide craze. And as he anticipated, within just a few years, he became the wealthiest man in Jiangxing. 3 years later. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully conquered all the main female characters and become the richest man in Huagua. System service ends here. I wish you have fun. The message disappeared. Bond looked at the distant horizon over the sea on an island. Behind him were women bustling about. He whispered softly, "Is it over? Finally, it's time for me to enjoy life." End of the story.